I woke up, but my wife wants to divorce me. She doesn't know that the car accident 3 years ago was my rebirth from the ashes. She had no idea that what she thought was a mere formality of marriage was, in fact, the only bond in this world capable of restraining me. Now, the mysterious organization came begging, just to plead with me not to leave, while my wife sees me as nothing but a burden. She thought my return was just a simple medical miracle, unaware that my appearance would completely overturn this world. My name is Ning Yuchan, a woman who married a vegetative man 3 years ago. My parents spent a fortune to buy Li Huai'an, who had been in a car accident, in order to avert the fatal calamity destined for me. No one thought he would wake up, and I was happy to stay idle. After all, I had no feelings for romance. This marriage in name only conveniently spares me the trouble of dealing with emotions. Until today, a phone call shattered the silence. Li Huai'an woke up. Rushing to the city hospital, Li Huai'an sat dazedly propped up on the hospital bed, surrounded by a group of doctors. As if studying some rare treasure, the doctor told me he had miraculously regained consciousness, but his condition was peculiar and required hospitalization for observation. I took a deep breath, not because I was worried about him, but because I didn't know how to face this husband I'd never met before. I sat by his bedside, gazing at this lean yet not sickly man, and couldn't help murmuring to myself, "You might as well sleep like that forever, at least you wouldn't have so many troubles." With that, I left, as I had my own affairs to attend to. After all, we were only husband and wife in name. Not long after I left, a medical dispute erupted in the hospital corridor. The clamor of curses and the sound of smashing pierced through the ward door, unsettling Li Huai'an, who had just returned to the present world. With great difficulty, he opened his mouth and let out a hoarse syllable. After several attempts, a clear and complete sentence finally escaped his lips: "This place should be silent." In an instant, the bustling corridor plunged into an eerie silence, while the outpatient building just a wall away remained as lively as ever. Late at night, I returned home only to find my uncle and a woman I had never met before sitting in the living room. My uncle told me that this gentleman is a leader from the Changsheng office, who came here specifically to see me. Her name is Xiao Yu, and she claimed to be the head of the Haibingtai, following orders from higher-ups to request my assistance in investigating a special case. Hearing about the Black Ice Platform, a department I had never heard of before, my heart skipped a beat, but my uncle's eyes told me this was a rare opportunity. I didn't hesitate and agreed. In the early morning, I was taken to a secluded courtyard. Xiao Yu handed me a confidentiality agreement, and without hesitation, I signed my name. Entering a humble wooden house, a man named Wei Yong sat at the table. He told me that 3 years ago, the world entered a new era of spiritual energy resurgence, giving rise to cultivators capable of flying on swords. And the Black Ice Terrace is the organization specifically tasked with suppressing those evil cultivators who endanger social stability. Frankly speaking, given your status, you are not qualified to know these things. Wei Yong did not hide his dissatisfaction, but in a recent incident involving a cultivator, the person involved is closely related to you. We had no choice but to invite you to intervene. He played a surveillance video. In the video, the hospital ward is in complete chaos, but eerily, all sounds have vanished, while outside the building everything appears normal. This is an unheard of immortal technique. Even Xiao Yu felt a chill down his spine. Wei Yong asked me if I had guessed who he was. As my eyes scanned the video, a sense of familiarity washed over me. Next, Xiao Yu took out the document folder, and a photo of a young man suddenly appeared on the parchment, with his name clearly written on it. Li Huai'an. There was actually another part to the video, but it was permanently sealed by headquarters. Wei Yong continued. I felt numb, as if my entire worldview had been completely overturned. He uttered a single sentence, and that very act became the catalyst for everything that followed. Wei Yong took a deep breath and spoke word by word. He said, "This place should fall silent." My pupils constricted violently, and my hands and feet turned ice cold. This is simply having one's words become law. Wei Yong explained that cultivators usually start from scratch, but Li Huai'an's situation was special. He didn't employ any conventional methods. With just a single sentence, he dragged the entire building into a domain of silenced rules, indicating his realm far surpasses existing understanding. He is the most dangerous immortal cultivator we have ever encountered. 3 years ago, you saved him, and later you married him. In a sense, you are his only remaining human connection in this world, and you are also his savior. Monks value karma. So we chose you. Wei Yong explained why they approached me. I raised a concern. At the time, he was in a vegetative state. We obtained the marriage certificate unilaterally. He might not even acknowledge this marriage. Percent that's not for you to worry about. Wei Yong spoke in a calm tone. I pressed further. If he refuses to communicate, what happens next? I don't know either. Wei Yong gave an unexpected answer. He assured me that the Black Ice Platform would spare no effort to ensure the safety of me and my family. I remained silent for a long time before finally letting out a deep sigh and nodding slowly. Alright, I agree to join the Black Ice Platform. At 3 in the morning, I stepped out of the wooden cabin, staring at the appointment letter in my hand with mixed emotions. The Black Ice Platform granted me the honorary position of commandant, with a rank equal to Wei Yong, all thanks to Li Huai'an's influence. Blushing, I recalled how just hours ago I was lecturing him, yet now he had ascended to become an immortal cultivator towering above all mortals. With a self-deprecating smile, I picked up my phone and texted my mother, "Mom, I've decided not to divorce Li Huai'an after all." The next day, my mother's reply came, "Huh? Why?" I gazed at the appointment letter by my pillow, the last trace of hesitation in my eyes vanishing as I resolutely typed out a sentence. To safeguard national security and social stability. Chapter 4. The Immortal's rebirth. All he wants is to lie down. The sun rose in the east. The hospital ward, once gripped by panic, restored order under the intervention of government authorities. All those privy to the events had their memories of the previous day erased through special means. A night of sorting through memories. With his spirit firmly anchored in the memories of 2 lifetimes seamlessly merged, Li Huai'an exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly opened his eyes. A gleam of sharpness flashed in his deep pupils. I'm back. These past 3 years, he hadn't been in a deep sleep. Instead, he had journeyed to another world. In that timeline, 3 years had stretched into 98,000 years. Everything now was utterly changed. He had been gone for only a few days. The Western Roman Empire launched a full-scale war without warning, plunging the entire world into endless conflict. The era of peace shattered, and heroes vied for dominance. 1 year later, the Great Xia faction produced several formidable generals who overthrew the shogunate, defeated Goryeo, and waged campaigns across the land. They assembled a 1,000,000-strong army at Rome's borders, compelling it to swear never to expand eastward again. The concept of nation-states vanished, replaced by the 9 provinces of Great Xia and the Western Federation. Resources were redistributed, with the former occupying the most fertile lands. All this Li Huai'an learned through television news and the internet. As for himself, he had somehow gotten married without even realizing it. Ning Yuchan. The hospital room door suddenly swung open. A nurse wearing a mask pushed a cart loaded with medical equipment into the room. Spotting Li Huai'an deep in thought, she instinctively flashed him a smile. The next second, invisible ripples spread outward, leaving a trail of dizzying disorientation in their wake. Space began to warp, and the mottled walls flaked away inch by inch. However, just as this bizarre transformation was about to reach the hospital bed, it abruptly froze. Then, like a mirage shattering, everything returned to normal. Li Huai'an glanced at her. The instant their gazes met, her heart skipped a beat. It felt as though an invisible hand had clenched around her heart, suffocating her with a wave of pressure that swept through her entire body. The frail figure before her suddenly loomed infinitely larger, like an insurmountable mountain towering over her, crushing her entire being. She'll die. The nurse's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the floor. The primal urge to survive drove her backward, until she curled up in a corner like a helpless, frightened little animal. That very image. It was exactly the same as when she had first set foot on this path of cultivation. Li Huai'an's eyes brimmed with nostalgia. Back then, he had fellow cultivators by his side, a partner in the way, and a master who declared him a prodigy unseen in the cultivation world for 10,000 years. On this 98,000-year cultivation journey, he was a solitary seeker of the way. He had walked too long, too far. The mountain scenery was beautiful, yet lonely as snow. He was weary. Li Huai'an, the seeker of truth, needed rest. The oppressive aura vanished instantly. He withdrew his gaze calmly and waved his hand lightly. Let's go. The nurse fled the ward without looking back. She hurried out of the hospital, back to her car. Only after locking the doors did she remove her mask, revealing her beautiful face. She breathed heavily, as if a great weight had been lifted. After a long moment, finally calming her inner fear, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Xiao Zhao? The voice on the other end spoke first, tinged with uncertainty. It's me. Zhao Yu's voice brimmed with pride. Commander, I'm still alive. The first encounter with an unfamiliar cultivator was an extremely dangerous mission, as there was no data to judge the other party's background or disposition. They could be righteous cultivators, demonic fiends, or even beasts. Even within the so-called righteous path, there were those who secretly practiced forbidden arts. Not long ago, a member of the Black Ice platform angered a cultivator claiming to be righteous. That cultivator forcibly transformed him into a flesh and blood puppet, and his whereabouts remain unknown to this day. Li Huai'an's methods were more bizarre than any recorded cultivators. That Zhao Yu managed to escape unscathed from his grasp was truly something to brag about. Congratulations. Wei Yong also congratulated Zhao Yu on his narrow escape. Once the mission concludes, I'll petition higher-ups for paid leave and psychological compensation for you. Thank you, Deputy Commander. You've earned it. Now tell me about the target. Getting down to business. Based on direct contact, I've made the following assessments of the target. First, the target must not be approached without authorization. He displayed clear hostility toward my presence, though whether he detected my identity remains uncertain. Second, the target retaliated against my probing but refrained from killing me. My personal assessment is that the target belongs to the new generation of cultivators. Black Ice Platform categorizes cultivators into 2 factions based on their operational styles. The new generation and the old generation. The former are integrationists either living in seclusion or aligning with authorities. They show goodwill toward modern society, rarely cause trouble, and are potential allies. The latter fully emulate the aristocratic conduct of feudal dynasties, acting on whim and standing in opposition to society. They are placed on the government's blacklist. The third. As Zhao Yu finished speaking, a flicker of disappointment crossed Wei Yong's eyes. As one of the 16 commanders of the Black Ice Bureau who dealt with cultivators year-round, he understood well the wisdom of not putting all one's eggs in one basket. These cultivators possessed countless methods. Black Ice Guards who had been turned, assassinated, or controlled were a common occurrence. Moreover, Ning Yuchan had been coerced and bribed into joining the Black Ice Bureau. Her loyalty and obedience were nowhere near as strong as those of veterans like Zhao Yu. Furthermore, though the Black Ice Bureau presented a united front to the outside world, it was far from monolithic. Wherever people gathered, rivalries emerged, and the 16 commanders engaged in both overt and covert struggles among themselves. Therefore, he wanted Zhao Yu to test Li Huai'an's stance. If the other party didn't resent dealing with Zhao Yu, it would be better to use their own people for contact. He hadn't anticipated Li Huai'an's such resistance. However, the man didn't seem to act with the same reckless abandon as those heretical cultivators. At the very least, he wasn't bloodthirsty and was willing to communicate. That was rare good news. Deputy Commander. Should I return to headquarters for my report or remain at the hospital? Zhao Yu proactively sought further instructions. If permitted, she wouldn't want to linger here another moment. It felt as though her life hung in the balance at his whim, utterly terrifying. Return to headquarters first. Wait. After pondering for a moment, Wei Yong sighed. Before the spiritual energy revival, Zhao Yu had been his trusted confidant. Having worked together for over a decade, he knew her thoughts well. Go pick up Xiao Ning. Bring her with you. There was no other choice. It had to be Ning Yuchan. Chapter 5. Cultivating immortality always means treading upon the bones of those who came before. Black Ice Platform's Qingzhou branch. This was the true center of power in Qingzhou Prefecture. Every decree issued from here determined the future trajectory of the entire prefecture. Those privileged to stand within these walls were the cream of society, each capable of stirring up political storms in Qingzhou. Yet now, every gaze in the room was fixed upon the young woman seated at the head of the table. She was the focal point of today's meeting. Faced with this scene, Ning Yuchan could only stare down at her fingers, twisting them nervously, feeling somewhat at a loss. She had assumed that after joining the Black Ice Bureau, her role would be limited to representing the government in negotiations with Li Huai'an, occasionally relaying messages between the two parties. Who would have thought Zhao Yu would suddenly drag her into this high-level meeting? Even more absurdly, Zhao Yu had actually seated her, a lowly nobody, in the seat of honor. She knew this was Wei Yong's doing, meant to establish her authority as an honorary deputy commander. But she had never experienced such a grand occasion before. Everyone present was a seasoned veteran of high office, radiating formidable presence. Stared at by them as if she were a suspect under interrogation, she found herself unable to utter a word. Sister Zhao Yu. Unable to bear the nearly frozen atmosphere, she was about to whisper for help to Zhao Yu beside her when someone spoke up first, their tone sharp. Zhao Yu, what exactly is Wei Yong playing at? Recommending a newcomer who's never dealt with supernatural incidents and has zero contributions as honorary commandant? Do you think everyone in our Qingzhou branch is dead? With the first voice raised, others followed suit. Exactly. What gives some greenhorn the right to sit in the seat of honorary captain? Where's Wei Yong? The big shots won't show their faces, so they send some nobody to fill in? We demand Wei Yong come forward and give us an explanation. Or is he hiding something, deliberately avoiding us? Honorary Deputy Commander of the Black Ice Bureau. Ministerial level treatment. Across the 9 provinces, such positions could be counted on one hand. Historically, only the 16 commanders who retired for official reasons had earned this honor. The crowd's discontent was only natural. However, Zhao Yu paid no heed to such matters. Ning Yuchan's honorary commandership was approved by higher authorities. The proposal underwent full public review. Anyone dissatisfied may appeal directly to the higher-ups. She scanned the room, finally fixing her gaze on the instigator. As for you, since you question my boss's decision, why don't you replace Xiao Ning in dealing with that person? I can submit a request right now to have Xiao Ning relieved of duty. The words silenced the troublemaker instantly. He'd seen the hospital ward surveillance footage and Zhao Yu's performance report that individual wasn't human. Approaching him recklessly would be tantamount to suicide. Listen up, all of you. I brought Ning Yuchan here today to introduce her to you, not to seek your approval. If anyone has any further issues with her, I'll repeat what I said before. You write the request, I'll sign the approval. She steps down, you step up. You take full responsibility for negotiating with that entity. How you handle it is your call, just don't cause trouble for the organization or the people. That's all I have to say. Who's in favor? Who's against? The group exchanged glances, then lowered their heads in unison. Poof. Seeing this, the troublemaker, likely feeling humiliated, gave a cold snort and stormed out, sleeves flapping angrily. The meeting room fell silent once more. Alright, Zhao, calm down. Old Tao will speak up for fairness. Fortunately, someone quickly broke the deadlock. It was a Taoist master clad in a robe, with snow-white hair and a youthful face, his long beard swaying. Since Wei chose Ning, it must mean she possesses extraordinary qualities. I trust Wei's judgment. Besides, she shared a mortal bond with that person. Communication will surely be easier for her than for us outsiders. Let's settle it this way. That's settled it. Xia Ning, do your best. Don't let Wei Yong or us down. Ning Yuchan shot him a grateful look and nodded repeatedly. Xiao Zhao, after the meeting, take Xiao Ning to the archives first. Give her a basic understanding of cultivators so she avoids any taboos later. Understood, Elder Chen. Zhao Yu showed far more deference to the old Taoist than to others, though from an organizational standpoint, the latter wasn't a direct member of the Black Ice platform. He was a guest advisor. Beyond the new generation and old generation, there existed another cohort of cultivators like Zhao Yu who were born in modern society, native-born locals of the 9 provinces of Great Xia. Before the revival of spiritual energy, they possessed innate talent but lacked the means to cultivate. Later, through the transmission of cultivation techniques by others or by sheer coincidence, they were able to embark on the path of cultivation. Those cultivators who made significant contributions to advancing the nationwide cultivation initiative were granted the status of guest cultivators by the government, granting them various privileges. It wasn't just Zhao Yu. Virtually every native cultivator received guest minister treatment, for without them, the Great Xia would not enjoy its current era of peace and prosperity. It would be no exaggeration to call them the pillars of the nation. Sister Zhao Yu, thank you. After the meeting adjourned, Ning Yuchan murmured her gratitude to Zhao Yu for speaking up on her behalf. You're welcome. Zhao Yu shook her head. The boss told me before I came to look out for you. It's just my job. Follow me. I'll take you to the archives. The two walked toward the archives, one in front, one behind. Midway, Ning Yuchan suddenly voiced a question she'd kept buried for a long time. Sister Zhao Yu, is Li Huai'an, is he really that formidable? It seems like you all fear him terribly. Whenever someone mentions interacting with him, everyone goes silent. He's definitely formidable. How formidable exactly is still hard to gauge. But what makes him truly frightening isn't his strength, it's the unknown. Facing him now is like blind men feeling their way across a river. No one knows what lies beneath the surface or what we'll step on next. She paused. As if worried Ning Yuchan might lose heart, Zhao Yu paused briefly before adding, but the higher-ups don't seem particularly concerned about him. How so? Our cultivation ratings are divided into 5 tiers, Class A, B, C, D, and State Guardian. Based on current intelligence, the higher-ups have rated that individual as Class A. Class A is high, but globally speaking, it's nothing special. Of course, this rating stems largely from our limited knowledge of him. We have no idea what realm he truly attained in his previous life. Ratings require consideration of multiple factors. Zhao Yu shifted the conversation. What kind of person do you see him as? What kind of person? Ning Yuchan's thoughts drifted back 3 years. Her understanding of Li Huai'an was still based on his parents' verbal descriptions. In her memory, he was a boy who had developed an insecure personality from a young age. His parents said he was often bullied by peers as a child but never told them about it. He was timid, never talking back even when scolded. The first time she saw him, he lay quietly in a hospital bed, his face pale and pitiful, like a stray puppy on the street. Even among cultivators, he must be one of the bullied ones, right? I'm not entirely sure, he just seems like such a good kid. Zhao Yu's expression shifted abruptly. He halted and turned to look at her. What is it? What's your take on cultivators killing people? The question was so out of left field that Ning Yuchan didn't know how to respond. I've killed people. Zhao Yu's words were startling. My boss has killed people too, and so has Elder Chen. Truth be told, killing is more commonplace among cultivators than eating or drinking. Ning Yuchan gaped in stunned silence, her face frozen in disbelief. Zhao Yu continued unabashedly. As long as they don't target ordinary people or disrupt their lives, they can fight each other however they want. No one interferes, and neither do we. But, isn't that illegal? Ning Yuchan shuddered, asking in disbelief. That is the way of cultivators. Zhao Yu stated calmly. In our world, merchants seek wealth, yet riches bear no labels. They can be stolen, destroyed, plundered. The cultivator's world is different from ours. She flipped her hand, summoning a spirit sword. This is my life-bound sword. I've refined it and it recognizes me as its master. If you want it, you'll have to kill me. Cultivation requires the 4 essentials: the way, wealth, companions, and place. No cultivator is born with these things. They must be seized, constantly seized. If you don't take from others, others will take from you. To protect what you cherish from being taken, you must grow stronger. And to grow stronger, you need more resources. It's an inescapable vicious cycle. Ning Yuchan fell silent. Several times she opened her mouth, attempting to refute Zhao Yu's argument, only to realize at the last moment that everything he said was true. Without striving and competing, one cannot cultivate. This holds true for solitary cultivators, prodigies, and sect disciples alike. No one will freely give you resources earned through hardship. Doesn't that feel cruel? Zhao Yu sheathed his spirit sword and patted Ning Yuchan's shoulder, his tone softening slightly as if to comfort her. You're fortunate you won't have to endure this. The Black Ice Terrace's commanders won't let you lack cultivation resources, and ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare harm you. I only mention this to remind you, don't idealize that person. On this path where everyone competes, those who come always tread upon the bones of those who came before. Chapter 6, The World Beyond the Well Remains a Well. Archive Room. Zhao Yu, bearing Wei Yang's official order, led Ning Yuchan into the core area. As the lamps were lit, a vast expanse several stories tall came into view. Books of every kind filled the shelves, overwhelming Ning Yuchan with their sheer number. Start with this one. The two ascended the steps and circled around a large area. Zhao Yu pulled a half-inch thick red-bound book from the shelf. Its cover bore the bold, gilded characters, Chronicles of Immortal Cultivation, Volume 1. Immortals have chronicles too? Ning Yuchan flipped to the table of contents, her curiosity piqued. She had already moved past her earlier anxiety and uncertainty, a fact that impressed Zhao Yu. After all, when she first heard about the survival rules of the cultivator world, she'd been utterly distraught for days. Compared to that, Ning Yuchan's composure was quite commendable. Of course, many cultivators have the habit of recording events. You could think of it as keeping a diary. These chronicles are compiled based on their diaries. Is that so? Ning Yuchan flipped back a few pages. Actually, in the earliest days, cultivators didn't keep diaries. After all, their lifespans are generally long. Over the vast expanse of time, many things simply cease to matter. With that much free time, they'd be better off secluding themselves more often to enhance their strength. You'll notice in the later volumes that the earliest history grows increasingly vague and indistinct. The cultivation world simply didn't have the role of a historian. Their records of any civilization relied entirely on oral tradition. When the last witness passed away, every trace of that era was utterly erased by the relentless flow of time. At this point, as if recalling something amusing, Zhao Yu couldn't help but smile. I heard that later, a very powerful predecessor enjoyed keeping a diary. His followers imitated him, and this habit spread throughout the entire cultivation world. Over time, more and more cultivators began to follow suit, gradually forming a tradition. Thanks to this, later generations including us gained the opportunity to observe history that would otherwise have been buried beneath the shifting sands of time and the tides of change. Ning Yuchan gasped. To influence the entire cultivation world single-handedly? How powerful must that predecessor have been? We don't know. His era is too distant. The only record of him is his revered name. His name was Li Huai'an. Just one character different from Li Huai'an? Ning Yuchan's heart skipped a beat, then she chuckled and shook her head, dismissing those unrealistic notions. Her own comatose husband had only been unconscious for 3 years. How could he possibly be one of those ancient immortals who existed since the dawn of time? The timeline doesn't add up. Have you catalogued every immortal cultivator's diary? Ning Yuchan inquired again. Who has time for that? Zhao Yu replied while sorting through books. We only select and compile major events from the collected cultivators' diaries to record them in the chronicles for each specific period. In other words, we only record events that hold historical value and offer learning or reference value for newcomers like you who are just beginning to handle supernatural cases. I see. Ning Yuchan nodded thoughtfully. However, guest cultivators and those of the state guardian rank are exceptions. Provided they have no objections, we are quite willing to compile separate biographies for them. Like this one. Zhao Yu handed Ning Yuchan another book. The Ziyang Chronicles. In the 4500th year of Qingyang Monastery, I became a disciple under the abbot. He taught me the art of breath control, and I began a life of meditation, day after day, year after year. In the 4600th year of Qingyang Monastery, my master obtained a divine artifact but was targeted by a golden core stage elder. He stormed the monastery, slaying my revered teacher and annihilating our sect. Before he died, my master admonished me not to seek vengeance for him unless one day I could break through to the golden core stage or find the mountain of immortality and seek the aid of its celestial beings. I asked where the mountain of immortality lay and who this immortal might be. My master gave no answer, only saying that if fate brought us together, we would meet. If not, no amount of striving could force it. Thus I embarked on the quest to find the mountain of immortality. After 5,500 years at Qingyang Monastery, heaven took pity on me and granted me the breakthrough to the golden core stage. Thereafter, I tracked down my enemy and slew him with my own hands, avenging my master and fellow disciples. Yet I still failed to find the mountain of immortality my master spoke of. Qingyang Monastery, year 7800. My Tao companion entered nirvana. In the 9700th year at Qingyang Monastery, my golden core granted me 5,000 years of life. Death approached, and I did not wish to die. In my final moments, I recalled my master's words about the mountain of immortality. Is there truly someone in this world who can achieve eternal life? Ning Yuchan's hand, clutching the book's pages, trembled uncontrollably. 5,000 years. From the Qin dynasty to the modern era, barely over 2,000 years had passed. She couldn't fathom what a person would become after living for 5,000 years or whether they could even still be called human. She closed the book. She turned to Zhao Yu, who stood arms crossed, watching her. What do we mean to cultivators? She murmured. Do you know about mayflies? After a brief silence, Zhao Yu spoke softly. They are insects that live only a day from birth to death. Their lifespan spans mere weeks. To mayflies, we humans appear like immortals and gods. Yet in the vast span of a cultivator's life, we are but fleeting mayflies in the water. The four known cultivation realms: Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. Even the lowest tier Qi refiner possesses 200 to 300 years of lifespan. A single grain of sand flowing from their fingertips could sustain a mortal for a lifetime, let alone the vast chasm in perspective and experience that separates us from them. Of course. No cultivator looks down on mortals, but not because they see us as equals, rather, because we are too insignificant. It's like you'd never look down on an ant. No matter what it does, you wouldn't even bother to glance at it unless it got in your way. Ignoring us, that's the attitude most cultivators adopt toward us. Zhao Yu sighed. Let me be honest with you. In over 90% of cases where cultivators kill mortals, from their perspective, they don't even perceive it as wrongdoing. An ant blocked my path, what's wrong with crushing it? Those mortals should feel honored to become my sustenance. These are the exact words of those cultivators who break the laws of cultivation. Ning Yuchan bit her lip, her mind flashing back to that seemingly harmless figure. Then, would he be the same? Impossible to say. Judging a cultivator's true nature requires prolonged observation. But from my personal experience, at least he wouldn't indiscriminately kill the innocent. Zhao Yu took back the purple yang record from Ning Yuchan's hands. Little Ning, don't dwell on these matters. It's pointless. The world's truths aren't just black and white. Wolves preying on sheep is not wrong. Shepherds killing wolves to protect their property is not wrong. And the sheep are certainly not at fault. Our protection of mortals doesn't mean we stand on the side of righteousness. It's because we were once mortals ourselves. That's all. Ning Yuchan suddenly understood. By the way, what exactly is the Mountain of Immortality? A legend. Zhao Yu explained. Legend has it that an true immortal dwells upon Mount Eternal Youth. He once walked among mortals, witnessing dynasties rise and fall, immortal sects emerge, and ancient clans fade into oblivion. Time leaves no mark upon him. He stands at the very end of the river of years, gazing down upon the masses. Many ancient titans have sought the Mountain of Immortality, hoping to glimpse the secrets of eternal life from that immortal. Ning Yuchan's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but ask. Are there truly immortals in this world? Zhao Yu looked at her as if she were a fool. I told you it's a legend. It's not real. Ning Yuchan fell silent. All right. Zhao Yu stretched lazily. You can stay here and read today. Tomorrow I'll take you somewhere else. Where? Somewhere quite interesting. You'll find out tomorrow. As she spoke, her expression suddenly grew enigmatic. Watching this, Ning Yuchan felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. Old Taoist, you've taken the wrong path. Do you know the moon above your head is not the moon, the earth beneath your feet is not the earth? The water you drink is wind, the wind you smell is earth. Beneath the green mountains, in a thatched cottage, Li Huai'an played chess with a Taoist of ethereal grace. He pinched a black stone and placed it at the center of the board. In an instant, the entire game shifted. In the silent night sky, the stars faded, save for one that shone brightly the very spot where he had just placed his stone. He was using this entire world as his chessboard. This junior is dull-witted. I humbly request the immortal's guidance. The old Taoist bowed respectfully, seeking guidance. If anyone but Li Huai'an had uttered such words that heaven is not heaven and earth is not earth, he would have laughed himself silly. Seeking immortality your entire life, yet still unable to escape this self-imposed cocoon. What you see, what you hear, nothing more than the chirping of cicadas, a fleeting dream. Li Huai'an shook his head and chuckled softly, placing another stone. Suddenly, rivers reversed their course, and a sky filled with white crows descended. Immediately after, rugged green mountains began rising from the earth, stretching endlessly, as far as the eye could see. The old Taoist stared in disbelief. Have you ever seen the world beyond the well? Li Huai'an placed his third stone. In that instant, his form seemed as tall as the moon, his entire being enveloped in an ethereal aura. His robes billowed like those of a fallen immortal. His graceful form, jade-like and flawless, clad in robes whiter than snow. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he drew a sword across the horizon. The moon shattered slowly, and ripples spread across the ancient well. The old Taoist looked up at the sky, murmuring blankly. Beyond the well, it's still a well. Li Huai'an smiled. You only know immortals as those who ascend the mountain. But if you live within a grand dream of heaven and earth, unable even to awaken, what good would ascending the mountain do? When heaven and earth withdraw their spiritual energy, you'll be like fish out of water. All your divine powers and spells depend on this very world. Is this the immortality you seek? The old Taoist gathered his courage and whispered a rebuttal. The heavens won't withdraw their spiritual energy. Then why can't you become immortal? Li Huai'an calmly countered, he forbids any life from attaining immortality. Heaven's will cannot be defied. As long as he forbids it, you will never become immortal. Even in this current age of declining dharma, when spiritual energy grows ever more sparse, only the most extraordinary geniuses can achieve even the transformation of spirit stage. You know this better than I do. The old Taoist opened his mouth, speechless. After a long silence, he suddenly turned his gaze to the young immortal lord across from him and tentatively asked, "And what of you? Are you within the well or outside it?" "I am on the mountain." The old Taoist snapped his head up, his face frozen in utter astonishment. "You've ascended to immortality?" Li Huai'an shook his head gently, rising to his feet. The mountains crashed down in a thunderous roar, leaving only the original one standing. He took a single step forward, and when his foot touched down, he had already reached the mountain peak. "I do not cultivate immortality. What I cultivate is truth. Truth is the heart of the Tao. The heart of the Tao, the heart of the Tao resides within the heart. The mountain of the Tao has no true end. The end lies not at the summit, but within the heart. Where I stand, there is the summit." Chapter 7, Heaven of Joy. Hospital. A profound, immaculate spiritual aura emanated from Li Huai'an's brow, enveloping the entire hospital room. Along its path, withered trees bloomed anew, and fresh buds sprouted in winter. A moment later, he opened his eyes, and the aura instantly retracted. The spiritual energy has revived. More accurately, heaven and earth have awakened. Compared to the term immortal realm, he preferred to call it the dream realm. Heaven and earth were but a dream, that world was merely a fleeting illusion. Above the nascent soul stage, one transcends mortality to become a god, shatters the void to cross the tribulation. Yet the beings of this illusory realm could never endure tribulation in this lifetime. The world's spiritual energy was insufficient. This well was only so deep, unable to sustain cultivators' tribulations. Moreover, even if they did survive the tribulation, it would be futile. When heaven and earth awoke, the dream would shatter. Their existence in this world would vanish into nothingness. Thus he declared the Taoist path misguided. To cultivate as he did was to spend a lifetime drawing water in a bamboo basket, all for naught. And indeed, his insight proved correct. All cultivators in this lifetime must start anew from scratch. Though this world is real, it does not mean they have escaped the shackles of heaven and earth. This is what is called the well beyond the well. They remained within the well. Even he could not leap from this well, no one could. Yet he differed from other cultivators. His cultivation was genuine, his self was authentic, his realm was real, and his insights were true. Everything is genuine. Therefore, he need not cultivate. He need only wait for the spiritual energy to gradually recover, and his cultivation realm will return. This is the difference between something created from nothing and something that has always existed. To put it plainly, he possesses a sword long buried in dust, a little polishing, and it's ready for use. Other cultivators don't even have a sword, they must start from forging it, step by step. Moreover, even he himself could not predict how terrifyingly sharp this sword would become with each successive polish. After all, in his previous life, he had reached his limit, held back by the constraints of spiritual energy. In this life, however, the restrictions imposed by heaven and earth would grow ever fewer. Until they vanished entirely. In this life, it might just be possible for someone to become an immortal. The next day, Yuchan Ning yawned repeatedly as she left the archives room. A camouflage SUV was parked at the entrance. Yujing rolled down the window and waved her hand out, beckoning to her. "Get in." Jiaoyu tossed her a white jade bottle, 5 Treasures Great Restoration Pill. Takes away fatigue fast, no side effects. Buckle up. Ning Yuchan obediently complied. "Where are we going?" "Lishan Prison." As the vehicle started moving, Jiaoyu explained their purpose, to show you what anti-social cultivators are like, or rather, what true cultivators are like. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a remote suburb where a half-built structure stood, unfinished walls leaving its reinforced concrete framework exposed. The only thing visible was a makeshift elevator, barely fit for use. Stepping into the elevator, they descended slowly to level 9 below ground. The moment the doors opened, Ning Yuchan's pupils dilated in shock. Such profound depths beneath the earth concealed an entirely different world. A cold, dim corridor, moss-covered rock walls, armed guards standing watch, the air thick with the scent of rust and dampness. "The ones imprisoned here are all inhumane lunatics." Jiaoyu led the way, narrating as they walked. Subject 9527 slaughtered an entire 1,000-person town when discovered. Subject 9631 commands an entire cult organization, deriving pleasure from torturing and murdering ordinary people. Subject 3542 orchestrated a large-scale bloodbath in the counties downstream of Qingzhou Prefecture, resulting in over 10,000 casualties. At a corner, Jiaoyu paused and asked, "How's your progress with the Chronicles of Immortal Cultivation? Do you recall the organization known as the Joyous Heaven? Huanxi Heaven. Ning Yuchan recalled for a moment. It seems to be a sect that cultivated by draining others' vital energy. At its peak, it was led by a golden core ancestor and gained considerable fame. But I heard it was later wiped out. The exact circumstances remain unknown. Good memory. Zhao Yu nodded approvingly, then formed a hand seal. A thunderous roar echoed as dust swirled through the air. The thick wall before them slowly creaked open. Clang. The clanking of chains echoed through the desolate corridor. Ning Yuchan fixed her gaze on the distant darkness, where a vaguely humanoid creature emerged. Its form was bloated and swollen, resembling a ball of flesh. Its limbs were bound by chains engraved with runes, while two curved hooks pierced its left and right scapulae, pinning it immovably to the wall. Ha! A piercing, low rasp escaped its mouth intermittently, like fingernails scraping across glass, sending shivers down Ning Yuchan's spine. Zhao Yu's gaze toward the creature was equally repulsed. Subject 12643, modern name Duanjiu. Committed 16 rape murders. Each victim bore multiple wounds, suggesting brutal torture before death. Their deaths were exceptionally gruesome. Captured by my own hand 3 days ago. Ning Yuchan instinctively covered her mouth. He's from the Joyous Heaven? Yes and no. He's an outer disciple of the Joyous Heaven. To the higher-ups there, outer disciples aren't even considered people. How to put it, like pigs fattened with hormones. Once they're plump enough, they're ready for slaughter. Their cultivation techniques are modified for rapid advancement, a bit like forcing growth. It sacrifices one's innate potential for a shortcut, allowing users to quickly climb the cultivation ranks. But the side effects are quite obvious. Zhao Yu paused, then nodded toward the blob of flesh. They all end up turning into monsters like this. Ning Yuchan turned away, clearly feeling queasy. Disgusting. But you know what? He's actually a great tonic. As a modern person. Zhao Yu was reluctant to describe a fellow human as an item, yet this title was self-bestowed by the cultivators of Joyous Heaven. The inner disciples of Joyous Heaven call them human medicine. Consuming one could instantly propel an ordinary person into the qi cultivation stage. They eat people? Ning Yuchan's eyes widened in disbelief. Such is the world of heretical cultivation. Zhao Yu, however, seemed utterly accustomed to it. To become stronger, there's nothing they won't do. That's why such cultivators have always been the primary targets of our Black Ice platform. And don't think inner door disciples have it easy. In the realm of bliss, they're merely cauldrons for the elders' cultivation. Outer door disciples are consumed by inner door disciples, who in turn are harvested by the elders. Big fish eat little fish, that's how their entire lives unfold. Even becoming an elder doesn't guarantee absolute safety. Elders fight among themselves too. The losers meet an even more miserable fate. Ning Yuchan's face turned deathly pale. Doesn't their sect leader intervene? Does she just let her disciples slaughter each other like this? Doesn't she worry they'll rebel? Quite the opposite. Both disciples and elders of the Joyous Heaven sect are fiercely loyal to their leader. Betrayals are rare, and when they do occur, it's usually among outer disciples. They can't stir up much trouble. Why is that? She was utterly perplexed. The Joyous Heaven sect master is at the peak of the golden core stage. Feeling that this explanation alone wasn't sufficient, Zhao Yu emphasized further. The phrase peak golden core speaks for itself. Whether it's the righteous sects or the demonic path, they all value innate talent. Only the heretical cultivators care about nothing else. No background, no talent. As long as you come, they open their doors wide to welcome you. Those who choose to join heretical sects are mostly rootless cultivators without backing. They too live precarious lives, constantly walking on the edge of a knife. Joining the Joyous Heaven means a golden core elder, a notorious figure who rules a domain, will grant them an opportunity, a glimmer of hope. If they manage to stand out among countless rivals, if they win the favor of this venerable elder, it's like a common bird transforming into a phoenix. If it were you, what would you choose? Boom! Zhao Yu's words thundered like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Ning Yuchan's mind. Was this the cruelty of the cultivation world? Before, merely hearing Zhao Yu's accounts or reading books had allowed her to grasp a hint of it, but it hadn't been visceral. Now, witnessing it firsthand, seeing these truths laid bare before her eyes, she felt genuine, bone-chilling dread. A criminal guilty of 16 heinous crimes could mobilize an entire city's law enforcement, risking public panic, mobilizing every available resource, all to bring him to justice. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as he remained at large, countless people in the area would live in constant fear, afraid to step outside. News outlets would report his latest movements in real time, urging residents to stay vigilant. Yet such a figure, capable of causing such upheaval in society, was nothing more than fish on a cutting board in the cultivation world, willingly becoming a human pill to gamble on a chance so slim it bordered on non-existent. He possessed not even the right to dignity. It wasn't pity. It was fear. Ning Yuchan clenched her fists so tightly her nails dug into her flesh, blood dripping down. Yet she felt no pain. 1,000 emotions surged within her chest, yet she knew not how to vent or release them. At that moment, as if drawn to her state, the chains shrouded in darkness suddenly swayed. Her reflexes kicked in, and she looked up. Her gaze locked with a pair of blood-red pupils. A chill instantly swept down her spine, spreading throughout her body like countless needles piercing her back. Zhao Yu's expression changed. Someone. Before Ning Yuchan could react, several Black Ice platform members clad in specialized gear streamed out from various passages, converging swiftly to encircle the darkness before them. Each stood at the ready, their faces etched with the grim resolve of facing a formidable foe. Zhao. Before she could ask anything, a pair of hands covered her eyes. Zhao Yu's grave voice whispered in her ear. Don't resist. Stay still. The Joyous Heaven sect possesses a spell that can cloud the mind, especially effective on women. Don't look. The icy touch sent a shiver through Ning Yuchan, her entire body stiffening instantly. This was the second time she had seen Zhao Yu lose his composure like this. The first time had been because of Li Huai'an. And the source of it all, those crimson pupils still stared fixedly at her. As their target, she could clearly sense that he ignored everything around him, his eyes seeing only her. Who are you? Why do you carry his scent? The sudden growl made Ning Yuchan's heart leap to her throat, startling not only Zhao Yu but every member of the Black Ice platform. The next second, the growl erupted into a hysterical roar. Li Changsheng. Betrayer of his master, destroyer of his ancestors, everyone has the right to kill him. However, the moment the roar ended, the figure bound tightly by chains suddenly began thrashing violently, its mouth emitting a bone-chilling shriek. No, don't kill me. I was wrong. I won't kill you. Spare me. Spare me. He repeated these words over and over, struggling desperately, his movements growing wilder and more frantic. The chains rattled incessantly, and anyone could sense the terror and dread in his voice. Don't come near me, Li Changsheng. You monster. May you die a horrible death. Li Changsheng. Ning Yuchan's face was as pale as paper. He was an immortal cultivator. He claimed she carried the aura of Li Changsheng, yet she had only ever encountered 3 such cultivators, Wei Yong, Zhao Yu, and another, also surnamed Li. Get away. He's going to self-detonate. As Ning Yuchan's thoughts raced, the figure in the darkness began to swell violently. A furious explosion of spiritual energy erupted in the air, whipping up a howling gale that pounded her eardrums. Zhao Yu acted with lightning speed, shoving her aside and stepping forward. The others followed without hesitation, each releasing their spiritual energy to form a transparent protective barrier around them. Boom! The earth shook violently. The massive shockwave ripped the protective barrier in two. Everyone except Zhao Yu was sent flying, crashing into the walls and losing consciousness. Put! The dust settled. Zhao Yu violently spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering forward 2 unsteady steps. Her entire body swayed precariously, but she managed to steady herself against the wall, preventing herself from collapsing. Once steady, she whipped her head around, her eyes locked on the bewildered Ning Yuchan. Merely sensing a trace of the other's aura had caused a cultivator who had possessed Foundation Establishment cultivation in a past life to self-detonate without hesitation. A monster who killed without batting an eye called another a demonic fiend, and in the end, resorted to self-destruction to escape him. Is he Li Changsheng? What on earth has he done? Chapter 8, Outer Sect disciple Li Changsheng demands the sect leader face death. That night, the Qingzhou branch of the Black Ice platform convened an emergency meeting to discuss the chain reaction triggered by Duanzhou's self-detonation. Zhao Yu presided, Ning Yuchan observed, and attendees were mostly familiar faces from the headquarters except for the young man in casual attire seated at the end. Zhou Fan, transferred from the Ji province headquarters. A level 1 intelligence officer of the Black Ice platform, skilled in soul searching, he was responsible for obtaining intelligence related to extraordinary events through unconventional means. Who is Ning Yuchan? He pushed his glasses up his nose and scanned the room. Ning Yuchan timidly raised her hand. Cultivator ID 12642 claimed before self-detonation that he sensed the aura of an enemy on you. What is your relationship with this Li Changsheng he mentioned? He was my husband. Your husband? Zhou Fan frowned. How much do you know about your husband? Old Zhou, she knows nothing, I can vouch for that. Zhao Yu discreetly clasped Ning Yuchan's hand, signaling her to stay calm. I specifically requested your presence from the Jizhou headquarters in hopes that you could help extract intelligence about Li Changsheng from Duanzhou's residual soul. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fan, forgetting all about Ning Yuchan, turned to Zhao Yu with surprise. You intercepted a fragment of Duanzhou's soul? How did you manage that? His soul-searching technique was highly proficient. Not only could he search the souls of the living, but also those of the dead. However, the divine souls of cultivators below the nascent soul stage were generally extremely fragile. They would almost always vanish rapidly within a very short time after the cultivator's physical body was destroyed. This limitation severely restricted the practical application of his technique. If Zhao Yu possessed any means to overcome this obstacle, it would be a monumental achievement for the entire Black Ice platform's intelligence system. His standing within the intelligence division would rise accordingly. I didn't intercept it. Zhao Yu knew exactly what he was thinking and shrugged helplessly. His grudge against Li Changsheng runs too deep. He can't even rest in peace, what you'd call a restless spirit. Consider it an unexpected windfall. My men discovered a fragment of his soul clinging to the spirit's sealing chains while cleaning up the battlefield. They casually detained that remnant soul. The spirit sealing chains were those coiled around Duanzhou magically patterned chains capable of suppressing the spiritual energy of low-tier cultivators. Even the two steel hooks piercing Duanzhou's scapula were products born from the fusion of modern technology and cultivation civilization. Many similar creations exist. After all, time's progress, and people must learn to progress too. The era won't adapt to people, people must actively adapt to the era. Alright, hand it over to me. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhou Fan's eyes, but he said nothing more. Business came first. Zhao Yu nodded and handed over a soul niche crafted from a special material. 2 people, come assist me with security. Prepare for soul searching. The secret chamber. Zhou Fan covered his body with talismans to anchor his soul, placing various sedatives and healing pills nearby. Searching a cultivator's soul required one's own spirit to enter the target's consciousness, a peril as treacherous as tightrope walking on a cliff's edge. Should anything go wrong, outside help would arrive too late. At best, one's soul might be damaged, leaving them a fool. At worst, the opponent could seize control, becoming the master of the body. After completing all protective measures, he took a deep breath. Light the soul summoning incense. The black ice platform guards beside him lit 3 incense sticks. As the spiritual smoke curled upward, Zhou Fan drew a talisman in midair, breaking the seal on the soul niche. A dense, pitch-black mist, thick as tar, floated in the air. He seized it with one hand while forming a spell seal with the other, murmuring incantations. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, followed by darkness engulfing his vision. Drip! The sound of dripping water reached his ears. Within the thick, surrounding darkness, rustling noises echoed, and a human face twisted and writhed. Zhou Fan knew he had successfully entered the other's soul. You're searching my soul? The face stared at him, but he chose to ignore it. Dense threads of magical energy spread outward, seeping into the darkness, searching for the answers he sought. Are you searching for someone? Who are you looking for? Zhou Fan remained silent. Li Changsheng? You're actually searching for Li Changsheng? Ah, you madman. You're completely mad. As the magical energy lines penetrated deeper, both the human face and Zhou Fan simultaneously detected their target. Yet the former did not intervene, instead emitting a sinister, eerie laugh. Then, he deliberately opened his mind. You'll regret this. The dense, thick darkness was suddenly torn apart, revealing the memory image buried deepest within Duanzhou's soul world, now unfolding before Zhou Fan's eyes. Master. The outer sect sent word they've discovered a prodigy there. Divine bearing, jade-like bones, a celestial embryo. Perfect material for human alchemy. Shall we? His name? I believe it was Li Changsheng? Such a prodigy wasted as medicine. Go. Tell him this, our sect lacks a dual cultivation crucible. If he is willing, a seat among the holy sons awaits him. Has the man been brought? Reporting to the sect leader, he refused. Utterly ungrateful. Transmit the sect leader's decree. The outer sect elders are to apprehend disciple Li Changsheng immediately for alchemy training. Within 1 month, he must be presented to the sect in his refined state. No errors are permitted. Eldershire, disaster has struck. The disciples we sent to capture Li Changsheng were wiped out. He slaughtered them all. Even your own direct disciple. Understood. I shall report to the sect immediately and request the inner sect elders to intervene. Elderine Chi, the sect master's verbal decree commands you to proceed to the outer sect. Assist the outer sect elders in apprehending the human medicine, Li Changsheng. To deal with a mere human herb, they need this old man to step in? Ha! Those good-for-nothings in the outer sect are truly regressing with age. Very well. Since that is the case, this old man will make the effort to go. I shall capture the Li Changsheng and present him to the sect master for his enjoyment. True disciple of Manhwa, your master is dead. Who did it? A human herb named Li Changsheng. Bring me my halberd. You're going alone? No, I'm not questioning your strength. Even if that Li Changsheng had another 100 years, he'd never be your match. I just think, better safe than sorry. For a mere Li Changsheng, he has caused joyous heaven to lose 19 elders, 5 great true disciples, and countless outer sect disciples. Have all your years of cultivation gone to the dogs? Your Excellency, this truly is not our fault. That man is nothing short of a monster. Last time we hunted him down, he was merely at the foundation establishment stage. This time, when the Manhwa true disciple intervened, he had already formed his golden core. If you're outmatched, admit it. No excuses. Useless lot. I'll handle this personally. Where is that fellow now? Master, he's right at the foot of our mountain. Outer sect disciple Li Changsheng invites the sect master to meet his end. Chapter 9, Mountains of Bones, Forgotten Lineages. The scene shifts. Zhou Fan suddenly felt a haze before his eyes. A viscous liquid obscured his vision. He wiped at it, and his fingertips instantly turned crimson. He forced his eyes open, barely making out the devastation around him. Piles of corpses stacked like logs, limbs intertwined, blood pooling like lakes, filling the ponds to the brim. Severed limbs littered the hillsides, blood flowing like a river. Broken magical artifacts and treasures lay scattered about, and even the air was thick with the scent of blood. Li Changsheng betrayed his master and destroyed his ancestors. His crimes demand execution. By the Grand Master's decree, whoever slays this villain shall be elevated to the position of Holy Son. Kill. Endless streams of disciples and elders channeled their magical power, charging toward the young cultivator, ascending the mountain only to fall beneath his blade. Swing. Sheath. He repeated these two motions with unflinching calm, brilliant sword light swirling around him like an impassable chasm, leaving a trail of severed heads in its wake. Darkness and storm raged. The entire peak reeked of blood, heaps of bones piled like mountains, blood gushing like springs. He ascended the mountain. In an instant, the sect master's hall erupted in blinding radiance, a terrifying pressure sweeping across the heavens. Sword energy intertwined with another force of golden core cultivation. From Duanzhou's perspective, Zhou Fan had no right to witness what transpired within. He only saw that when the hall doors reopened, someone emerged. Only one. The youngest golden core cultivator in the cultivation world severed the head of the most beautiful woman in the joyous heaven, placing it upon the cold jade lotus platform, a symbol of supreme authority. Blood flowed down the lotus pedestal, staining the originally pure jade lotus. He gathered his loose hair into a ponytail, his robes still snow white. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Zhou Fan's mouth. The next second, his mind snapped. He went berserk, smashing his head against the wall like a madman, continuing relentlessly even as blood poured from his head. Zhou Ku, what's wrong with you? His subordinates nearby snapped into action, rushing forward to restrain him. One of them gave a discreet signal to another, who understood immediately and dashed out to call for backup. Zhou Ku, calm down. Zhou Fan's entire body shook violently, his eyes filled with terror. He was completely oblivious to the voices around him, screaming only. Blood, there's blood everywhere. Li Changsheng. He's here. He's here. The door to the secret room was kicked open. 3 or 5 black ice platform members streamed in. Seeing Zhou Fan's state, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Quick, the soul calming potion. Mind-clearing pills. His soul is severely damaged. Go fetch another batch of soul-nourishing pills. They worked together to restrain him. They forced potion after potion into his system and fed him countless precious pills. After a long while, he finally ceased struggling and gradually stabilized. Yet, the terror and unease etched upon his face remained utterly inescapable. Duanzhou's bone-deep dread of the name Li Changsheng had seeped into his very soul, etching an indelible mark deep within. This was one of the side effects of soul-searching. If the target's subjective consciousness or emotions were excessively intense, it could affect the practitioner. Yet such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Especially not with a remnant soul. When a person is dead, they have nothing left. What could possibly be worth clinging to? Unless it was a terror so profound it surpassed even the agony of death itself. A glimpse through the tube revealed the sheer horror of Li Changsheng. A branch member who knew Zhou Fan couldn't help but ask. Section Chief Zhou, what exactly did you see in Duanzhou's memories? The battle-hardened Level 1 intelligence officer began trembling uncontrollably again, his breathing becoming frantic as he repeated one phrase over and over. The monster, that monster. It's coming. We'll die. We'll all die. Someone nearby quickly administered another dose of sedative. After that, the only sound in the sealed room was Zhou Fan's heavy, labored breathing. No one dared make another sound to disturb him. A long time passed. He exhaled a long breath and rasped hoarsely. Get Zhao Yu here. 4:50 a.m. Zhao Yu sat in her private office, reading the report in her hands from beginning to end. In truth, she had already reviewed this document 16 times. This was the 17th. 3 years since the revival of spiritual energy, 3 years since the establishment of the Black Ice Platform. She had handled no fewer than 1,000 extraordinary incidents, encountering all manner of cultivators. There were righteous cultivators embodying noble virtue, lawless demonic practitioners, and eccentric heretical cultivators among them, many prodigies of extraordinary talent. But never had she encountered a cultivator quite like Li Changsheng. Shockingly extraordinary. That was the only word she could use to describe him. Born into poverty, he rose from adversity. He turned down recruitment offers from venerable golden core cultivators and faced his entire sect's pursuit with calm indifference. Then he revealed a talent without equal. She cultivated chi in 3 days, built her foundation in 100, and swallowed a golden core. Finally, single-handedly, she destroyed a first-rate sect at its zenith, one protected by a golden core cultivator. Slaying a golden core cultivator. This feat, which Zhao Yulian dared not even dream of, was merely a fragment of his life story and likely not even the most significant one. A monster. Zhao Yu set down the report, gently massaging his temples. His gaze drifted toward Ning Yuchan, who lay fast asleep on the sofa, clutching her quilt. His expression grew complex. Not long ago, she had taken Ning Yuchan for a bone root aptitude test. Truth be told, the results were dismal. Even with resources forcing her advancement, the absolute ceiling would be foundation establishment. Under normal circumstances, this girl would likely achieve little in her cultivation journey, and the notion of eternal life was nothing but a pipe dream. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that Ning Yuchan might one day surpass even her own cultivation level, or even that of Wei Yong. She herself was currently at the peak of foundation establishment, while Wei Yong had reached the 6th level of golden core. As for the source of this premonition, Li Changsheng. No. In this lifetime, he should be called Li Huai'an. Chapter 10, After the Fall of the Heaven of Joy. Director Zhao, another one's gone mad. As Zhao Yu drifted off in thought, someone burst into the office in a panic. Chen Quan went to Lishan prison in unauthorized contact with another prisoner from the Heaven of Joy. He's gone mad too, and his condition is worse than Zhou Ku's. According to medical staff, he exhibits severe stress reactions upon hearing Li Changsheng's name, clinically manifesting as uncontrollable vomiting and self-harming behavior. Chen Quan. That branch member who knew Zhou Fan, they were close friends. That fool. Zhao Yu couldn't hold back his curse. With Zhou Fan's incident fresh in our minds, he still dared to go courting trouble? Doesn't he have a brain? The subordinate dared not respond. Transfer him to the logistics department for recuperation. He's no longer to participate in any missions related to Li Changsheng. After a moment, Zhao Yu pressed his temples and issued the order with resignation. He was still one of their own. No matter how angry she was, she had to clean up his mess. I'll handle the issue of him unauthorizedly contacting prisoners. You draft a request report later, asking G Province Headquarters to elevate Li Huai'an's classification to State Protector level. I'll submit it. Additionally, issue an immediate announcement in my name. No one under my command is to conduct any unauthorized private investigations into Li Changsheng. Violators will be charged with stealing classified intelligence. Upon hearing the orders, the subordinate's heart sank, his eyelids twitching violently. Nation defending class. As the name implies, cultivators selected for this rating possess power officially recognized as capable of challenging an entire nation. The lowest known National Guardian level cultivators possessed golden core cultivation at minimum, while some had even transcended to the nascent soul stage in their previous lives, standing at the pinnacle of their era. Such figures were few and far between, not just across the 9 provinces of Great Xia, but on a global scale. Consequently, whenever a nation guardian level cultivator emerged, it drew worldwide attention and sparked fierce competition among various factions. He hadn't seen Zhou Fan's soul-searching report, but since his superior had dared to have him draft the promotion application materials, it meant that in the other party's estimation, that individual strength was already worthy of the 9 provinces' collective attention. This thought crossed his mind. He cautiously inquired. Director Zhao, what about Li Huai'an? Zhao Yu shot him a glare. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Get to work. Yes, sir. The subordinate dared not say another word and hurriedly withdrew. City Hospital, inpatient ward. So you're saying that while you were unconscious, you had this dream about cultivating immortality? In it, you plucked stars from the sky, moved mountains, filled seas. You could do anything? Pretty much. Li Huai'an leaned against the headboard as several nurses gathered around his bedside, conducting examinations while chatting with him. Why don't you tell us more about it? What do you want to hear? Start with that, right, the Heaven of Joy. Begin there. The Heaven of Joy. Hearing that name again, Li Huai'an's gaze deepened slightly, though his expression remained calm as usual. He began chatting with them in a half-hearted manner. That was the first sect I joined. When he first arrived in the dream realm, it was in the throes of a turbulent era. Chaos reigned, people suffered, and mortal lives were worth less than grass. That year, good and evil were turned upside down. The righteous path was in disarray, while evil cultivators ran rampant, raiding low-tier cultivators and common folk everywhere, forcing them to join their sects as cannon fodder. He had the misfortune of catching the eye of the joyous heaven. After becoming an outer disciple of the joyous heaven, he did not resign himself to his fate like the others. Instead, he trained diligently, seeking a way to escape. Later, he displayed an unprecedented talent for cultivation, catching the attention of the Golden Core sect master, who sought to recruit him as a dual cultivation vessel. His refusal provoked a deadly threat. From outer sect to inner sect, from disciple to elder, and even to the realm of true transmission. Enemy after enemy taught him a profound truth: if a tree desires stillness, the wind must cease first. Otherwise, swaying with the wind, it would never know peace. That sect master was the very wind. And so, he took up his sword of his own accord, seeking out enemies, slaying them until the joyous heaven was littered with severed heads, until the sect master's peak ran red with blood. No one dared stand in his path. He was free. The joyous heaven was no more. Later, he heard that cultivators had built a new sect upon the ruins of Joy Heaven, calling it the Cloud Dream Marsh. They proclaimed that those who joined their sect could enjoy eternal bliss. But he paid little attention to this new sect. His grudge with the realm of bliss was settled. As for the newcomers, as long as they didn't come looking for trouble, that was fine. TSK, your dreams are more thrilling than my entire life. The examination concluded, the story finished, a nurse quipped. Not bad. Li Huai'an smiled without elaborating. Alright, we've got other patients to check on. We'll come back another time to hear more of your stories. Gotta go. The head nurse patted his shoulder. The nurses carried the equipment out of the ward. Hello. Li Huai'an was about to rest. A timid female voice suddenly reached his ears. He glanced sideways and saw a nurse had turned back, holding a phone. If it's convenient, could we exchange contacts? I'm really interested in your dream, but you should be discharged soon. All your test results meet the criteria. Once Miss Ning signs the papers, I'm afraid I won't be able to reach you afterward. He remembered this nurse. Her name was Zhao Heike, a seasoned fan of cultivation novels who had long been fascinated by tales of immortals and deities. She was the one who had led the group in clamoring for stories. Li Huai'an pondered for a moment before nodding slightly in agreement. Great. I'll scan your QR code then. They exchanged WeChat contacts and Zhao Heike departed, thoroughly satisfied. He turned off the lights and went to sleep. As a cultivator, Li Huai'an didn't actually need sleep. But to quickly adapt to modern society, he chose to live by mortal rhythms. Of course. Compared to the blood-soaked chaos of his past life, he genuinely preferred the tranquility of his present existence. No one came looking for trouble. How wonderful. No need to kill. Chapter 11, Yunmeng Marsh. Qinghe Commandery, Jizhou Province. The conference room was packed to capacity. Present were not only Qinghe Commandery's high-ranking officials and military representatives, but also members of the police bureau. Even a Jinguo-level official, usually as elusive as a dragon seen only by its head, had made an appearance. Such an extraordinary gathering. Shui Zijing, one of the 16 commanders, sensed something amiss. This meeting will primarily address two matters. The meeting commenced. First, a provisionally Class A ancient cultivator has been discovered in Qingzhou Prefecture. Formerly known as Li Changsheng, now using the name Li Huai'an. Several days ago, Zhou from intelligence rushed to Lishan prison in Qingzhou. He performed a soul search on a prisoner who had connections with him in a previous life. The assessment concluded this individual possesses the potential to become a state guardian-level cultivator. We now vote on the proposal. Should we attempt to recruit him? The speaker was concise and to the point. I agree. Opposed. Opposed. I abstain. While the others cast their votes, Shui Zijing discreetly observed the expression of the state guardian-level figure. Seeing that he didn't even lift an eyelid, Shui Zijing immediately understood. The other party wasn't here for this matter. It made sense. Though cultivators of this caliber could be revered as patriarchs in their regions, capable of stirring up a province, they still held little sway at the national level. The classification as a Grade A ancient cultivator indicated that the cultivator's previous life had not surpassed the peak of the Golden Core realm. It was even possible that they had ascended to the Golden Core realm purely by luck. Such cases were not uncommon. Aside from true prodigies, luck played a significant role in many cultivators' breakthroughs to the Golden Core realm. He had reviewed Zhou Fan's soul-searching report. Li Changsheng's breakthrough had been unnaturally rapid, achieving Gold Core in less than a year. Such cultivation speed defied all logic. No prodigy or demonic talent could achieve that. Thus, he concluded the latter scenario was more plausible. It was hardly worthy of a nation guardian-level true body making a personal visit. After all, the opportunities and blessings they had in their previous lives no longer existed in this one. Whether they could re-enter the ranks of Golden Core cultivators after recultivating was still uncertain. 42 votes in favor, 45 votes against, 6 abstentions. The motion is defeated. The spokesperson concluded and moved on to the second matter. These are case files of recent unusual incidents occurring across the 9 provinces. Please review them first. He instructed. He instructed his assistant to distribute the paper documents to everyone present. Lu Gang, male, 42 years old, married with 2 children. On the 6th of this month, shortly after leaving home in the early morning, he came across an ancient cultivation technique. He subsequently murdered his wife and children. Su Bo, male, 33, unmarried, claimed to be a disciple of a foundation establishment cultivator. Yesterday, acting on the cultivator's orders, he strangled his parents to death with a rope. Huaiyu, female, 35, betrothed but unmarried. On her wedding night, she poisoned her groom and his entire family of 6, then buried her own parents alive. After everyone finished reviewing the case files, the speaker on the platform continued. These cases share a common thread. All perpetrators received ancient cultivation techniques prior to committing their crimes. Joint investigations by provincial police departments and the Black Ice Bureau's intelligence division confirmed these teachings all originate from the same sect. Shui Zijing's brow furrowed slightly. In this era of revived spiritual energy, cultivators forming sects and factions was perfectly normal. It was a defining feature of the cultivation world. Several sects backed the Black Ice Bureau itself. At worst, some unscrupulous cults would cause trouble, but that could be handled by the authorities cracking down on them. There was absolutely no need to involve a state guardian-level expert. Yunmeng Marsh. The moment the spokesperson uttered the sect's name, the space around the state guardian in the crowd's center suddenly warped. This scene was only noticed by Xue Zijing, who had been watching him closely. Moreover, he clearly caught the faint tremor in the hand that had been resting flat on the table. What could possibly make a nation guardian level expert, possessing at least golden core cultivation, show such apprehension? What kind of organization is this Yunmeng? Mr. Su. After outlining the case's fundamentals, the spokesperson bowed slightly toward the nation guardian level figure seated nearby. The latter nodded in acknowledgement and continued his seated narration. Yunmeng's is a heretical cultivation alliance from my era. They claim to be the last bastion of purity in the cultivation world, yet internally, they are utterly lawless. Debauchery is their true nature. They delight in corrupting the loyal, bewitching the pure, and guiding these souls into an endless descent into depravity. A fanatical hedonism, chasing ever greater thrills, until their minds and bodies reached some twisted climax in sickening pleasure. Over time, they cast aside all morality and scruples, committing murder and depraved acts under the guise of supreme bliss. In other words, they would do anything to seek stimulation. Cultivation is like a boat in a sea of suffering, naturally incomparable to a drunken, dreamlike existence. Increasing numbers of wandering cultivators, seeking escape from reality, joined the Yunmeng Marsh. They stirred up turmoil, plunging the entire era into moral decay where everyone lived in constant fear. Now they return, bringing back not merely a sect of wicked cultivators who wreaked havoc, but a chaotic world of debauchery and disorder, where propriety and harmony have collapsed. His words laid bare the perils of Yunmeng. He concluded, I shall have our sect's chronicles delivered shortly. They contain detailed records of Yunmeng. This state guardian hailed from one of the immortal cultivation sects behind the Black Ice platform. The meeting adjourned. Xue Zijing, finally understanding why this meeting commanded such unanimous attention from all factions, closed his laptop and leaned back in his chair, his clothes already soaked through with cold sweat. Xue Zijing, who had been mentally mapping out strategic plans and personnel rosters the entire journey, found himself back in his office without realizing it. As soon as he opened the door, he found his trusted aide waiting with a file folder in hand. Captain. Speak. The application materials submitted by Director Zhao of the Qingzhou branch request upgrading the rating of cultivator Li Changsheng from suspected Class A to State Guardian class. It is worth noting that, although Xue Zijing and Wei Yong both belong to the 16 commanders, the former holds a rank half a level higher than the latter due to his posting at the Ji province headquarters. This involves the issue of authority inherent in one's position. Li Changsheng again? Xue Zijing's expression darkened. What's the Qingzhou branch playing at? First Wei Yong, then Zhao Yu, all this fuss over a mere Class A cultivator? Go. Tell Zhao Yu that the higher-ups just finished voting. They don't see that Li Changsheng has the potential to become a state guardian-level cultivator. Class A is final. Seeing his superior's foul mood, the trusted aide hesitated. But Director Zhao said, no buts about it. Before he could finish, Xue Zijing cut him off impatiently. He was already overwhelmed with the Yunmeng Marsh crisis. Who had time for this? A heretical cultivator alliance has emerged within Great Xia's borders, even stirring the nation guardian tier. Who has time for a mere Class A? Tell her not to cause trouble for the organization. During this critical period, all available resources and strategic deployments must be focused on this organization. Everything else is to be put on hold. This is the highest directive. Is that clear? The aide realized the gravity of the situation, his expression shifting, and could only acquiesce. Chapter 12, The Hospital Call. What do you mean he lacks the potential to become a state guardian level? He is already a nation guardian level. I'm talking about right now. He possesses the strength of a nation guardian level expert at this very moment. Qingzhou branch office, director's suite. Zhao Yu's eyes flashed with fury. Her exquisitely beautiful face was etched with anger. The veins on the back of her hand gripping the phone bulged, and her chest heaved unsteadily. Clearly, her rage had reached its boiling point. Her subordinates stood frozen, holding their breath as she unleashed a torrent of curses at the person on the other end of the line. Are all of you at the Ji province headquarters brainless pigs? What kind of heretical cultivator alliance could possibly be more dangerous than him? Didn't you read Zhou Fan's soul-searching report? Yunmeng Marsh, even the state protector level has been alerted? Suddenly, whatever the person on the other end said caused her tirade to falter. Her tone softened slightly, though her intensity remained undiminished. I understand the current situation. The Yunmeng Marsh issue must be handled, no question. But that man is no ordinary cultivator. Why don't you send Captain Xue to Jizhou? I'll stake my position as director on it. He has the power to sweep through the entire Qingzhou region. Given more time, he could even slaughter his way across the entire Great Xia Empire. He is the greatest destabilizing factor. 10 minutes later, the call ended. Zhao Yu's expression flickered between anger and resignation before she sighed helplessly. The call had come from headquarters, informing her that her request to elevate Li Changsheng's status to the state-protecting rank had been rejected by Xue Zijing. Putting herself in their shoes, she understood headquarters' stance. After all, no one there had ever seen the real Li Huai'an. Their understanding of him was limited to intelligence reports. This included Zhou Fan. Though he knew the terror Li Huai'an had wrought in his previous life, the cards had been reshuffled in this lifetime. With the black ice platform looming like a mountain, even many of the old monsters who had once ruled supreme were forced into hiding after their rebirth. Of course. The most crucial point remained: the talent Li Huai'an displayed in Duanzhou's memories was too godlike, defying conventional logic. This led outsiders to prefer believing his golden core cultivation in the previous life was merely luck. As for that divine-like ability to command the law with a word, even Xiaoyu himself suspected it must be some trump card burdened with severe limitations or an incalculably high cost. Such precedents existed. There was once a demonic cultivator who ascended from foundation establishment to golden core overnight, only to pay the price of sacrificing all blood relatives and his own life essence, and the realm lasted but half an hour. But that was beside the point. It did nothing to diminish Xiaoyu's apprehension toward him. Because she had encountered Li Huai'an. She had also encountered a nation guardian level cultivator. Honestly, the pressure emanating from a nation guardian level cultivator was less than half of what Li Huai'an projected. But she couldn't write this in her report or tell her superiors. Claiming a newly reborn cultivator was more terrifying than a national guardian at the very least, who was at least at the golden core stage, would get her labeled as mentally unstable. Some things could only be understood by those who had experienced them. You've all heard the headquarters directives. Moving forward, how should our Qingzhou division position itself? Share your thoughts. Xiaoyu suddenly addressed the subordinates beside him. Well. Several subordinates exchanged glances before one stepped forward. Since headquarters has deemed him lacking potential, and you yourself distrust him, perhaps place him under surveillance first? This approach worked for ordinary cultivators and aligned with the Black Ice Platform's standard practice, eliminating all risks before they could take root. But cultivators couldn't be treated like ordinary mortals. Their willingness to obey laws and reason stems from your superior strength. First, you must intimidate them before discussing the law. But that one. It seems you've forgotten what he did in his previous life. Xiaoyu gave a cold laugh. To control a ruthless individual who once slaughtered an entire sect at its peak, from top to bottom. Are you preparing to ignite a full-scale war on a national scale? Or do you wish to follow in the footsteps of Qingzhou Prefecture's Buxian Tian? The man faltered. Then, the original plan? A moment of silence passed before another voice cautiously suggested. If the higher-ups refuse, we'll use Qingzhou Prefecture's reserve resources. We may not get him to join our side, but at least we can prevent him from opposing us. Zhao Yu's eyes lit up. Finally, a subordinate who could make her happy. In truth, regardless of whether higher-ups endorsed her assessment of Li Huai'an, she had never wavered in her resolve to spare no effort in cultivating a relationship with him. But now, with the emergence of Yunmeng's a special case, the higher-ups were mobilizing the entire nation to strike against this heretical cultivation alliance that even the state protector-level figures feared. Therefore, she couldn't be the one to say it. If it reached the ears of those with ulterior motives, she might be branded with the charge of undermining national security. Continue. Xiaoyu gave him an approving glance. The man's face lit up with delight as he eagerly continued his story. Halfway through, a knock sounded at the door. May I come in? Enter. The conversation halted as all eyes turned toward the woman at the doorway. Having weathered the ordeal at Lishan prison, Ning Yuchan now carried herself with far greater composure than when she first arrived. After a brief greeting to Xiaoyu, she got straight to the point. The hospital wants me to sign the discharge papers to bring him home. Chapter 13, Preparing to Meet. Finally, Zhao Yu's expression turned serious. He gave a discreet signal to his trusted aide, who understood and led the others out of the office to stand guard, wary of eavesdroppers. When do you plan to go? The day after tomorrow? Zhao Yu considered it, then made the decision for Ning Yuchan. Let's make it the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll take you shopping for some new clothes. First impressions matter. For Ning Yuchan, these past 3 years had brought frequent encounters with Li Huai'an. But for Li Huai'an, whose soul had remained trapped in the dream realm, this truly counted as their first meeting. Zhao Yu hoped to make a favorable impression, at the very least, avoid rejection. After all, Ning Yuchan was the only known social connection to Li Huai'an in the mortal realm that Zhao Yu had uncovered. If he refused to acknowledge or accept this marriage, she couldn't imagine any other way to get close to him. He didn't think much of her. Fine, I'll do as you say. The next morning, they rose early. Before leaving, Zhao Yu specifically secured a large sum of funds from the organization, determined to give Ning Yuchan a proper makeover. SKP Shopping Mall. As they browsed through clothes, they chatted casually. Sister Zhao Yu, if the mission fails, won't it cause major trouble for you and Commander Wei? Ning Yuchan remembered well that many veterans in the organization resented Wei Yang's appointment of her as honorary commander. I don't care. The boss cares even less. Zhao Yu shook her head. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If it works out, great. If not, we'll find another way. Immortals are notoriously unpredictable. Dealing with them is never easy, especially one with such a murderous streak in his past life. Try this dress on. I'll do my best. Ning Yuchan emerged from the dressing room and twirled before Zhao Yu. So if he accepts me, what does he need me to do? Zhao Yu studied her. You don't need to do anything special. Just bring goodwill. For instance, ask if he needs any resources or if the organization can assist him in any way. How you approach it is up to you. This trench coat looks nice too. Let me try it on. Ning Yuchan obediently took the coat and slipped it on. It looks great. Zhao Yu praised sincerely. You're practically a natural-born clothes horse. With such a solid foundation, anything looks good on you like a fairy stepping out of a painting. Oh, right, I applied for that cultivation technique for you earlier. The process is complete, and someone will deliver it in a couple of days. Really? Ning Yuchan's beautiful eyes lit up, her voice brimming with excitement. She had joined the Black Ice platform precisely for the chance to cultivate, and now her wish was finally granted. Suddenly, all the fright she'd endured these past days felt worthwhile. MHM. Zhao Yu paused, then shifted her tone with a hint of implication. However, from my personal perspective, I suggest you hold off on cultivation for now. Ning Yuchan looked at her questioningly. The cultivation techniques the organization provides for free are basic methods that are commonplace in the cultivation world. Their potential is very limited. Some members only practice them because they have no other choice. Zhao Yu explained. The quality of a cultivation technique directly impacts the upper limit of a cultivator's realm. Switching techniques midway comes at a tremendous cost. In severe cases, it could even be fatal. We usually seek out other cultivation methods ourselves. Take mine, for example. It was passed down to my boss by a state guardian level cultivator, and then my boss passed it on to me. It allows me to cultivate all the way to the golden core stage. By this point, Ning Yuchan had grasped the implication in her words. Li Huai'an? Smart. Zhao Yu sorted through clothes while observing Ning Yuchan out of the corner of her eye. I always felt he wasn't an ordinary golden core cultivator. He might possess cultivation techniques with upper limits reaching golden core or even higher. You could try asking him for help. Seeing the contemplative look in Ning Yuchan's eyes, she said no more. She knew when to stop. She could see that beneath the gentle, charming exterior, this girl possessed a strong backbone and a fierce pride. She was no parasite content to live off handouts. If she took these words to heart, she was surely pondering what she possessed that might catch his eye, something valuable enough to be offered as a bargaining chip. But she would soon realize that as cultivators, especially high-level ones, they lacked neither women, wealth, nor power and status. Therefore, Li Huai'an would never engage in a transaction with her. The only way she could obtain a top-tier cultivation technique from Li Huai'an was to transform their nominal marriage into a union that lived up to its name. Zhao Yu didn't consider herself scheming against anyone at most, she was merely guiding the situation. If Ning Yuchan refused, she wouldn't force her. If Li Huai'an refused, she couldn't coerce him. For this matter to succeed, it could only be a mutually willing outcome. This arrangement would benefit all three parties. Chapter 14, Chronicles of the Heavenly Sword Sect Part 1. Yangzhou Command reports, our forces have received directives to apprehend members of the Yunmeng organization and have launched comprehensive population screening operations in downstream counties. Yu Province Department report, our forces discovered a base of the organization in the early hours of today and launched a joint fire strike. Casualty statistics are being compiled. Liangzhou Division report, our statistics indicate over 500 severe supernatural incidents caused by this organization's members in downstream counties. Xue Zijing had gone 2 consecutive days without sleep, relying solely on elixirs to stay awake as he relentlessly reviewed the confidential reports submitted by the various provincial branches. What had gone unchecked before now revealed a shocking truth. Yunmeng's infiltration across the 9 provinces had reached an alarming scale. Across all prefectures, counties, and districts, their strongholds numbered no fewer than 100, with members in the tens of thousands, and this was only a rough estimate. Time was too tight, some counties lacked sufficient manpower, and investigations hadn't even been fully launched. Once data from all regions was consolidated, how high would this figure ultimately soar? He dared not contemplate it. Lieutenant, the governor is summoning you to a meeting. Having just finished reviewing another batch of reports, Xue Zijing froze upon hearing his subordinate enter. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, his body tensed. He hurriedly shut down his computer and locked it before rising to follow his subordinate to the conference room. It must be that Su surnamed Jinguo level sect chronicler who's delivered the chronicles. Sure enough. By the time he reached the conference room, it was already packed to capacity. Opportunities to observe a cultivation sect's chronicles were rare. Only through his formidable achievements accumulated over the years had he barely secured a seat. The chronicles of a sect inevitably contained records of its own hidden secrets, even touching upon ancient, mysterious traditions. Gaining even a glimpse of such knowledge would greatly enrich one's horizons, life experience, and cultivation insights. Yet these annals held the same significance to their sect as a nation's top-secret archives, never to be circulated except under extraordinary circumstances. That the sect backing the Su clan state guardian would now lend its chronicles to the Great Xia for perusal speaks volumes about the gravity of the current situation. Silence. A sweeping glance around the room. Seeing that most attendees had arrived, the governor of Ji province, presiding over this meeting, instructed his subordinates to distribute the scrolls, the Tianjian sect chronicles, the rubbing scroll. The Heavenly Sword sect was the revered name of the sect backing that Su surnamed guardian of the nation. In that era when demonic forces ran rampant, it was one of the few entities capable of shouldering the burden of the righteous path, once revered as the foremost leader by all righteous factions under heaven. Simultaneously, it was also one of the openly government-supporting immortal cultivation sections. Not only did it supply young disciples to the Black Ice platform annually, but it also provided divine artifacts and magical tools to its members. It could be said that the Black Ice platform's current scale was inseparable from its assistance. Therefore, disciples emerging from this sect generally held a status within the Great Xia that was above ordinary county-level officials. Everyone. After distributing the case files, the governor of Ji province spoke again. He primarily emphasized precautions: do not read what you should not read, do not ask what you should not ask, keep the contents confidential, and do not leak them to the outside world. In truth, it was merely a formality performed for the representatives of the Heavenly Sword sect. Who among those present wasn't a master strategist? Who would be foolish enough to risk personal gain by offending a colossus of power that had weathered countless storms yet still dominated its domain, standing unshaken? That would be a death sentence. After a long pause, the lengthy discourse concluded, and the assembly finally turned their attention to the case files. Record of the Heavenly Sword sect, year 5757. The date stamped on the first page startled Xuezijing momentarily before he realized. This rubbing was not the complete chronicle of the Heavenly Sword sect. It must have been specifically selected by the sect's higher-ups, containing only the section concerning the Yunmeng Marsh. That was just as well. Otherwise, given the sect's vast history, they would have struggled to locate a specific section within a reasonable timeframe. He continued reading. Though this scroll was only a fragment of the complete chronicles, it still contained numerous accounts of the Heavenly Sword sect's internal affairs. Regarding this, everyone silently skimmed over it without scrutiny, burying their heads in search of content related to Yunmeng. Record of the 5760th year of the Heavenly Sword sect, 600 years after the fall of the Joyous Heaven, a solitary cultivator inherited its legacy and founded a new sect upon its ruins, naming it Yunmeng. Xuezijing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the man from Qingzhou also knew of the Yunmeng? Record of the Heavenly Sword sect, year 5801. Yunmeng rallied the realm's heretical cultivators to hunt down our righteous disciples. Initially, the various sects paid it little heed, dispatching only elite forces to negotiate or elders to lead expeditions, intending to wipe them out in one decisive blow. At that time, none realized how rapidly it was expanding, nor how profound its foundations truly were. By the time we grasped the situation, it was already too late. Record of the Heavenly Sword sect, year 5945. Yunmeng Marsh launched a large-scale ambush against our righteous sect's disciples training abroad. We scrambled to respond, suffering countless casualties. Some sects proposed launching a preemptive strike to strike at the heart of the enemy. After deliberation, all sects agreed. Yet, as we penetrated deep into enemy territory, we were horrified to discover that Yunmeng had, unbeknownst to us, grown to such formidable strength. Not only did they command 1 million disciples, but their ancestral seat was guarded by an ancient ancestor who had 1 foot in the nascent soul stage. We were no match for them and retreated to our headquarters. Yunmeng Marsh is protected by a half-step nascent soul ancestor? Reading this, someone couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Currently, across the 9 provinces of Great Xia, there are barely 6 openly known reincarnated half-step nascent soul cultivators. Most of them are secluded in deep cultivation, avoiding the world. If this individual were to return to their peak and act, wouldn't they be unstoppable? If Great Xia truly faces an existential crisis, surely those elders won't stand idly by? Besides, our nation isn't without Yuanling stage guardians from past eras. Why fear a mere half-step Yuanling? When have you ever seen these nascent soul powerhouses care about the rise and fall of nations? They possess the might to forge new realms themselves. If they refrain from indiscriminate slaughter, that's already showing mercy. And you expect them to protect us? Haven't you heard about that prodigy in Qingzhou who built his foundation in just 100 days? What's his name? Li Huai'an? Intelligence says he can cleave golden core cultivators with his sword. Could he be a half-step nascent soul too? Maybe we could try to recruit him? How old is that intel? It was clarified at the meeting 2 days ago. He only advanced to golden core through sheer luck in his previous life. Relying on him is like hoping the half-step nascent soul ancestor in Yunmeng Marsh goes mad during cultivation and suddenly dies. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the meeting room. Xuezijing's heart sank as he hurriedly turned the pages. Chapter 15, Chronicles of the Heavenly Sword Sect Part 2. Record of the 6021st year of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The Yunmeng Marsh unified all heretical paths under heaven, established their own immortal dynasty, and marched northward, vowing to exterminate our righteous path of Hauran. Year 6022 of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Yunmeng disciples poured forth in full force, annihilating the Confucian Academy and destroying the Buddhist precincts. The heretical flames of Yunmeng raged sky-high, unstoppable. Tianjian Sect Chronicle, year 6023. Amidst the collapse of our righteous path, our sect master ascended to the nascent soul stage, a cause for universal celebration. That same year, in the 4th month, the ancient patriarch of Yunmeng, hesitant to act for fear of unintended consequences, recalled all disciples. He sought to exhaust the sect's entire foundation to break through to the nascent soul stage, aiming to stand on equal footing with our Tianjian sect. Record of the Heavenly Sword Sect, year 6025. The Heavenly Way proved blind, allowing that heretical cultivator patriarch to attain the nascent soul stage as well. Yunmeng seized the opportunity to launch a full-scale war against our righteous path. To uphold our righteous spirit and restore a clear and bright world to heaven and earth, our sect master resolved to rally all righteous factions under heaven, forging an alliance to jointly exterminate the demonic forces. February of the same year. By the grace of our fellow practitioners, our sect was honored to be elected as the alliance leader. The war between righteousness and evil erupted in full force. We vowed, we shall not return until the rebel forces are utterly defeated. The following hundreds of pages chronicled the clash between the two factions, primordial infant ancestors countering each other's moves, elders engaging in strategic maneuvering, and disciples locked in ceaseless combat. Today you annihilate my disciples, tomorrow I shall repay you in kind. All were utterly captivated, their minds enthralled. The conference room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the rustling of pages turning. Recorded in the 6125th year of the Heavenly Sword Sect. A century of warfare has claimed casualties on both sides. Yet the Cloud Dream Marsh faction proves cunning beyond measure, exploiting humanity's 7 emotions and 6 desires to corrupt minds. Those of weak resolve, unable to sate their insatiable cravings, ultimately succumb to the path of darkness. Those heretical cultivators have no shame. Someone couldn't help but curse. To those present with discerning eyes, it was clear that from the very beginning, the righteous alliance had been at a disadvantage in this battle between good and evil. Desire is inherent to all humans, cultivators included. Especially in an age where the world was filled with suffering and self-salvation was the only path, the righteous path's strict self-discipline and ascetic cultivation philosophy struggled to gain support. Instead, it was places like Yunmeng, those dens of depravity. It wove a self-deceptive dream for those frustrated cultivators, constructing a utopia that never truly existed. Those lost in the dream knew full well it was nothing but a fragile illusion, a mirage that would shatter at the slightest touch. Yet they reveled in it, unwilling to awaken. If anyone dared to tear away this veil of self-deception, they would be regarded as mortal enemies. Because of this, Yunmeng will never lack new recruits. Record of the Heavenly Sword Sect, year 6130. At this juncture, though our hearts resisted 1,000 times over, we must acknowledge that the alliance of righteous paths has shown signs of decline, and its defeat is irreversible. Xue Zijing sighed inwardly, thinking, so it is. Others reviewing the records likewise sighed with regret at the alliance's plight. Until Tianjian Sect, year 6135. This year witnessed a momentous event, one that, without exaggeration, shaped the entire course of the war thereafter. Xue Zijing's attention snapped back. He hurriedly turned to the next page. Our sect's true disciple, Gong Lianyue, encountered an ambush by 3 golden core stage-old monsters from the Yunmeng Marsh while traveling. She fled all the way to a place where mountains met the sea. According to Gong Lianyue's recollection, the commotion from their battle that day disturbed an elder in secluded cultivation. Descending from the mountain peak, his triple blossoms crowned his head, golden light radiating across the land. In the blink of an eye, he stood before them. Without a word, he casually drew his sword and struck. The 3 golden core cultivators of Yunmeng Marsh were beheaded before they could even beg for mercy. Using a secret treasure bestowed by the sect master, she narrowly escaped with severe injuries. In the blink of an eye, the venerable figure vanished without a trace. Later, our sect consulted ancient texts and learned that this land was originally mountains without sea. On the day a solitary cultivator attained the nascent soul stage, his sword chi cleaved the mountains, causing river waters to surge in, thus forming the sea. It became known as Beishanhai. The one who intervened that day was none other than this nascent soul solitary cultivator. This individual bore the surname Li, and his revered name was Changsheng. The entire hall fell silent. Xue Zijing's eyelids twitched violently. He had assumed that a half-step nascent soul cultivator represented the pinnacle of power in this battle. Yet the Tianjian sect's chronicles revealed that both the ancient patriarch of Yunmeng and the Tianjian sect's own founder were legendary nascent soul cultivators. But that wasn't all. Now another Yuanling stage solitary cultivator named Li Changsheng had appeared. When did the nascent soul stage become so commonplace? And wasn't it said that cultivating immortality required vast resources? The patriarchs of Yunmeng and Tianjian sect were backed by the supreme leaders of the righteous and demonic realms, commanding immense resources. Their breakthroughs to the nascent soul stage were understandable, but what about this Li Changsheng? A mere solitary cultivator, without any sect or lineage, practicing deep in the mountains, how could he possibly reach the same heights as those 2 ancestors? His personal resources couldn't possibly match an entire sect's, that much is undeniable. As for external opportunities or serendipity, that's even less plausible. Opportunities capable of forging a nascent soul would inevitably spark a frenzy across half the cultivation world. Even if those ancient monsters didn't need them themselves, they'd still act for the sake of their juniors. Such opportunities would never be left for a lone cultivator to monopolize. Therefore, the only plausible explanation is his talent had reached such heights that resources became irrelevant. This thought sent a chill down Shui Zijin's spine. Could this man be a fallen immortal reincarnated or a great power reborn? Chapter 16, He knows everything. It's all up to you now. Be extremely careful. At the city hospital, Zhao Yu patted Ning Yuchan's shoulder, watching her enter the inpatient building before boarding a specially licensed mobile RV. Inside the vehicle, several precision instruments hummed continuously. Beside the central control panel, a massive display screen nearly half a person's height lit up, projecting surveillance footage from the building. A technician inquired. Director Zhao, should we pull up surveillance from the target ward? No need. Zhao Yu shook his head, finding an empty seat to sit down. He crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on Ning Yuchan's figure ascending the elevator. Our mission today is solely to ensure their meeting remains undisturbed. Let's not overcomplicate things. She too yearned to witness their entire conversation firsthand. But she dared not. Surveilling an immortal cultivator whose methods were beyond comprehension, such an act was tantamount to provocation. If exposed, the psychological shadow cast by Li Huai'an was too deep. Unless the higher-ups issued a direct order, she wasn't willing to take even the slightest risk. Outside the HDU ward, Ning Yuchan paused, her jade-like hand gently patting her chest as she tried to steady her racing heartbeat, striving to appear as natural as possible. After a long moment, steeling herself, she took a deep breath and pushed open the door. It was magical. The instant she stepped inside, she felt enveloped by an atmosphere as serene as a moonlit night, and her taut nerves instantly relaxed. Li Huai'an, who had been meditating, opened his eyes. Their eyes met. The scene before Ning Yuchan's eyes shifted abruptly. She witnessed the primordial chaos parting, followed by a celestial lotus descending from the heavens and golden springs surging from the earth. Divine phoenixes and phoenixes soared together in protective formation, while Qilin and true dragons vied to bestow blessings. Divine beings chanted sutras amidst radiant beams of dawnlight. Obscure sounds coalesced into an auspicious cloud. Celestial light descended 9,000 li, transforming into a Taoist seal that sank into her brow. The world spun. The strange spectacle vanished. She was still in the hospital room, still locked in a gaze with the figure on the bed. It felt as though everything she had just witnessed had been nothing more than an illusion. Yet, a burning sensation emanating from her brow told her this was no mere illusion. Something had changed, not her surroundings, but herself. She couldn't pinpoint the specifics, but her body felt different from before. And she was certain this change had been brought about by the person before her. Sit. A calm voice interrupted Ning Yuchan's thoughts. Ha? She stared blankly at Li Huai'an. Are you planning to stand there forever? Oh. I'll sit down, sit where, a stool, right, sit on the stool. She felt like nothing more than a marionette right now. She executed every command he gave, and when he fell silent, she simply pressed her legs together. Her fingers clenched the hem of her newly bought dress as she looked down at her chest. Before coming to the hospital, Zhao Yu had rehearsed their meeting countless times with her: what to say, what taboos to avoid, potential issues that might arise, and how to handle them. During rehearsals, she delivered every line flawlessly in their staged exchanges. Zhao Yu had praised her intelligence repeatedly. Yet now, in the actual moment, her mind went blank. She had no idea what to say. Sweat began to bead on her palms. Didn't that red-haired girl come with you? The startling question made Ning Yuchan, who had just sat down, jump back up. Her eyes widened as she stared at Li Huai'an, filled with shock and suspicion. How did you? The red-haired girl refers to Zhao Yu. I've seen her. Li Huai'an said slowly, one of the karmic threads on your body is tangled with hers. That means you know each other and have a very close connection. Last time she came alone, got scared off, and then sought you out? Let me see what she's really after. His fingertip lightly tapped the void, sending ripples outward. A dense web of transparent threads crisscrossed, casually plucked by his fingers. National fortune rests upon you, the official star illuminates your destiny. So, you work for the government. It seems my actions the day I returned alarmed the authorities. Zhao Yu. Black ice platform. She believes that because we were once husband and wife, I won't cause you trouble. So she hopes to use you to get close to me, to establish a connection as a bridge between her and the authorities. They considered using force to suppress me, but later abandoned that plan. Have you encountered remnants of the Joyous Heaven faction? No wonder they sent you to extend goodwill. As Li Huai'an detailed his purpose and Zhao Yu's intentions with the ease of recounting familiar facts, Ning Yuchan's eyes widened in disbelief. By the end, she stood frozen in place. She had barely stepped inside, not even uttering a word, yet he seemed to possess foresight, casually revealing the entire purpose of her visit. All that had been for naught. Zhao Yu had repeatedly warned her at the hospital entrance to conceal her identity as the Black Ice Platform's commander at all costs, lest it provoke hostility. Little did she know. All her little schemes had long been laid bare before him, like a girl stripped naked, standing completely exposed before his gaze. Nothing could escape his discerning eye. Was this the power of an immortal cultivator? Could every cultivator achieve such insight, or was it unique to him? Don't be nervous. Seeing Ning Yuchan nearly petrified with fear, Li Huai'an waved his hand to dispel the threads and change the subject. She didn't deceive you. You truly are my only family now. I won't harm you. Ning Yuchan cautiously glanced toward the bed. As he spoke, his tone remained as calm and composed as ever, showing no sign of pretense. Though this showed he didn't regard their marriage or marital relationship as significant, it also meant he didn't bother lying about such trivial matters. She exhaled in relief, then gathered her courage to ask. If you know everything, why don't you leave? Aren't you afraid they'll come after you? Zhao Yu said you're in danger. Some high-ranking officials are advocating for military suppression against you. Li Huai'an smiled. When I first began cultivating the Tao, many sought to harm me too. And then? They all died. The sheer weight of that statement sent chills down Ning Yuchan's spine. Those who sought to kill him all ended up dead? Wasn't the implication that even if reincarnated and starting anew, he remained confident he could slaughter every ill-intentioned soul, even defy the entire Great Xia 9 provinces? She suddenly recalled the disciple of the Joyous Heaven Outer sect she had seen in Mount Li prison, a cultivator who seemed unreachable to ordinary mortals. She could never forget the look in his eyes when he saw her, a fear so profound that even death couldn't erase it. Then there was Zhao Yu, who defied his superior's orders, risking dismissal or even trial to cultivate an unnatural closeness with that man at any cost. Even if he is your nominal husband, do not view him through rose-colored glasses. The stern warning from the past still rang in her ears. At this very moment, she finally realized the terrifying nature of the seemingly unassuming man sitting before her. Chapter 17, Sword-Bearer Gong Lian Yue. As her thoughts swirled, Ning Yuchan cast Zhao Yu's admonitions aside without hesitation. She understood clearly now, Zhao Yu had never encountered a cultivator of Li Huai'an's caliber, not even anyone on the entire Black Ice Terrace had. If she continued to interact with him according to the rigid textbook procedures, she might not even know how she died in the end. Before such an existence, openness and honesty were the wisest course. Therefore, she resolved to interact with Li Huai'an according to her own instincts. Lay all her cards on the table. She would lay bare the Black Ice Platform's conspiracy and her own involvement without reservation. Though Li Huai'an possessed profound insight and might deduce the truth even without her confession, there was a world of difference between her choosing to reveal it and him deducing it. The former was sincerity. Someone at the Ji province headquarters can perform soul search as a man named Zhou Fan. He likely learned about your past deeds from that person in the heaven of bliss. After that incident, no one in the Qing province branch ever submitted a motion to suppress you again. But I can't be certain about headquarters' stance. Director Zhao won't tell me. You'd better be cautious. I've been to Lishan prison. Those locked up inside are tortured beyond recognition. It's terrifying. As she spoke, she studied Li Huai'an's expression. Truthfully, the moment she decided to come clean, she'd braced herself for the storm. No one liked having a pair of eyes watching them in the shadows, especially when that pair belonged to a top-tier cultivator whose cultivation realm in a past life was beyond comprehension. However, as she spoke, her voice gradually softened, a hint of hesitation creeping into her tone. For she noticed that the expression on the man across from her remained as still as a deep well throughout, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. She couldn't discern joy or anger, nor could she fathom what thoughts were swirling within his mind. He gave her the impression of merely listening to gossip that had nothing to do with him, gossip that held little interest for him at all. Finally, she fell silent. Have they assessed your bone structure yet? Li Huai'an suddenly asked. The abrupt shift from a matter of life and death to something as trivial as her natural talent was so jarring that Ning Yuchan's mind couldn't process it immediately. After a long moment, she snapped back to reality and gestured with her hands. You know, that thread? Aren't you supposed to know everything? Li Huai'an shook his head. I'm no immortal. I'm not all-knowing or omnipotent. It's just that your intentions this time were so obvious, a little deduction was all it took. So that's how it was. Ning Yuchan's expression shifted to one of understanding, then grew slightly somber. Director Zhao said my talent isn't very good. Take the test again. What? Test your aptitude again. Li Huai'an raised a finger and gently tapped her forehead. The ancient Taoist seal from before reappeared. The next second, a Tao essence utterly pure, devoid of any impurity, erupted from her mortal body. It surged like a thunderous wave crashing against the shore, sweeping through the entire hospital room. Ning Yuchan stared in utter disbelief. As his finger withdrew, the colossal Tao aura receded completely. Yet the shock nearly overflowing from her eyes remained utterly uncontrollable. She seemed to know what had been altered within herself. Qinghe County, Jizhou Province. The scrolling through of case files continued. Record of the Heavenly Sword Sect, year 6131. Heaven does not favor our righteous path. Shen Bing of the Yunmeng Marsh mobilized 1,000,000 troops against our sect. Our patriarch personally arrived, and the sect master stepped forward to engage him. At first, the battle was evenly matched. Unexpectedly, the latter achieved a breakthrough on the battlefield and seized the momentum. Our sect master was defeated and severely wounded, forcing him into seclusion for recuperation. Fortunately, that ancient demon was also wounded by our sect master, granting us a moment to catch our breath. Yet all can see that the tables have turned. Our situation deteriorates daily. Unless a savior emerges, the righteous path faces certain ruin. Recorded in the 6132nd year of the Heavenly Sword Sect. After deliberation among the high-ranking elders of the righteous sects, it was decided to dispatch our sect's true disciple, Liangyu, bearing heavy gifts to the northern sea mountains. She was to seek out the Li surnamed nascent soul cultivator, urging him to emerge from seclusion to stem the tide of impending disaster and prop up the crumbling edifice. To demonstrate our sincerity, we petitioned the sect master to designate Gong Lianyue as our sword successor. The sect master granted this request. The assembly was stunned. The sword bearer of the Heavenly Sword Sect does not bear a literal sword, but the entire Heavenly Sword Sect itself. Without exaggeration, as long as Gong Lianyue does not fall into the demonic path or commit grave errors, she is the undisputed next sect master. Sending the future sect leader bearing lavish gifts to invite an independent cultivator out of seclusion is akin to having an imperial crown prince court the allegiance of a mountain-dwelling bandit chieftain. This move by the Celestial Sword Sect truly befits the leader of the righteous path, bold and responsible. Recorded in the 4th month of the 6132nd year of the Celestial Sword Sect. After the sword consecration ceremony, our sect's sword successor, Gong Lianyue, journeyed to the northern sea mountains but found no one and returned to the sect. Recorded in June 6132 by the Heavenly Sword Sect, Gong Lianyue returned to the sect after another unsuccessful search. Recorded by the Heavenly Sword Sect, July 6132, Gong Lianyue entered the northern mountains with our sect's supreme elder but was driven away by Li Changsheng. September, year 6132 of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Shui Zijing was momentarily stunned. This rogue cultivator, doesn't he know when to stop? You must understand. Unless one's cultivation level completely overwhelms them, the status of an independent cultivator in the cultivation world is utterly incomparable to that of a cultivator born into a sect or noble family. It's like heaven and earth. Even if both are revered as nascent soul elders, a nascent soul cultivator from an independent background would still be considered inferior to one from a sect or noble lineage. Because when cultivation levels are comparable, the contest boils down to external resources, spiritual treasures, magical artifacts, elixirs, divine abilities, and so forth. And in terms of resources, the two simply aren't in the same league. After all, you're just one person. No matter how powerful you are, your strength has limits. How many resources can you possibly muster? Cultivator clans and sects are different. With resources accumulated over generations, sometimes dozens of generations, they can overwhelm you with sheer force. Moreover, the Heavenly Sword Sect is no third-rate sect. It too has nascent soul elders presiding over it. Normally, inviting a Yuanling stage independent cultivator and dispatching one or two half-step Yuanling elders would already be considered a gesture of respect. Even if their nascent soul sect master was currently injured, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It's only natural for them to maintain their dignity. Yet not only did they fail to do so, they lowered their stance. Regardless of whether you'd agree, they refuse even a meeting? Recorded in the 6133rd year of the Sky Sword Sect, our sect received intelligence that the Yunmeng Marsh has dispatched numerous disciples to infiltrate our righteous alliance. They coerce or bribe various sects into defection. Those who resist are slaughtered, their sects annihilated, their flames extinguished. Tianjian Sect, year 6135. Over half of our righteous alliance's sects have bowed to pressure and submitted to them. Only a handful of top-tier sects remain, struggling to hold on, yet even they are like rotten wood, unable to bear the weight. The situation grew perilously critical, compelling our sect leader to emerge from seclusion prematurely. He personally journeyed to Beishanhai and finally met Li Changsheng. The two deliberated through the night. The latter claimed that despite a century of cultivation, he still lacked a Dao weapon. If our sect's sword bearer was willing to sacrifice their soul and life to nurture a spirit sword for him, he would assist. Enraged by these words, the sect master swept his sleeves and departed. The meeting ended in discord. Chapter 18, The Ultimate Fatal Weapon. Bang! After reading Li Changsheng's terms, one man slammed his fist on the table and roared, "This is utterly inhuman. Such actions are no different from the demonic fiends of Yunmeng Marsh. Beast!" Another man joined in the tirade, and he dares call himself a nascent soul cultivator. What kind of skill is exploiting others' misfortune? Heaven is blind to let such a creature reach the nascent soul stage. There are three types of Dao weapons. The first type is born of heaven and earth, known as innate treasures. Such artifacts are rare and elusive to date, only a handful have ever been recorded in the mortal world. The second type is conventional spirit artifacts. Forged from materials ranging from celestial treasures to refined steel and meteorite iron, these weapons are mostly inanimate objects. The majority of cultivators' Dao weapons are crafted in this manner. The third type is the weapon Li Changing demanded the Heavenly Sword sect forge, one that requires a living soul as its core, a fleshly body as its sheath, and is further nurtured with essence, qi, and heart's blood. Forged through such unconventional means, these Dao weapons whose creation processes invariably violate cosmic harmony and defy human ethics are thus dubbed ultimate Dao fatal weapons. Once such a weapon emerges, it shakes the heavens and earth, despised by gods and loathed by demons. The finest among them can even stand shoulder to shoulder with innate treasures, matching them blow for blow. However, extreme Dao fatal weapons cannot be forged casually. First, the raw materials demand extreme rigor. A unique constitution must be chosen as the weapon's soul. This constitution must be exceptional and harmonize perfectly with the weapon being forged. All three elements are indispensable. Gong Lian Yue. Her innate sword bone destined her for forging blades. To use her essence for a dagger or spear would be a waste of heaven-given talent, resulting in a useless final product. Conversely, even legendary divine physiques or immortal constitutions would fail to forge a sword if their constitution did not belong to the realm of swordsmanship. Any weapon forged from them would be unworthy of the name fierce weapon. Second, the swordsmith must possess immense power, for the ultimate weapon of the extreme path is intolerable to heaven and earth. Its emergence invites divine retribution and earthly punishment. Those unable to withstand it will meet their demise alongside their weapon. Moreover, after surviving the heavenly tribulation, the weapon must be bonded to its master. This means the sword's master becomes nothing more than a weapon for the smith, bound to obey every command without resistance, a mere servant. Who among those blessed with exceptional constitutions isn't a peerless prodigy? Who would willingly sacrifice their own future to fulfill another's destiny? Yet forging an ultimate demonic weapon requires nourishment from the master's vital essence. Without the master's cooperation, all prior efforts become meaningless. Therefore, most agreed that Li Changing proposing this condition at the critical juncture when the Heavenly Sword sect was teetering on the brink of collapse smacked of taking advantage of the situation. Yet another faction, thinking rationally, found Li Changing's actions entirely justified. He had been living peacefully in seclusion, cultivating in the northern sea mountains. It was the Heavenly Sword sect that dragged him into this turmoil. Their adversary was a formidable alliance of dark cultivators, backed by a Yuanling powerhouse. Aiding them would inevitably incur the wrath of this Yuanling expert. Without sufficient incentive, why would someone with no personal connection to you choose to help? After the heated debate, they returned to reviewing the case files. Tianjian sect records, year 6137. The old ancestor of Yunmeng Marsh broke through his cultivation barrier. Not only were his injuries fully healed, but his cultivation realm surpassed his previous peak. This led to his disciples acting with even greater recklessness. Our sect's sword-bearer, Gong Lianyue, moved by compassion, could no longer bear witness to the suffering of living beings and the widespread cries of distress. Thus, she took it upon herself to journey alone to the northern sea. Transcript of dialogue. Gong Lianyue said, I, Lianyue, vow to forge an unparalleled, fearsome sword for you. I only ask that once the sword is complete, you honor your promise to rescue the common people from their suffering. Li Changing said, a mere third heaven Yuan infant cultivator? Slaying him is but a trifle. But you? With so many suffering souls in this world, do you truly believe you can save them all? Gong Lianyue said, the survival of the fittest is the way of heaven. I shall submit to it. Yet the Cloud Dream Marsh faction commits indiscriminate slaughter and acts against heavens. Will such deeds defy divine justice? Li Changing said, if you have no regrets, so be it. Shuizijing sucked in a sharp breath, a mere third heaven of the primordial infant stage, just slay him. How arrogant this Li Changing is. Does he truly believe himself invincible? The others snorted in derision. This man clearly spent his life secluded in the mountains, a frog in a well. He reached nascent soul solely through innate talent, utterly ignorant of common sense. When nascent soul cultivators clash, even if one holds several minor realms of superiority, victory is assured. Yet if the opponent resolves to flee, there remains no recourse. Moreover, as long as a nascent soul cultivator's soul remained intact, even if their physical body was destroyed, they could reincarnate by possessing another body using a fragment of their soul. They weren't so easily killed. Didn't you see how the Patriarch of Yunmeng, after severely wounding the Patriarch of the Celestial Sword sect, still couldn't stop him and had to let him return to recuperate? This is the terrifying nature of nascent soul cultivators. Recorded in the 12th month of the 6137th year of the Sky Sword sect, Li Changing forged the fatal sword in the northern sea mountains. 9 months later, the sword was complete. Dark clouds pressed down upon the city, thunder rolled across the sky, earthfire erupted, and all 10 directions fell silent. Then boundless sword energy surged skyward, reversing the flow of rain across the heavens. Wrapped in the intent of the sword, it rivaled a million sword formations, crashing into the calamity clouds like a bursting river. The heavenly tribulation descended, its sword light vast and majestic. Where they clashed, the shockwaves tore the void itself, leveling endless mountain ranges. Birds and beasts disintegrated, plants, rocks, and mountains vanished into dust. 1,000 breaths passed. When the tempest subsided, only the central peak where Li Changsheng and Gong Lianyue stood remained unshaken. Our sect's sword-bearer sat cross-legged atop the summit, fingers forming sword seals, eyes radiating sword lotuses. Each inhalation and exhalation revealed the essence of the sword, his vital energy intertwined with the earlier force. The fierce sword reaches its pinnacle. As the Book of Songs says, a beauty like jade, a sword like a rainbow. All held their breath. Had he truly forged this supreme, malevolent sword? And the one who nurtured it was none other than the current sword-bearer of the celestial sword sect, the very pinnacle of the righteous path. In a sense, does this mean he's brought the heavenly sword sect under his control? Someone couldn't help but ask. The crowd froze at the remark. Then, gasps of realization echoed through the crowd. It seemed he had. The sword-bearer was the successor personally chosen by the sect master and elders. Years later, when the current sect master of the heavenly sword sect passed away, Gong Lianyue ascended to the position. As she was also Li Changsheng's life-bound sword, by that logic. Wouldn't this top-tier righteous sect essentially be under Li Changsheng's control? That old monster sure has his perks. In a corner nearby, Xue Zijing murmured under his breath. As an ally, the archives of the Black Ice Platform preserved portraits of all successive heavenly sword sect masters, including Gong Lianyue. He had once been fortunate enough to see hers, a sight that nearly stole his very soul. Only 4 words could describe her unparalleled in beauty. And yet, this peerless beauty so stunning she defied description had been forged into someone's life-bound sword. From now on, she would be at that person's command. For a moment, he didn't know whether to feel envy or jealousy. He drifted in a daze. Emerging from his tangled thoughts, he eagerly flipped through the case files. He had to see for himself what kind of audacity this man possessed, what gave him the nerve to desecrate such a heavenly beauty. Recorded in the 9th month of the 6138th year of the heavenly sword sect, Li Changsheng descended the mountain. Our sect prepared lavish gifts and arranged ceremonial processions to welcome him into the sect. By the end of the following month, the sect master emerged from seclusion and journeyed to his cave heaven to jointly deliberate strategies for exterminating the demonic forces. Chapter 19, Our Marriage. Chronicle of the Heavenly Sword Sect, year 6139. Our sect gathered the remnants of the righteous faction, regrouped our forces, and reignited the battle between good and evil. We confronted the main forces of the Yunmeng Marsh and the 100,000 Mountains. During this battle, Li Changsheng, single-handedly with his sword, shattered the Cloud Dream Marsh's protective formation, a barrier reputed to be impenetrable by any below the 3rd stage of the nascent soul realm, one that even our sect leader found deeply troublesome. In the rear ranks, he slew 6 of their half-step nascent soul elders, 9 true disciples, 72 golden core elders, and countless outer and inner sect disciples and ordinary adepts. Within Yunmeng, mountains of corpses and seas of blood lay scattered amidst collapsed dwellings. The ancestral elder of Yunmeng, enraged, struck out only to have his divine soul's origin severed by a single sword strike, forcing him to self-detonate in flight. After this battle, all cultivators affiliated with the Yunmeng Marsh trembled at the mere mention of its name. Recorded in the 6140th year of the Heavenly Sword Sect, our sect reclaimed lost territories and annihilated 81 affiliated sects of Yunmeng. The remnants of the heretical sect petitioned for peace, pledging tribute and submission. The sect master rejected their offer, commanding Gong Lianyue to personally lead the forces in a sweeping campaign to destroy their lairs and plow their courtyards. All fell silent. Terrifying. Overwhelming and utterly ruthless. Each character on these pages felt like a 1,000-pound boulder, an oppressive weight settling over the hearts of those present, nearly suffocating them. In every battle before this, the righteous factions had suffered more defeats than victories, utterly overwhelmed by the Yunmeng Marsh forces. The reserves of every sect were nearly depleted. But after that monster named Li Changsheng appeared, everything changed. He single-handedly slaughtered nearly all of Yunmeng's elite combat forces. By himself. One man had turned the tide of the entire battle between good and evil. This was beyond mere power. Even a nascent soul cultivator couldn't achieve such an absurd feat. Indeed. It's true that those below the nascent soul stage are mere ants. Nascent soul cultivators can indeed slaughter gold core cultivators like dogs. But shouldn't it be different when facing opponents of the same tier? The records state clearly, the Tianchen sect patriarch did not intervene in this battle. He remained at headquarters, guarding against a Yunmeng sneak attack amidst the chaos. Meaning Li Changsheng single-handedly slew the Cloud Dream patriarch. And that venerable nascent soul cultivator whose fearsome reputation preceded him and whose cultivation level was 2 tiers higher than the Tianjin sect patriarch's was driven to self-destruct his physical body, his remnant soul fleeing for survival. Unrivaled within his realm. Moreover, he severed the Cloud Dream Marsh patriarch's divine soul's origin. This proved his earlier claim of slaying the nascent soul was no empty boast. The reason nascent soul cultivators are so difficult to eliminate lies entirely in their divine soul essence. As long as the essence remains intact, the divine soul endures, and as long as the divine soul endures, it can continuously possess new hosts and reincarnate. Now, the ancient ancestor of Yunmeng can be killed. Continue reading. It was from these pages onward that the Righteous Alliance's offensive became relentless, effortlessly capturing one Yunmeng stronghold after another. The subsequent accounts was essentially a series of victories here and triumphs there. Li Changsheng occasionally intervened, still single-handedly swaying the course of entire battles. He had become a god-mode existence. When they couldn't win, they'd call on Gong Lianyue. Gong Lianyue would then call on him. He'd make a token appearance, standing there silently, and the enemy would surrender without a fight. Even across two worlds, merely reading the cold text, everyone could sense the terrifying pressure emanating from his presence between the lines. If at first there were those who questioned whether the Heavenly Sword sect was lowering its standards, selling its disciples for glory, or whether Li Changsheng was demanding exorbitant prices, now, all such doubts vanished. They even began to admire Gong Lianyue's keen insight, sacrificing one prodigy to bind such a terrifying entity to their cause. This bargain was nothing short of a blood profit. Such is the mindset of those at the top. They never align with any faction or class. Their constant pursuit boils down to 4 words: peace throughout the realm. Recorded in the 6141st year of the Heavenly Sword sect. Intelligence reports indicate the long-vanished Yunmeng Patriarch has recruited a Yuanling stage solitary cultivator from unknown origins, seeking vengeance for Li Changsheng severing his primordial essence. The sect master immediately went to his cave residence to discuss countermeasures, only to find it deserted. Panicked, he swiftly dispatched disciples to search for his whereabouts. The next day, Li Changsheng returned to the sect, carrying 2 severed heads, those of the Cloud Dream Patriarch and the nameless cultivator. He hung the heads high upon our sect's mountain gate. No heretic cultivator dared to trespass thereafter. Recorded in the 6142nd year of the Celestial Sword sect. As the sect master neared a breakthrough, he sought seclusion and proposed stepping down. He designated sword-bearer Gong Lianyue as his successor, appointing Li Changsheng as supreme elder. Both agreed. Recorded in the 6143rd year of the Heavenly Sword sect. 3 years after the war, with all affairs in disarray awaiting revival, the new sect leader, seeking to restore the righteous path, issued 2 edicts during the enthronement ceremony. First, to utterly eradicate the remnants of heretical practitioners. Second, to open the mountain gates wide, teaching without discrimination, and generously bestowing the way. All visiting guests heeded these decrees, chanting in unison, "Long live the sect leader." City Hospital Inpatient Ward. So, when you entered, you altered my constitution. Ning Yuchan gazed at the man before her, her tone tinged with delight and disbelief. After spending time together, influenced by Li Huai'an's calm and peaceful demeanor, she wasn't as tense as she had been at first, but the shock she felt hadn't diminished in the slightest. If anything, it had only deepened. Constitution was innate, what you were born with was what you were born with. Changing it wasn't impossible, but it was incredibly difficult, requiring extensive preparation. At the very least, she had never heard of anyone altering someone's innate constitution so abruptly that the person didn't even have time to react. Nor was it recorded in any texts. It's not a replacement. I merely grafted another person's constitution onto you. Li Huai'an gazed out the window, speaking casually. Once, I wiped out a sect. Their patriarch brought reinforcements to seek revenge, but I killed them all. That man had a decent constitution, so I kept his primordial essence. Seeing yours was mediocre, I gave it to you. Hearing him speak of annihilating an entire sect with such casual ease, Ning Yuchan's eyes filled with peculiarity. Yet that peculiarity quickly shifted to concern. Won't this cause you trouble? No. That's good. Ning Yuchan hesitated before asking again. By the way, this constitution must be pretty powerful, right? I feel so much lighter now. Why didn't you give it to someone else? Li Huai'an glanced at her and answered honestly. Of everyone I know, yours is the weakest constitution. Even that red-haired girl last time was better than you. Oomph. Ning Yuchan was instantly speechless. She couldn't help but shoot the man a withering look, her tone dripping with resentment. Must you be so hurtful? Li Huai'an shrugged his hands. You're the one who insisted on asking. Then how did you manage to intercept someone else's essence and transfer it to me? Ning Yuchan was like a curious child, wanting to ask everything. After all, the chance to question a senior who had lived for untold centuries wasn't something everyone got. Not to mention this senior was personally acknowledged by Zhao Yu and Wei Yong as a master. The secrets he knew likely surpassed the combined treasures of the entire Qingzhou archives. It's difficult to explain to you. It's a secret art. Oh. Ning Yuchan nodded with a hint of disappointment, but quickly let it go. Just as she was about to change the subject. The next second. As if something occurred to her, her expression suddenly grew slightly awkward. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke with a hint of trepidation. About our marriage. Chapter 20, to survive. Do you still want to stay at Black Ice Platform? Li Huai'an countered with a seemingly unrelated question. Ning Yuchan froze. She couldn't deny it. After witnessing his astonishing, profoundly mysterious abilities, even as a newcomer to the cultivation world, she could intuitively tell that following Li Huai'an held far greater promise than staying with the Black Ice platform. The two paths were simply not on the same level. As Zhao Yu had once remarked, even a grain of sand slipping through the fingers of high-level cultivators could sustain an ordinary person for a lifetime. Li Huai'an stood precisely in that category, far surpassing any cultivator she had encountered thus far. Leveraging the karmic debt they'd forged, if she could just muster a bit more nerve, she'd absolutely be able to live off him. But, I guess so, she replied. Sister Zhao Yu has been really kind to me, and staying at Black Ice Terrace would give me plenty of opportunities to learn. Mainly, she didn't want to trouble Li Huai'an. They weren't even a proper married couple to begin with. The fact that he'd helped strengthen her physique was already an immense favor. To then tag along and leech off him. She simply couldn't bring herself to do that. That's fine then. Li Huai'an didn't seem surprised by her answer. He merely nodded slightly before returning to the matter at hand. Then we'll continue maintaining this marriage. You don't object? Ning Yuchan's face flashed with surprise. She'd assumed someone as lofty and powerful as Li Huai'an in the cultivation world would view this marriage as a disgrace. With this connection, they can sleep soundly. It saves them from bothering me at every turn. Li Huai'an shifted his tone. Since you intend to stay at Black Ice Terrace, I'll add one more piece of advice. Once this realm awakens, the pace of spiritual energy revival will only accelerate. He spoke. He looked up at the sky, where clouds churned and winds swirled. This era will be an unprecedented golden age. Legendary physiques will emerge in droves, ancient bloodlines will resurface, prodigies will gather like clouds, kings will rise in multitude, and all beings will strive to cross over. If you wish to avoid being swallowed by the whirlpool of this era, you must exhaust every means to enhance your strength. Ning Yuchan's heartbeat quickened. At that moment, she was still green and inexperienced, unable to fully grasp the true meaning hidden behind these words. Yet even the surface content alone carried a heavy sense of pressure. A great era often meant both opportunity and challenge. One generation would rise as another fell. Without sufficient strength, one could only become a stepping stone for others to ascend to the pinnacle. Can you teach me cultivation? Recalling Zhao Yu's suggestion, she tentatively asked, I can offer something in exchange. Whatever you desire, if I possess it, I'll give it. My path is not one you can walk. Li Huai'an shook his head gently. But within your organization, you might find what you seek. As the face of the 9 provinces of Great Xia, they gather the strengths of all schools. Present your request to them, and they will grant it. Any request? Ning Yuchan asked curiously. In her view, as an official extraordinary organization, the Black Ice Platform should be bound by numerous rules and regulations. Requesting resources requires following procedures, promotions demand qualifications. At least that's how it should appear on the surface. Could they really grant someone's requests without limit? Li Huai'an remained non-committal. These major powers that hold sway over the world have always weighed only the pros and cons. As long as your value is great enough, nothing is impossible. As long as our marital bond endures, they will perpetually need you. The more they fear me, the more they must respect you. If you have demands, they can use them to keep you. Then they can use your hand to restrain me. But if you have no desires, that's when they truly worry. Ning Yuchan's red lips parted slightly as she stared blankly at the man before her, a man who, at any moment, radiated a profound, tranquil aura like a dark, still pool. Thousands of words seemed to choke her throat, yet she found no way to begin. She realized. Everything he had done was likely for the sake of her future. In truth, if he wished to avoid disturbance, a simple word to Wei Yong would suffice. She was certain that within Qingzhou alone, no foolhardy soul would dare cause him trouble. Yet he chose to maintain their marital relationship, positioning her as the Black Ice Bureau's conduit for communication with him. Because this was her sole and most crucial value to the Black Ice Platform. Only by doing so would she be valued by the Black Ice Platform, enabling her to secure more and better cultivation resources within the organization. He was nothing like the arrogant man Wei Yong and Zhao Yu had judged him to be. He was a gentle soul. Thank you. Li Huai'an smiled faintly. No need for thanks. It's only because I owe you this debt of gratitude your kindness kept my physical form intact, allowing me to return safely. This is merely repaying that karmic bond. Regardless, you helped strengthen my constitution and charted my future path. I'll forever remember both the gift of rebirth and the kindness of your recognition. Ning Yuchan spoke with utmost sincerity. I promise, as long as I hold this position, I will do everything in my power to grant you peace. She knew what Li Huai'an desired most. Whatever. They'll soon have no time left to concern themselves with me. Why? In our cultivation world's terms, your Black Ice Platform is much like those righteous cultivators. They also love meddling in others' affairs. Li Huai'an's thoughts drifted back to the past. The cultivation world had no official organizations like the Black Ice Platform, but it did have the Righteous Alliance. It wasn't exactly dislike. In a world where everyone sought only self-preservation, someone had to carry a pure heart and become that ray of dawn in the darkness. They were the ones gathering firewood for the masses, perpetually doing what other cultivators deemed foolish. You could choose to ignore them or keep your distance, but you couldn't mock or disparage them. For the light they fought to bring would one day shine upon you too. If they ever come looking for you, though, they'll bring nothing but trouble. And these individuals are remarkably persistent, the kind who won't turn back even after hitting a brick wall. This trait earned him considerable prejudice. He recalled the girl he had forged into an extreme-grade weapon, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Initially, he had proposed that condition merely to make the heavenly sword sec back down. Who would have thought? Gong Lianyue, that little girl, took it seriously. And with her stubborn nature, not even 10 oxen could pull her back. However, the practice of feeding one's body to the sword held significant advantages for her, despite the inherent risk of placing her fate entirely in another's hands. For instance, her innate sword bone could grow boundlessly by devouring celestial treasures, far surpassing the limits of other sword cultivation constitutions. In the end, he did not harm Gong Lianyue. These past days, observing the heavens, I saw Mars guarding the heart constellation and Venus guarding the chamber constellation. This portends the death of many livestock, chariots filling the fields, and crops failing to thrive. Great chaos may befall the realm. When that time comes, you will surely be compelled to intervene. Ning Yuchan's heart sank. Having studied at the Black Ice platform for some time, her understanding of this organization told her that if events unfolded as Li Huai'an described, she wasn't sure if they would intervene in the affairs of the mortal world, but suppressing those cultivators who broke the rules and acted recklessly was inevitable. Will you intervene? I will protect you. As for the others, it depends. Li Huai'an flipped his palm, and a ceramic teacup materialized out of thin air. He poured water, then flicked his finger lightly, sending the cup floating back to rest steadily before Ning Yuchan. I don't care for dealing with the authorities, nor do I care for dealing with sections, I just want to live my own life. We'll mind our own business. Hearing his response, Ning Yuchan exhaled in relief. She had feared he might distance himself because of her position as deputy commander of the Black Ice platform. Now she realized it had been nothing but needless worry. He didn't care. What exactly are you cultivators fighting and scheming over? She sipped her tea, the warmth spreading through her body. Seeing Li Huai'an remain silent, she took the initiative to change the subject. Wealth? Fame? Women? Or supreme power? Surely you lack none of these? You speak of mundane things. Wealth depreciates with time. Fame and glory are as insignificant as dust before absolute power. Beauty is but a painted skeleton. Power is a castle in the air. The purpose of cultivation, at its core, boils down to just one thing. Li Huai'an paused, a rare flicker of emotion flickering in his eyes, a weight only those who've walked this path can truly comprehend. After a moment, he softly uttered 2 words. To live. Chapter 21, Boiling Human Life. To live. An answer both unexpected and yet entirely fitting for Ning Yuchan. Though cultivators possess long lifespans, on this path to immortality paved with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, no one knows whether tomorrow or misfortune will come first. Today you slay your enemy, yet tomorrow you may fall to another. Li Huai'an explained patiently. Whether it's cultivation realm, resources, or any other advantage, they're all merely means of self-preservation. Only those who survive to the end have the right to pursue that elusive, ephemeral immortality. Once you die, you have nothing. Ning Yuchan noticed. He had prefixed the word immortality with the phrase illusory and elusive. Can humans truly achieve immortality? I don't know. Li Huai'an shook his head. I asked Xinjiuwan Baiqian, who cultivated the 3 flowers gathering at the crown and attained the 5 energies converging at the center. He once walked the mortal world, challenged swordsmen across the land, and subdued all tribes. Yet, I am not eternal or immortal. Ning Yuchan gaped, murmuring in awe, 98,000 years. Golden core cultivators live 5,000 years, nascent soul cultivators 10,000, yet he had lived a full 98,000 years. Just how high must this man's cultivation realm be? She couldn't fathom it, nor did she dare to. When facing beings vastly superior to oneself, one feels profound terror. Yet when that superiority reaches a certain threshold, fear vanishes. Just as humans fear evil spirits but not celestial beings, for the latter are too lofty, too distant to reach, leaving only reverence and awe. In Ning Yuchan's eyes at this moment, Li Huai'an appeared as divine as any celestial being. What does immortality taste like? It has no particular taste. If I must describe it, seeing fellow cultivators pass away one by one used to bring sadness and loneliness. But gradually, I grew accustomed to it. He, too, had once been one of those cultivators chasing eternal life. Later, in that great dream, the notion of eternal life became a joke. Not all beings in the realm of illusions could return to reality. In the dream of heaven and earth, only those remembered by him could enter the true world. Those forgotten souls would perish alongside his awakening, vanishing along with the entire dreamscape, all traces of their existence erased. If even you cease to exist, what use is eternal life? Of course. These secrets were known only to him and a very small group of high-level cultivators. Yet they did not deter the masses from pursuing immortality at any cost. There is no fault in seeking immortality, nor in the means employed. But remember this: never covet shortcuts, never stray into forbidden paths, lest you squander your entire life. Seeing the intense yearning for immortality in Ning Yuchan's eyes, Li Huai'an promptly sounded a warning. After the Fallen Heaven sect perished, cultivators discovered methods for refining human-based elixirs from its ruins. They refined these techniques, adding a new function to the elixirs, extending lifespan beyond merely enhancing cultivation. They named this new elixir Human Life Decoction. The moment Human Life Decoction appeared, cultivators from all corners scrambled to obtain it. Yet none realized the refinement process was utterly brutal. Thus, upon its completion, the potion carried boundless resentment from the souls of its victims. Long-term consumption allows this resentment to seep into the soul, plunging the user into a state of delirious madness. They may experience hallucinations, undergo drastic personality shifts, or in the most severe cases, suffer irreparable damage to their very essence. To suppress these side effects, one must constantly stimulate their vital energy and spirit with external forces. Ultimately, users inevitably become twisted psychopaths with pathological behaviors. This explains why cultivators in Yunmeng Marsh are commonly mentally unstable yet pursue extreme sensations. Ning Yuchan shuddered, the fervent desire for immortality in her eyes fading considerably. For a long time afterward, though more and more cultivators recognized the dangers of boiling human life essence, the allure of immortality proved too strong. Cultivators continued to take this shortcut, sinking deeper and deeper into it. They kept mortals captive, luring these human beasts as they saw them into cultivating secret arts. When the potion reached maturity, they would routinely harvest it, seizing the subject's lifespans to prolong their own. How many years and resources does it take to cultivate to the golden core stage, only to gain 5,000 years of life? A single human life potion can extend one's lifespan by 3 years. Cultivating it to maturity takes merely a few years, and the cost is just one human life. Li Huai'an fixed a deep gaze upon Ning Yuchan. Even if this girl one day slaughtered cities for immortality, he wouldn't care. At his level, right and wrong no longer existed. Who among cultivators hadn't stained their hands with blood? Yet he truly hoped this young cultivator, just beginning her path, wouldn't stray onto a twisted road. He dreaded her losing herself in the pursuit of immortality, becoming that repulsive, inhuman, ghostly form that turned stomachs. Precisely for this reason, he had schemed to keep Ning Yuchan at the Black Ice platform. Such official organizations had rules and boundaries. While not every member was driven by righteousness, at least the cultivators who emerged from them retained a semblance of humanity. Ning Yuchan asked, what happened to those cultivators later? Did they just keep surviving by eating people? Li Huai'an answered, they were killed. Ning Yuchan pressed, who did it? Li Huai'an yawned and stretched. Me. Year 6139 of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Above a mortal city, a golden core cultivator stood atop a white cloud, a whisk in hand, hair flowing like a celestial being, drawing countless people to kneel and worship. Yet, the very next moment, as he formed a mystic seal, the city's ancient formations activated. Countless ancient talismans spun, and crimson spiritual energy surged skyward amidst endless crimson clouds, tearing through the heavens. My elixir is complete. Longevity, come. He opened his mouth and inhaled, drawing boundless, pure essence toward him. Below, within the city, plants withered, houses crumbled, and the people's life force drained away. Their faces aged visibly at a terrifying speed. My body. No. We have done nothing wrong, Elder. Why do you treat us thus? His ears filled with pleas and accusations. He slowly closed his eyes. Had I been granted 3,000 more years, I would have attained the nascent soul stage. Perhaps then I could have led you all onto the path of immortality. Alas, time waits for none. Do not blame me. He had once been a solitary cultivator who emerged from this city. After attaining enlightenment, he had enlightened the common folk within its walls, bestowing blessings far and wide. Now, his lifespan was nearing its end. He did not wish to die. Thus he joined the Yunmeng Marsh, borrowing the secret methods of human medicine alchemy to prolong his life. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had regained its savage edge. The city wailed in agony as countless souls were instantly reduced to ashes, becoming nourishment for the immortal body he was forging. My body is old. Death is no loss. Someone will eventually slaughter you. The city's ruler had once been an immortal cultivator himself. Unfortunately, his innate talent proved insufficient for the path of immortality. After establishing his foundation, he retired to his hometown and settled in this city. Now, to protect his people, he had thrown himself into the formation and detonated it, obliterating both body and spirit. You are unworthy of being a golden core patriarch. Your ascension is a blindness of heaven. This path was not lonely. Low-tier cultivators with loved ones in the city followed his example. Knowing full well they would die, they charged toward the erased core like moths to a flame, sacrificing themselves to destroy it. Mother, I'm leaving now. A cultivator who had only just attained Shi refining yesterday cried out in sorrow, accepting his fate with composure. An ant shaking a tree utterly laughable. The blood-rogue gold monster sneered coldly, his eyes swirling with crimson light, utterly mad. A mere golden core cultivator? Do you truly believe no one in this realm can slay you? Deep within the clouds, where no one could see, a calm voice echoed down, followed by a misty drizzle falling from the sky. Within the rain curtain, the array abruptly ceased its eerie operation. The old monster in the blood-red robe's pupils dilated sharply. Before he could utter a word, his skin began to peel away inch by inch, followed by flesh, and finally down to bone. His face was etched with terror, yet not a sound escaped his lips. 1,000 cuts, a waterfall of blood. Chapter 22, Enemies. Record of the 6,145th year of the Heavenly Sword Sect, our sect flourishes. Under the new sect master's leadership, the campaign against the remnants of the Yunmeng faction rages on. Record of the 6,147th year of the Heavenly Sword Sect, our sect destroyed 360 affiliated sects, seizing countless rare treasures. The sect master distributed these among all branches. Record of the Heavenly Sword Sect, year 6149. Our sect dispatched elite disciples to traverse the land, slaying demons and evil spirits, preaching the way, enlightening the masses, while simultaneously founding new branches and recruiting disciples to absorb fresh blood. Record of the 6,150th year of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Owing to the prestige of Grandmaster Kuan-Yang and the Supreme Elder, the discipleship recruitment assembly drew countless prodigies, unceasing streams of independent cultivators, and numerous reclusive elders who pledged allegiance. By year's end, the old sect master emerged from seclusion, having broken through to the second stage of the nascent soul realm. With two nascent soul powerhouses presiding over our sect, the Heavenly Sword Sect quietly gained momentum to ascend among the foremost sects of the righteous path. Record of the 6,155th year of the Sky Sword Sect. After over a decade, the Central Plains, Eastern Wastes, Southern Frontier, and Western regions all enjoy peace. The remaining heretical cultivators retreated deep into the northern desert, none daring to cause trouble. Headquarters of the Black Ice Platform, Jizhou. Xue Zijing followed the crowd out of the conference room. The sky was just beginning to lighten. The morning dew carried the refreshing scent of earth and flowers, while the gentle morning sun bathed the land, dispelling the cold of the long night. Everything radiated vibrant vitality. Yet a shadow lingered in everyone's hearts. The Yuanling-level foundation of Yunmeng weighed upon them like an invisible hand gripping their throats. If that catastrophe were to return in this era, they had no certainty whether the current strength of the 9 provinces of Great Xia could withstand it. The state guardian who provided them with the Tianjian sect chronicles was not the sect master. He was merely an elder of the Tianjian sect, named Su Chen. Both the former and current heads of the Celestial Sword sect remained unaccounted for. It was impossible to determine whether they had yet to be reincarnated or had already been reborn but were in seclusion for cultivation. The greatest fear lies in the possibility of the ancient ancestor of the Yunmeng marsh reincarnating. And the worst-case scenario, these two are already completely dead. This outcome isn't impossible, as several Nation Guardian-level cultivators once collaborated to simulate the truth behind the spiritual energy revival, barely glimpsing the tip of the iceberg. Less than 40% of cultivators successfully reincarnated or regained their memories. The rest, in every sense, perished. Beyond that, the most perplexing aspect remains that legendary figure who single-handedly turned the tide in this battle between good and evil. Li Changsheng. Xue Zijing pulled a cigarette from his pack, about to light it, when he realized he hadn't brought a lighter. Someone nearby, quick-eyed, pulled out a lighter and offered it. The two began chatting idly. What are your thoughts on Li Changsheng, Brother Xue? Like a monarch from feudal times. Li Changsheng's power was undeniable, but he acted entirely on whim, unrestrained. From a ruler's perspective, such a man was hard to like. Unable to eliminate him, unable to control him, yet unable to offend him, he defied conventional moral standards and refused to accommodate the subjective desires of the majority. He followed only his own logic, leaving others powerless against him. They say serving a ruler is like walking with a tiger. Dealing with someone like him is precisely that, constantly trying to fathom his thoughts, much like a minister gauging the emperor's will. It's incredibly frustrating. Recalling this, the man who had approached them took a deep drag on his cigarette and muttered under his breath, "In my opinion, it'd be best if they all failed to reincarnate. That'd be the end of it." Xue Zijing shot him a sideways glance. "Then you deal with the Yunmeng patriarch?" The man fell silent. "Ah well, might as well make the best of it." Xue Zijing said no more, stomped out the cigarette but returned the lighter to the other man and turned back toward his office to sort through the insights gained from this journey. At that moment, a frantic ring of the phone cut through the air. He answered and listened for a moment before his expression turned grim. "There's been an incident in Qingzhou City Hospital, inpatient ward." Like Xue Zijing and the others, Ning Yuchan had also stayed up all night, talking with Li Huai'an. Whether it was an illusion or not, she couldn't shake the feeling that this hospital room existed in a different dimension from the outside world. She hadn't begun cultivation yet. Even though her constitution had been elevated, her realm remained that of an ordinary mortal. Outside, staying up this late would have required energy-boosting pills, yet she hadn't taken a single pill and felt no fatigue whatsoever. "This room seems a bit unusual. Did you do something to it?" she asked directly. Trivial tricks, nothing worth mentioning. Like that words become reality thing last time? Did you create a domain within this room? Not words become law. Li Huai'an chuckled. It's a different spell, the silence curse. Though I do know word to action too, I just can't cast it yet. The restrictions of this place are too. His voice trailed off abruptly. He furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of golden light dancing in his pupils. He turned his gaze toward a distant point outside the window. Moments later, an inexplicable expression flickered in his eyes. What's wrong? Nothing. Just spotted a few old acquaintances. He withdrew his gaze. Old acquaintances? Ning Yuchan paused, then caught on, tentatively asking. Enemies? You could say that. Her expression changed. I'm looking for Sister Xiaoyu. She pulled out her phone, intending to call Xiaoyu. On one hand, she worried about Li Huai'an's safety. After all, he had only recently been reincarnated. Even if he had been invincible in his past life, how much of his power could he possibly have regained in such a short time? On the other hand, this was Xiaoyu's explicit instruction: any factor that might provoke Li Huai'an's wrath or cause him to lose control must be nipped in the bud immediately. They're not after me. Li Huai'an pressed her hand down. They're not that foolish. If they truly meant for me, they'd at least send a golden core cultivator, and it would make far too much noise. At the very least, a golden core cultivator. Hearing Li Huai'an speak with such certainty, Ning Yuchan couldn't help but silently scoff. Is the minimum threshold for attacking him merely a Zhanguo-level cultivator? And they can only do it covertly? How arrogant can you get? Even if this isn't aimed at you, they're still your enemies. It's always better to strike first. We should still inform Sister Xiaoyu. No need. Then you go yourself. I'll wait here. Once you've finished your business, we can head straight to breakfast. Ning Yuchan was clearly far more impatient than Li Huai'an. During her days reading the annals of the cultivation realm in the archives, she'd seen countless cases of cultivators meeting their end in their past lives, whether through carelessness or overconfidence, playing games like "I'll let you chase the enemy I defeated until you watch my back vanish into the distance." Little did they know. The skilled swimmer drowns, the skilled rider falls, the skilled drinker gets drunk. Even a venomous snake lurking in the shadows can bite a tiger while it doses. How much more so between cultivators? Even a lion hunts a rabbit with full force. A life or death struggle demands no carelessness. One misstep plunges you into an abyss from which there is no return. Can't be bothered. Li Huai'an remained unmoved. He genuinely didn't take these minor figures seriously. Even if he had to kill them, it wouldn't be too late to wait until their entire organization surfaced and then wipe them out in one fell swoop. Otherwise, hunting them down one by one would take until the cows come home. Given the sheer number of his enemies, he'd spend the next 10,000 years doing nothing else. Tracking down every cultivator who bore him a grudge would take tens of thousands of years. Chapter 23, Having a home might not be so bad. Go on, you. Ning Yuchan genuinely cared for Li Huai'an, even resorting to coaxing. At the very least, find out what they're up to here, who their target is, and prepare defenses in advance. Li Huai'an stared at her, pondering for a moment. Then you go investigate. Truthfully, he already knew their intentions. But if he gave this young lady something to occupy her time, she probably wouldn't have the chance to bother him anymore, right? Alright. Ning Yuchan readily agreed. She was unaware of Li Huai'an's true intentions, and frankly, even if she knew, it wouldn't matter. She simply wanted to repay him for his help. Besides, this would also serve as her report to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu had previously asked her to inquire on behalf of the Black Ice platform if there was anything they needed help with. Then I'll return to report? MHM. Li Huai'an nodded, then noticed the hospital gown still draped over her body. Go to the front desk and help me complete the discharge paperwork. Where do you plan to go after discharge? Not sure yet. How about staying at my place for now? After a few seconds of hesitation, Ning Yuchan plucked up her courage and suggested, anyway, I live alone. And given our relationship, no one would gossip about us living together. Li Huai'an considered it. All right. 98,000 years of cultivating immortality. He'd lived in shacks that offered no shelter from wind and rain, slept eternally within forbidden temples, resided in the grand palaces of demonic lands, and sat upon the phoenix-adorned jade chariots of demonic rulers. He had long grown accustomed to adapting to any circumstance. But having a home of his own seemed rather nice. Half an hour later, after completing Li Huai'an's discharge paperwork, Xiaoyu and the other Black Ice platform members spotted Ning Yuchan and hurriedly got out of the car to greet her. Finally out. Xiaoyu looked utterly relieved as he clasped Ning Yuchan's hand tightly. If you'd been a few minutes later, we were ready to storm in and rescue them. It wasn't just lip service. Had she not sent someone undercover to the inpatient ward to confirm Ning Yuchan was still alive, she wouldn't have been able to wait through the night. She would have called for backup in the middle of the night yesterday. Sister Zhao, I've fulfilled my mission. Our meeting went very smoothly. He harbors no ill will toward the authorities and has explicitly stated his willingness to integrate into modern society. After brief pleasantries, Ning Yuchan recounted the key points of her conversation with Li Huai'an to Zhao Yu. All these points had been discussed with him, and he had given his permission for her to relay them. Truthfully, there was nothing he objected to. Li Huai'an couldn't care less if she shared their conversation. Investigating his enemies? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with sharp insight. Within mere breaths, her mind had weighed the implications. The fact that he was willing to make a request to Ning Yuchan, or rather, to issue orders to the Black Ice platform, indicated he was at least willing to communicate with them, mere ants, from a relatively equal position. Though this thought stung her pride, it was undeniably true. To cultivators of that realm, they were no more than insects crawling on the ground. 98,000 years. If Ning Yuchan hadn't lied, then her earlier conjecture was entirely correct. Li Huai'an's cultivation level in his previous life far exceeded the headquarters assessment of Class A. It was even 10,000 times higher than the so-called Nation Guardian tier. She had bet correctly. Thank goodness I didn't listen to those idiots at headquarters. Seated in the moving vehicle, Zhao Yu gazed out the window at the scenery rushing past. A look of relief washed over her face as she murmured to herself. Didn't they say Class A was set in stone? I'll be waiting to see the look on your faces when you're proven wrong. She didn't even care about Yunmeng anymore. She would drop everything at hand, shift her entire focus toward him, and serve him wholeheartedly. Yes. Serve. That was it, serve. Zhao Yu didn't reject this word that suddenly popped into her mind. Instead, like someone who'd found their purpose in life after drifting aimlessly, her gaze grew even more resolute. She would serve him as one would serve a sovereign, fulfilling every single one of his demands. Whether reasonable or unreasonable, whatever the cost, including her own. As long as she served him well, the Yunmeng Marsh and the Yuanling heretic cultivator would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Upon returning to the Qingzhou branch, Ning Yuchan wasted no time in commencing her first reporting session since joining the Black Ice platform. Guided by staff, she entered a sealed chamber. Seated within were two humanoid puppets devoid of sentience, existing solely to execute commands. Before them lay several unfamiliar devices and electronic recording equipment. This was a mandatory step in the reporting process. Everything recorded by these devices would be backed up and archived to prevent any falsification. Normally, with her status as honorary commandant and Zhao Yu's endorsement, she could have bypassed this procedure. However, Li Huai'an's case involved too many parties, making this step unavoidable. Name: Ning Yuchan. Position: honorary commandant of the Black Ice Bureau's Qingzhou branch. Reporting matter: initial contact operation concerning newly promoted Class A cultivator Li Huai'an. Unlike her complete candor with Zhao Yu, she withheld certain details in the official report to higher authorities, such as Li Huai'an's cultivation duration. This was a specific request from Zhao Yu. By the time the reporting concluded, it was already afternoon, with the sun high in the sky. Ning Yuchan stepped out of the secret chamber. Zhao Yu was waiting for her outside. Finished? Let's go. Time for lunch. Can we eat later? Ning Yuchan glanced around before lowering her voice. He told me to get my bone density retested after I return. Retest my bone structure? Hearing this, Zhao Yu's pupils contracted. He dared not delay, taking Ning Yuchan's hand and jogging all the way to the testing hall. Someone come here. Bring the testing equipment. Two Black Ice platform inspectors collaborated to carry in a massive stone-like object. This was the testing stone, passed down from the immortal sects that supported the Black Ice platform. By placing one's hand upon it and infusing it with essence blood, it could detect a person's innate talent and bone structure. Zhao Yu shot Ning Yuchan a questioning glance. She nodded and placed her hand on the testing stone without hesitation. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. A full minute passed, yet the testing stone showed no reaction whatsoever. Could it be broken? The tester beside him murmured in confusion. Normally, even if someone's talent was the worst and their bone structure utterly useless, the detection stone would still give a reaction, good or bad, there'd be a result. But now, just as he and another person were about to step forward to inspect it, clang! A bell tolled, its sound echoing as if from another world, piercing through the heavens and earth. Then, the testing stone erupted with blinding radiance. These beams coalesced in the air, morphing into countless monstrous forms as a terrifying pressure descended with a thunderous crash. Within the sealed chamber, a sudden tempest erupted, sending wave upon wave of ripples spreading outward. Wherever these ripples touched, grime retreated and withered wood blossomed anew. Zhao Yu watched these scenes unfold, his entire being falling into a daze. The post-heavenly Tao embryo. Chapter 24, The Great Turmoil begins. At first glance, the post-human Tao embryo seemed rather ordinary. However, its origins could be traced back to the dawn of time. In the unrecorded ages, when heaven and earth first opened, immortals and mortals remained undifferentiated, and gods and demons coexisted. Later, true immortals and ancient gods fell one after another, leaving only divine bodies and immortal fetuses to pass down through the ages. Among these, the primordial Tao body ranked among the top 3. The post-human Tao fetus was derived from this, inheriting a portion of its might and possessing an innate affinity for the great Tao. Compared to the former, it lacked only a wisp of innate essence. In other words, it is a weakened version of the primordial Tao body. Though it cannot rival the primordial Tao body, in this current age of declining Dharma, it still counts as a pure and exquisite natural talent. How did you achieve this? Zhao Yu's eyes burned intensely as he stared at Ning Yuchan, his gaze fiery with desire. If that person possessed some special method to enhance others' physical constitutions. If I told you this physique came from him slaughtering the original host, stripping their primordial essence, and grafting it onto me, would you believe it? When did this happen? She pressed, her expression unsettling. In his previous life. Ning Yuchan answered casually, puzzled by Zhao Yu's line of questioning. He's been confined to the hospital since regaining consciousness. Where would he have gone to kill someone? The previous life. Zhao Yu's pupils dilated as he stiffened and turned away. Out of the former's sight, her hands trembled uncontrollably. The shock etched across her face was impossible to conceal. Ning Yuchan was new to this, she didn't understand. But Zhao Yu did. The crux of this statement wasn't about stripping his constitution, nor was it about grafting. But rather, that man could bring things from his past life, or rather, from another world into this era. Beyond innate physical constitution, spiritual essence, and certain refined life-bound artifacts like personal magical tools. Most of the accumulated foundations from a previous life vanish into thin air upon a cultivator's reincarnation. No one has ever heard of anyone bringing back anything else. What he accomplished is unprecedented in the entire world of extraordinary circles. The first supernatural event to this day. Neither Eastern cultivators, Western supernaturalists, nor even certain groups claiming to be spokespeople for gods and immortals have ever achieved such a feat. His methods bordered on the supernatural. After a long moment, Zhao Yu finally suppressed his emotions, turned back, and forced a wry smile. Your man really is a monster. She couldn't recall how many times she'd called Li Huai'an a monster. This man never failed to surprise her. And scares. Ning Yuchan was none the wiser. Never mind. Let's not dwell on it. Let's go eat. She offered no explanation. Instead, she turned to the equally stunned testing personnel beside her and said, what happened today stays between us. Anyone who dares to spread this. Rest assured, Director Zhao. We understand. On the way to the cafeteria. Zhao Yu glanced sideways at the woman beside him, then suddenly feigned casualness as he spoke. Regarding his request, I've already consulted with the boss. The boss has approved the transfer of personnel from military and police departments in Qingzhou's subordinate counties over the next couple of days to assist us in investigating those cultivators you discovered this morning. Convey this to him, let him focus on his cultivation with peace of mind. As long as he refrains from illegal activities, the Black Ice Bureau will forever remain his most steadfast and loyal ally. The crucial thing was to make Li Huai'an understand their stance. Understood, Sister Zhao Yu. Can I join the investigation? Ning Yuchan instinctively nodded, then suddenly recalled Li Huai'an's words to her. Zhao Yu froze. Clearly, she hadn't expected this usually submissive girl to suddenly make a request. But she quickly recovered. Of course it's fine. I would have let you go anyway, since you're the liaison between us and him. Thank you, Sister Zhao. Ning Yuchan's face lit up with delight as she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. She had no intention of acting like a fox borrowing the tiger's might. She simply wanted to do what she could for Li Huai'an, helping him resolve troubles he was too lazy to handle himself. Her original mediocre aptitude had been elevated to qualify her for contact with the cultivation world, a gift bestowed by him. Even her current cultivation physique, one that astonished Zhao Yu herself, was a gift from him. He had even sacrificed his own reputation to pave the way for her, a broad avenue leading to a promising future. She owed him far too much. If she didn't repay him somehow, her conscience wouldn't let her rest. Midway through the meal, Zhao Yu received a call from Wei Yong. Boss. What? Yes, I guarantee the mission will be completed. She hung up. She shoveled the remaining food in her bowl into her mouth haphazardly, then stood up. Xiao Chan, finish your meal. I have an urgent task to attend to and must leave now. Ha? What happened? Ning Yuchan paused her focused eating and blinked at her. An urgent notice from headquarters. A group of heretical cultivators has fled to Donglai County in Qingzhou Prefecture. All members of my unit are ordered to proceed immediately to that county to assist headquarters in executing the capture operation. At this point, she hesitated for a moment. Then, in a whisper only the two of them could hear, she added. Rumor has it a reclusive sect is involved in this mission. Once it's over, I'll see if I can negotiate for a cultivation technique from them for you. Ning Yuchan knew about the reclusive sections. Many of the cultivation world documents archived in the records room had been provided by them, clearly labeled as such. All right. Oh, right. Ah, never mind. I'm in a rush. We'll talk later. Zhao Yu dropped the line and hurried away. Ah. Ning Yuchan reached out toward his retreating figure, but ultimately lowered her hand. She'd been hoping to find out which hidden sect he'd mentioned, so she could ask Li Huai'an if he knew them. But seeing how rushed he was, never mind. She'd wait until he returned to ask. After dinner, Ning Yuchan drove the organization's assigned vehicle home to catch up on sleep. Arrived home, she called out into the house, but no one answered. Li Huai'an wasn't there, though the door had been opened. He must have come back briefly, but now he was nowhere to be found. She didn't think much of it. After all, with his capabilities, if any foolhardy scoundrel dared to cause trouble for him, it would be the other party who should be worried about their safety. She washed up, climbed into bed, closed her eyes, tucked herself under the covers, and slipped on her custom noise-canceling earplugs. The quiet, comfortable environment lulled her into a deep sleep almost instantly. She had a dream. In the dream, she saw a mountain shrouded in mist and clouds. Soft, childlike voices drifted to her ears, as if children were singing nursery rhymes at the mountain's base. The mountain of immortality, the fountain of youth, the immortal guards the passing years. Reverse dust streams, foresees rain, immortal lords cover the flowing years. Drawn by the melody, she tiptoed, straining to peer toward the mountaintop. In a daze, she thought she glimpsed a blurred figure. Why does it look a bit like Huai'an? But just as she strained to see clearly, the figure vanished. Never mind. It's just a dream. Even if it is him, so what? Ning Yuchan didn't believe dreams could connect a reality that was pure fantasy. Even the all-powerful immortal realm had no records of such things. Yet she did believe. If immortals truly existed in this world, her husband would surely hold a place among them. If only one could be an immortal, it could only be him. They say time is a blade, watching spring give way to autumn takes a decade, witnessing birth, aging, sickness, and death spans a century. A millennium allows one to lament dynastic changes, while 10,000 years reveal the shifting of constellations. Yet how many things endure 10,000 years? As for the secluded sects Xiaoyu spoke of, or whether even older immortal clans and undying traditions might emerge in the future, that remains to be seen. But even the most enduring lineages known to date barely scrape 10,000 years. That is but a tenth of his own vast lifespan. Perhaps to him, these institutions, evergreen in the eyes of ordinary people, were but insignificant passers-by in the journey of life. 98,000 years. Chapter 25, The Destruction of the Northern Desert. Year 6281 of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The Alliance of Righteous Paths launched an assault on the Northern Desert. The Northern Desert was the domain of the Chan sect. Decades earlier, remnants of the Yunmeng Marsh faction, hunted by various sects, had fled here and pledged allegiance to the Wheel-Turning Temple, the revered master of this realm. Now, led by the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Righteous Alliance besieged the Wheel of Dharma Temple. Sect Master Gong Lianyue personally led the assault, with Li Changsheng commanding the rearguard, determined to utterly eradicate the heretical cultivators of Yunmeng. Above the temple of the Wheel of Dharma, countless figures flickered in and out of sight, some riding auspicious clouds, others treading flying swords, forming a dense, dark mass. They stood in stark opposition to the seated monks within the temple below. Chakras. The air thickened with a murderous tension. At a nod from Gong Lianyue, an elder of the Celestial Sword sect stepped forward to challenge. I ask you one final time, as a revered figure of the Chan sect and the sovereign of the Northern Desert, will you truly remain stubbornly deluded, unable to distinguish right from wrong, and continue to harbor the heretical cultivators of Yunmeng? The Buddha is merciful. In response, a deep chant of the Buddha's name echoed from within an exquisitely lavish hall below. As the saying goes, lay down the slaughtering blade and attain Buddhahood instantly. Since they have repented and converted to our sect, why must you persist in pressing them to the brink, seeking to exterminate them all? How dare you, Wheel-Turning? The elder thundered, do you realize this act will plunge your Northern Desert realm into an abyss of eternal ruin? The figure in the hall remained silent. Turning toward the jeweled palanquin carrying Palace Lianyue, he bowed reverently. Before our sect leader, this humble monk begs permission to execute this traitor, to strengthen the righteous path's divine might. Though both the Northern Desert Zen sect and the Western Buddhist origins advocated for the salvation of all beings, practitioners from the various orthodox sects generally harbored little affection for Zen disciples. The latter's conversion focuses on teaching and guiding those who have strayed back onto the right path, while the former involves deception and even suppression by force. However, their actions lack the brazen audacity seen in Yunmeng, and their influence remains confined within the Northern Desert, thus avoiding widespread condemnation. Approved. The moment the words fell, the elder struck with brutal force. His sleeves billowed as half-step nascent soul-level spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal hand, smashing down upon the golden hall. Clang! However, before the attack reached the dome, a massive golden bell unfolded. The instant they collided, the bell erupted with dazzling Buddha light, enveloping the golden hall. Not only did it block the colossal hand, it actually sent it crashing back. Put! The situation shifted abruptly. The elder spat blood and was gravely wounded, sending shockwaves through the cloud-filled sky. That golden bell was the embodiment of the faith of countless believers. The Buddhist and Zen sects did not cultivate killing arts or realms of power, but only faith. Though this path may seem unconventional today, it is an ancient way, the very path cultivated by the divine Buddhas of antiquity. Those who attain great mastery within it are no weaker than mainstream cultivators. Moreover, it possessed an advantage unmatched by practitioners of other paths. Should a follower of this path perish, they could be reborn through the incense offerings and devotional energy of their believers. In other words, as long as enough people believe in you, you can remain immortal. Moreover, if the faith-based power bestowed upon you grows sufficiently strong and reaches a certain threshold, ascending to Buddhahood in broad daylight is not beyond the realm of possibility. Of course, harvesting faith energy is no easy feat, especially within the cultivation world. After all, every cultivator possesses their own extraordinary abilities. Why would anyone bother to place their faith in you? As for mortals, to them, any cultivator is indistinguishable from a deity. Their faith is indiscriminate and impure, rendering it largely useless. Therefore, this path gradually fell into decline, thriving only in the northern desert and western regions ruled by the Buddhist and Chan sections. Beyond these two areas, it became a rare sight. Honored patrons, please return now. The figure within the hall spoke again. Within the North Desert, there is likely no one who can match this monk. At these words, everyone on the cloud turned ashen-faced, seething with righteous indignation. Some could barely restrain themselves from striking out, but remembering the earlier scene, they could only wear expressions of helpless resignation. Just then, a voice drifted from Liang Yu's imperial carriage, lazy and composed. Monk, seeing your confidence, why not test it against me? The restlessness abruptly ceased. The cloud realm fell deathly silent, all eyes turning toward the jade carriage with reverent awe. Even the monks of the wheel-turning temple, who held the home field advantage below, lost their earlier composure. Their expressions turned grave, as if facing a formidable foe. Amitabha. After a long moment, amidst the chanting of 10,000 monks from the wheel-turning temple, the sky seemed to rain down flowers, and Buddha's light spread everywhere. Within this divine radiance, a figure slowly emerged from the majestic golden hall. He bore a fleshy protuberance atop his head, clad in plain robes. In his left hand lay a human skull, while his right cradled a flesh lotus. His aura radiated both sacred brilliance and an eerie, demonic allure. The Dharma King of the Wheel of Dharma. His body radiated neither overwhelming blood energy nor invincible Buddhist might. In fact, one could say not a single trace of a cultivator's essence could be found upon him. Yet, this being, seemingly inferior even to a chi cultivator, inexplicably sent a chill through the crowd. The aura emanating from him was too bizarre. Not quite a Buddha, yet not quite a demon. I have long heard of your reputation, Li Zun. This humble monk greets you here. The Dharma King spoke as usual, yet an eerie Buddhist aura surged around him, stirring an almost irresistible urge to convert in those who heard his words. That's conversion. Some recognized this power, their expressions turning pale with shock. Conversion. This was an attack method born from the power of faith. It possessed no destructive force, harmed neither flesh nor soul, and targeted solely the heart of the Tao. Without special magical artifacts or an unshakable Tao heart, even the most advanced cultivators could not withstand this uncanny assault. Once the Tao heart falls, one becomes the opponent's devout follower. The confrontation had already begun. Li Changsheng lifted the curtain of his imperial palanquin and cast a faint glance downward. Amitabha. The Buddhist chant resounded as the Dharma King, hands pressed together in prayer, spoke with eloquence. The sea of suffering has no shore. Turn back, and you shall find the shore. O wicked ones, turn back now. As the words faded, the chanting of the Buddha's name erupted simultaneously throughout the entire temple of the turning wheel, and beyond its walls, across the entire northern desert. Above the clouds, some cultivators of lesser attainment were instantly enlightened. They fell to their knees with a thud, abandoning their cultivation tools, prostrating themselves with their bodies pressed to the ground, their bodies radiating a divine light. In that moment, they forgot all worldly attachments. In their eyes, only the boundless ocean of Buddha existed. In their hearts, they desired only to bathe in this endless radiance. They abandoned their cultivation. They abandoned their Tao companions. What righteous path? What sect? Gone. All gone. Transcendence through a single word was never a jest. The most outstanding prodigy of the northern desert once converted a great demon at the 6th stage of the nascent soul realm. And the combined power of all the Zen monks of the northern desert who joined in the conversion. A glimpse through a tube reveals the whole picture. Leave immediately. Gong Lianyue acted decisively, ordering the remaining cultivators to retreat. But with this pervasive, inescapable force of conversion permeating every inch of the mountains and valleys, where could they possibly flee? Those with profound cultivation and steadfast resolve held their ground, fortifying their minds against the onslaught. Yet the majority succumbed to this eerie force, converting to Buddhism. Worse still, their spiritual resolve shattered completely, a lifetime of arduous cultivation lost in an instant, their efforts ruined at the last moment. But Li Changsheng remained as serene as ever. He watched silently as monks chanted sutras below and cultivators from various sects scattered in flight. Ah! Suddenly, he let out a sigh. Gong Lianyue blinked, tentatively reaching out. He shook his head, stepping out of the sacred palanquin. Clad in white robes and a black cloak, his gaze cold and piercing, he looked down upon the Dharma king of the wheel. I have no shore to return to. Since you speak of compassion, grant me this favor, let white bones be my boat, and let me sail upon a sea of blood. Before his words had fully faded, he took a single step forward, and a colossal sword formation unfolded beneath his feet. Millions of flying swords shot skyward, sending the monks into a panic. Demon! You shall be slain! Realizing his opponent's intent, the Dharma king's expression darkened. His usual composure shattered as he charged forward recklessly to stop him. Li Changsheng casually flicked a sword beam, carving an impassable chasm between them. Without a backward glance, he turned and returned to his chariot. This place should hold no Buddha. Chapter 26, Only such power deserves the title of Nation Guardian. Recorded in the 6281st year of the Heavenly Sword sect, Li Changsheng annihilated the wheel-turning temple, slaying over 70,000 Zen practitioners in the northern desert with his sword. The land lay barren for 10,000 li, blood flowing like rivers. Thus, the five realms' eastern wastes, southern frontier, western regions, northern desert, and central plains were unified. The heretical cultivators of Yunmeng were utterly eradicated. Peace reigned across the four seas, and our Tao flourished. Record of the Heavenly Sword sect, year 6285, our sect master, Gong Lianyuet, broke through to the nascent soul realm. With 3 nascent souls within our sect, we reached our zenith, and all realms dared not defy us. Recorded in the 6288th year of the Heavenly Sword sect. Qingzhou Prefecture, Donglai County, International Hotel. The once bustling hotel lobby now stood deserted. Half an hour earlier, after identifying themselves, the Enforcement Bureau personnel took direct control of the hotel. The hotel manager, completely unaware of the situation, could only stand by nervously. What's the situation? A little while later, 3 military vehicles pulled up outside the hotel as Xue Zijing and his team arrived. He scanned the area, his gaze automatically skipping over the manager, who had been completely stunned by the scene. Has anyone from Qingzhou headquarters arrived yet? Captain Xue. An Enforcement Bureau officer stepped forward to report. Upstairs, there are 3 Foundation Establishment 6th-tier cultivators, 2 Foundation Establishment 9th-tier cultivators, and a leader who's nearly at the golden core stage. Director Zhao and his team are still en route. But our men have already surrounded the entire street. They're organized into 10-man squads, and every brother is equipped with the latest spirit swords and spirit artifacts. Anything below Foundation Establishment Stage 9 won't stand a chance. Xue Zijing nodded. Tell the brothers to be cautious. Mr. Su will arrive shortly. There shouldn't be any surprises here, but we must be wary of their people conducting surveillance outside. He had received intelligence that morning. A group of Yunmeng's operatives had committed crimes in Donglai County, and this was their hideout. He'd immediately ordered the place surrounded and placed under strict surveillance. So far, no one had left the inn. But these heretical cultivators, having endured the Righteous Alliance's crackdown in their past lives, knew well the importance of having multiple hideouts. They might not all be gathered here. Moreover, the cultivation world possessed numerous techniques to conceal one's aura, allowing evasion of modern surveillance methods like road monitoring and thermal imaging. To apprehend these individuals, we must rely solely on manpower for a thorough search. Understood. The Enforcement Bureau agent saluted and departed to deploy personnel. Xue Zijing lit a cigarette. Before long, a figure drifted into view. A middle-aged man dressed simply none other than Su Chen, the state protector from the Heavenly Sword sect. In his previous life, he had been at the half-step nascent soul stage. Now, he stood at the 4th level of the golden core stage. Mr. Su. Xue Zijing stubbed out his cigarette and bowed respectfully. Though National Guardian-level figures held no official positions within the Black Ice platform, their formidable strength granted them a status above the ordinary, equivalent to that of guest elders. Such a rank warranted the salute of a commandant. MHM. Su Chen responded with a nod, cutting straight to the point. His fingertip traced his inner core, drawing forth a strand of soul energy. With thunderous force, it shot straight toward the hotel's top floor. The overwhelming pressure of a golden core cultivator spread outward uncontrollably. An invisible sword chi swept out from him, instantly stunning the hotel manager unconscious. The next second, multiple magical fluctuations erupted from the top floor. Xue Zijing's expression shifted slightly, about to alert the surrounding officers on alert to prepare. But then Su Chen raised his hand, and a small, agile sword materialized out of thin air. Go! The sword darted like a startled wild goose. Its ringing cry rang out crisp and clear as it transformed into a blinding streak of icy light, reaching the Yunmeng bandits in the blink of an eye. Boom! A massive explosion shattered windows and buildings. The roaring surge of spiritual energy sent some underpowered police officers flying. Then, several blood-soaked figures plummeted from the rooftop like kites. Exactly 7. The officers, still conscious, silently thanked their luck that the area had been evacuated beforehand, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xue Zijing couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This was the true power befitting a state guardian. Zhao, you really ought to see this.
That Li Changsheng fellow? A mere class A? How dare he compare himself to these men? Mr. Su, what skill? I'm truly impressed. He approached to offer his compliments. It's only natural. Su Chen recalled his flying sword, speaking with an air of self-assurance. This flying sword technique was bestowed upon me by our sect's supreme elder. I suppose I haven't brought shame upon him. To others, these words might sound like the boastful arrogance of a talent-obsessed individual. But Shui Zijing, who had read the Tianjian sect's chronicles, saw it differently. For the supreme elder mentioned by Su Chen was a title held by only one person in the heavenly sword sect. Li Changgung, the ruthless warrior who had slaughtered the entire northern desert. His thoughts drifted back to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu had been pestering him daily lately, demanding he upgrade Li Changsheng's rating to the state protecting tier. It was driving him crazy. Do you even know the weight behind the nation defending rank? It would be more fitting for Li Changgung to handle it. No. If he were here, there'd be no need to even discuss it. The moment he showed up, he'd be National Guardian level, no committee meeting required. He'd be the one calling the shots. That's the consensus of everyone who's read the Tianjian sect annals. Just as he was thinking this, a subordinate jogged up. Lieutenant, Director Zhao is on the line. Speak of the devil? Shui Zijing raised an eyebrow and took the phone. Hello. How's the situation over there? A faint rush of wind could be heard on the other end. The caller seemed to be driving, and at high speed. Shui couldn't help but ask in confusion, it's already taken care of. Where are you guys? Still on the way? Then I won't come over. We've got an urgent situation here. What kind of situation? That person's situation. Want to come along? It might get tricky. Hearing this, Shui Zijin's eyes lit up. He'd been struggling to find a way to make Zhao Yu face reality. Send me the coordinates. I'll bring people over immediately. He hung up. He paced in place for a moment, then, as if making up his mind, walked toward Su Chen nearby. Mr. Su, do you have other commitments later? Su Chen glanced at him. What is it? Well, I was wondering if you could do me a favor. He briefly recounted the situation involving Zhao Yu and Li Changsheng. This is a personal request. If you have other commitments, please don't feel obligated. Su Chen pondered for a few seconds. Very well. Since I'm already here, accompanying you on this trip won't hurt. Truth be told, he'd heard whispers of Li Changsheng's exploits in his previous life. After all, the span between the fall of the Joyous Heaven and the rise of the Yunmeng Marsh was merely a few hundred years, a mere blink of an eye for cultivators, barely longer than a seclusion retreat. But a sect like Joyous Heaven, which was more of a local overlord, couldn't compare in scale to a top-tier righteous sect like the Heavenly Sword sect. Sects like that were often wiped out without much fuss. No major figure would expend much effort on them, dismissing him as just another prodigy who emerged from the backwoods. Besides, after he destroyed the Joyous Heaven, he vanished without a trace. He hadn't given it much thought. Encountering him in this lifetime felt like a karmic connection. He could observe him for a while. If his character and talent proved acceptable, taking him as a disciple wouldn't be out of the question. Then I'll leave it to you. Shui Zijing was overjoyed and hastily waved for his personal vehicle to be brought over. He believed Zhao Yu would soon lose the nerve to bother him again. Chapter 27, Piercing Heart Spell. Qingzhou, Beihai Commandery, Yong'an Garden. Inside the security booth, a security guard dozed off, clutching his phone, oblivious to two figures slipping past the surveillance cameras, one ahead, one behind, and infiltrating the gate. The first figure was white-haired, sporting a goatee and slanted eyes. The second had an alluring face, a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. They sprinted all the way to a building deep within the residential compound before halting. The man with the goatee spoke in a hoarse voice, "Are you sure this is the place?" "No mistake." The beauty mole closed her eyes for a moment, then looked up and counted the floors. Her tone was certain. "My ghost butterfly is parked on the 9th floor. She's still at home." "Then let's make this quick. Get her out of there first." The man with the goatee formed a hand seal, a faint glow coiling around his fingertips. He tapped the entrance door, and the bulletproof glass facade instantly melted away. The two headed straight for the 9th floor. Following the same pattern, they entered the apartment. Beauty Mole led the way, guiding Goatee through the living room to the master bedroom. The door was unlocked and opened with a gentle push. The latter immediately spotted Ning Yuchan lying on the bed. His cloudy pupils flashed with sharp brilliance, such pure spiritual energy. Undoubtedly a postnatal Dao embryo. "Bring her back to the ancestor, and you and I will have done a great service." The commotion roused Ning Yuchan. She was momentarily dazed, then snapped to attention. Staring in terror at the two strangers who had materialized before her, she fought back a scream. Who are you?" It must be said that after enduring a series of extraordinary events, her psychological resilience and adaptability to the unknown had long surpassed that of ordinary people. Now, even facing a situation that seemed like a home invasion alone, she wasn't completely panicked, though fear was inevitable. "Leave her to me." The man with the goat beard stepped back. The woman with the beauty mark nodded and stepped forward, offering Ning Yuchan a gentle smile. Little sister, don't be nervous. Look at me. Ning Yuchan instinctively looked at her. Their eyes met. In that instant, a budding pink lotus blossomed in the other's eyes. As the petals slowly unfurled, Ning Yuchan felt enveloped by a warm yet twisted aura. Her soul grew heavier, her eyelids heavier still, as boundless drowsiness washed over her. In that hazy moment of consciousness, a whispering murmur reached her ears. All mortals suffer, even immortals and gods cannot cross over. Why then worship Guanyin? Lost lamb, allow me to guide you to the true path. Praise the joy. A hand as supple as a water snake rested on her shoulder from behind, gently cradling her forehead as it drew her into an embrace as tender as a mother's. Suddenly, the beauty with the mole stiffened, her movements halting. She whirled around in terror, only to find the man with the goatish beard who had come with her was gone. No. Not only the man with the goatee, but the bed was gone, the room was gone, and the person in her arms was gone too. She found herself transported to another world, without knowing when. Before her eyes lay boundless expanse. The world stretched endlessly. Heaven and earth were indistinct, clear and murky, indistinguishable. A towering, unreachable mountain stood at the horizon's edge, while a colossal giant, as tall as the heavens, stood before her. Compared to it, she felt as insignificant as a tiny insect born in the morning and dead by nightfall. The figure lowered its gaze. Boom! She jolted awake, shoving Ning Yuchan aside. Heavy gasps escaped her lips as she scrambled backward, stumbling and crawling. Her back slammed against the doorframe. The next instant, she grabbed the man by his goatee and fled like a madwoman. But, as she ran, a sharp pain suddenly gripped her heart. Something warm and viscous seemed to be flowing from her ears, dripping down both sides of her face. She stopped and looked at Goatee. She found him ashen-faced, his already cloudy pupils now even darker, filled with utter despair as he stared blankly at their clasped hands. Confused, she summoned her spiritual energy to examine herself. A few breaths. Her pupils dilated. Piercing heart curse. This was a spell born from the way of the sword. Its victims are pierced through the heart by an endless stream of sword chi. Externally, they appear unharmed, yet internally, their organs are shredded into bloody pulp by the sword energy. Not even their soul can escape. Neither death nor respite. In her memory, only one person knew this technique. No one else could break it. Moreover, this technique is exceptionally ruthless. As long as the opponent does not withdraw the sword energy within her body, anyone who touches her will instantly be struck by the sword energy as well. Which means, Goatee was also cursed. Chapter 28, just how talented is he? Qingzhou's Beihai Commandery, Crescent Moon Library. As the largest state-run bookstore in all of Beihai Commandery, the collection at Crescent Moon Library could truly be described as encompassing everything under the sun. At the same time, it was also the only bookstore in the county open 24 hours a day. Li Huai'an, engrossed in reading inside, suddenly lifted his head. His deep gaze pierced through the massive floor-to-ceiling glass window before him, gazing toward the direction of the Eternal Peace Garden. The man is innocent, but the jade brings guilt. When grafting Ning Yuchan's constitution, he had anticipated that unscrupulous individuals would covet her afterward. Therefore, he deliberately left a sword spell to protect her. Just now, the piercing heart curse had been triggered by an external force. Yunmeng Marsh. Transparent threads invisible to others appeared before his eyes. One end extended outward. A gentle tug revealed the cause and effect. With the authorities watching, they can't stir up much trouble. But those two dying from the piercing heart curse, that might alert the Heavenly Sword sect. Sigh. Another troublesome affair. Beihai County, Yong'an Manor. A few minutes later, Zhao Yu and Xue Zijing's teams arrived at the perimeter simultaneously. Having already grasped the general situation through Ning Yuchan's earlier call, Zhao Yu signaled his men to seal off the information before locating Xue Zijing to join forces. Outside the apartment building, the man with the goatee and the beauty mark were already silent, their bodies lying starkly by the roadside. Fortunately, there weren't many pedestrians around, so it hadn't caused public panic. She glanced at the two bodies briefly before heading straight upstairs to find Ning Yuchan, leaving Xue Zijing and his team to secure the scene and conduct the investigation. Did she know any of the residents upstairs? Xue Zijing chatted with a subordinate while waiting for technicians to verify the victims' identities. Yes. The subordinate explained. The person lives on the 9th floor. Her name is Ning Yuchan. Intelligence indicates she is the wife of Li Changsheng, the Class A cultivator recently discovered by the Qingzhou branch. Later, to gain access to Li Changsheng, Commander Wei dispatched Director Zhao to invite Ning Yuchan to join the Qingzhou branch, personally conferring upon her the honorary title of Qingzhou Deputy Commander. Wife? Xue Zijing frowned. And this is the emergency she mentioned? Mobilizing substantial manpower just to protect the woman of a Class A cultivator? At best, this is a waste of national resources. At worst, it's abuse of power. Using one's position for personal gain is serious dereliction of duty punishable by imprisonment. A mere Class A cultivator is not worth the state going to such lengths. Seeing this, just as his subordinate was about to speak, a member of the technical department approached to report. He wisely kept his mouth shut. Lieutenant, we have preliminary progress. Intelligence colleagues cross-referenced the deceased's portrait with big data and discovered both individuals appeared near North Sea First Hospital, captured on surveillance footage. Xue Zijing inquired. Have you traced their origins? We're currently analyzing residual spiritual energy from their cultivation techniques, hoping to uncover clues. Results should be available in about 10 minutes. Report the results to me immediately. Yes. The man withdrew. Xue Zijing turned to his subordinate beside him. What were you about to say? The subordinate hurriedly replied. I didn't get a chance to report it to you. Yesterday, the Qingzhou branch sent over a file. It's the transcript of the first contact with Li Changsheng. Get to the point. Ning Yuchan stated that Li Changsheng discovered a group of heretical cultivators near Beihai First Hospital this morning. He identified them as enemies and requested Qingzhou branch investigate their purpose for infiltrating Qingzhou prefecture. Enemies? Xue Zijing's heart skipped a beat. In his memory, that cultivator named Li Changsheng had only one sworn enemy, the Joyous Heaven sect, whose entire lineage he had annihilated. Could these two be disciples of the Joyous Heaven sect? Xue. As he pondered, a resonant voice sounded from behind him. Mr. Su, you've arrived. Su Chen and Xue Zijing's group hadn't arrived together. He was unaccustomed to modern vehicles and chose to fly his own sword instead. Delayed by internal sect matters along the way, he arrived slightly later than the latter. What's the situation? Still investigating the victim's identity and cause of death. Take me to see it. The group headed to the crime scene. Xue Zijing had intended to consult this Tianjin sect elder, but the moment he saw the deceased, the elder reflexively gasped. Gu Shan, Gu Yu, people from Yunmeng. The startling words left Xue Zijing frozen in place. When he finally snapped back to reality, he appeared completely distracted. Yunmeng Marsh. How could it be Yunmeng? The earlier testimony from the technical department member confirmed that these two victims had been at the city hospital that morning. Now Su Chen claimed they came from Yunmeng. Therefore, the enemy Li Changsheng spoke of, was it not the heaven of joy but Yunmeng? Moreover, the purpose of these two appearing at Yeoman Manor was to cause trouble for his woman? Xue Zijing, unaware of the physical condition, naturally assumed a blood feud existed between the two parties, framing this act as a path to exact revenge. Though they did indeed share a blood feud. Digging deeper. While reading the chronicles of the Celestial Sword sect, he had indeed learned that Li Changsheng, the Yunmeng Marsh, and the Celestial Sword sect all existed in the same era. Yet he had never considered the possibility of enmity. After all, during Yunmeng's heyday, even top-tier sects like the Heavenly Sword sect and the entire alliance of righteous factions had been beaten into a state of barely surviving. How much less so for a lone cultivator? Forget enmity, no one dared defy his will. That would have meant certain death. He had considered the possibility that Yunmeng's so-called enemies were merely victims of their one-sided bullying or murder. Yet that notion was quickly discarded. If it were merely one-sided hatred, why would someone from Yunmeng come to take revenge on his woman? No one remembers a bullied victim they once tormented. This was clearly a sign of having suffered a loss at the other's hands. The meaning had completely shifted. Li Changsheng's status instantly transformed from a cultivator who barely scraped by to reach the golden core stage into an old monster capable of challenging Yunmeng. This signified his talent was genuine, a true prodigy who defied convention, refining qi in 3 days, establishing a foundation in 100, a peerless genius of a generation. And there was more. Xue Zijing couldn't help but glance at the two figures, externally unharmed yet utterly and completely dead. A chill shot straight to his forehead. When they came to trouble Ning Yuchan, Li Changsheng was not present. In other words, they had died by the backhand Li Changsheng had left on Ning Yuchan. Killing from afar. Both victims possessed foundation establishment cultivation. To kill them from a distance required at least a higher realm, and that was the bare minimum. But how many days had Li Changsheng been reincarnated? From the moment he regained consciousness in the hospital until now, it hadn't even been a full month. In such a short time, had he cultivated to foundation establishment or even higher? Just how monstrously gifted must that man be? Piercing heart spell. That's the piercing heart spell. Su Chen's startled cry interrupted his thoughts. He turned toward the sound. He saw the man, now utterly disregarding his stature as a Heavenly Sword sect elder and a national-level figure, clutching the corpse by its goatee and shaking it violently, overcome with emotion. Senior Su, what is this piercing heart curse? Let me tell you this, there is only one person in all the world who knows this spell. He turned his head, his eyes burning with fervor, enunciating each word deliberately. Our sect's supreme elder, Li Changsheng. Chapter 29, a 3-foot blade in hand can shatter all weapons under heaven. Black Ice Platform Logistics Department Hotline. How may I assist you? Connect Zhou Fan. Please hold. Moments later, in the administrative office area of the logistics department, the landline at Zhou Fan's workstation rang. He set down the documents he was holding and answered. Hello. This is Xue Zijing. His expression stiffened. He instinctively straightened his posture and sat up straight. Commander. How is your health? Thanks to you, everything is fine. After exchanging pleasantries, Xue Zijin got to the point. We encountered some difficulties while investigating the Yunmeng Marsh incident. It's related to Li Changsheng, the Class A cultivator recently discovered by the Qingzhou branch. You had deep contact with the Joyous Heaven cultivator from your past life who crossed paths with him. You know him well. I need intelligence on him. Hearing that name again after several days still sent shivers of terror through Zhou Fan's body. Fortunately, during his recuperation, several senior psychologists had taken turns providing him with psychological counseling. Though nightmares remained inevitable, he could at least maintain a semblance of lucidity when facing Xue Zijin's questioning now. He possesses extraordinary talent: alchemy, array formations, talismanic arts, thunder magic, incantations. He seems to master every discipline. There's scarcely anything he can't do. But his greatest mastery lies in the way of the sword. From the memories of that outer disciple of the Joyous Heaven sect, I learned that the sect's master once hailed him as a sword master of unparalleled talent, a genius that would not be seen again for 10,000 years. A gasp echoed over the phone. Based on your own information and from an objective, rational standpoint, how would you assess his mastery of the sword? Zhou Fan fell silent. After several seconds, he slowly uttered a few words. With a 3-foot blade in hand, he could shatter all weapons under heaven. Ah, that outer door disciple still knows far too little. He hung up the phone. Xue Zijing shrugged helplessly at Su Chen beside him. The moment Su Chen mentioned that only Li Changsheng knew the piercing heart incantation, Xue Zijing began to doubt Li Changsheng's true identity. He'd hoped to find some clue through Zhou Fan's soul-searching perspective, but it wasn't exactly fruitless, yet the insights were scarce. All he knew was that Zhou Fan was formidable, possessed extraordinary talent, and was a freak. Nothing else. There was nothing to be done. As an outer door disciple, his status placed him at the very bottom of the sect's hierarchy. Even if there were core secrets, he'd never be able to uncover them. Senior Su, what are your thoughts? Seeing Su Chen staring blankly at the two corpses, Xue Zijing took the initiative to ask. He might have been a disciple of our sect's supreme elder, or perhaps. He paused, the implication clear. The so-called piercing heart curse inflicts upon its victim 10,000 swords piercing the heart, the soul subjected to 1,000 cuts and 10,000 tortures, ultimately leading to a slow and agonizing death. It is an extreme form of torment. To be perfectly honest, ever since the Supreme Elder created this technique, he has shared its teachings openly. Yet to this day, not a single disciple has grasped its profound mysteries. Our sect's second leader, Gong Lianyue, possessed innate sword bones, a natural affinity for the way of the sword. In terms of sword talent alone, even our founding patriarch would have felt inadequate. Yet even she never mastered the piercing heart curse. This alone demonstrates just how high the threshold of innate talent required for this spell truly is. Indeed, rumors once circulated within our sect. Without mastering this art, you see the Supreme Elders as frogs at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon. Only by mastering this art will you understand what it means for a tiny mayfly to gaze upon the blue sky. As he spoke, Su Chen's eyes flickered, his tone tinged with uncertainty. From Zhou Fan's description, I can tell that Li Changsheng is indeed a prodigy of the sword path. It's not impossible that the Supreme Elder might take him as a disciple. Xue Zijing lowered his head, his expression shifting constantly. After a long moment, as if refusing to give up, he suddenly lunged forward, his palm seizing the goat-bearded man's head. With the power of his divine soul, he probed into the man's brow, inch by inch, examining every detail. His soul was obliterated, flesh rotting like mud, mingled with shards of bone and tendon. Externally, not a single scar marred his form, yet internally, he was riddled with countless wounds, reduced to an empty shell. This could only be achieved through utterly precise control of sword energy, so precise that even the slightest deviation would have caused external injury. He understood why no one could master the piercing heart curse. This incantation touched upon the very root of the sword path. It cast aside all divine arts and methods, fusing sword energy directly into the incantation to kill through its power. Its essence lay in the way of the sword. The spell was merely a conduit. It was akin to crafting explosives, the packaging mattered little. What truly counted was the precise control over the amount of gunpowder. Too much would create an excessive blast radius, too little would fail to kill. During the process of loading sword energy, physical constitution and innate talent are irrelevant. It depends entirely on a cultivator's understanding of the sword path itself. Could it be that Li Changsheng has reached the pinnacle of the sword path? I must return to the sect first. Su Chen suddenly spoke up, the matters here are of grave importance. I must immediately report to our sect leader, especially regarding this person's identity. The sect leader? Xue Zijing froze upon hearing this. Your sect leader. My apologies, but our sect leader actually reincarnated 3 years ago. Su Chen added apologetically, it's simply that he no longer wishes to involve himself in worldly strife. He ordered us to conceal this matter not because he distrusts you all. Had this matter not been so urgent, I would never have disturbed him. I see. Xue Zijing nodded, his understanding evident. After all, there were many like him. The Black Ice platform couldn't morally coerce every reincarnated being into joining their ranks and serving the Great Xia.
Reincarnators differed from awakened ones. The latter were modern individuals who had awakened memories of the cultivation world yet remained fundamentally part of contemporary society.
Reincarnated individuals, however,
they were never truly of this era to begin with, merely reborn in borrowed bodies.
Helping you is a favor, not helping is their right.
Just don't cause trouble.
Su Chen departed. Xue Zijing waited alone for a while longer.
After finishing a cigarette, seeing that Zhao Yu and the others still hadn't come downstairs, he summoned a subordinate. When Zhao Yu comes down, have her come to the branch office to see me.
Bring that, what's her name? Ning Yuchan.
The subordinate promptly reminded him.
Right. Bring that Ning Yuchan along too. I have something to ask her. Chapter 30, Be More Confident. Li Huai'an didn't return to Yeoman Manor until the next morning. He unlocked the door with his key.
Ning Yuchan sat stiffly in the living room, her eyelids lowered, looking as if she were sitting on pins and needles. She resembled a child who had done something wrong, waiting at home for her parents' scolding.
You're back.
Hearing the sound, she instinctively rose to greet him, but hesitated mid-step as if recalling something.
Her timid expression lingered. Seeing this, Li Huai'an instantly guessed the whole story.
He slowly took off his coat and hung it on the coat rack by the entrance, then asked casually.
Did they come looking for you?
Yes, huh? Ning Yuchan nodded at first, then realized something was off, her expression turning distinctly wrong.
You already knew?
She was a bit stunned.
Could this person really foresee the future? Did he truly know everything? That was just too absurd. I know a little.
Li Huai'an peeled an apple and handed it to her.
What happened last night?
Taking the apple and taking a bite, Ning Yuchan felt the unease in her heart suddenly calm. She felt as if this man before her had cast a spell on her. Why else would she feel inexplicably at ease whenever she saw him? It felt like as long as she was with him, as long as he was by her side, she wouldn't fear even if the sky fell. I was asleep when two people suddenly broke into the house trying to kidnap me. They were scared off by the backup you left on me. Later, the Black Ice platform people arrived.
Sister Zhao Yu said they were dead, you did it. The piercing heart curse.
Li Huai'an didn't hide anything, telling her how the two had died.
Did you suspect all along that I'd be targeted? MHM.
The posterior heaven Dao fetus ranks among the top tier of posterior heaven constitutions. Especially now, with spiritual energy resurging and the golden age about to dawn, all sects desperately need fresh blood to navigate the coming chaos.
Some sect will surely recruit you.
If you refuse, orthodox sects might persistently persuade you with reason and emotion.
But those heretical cultivators rarely bother with subtlety. If threats and bribes fail, they may resort to force.
He spoke these words with an unusual calmness, as if recounting a trivial matter of little consequence. But Ning Yuchan, having just endured the ordeal of kidnapping, could keenly grasp the danger lurking within his words. Had it not been for Li Huai'an's meticulous planning, the loss of her virtue would have been the least of her concerns.
She couldn't even begin to imagine the inhuman humiliations she would have endured otherwise. Disobedience? Go ahead and try. A sect whose very purpose was the pursuit of extreme physical pleasure and pathological mental stimulation, would it lack methods to torment its victims?
The thought made her shudder. She couldn't help but shudder, her heart racing with fear.
Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, It was nothing. Li Huai'an cut her off. What did they ask you? Just about your past life.
Ning Yuchan answered truthfully, mainly this guy named Xue Zijing, he's from headquarters, investigating you. She recounted the conversation in detail, then added at the end, as if afraid Li Huai'an might misunderstand.
But don't worry, I only mentioned things anyone could look up.
I didn't say anything about you living for over 90,000 years.
After speaking,
she cautiously observed the man's reaction. Though what she shared wasn't exactly confidential, coming from her mouth, it couldn't help but carry a hint of betrayal.
Moreover, Xue Zijing had come from the headquarters in Jizhou.
Telling him would effectively elevate Li Huai'an into the national spotlight, potentially bringing trouble upon him. But the circumstances at the time left her no choice. If she refused to cooperate, the forced soul-searching would only expose the secret more completely. By speaking up voluntarily, she could at least control what she revealed and what she withheld, doing her best to conceal the truth. The only uncertainty was whether her own man would understand her actions and the hardship behind them, lest it provoke his displeasure. Fortunately, Li Huai'an wasn't unreasonable. If I dared tell you, I'm not afraid of others finding out. Look up. Instead, he found himself annoyed by Ning Yuchan's current attitude.
Can't you show a little more confidence? Remember this, you are a cultivator. The most crucial thing for a cultivator is an unwavering heart devoted to the way. If you're always afraid of this and that, hesitating and dithering, even if I gave you the most formidable physique and innate talent in the world, it would be useless. Respecting one's master and honoring the way was right, and repaying kindness was right too. But Ning Yuchan constantly placed herself in a subordinate position. That was the problem. It wasn't that cultivating the Tao required rebelliousness or reckless disregard for boundaries, but she constantly felt inferior to others and that wouldn't do. At the very least, one must possess the courage to interact with others with dignity and equality. The path of cultivation is inherently about defying heaven. If one cannot even stand equal to others, how can one hope to defy heaven? I'll remember. Ning Yuchan bit her lower lip. After a long moment, her gaze hardened with resolve. I will strive to do better. Only then did Li Huai'an nod his head in acknowledgement. Oh, right.
Ning Yuchan suddenly remembered something else, that Shuezi Jin said he'd like to find time to pay a visit.
He asked if it was okay for me to inquire with you. It probably isn't just him. Who else? She looked puzzled. Shuezi Jin had only mentioned wanting to visit himself, he hadn't said anything about bringing anyone else. Tell him to wait 2 more days.
Li Huai'an avoided a direct answer. Have him come with the others then.
It'll save us the trouble of handling them in waves. If he could, he truly didn't want to see any of them. But not seeing him might be even more troublesome. Sigh. The Yunmeng Marsh truly brings nothing but trouble. In his past life, it led him to be entangled with Gong Lianyue. In this life, it has entangled him with the authorities. He sighed inwardly. Perhaps I should pick an auspicious day to eliminate them. Chapter 31, Lin Tianshou. Beihai County, Qingzhou Province. Northhua Higher Academy. Su Chen, dressed in casual clothes, parked his car beneath the faculty dormitory. After registering his identity at the security desk, he hurried up the stairs in quick strides. Room 505. He took a deep breath, checked his appearance in the phone's front camera, and only after confirming everything was in order did he raise his hand to knock on the door. Come in. The voice came from inside. He grasped the doorknob and pushed it open gently. Inside, a middle-aged man dressed plainly, his hair pulled back in a ponytail, sat at a desk organizing lesson plans. Lin Tianshou, the first patriarch of the Celestial Sword Sect. Greetings, Sect Master. Su Chen bowed respectfully. Senior Su? Lin Tianshou's expression visibly flinched with surprise, seemingly unprepared for Su Chen's visit. These past days have been truly peculiar. Even you have come. Also? Su Chen paused slightly. Others have come to see the sect leader? The group from the northern desert back then. Lin Tianshou made no attempt to conceal the matter. They wish to coax me out of seclusion and into the world, using my name to forge an alliance between the Wheel of Life Temple and the Heavenly Sword Sect. Though the Temple of the Wheel had been wiped out by Li Changsheng during the illusory realm era, the dead had perished, and with them, all grudges faded. In this new life, everything began anew. From the perspective of a sect or even a nation, there were never permanent enemies or friends among those in power, only interests that could sway them. And setting aside the Yunmeng Marsh, the Wheel Temple and the Heavenly Sword Sect held no doctrinal conflicts. Ultimately, their past discord stemmed solely from opposing stances. Seeking an alliance with the Heavenly Sword Sect now was entirely reasonable. Then you. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He wasn't particularly invested in the alliance itself, but if their sect leader was willing to emerge from seclusion, many of their current problems would be solved effortlessly. I will not emerge from seclusion. Lin Tianshou could easily guess his thoughts and promptly dashed his hopes. In my previous life, I spent my entire existence striving tirelessly to revive the righteous path. I wouldn't claim to have devoted every ounce of my energy until death, but I can at least say I fulfilled my duties. My conscience is clear, and I've done more than enough. Since heaven has shown mercy and granted me a second life, it is now time for me to live out my days in peace. I truly enjoy my current life of teaching and nurturing students. In my free time, I travel and wander, taking in the magnificent landscapes of this world. That's exactly what I told the monks at the Wheel of Dharma Temple. You are no different. He paused, then smiled with carefree ease. In short, you're welcome to come find me for tea and conversation anytime. As for matters concerning the Heavenly Sword Sect and the cultivation world, you'll have to figure those out yourselves. If you want to find a backbone for the Heavenly Sword Sect, when you eventually cross paths with Xiao Lianyue, you can ask her if she's willing. She's young and has the energy to keep up with your antics. As for this old man, I'll pass. Regarding this, though he felt a twinge of disappointment, Su Chen didn't press the matter further. Just as not everyone in Yunmeng yearned to rebuild that era of collapsed ritual and music, not all disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect clung to their original aspirations, continuing to uphold the world's order. Rebirth inherently signified a fresh start. Lin Tianshou wanting to retire and experience the mundane world was perfectly natural. People have their own aspirations. Everyone has their own reasons, there's nothing more to say. I shall obey the sect leader's command. MHM. Lin Tianshou nodded, then changed the subject. By the way, what brings you here? It's not about the Sky Sword Sect, is it? He had already notified the Heavenly Sword Sect internally. Unless the sect faced annihilation, no one would disturb him. It's Yunmeng Marsh. They've reignited their operations. Prompted by the other party, Su Chen recalled the true purpose of his journey and said solemnly. Also, the Supreme Elder might have returned. Chapter 32, Sword Symbol. He's back too? Lin Tianyu clearly prioritized news about Li Changgang. When weighing the two, he selectively ignored Yunmeng, his sworn enemy from a past life. After all, the current world was different from his past life. Back then, Yunmengs had been able to wreak havoc across the land precisely because the righteous factions had turned a blind eye in the early stages, allowing them the space to grow and flourish. Now, having recognized their danger, the righteous factions would never stand idly by and watch them grow stronger. This would severely limit their potential. Moreover, while the Black Ice platform appeared to dominate openly, countless reclusive immortal sects stood behind them, some with lineages even more ancient than their own Heavenly Sword sect. In other words, the Black Ice platform serves as the front for these immortal sects. Though they normally stay out of worldly affairs, if the Yunmeng Marsh causes such a commotion that the Black Ice platform can no longer save face, then everyone will unite to strike it down. This is a matter of face. You don't bite the hand that feeds you. How dare you provoke a faction we support? That's slapping us in the face. Where would that leave our reputation? Li Changgang, however, was a special case. His innate talent was so extraordinary that Lin Tianyu had rarely seen its like in his lifetime. In a certain sense, his influence far surpassed that of Yunmeng. The only consolation is that he seems utterly disinterested in fame, fortune, or power, devoted solely to cultivation, even resenting any disturbance. Not long ago, 2 murders occurred in the Yong'an residential compound of Beihai Prefecture. The cause was 2 Yunmeng disciples attempting to kidnap a resident of that complex. It was later confirmed that those 2 Yunmeng disciples died from the piercing heart curse. Su Chen recounted the entire sequence of events at the Yong'an courtyard, including the relationship between Ning Yuchan and Li Changsheng, as well as his and Xue Zijin's speculations. Xue Zijing believed Li Changsheng was a disciple of Li Changgang, who had passed down the piercing heart curse to him. Su Chen, however, suspected Li Changgang himself was responsible. The cultivation threshold for the piercing heart curse was simply too high. He refused to believe another freak like Li Changgang could exist in this world. But one thing baffled him: given the Supreme Elder's tendency to mind his own business, even if it involved his own disciple's wife, he shouldn't have interfered. He would only say, "Children have their own destinies, do not burden them with your worries." The piercing heart curse? After hearing this, Lin Tianyu pondered. That is indeed his signature technique. However, whether it was his own doing or Li Changsheng learning his divine power remains open to debate. Shortly after quelling the unrest back then, he departed our sect to wander the 4 seas. Whether he passed down any teachings along the way, no one can say for certain. Li Changgang was never a native cultivator of the Heavenly Sword sect, lacking much attachment to the order. When he departed, no one dared to ask questions. Later still, the Heavenly Sword sect faced another great calamity. He did return, but I never heard him mention disciples. Whether he was too lazy to speak of them or had none at all remains unclear. Then, Sect Master, what should we do now? Su Chen inquired. While the elders typically handled routine matters themselves, Li Changgang's situation was too weighty for them to decide without guidance. This is how it will be. Lin Tianyu understood, so after a moment's thought, he offered guidance. Regarding the Yunmeng Marsh incident, cooperate with the Black Ice Platform's investigation. If you need manpower, draw it from the sect. It will provide those younger generations with valuable experience. The Black Ice Platform serves as the public face for our immortal sections. Its members aren't solely disciples of our Tianjin sect. As the saying goes, among 3 people walking together, there must be one who can be my teacher. Allowing our sect's juniors to interact and learn from disciples of other sects, exchanging strengths and compensating for weaknesses, is itself a form of cultivation. As for Li Changgang, he paused, drew open a drawer, pushed aside the papers piled on top, and retrieved a jade box. Carefully, he lifted the lid. A jade talisman lay quietly within. This sword talisman was left by Li Changgang as a protective artifact for our sect. I have refined it, and it now contains his primordial sword intent. I pass it to you, keep it safe. It resonates with Li Changgang's sword path. Carry it with you to seek out Li Changsheng. Should you hear a resonant clang, it will prove that person is indeed his disciple. Even if it isn't, keeping it close will serve as a reminder should you ever have the fortune to encounter Li Changgang while traveling. That way, you won't miss him when you pass by. Su Chen respectfully accepted the sword talisman, overjoyed. Just as he was about to bow in gratitude, Lin Tianyu's expression shifted to one of utmost solemnity as he said, "Remember this, the sword talisman can sense Li Changgang, and he can sense the talisman. He dislikes being entangled in mundane affairs. If he avoids meeting you, do not force the encounter. If you anger him and he takes your life, no one will be able to protect you." Chapter 33. Are Li Changsheng and Li Changgang the same person? 3 days later, at noon. Yong'an Manor. Ning Yuchan had gone to the Qingzhou branch to clock in for work. Li Huai'an was home alone, just opening the refrigerator to prepare a meal, when the abrupt sound of brakes screeching echoed from downstairs. Led by Xue Zijing and Su Chen, the group got out of the car and headed upstairs. As the elevator doors opened at Ning Yuchan's doorstep, Xue Zijing and Su Chen exchanged glances. Both could see the tension and solemnity in each other's eyes. Of course, this tension wasn't stemming from Li Changsheng's identity. Rather, Li Changsheng, the supreme elder of the heavenly sword sect. Though they still believed Li Changsheng to be Li Changgeng's disciple, and though Li Changgeng appeared remarkably detached, a disciple remained a disciple. That man, unrivaled in the way of the sword, peerless among his peers. In the war between good and evil, he slew the venerable ancestor of Yunmeng. During the Battle of the Northern Desert, he annihilated over 700,000 Buddhist cultivators, his bloodlust overwhelming. What kind of virtuous soul could possibly be taken as a disciple by such a man? Especially given the irrefutable evidence of the joyous heaven sect's annihilation, a clan wiped out, every last member slaughtered. Their ruthless natures were identical. Had Ning Yuchan not forewarned them and repeatedly confirmed the other party's consent to this visit, they would never have come today without prior notice. Let's hope this one doesn't act as self-righteously as Li Changgeng. Such thoughts crossed his mind. Xue Zijing knocked on the door, then stepped back slightly, ready for anything. Seconds passed. Except for Su Chen, who knew Li Changgeng, everyone else held their breath. Those few seconds felt like centuries. Click. The door opened. Youthful. That was Xue Zijing's first impression of Li Huai'an. Dressed in pajamas, wearing an apron, with neatly trimmed hair, and holding a spatula for stir-frying, his appearance was indistinguishable from that of a homemaker. Extremely jarring. At second glance, Xue Zijing even wondered if he'd walked into the wrong room. No one could possibly connect this young boy before him with that prodigy who, having only been reincarnated for a few days, had already slain 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. Come in and close the door. Li Huai'an walked in without waiting. Xue Zijing hesitated for a moment before following suit. Anyone here could feel intimidated or retreat, but he couldn't afford to do so, it would affect morale. However, the instant his foot crossed the threshold, he froze solid. Something was wrong. His cultivation level was slightly higher than Wei Yong's, having reached the early stage of the Golden Core realm. This allowed him to clearly sense the difference between this room and the outside world. Sword intent. From the entrance hall to the living room, and likely extending into the bedrooms as well, the entire space was saturated with sword intent. Without exaggeration. If a sword cultivator specializing in sword arts trained in this house, within 3 years, he would surpass someone breaking through to the Golden Core stage starting from scratch. Moreover, if his judgment was correct, this sword intent wasn't deliberately released by someone. It was sword intent that had unintentionally permeated the space. This did not imply the owner lacked the strength to control their own sword intent. Quite the contrary, this very phenomenon served as tangential proof of his formidable strength. It was like breathing a mere physiological instinct. Yet to a tiny insect, a human's breath felt like a hurricane sweeping through. The sword intent within his soul was too vast, too immense, for his physical body, this vessel, to contain. Thus, it overflowed. Unless he continuously elevated his cultivation realm, expanding the capacity of this vessel. Yet his current realm could already effortlessly annihilate Foundation establishment cultivators. How much higher must he go? Golden Core? Nascent Soul? Or, even higher? This is a sword cultivation monster. I heard from my daughter Chan'er that you sought me out? A distant voice echoed, interrupting Xue Zijing's thoughts. Hesitating briefly, he mimicked the respectful gesture common among cultivators and bowed to Li Huai'an. We've long heard of your reputation, senior. We've come on behalf of all our colleagues at the Great Xia's Black Ice Platform to pay our respects. For any shortcomings in our etiquette, we humbly ask for your forgiveness. As he spoke, he produced a storage ring brimming with rare treasures, presenting it with both hands, a token of our respect, though meager. We humbly request the senior to accept it. Truth be told, even as he stepped off the carriage moments ago, he'd been thinking, even if Li Huai'an truly was some ancient prodigy reincarnated, he couldn't bring shame upon the Black Ice Bureau. At the very least, he must maintain an attitude neither servile nor arrogant, making it clear to the other party that the official respect shown to him stemmed from recognition of his strength, not fear. However, the moment he stood face to face with the man, he realized that before absolute power, all such calculations were futile. This man was a celestial being incarnate, a peerless prodigy of unparalleled greatness. Facing him, while there was no need to grovel like a slave, maintaining absolute sincerity and offering the highest reverence was the only correct course. Li Huai'an glanced at him, saying nothing. Xue Zijing's heart skipped a beat. That brief exchange of glances alone made him feel as though icy coldness had enveloped his entire being, plunging him into the depths of an abyss. It was as if a Dalmas sword hung suspended above his head. One wrong word, and that blade would fall, taking his life. In that instant, he truly grasped the meaning of serving the sovereign is like serving a tiger. It became a tangible reality within him. Hastily, he added. I understand, sir. With your prowess, such mundane matters are surely beneath your notice. However, I've heard that your wife has just embarked on the path of cultivation and is in need of resources. Then I shall accept them on Chan'er's behalf. Seeing his goodwill accepted, Xue Zijing finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid he'd refuse, he was afraid he wouldn't accept. And you? Li Huai'an turned his gaze to Su Chen beside Xue Zijing. You're from the Celestial Sword Sect, aren't you? What brings you here? I've come to pay my respects at the master's command. With Shui Zijin, Su Chen was far more at ease, switching from addressing him as senior to Your Excellency. Given his standing within the Heavenly Sword sect, this formality was entirely appropriate. Li Changgeng was the supreme elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, while Su Chen was merely an elder. Li Changgeng held a rank one level higher than him, standing equal to the sect master. If Li Changsheng truly was Li Changgeng's disciple, then he would be considered a peer, albeit one of exceptional talent, warranting respectful speech. Lin Tianshou. Li Huai'an nodded, seemingly unperturbed by this explanation. But to Su Chen's ears, the words took on a different meaning. As a disciple of the supreme elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, you are a member of the Heavenly Sword sect. No matter how high your talent or seniority, how dare you address the sect master by name? That is the height of disrespect. Unless. He recalled the sword talisman bestowed by his sect master. Seizing an unobserved moment, he retrieved it from his storage ring, intending to discreetly verify the identity of the person before him. However, the moment the sword talisman was exposed to the air, clang! A piercingly clear sword's cry drew everyone's attention. The next second, the jade sword talisman shattered without warning. Suddenly, a violent wind howled outside the window, dark clouds churned, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and torrential rain poured down. A colossal sword intent erupted from the earth, sweeping out like a tidal wave. The overwhelming sword might, like a bursting river, engulf the entire 100-mile radius, causing the surrounding structures to sway precariously. Li Huai'an looked somewhat helpless, but he still raised his hand and pressed down gently. The previously violent and turbulent sword energy instantly calmed, then gathered into the palm of his hand. Su Chen's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling uncontrollably. After a few seconds, he suddenly clasped his hands before his chest, bowed deeply, and declared, Su Chen, 13th elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, pays homage to Your Excellency. May Your Excellency reign for 10,000 years. Chapter 34, The Origin of the Black Ice Platform. He was Li Changgeng? Hearing Su Chen's words, Shui Zijing instantly felt a chill pierce his forehead, followed by a dizzying sensation that nearly sent him tumbling to the ground. He shoved aside subordinates rushing to support him, eyes wide as saucers, staring fixedly at Su Chen, whose brow betrayed an indescribable surge of emotion. He desperately searched the man's face for any sign of deception or pretense. But, regrettably, on the face of this Tianjin sect elder, there was nothing but genuine respect. So, is this man before him truly Li Changgeng? Is Li Changsheng the same as Li Changgeng? Could the mastermind behind the slaughter of the entire Huanxi clan and the destruction of Yunmeng be one and the same person? The revelation was too shocking for Shui Zijing to process immediately. Yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. After the joyous Heaven clan was wiped out, Li Changsheng vanished. When the Cloud Dream Marsh appeared, Li Changgeng emerged, their names differing by just one character. Both also possessed the piercing heart curse. Su Chen had stated that this sword path incantation was unique to Li Changgeng. Most crucially, how could an era produce two groundbreaking sword prodigies simultaneously, separated by merely a few centuries? This aligns everything perfectly. This perfectly explains why Li Changsheng possessed the strength to slay Foundation establishment cultivators immediately upon awakening, and why the room was filled with such pure sword intent. Upon realizing this, Shui Zijing couldn't help but shake his head in self-mockery. How laughable that he had previously accused Jiaoyu of lacking tact and disregarding the greater good, even blaming her for favoring Li Changsheng with resources. He also intended to find an opportunity to strip Ning Yuchan of her honorary deputy commander title. He had even openly and covertly mocked the Qingzhou branch members for their naivety, treating a Class A cultivator like a rare treasure and revolving their entire world around him. Now it seemed the one who was blind was himself. Su Chen. I vaguely recall him. No one paid attention to Shui Zijing's complex emotions. Li Huai'an observed Su Chen, who maintained his formal bow as if he wouldn't rise unless summoned. His tone carried a hint of resignation. After all these years, you lot still haven't changed. I'm no longer the supreme elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. Let's skip the formalities. Honorable elder, you must not. Etiquette must not be abandoned. Hearing this, Su Chen immediately grew anxious. Whether you remain with the Heavenly Sword sect or not, you remain the most revered figure in our hearts. Back then, if it weren't for you. Enough. Let bygones be bygones. Li Huai'an knew reasoning with these righteous-minded individuals was futile. They clung stubbornly to their principles and sometimes fixated on trivialities. He decided to change the subject. How is the development of the Heavenly Sword sect progressing? Thanks to your blessings, all is well. Well aware of the man's temperament, Su Chen abandoned further formalities and instead recounted the recent developments within the Heavenly Sword sect. Lin Tianshou was among the first to undergo reincarnation. Back then, he had already contemplated retirement. However, considering the world situation at the time and the future of his disciples, he did not act on it immediately. Lin Tianshou was a good man, but he was no fool. Having battled his entire life in the cultivation world, he understood its realities more clearly than anyone. At that time, high-level cultivators were still few in number, and modern firearms still held significant deterrent power. If cultivators were to stand in opposition to modern armed forces, it would only lead to mutual destruction. Thus, he approached the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Empire, proposing the establishment of an official organization for cultivators. This body would formulate rules and maintain order. The Sky Sword sect could supply talent and fresh blood to this organization. In exchange, the government would guarantee the Sky Sword sect's autonomous status. Coincidentally, the government was grappling with how to handle the influx of cultivators. Both sides found common ground. This marked the origins of the Black Ice Platform. After its establishment, elders like Su Chen successively took command, becoming the first generation of 16 commanders, enjoying numerous privileges. The 9 provinces of Great Xia, sheltered by their protection, were spared from the ravages of war. A mutually beneficial and positive cooperative relationship formed between the two. I provide you with protection, you provide me with resources to help me regain my former glory. Peaceful days continued like this for over a year. Later, as more and more sect disciples were reincarnated, they saw how comfortably the Heavenly Sword sect lived in the modern era thanks to the Black Ice Platform and wanted a piece of the pie. Several factions even clashed over this. In the end, none gained an advantage, so they sat down to negotiate, intending to elevate the Black Ice Platform as their representative in the secular world. Then later, almost every 16th marshal had a sect's influence behind them. Shui Zijing, for instance, belonged to the Heavenly Sword sect faction. Zhao Yu and Wei Yong, however, belonged to another sect. Nevertheless, the Heavenly Sword sect remained the undisputed leader among them. After all, whether in past eras or the modern world, its influence remained the most formidable. Li Huai'an listened silently, then shook his head inwardly. The current predicament of the Heavenly Sword sect was strikingly similar to its situation after the battle between good and evil in his previous life, only now, the Alliance of Righteousness had been replaced by the Black Ice Platform. On the surface, all was calm and triumphant, yet danger lurked everywhere. Wherever people gather, there is a martial world. Wherever there is a martial world, there is conflict. After the Righteous Alliance defeated the Yunmeng Marsh and unified the realm in his previous life, numerous latent issues surfaced. Take the struggle for power, for instance. After all, an alliance is never dominated by a single faction. Composed of numerous sects of varying sizes, it was impossible for everyone to share a single mind. With Yunmeng as a common enemy, cooperation was possible. But now that threat was gone, hidden agendas began to surface. Secular lords and generals chase power because it brings wealth. Cultivators were no different. Greater authority means more resources for cultivation. The distribution of benefits is an inescapable topic for both cultivators and mortals alike. Especially after the destruction of Yunmeng, the Righteous Alliance took control of their territory, and every member sect reaped substantial benefits. Leveraging these gains, several sects have since produced nascent soul cultivators. With everyone now possessing nascent soul cultivators, why should the Sky Sword sect alone claim leadership, occupy the prime territories, the most fertile lands, and monopolize the greatest cultivation resources? With this mindset, the internal strife within the Righteous Alliance began. Truth be told, this conflict had nothing to do with him. During the conflict, he was traveling with Gong Lianyue, and initially, no one informed them. The two remained completely unaware of the situation. Until one day, they passed through a small town originally under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Sword sect, only to find the town governor's residence filled with unfamiliar faces, and the attire worn was not in the style of the Heavenly Sword sect. Gong Lianyue sensed something was amiss. After making inquiries, she learned the Heavenly Sword sect had been attacked right at their doorstep. As the sect leader, she couldn't ignore it, and he was forced to return with her. And then, it was back to the monotonous, blood-soaked existence of killing. It took over a decade of relentless slaughter to finally quell the war. The younger generation of the righteous sects was nearly wiped out, leaving their overall strength diminished by several tiers. The consequence of this action was the rise of demonic cultivators across the 5 realms, seizing the opportunity to ascend. Chapter 35, Extracting Essence Blood. You'd better take care of yourselves. Li Huai'an, who had foreseen the peril facing the Heavenly Sword sect in this era, issued a pointed warning. Yet he had no intention of cleaning up their mess. This was the Sky Sword sect's own affair. To him, the Heavenly Sword sect was merely a passing presence in his long life. Life and death were predestined, fortune and misfortune lay in the heavens. Their future was theirs to decide. He would not interfere. Besides, if everything depended on others, what was the point of cultivating immortality? Upon hearing this, Su Chen understood that the man before him had no desire to return to the Heavenly Sword sect. Recalling Lin Tianqiu's parting admonition, he dropped the subject. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he prepared to depart. Yet, glancing back at Shui Zijing beside him, he saw the man hesitating repeatedly, as if he had something to say but felt it was inopportune. The matter concerning Yunmeng Marsh? Li Huai'an suddenly asked. He can read minds? Shui Zijing stared wide-eyed, his expression filled with shock and disbelief. He had indeed just been considering in his mind whether to ask Li Huai'an for help investigating Yunmeng. After all, it had been confirmed that he was indeed Li Changsheng himself. Therefore, he must be on the Yunmeng's hit list. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. They had a foundation for cooperation. Of course. He hadn't overlooked the idea of recruiting Li Huai'an to command the Black Ice platform. Given his reputation, even a nominal position would draw countless prodigies and old masters to pledge allegiance, greatly boosting the Black Ice platform's growth. But since Su Chen, a disciple of the Celestial Sword sect, hadn't spoken up, it would be unwise for an outsider like him to make a move. To be mistaken for upstaging the host would only cause trouble. I cannot read minds, but your thoughts are not hard to deduce. Li Huai'an spoke calmly. The power of Yunmeng Marsh is formidable. Without the hidden sects intervening, it would be difficult for you to prevail with your current strength alone. Now that you've finally encountered someone who once successfully quelled the Yunmeng disaster and stands in opposition to them, it's only natural to seek their aid. Not to mention Yunmeng recently attacked Chan'er. This incident has created fresh enmity between us and them. With both old and new grievances, you believe we're on the same side and can cooperate. Spot on. Xue Zijing couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. He had always assumed Li Huai'an was simply gifted and powerful, for the entire annals of the Celestial Sword sect never recorded how he orchestrated his strategies. He had always crushed Yunmeng's ambitions through sheer overwhelming force. But today's encounter made him realize that the man before him was a true all-rounder. He couldn't comprehend how such a prodigy could exist in this world. Your foresight is uncanny, senior. I am in awe. Suppressing the jumbled thoughts swirling in his mind, Xue Zijing bowed deeply and said, Now, the heretical cultivators of Yunmeng are growing increasingly rampant, swarming like locusts across the land. Therefore, this junior humbly seeks your guidance. Is there any strategy to counter them? Concise yet indirect. He didn't directly ask Li Huai'an if he could intervene, but instead inquired about countermeasures. This was his shrewdness experience honed from years of dealing with those non-competitive cultivators. Had he asked directly, Li Huai'an would likely have refused. Countermeasures? Li Huai'an raised an eyebrow, lost in thought, not pondering countermeasures. If he wished, he possessed 10,000 ways to eliminate Yunmeng. He was weighing whether to intervene in this matter at all. According to his original plan, unless trouble came knocking at his door, he would never involve himself in the turmoil of the cultivation world in this lifetime. But Yunmeng's was different. The doctrines and ideologies they espoused were bound to unleash a bloody storm upon modern society. When the nest is destroyed, how can the eggs remain intact? Everyone would be swept into the turmoil, even he would not escape unscathed. Therefore, to live in peace, Yunmeng's must first be eradicated. At the very least, their foundations must be severed, stripping them of the power to stir up trouble. With this thought in mind, Li Huai'an nodded slightly. Very well. I can help you track them down, but the task of eliminating them rests solely with you. At these words, Xue Zijing's face instantly lit up with uncontrollable delight. Truth be told, this outcome had surpassed his expectations. He hadn't anticipated Li Huai'an would genuinely agree to intervene. He understood the man's character. Both Zhou Fan's soul-searching report and the Tianjin Sex Chronicles had made it abundantly clear, this young sword immortal's nature was one of. If it didn't concern him, he'd turn a blind eye. That's why, when he first made his request, he had already set his own bottom line. He wasn't seeking any constructive advice from the person before him, just a few casual pointers. In essence, it was about preserving a face-saving exit for future interactions. But then, Senior, on behalf of the common people of the 9 provinces of Great Xia, I thank you for your generosity. Li Huai'an shook his head. Spare me the pleasantries. Have your people find a cultivator from Yunmeng Marsh. Extract a single drop of their heart essence and bring it here. Essence blood from the heart? Xue Zijing froze for a moment. Though he didn't understand the other's intent, he complied as instructed, calling the guards of Lishan prison to have the blood delivered. A master, after all. Such a request must have its reasons. Why bother questioning it? Better to obey and be safe. Chapter 36, A Long-Distance Pursuit. Half an hour later, a prison guard delivered the essence blood. Li Huai'an stared at the transparent test tube filled to the brim in his hand, his expression slightly peculiar. He had only asked for a single drop of blood, yet they'd drawn an entire tube. Moreover, he had specifically requested heart blood. With this entire tube drawn, the prisoner likely wouldn't survive. But what did that matter to him? He gathered his chi and focused his mind. Moments passed. As he formed a hand seal and murmured incantations, his jet-black hair and robe stirred without wind. A chilling, sinister aura swept over the room. Whispered murmurs echoed in his ears, like the gaze of an ancient god watching from beneath the starry sky. This sudden shift sent a chill down Xue Zijing's spine. Little did he know. The true horror lay yet to come. As the speed of his finger movements quickened, the deep, luminous black within Li Huai'an's pupils abruptly faded, leaving only bleak, pallid whites. He crushed the test tube containing the essence blood of the Yunmeng members. In an instant, a violent storm erupted within the sealed room. The overhead lights flickered erratically, while the spilled blood split and extended, transforming into countless crimson threads. Go!
At his command, the crisscrossing blood threads instantly shot out like a hail of arrows in all directions, then dissolved into the void, invisible to the naked eye. By late morning, Xue Zijing and his group finally departed from the Eternal Peace Garden. Each person now held an additional yellow talisman in their hands. In vermilion ink, where characters were written in a sweeping, dragon-like script, 10,000 Li pursuit. Inside the carriage, Xue Zijing examined the talisman closely. After a moment, he couldn't help but ask Su Qin beside him, "Senior Su, do you think this talisman will truly work?" It wasn't that he doubted Li Huai'an's mastery of curses. He had long known from Zhou Fan's soul-searching report in the Tianjin Sect's chronicles that the man was a virtuoso in the art. The appearance of the piercing heart curse had indirectly confirmed this. He simply found the approach somewhat frivolous, or rather, overconfident. Did they truly believe a few drops of essence blood could expose members of the Yunming Marsh? After all, to apprehend them, the Great Xia Empire had launched its first ever multi-agency operation. Modern technology combined with cultivator techniques, the scale of this operation was unprecedented. And even then, they'd only managed to dismantle a few minor hideouts. They weren't unfamiliar with bloodline tracking techniques, but their effectiveness was minimal. At most, Li Huai'an's version might be slightly more advanced. Even if it's more advanced, the principle should still be the same, right? Just because we can't do it, does that mean you can? Though you were peerless in your past life, dominating the world, you still had to start cultivation anew, didn't you? Is such arrogance truly wise? If the Honorable One says it works, then it must work. Su Chen answered without hesitation. Compared to the relatively rational Xue Zijing, he clearly harbored a near fanatical, unquestioning devotion to Li Huai'an. For Xue Zijing's impression of Li Huai'an was limited to cold, written descriptions, scattered fragments of text. But Su Chen? He had witnessed the other's majesty firsthand. That was a power so overwhelming it crushed any desire to even attempt to catch up. Beyond question. Then how do we use it? Didn't the Honorable One say? Just burn it into talisman water and drink it. Xue Zijing's lips twitched, realizing he'd asked a bunch of pointless questions. No. He shouldn't have asked Su Chen. It was precisely that phrase, "burn it into talisman water and drink it," that struck him as utterly unreliable. Had he not known Li Huai'an's true identity, he would have dismissed the man as some charlatan peddling superstitious rituals in the countryside, then called the Qingzhou Security Bureau to have him arrested. What kind of cultivator drinks talisman water? Back at the Qingzhou branch, Xue Zijing's first action was to boil a bowl of hot water. He then used a lighter to ignite the 10,000-mile tracking talisman, dissolved it in the water, and drank it in one gulp. He waited quietly for the reaction. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour passed, and his body showed no change, at least in his subjective awareness. It felt exactly the same as before drinking it. Just then, Su Chen, who had also finished drinking the talisman water, arrived at his temporary office. "Senior, how do you feel?" Xue Zijing inquired. "Nothing yet. How about you?" Su Chen replied. "Me neither." He was about to vent a little, but the instant he turned his head, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse outside the window. Just one look, and his entire body froze solid in place. "What's wrong with you? Did you see a ghost?" Su Chen looked at him in confusion. Senior. The window." His fingers trembled as he pointed toward the window behind Su Chen, his voice shaking from sheer shock. "Outside the window, behind you." Su Chen turned his head in the direction his finger pointed. Rubbing his eyes. Looked again. Rub his eyes again. Look again. He turned his head, and their eyes met. Then, they both burst out of the office. Out of the way. Urgency etched across their faces. They barreled through the room, heedless of others, until they reached the open space outside. Only then did they stop and look up at the sky. Bloodlines. The sky, once bright and sunny with only scattered white clouds, was now shrouded in a dense web of crimson threads. They spread across the sky like an endless net, each line stretching beyond sight. The crimson threads contrasted sharply against the azure backdrop, creating a scene both spine-chilling and breathtakingly magnificent. Xue Zijing was stunned. Only now did he realize how foolish his earlier underestimation of Li Huai'an had been. Who was Li Changgeng? He was an unparalleled prodigy, nearly omniscient and omnipotent, a monster so fearsome that even the Cloud Dream Marsh dared not venture eastward. His tracking skills, could they possibly be on the same level as those of mere mortals like them? Could they share the same origin? Absolutely laughable. Chapter 37, Bloodline Curse. Before long, the Black Ice Platform's training grounds were packed with people. All were Black Ice Platform members who had drunk the talisman water. As if by prior arrangement, they all lifted their heads to gaze at the sky, each face etched with profound shock. Even Su Chen and Xue Zijing, seasoned veterans with vast experience, were rendered speechless by this overwhelming spectacle. After a long moment, as if recognizing the origin of the crimson line, Su Chen murmured softly, "Bloodline curse." Xue Zijing whipped his head around to look at him, his expression shifting slightly. This art, known as the curse technique, was in truth a manifestation of the profound principles of cause and effect.
It was an exceptionally sinister and venomous curse, as its name implied. It was built upon a bloodline, implicating all those connected to it. Moreover, it can precisely locate all beings connected to this bloodline through its primordial source, including outsiders who are neither direct nor collateral relatives. In other words, anyone who has cultivated the techniques of Yunmeng, whose bloodline has been tainted by its essence, will be found by this curse nowhere to hide. Then, they will die. Its viciousness lies precisely in this: every being connected to this bloodline is ultimately killed. However, Li Huai'an's current spiritual energy reserves were insufficient to complete the task, so he could only use it to locate targets. Had he been at his peak, this curse alone would have allowed him to effortlessly eliminate every member of the Yunmeng. Of course, this curse wasn't entirely invincible. It had many limitations. For instance, you never know the full extent of the karmic ties bound to the person you curse. Should that person be connected to someone you cannot afford to provoke, you invite disaster upon yourself, risking a devastating backlash. Secondly, casting this spell demanded an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. The more karmic ties the target possessed, and the higher the cultivation level of those connected to them, the greater the spiritual energy required. Even a monster like Li Huai'an, whose power defies conventional measurement, wouldn't dare use it freely in his current reincarnated state. He'd be drained of spiritual energy instantly. And if your spiritual energy is drained yet still fails to meet the curse's demands, it will devour your flesh and blood, even your very soul's essence, until there is nothing left within you to be taken. Take this example. A foundation establishment cultivator uses this curse to kill another foundation establishment cultivator, but the latter is backed by an old demon at the nascent soul stage. Unless the caster instantly elevates their spiritual energy to the nascent soul level, the only outcome is the complete annihilation of both body and soul. Even if reduced to ashes, they still cannot kill their target. It is a double-edged sword. Thus, this spell gradually fell out of use over time. However, Shuezijing did not harbor hostility toward Li Huai'an simply because the spell was unorthodox. First, he couldn't defeat him. Most importantly, he wasn't a child of 2 or 3 whose worldview was defined solely by black and white dichotomies. Justice and evil were merely subjective standards imposed by the majority. Objectively speaking, such concepts did not exist. Even if they did, they held no sway in the world of cultivators. Those who cultivate demonic arts are not necessarily fiends, nor are those who practice immortal arts always righteous. Whether divine powers or magical arts, they are lifeless entities, merely tools to enhance combat prowess, existing to serve the cultivator. It all depends on how the cultivators wield them. Look! Those red lines are moving. Someone suddenly pointed at the crimson threads in the sky and exclaimed. Shuezijing instinctively looked up. The crimson threads that blanketed the sky truly began to writhe, like countless twisted parasites, densely swarming into the city below. Some slipped silently into the brows of passers-by, while others vanished through the cover of buildings. Yet those targeted by the crimson threads, and everyone around them, remained utterly oblivious, as if nothing had ever happened. Shuezijing shuddered. He now understood what the talisman Li Huai'an had given him was. Others couldn't see these crimson threads. To bystanders, that eerie spectacle was nothing more than a painting of the burning of the Red Cliffs. Only those who drank the talisman water, empowered by its mystical force, gained the heavenly eye, the ability to see the true form of the crimson threads. Hey, you! Zhang, come here! He thought to himself. He hurriedly beckoned his subordinate forward. Go distribute the remaining talismans from my office there on the desk. Every member at the Qi cultivation stage or above must drink the talisman water. Then form teams of 5, led by those who drank the talisman water, and begin a nationwide, door-to-door search for members of the Yunmeng. Besides the talismans handed out directly, Li Huai'an had drawn extra talismans, likely anticipating staffing issues. Yes, sir. The subordinate who was addressed saluted and departed to carry out the orders. Shuezijing issued further instructions, such as preparing for potential large-scale bloodshed and ensuring public opinion was carefully managed and guided. After all, given the scale of Yunmeng, the sudden loss of so many lives could trigger widespread societal panic if public sentiment wasn't carefully managed. After assigning the tasks, he exhaled a long breath, glanced once more at the sky streaked with crimson and white, then turned to return to his office. At this very moment, the war between the 9 provinces of Daxia and the Yunmeng Marsh has only just begun. Chapter 38, Ancient Tomb. Official announcement. Recently, a foreign criminal syndicate infiltrated our territory through clandestine channels. Law enforcement has now pinpointed their approximate coordinates. For safety reasons, residents nationwide are advised to minimize non-essential outings during this period, secure doors and windows, and take necessary precautions. The next day, the same message appeared on every citizen's phone, causing an uproar. The incident dominated the trending topics across all major social media platforms. Of course, the latter was an inevitable outcome tacitly permitted by the authorities. While this approach would still cause considerable unrest, it was preferable to ordinary citizens witnessing Black Ice Agency members cleaning up. That would be far more troublesome. Under no circumstances could cultivators be exposed to public view. City Hospital. Zhao Haiki, who had been listless since Li Huai'an's departure, was slumped over her desk, idly scrolling through WeChat short videos. She too had received the notification and come across the related videos. However, she wasn't particularly interested in this kind of news. Instead, the headline of the next trending topic caught her attention: Ancient Tomb Unearthed in Qingzhou Prefecture. Clicking in, the opening paragraph read, "Recently, an ancient tomb was unearthed in Beihai County, Qingzhou Prefecture." According to members of the archaeological team responsible for excavation and preservation, a large number of previously unseen artifacts were discovered within the tomb. After joint research and comparison by several professor-level archaeologists, a unanimous conclusion was reached: the tomb's construction predates all known feudal dynasties, potentially even preceding the unconfirmed Great Yu dynasty. Its specific dynastic affiliation remains unclear. To advance archaeological research, our institute now invites independent scholars with expertise in ancient history to join us in studying the unearthed artifacts. Interested parties may contact our official hotline. Signed, Qingzhou Museum, official account. Numerous comments followed. Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, Qing, ancient sources say. Great Qing, ancient sources say. Xia, Shang, Zhou, ancient sources say. Great Yu, ancient sources say. Archaeological team, can they still say? Stop digging. Seriously, stop. Keep going and you'll end up cultivating immortality. Don't let it come to a day where you're all flying on swords, walking on air, or sprouting wings, while I'm the only one left scrambling around on two legs. Zhao Haiqi's interest surged. He clicked into the account's homepage, where several newly uploaded images appeared, presumably the so-called artifacts. The first image showed the interior of the tomb. A corridor dotted with night pearls, endless murals intricately carved with scenes of phoenixes soaring in unison, cranes delivering blessings, and golden lotuses falling from the heavens. Further back, endless layers of clouds stretched as far as the eye could see. Standing atop each cloud were one or several figures, forming a dense sea of people that exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. These figures varied in posture, some bearing swords, others forming mystic seals, or sitting cross-legged. Their attire and adornments differed, yet they shared one common trait. Their gazes converged upon a single point. There, atop a mountain, stood a solitary figure. Clothed in azure robes, hands clasped behind his back, he stood with his back to the multitude. Though his true features remained hidden, an aura radiated outward from his very core. When you stand atop the highest peak, all other mountains seem small. The Emperor? That was the first thought that crossed Zhao Haiqi's mind, but she dismissed the possibility the very next second. For none of the figures in these paintings resembled officials, nor did the man upon the mountain resemble an emperor. Instead, they resembled a cultivator. Whether court painters or folk artists, no one would depict civil and military officials floating on clouds. An emperor should wear dragon robes, or at the very least ceremonial attire. After all, ancient painting styles differed from modern ones. Back then, figures were depicted as figures, and immortals as immortals. Categories were clearly and strictly defined. It was unthinkable to depict a real, living person as a deity, even an emperor who claimed to be the son of heaven. Such a depiction defied logic. Ancient people were deeply influenced by Confucian thought and lacked the kind of boundless imagination. The social environment of the time also did not allow for such impractical painting styles. Could this be the tomb of an immortal cultivator? Zhao Haiqi perked up and hurriedly scrolled further down. The subsequent images showed artifacts. Indeed, they differed from ancient tombs unearthed in the past. Whether for princes, generals, or imperial families, burial goods typically consisted of gold, silver, jewels, vessels, calligraphy, paintings, or bronze artifacts. But the artifacts unearthed from this tomb were all items like long swords, ancient texts, bamboo slips, and some stones she didn't recognize. At the same time, she keenly noticed three modern characters appearing in the corner of the mural at the very center of the tomb's main chamber: Heavenly Emperor. Had the archaeological team written them? Or could this be some kind of time travel? Zhao Haiqi's heart skipped a beat. She was about to zoom in on the image for a closer look. But then, the moment she clicked the image, she was abruptly forced back to the main page. Before she could return to the original video, a line of small text popped up on the screen. This account has been banned. This was the official account of a prefectural-level museum. Suspended just like that? Zhao Haiqi felt as though she had stumbled upon something truly significant. Chapter 39, the second stage of spiritual energy awakening. Are all the people in charge at your prefectural museum brainless? Ancient tomb? I'll be damned. Such an obvious supernatural incident, and you classified it as archaeology? Then brazenly posted it on social media? If my team hadn't happened to spot your video feed, once this blew up, you'd all lose your heads. Got it, morons? Black Ice Bureau, Qingzhou branch. Zhao Yu was yelling into the phone, her beautiful eyes flashing with fury. Ning Yuchan raised her hand several times, intending to stop her. But glancing around the room, seeing the elders all wearing expressions of accustomed indifference, not one daring to speak up, she lowered her hand again, sitting on pins and needles in her seat. After all, she was the one who had started this whole mess. The person on the other end of the line who happened to capture the video? That was her. This is infuriating. After a long pause, Zhao Yu hung up the phone, her anger still simmering. Seeing the crowd of people gathered around her only made her more irritated. Get out. All of you, get out. Several subordinates who had come in to report seemed accustomed to this scene. Without a word, they simply set down their documents and silently exited the office. Ning Yuchan instinctively started to rise. Zhao Yu called her back. I wasn't talking to you. She sat back down. After a moment of silence, curiosity got the better of her, and she cautiously asked, Sister Zhao Yu, what's the deal with that tomb? I'm not a reincarnated cultivator. How would I know? Zhao Yu shot back irritably, then her eyes twinkled. It must be connected to the immortal realm. Why don't I call your man and ask? Don't go saying things like that. My man? We're not even engaged yet. Ning Yuchan's face flushed slightly, her expression shy and coy. Yet the suggestion sparked an idea. After a moment's thought, she actually dialed Li Huai'an's number. Hello? Ha? A new phase of spiritual energy revival? That tomb. The merging of two worlds? Oh. As soon as she finished typing, Zhao Yu asked impatiently. What's the deal? That tomb is indeed connected to the immortal realm. To be precise, its emergence signifies that the revival of spiritual energy has entered a brand new second phase. Second phase? Yes. Ning Yuchan recalled Li Huai'an's words. He said the revival of spiritual energy occurs in phases. The return of the reincarnated 3 years ago and the awakening of cultivators' memories of the cultivation world belong to the first phase. We should be approaching the second stage now. In this phase, things long buried and forgotten by time will resurface. More tombs may be unearthed in the future. After hearing this, Zhao Yu couldn't help but gasp, a weight settling in his heart. 3 years ago, had it not been for the strong backing of reclusive sects like the Heavenly Sword sect, the Great Xia Empire would likely have fallen into the hands of the ancient cultivators long ago. Now, just the Yunmeng Marsh alone had the 9 provinces of the Great Xia reeling. And all this was merely the beginning? At least the ancient tomb on Earth this time contained only dead objects. But what if a tomb containing living beings or worse, ominous entities were to appear? When they descended upon the mortal realm, wouldn't chaos erupt across the land? Even without deep thought, one could grasp this. Those worthy of burial in such tombs are never ordinary individuals. They possess formidable power themselves, or are backed by terrifying forces. Otherwise, you'd be buried one moment and have your tomb raided the next. And no one knows the nature of these beings. Encountering one that's easygoing might be manageable, but what if you stumble upon one that's unruly and ambitious? For modern society as a whole, that would spell utter catastrophe. Thinking of this, Zhao Yu's resolve to cling tightly to Li Huai'an's coattails only strengthened. Come that day, he might just be the sole savior. What else did he say? The rest was beyond me, something about heaven and earth, the realm of illusions, and how things from dreams would come true. Dreams? Zhao Yu was about to press for more details when a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Director, someone's here to see you. Chapter 40, The Celestial Pivot Hall. Come in. The door opened to reveal several men and women in lab coats. Leading them was a young woman with striking features, blonde hair and blue eyes. Who are you? Zhao Yu felt the leader looked familiar, but couldn't quite place her. Hello, Director Zhao. We're from the Tianyu Academy. The young woman stepped forward, extending her hand as she introduced herself. I'm Dong Yunyu. We met at last year's Zhuzhou Exchange Conference. Don't you remember? Zhao Yu remembered. Ning Yuchan remembered too. She had seen the name Tianyu Academy in the archives, a subordinate organization of the Black Ice Bureau's Ji province headquarters, directly under its jurisdiction. The woman before them, Dong Yunyu, was the chief disciple of the Tianyu Academy's headmaster and the academy's foremost expert. A native of Jizhou, she was an awakened one. Oh, it's you. Zhao Yu extended her hand for a brief shake. Are you here for the ancient tomb in Qingzhou Prefecture? Though the Tianyu Academy was directly under the Jizhou headquarters, strictly speaking, they belonged to no faction. Its members never engage in combat operations or factional disputes. They devoted themselves entirely to research, focusing on developing and studying various new era technologies. Specifically, products that blend immortal cultivation energy with modern technology. The spirit sealing chains used to suppress cultivators' spiritual energy in Mount Li prison earlier were their invention. Beyond this, they also undertook tasks like deciphering ancient cultivation texts and secret records, compiling chronicles of the cultivation world, and so on. Essentially, all members were engaged in administrative roles. This tomb excavation incident also fell within their purview, which is why Zhao Yu immediately deduced their purpose. Yes. Dong Yaya nodded. The teacher speculates that the artifacts unearthed from that tomb hold epoch-spanning strategic significance. They could greatly aid in optimizing and innovating new era technology, which is why we were sent to investigate. And Her tone grew tinged with resignation as she continued, the secular archaeological teams can't handle excavating immortal cultivators' tombs, and the cultivators themselves aren't willing to do it. If we don't step in, there's simply no one else to do it. In this era of revived spiritual energy, even members of the Black Ice platform who serve the nation and its people prioritize enhancing their personal power. Only by growing powerful enough can one protect the people and things they wish to safeguard. Who has time to pour over these jars and pots? Sigh, you've all worked so hard. Zhao Yu sighed along with him, then pondered, alright, I'll have the Prefectural Museum handle the handover immediately. Have them send the artifacts and documentation over. And I'll clear out a research space for you. Stay here for now. Everything will be settled within 3 days at most. Alright, thank you, Director Zhao. Dong Ye accepted without objection, expressing her gratitude before turning her attention back to Ning Yuchan. And who might this be? Ning Yuchan, honorary commander of our Qingzhou branch. Zhao Yu introduced. Honorary commandant? A flicker of surprise crossed Dong Yu's eyes. Having spent years immersed in research at the Tianshu Academy, she was unaware of Li Huai'an's affairs. She was merely astonished that the Qingzhou branch had acquired such a young honorary commander. Of course. She kept this surprise to herself, refraining from asking any questions. After all, this was an internal matter. Even Wei Yong, the overt leader of Qingzhou Prefecture, had given his approval. It was not for an outsider like her to pry. To hold such an important position at such a young age, Miss Ning is truly talented and promising. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ning Yuchan promptly replied. Thank you. Incidentally, our team is currently short-staffed. Might we request Miss Ning's assistance? Dong Yuanyu suddenly inquired. Ning Yuchan froze for a moment, instinctively glancing at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu, in turn, looked at Dong Yuanyu with a meaningful expression. Dong Yuanyu was a smart person. She was a researcher, but that didn't mean she was a bookworm who only knew how to conduct experiments. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made seeking Zhao Yu's patronage her first move upon arriving in Qingzhou Prefecture. The 9 provinces of Great Xia nominally revered Jizhou as supreme, obeying its commands, yet in practice operated under a feudal system akin to the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Simply put, they obeyed directives but not proclamations. Each province held autonomy, as behind every province's Black Ice Bureau stood a cultivator sect acting as its patron. However, the Heavenly Sword sect arrived earliest and wielded the greatest influence. They revered the Heavenly Sword sect as their leader, so the other states likewise recognized Ji province as their leader. Yet unless facing external threats or matters concerning the nation's very foundation, the provinces generally mind their own business. Periodic reports to Jizhou served merely as a formality. The ancient tomb was unearthed in Qingzhou, which falls under the jurisdiction of Zhao Yu and Wei Yong. Ultimately, the Celestial Pivot Academy was Ji province's domain. Operating on their turf without planting a few own people there would be unthinkable. And Ning Yuchan was clearly Zhao Yu's own person. Such a young honorary commander was unprecedented in the entire history of the Black Ice platform. Dong Yuanyu didn't believe for a second that she had no connection to Zhao Yu. That was precisely why she had proactively requested the loan of personnel, essentially extending a favor. Regarding this, Zhao Yu was naturally delighted. Even if Dong Yuanyu hadn't mentioned it, she would have requested it later. Having the other party bring it up proactively was even better, a win-win situation for all. Chapter 41, Divine Feather Dynasty. But I know nothing about it. Zhao Yu and Dong Yuanyu had tacitly reached an understanding, yet as the invited party, Ning Yuchan harbored reservations. She feared her lack of ability would ruin everything. Not only would she embarrass Zhao Yu, but she might end up needing Li Huai'an to clean up the mess again. She already owed him so much and didn't want to trouble him further. It's fine. Dong Yuanyu reassured her. The technical aspects will be handled by professionals. You just need to assist me and lend a hand. It won't be difficult. Zhao Yu chimed in. If you want to integrate better into the cultivator world, you can't just shut yourself away in the archives, studying books blindly. This is a rare learning opportunity. Besides, Chief Dong Yun's skills and knowledge are widely recognized. If you have any questions, just ask her. She'll teach you. With her around, nothing will go wrong. Their harmonious words gave Ning Yuchan a reassuring boost, dispelling her hesitation. Finding it hard to refuse, she agreed. A few days later, an agent from the Celestial Access Bureau arrived at the branch office to pick someone up. The research facility Zhao Yu had secured for Dong Yuanyu was not far from the branch, just a few minutes' drive. After parking the car, the official guided Ning Yuchan through facial recognition verification and multiple layers of security before they entered a massive gate cast from alloy plates. Beyond the doors lay a space as large as 2 basketball courts, filled with various artifacts excavated from ancient tombs, including murals. Figures clad in isolation suits bustled about everywhere. Judging by the scene, the archaeological work was already in full swing. Each participant had their own designated workstation, with clear divisions of labor. Over here. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, Dong Ye poked her head out from a pile of ancient texts and murals, beckoning to Ning Yuchan with a wave, signaling her to come over. Ning Yuchan approached. Guess what I found? Dong Yunyu asked excitedly.
Ning Yuchan noticed that despite being the esteemed chief disciple of the Celestial Pivot Academy, holding an immensely prestigious position within the academy, this person carried not a shred of arrogance. Her eyes held no trace of ulterior motives, only a deep passion for her work and the genuine excitement of a new discovery. This was a truly pure-hearted person. Ning Yuchan's initial nervousness gradually faded, and she asked, "What did you discover?"
These artifacts all originate from the Great Unification era.
Her spirits lifted. According to existing records in the archives, if one were to stretch the timeline across the entire history of the cultivation world, it could roughly be divided into 5 distinct eras.
The Age of Decline, the Era of Great Unification, the Golden Age, the Mythical Era, the Chaos Era.
It is worth noting that these 5 eras do not exist as a linear sequence on parallel tracks, but rather as a cyclical, ever-repeating cycle.
They endlessly cycle, forming the history of the cultivation world.
The Realm of Joy, Yunmeng Marsh, and the Celestial Sword sect all existed within the timeline of the Age of Decline.
Following the Great War between good and evil came the Era of Great Unification. Records of this era are scarce in the archives.
If the tomb on Earth this time truly originates from this era, it would undoubtedly represent a milestone breakthrough in the study of immortal cultivation civilization.
Look at this. Dong Yueshue excitedly brought out a neatly cut section of mural.
It depicted a woman clad in a phoenix-patterned robe, reclining on a phoenix-themed couch, her features obscured. In the lower right corner of the mural, several lines of text were engraved in a style markedly different from modern script.
Ning Yuchan couldn't decipher it, but fortunately, there was an annotation beside it.
The world knows not the longevity of heaven and earth, 1,000 autumns buried in the torrent of time. Sun and moon soar through the void, their lifespan matching heaven's. Time may not age, but I shall not age either. The script used by the cultivators bore a resemblance to the pictographic writing of ancient Blue Star. Daily communication remained unaffected. This was because those divine souls, reincarnated beings from the dream realm and awakened individuals who recalled its memories, had universally integrated memories of modern civilization. However, texts like cultivation manuals, scrolls, and other such documents require translation before they can be read, otherwise, locals simply cannot comprehend them.
What do these 4 lines mean? Ning Yuchan asked curiously. Names. Dong Yea handed over another stone tablet. The first 2 lines are just set up.
The last 2 seem to be describing a person and her ambitions.
The key lies in the 3rd line.
Sun and moon symbolize brilliance soaring through the heavens, yields the character Zhao. Based on the mural and stone tablets, we deduce this likely refers to the name of that female emperor from the Divine Feather dynasty.
It could also be a surname.
In the unified era following the Age of Decline, a magnificent dynasty of cultivators rose to prominence, revered by all under heaven and honored by the 4 seas. This was recorded in the chronicles of the cultivation world, and Ning Yuchan was aware of it.
It was said to be ruled by an empress of peerless grace, though her surname remained unknown.
All was known was her unparalleled arrogance, boasting she was second to none in the world. On the day of her ascension, a mystical bird descended bearing an auspicious omen. Its fallen feathers took root, and thus she named her dynasty the Divine Feather Celestial Court. Ning Yuchan accepted the second stone tablet handed to her by Dong Yunyu. It too bore a portrait, but this time, it depicted the back view of a man. By the moonlit pool, beneath dark clouds, he stood clad in white against snow, his sword stance as radiant as a rainbow. He carried a sword on his back. Whether due to the artist's mastery or some other reason, the piercing sword intent seemed to radiate through the stone slab. She stared in awe. Just as she was about to ask about his identity. Suddenly, as if sensing something, her gaze sharpened. With a hint of disbelief, she scrutinized the man on the stone slab once more, from head to toe, not missing a single detail. Her pupils gradually dilated. That silhouette. How could it resemble the man from her dreams so closely? Chapter 42, The Celestial Emperor. No, impossible. It was just a dream. Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Ning Yuchan shook her head forcefully, forcing herself to stop dwelling on the dream. She returned the stone tablet to Dong Yea, hoping that out of sight meant out of mind. However, in the instant they exchanged the stone tablet, she couldn't suppress the flutter in her heart. Who is the person in this painting? The Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor? Ning Yuchan froze at the words, the Divine Feather dynasty has 2 emperors? She had never heard anyone mention it. Not until now. In all the chronicles documenting the Divine Feather dynasty, the sole ruler of this unified era had always been one sovereign. Besides, since ancient times, there can be no 2 suns in the sky, nor 2 rulers in a kingdom. Wouldn't having both sun and moon in the same sky cause chaos? We only learned of this recently ourselves. Upon first hearing this news, Dong Yunyu's reaction mirrored Ning Yuchan's, exactly doubting her own judgment, insisting it couldn't be true. But, as her research deepened, through cross-referencing various sources, logical analysis, and consulting historical records, she concluded that this was indeed the case. The Divine Feather dynasty truly had 2 emperors. And do you know why his honorific title is Heavenly Emperor?
Dong Yeye continued. Based on our deciphering of certain historical records unearthed from ancient tombs, we discovered that the Xinyu dynasty was far from peaceful at its founding. Internally, major sects and aristocratic families paid lip service while harboring dissent externally, demonic forces lurked with predatory intent. Though the empress possessed formidable divine might, she could not act alone. Until one day, the figure in the painting appeared. It was he who propelled the crumbling Xinwu dynasty to its zenith. It was his very existence that allowed the empress to reign as firmly as a mountain atop her throne. Later, to commemorate his unparalleled achievements, the empress personally conferred upon him the honorific title during the imperial sacrifice to Heavenly Emperor. She continued. She then retrieved a jade seal from a pile of excavated artifacts. This is the imperial seal of the Divine Feather dynasty. Ning Yuchan noticed that the seal's appearance differed greatly from those of secular dynasties. Typically, jade seals were engraved with dragons, phoenixes, suns, moons, and such symbols of divine imperial mandate and legitimate rule. Yet upon the Divine Feather dynasty's seal, beyond the celestial bird representing both the dynasty's name and the empress herself, the predominant carvings were swords. Dong Yunyu explained that Heavenly Emperor was a sword cultivator. The fact that the totems on this imperial seal are primarily swords is quite intriguing. She flipped the seal over. The reverse side bore no difference from ordinary jade seals, inscribed with the 4 characters, received mandate from heaven, long life and everlasting prosperity. My personal interpretation is that the meaning conveyed is this: if she represents supreme imperial authority, then he embodies the ultimate divine mandate. Ruling by heaven's mandate, the heaven she inherits is his. Receiving heaven's mandate means receiving his command, his will is her divine destiny. Ning Yuchan drew a deep breath. If Dong Yunyue's conjecture was true, it would be terrifying. Flipping through the pages of history. For ministers, once their achievements overshadow their sovereign, they rarely need a good end. For nearly every founding emperor shares a common flaw before ascending the throne: they cherish deep brotherly bonds with their ministers after enthronement. They fear these loyal followers who help them rise to power might rebel and threaten their rule. The imperial family is the most ruthless of all. For an emperor, nothing matters more than the stability of his empire and throne. Therefore, when a minister's achievements become too conspicuous, what awaits him is either trumped-up charges or a banquet where his military power is dissolved. Allowing him to retire to his hometown to live out his days in peace was considered an act of immense imperial grace, a sign of the emperor's benevolent heart. Yet this Heavenly Emperor was an exception. Not only was he spared any subsequent reckoning, but he was elevated to a position of supremacy even above imperial authority. What exactly did this man accomplish? What could possibly warrant such treatment from an invincible empress so proud she proclaimed herself second to none? Chapter 43, Wuzetian Part 1. Dong Yunyu then brought out several more stone tablets, each inscribed with the names of prominent figures from the era of great unification and their deeds. Yet Ning Yuchan felt somewhat disinterested. More than anything else, she was preoccupied with the identity of the man depicted on the second stone tablet, whether he held any connection to the figure from her dreams. Dong Yunyu seemed to sense this and said nothing. He merely went through the motions, summarizing the deciphered content from the past few days. Then he invited Ning Yuchan to join him, asking her to assist in studying the remaining stone tablets and artifacts. Her involvement in the research was merely for Zhao Yu's benefit, and explaining things to her was simply to facilitate her reporting progress to Zhao Yu. Whether she was genuinely interested or not was irrelevant as long as she didn't cause trouble for herself or the other members of the Celestial Axis Academy. Pass me the brush on the table. Right. And the tweezers. Here. Ning Yuchan carried out Dong Yunyu's instructions one by one like a robot, lost in her own thoughts. The figure in the painting and the one in her dreams, 2 silhouettes overlapped and separated within her memory. Her gaze grew distant, utterly lost in her own thoughts. The Celestial Emperor. Year 6575 of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Central Plains, 9 Dragons Mountain. That night. Here, sword energy pierced the heavens, appending mountains and rivers. Under the pale moonlight, shattered magical treasures littered the ground, reflecting the horrifying corpses strewn about. Before the Mountain Lord's Hall. Amidst the shattered walls and ruins, a white-haired Taoist, dragging his 2 severed arms, slumped lifelessly on the ground. His vacant gaze fixed upon the 2 figures before him. Dong Lianyue drew a handkerchief from her bosom, gently wiping the blood from the sword before returning it to Li Changsheng. Turning to the Taoist, she rebuked him harshly. As an elder of our righteous alliance, you led your disciples to collude with the demonic path, inviting wolves into our home. You sacrificed the 16 nations of the southern frontier in a blood ritual, condemning countless lives to suffering. Do you know your crimes? Hearing these words, the Taoist's body trembled slightly, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet he offered no reply. Seeing this, Li Changsheng wasted no words, thrusting his sword into the man's chest. Thud! The broken body crashed to the ground as his consciousness faded. Finally, as death approached, his lips moved, uttering a barely audible whisper. Immortality, immortality, for immortality, I would even descend into demonhood. I slew my wife and children, murdered my master and friends, slaughtered nations and exterminated races, yet still, I have not attained immortality. Master, I have failed you. The light faded from his eyes, and he fell completely silent. An ancient scripture slipped from his embrace. Li Changgang picked it up, glanced through it casually, then tossed it to Liang Lianyue beside him. The elixir of immortality. This was a demonic art, the very culprit that had caused the 9 Dragons Mountain Lord to betray his master. Its creator was a shattered void titan who called himself Boundless Eternity. He once boasted that whoever mastered this scripture to its ultimate extent would achieve eternal life. The cultivation method involved plundering the vital essence of others, a practice somewhat akin to the human refining alchemy of Yunmeng. However, it has no side effects and does not harm the cultivator themselves. To put it plainly, human refining elixirs are a shortcut that damages one's foundation, harming others without benefiting oneself. The elixir of immortality, however, only harms others while benefiting oneself. Thus, it is classified as demonic cultivation rather than heretical magic. Gong Lianyue stared at the scripture in her hands, her heart filled with disgust. She decisively ignited her spiritual flame, reducing it to ashes. Li Changgang chuckled silently. Personally, he harbored little aversion toward the demonic path. After all, whether demonic or righteous, the ultimate goal of cultivation converged, both sought immortality. Only the paths differed. The righteous path allowed him to pursue immortality without harming the innocent, while the demonic path employed any means necessary to achieve its ends. As for heretical cultivators, those people were pure psychopaths, even he found them repulsive. Brother Taoist, I don't understand what's so great about immortality. As ashes drifted in the wind, Gong Lianyue gazed upon the river of blood surrounding her, her mood turning melancholy. It seems everyone is seeking immortality. For immortality, brothers turn against each other, fathers and sons become enemies, masters and disciples sever ties. Yet when even the dearest loved ones are no longer by your side, and everything you once cherished is buried by the passage of time, what meaning does a solitary immortal life hold? She was different from other cultivators. Perhaps because Li Changgang had forged her into an ultimate weapon of doom, her human desires and emotions had grown increasingly faint. Her cultivation had always been a matter of fate. Live if you can, die if you cannot. Thus, she could not comprehend the 9 Dragons Mountain Lord's descent into the demonic path. Li Changgang offered no reply. Instead, he gently smoothed the slightly disheveled hair at the temple of the girl before him, then patted her shoulder. Let's go. Gong Lianyue didn't press further, taking his hand instead. The two were about to descend the mountain. At that moment, a faint, unusual sound emanated from the ruins behind the white-haired Taoist. They exchanged a glance. Gong Lianyue waved her hand lightly, summoning a whirlwind that swept up countless fragments of broken bricks and tiles, sending them swirling through the air. As layer upon layer of debris was swept away, a child was found trapped beneath the debris. Chapter 44, Wu Zhao Part 2. It was a ragged little girl. She huddled in a corner, hugging her knees. Her tiny hands clutched the hem of her skirt tightly. Her delicate, porcelain-like face was smudged with grime, yet her sapphire-bright eyes were filled with utter bewilderment. She looked utterly pitiful. Gong Lianyue's heart ached with pity. She turned her head, seeking Li Changgang's approval with a questioning look. Seeing no objection, she spoke. Little girl, who are you? Why are you here? The girl hesitated, then timidly replied, in answer to the fairy, my name is Wu Zhao. I was the daughter of the city lord of Tian City beneath Jiulong Mountain. A few days ago, immortals who roamed the heavens and earth here deemed my spiritual roots extraordinary. They took me up the mountain without my consent, intending to make me their concubine and cultivate the path of eternal life together. But before the marriage rites could be performed, you, Wu Zhao. Li Changgang, listening to the girl's account, raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with interest. That name, it has the makings of an empress. I see. Gong Lianyue, however, harbored no such peculiar thoughts. She channeled the essence of heaven and earth to cleanse the girl of her impurities, then gently rubbed her head, her tone soft. In that case, shall we escort you home? She assumed that a girl of that age, suddenly snatched away and thrust into an unfamiliar environment, must desperately long to return home. But who knew? The girl uttered a startling statement. I don't want to go home. Gong Lianyue froze. Why? Going back only means being treated as a pawn in my father's political marriage schemes, forced to wed a man I don't love. What difference does it make whether I return or not? Her eyes darkened, filling Gong Lianyue with pity. Yet she didn't know how to comfort her. Bring this child back to the Heavenly Sword Sect? The Sky Sword Sect was now beset by internal strife and external threats, while the Alliance of Righteousness was rife with hidden currents. For a mere mortal like her to involve herself in such matters would likely spell disaster unless. Do you wish to cultivate? Li Changgang suddenly asked. Gong Lianyue looked at him in surprise. Didn't this troublemaker always hate complications? Why the sudden change of heart? Was he actually planning to take a burden alone? She had just been thinking that the only way was if Li Changgang was willing to step in and protect this girl. But now he'd brought it up himself. Though unexpected, it was for the best. As long as he wanted her to live, no one in this world would dare let her die. With that thought, she decided to formally take Wu Zhao as her disciple. She knew her nominal master never took apprentices, as teaching disciples demanded immense energy. However, before she could speak, the girl suddenly ran to Li Changsheng and knelt before him. I wish to. I beg the immortal Lord for mercy, take Jar as your disciple. From this day forward, I vow to serve you with the devotion of a son, to walk through fire and water for you, without a single complaint. Gong Lianyue was stunned. This girl? You've picked the wrong person. Doing this will only drive him away. But Li Changsheng's reaction once again defied her expectations. He merely gazed down silently at the girl kneeling before him, showing no intention of leaving. The girl's disguise was convincing enough to deceive the naive Gong Lianyue, but it could not fool him. He caught the fleeting glimpse of ambition in her eyes. Her initial panic was genuine, but the dullness in her eyes was a lie. Perhaps even her origins were fabricated? Was it all a ploy to win sympathy? Such scheming at such a young age, clearly a restless soul. Perhaps this world truly could produce an empress. Li Changsheng's eyes grew more and more interested. How intriguing. Master, please accept this disciple's vow. Wu Zhao seized the moment. Not necessary. Li Changsheng halted her kowtow, his words carrying hidden meaning. When you become emperor, just don't treat this old man like a bird shot down and a hound cooked after the rabbit is caught. Emperor? Wu Zhao blinked, a look of confusion in her eyes. Truth be told, she had never even considered such a possibility. With her abilities, merely surviving this chaotic era was already a mercy from heaven. How could she dare to harbor such grandiose, distant ambitions? Li Changsheng made no attempt to explain, simply motioning for Gong Lianyue to descend the mountain. Taking on a disciple was merely a whim. He wanted to see if this world's Wu Zhao could rule the realm like the Wu Zhao of his own world, becoming the empress of the immortal cultivation realm. Success was for her alone, failure meant nothing to him. It was like suddenly spotting an unusual ant among a colony. He casually tossed it a morsel of food. Whether that ant would eventually become the Ant King was entirely up to its own destiny. Chapter 45, The Legend of the Martial Emperor. 475 years before the Wu dynasty. At Jilong Mountain, he sought out immortal masters to cultivate divine arts and refine supernatural powers. In the years that followed, he displayed prodigious talent, ascending to the nascent soul stage in a mere 4 centuries. 115 years before the Wu dynasty. The war of righteousness and demonic forces erupted, plunging the 5 realms into chaos and devastation, with countless lives lost. Zhao, sensing the time was ripe, bid farewell to his revered master and ventured alone into the world. Armed with his nascent soul cultivation, he raised the banner of heaven's mandate, gathered an army of righteousness, and embarked on the grand mission of unification. Day 5 of the archaeological excavation. Ning Yuchan and the members of the Celestial Pivot Academy had deciphered most of the stone tablet's contents. They organized the information chronologically and compiled it into a volume. They named it the Chronicles of the Martial Emperor. This title was chosen because the divine feathered empress bore the imperial title Wu, and both her civil and military officials addressed her thus. They decided against adding a posthumous title, lest it provoke unnecessary conflict should the subject ever discover it and take offense. As for her master, the deciphered stone tablets contained scant information about him, and his given name remained unknown. For now, following the precedent set for the Martial Emperor, he would be referred to as the Immortal Master. Alright, everyone, take a short break. After deciphering another stone tablet, Dong Yanyu exhaled deeply. Glancing at the darkening sky outside the window, she paused briefly before rising to address those around her. You've all worked hard these past few days. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to shark fin congee. We'll continue after we eat. The group cheered enthusiastically. Yay! Thanks, Sister Yu. Sis Yu is so generous. I'm not hungry, I can keep working. The others shot him disapproving glances. He scratched his head sheepishly. Ahem, I don't know what happened, but suddenly I got hungry. Laughter rippled through the group. Ning Yuchan joined in the laughter. As she laughed, as if suddenly remembering something, she pulled her phone from her pocket, snapped a photo, and sent it to Li Huai'an. They're so funny. A reply came back shortly. Li Huai'an, indeed. Ning Yuchan, have you eaten yet? Li Huai'an, I have. Ning Yuchan, what did you have? A moment later, Li Huai'an sent a photo, a plate of braised pork belly, glistening with a deep red sheen. The meat looked rich yet not greasy, utterly mouth-watering. Ning Yuchan, you're such a great cook? Shocked.jpg. She had assumed someone standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world would have servants handling everything, never lifting a finger themselves. Li Huai'an, it's passable. Ning Yuchan, once I'm done with this busy period, I'll let you taste my cooking. Li Huai'an, sounds good. The takeout arrived. Ning Yuchan sent a quick message, set her phone aside, and began eating. As she chewed, her thoughts drifted to the affairs of the Divine Feather Dynasty. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Having lived for 98,000 years, he must have witnessed the era of great unification firsthand. Could he have met that Empress warrior? Or perhaps known that immortal master? Should he ask? Nah. I'll ask him in person when I get back.
After dinner, Li Huai'an went downstairs for a stroll. He couldn't recall when it happened, but the once deserted streets around the neighborhood had transformed into a bustling food street.
Wontons. Handmade, freshly wrapped wontons. Fresh baked buns, anyone? Lychee milk tea on special, just 10 yuan a cup. Seafood in spicy sauce.
He wandered aimlessly, occasionally pausing to gaze at the delicacies before the stalls, occasionally crossing paths with a fleeting, inscrutable gaze, yet paying it no mind.
He wandered all the way to the end of the street. Boom!
A sudden, muffled roar erupted from the northwest horizon. He looked up and saw one of the crimson threads draped across the sky like a curtain trembling violently, as if its other end was being tugged relentlessly.
The big fish has taken the bait.
He glanced at it briefly before withdrawing his gaze. With the black ice platform in this world, the Yunmeng Marsh could never pose a real threat. Moreover, the black ice platform had the backing of reclusive sects, and even if things went badly, they had a safety net.
Rather than fret over this,
better to focus on the affairs of the Divine Feather Dynasty. Ever since Ning Yuchan had called him inquiring about the ancient tomb, he had sensed a trace of imperial aura. Wu Zhao had been reincarnated. I wonder if that heaven's mandate mystic bird has reincarnated alongside her. If it has, she'll likely return to her peak in no time. The cultivation path of this Divine Feather Empress differed from conventional practitioners. She cultivated the imperial dynasty's fortune. With the nation's fortune upon her and the faith of its people, as long as Xinyu endured, she would never perish. The heavenly mandate blackbird, bearing the collective will and national fortune of the entire Divine Feather Dynasty, served as a powerful accelerator for Wu Zhao. But even if she returns, she likely won't remain in Great Xia. The Great Xia had long achieved unification. Should she remain within its borders, she would inevitably clash with the imperial court over the nation's destiny, a conflict the reclusive immortal sects would not tolerate. The difficulty was too great. By comparison, the western lands were far more suitable for her. That region had yet to produce a true unifying ruler. The Federation operated as a collection of autonomous states, a cultivation paradise tailor-made for her. She was a woman adept at weighing pros and cons, lacking any sense of national identity, not a native of Blue Star to begin with. She knew exactly what choice to make. Whatever happens, just don't bother me. Li Huai'an shook his head, about to head home, when his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Someone had sent him a message. It was the young nurse he'd added earlier at the hospital. Zhao Haiki, hello. Li Huai'an, what's up? Zhao Haiki, got any free time lately? I'll take you somewhere fun. Li Huai'an, where? Zhao Haiki, you've definitely never heard of it. You'll see when we get there. Li Huai'an, ? Zhao Haiki, oh, it's the ghost market. How about it? Never heard of it, right? Zhao Haiki, big sis will show you the world. Just say the word. Li Huai'an raised an eyebrow. This little nurse's background isn't simple. The first time he'd heard the name ghost market was from Ning Yuchan. On the surface, it was an unofficial trading spot for antiquities dealers, but in reality, most of the so-called antiques were items that had made their way out from the cultivation world. It was a melting pot of all sorts. Grave robbers mingled with antique dealers and wealthy individuals who preferred to keep their identities hidden, but the majority were cultivators disguised as antiquities traders. This was tacitly permitted by the Black Ice Platform. For any cultivator with real power wouldn't be seen mingling in the ghost market. Only the lowest tier cultivators would willingly frequent such a place. Modern society. Amidst the dazzling array of temptations, not every cultivator could resist. Some, knowing their path to enlightenment was hopeless, chose to indulge in pleasure while they could. However, the glitz and glamour cost money, and they had no means to earn it. Moreover, with the Black Ice Platform looming like a mountain, they could no longer openly seize whatever caught their eye as they once did. Forced to adapt to local customs. Thus, the black market was born. Here, they could peddle resources they didn't need to ordinary folk or fellow cultivators, exchanging them for wealth to fund their extravagant lifestyles. Take the youth-preserving pill, for instance. Such pills were useless to cultivators. Those above the foundation establishment stage could achieve eternal youth, but mortals were willing to pay a fortune for them. Of course. The black market enforced one ironclad rule for cultivators: they absolutely must not reveal their identities, or risk being hunted down by the Black Ice Platform. Thus, when peddling products from the cultivation world, they disguised them as antique collectibles. Take the youth-preserving pill again. Here, its origin is presented as the closely guarded secret of a renowned traditional Chinese medicine family. Over time, this place became a nominal gathering spot for antiquities dealers. The authorities have consistently turned a blind eye to this. They'd even prefer all cultivators to indulge in hedonism. It makes them easier to control. As long as these cultivators don't cause trouble, there's no need to push them to the brink. A cornered dog will bite. While tolerating the black market might lead to the loss of important cultural relics and cause economic damage to the nation, compared to cultivators rebelling, such losses seemed insignificant. Chapter 46, The Siege of Yunmeng Marsh. Li Huai'an ultimately accepted Zhao Haiqi's invitation.
To be honest, he was genuinely curious about this place. Primarily, such a realm didn't exist in the dream realm. Low-tier cultivators were treated worse than dogs, their survival of no concern to anyone. Naturally, places like Ghost Market simply didn't exist there. The two agreed to set out the following evening. The Ghost Market wouldn't open until the third watch of the night, located near the Yongnan courtyard. During daylight hours, this spot functioned as a perfectly normal and legitimate antique market. Meanwhile, in the remote outskirts of Beihai County, an abandoned chemical plant erupted with intense, chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy. Various new-style spirit energy weapons demonstrated their might here. Armed squads composed of Black Ice Platform operatives and special forces advanced in overlapping formations, launching a sweeping assault against the heretical cultivators of Yunmeng Marsh hiding within. A new model spirit-powered helicopter hovered overhead. Inside sat two reconnaissance officers, simultaneously tracking the heretical cultivators' movements and issuing tactical commands to the ground units below. Attention, target detected at 4 o'clock. 6th Squad draw fire head-on. 2nd and 3rd Squads flank and encircle. 1st Squad secure high ground and provide covering fire. Execute. As the orders were issued, the well-trained armed squads moved methodically toward their target positions. 100 meters away. Xue Zijin watched the scene unfold, yet his gaze drifted elsewhere. A red thread lay there, unnoticed by the helicopter overhead. Those two pilots hadn't drunk the talisman water, luring the tiger away from the mountain? He silently rejoiced. Thankfully, Li Huai'an's bloodline curse was in play. Otherwise, with the enemy's profound skill at concealing their presence, they might very well have escaped. Golden Core Stage. Senior Su, thank you for your help. Behind him, Su Chen acknowledged the command. His form flickered, transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward the figure lurking in the shadows with thunderous force. Boom! Almost instantly, two surges of Golden Core Stage pressure erupted. One figure shot skyward, retreating rapidly backward, while the other pursued relentlessly. Su Chen! A furious roar echoed through the air. Do you truly intend to exterminate us all? Su Chen offered no reply, only relentlessly thrusting his sword. Blades flashed in a chaotic dance as his opponent fought back while retreating. Within mere breaths, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. In the end, Su Chen gained the upper hand, severing the opponent's head. This act greatly boosted morale. The armed squad below grew increasingly fierce in battle. In contrast, the strongest fighter of the Yunmeng side had fallen, their morale shattered. The remnants crumbled into disarray. Their defeat was inevitable, a matter of time. Su Chen returned to Xue Zijing's side. Yet his expression bore no trace of triumphant joy, only a deep gravity. Their cultivation recovery speed far exceeds our expectations. I've crossed paths with this man in my past life. Even with the current abundance of spiritual energy far surpassing that of the late magic era, they shouldn't be returning to their peak so swiftly. There's definitely something amiss here. Ever since they drank the talisman water that day, combined with Li Huai'an's bloodline curse technique, their efficiency in dismantling the Yunmeng hideouts had skyrocketed. But it also revealed a serious problem. The people of Yunmengs were recovering their strength far too quickly. The Golden Core cultivator from Yunmengs who had just been killed was already the second one this week. This defied all logic. Not everyone possessed Li Changging's near supernatural talent. They've likely begun consuming human-derived elixirs. The sudden realization darkened Xue Zijin's expression. Normally, human medicine requires years to mature. Even if cultivation began in Yunmeng Marsh 3 years ago when spiritual energy first revived, it wouldn't be ready yet. But if the goal was merely to restore their strength, it seemed they wouldn't need to wait for maturity. If that's the case, we must accelerate our pursuit. Su Chen stated solemnly. As someone who had personally lived through the age of decline, he understood the terror of this medicine far more keenly than Xue Zijing. It was a shortcut born specifically for the age of decline, where sparse spiritual energy had slowed cultivation progress. Recalling the harsh cultivation environment of that era, Yunmeng had managed to nurture a nascent soul powerhouse with it. How much more so now, with spiritual energy restored? While it inflicted irreversible damage to practitioners' foundations and came with a host of side effects, its profoundly potent restorative properties were undeniably tempting, especially for those with inherently poor innate talent. I'll immediately order all regional branches to deploy additional personnel and fully advance the suppression operation. Xue Zijing agreed wholeheartedly, wasting no time as he stepped aside to dial a number. Chapter 47, Ghost Market. At midnight, the Ghost Market opened its gates. Two figures stood guard at either entrance, members of the Ghost Market's management team verifying the identities of all who passed through to prevent unauthorized entry. Long queues formed before them. Some wore masks, others face coverings disguising their identities. For the Ghost Market dealt in many illicit goods, and no one dared show their true face. As for how identities were verified, first, invited wealthy merchants, government officials, or vendors. These individuals required a specially made Ghost Market invitation letter to enter, with the letter itself serving as the sole credential, not the person. Second were cultivators. All cultivators could enter without invitation, though the ghost market employed specialized spirit energy detectors akin to modern facial recognition systems. Li Huai'an followed Zhao Haiki into the queue. As their turn approached, Zhao Haiki suddenly turned and whispered a warning: once inside, never probe into others' backgrounds. That's an absolute taboo in the ghost market. The ghost market has its own rules. People have defied this before, only to vanish without a trace. The police investigated for half a month but couldn't find the culprit. In the end, it was left unsolved. Li Huai'an nodded silently. Put bluntly, the ghost market was a place for trafficking antiquities. Given its nature, the invited guests were invariably either wealthy or influential prominent figures in ordinary society. No one wanted their identity exposed. He was merely here to enjoy himself and naturally wouldn't invite trouble. It was their turn. To Li Huai'an's surprise, Zhao Haiki, a commoner, didn't present an invitation either. She merely lifted a corner of her mask to reveal half her face, and the two security guards let her through without hesitation. Their demeanor was even more deferential than when dealing with high-ranking officials and dignitaries. I scanned my sister's face. As if sensing his unease, Zhao Haiki whispered an explanation. My sister works at the Continental office. I can't disclose her specific position, but she signed the approval for the ghost market, so she holds significant influence here. She brought me once before, and those two know I'm her sister. Sister? Surnamed Zhao? Li Huai'an raised an eyebrow, his fingers tapping nervously. Suddenly, it all clicked into place. Yet he chose not to press the matter, instead continuing to follow Zhao Haiki around as if nothing had happened. They wandered, stopping and starting. He had little interest in the artifacts of the secular dynasty, and even less in the low-grade elixirs and inferior magical artifacts. He was here purely for the novelty. Zhao Haiki, however, found everything captivating. She haggled over prices and bought everything in sight. Before they'd even covered half the distance, she was already clutching a large pile of treasures. Qin dynasty round coins, body-forging elixirs, spirit stones devoid of energy. Treasures was merely a euphemism. From his perspective, most of what Zhao Haiki bought were counterfeits or fakes. Take the Qin dynasty round coin, for instance. The vendor claimed it was excavated from an ancient Qin tomb, yet after tracing its origins with his causal threads, Zhao Haiji discovered it was actually crafted by the vendor himself at home last week. He thought that since Zhao Haiki was so enthusiastic about these little trinkets, he might as well ask Xuezijing for some materials later and forge her a protective charm. The girl was quite nice. As for now, let her enjoy herself. After all, Zhao Yu's sister certainly isn't short on money. He wandered around a bit longer. Li Huai'an suddenly slowed his pace, stopping before a stall. His gaze fell upon a seal carved with a mystic bird and sword patterns, his expression growing distant. You like this? Zhao Haiki followed him over. Seeing Li Huai'an didn't respond, he assumed the other was embarrassed by his lack of funds. So he spoke up directly. I'll buy it for you. Consider it payment for accompanying me through this ghost market. No need. Li Huai'an shook his head in refusal. This was a replica of the Divine Feather Dynasty's Imperial Seal of Destiny. The genuine article resided in the Celestial Pivot Academy. Ning Yuchan had shown him photographs of it. The vendor before him must have deep connections to the Tianshu Academy. The Divine Feather Dynasty's Imperial Seal differed significantly from ordinary state seals. Without having seen the real thing, no forger could have conceived such a replica. Of course. He didn't care who the vendor was, that wasn't why he'd stopped. He stopped because the seal reminded him of something from the past. Years ago, on a whim, he had taken a girl as his disciple. Over the next century, the war between the righteous and demonic factions intensified. The girl descended the mountain alone, raised an army in rebellion, and led the righteous forces to ambush the demonic sex hordes. With an iron fist, she crushed the rebellions of the noble clans, slaughtering all who refused to submit. Finally, she ascended Mount Beishan to perform the Fengshan ritual, establishing the divine realm of Xinyu. The war between righteous and demonic factions raged for nearly 800 years, yet hers lasted but a century. In that brief span, she rose from obscurity to become the undisputed ruler of the realm. Even Li Huai'an found himself somewhat impressed by her capabilities. Within 3 years of descending the mountain, she had rallied a vast cohort of ambitious individuals, including countless prodigies of the younger generation and 3 venerable Yuan infant cultivators as pillars of her power. 10 years after descending the mountain, she defied widespread opposition to abolish the alliance system, seizing absolute power. With her unrivaled might, she forced countless immortal sects and noble clans to bow in submission. In the 30th year, the clans rose in rebellion, allying with the demon cult. She personally led her ironclad forces on campaigns north and south, quelling the uprising within 20 years. From then on, none dared defy her. In the 90th year, she shattered her nascent soul to enter the slaying mortals' realm. Her iron cavalry swept across the land, unstoppable wherever they marched, scattering the demon cult like birds and beasts. This decisive battle shattered the backbone of demonic cultivation, leaving the path untouched for 1,000 years. After that, her immortal dynasty rose from the earth, unifying the 5 realms. Henceforth, the 5 realms ceased to exist, only the 13 divine feather provinces remained. The world achieved great harmony, and all cultivators became one family. She classified all cultivators into 3 major sects and 9 minor schools, implementing a strict hierarchical management system. She established a 9-rank official system, distinguishing civil and military officials. She used the hierarchy to cage the ambitious and the distinction between civil and military to drive competition among officials. She humbly sought knowledge, mastering the imperial arts of mortal rulers and applying them to perfection, balancing all factions. Her rule captivated cultivators with the allure of power politics, extinguishing any desire for rebellion and ushering in an era of millennia-long peace and prosperity. Like a brilliant meteor streaking across the silent night, she left an indelible mark in the long history of the cultivation world. However, at the dawn of the Divine Feather Dynasty, while the martial world remained calm, the imperial court was far from stable. After all, the Divine Feathers dynasty commanded awe across the land, drawing 10,000 cultivators from 13 provinces to pay homage. Gaining influence within the court meant having access to the entire cultivation world's resources at one's disposal. This temptation far surpassed the allure of ruling a sect or a clan. Those cultivators who had fought alongside her to establish the dynasty, the aristocratic families who had supported her from the very beginning, and the sects that had contributed to the founding of the empire all sought to claim a share of this ultimate power. The power struggle between imperial authority and meritorious subjects played out daily. One such incident involved the imperial seal. Chapter 48, The Imperial Seal. In the first year of the Divine Feather era, the imperial court was newly established. The capital was set in the heartland of Central Plains, at the foot of the Celestial Maiden. The martial emperor personally bestowed the name Tian City, signifying lasting peace and tranquility. The remaining 12 provinces gathered like stars surrounding the moon, with myriad clans paying homage. In the imperial court, the empress sat enthroned upon the phoenix throne, clad in a celestial silk phoenix robe and crowned with a regal diadem adorned with tassels. Radiating majestic splendor, she surveyed the officials below as they prostrated themselves, chanting 10,000 years. "Rise, my ministers." The officials bowed again in gratitude. Then, an official clad in crane-patterned robes stepped forward. "Your Majesty, now that the realm is unified, this servant believes we should cast the imperial seal to safeguard the nation's destiny." The others echoed. "Your servants second the motion." Seconded. This servant also seconded the motion. This practice extended beyond dynasties. Clan sects and aristocratic families also possessed similar objects that anchored their fortunes, though the three referred to them by different names. Dynasties called theirs the imperial seal, sects called theirs the treasure of destiny, and families called theirs the ancestral artifact. Fortune is a profoundly mysterious concept. For instance, someone falling off a cliff yet discovering an invincible martial art, committing suicide only to unexpectedly awaken an ancient physique, or winning a rare treasure at an auction. These are all manifestations of destiny. Yet fortune is a heavenly gift, elusive to mortal beings. To enhance one's fortune, one must rely on external forces to seize it from others. This is the purpose of fortune-binding artifacts. Such objects absorb another's fortune, forcibly suppressing it to claim it as one's own. Of course, the absorption is limited to disciples belonging to that faction. Only when one formally becomes a disciple, publicly declares their allegiance to heaven and earth, and has this subordinate relationship acknowledged by the heavens, can the fate-sealing object absorb the chief fortune from that individual. If the individual is an independent cultivator, there will be no effect whatsoever. This is the primary reason behind the constant open and covert struggles between sections. What is termed a dispute over the orthodox lineage is, in essence, a struggle over destiny. As for the accumulated fortune stored within the fortune-binding artifact, only those at the level of a sect master or clan leader are qualified to benefit from it. It is not exploitation or oppression of lower-tier cultivators by those above. In truth, this is a fair exchange of equivalent benefits. The sect provides you with the basic necessities for cultivation, while independent cultivators trade their fortune for the sect's resources and protection. It's like a regular job, you trade time for money, gaining relative stability. Or you could choose to start your own business, but then you'd have to shoulder the corresponding risks. Otherwise, why would the sect sponsor you for free? They're not running a charity. Wu Zhao nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. The man proceeded. This servant proposes that the imperial seal's totem should feature the heavenly mandate mystic bird as its central motif, symbolizing your majesty's supreme position as the human emperor. Furthermore, our 4 sects and 8 clans shall guard the 4 cardinal directions. In this manner, it would demonstrate to the common people the emperor's magnanimity, as vast as the sea embracing all rivers, while also proclaiming our unwavering loyalty to his majesty, as enduring as the sun and moon. At these words, the assembly erupted in murmurs. The expressions of several officials standing at the very front of the hall grew distinctly. They were the representatives of the clan families who had been among the earliest supporters of Wu Zhao. They were the very 4 clans and 8 families mentioned in the council. The empress observed every expression without comment, her fingertips tapping lightly on the armrest. Her face betrayed no emotion, her thoughts hidden from view. Meanwhile, Above the clouds outside Tian City, Li Huai'an and Gong Lianyue sat amidst the drifting mist. Green plums simmered in wine before them, while the cloud-transforming mirror reflected the scenes within the palace hall. Seeing this, Gong Lianyue couldn't help but ask, Taoist brother, why did they engrave their faction's totems onto the divine feather imperial seal? Is there some significance to it? To divide the nation's fortune. Li Changsheng cut straight to the heart of the matter. Once the imperial seal is cast, the fortune of all 13 provinces will converge upon it. Such fortune is truly vast, no one could resist coveting it. By conventional casting methods, the imperial seal should only bear auspicious sacred beasts and symbols of the emperor. That way, the fortune would be enjoyed solely by the emperor. But if cast as this man suggests, it would be like proclaiming to heaven and earth that this imperial seal's fortune also belongs to the sects and clans behind them. He sipped his tea and continued, the fortune of the entire realm. Even if Zharo claims the lion's share, the dregs left behind would still be more than enough for them to enjoy indefinitely. Gong Lianyue pressed curiously. There's such a thing as shared destiny? As the head of the Celestial Sword sect, she was well versed in the concept of fortune. Moreover, the Celestial Sword which bore the fortune of the entire sect was now in her possession. Yet she had never heard Lin Tianxiu mention it, nor had she encountered it in any ancient texts that the fortune within a sect's treasure could be shared with others. The fortune of a dynasty and that of a sect are two entirely different matters. Li Changsheng explained. Whether it's a sect or a noble house, at their core they are family-based dynasties. Internal members are individuals integrated into this larger collective, not the other way around. Once integrated, you bear the label of that sect or clan. Externally, you present yourselves as disciples of such and such lineage. A dynasty, however, is not the emperor's personal possession. It embodies the collective essence of countless groups and individuals, strictly speaking, a cooperative system. The sovereign and the disciples of sects and clans share the realm. The latter revere the former as their sovereign, who holds the power to command their lives, yet cannot arbitrarily interfere in the internal affairs of the sections. Though the emperor wields absolute power and acts unilaterally, these sects and clans retain a degree of autonomy. That is why they can share in the nation's fortune, while you cannot. To summarize, clan and aristocratic families are like a single human being, composed of countless cells, the disciples within the clan. If the body perishes, the cells cannot survive. Thus, the cells exist solely to serve the body, providing it with sustenance. Naturally, there is no concept of dividing divine favor. The dynastic system, however, is a collective of individuals who pool their fortune together, allowing the most powerful among them to distribute it. People form such groups driven by interests or various reasons. Now that the war is over, sharing the spoils is only natural. Gong Lianyue nodded, seeming to grasp yet not fully comprehend. But Brother Tao, do you think the martial emperor will agree? He won't. Li Changsheng replied without hesitation. He wouldn't agree either. This concerns the destiny of all 13 provinces. No matter how noble his promises before ascending the throne, once seated upon it, his identity changed and so did his mindset. That's human nature. What? The earlier promises? If Wu Zhao promised you something, go ask Wu Zhao for it. What business is it of mine, the Emperor Wu? She's probably already scheming how to justify purging these loyal ministers lest their achievements breed arrogance that threatens her rule. However, this means he'll likely have to step in soon. With such immense stakes at hand, it's doubtful she alone can maintain control over the situation. Chapter 49, Sun and Moon Under One Sky. Your proposal, my minister, finds favor with this emperor. Within the resplendent golden palace, amidst the atmosphere of court officials harboring hidden agendas, the empress seated on the high throne suddenly smiled, her allure radiating. Under heaven, all lands belong to the sovereign. Within the borders of divine feather, all are my subjects. As the human sovereign, I must lead by example, embracing all like the sea. Her words sent ripples through the assembly. Taken at face value, these words seem to openly endorse the earlier proposal to divide the destiny of the 13 provinces equally among the 4 clans and 8 tribes. Whispers rippled through the assembly. However, before the representatives of the 4 clans and 8 tribes could utter a single flattering word of praise, she abruptly changed her tone. Therefore, I have decided to co-rule the realm with my master. Whoosh! Her words stunned the assembly. The smug expressions on the faces of the 4 clans and 8 tribes froze abruptly. The other civil and military officials were equally stunned, exchanging bewildered glances, speechless. The entire court fell into a deathly silence, not a sound to be heard. Had they heard correctly? Master? When did His Majesty ever have a master? Who in the world didn't know that every inch of the Divine Feather dynasty's vast territory had been conquered by the martial emperor alone? During that final, decisive battle, she and her trusted followers were besieged by the demon sect's 6 great nascent soul cultivators at the Northern Sea. They fought fiercely for 3 days, yet no reinforcements ever came. If she had a master, would they stand by and watch her fall into peril without lifting a finger? Above the clouds, Gong Lianyue turned to Li Changsheng, her eyes sparkling with surprise. That gaze seemed to say, fellow Taoist, I never imagined even you could misjudge someone. Li Changsheng shrugged indifferently. He figured the other party was using him as an excuse, a shield. Surely they weren't actually going to split half their destiny with him? Never mind master and disciple. Even a father and son wouldn't go that far. Your Majesty must be joking? The official thrust forward by the 4 clans and 8 tribes also found the notion unrealistic. Feeling toyed with, he fixed Wu Zhao with a forced smile. Do I look like I'm joking? The Empress ignored his nearly fiery glare and replied calmly. Every skill I possess was bestowed by my master. Without him, I would not stand here today. If merit truly demands reward, his contribution is beyond measure. Yet before descending the mountain, he instructed me, he cherishes seclusion. Unless life or death demands it, his name must never be revealed lest it bring calamity upon him. But my master may refuse, but I cannot withhold. His grace in recognizing and recreating me weighs as heavily as mountains. This honor I shall not claim alone. At this point, her voice paused. She reached out and grasped the air, producing the imperial edict she had prepared long ago, the first such decree since the founding of the Divine Feather Dynasty. Her voice rang out with unwavering resolve, echoing throughout the entire city of Tian. Today, I proclaim to the world in the name of the martial emperor, henceforth, the land of Shin you shall see sun and moon reign together, dragon and phoenix share the court, forever illuminating heaven and earth. In that instant, imperial purple aura swept through the golden hall, its overwhelming might crushing all mundane presence. Her gaze swept over the assembled ministers, her emotionless eyes slowly settling upon the figure at the head of the assembly. Minister Lu, what is your opinion? The dagger was revealed at last, her stance unmistakable. This is my dynasty, not yours, the 4 clans and 8 tribes. Do not presume to lecture me merely because you have rendered service. Beneath the dais, the ministers fell silent as though frozen by a bitter chill. Lu Zongjian clenched his teeth, his face flushed with fury. Hidden within his sleeves, his hands tightened into fists, a faint surge of spiritual energy rippling beneath his control. Li Changsheng was also deeply moved. Through the long ages, he had witnessed countless dynasties rise and fall. For the sake of supreme power, brothers had slaughtered brothers, fathers had slain sons. Such tragedies were all too common. Since ancient times, emperors have been fickle. The imperial family is the most heartless of all. If mortal emperors were like this, what of cultivators? All that talk of life and death bonds and deep loyalty between ruler and subject? It was all hollow. Power meant resources, resources meant cultivation realms meant immortality. Before the allure of immortality, nothing else mattered. He saw nothing wrong with this. Moreover, Wu Zhao's status now was different from before. She was the empress who ruled the world. Compassion has no place in commanding armies, righteousness has no place in amassing wealth, kindness has no place in governing, affection has no place in establishing affairs, benevolence has no place in politics. Even if she disowned him as her master, he would say nothing and care even less. His innate talent was too extraordinary, his cultivation too profound. Even he himself did not know how long he could live at his current level, how vast his lifespan might be. Even someone as formidable as Wu Zhao, who had transcended mortality, was merely a transient figure in his nearly endless existence at most. Their karmic connection ran slightly deeper than that of other passers-by. But indifference was one thing. Even from her lofty position, this girl never forgot the debt of enlightenment she owed him. She even proclaimed it to the world, sharing with him the empire she had built with her own hands and the national fortune coveted yet unattainable by even the most prestigious immortal sects and noble houses. This was truly commendable. For one must understand. As the sovereign of a nation, her words carried the weight of divine decree, and unseen forces of heaven and earth witnessed her actions. By doing this, she had effectively sealed off any possible retreat. In other words, should he ever have the audacity to demand fulfillment of today's vow, she would have no choice but to comply. Chapter 50. Should I become the martial emperor in years to come, I shall command peach blossoms to bloom only for you. Master Taoist, you've truly taken on an exceptional disciple. Dong Lianyue's smile brimmed with hidden sarcasm. Even those couples who boast their love is stronger than gold couldn't match the martial emperor's devotion. How bitter. Could it be that someone here is feeling a bit jealous? Li Changsheng feigned indignation, countering with a teasing tone, speaking of which, you did come first. That portion of fortune should be yours. Why not discuss it with her? Who mentioned fortune? You're such a romantic, challenged fool. Gong Lianyue muttered under her breath. When she caught his gaze, she flinched like a startled fawn, quickly turning her face away before shifting the topic with a flustered tone. It's about to begin. Shouldn't we go see? Inside the Golden Throne Hall. As the oppressive aura emanating from the Empress of Martial Arts intensified, the tension in the air grew palpable. Representatives from the 4 sects and 8 clans discreetly gathered around the imperial throne. Her power was undeniable, but the 4 clans and 8 tribes weren't made of clay either. Why would we follow you, acknowledge you as our leader? For nothing but profit? The world bustles with people coming for profit and throngs with people going for profit. We've endured the hardest times, only to be told now when it's time to divide the spoils that the share promised to us is gone? Not only is it gone, but you want to give our share to a complete stranger? What do you take us for? If that's the case, we're done playing along. The situation in the Divine Feather dynasty mirrors the Sui and Tang dynasties of the mortal realm, where the emperor shared the realm with the great aristocratic clans. As long as the clans received sufficient benefits, they obediently followed orders. But the moment their own interests are threatened, they rise in rebellion. Imperial authority holds little sway over these clans. After all, the so-called imperial family is merely a powerful clan among many. They're all clans. Why should you alone hold the throne, while we cannot? But this is the immortal realm, not a mortal dynasty. It seems you all harbor discontent toward my decision? Wu Zhao's words appeared directed at Lu Zongjiang and the others, yet her gaze drifted subtly toward the figures behind them. Her expression was impassive. She knew that in the void beyond, several ancient monsters from the 4 sects and 8 clans lurked. They were the true source of Lu Zongjiang and the others' confidence. If these ancient titans joined forces, few in the entire Divine Feather dynasty could stand against them. Even she could not guarantee she would emerge unscathed. But she had no regrets. Had Li Changsheng not intervened back then, her best possible outcome would have been to spend the rest of her days in a haze as the wife of the 9 Dragons Mountain Lord. And calling her wife was flattering. The Mountain Lord never regarded her as a cherished companion. He had abducted her solely for her innate talent. No status, no dignity, no freedom, confined day after day in a tiny, sunless room, waiting for the wedding night. No one in the sect took her seriously as the Mountain Lord's appendage. She would never have achieved what she had, nor even left Jiulong Mountain. She would have lived forever in that man's shadow, like a caged dog. For someone as strong-willed and ambitious as her, this was worse than death. That man had even placed a restriction in her consciousness, preventing her from taking her own life. It was her master who rescued her from that sea of suffering. It was her master who restored her dignity as a human being. And it was her master who granted her the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle. Sparing her from terror, sparing her from suffering, sparing her from wandering rootless, sparing her from having no place to call home. He imparted divine powers, taught her magic, and showed her a world far vaster than she had ever known. Li Changsheng once told her a story. Once upon a time, there was a stone monkey who crossed oceans and seas, sought out a master to learn his craft, endured 81 trials and tribulations, and ultimately became the renowned victor over demons Buddha. Back then, she declared she would become that monkey in the story. Outside, she was the horsekeeper who caused chaos in heaven, the great sage equal to heaven who faced 10,000 celestial soldiers and heavenly thunder and earth and fire without flinching. But before her master, she wished only to be a monkey that never grew up. Grateful for his unwavering acceptance, she longed to repay her master's nurturing kindness. Even if it meant paying an immense price, she would do so willingly. He was worth it. Even if Li Changsheng never existed, she would never have divided the dynasty's fortune among the 4 clans and 8 tribes. These people were merely transactional partners to her. How could she possibly give them the chance to grow? That would be like throwing herself into the fire pit. She was no fool. She understood the principle of nurturing a tiger only to be devoured. This subject dares not. Lu Zongjiang's words carried a tone of defiance. For the sake of the empire and its people, for the sake of its enduring legacy, this servant humbly petitions your majesty to revoke your sacred decree. Otherwise, should the empire collapse, I fear your majesty will regret it too late. Members of the other 4 major clans and 8 noble families also stepped forward to press their case. We implore your majesty to reconsider. An aura no less formidable than Wu Zhao slowly spread, forming a standoff against her. It was the ancestral elders of their sects who had intervened. Wu Zhao narrowed her frosty eyes, a fleeting glint of ferocity flashing within. At the critical moment, Zhaoer. A single, soft call shook the heavens. Shall these men live or die? Even Wu Zhao, who had remained unflinching when cornered by several peerless elders, instantly lost his composure. He sprang to his feet, his face betraying unmistakable excitement. On Lu Zongjiang's side, Lu Zongjiang was deeply offended and flew into a rage. Yet before he could retort, a withered hand settled on his shoulder. The words on the tip of his tongue were abruptly swallowed back. He whipped his head around, startled. Not only their own ancestor, but every elder present from the 4 clans and 8 tribes had stepped out of the void. Each wore a deathly pale expression, as if they had seen a ghost. Master! Wu Zhao struggled to suppress the tremor in her voice, unwilling to let her subjects see her vulnerability. Yet, as a figure clad in azure robes came into view, she completely lost her composure. I am here. The figure in the blue robe emerged slowly from the void, his face obscured by divine light. He stood there silently, like an insurmountable mountain. Master! Wu Zhao's eyes were now slightly reddened, her delicate hands trembling with emotion, unable to find a place to rest. Where was the dignity of the Empress Wu? She was clearly just a little girl who'd been wronged and was taking it out on her elders. Pointing at Lu Zongjiang, she spoke in a soft, coquettish tone none present had ever heard before, half whining, half complaining. He bullied me. Then I shall cut him down for you. The calm words were accompanied by the crisp, resonant ring of a sword. A flying sword descended from the heavens. It struck toward Lu Zongjiang. Before he could even summon his magical artifact to block, a dazzling sword light streaked past his eyes. His eyes widened in shock, blood trickling down his forehead. Boom! A mighty nascent soul cultivator met his end in such a sudden and inexplicable manner. His body split cleanly in two, falling stiffly to either side, blood staining the grand hall crimson. Even the others present, hardened by countless battles, were instantly stunned. Some, overcome with terror, stumbled backward several steps. Was this the master the emperor spoke of? So, dominance? Yet his next action was even more baffling. The Lu clan has wronged my disciple. This offense shall not be forgiven. He completely ignored the Lu clan elder standing mere inches away. The flying sword vanished instantly. At the ancestral lands of the Lu clan 10,000 miles away, a sword scabbard plummeted to the ground first, followed by the ancient sword itself. Clang! Sword energy filled the sky, tearing through the vast heavens themselves. The entire Lu ancestral lands shook violently. Then, an edict from the immortals descended, its words carrying the force of law. The Lu bloodline shall not form Dan for 3,000 years. The incense offerings at the ancestral grounds were instantly extinguished. Within the ancestral hall, the ancestral tablets of countless forebears, revered by later generations, crashed to the ground and shattered. Rain fell from the heavens, drenching the earth. All cultivators still practicing within the ancestral lands, those above the golden core stage, had their dantian pierced by sword chi. Their momentum plummeted, causing them to fall back to the foundation establishment stage. The enraged elder of the Lu clan, who had accompanied Lu Zongjung, screamed in fury. Are you declaring war on the entire Lu clan? Within the golden hall, the figure clad in blue robes did not move. Merely lifting his gaze, he unleashed a torrent of sword intent that shook the heavens and overturned the seas. The Lu clan elder instantly felt as if struck by a heavy blow. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices as he was forced to retreat step after step, his heart nearly bursting with terror. This matter ends here. The blue-robed sword immortal spoke again, his words descending like an edict from the heavens, leaving no room for doubt. Should you utter another word, I shall personally sever your lineage, eradicate your clan, and bring utter annihilation upon the Lu family. The elder fell silent at once. A deathly silence fell over the crowd, some frozen in terror, others stunned. Only Wu Zhao stared blankly at that figure, ethereal as a fallen immortal, her eyes filled with adoration. On that day atop Jiulong Mountain, the scene had been much the same. That day, the moon hung high, a white-robed figure wielding a long sword. That day, that man, already peerless under heaven, stood as he did now, looming above her like a deity walking among mortals, asking if she wished to be emperor. That day, she dismissed it as a casual, offhand jest. And now, many years later, whether it was a jest or a sincere offer, she had achieved it. She truly became the sovereign he spoke of, revered by the 5 realms, with the 4 barbarians submitting and all nations paying homage. She was the first female emperor in the history of the immortal realm. Perhaps she would also be the only one. At this thought, a breathtaking smile involuntarily curved her lips. Her crimson mouth parted, her words a whisper to herself, yet also as if spoken solely for the one above. Master, you once asked Jar. If one day Jar ascends to the throne, will she, like an ordinary emperor, fear your achievements overshadowing hers and turn against you without mercy? At that time, Jaro could not give an answer, not because she was leaving room for maneuver, but because she felt her status was lowly and unworthy of such fantasies, and she dared not speak rashly. But now it is different. Zhao is now the empress of Xingyu dynasty, ruling over all under heaven. The present self finally possesses the standing to answer your question. She lifted her head, her gaze fixed intently upon the figure clad in azure robes. Her voice was soft yet unwavering. Should I one day become the martial emperor, I shall command the peach blossoms to bloom only for you. Chapter 51, The Golden Finch Dynasty. Year 1 of the Divine Feather Era. The martial emperor ascended the throne. The 4 clans and 8 tribes united to stage a palace coup, seeking to divide the fortune of the 13 states. The martial emperor firmly refused, and chaos loomed once more. A celestial master descended from the heavens, overpowering the ancestral elders of the clans. With a single sword strike, he severed the 3,000-year fortune of the Lu clan, one of the 8 clans. This clan thus declined, fading into obscurity. The rebellion was quelled. Both civil and military officials revered the imperial tutor as the pillar of the state, honoring him as if he were a deity. The 9th year of Divine Feather. The martial emperor raised his banners once more, his cavalry sweeping across the realm. He crushed another of the clans, leaving only 4 major clans and 6 lesser clans among the original 4 major clans and 8 lesser clans. All bowed their heads in submission, their hearts without a single dissenting thought. Tianchu Academy's temporary headquarters in Qingzhou. Ning Yuchan leafed through the latest deciphered passages of the annals of the martial emperor, once again stunned by the ultimate combat prowess of the Empress Martial's enigmatic mentor. Having been immersed in the cultivation world for so long, she had seen countless instances of slaughter and annihilation, but this was the first time she witnessed someone's cultivation regress without being utterly crippled. Her gaze shifted to the imperial seal encased within tempered glass, and she couldn't help but compare Li Huai'an to that divine feather immortal. It wasn't that she was fickle. It was simply pure curiosity about which of her men was more formidable. Both were the most extraordinarily gifted beings she had ever encountered, almost inhuman. Still, if forced to choose, she believed Li Changsheng held the edge. After all, this man had lived for 98,000 years. Yuaning cultivators lived 10,000 years. Those revered as ancient sages in mortal eyes could barely scrape together a fraction of his lifespan. Lost in thought, her phone screen suddenly lit up, displaying a news alert. Western world in upheaval. She instinctively tapped on it. Her Majesty the Queen of the Plantagenet dynasty passed away last night at Platinum Palace, leaving a will announcing that a woman of another lineage would succeed to the throne. It is reported. The woman in question hails from the Eastern Great Xia. Regarding this, members of the royal family have expressed their outrage, asking, how can ancestral lands be given away? Both sides are currently engaged in fierce competition over the succession to the throne. For the final outcome, stay tuned to our social media channels. Our reporters will continue to bring you updates. Ning Yuchan gaped in disbelief. An Eastern woman had become the designated successor to the supreme leader of a Western Federation member state? Was she losing her mind, or had the world gone mad? What are you staring at? You look so lost in thought. Dong Yunyu, who had just returned from outside, noticed her spacing out and walked over to tap her shoulder. Snapping back to reality, she handed over her phone. Look. Dong Yu took the phone and glanced at it, but instead of the surprise Ning Yuchan had expected, he frowned and asked, how did this news spread so fast? Huh? Ning Yuchan froze for a moment before realizing, you already knew? I was just about to tell you. She handed the phone back. Hold on a moment, she said. She took out her own phone and walked to the side, dialing an unknown number. A moment later, when she returned, Ning Yuchan looked down at her phone again. The news article had already been taken down. Is this even possible? Dong Yeye placed her phone in the drawer, acting as if nothing had happened. While tidying her desk, she remarked, there's been unusual activity at the ancient tombs of the Tianyu dynasty these past 2 days. Unusual activity? You remember the Divine Feather dynasty's heavenly mandate bird, right? It's alive. What? Ning Yuchan gasped in shock. Where? It flew away. Dong Yeye glanced at the imperial seal. It appeared in the world only to fly away again. And the place where it landed is the Golden Finch dynasty. You mean? Ning Yuchan's eyes widened as a possibility dawned on her. Exactly. That Eastern woman destined to inherit the Plantagenet throne is none other than Wu Zetian, the Empress Wu of the Divine Feather dynasty. Dong Yunyu's words were startling. All 16 commanders of your Black Ice platform have been dispatched. They're secretly heading westward to the Western Federation, more precisely, to the Golden Finch dynasty. The higher-ups want us to attempt negotiations with Her Majesty the Martial Empress to see if we can establish a cooperative relationship. If she's willing, we can help her. Seize power. Chapter 52, Qingfeng Monastery. Qingzhou Lishan Prison. Lishan Prison comprised 18 levels, categorized according to prisoners' cultivation realms and the severity of their crimes. The deeper the level, the more dangerous the inmates. Last time, Zhao Yu had only taken Ning Yuchan to observe the first 5 levels. The 12th layer, the Abyss. Here, the guards had been replaced by cultivators, the lowest of whom possessed foundation establishment cultivation. Their leader was but a step away from forming his core. And the prisoner they guarded was an ancient gold core cultivator. Director Zhao. At that moment, the chief jailer was reporting to Zhao Yu, we've tried every method, but we can't pry any information out of him. This guy's mouth is too tight. You wish to interrogate him personally? Yes. I guarantee we'll complete the mission. After hanging up, he took a deep breath. He then instructed the guard beside him, prepare the bone-melting pill and soul-soothing incense. Director Zhao has ordered us to transport the prisoner to the Black Ice Platform branch. The guard, receiving the order, wasted no time and immediately went to carry it out. Guarding a golden core prisoner was already fraught with perils. Even with advanced equipment, every guard had to remain on high alert. Escorting one to another location was even more daunting. No one could predict what unexpected incidents might occur along the way. If given the choice, no one would willingly undertake such a mission. The risks were simply too great. Yet now, they had no choice but to comply. Under normal circumstances, capturing a heretic cultivator allowed for immediate execution on the spot. No formal report was required afterward, only a brief explanation of the situation sufficed. Thus, when confronting heretical cultivators of higher cultivation levels, killing them was usually the top priority to minimize friendly casualties, with capture considered only afterward. However, some time ago, Xue Zijing, along with other commanders and high-ranking officials of the Great Xia, issued an order requiring law enforcement agencies across the land to investigate the number of human medicine cases. Only then did they begin selectively sparing some for interrogation. Although Li Huai'an's bloodline curse could pinpoint the locations of Yunmeng members, human medicine users were not affiliated with Yunmeng. They had to rely on their own investigations. Capturing this golden core cultivator had required immense effort, costing them a large number of elite forces, all in the hope of extracting information about Ren Yao from him. A cultivator of this caliber would have been considered a minor high-ranking figure even during Yunmeng's peak era, possessing far more knowledge than the lower-level members. Who could have imagined? After days and nights of intense interrogation, they discovered this man's lips were tighter than those of specially trained agents from official special agencies. Pipa torture, strangulation, boiling, castration, foot amputation, needle insertion, spinal cord severing, lead enema. They exhausted every form of torture yet remained utterly helpless. There was no other option. They had no choice but to report to the organization and leave the decision to Zhao Yu. After all, Zhao Yu held a much higher rank and authority than they did, commanding far greater resources. Perhaps he could find a breakthrough. Meanwhile, after concluding the call with the Li Mountain prison officials, Zhao Yu dialed Wei Yong across the ocean. After brief pleasantries, they got down to business. She explained the current difficulties Li Mountain prison was facing. She sought solutions. Truthfully, when dealing with such uncooperative prisoners, there was another simple, brutal, and consistently effective strategy: the soul-searching technique. But this time, the target's cultivation level presented a tricky challenge. Golden Core Stage. Zhou Fan was definitely off limits at this level. Not only would he resent you for extracting any useful information, but he might even inflict backlash. Among the 16 commanders, there were Gold Core experts skilled in soul-searching, but they were all currently in the West dealing with the Empress Warrior's revival. Help from afar couldn't solve an immediate problem. You must have a plan in mind already, right? After a moment of silence, Wei Yong on the other end of the line spoke bluntly. He understood Zhao Yu. Like a father understanding his own daughter, if she hadn't already made up her mind, she wouldn't have called him in the first place. This call was essentially seeking his advice. That's how the bureaucratic world works. Seeking guidance was acceptable, but constantly relying on superiors to solve every problem would only make them perceive her as incompetent, diminishing her standing in their eyes. Having climbed to her current position, she certainly understood this principle. You truly see through everything. Zhao Yu did indeed have a plan in place, otherwise, she wouldn't have had the prisoner transferred from Lishan prison. However, this strategy required Wei Yong's personal involvement. I wish to visit Qingfeng Temple and seek the assistance of that venerable elder. Qingfeng Temple. Behind every Black Ice Bureau department across the 9 provinces lay the shadow of a reclusive immortal sect. Qingfeng Temple served as the Black Ice Bureau's Qingzhou branch's patron. Its abbot was one of the legendary half-step nascent soul cultivators. In his previous life, he had even lived during the era of Great Unification, entering the imperial court to pay his respects and holding the position of state preceptor. Much of the intelligence concerning the Divine Feathered Dynasty came from him. If he were to intervene, a mere golden core cultivator would be no match for him. However, that said, beings of his caliber weren't just anyone's to meet. Even Zhao Yu herself wasn't qualified, she simply wasn't on the same level. Within the entire Qingzhou branch, only Wei Yong could hold a conversation with him. Because he was Wei Yong's master. Moreover, their bond was far from a mere nominal master-disciple relationship. When the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery was first reincarnated, he engaged in several clashes with the Heavenly Sword sect and was hunted down by them, nearly meeting his demise. Later, Wei Yong stepped in to mediate the conflict. Therefore, relations between the Qingzhou branch and the Jizhou headquarters have always been strained, as evidenced by Zhao Yu's tendency to speak with such eloquence during his previous phone calls to headquarters. The more strained the relationship between the Black Ice platforms of the 2 provinces, the stronger the bond between Wei Yong and that abbot. A word from him would surely suffice. All right. After hearing Zhao Yu's plan, Wei Yong pondered for a moment before finally agreeing. All right then. I'll first inform the venerable master, then call you back. After that, you can bring the people over. It should be fine. Understood. Chapter 53, Half-Step Nascent Soul. Afternoon. The prisoner transport convoy departed from Lishan prison. This escort was accompanied by 9 Peak Foundation Establishment Stage prison guards and 1 half-step Golden Core Stage prison official. Each carried the latest model of spirit energy weaponry. Even the prisoner himself was encumbered with spirit-suppressing shackles and chains, and had been injected with a large dose of soporific agents. They were armed to the teeth. Even so, the guards remained vigilant, never letting their guard down. They monitored the prisoner's condition at regular intervals. At the slightest sign of awakening, they immediately administered more drugs to ensure he remained unconscious throughout the journey. Time ticked by, second by second. With only a dozen kilometers left to the destination, the team's nerves finally began to relax. But just then, disaster struck. Boom! The prisoner transport vehicle sandwiched in the middle of the convoy suddenly erupted with a deep, thunderous crash. The vehicle shook violently, then spun out of control. Boom! The vehicle slammed on its brakes, spun violently, and slammed head-on into a roadside utility pole, coming to an abrupt halt. Thick smoke billowed up, completely engulfing the vehicle. The prison guards' hearts leapt into their throats. Stop! He acted decisively, bellowing into the walkie-talkie. The vehicles ahead and behind skidded to a halt, swaying unsteadily not far from the wrecked prisoner transport. Thud! From within the billowing black smoke came the sound of someone pounding on the steel door. The next second, the bulletproof door flew off, crashing heavily onto the ground. Before the vehicles had even come to a complete stop, the warden and several guards leaped out, forming a tight encircling formation. They sealed off the thick smoke, standing ready for battle. Moments later, the black smoke slowly dissipated, but where they had been, no one remained. Watch out! The group froze momentarily. The seasoned prison warden reacted first, about to warn his colleagues to be on guard, when a sharp crack echoed, followed by a spray of blood. The vanished Golden Core prisoner had appeared behind one of the guards at an unknown moment, effortlessly wrenching off the man's head. Gulp! The head rolled, leaving a trail of glaring blood in its wake, coming to rest at someone's feet. Eyes wide and staring, it fixed its gaze on him, refusing to close in death. Old Lu! The man roared in fury, activating his spirit energy weapon. I'll kill you. Don't! The jailer noticed the prisoner's unusual state and raised his hand to intervene, but it was too late. The other guards, seeing this, reflexively charged toward the prisoner. Bang! Unsurprisingly, several more heads were severed. This aura. As the opponent continued to strike, the jailer sensed an aura far surpassing that of a Golden Core cultivator at the initial stage. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, his face drained of color. You're not a Golden Core cultivator. The prisoner slowly turned his head, suddenly curling his lips into an eerie, unsettling grin. He exhaled a wisp of jade-green gas. Before the jailer could react, the gas seeped into his 7 orifices. His massive frame trembled violently, and the world spun dizzyingly. His pupils began to dilate and lose focus. In a daze, a scene like a heavenly paradise unfolded before his eyes. Fishing boats drifted along the water, peach blossoms bloomed along the banks, red trees and green willows lined the shore, small bridges connected homes. Here, there was no strife, no worries, only a scene of perfect harmony and tranquility. But the scene shifted. He met a pair of old, cloudy eyes. The owner of those eyes, leaning on a withered vine staff, grinned as he shuffled toward him. Back in the real world, his life force and essence were burning away frantically, his flesh deflating like a punctured balloon at a visible pace. In the final seconds of his life, he finally broke free from the illusion. Knowing it was too late to turn back, he decisively abandoned resistance, forcefully pressing the emergency transmission button on his wristwatch to connect with headquarters. His lips trembled as he struggled to utter 4 words. Half-step nascent soul. Elder Su. Is there truly no countermeasure to this human refining technique? At the Qingzhou branch office, during the lull before prisoner handover, Zhao Yu and Xue Zijing engaged in conversation, primarily discussing matters related to those human elixirs. Though cultivators from official and orthodox sects like them looked down upon such unorthodox practices, even demonic cultivators disdained using this method. The side effects were too severe, causing irreversible damage to one's cultivation foundation. It was akin to trading future potential for temporary gains, a trade-off that simply wasn't worth it. Yet it couldn't be denied. It did offer remarkably rapid cultivation progress in the early stages. Combined with the revival of spiritual energy and the aid of past experience, the cultivation speed of cultivators in this lifetime was already dozens of times faster than in the previous one. If supplemented with appropriate medicinal support, Yunmeng Marsh might indeed produce nascent soul cultivators even sooner than them. No. Su Chen shook his head decisively. If there had been a way, we wouldn't have been so passive back then. In the end, it took the Honorable One's intervention to break the deadlock. It's worth noting that he didn't accompany them on the journey to the west. First, it was too far. Second, he disliked the Divine Feather Dynasty, and he disliked Wu Zhao even more. To be precise, most sects dislike the Divine Feather Dynasty. Immortals roam the heavens and earth, cultivating nothing but freedom and unfettered will. The Divine Feather Dynasty's existence was no different from an enhanced version of the Black Ice Platform. The crucial point is its overwhelming power. Sect masters could defy the Black Ice Platform's orders without consequence, since the platform held no sway over them. But few sects dared to disobey Wu Zhao's imperial edicts. The aristocratic families are one thing. These people were raised with strict class distinctions and respect for seniority. From the ancestral patriarchs to the younger generations, the latter obeyed the former without question, completely submissive. It had become second nature. It was merely a matter of switching which patriarch they honored. It would be a miracle if their sect disciples actually liked it. Thus, shortly after Wu Zhao ascended the throne, top-tier sects like the Heavenly Sword sect announced their seclusion from the world. The two sides had little interaction. Regarding this, Wu Zhao didn't interfere much, letting things run their course. As long as their people didn't come out and cause trouble, threatening her rule, she couldn't care less. After all, sects sprang up like mushrooms after rain, ceaselessly multiplying. No matter how tyrannical and powerful she was, it was impossible to exterminate them all, utterly unrealistic. Of course, Su Chen also disliked Qingfeng Monastery. To reclusive sects like theirs, such court-loyal factions were nothing but lackeys and sycophants. The former saw the latter as hypocritically self-righteous. Mutual distrust ran deep between them. Had it not been for the critical importance of the Yunmeng Marsh and the need to prioritize the greater good, he wouldn't have stayed in Qingzhou at all. He would have returned to Jizhou the moment Xue Zijing departed for the west. As one of Qingzhou's leaders, Zhao Yu was well aware of the feud between their patron and the rival sect. Seeing the other party's lukewarm attitude, he decided not to press the matter further. Ultimately, he and the other man were not of the same ilk. Each served their own master. If the other had been approachable and willing to communicate, they might have exchanged a few words. But pressing a warm cheek against a cold buttock was pointless. The office fell silent once more. Beep. Just then, a message popped up on her satellite phone. She glanced down to see it was from the person responsible for intercepting the convoy. A few seconds later, her expression changed drastically. The transport convoy has been compromised. The prisoner escaped en route. The entire team. Not a single survivor. Chapter 54, The Might of the Nascent Soul So Terrifying. Late at night. Centered around the Black Ice Platform's Qingzhou branch, a 30-kilometer radius was completely sealed off by law enforcement. No pedestrians or vehicles were permitted passage. Barricades and police lines stretched out in all directions. Heavily armed personnel guarded every entrance and exit. Police and military vehicles poured into the cordoned-off area, conducting a thorough search of the entire site through coordinated efforts. Bloodstains, lingering spiritual energy, wreckage of the transport vehicles. No useful clue was overlooked, striving to reconstruct the scene as fully as possible at the very least, to pinpoint the criminal's current location. Several minutes later, Su Chen, Zhao Yu, and the Qingzhou branch team arrived belatedly. Zhao Yu waved over an investigator to question him. Any findings? The officer held a report and stated, based on our examination of traces left at the scene, subject 19527 has departed the crime scene. Combined with the surveillance system, we estimate he's fleeing northwest. Should we contact police stations and military outposts along the route to set up roadblocks for capture? He escaped? Zhao Yu furrowed his brow slightly, his consciousness expanding outward to sense the lingering spiritual energy fluctuations still permeating the air. Something felt off. Something's wrong. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Su Chen exclaimed. He hasn't left. The moment the words left his lips, his combat instincts kicked in simultaneously. Spiritual energy surged around him, and his sword moved with the sound, sweeping out horizontally toward the front. Clang! The deafening clash of metal and stone reverberated, accompanied by the roar of a spiritual energy storm. Su Chen struck first, yet was sent reeling back over 10 paces. His opponent retreated nearly half a meter before steadying himself. This tentative exchange instantly revealed the disparity in their prowess. Half-step nascent soul. He tightened his grip on the spirit sword, his expression darkening. Hearing this, Zhao Yu's heart sank to the depths. A half-step nascent soul cultivator, this was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary she had ever encountered in her career handling extraordinary incidents. Li Huai'an didn't count. Withdraw. She immediately ordered her subordinates to retreat. The gap in cultivation was too vast. Leaving these men behind would not only be useless but would become a liability for her and Su Chen, forcing them to divert attention to protect them. The demonic cultivator made no attempt to stop him. His eyes were fixed solely on Su Chen, staring intently at him. He licked his lips from time to time, his gaze brimming with greed, like a starving wolf eyeing a delicious feast. If I refined you into a human elixir, it would be a tremendous tonic. You wretched creature. Who do you think you're turning into medicine? Before the words faded, a sword beam suddenly sliced through the air from behind him. Then, several dazzling streaks of light raced across the battlefield from afar, landing beside Su Chen. The demonic figure's pupils flinched slightly as he staggered to evade the blade. The playful, predatory expression that had just moments ago resembled a cat toying with a mouse vanished instantly, replaced by solemn caution. 8th tier golden core. Senior brother Lu. Recognizing the arrivals, Su Chen's face lit up with joy. It was none other than one of the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect, accompanied by several core disciples, all at the Golden Core realm. Reinforcements had arrived. That day, when he had gone to Northhua University to pay respects to the founding sect master, Lin Tianqiu, and received the authority to mobilize disciples within the sect, he had immediately used the secret technique of 1,000-mile transmission to send a message to the sect, requesting reinforcements. These past days, he had been wondering when the sect's people would arrive. Little did he expect that at this critical moment, they would arrive just in time. Heaven favors the righteous path. Junior brother, we're not too late, are we? Elder Lu patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Ha, right on time. Su Chen laughed heartily, releasing all the pent-up frustration he'd been holding. Let's join forces to slay this demon first, then catch up. Elder Lu, a man of decisive action, charged straight toward the demonic cultivator, the other true disciples following close behind. Cover me from the flank. Su Chen called out over his shoulder before joining the fray. Zhao Yu silently withdrew from the fray, mobilizing his spiritual energy within, ready to provide support at any moment. This was the correct approach. Although she had recently broken through to the half-step golden core stage with abundant resources, facing an opponent who was just a step away from the nascent soul stage, she was still no match. Rashly intervening in the battle would only leave her vulnerable. Boom! The battle erupted. As he activated his spell, countless eerie, twisted patterns emerged on the demonic cultivator's skin. A flesh and blood vine burrowed out from his mouth, emanating an ominous aura. On the other side, members of the Heavenly Sword sect simultaneously summoned their life-bound spirit swords. Blades flashed across the sky, sword chi crisscrossing to form a vast sea of blades, conjuring countless illusory spirit swords. Kill! Two distinct spiritual energies collided violently in the air, unleashing a terrifying storm that shattered buildings lining the road. Despite a significant gap in cultivation levels between the two sides, the Heavenly Sword sect's seamless coordination and numerical superiority were enough to level the playing field. The battle raged fiercely, neither side yielding. The latter faction even showed signs of gaining the upper hand. During the clash, Elder Lu's expression darkened. Your cultivation is hollow, your foundation weak. You beast, how many lives have you devoured? How many souls have you stolen? His attacks grew increasingly fierce. The demonic cultivator, on the verge of collapse, suddenly bit through his tongue and spat forth a mouthful of essence blood. The next instant, another figure emerged from his shadow, an exact duplicate, yet entirely transparent, shrouded in dark green flames and radiating an eerie aura. Soul projection. Elder Lu urgently warned, everyone beware. This is a secret technique from Yunmeng Marsh, capable of forcibly elevating one's cultivation level by one tier temporarily. He's now at the nascent soul stage. Avoid direct confrontation. Just endure until the technique's cycle ends. Once his soul withers and his spiritual energy depletes, he'll die without fail. Form the sword array. At his command, several core disciples swiftly adjusted their stances, forming identical hand seals as boundless spiritual energy surged from their brows. This spiritual energy coalesced midair, forming a colossal sword formation. An ancient sword radiating overwhelming pressure slowly emerged from its center. Poof! A grasshopper trying to stop a cart. The demonic cultivator snorted coldly, stepping forward as a dark green storm of divine soul energy erupted from the ground around him. Then, it tapped into the cosmic forces, summoning dark clouds to press down upon the city and unleashing a raging tempest. The entire earth began to tremble and crack. The extreme pressure made Xiaoyu gasp for breath, and the newly formed formation of the Heavenly Sword sect showed signs of crumbling. Sword of Heaven! Elder Lu knew delay was futile. He directly commanded the formation, and the ancient sword crashed down, slicing a deep fissure through the void as it charged toward the demonic cultivator. Die before me! Facing such an assault, the demonic being neither dodged nor flinched. He met the ancient sword head-on, reaching out to grasp it. The storm instantly coalesced into a colossal hand, colliding directly with the blade. Boom! As the two clashed, spiritual energy surged violently, thunderous roars echoed ceaselessly, and dust swirled, obscuring vision. When the dust settled, the ancient sword was gripped tightly within that giant hand, unable to move an inch, trapped in a stalemate. Snap! After a few breaths of resistance, it could not withstand the might of heaven and earth. The storm-like hand crushed it violently, shattering the ancient sword and obliterating the sword formation along with it. Put! The backlash of sword energy caused all disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, including Elder Lu and Su Chen, to spit blood. They flew backward like kites whose strings had snapped. In an instant, they all lost their fighting ability, forced to watch helplessly as the demonic figure closed in step by step. Xiaoyu, watching from the sidelines, felt a flicker of panic in his eyes. He yearned to step in and help, yet feared his own strength might prove insufficient and backfire. His heart burned with anxiety. The might of a nascent soul cultivator is truly terrifying. Chapter 55, Slaying a Nascent Soul, After All. Meanwhile, at a private coffee shop in Beihai County, Ning Yuchan, who had finally managed to take a day off, dragged Li Huai'an out for coffee the moment she got home. She claimed it was to help him relive the unique aspects of modern society. Truthfully, she felt it was a bit awkward that they had obtained their marriage certificate yet never had a single proper date. She wanted to make up for her own regret of never having experienced a proper romance. To this, Li Huai'an naturally had no objections. Stealing a half-day of leisure from his busy life suited him just fine. He certainly didn't dislike Ning Yuchan. Excuse me, your coffees. The coffee arrived shortly. Ning Yuchan ordered an Americano, while Li Huai'an got a hot latte. Truthfully, Li Huai'an had initially wanted a black coffee too. He preferred pure things. Black coffee contained only ice, water, and coffee beans. But Ning Yuchan had refused, saying, "You've climbed to the pinnacle of the cultivation world by treading on piles of bones. Your life has been bitter enough. When you come back, shouldn't you savor something sweet? Add a little sugar to life? Here, try this." Thoughtfully, she added just the right amount of sugar cubes and milk balls to the coffee cup, stirred it thoroughly with a small silver spoon, and then pushed it toward Li Huai'an. "This place has been around forever. I used to love coming here for coffee when I first started working. The owner's craftsmanship is top-notch, and the quality control is excellent." Li Huai'an took a small sip and nodded slightly. "It's really good. A happy smile spread across her face. After a quiet moment, she asked, "Want to catch a movie later?" "Sure. What do you want to see?" "Whatever you want." She smiled again. "Sister Zhao Yu and that Shui Zijing always make you sound so scary. I tell them you're a good person, but they won't believe me. I think they're just prejudiced. They see a cultivator and immediately assume they're bad." She scrolled through movies on her phone while venting about the two of them. Li Huai'an remained non-committal. He'd lived his life unfettered. Why should he care for others' understanding? Besides, in the world of cultivators, strength spoke for itself. Reputation was but an illusion. When he became invincible, great scholars would defend his teachings. "How about this one?" Ning Yuchan flipped her phone, screen facing him. "Naja 2. Just released a couple days ago. Saw the ratings and box office are pretty high. Should be a good watch." He glanced at the movie synopsis, then checked the time. "Shows start at 7 o'clock sharp. It's 6:30 now. Getting to the theater takes 20 minutes. If we want to catch this one, we need to leave immediately. I'll hail a cab." Ning Yuchan downed the last of her coffee and was about to hail a cab when she noticed Li Huai'an suddenly staring intently in one direction, his gaze deep and his aura shimmering with golden energy. "What is it?" "Your sister Zhao Yu is in trouble." His fingertip flickered, tugging at the threads of fate. Su Chen, Ludong, Xinhua. So many from the Heavenly Sword sect have arrived. This trouble seems far from trivial. A nascent soul aura, but unstable. Could it be a secret technique from Yunmeng Marsh? She listened to his mutterings. Ning Yuchan's heart skipped a beat, a shadow of worry crossing her face. Much of what was said was beyond her understanding, but one phrase registered clearly. Zhao Yu was in trouble. Is it serious? She couldn't help but ask. He's near death. Li Huai'an withdrew his gaze, his expression calm, utterly indifferent to the lives of these people. Across from us is a pseudo-Yuanling cultivator. But a pseudo-Yuanling is still a Yuanling. At least before his cultivation level drops, he's more than capable of slaughtering everyone here. Ah! Ning Yuchan's mouth fell open as inner conflict tore at her. On one hand, Zhao Yu was her guide who had treated her well. She didn't want anything to happen to him. On the other hand, she was even more reluctant to see Li Huai'an take such a risk. If the enemy were a golden core cultivator, she would have pleaded for help. A nascent soul. This was an ancient monster known to stand at the very pinnacle of the cultivation world. Even the Black Ice Platform, a national treasure, dared not provoke such a being lightly. Rescuing someone from such an existence? How incredibly difficult. She didn't even believe the current Li Huai'an possessed the capability to engage in combat with such a being. In her view, simply rescuing someone from the clutches of a nascent soul stage elder was already pushing the limits of what she could accept. That alone would make him a super-duper prodigy. Even if her husband had been powerful in his past life, his time in this reincarnation was far too brief. How could he possibly contend with a nascent soul cultivator? Forget it. I'll go myself. Seeing Ning Yuchan's anxious expression, which she was desperately trying to hide, Li Huai'an shook his head and chuckled. Are you sure you can handle this? Ning Yuchan tentatively asked. Don't push yourself. If you can't do it, you can't. Everyone has their own destiny. If something happens to you because of this, I'll suffer even more. It's no big deal. Nothing will happen. Really? Don't you trust my abilities? Ning Yuchan scrutinized the man before her, repeatedly confirming he wasn't putting on airs but genuinely confident before relenting. Then be careful. Put your safety first. Remember, I'll be waiting for you at home. You promised to watch a movie with me. Don't make it so complicated. Li Huai'an pointed toward the cinema. You buy the tickets, then take a taxi to the theater. I know the way. Just eliminating a nascent soul cultivator, it'll be quick. With that, he took a single stride forward and vanished in an instant, leaving Ning Yuchan sitting motionless, her expression blank. A gentle breeze brushed her face, ruffling her hair at the temples. She shivered. If she hadn't misunderstood, did his words mean he wasn't going to save someone but to kill? And he was telling her to take a taxi to the cinema immediately. With only half an hour left before the movie started. Which meant he was confident he could eliminate a nascent soul cultivator within half an hour? Chapter 56, Despair and Hope. The battlefield between Tianjian's sect disciples and the demonic beings of Yunmeng Marsh. The pseudo-Yuan infant demon casually struck Zhao Yu, sending him flying as he attempted to block its path. It then strode directly toward the group of Heavenly Sword sect disciples. Wretch! His fingers curled into a claw, pressing down on the head of a core disciple. The disciple was about to curse out loud when he felt a strange suction force erupting inexplicably from the demon's palm. Ah! The disciple's pupils dilated instantly as he cried out in agony. As dark blue runic patterns emerged on the opponent's arm, then spread densely across his entire body, the disciple's spiritual energy began to flow uncontrollably. Clinging to the fingers, it surged along the wrist, pouring entirely into the other's body. How delicious! The demonic cultivator's body trembled, his face radiating pure delight. His disembodied soul essence solidified into an increasingly substantial form, its aura growing ever more formidable, rising higher and higher. You think to stall for time, waiting for this old man's secret technique to wear off so your cultivation base will drop? Nice plan, but you seem to have forgotten one thing. A sinister smile spread across his face. If I devour all of you, I shall ascend to the nascent soul stage. Then, the side effects of the soul-burning secret art will be insignificant indeed. Ha 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 ha. The moment the words fell, concentric ripples of invisible magical energy radiated outward from his center, forming a domain that sealed off the spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius. A black wind howled. The sky began to scatter flakes of willow catkins, drifting and dancing through the air. These catkins held a sinister power touched them and they ignited, capable of scorching even a soul. This prevented Su Chen and the others, who wanted to rush to the rescue, from getting anywhere near. Watching their disciples contort in agony from soul-piercing torment, Lu Dong and Su Chen seethed with fury and desperation. Their eyes blazed crimson with surging murderous intent. They yearned to flay the demonic figure before them, strip him of flesh and bone, and subject him to 1,000 cuts. The latter hissed in accusation. The art of life-searing cannot possibly be this ruthless. What kind of technique is this? The demonic figure sneered in response. Only you self-righteous hypocrites would think such refinement is possible. Do you really believe we're fools incapable of refining our techniques? Su Chen was speechless. Junior brother, don't waste your breath on him. Lu Dong's voice cut through the air. His face, once twisted with fury, now wore an expressionless terrifying stillness like the calm before a storm. He surveyed the surroundings, the ravaged, desolate land, the surging soul storms, and the exhausted disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, devoid of any will to fight. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. He spat out another mouthful of essence blood, clutching his chest as he staggered to his feet. From his robe, he fished out a pill and swallowed it without hesitation. The next instant, his demeanor transformed. His aura surged like the demonic cultivator before him, a thunderous sword intent erupting from his body, matching the opponent's pseudo-Yuanling pressure blow for blow. He was fighting for his life. Not only did Yunmeng possess secret techniques for advancing cultivation realms, but so did the Heavenly Sword sect. The Sword Burial Pill. This pill could compress and condense a lifetime of cultivation and sword intent. At his current 8th level Golden Core realm, it would allow him to unleash a strike on par with a nascent soul cultivator. The price, however, the shattering of his dantian, the complete destruction of his cultivation. A lifetime of arduous practice, all for naught. No hope of ascending to immortality in this lifetime. You beast, meet your end. His 2 fingers transformed into swords, unleashing a rainbow-like sword sheath that swept through obstacles like a razor, charging straight toward the demonic cultivator. Wherever it passed, the earth cracked and the void trembled. Facing this full power strike, comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator, the demonic cultivator remained utterly unflustered, brimming with confidence. While continuing to devour the cultivation essence of the Heavenly Sword sect disciple at his feet, he casually swept his other hand. Gusts of wind swirled from all directions, converging before him. They compressed and coalesced, eventually forming an impenetrable, dark green storm barrier that shielded him flawlessly. Almost simultaneously, the sword fingers struck. Boom! The earth-shattering roar seemed capable of piercing clouds and splitting rocks. Lu Dong's fingertip pierced the storm barrier, and boundless sword energy surged and crashed against it, yet it could not breach the defense. Break, for me! He roared, draining his last ounce of spiritual energy. Still insufficient, he channeled his vital essence and blood essence, forcibly amplifying the sword energy's might one final time. His palm finally sank entirely into the storm. His nails turned ashen and brittle, his skin gradually losing its elasticity, becoming parched and wrinkled. His sleeves vanished without a trace. Boom! A series of muffled sonic booms echoed within the barrier. Half of Lu Dong's body was now within the storm, and at that moment, strands of white hair began sprouting from his head. He paid it no mind. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: to kill the man before him. Renshou's vitality was fading. The ravages of time assaulted his body. The luster that once graced his skin was gone, leaving him looking like an old man nearing the end of his days, utterly spent and exhausted. 1 breath. 10 breaths. 100 breaths. By the time he reached the demonic cultivator, he was too weak to even lift his arm, his entire being swaying like a flickering candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of collapse. He had lost. I thought you had some hidden card up your sleeve, which is why I feared you so much. Turns out, you're nothing special. The demonic being sneered coldly. With a flick of his palm, he shattered Lu Dong's body, now riddled with cracks. He swallowed his golden core whole, bones cracking as he did so. The ancient face regained its vitality. Now it's your turn. A pressure rivaling that of a true nascent soul cultivator descended upon Su Chen and the others. Immersed in the scene, despair welled up within them. A bone-chilling cold spread through the crowd, clinging to each heart. Even Elder Lu, the most powerful among them, had fallen despite having forcibly elevated his cultivation by consuming the sword burial pill. What could the rest of them possibly do? What choice did they have? Su Chen felt drained of all strength in an instant, collapsing onto the ground, his face drained of color. Gazing at the relentlessly advancing enemy, he steeled his resolve and invoked Li Changdong, old villain, don't gloat. The Supreme Elders will avenge us. This was his last desperate measure. He didn't know what realm his Supreme Elder currently occupied, but Xue Zijing had told him the Elder had only recently been reincarnated, so his cultivation couldn't be too high. He could only hope that the remnants of his authority would still hold enough sway to intimidate the enemy. In fact, it did strike fear, but only for a moment. Hearing that nightmare-inducing name again, the demonic cultivator unconsciously recalled the terror the figure had instilled in him years ago, a fear that ran deep into his very bones. A palpable flicker of panic crossed his face. But the thought of his current cultivation level filled him with reckless confidence. Oomph, Li Changdong. Never mind whether he's been reincarnated or not, even if he were still alive, what could he possibly do to me? Today, I shall shatter my elixir and condense my infant spirit. Could he possibly stand against me? Killing across realms, how many heavens could he possibly transcend? With that thought, he seized Su Chen's throat, his arms once more inscribed with ancient runes. But your words have reminded me. Once I've devoured every last bit of your cultivation, I'll go find him. I'll take his head and offer it to the great banner of Yunmeng. Too bad you won't live to see that day. He grinned savagely. Knowing he was cornered and doomed, Su Chen said nothing more. He made no attempt to beg for mercy, merely closing his eyes slowly, accepting death with calm acceptance. However, the agonizing pain he had imagined from having his cultivation drained away never came. Instead, a voice one he knew all too well echoed in his ears. I'm quite curious to see how you intend to subdue me. Chapter 57, the movie hasn't even started. Su Chen's eyes snapped open, his brow brimming with astonished delight. As for that demonic cultivator, even though he was now but a half step away from the nascent soul stage, even though he had just boasted moments ago about severing his opponent's head to use as a sacrificial offering, but when that familiar voice truly echoed behind him, the man who had cast endless shadows over him in his past life, the figure that had crushed even his will to pursue, he had returned. The demonic cultivator didn't even have the courage to turn around. He was terrified. Su Chen was the first to snap out of it, shouting, "Honored one! This man possesses nascent soul power, you're no match for him. I'll hold him off. You must take them and flee." As he spoke, he mimicked Lu Dong, pulling out a sword burial pill and preparing to swallow it. Even at this moment, he still didn't believe Li Huai'an possessed the strength to match a nascent soul cultivator. However, he remained confident that the latter could escape from under the hands of a nascent soul cultivator. After all, he had once been an unrivaled existence in the world. Yes, nascent soul. I have ascended to nascent soul. Hearing this, the demonic cultivator from Yunmeng snapped to attention, whirling around to fix his gaze on the composed Li Huai'an. As if rallying his own resolve, he declared, Li Changdong, let me tell you, you're nothing special. I'm a nascent soul now too. I'm not afraid of you anymore. That's right, I'm not afraid of you anymore. Li Huai'an ignored him, flicking a finger to send a burst of spiritual energy that knocked the pill Su Chen held to his lips out of the air. Only then did he turn to appraise Su Chen, asking slowly, "Oh? And so?" At these words, the demonic cultivator instantly felt his dignity as a pseudo-Yuan cultivator insulted. Extreme fury swept away the fear in his heart. He made the most foolish decision of his life. "I'll kill you." The dark green divine soul form soared to dozens of zhang in height, towering like a colossus. It raised a palm vast enough to block out the sky and sun, crushing down toward Li Huai'an. Divine soul power. Li Huai'an raised an eyebrow, appraisingly remarking, "You've actually touched the threshold of the nascent soul stage. Your talent isn't bad, but alas, you've strayed from the right path." His fingers formed a seal. A wisp of purple sand and wind erupted from his fingertips, sweeping across the heavens and earth. Compared to the palm of that divine soul giant, this wisp of sandstorm was minuscule, insignificant, barely even a fraction of the palm wind swirling around it. Yet, this very wisp of wind and dust caused any rocks, plants, or other beings caught within it to wither and decay at unimaginable speed. The very void itself seemed to dissolve. Everything within that finger's swirl of wind and dust aged into dust, crumbling into nothingness. The demonic cultivator's face paled. Frantically, he flicked his fingers to summon dark storms and eerie willow catkins from all directions, attempting to counteract the purple gold dust. Worried it wouldn't be enough, he even borrowed the power of heaven and earth. Yet, whether storms, willow fluff, or even the might of heaven and earth, none could withstand the purplish gold smoke upon impact. Instead, within that swirling haze, the wind's force weakened and dissolved, while the power of heaven and earth gradually returned to its source. Nothing could escape the passage of time, not even the wind. What manner of technique was this? Not only the demonic adversaries, but even Su Chen, Zhao Yu, and the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, all allies of Li Huai'an, stood speechless. That was a nascent soul stage assault. And just like that, casually deflected? All those people, plus sacrificing Lu Dong, a gold core stage 8 cultivator, couldn't last more than a few rounds against this demonic cultivator. Yet the moment he appeared, the tables flipped instantly? Is he seriously this monstrous? What happened to the invincibility of the nascent soul stage? But the real shock was yet to come. That colossal figure, towering like a mountain, a Yuanling stage divine soul body that could practically walk all over the current era. The moment its colossal palm, poised to crush the heavens, touched the purple gold sandstorm, it too was obliterated without resistance. From the fingertips to the fingers. From the palm to the wrist. Finally, the entire arm. And even then, it was not over. Its entire body disintegrated, along with the demonic cultivator's momentum. The breakthrough to the true nascent soul realm, within its grasp, now flowed away like a burst dam. No! The demonic being roared in terror and rage, attempting to sever its tail to survive, cutting the connection to its divine soul and dharma body to protect itself. Yet that wisp of purple gold smoke clung to him like maggots on bone. No matter what he did, he could not shake it off. He could feel his life force ebbing away, yet he was utterly powerless. Because there was simply no way to stop it. This was the power of time. How eerily similar this scene was. He had just used his devouring power to steal another's lifespan, only to now have everything erased by this purple gold mist. Moreover, devouring power is a secret art. Many secret arts or special constitutions can devour others' destiny, like the Demon Path's Eternal Life Sutra. There are specific countermeasures for these. Time cannot be defied. Time is unreasonable. No matter how brilliant or extraordinary one may be, no matter how peerlessly magnificent their youth, when time descends, all beings are equal, as insignificant as dust. Before death, one truly experiences a fleeting panorama of life. He seemed to return to that era of war and turmoil. That year. A prodigious youth, a celestial being descended from the heavens, swept across the land. Wherever his blade pointed, even the most brilliant talents paled in comparison. When the heavens weep, no man can hold back the rain. When I seek to kill, heaven dares not stand in my way. That man thus dominated an entire era. No. Perhaps two. Reborn into a new life, he remained as invincible as ever. A dozen breaths later, the pseudo-Yuan infant life force that had just been flaunting its might in the Yunmeng Marsh reached its end. Decayed beyond recognition, flesh withered and dried, reduced to white bones, it was utterly eroded by the passage of time. Li Huai'an glanced at Zhao Yu, then vanished as well. A long time passed. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect helped each other to their feet, exchanging bewildered glances. Their eyes held a mix of confusion and profound complexity. Were it not for the surrounding devastation bearing witness to the battle's ferocity, they would have believed everything that had just transpired was merely a dream. They had followed the elders out of the mountain, hoping to achieve greatness and make a name for themselves in this lifetime. Instead, they died before they could even begin. Elder Lu, a cultivator at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage, was dead. Killed by a pseudo-Yuanling cultivator. That pseudo-Yuanling cultivator was also dead. Killed by their supreme elder. A genuine pseudo-Yuan infant, one that utterly overwhelmed them all, leaving them powerless to retaliate. They exhausted every tactic, yet failed to inflict even the slightest scratch. Yet despite all this, he still met his end as feeble as an ant crushed under a human's heel, collapsing at the slightest touch. It was hard to fathom that the terms great power and insignificant insect could describe the same person. Their identities had been completely reversed. Su Chen recovered and sat cross-legged to tend his wounds. Only Zhao Yu remained. She neither consumed any pills nor tended to her wounds. Whether stunned into stupor or still reeling from the shock, she remained fixed in a daze, staring blankly at the direction Li Huai'an had departed. But if anyone had noticed her eyes at that moment, they would have seen. Her eyes were filled with nothing but admiration. Outside the downtown cinema in Beihai County, Ning Yuchan paced anxiously back and forth, repeatedly checking the time on her phone screen and craning her neck to peer toward the mall entrance, muttering to herself. Why aren't they back yet? Could something have happened? As the agreed time drew near and the person she was waiting for still hadn't appeared, she finally couldn't bear the inner torment any longer and decided to go to the Qingzhou branch to look for them. But just as she turned, she collided head-on with someone. She looked up. It was the very person she'd been anxiously waiting for. She exhaled in relief, then suddenly remembered something and instinctively glanced down at her phone. 6:49 p.m. The movie hadn't started yet. Chapter 58, Internal Issues at Qingfeng Monastery. Several days after the war, a group of 16 commanders returned to the homeland first, including Shuezijing. Wei Yong, however, was not among them. They shared a common trait. Their sects had never submitted tributes to the Divine Feather dynasty during the era of Great Unification. They merely acknowledged Wu Zhao's sovereignty, leaving each other undisturbed. These were reclusive immortal sects like the Celestial Sword sect, secluded in their mountain retreats. Judging by the atmosphere, the initial negotiations seemed to have gone smoothly. What remained were the details, discussing the initial investment costs, profit distribution, and a series of other matters. Otherwise, Wu Zhao would have dismissed all 16 commanders outright. Qingzhou branch. Shuezijing sat stiffly upright in his makeshift office, flipping through the operational report submitted by Zhao Yu. He swallowed repeatedly, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. Mount Li Prison misjudged his cultivation level and captured a fake nascent soul cultivator. No, to be precise, that demonic cultivator feigned capture as part of his scheme. He deliberately chose to break free during transport, annihilating the escort team to draw the heavenly sword sex pursuit. Does he intend to use our hands to ascend to nascent soul? What a cunning scheme! A masterstroke luring the enemy into the trap, then sealing the victory. It cost us the life of senior brother Lu Dong, an 8th-tier golden core cultivator, and left senior brother Su and several heavenly sword sect disciples gravely wounded. If he devours their cultivation, he might just achieve his goal. Thankfully, at the critical moment, that figure intervened. With his power, saving them should be no problem. Holy, he sliced that pseudo-Yuan Ing in a single strike? Reading this far. Even Shui Zijing, whose long tenure in high office had forged a composure unshaken by the collapse of a mountain, couldn't contain his shock and blurted out a curse. That was a pseudo-Yuan. Setting aside future developments, in the current era dominated by golden core cultivators where true nascent souls remain hidden and half-step nascent souls are rarely revealed, calling him peerless in the world would not be an exaggeration. Forget a mere Qingzhou branch. Even if a reclusive immortal sect personally intervened, they'd need to summon an ancestral patriarch-level existence to stand against it. And now he'd been dispatched so casually, so quietly? Had Zhao Yu not proactively reported it, he likely wouldn't have known about this development until now. In truth, during his time in the Golden Aureole dynasty, he hadn't caught even a whisper of it. Not just him, the other 16 commanders were equally unaware. It was possible that, to this day, only he and Zhao Yu's immediate superior, Wei Yong, were aware of the incident. It wasn't that Zhao Yu deliberately concealed it, but rather that the entire incident unfolded and concluded with blinding speed. The trouble was quelled within a single afternoon. Its impact remained confined to the vicinity of the Black Ice Bureau's Qingzhou branch. Most crucially, only a handful of lives were lost. Such a casualty count. In peacetime, it might have warranted significant attention. But in this era of spiritual energy revival, people die every day, sacrifices are made daily. No one would connect such minor casualties to a pseudo-Yuanling cultivator, so the higher-ups in other provinces naturally paid no attention to the matter. It would be a waste of energy and utterly pointless. With that spare time, they'd be better off finding ways to wipe out more Yunmeng marsh hideouts within their own jurisdictions and maintain order in their subordinate counties. Continue reviewing the reports. The subsequent sections were fairly standard. Essentially, members of the Qingzhou branch, led by Zhao Yu and Su Chen, launched operations against the remaining Yunmeng members within their jurisdiction. Attached were two lists. One was a commendation list. It lists members who performed exceptionally well during the mission promotions and pay raises for those deserving, rewards for meritorious service. The other is a casualty list. Those eligible for settlement allowances will receive them, and those entitled to subsidies will be compensated. It is worth noting that perhaps the shock of a pseudo-Yuan infant's demise was too great. All Yunmeng members within Qingzhou either fled or defected. Those who resisted to the bitter end were utterly annihilated. Qingzhou Prefecture now stands as the sole blessed land across the entire 9 provinces where the rampant evil cultivators of the Yunmeng marsh are openly absent. And all of this was owed to that legendary man, Li Changsheng. So, Grand Marshal Shui, do you still consider my proposal to nominate that individual for the rank of State Guardian to have been short-sighted? Zhao Yu, who had deliberately remained in the office after the other had finished reading the report, asked at just the right moment. She had waited far too long for this moment, and today finally allowed her to hold her head high. Shui Zijing's face flushed crimson as he cleared his throat. Ahem, Director Zhao, I apologize for my earlier arrogance, he said. He rose and bowed solemnly to Zhao Yu. Upon my return to Jizhou, I will convene a meeting to elevate that individual's rating to the highest level. Setting aside everything else, that single battle against the pseudo-Yuanling alone was sufficient proof of his potential to the organization. He absolutely deserved the title of State Guardian. From his personal perspective alone, considering strategic significance and past achievements, he believed the title of Nation Defending grade was actually too low for that individual. Don't forget, Li Huai'an had only just been reincarnated. If he could slay a pseudo-Yuaning cultivator in his first incarnation, who knows how high his cultivation peaked in his previous life? Shui Zijing had never witnessed anything beyond the nascent soul stage and dared not speculate, but he was certain Li Huai'an had surpassed it in his previous life. It made no sense. In short, after the battle against the pseudo-Yuan infant, Li Huai'an's image had become infinitely mythologized in his mind. To the point that he now shared Zhao Yu's view. Other state protector-level cultivators attained that rank because their strength matched the position. But Li Huai'an? He only reached state protector level because that was his absolute limit. Poof. Seeing this, Zhao Yu gave a cold snort, effectively dropping the subject. After all, from the other party's perspective, he hadn't done anything wrong, he'd simply misjudged the situation. Attaining the Xinguo rank signified that a cultivator's influence extended beyond local prefectures to encompass the entire nation and even the world. It also meant access to vast resources and policy support. Exercising extreme caution was perfectly normal. He was thinking of the greater good. By the way, has Qingfeng Monastery made any moves lately? Amidst organizing reports, Xue Zijing suddenly posed a question: have they made any statement regarding that figure's emergence? As the saying goes, one cannot tolerate a rival sleeping right beside one's bed. Qingzhou had always been Qingfeng Temple's territory. They were like a fierce tiger entrenched here, ruthlessly driving away any outsiders who dared to encroach. Even when Su Chen entered Qingzhou, he had sent a courtesy notice to Qingfeng Temple beforehand, just as their own people would report their itineraries to the Heavenly Sword sect when traveling to Jizhou. Yet now, a true dragon had suddenly appeared uninvited on their own turf, and they hadn't even sent anyone to investigate? That was unusual. If this had happened before, it might have been understandable. Back then, Li Huai'an's fame hadn't yet reached a level that would catch their attention. It was the same principle as with Yunmeng Marsh. But recently, Li Huai'an had demonstrated terrifying power capable of slaying a pseudo-Yuan infant cultivator, and still they hadn't appeared. That's where the problem lies. My boss mentioned some internal issues at Qingfeng Temple, though I don't know the specifics. I'll pay a visit in a couple of days to get the full story. I had planned to go days ago, but that pseudo-Yuan infant at Yunmeng delayed me. I couldn't make it and spent the time recuperating instead. It truly proved the saying, you never know whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will come first. Internal issues? Xue Zijing raised an eyebrow, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. I know exactly what you're up to. Zhao Yu glared at him. I advise you to drop this matter. Given the tensions between our two sects, if this sparks a conflict between the two provinces and shakes the foundations of Great Xia, both our heads will roll. Even the Heavenly Sword sect stepping in won't save you. You misunderstand. My loyalty lies solely with the nation. Xue Zijing's expression remained unreadable, betraying no hint of his true thoughts, a mystery known only to himself. I hope you are. Zhao Yu saw no point in exposing him or dwelling on the matter. Changing the subject, he asked. What's the current situation with the Western Federation? Chapter 59, Wu Zhao's Scheme. Qingzhou, Tianshu Academy Temporary Office. Take it with you. Dong Yunyueshang lay face down on the desk, utterly despondent. Surrounding him were 7 or 8 disheveled researchers, each wearing a different expression as they scrutinized the young woman across from them. Ning Yuchan kept her head bowed, feeling as if she were sitting on pins and needles. To her right lay a jade seal, the very imperial seal of destiny unearthed from the Divine Feather Immortal Mausoleum. Just this morning, while helping Dong Yanyu arrange the mural stone slabs, her finger had accidentally been cut by a sharp edge, and the blood had splattered onto the jade seal beside it. Then, the jade seal had claimed her as its master and clung to her. No one else could approach it without being driven away by some unseen force. Any forced contact would result in being slashed by a fierce sword chi. The Tianshu Academy tried every conceivable method to alter this situation, but nothing worked. Even Ning Yuchan's attempts at communication proved futile. It's just ridiculous. She was dumbfounded, utterly embarrassed. She hadn't intended to claim the jade seal for herself or anything, it had just inexplicably become entangled with her. Fortunately, Dong Wenyu was reasonable. She understood it was unintentional and that the incident had happened so suddenly, catching everyone off guard. Thus, she didn't blame her. Otherwise, she truly wouldn't have had the face to stay here any longer. I'm so sorry, Ning Yuchan looked apologetic, repeating her excuses. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Dong Yunyu patted her shoulder. All treasures possess spirit. It's natural for them to choose their master. This shows you share a special bond with it. Just cherish it well. She finally felt reassured. But she still couldn't wrap her head around it. Why would the heavenly mandate imperial seal of the Divine Feather Dynasty choose her as its master? Even if it did recognize a master, shouldn't it return to its rightful owner, the hands of the Martial Emperor? Speaking of the Martial Emperor, what's the latest with the Plantagenet dynasty? The terms are essentially agreed upon. The Celestial Pivot Academy's intelligence network was even more extensive than Zhao Yu's. Their network was extensive. All spiritual energy weapons across the 9 provinces rely on their supply lines. Consequently, high-ranking officials in military departments everywhere are eager to cultivate good relations with them to secure priority access. Providing intelligence or granting privileges was no big deal. They were entirely absorbed in their research endeavors and never involved in any factional struggles. She accepted the alliance? Yes. Dong Yunyu nodded. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs will issue a public statement legally endorsing the Empress's ascension. Covertly, we'll deploy personnel to assist her in eliminating dissenters and clearing obstacles. In exchange, she will provide us with a vast quantity of top-tier cultivation techniques. You come from the Black Ice platform, you should know better than I do that cultivation techniques with even slightly higher ceilings are all controlled by those reclusive sections. They only pass them down to their own disciples. Any techniques that have leaked out, including those practiced by most of your Black Ice platform members, are considered subpar in the cultivation world. To put it bluntly, what we lack most isn't resources, but top-tier cultivation lineages. With high-tier cultivation techniques, we could cultivate our own cultivators instead of constantly having to kowtow to sex for favors like we do now. As the supreme ruler of the unified era, she possessed the most advanced cultivation techniques of her time, exactly what we crave. Hearing this, Ning Yuchan's heart sank. With her sharp intellect, she instantly grasped the true purpose behind their actions. Using wolves to devour tigers. As an unparalleled empress of extraordinary talent, Wu Zetian's ambitions would never be confined to the western lands, nor would she ever be content to settle for a corner of the world. However, the modern era differed from the chaotic times she had known. Though the 9 provinces of Great Xia were internally divided, they had always stood as one solid front against external threats. To conquer the 9 provinces, one must first sow discord from within. The latent tensions between the sects and the imperial court provided the perfect spark. Though the sects and the Black Ice Bureau appeared harmonious on the surface, with sect disciples even assisting the Bureau in resolving troubles, this harmony was built upon the premise that the Bureau remained weak while the sects were strong, ensuring the former posed no threat to the latter. The Black Ice platform, or rather, the official authorities, rely on the sects, while the sects leverage this relationship to maintain their detached status. An unusual equilibrium persists between them. Should any external force disrupt this balance, discontent will inevitably arise on one side. Ultimately, the reincarnated are outsiders. Is it right for you to usurp the host's role? The cultivation techniques provided by Wu Zhao represent precisely this external force. Once the Great Xia government obtains these techniques, it no longer needs to rely on the sections. It can cultivate talents loyal only to the state. With such talents comes confidence, and with confidence comes the determination to reclaim what was lost: dominance. You have done me a favor, and I will not harm you. I certainly won't be ungrateful. You may still enjoy your privileges. We respect you, but you must no longer meddle in state affairs, nor pontificate on governance, nor influence politics. Just as with the reclusive sects during the Divine Feather Dynasty. If you choose seclusion, then stay secluded. Don't constantly emerge to assert your presence. Would those reclusive sects ever willingly relinquish their power? The answer is no. Both sides would inevitably clash until one subdued the other. Then, she could sit back and watch the tigers fight. Once both sides were weakened by mutual destruction, she would step in like the mantis hunting the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. As for the fate of the sects and the Black Ice platform? She couldn't care less. They weren't her subjects. Throughout history, even the most benevolent rulers never became saints, and she herself was far from benevolent. In fact, she was a tyrant. A tyrant of great vision and ambition. Such were her thoughts. Ning Yuchan couldn't help but shiver, but she quickly regained her composure. What did the affairs of state have to do with her? She was merely a helpless woman, too weak to lift a chicken, who could only hide in her husband's arms and cry when danger came. If the sky fell, someone tall enough would prop it up. With Li Huai'an around, the Great Xia Empire simply couldn't destroy their country. She listened on. She cultivates the imperial way, gathering the purple chi of the people's faith to forge an immortal human emperor's body. But to the Plantagenet royal family, she is an outsider. There will be many voices opposing her. Forcibly suppressing dissenters with military might, at her current cultivation level, that would be exceedingly difficult. But we can. Each party gains what they need. Cooperation brings mutual benefit. Neither side has reason to refuse. Collaboration is the inevitable outcome. Furthermore, she has also pledged that upon her ascension, she will establish diplomatic relations between the Plantagenet dynasty and the 9 provinces of Great Xia. This would significantly elevate our international standing. In a sense, Empress Wu's strategic significance on the global stage surpasses even Li Huai'an's. The latter represents only one individual, while she embodies an entire nation. In truth, the 16 commanders' original mission to the Plantagenet dynasty was to establish diplomatic relations between the two nations. The cultivation techniques were merely an unexpected bonus. After the Western Federation and the 9 provinces of Great Xia each concluded their civil wars, both sought to seize the momentum and swallow the other whole. They fought a protracted war, neither able to gain the upper hand. Since then, they've remained locked in a state of Cold War. Both yearned for reconciliation. Cultural exchange and resource sharing would greatly benefit both sides. Learning from each other's strengths always surpasses isolated innovation. But neither side could find a suitable way to bridge the gap. National dignity must be upheld. Emperor Wu, being an outsider from another realm, carried no such psychological burden. Her emergence could provide that stepping stone. Thus, many Western federated states openly or covertly support her ascension. All that's missing now is someone to lead the call. Chapter 60, Changsheng Monastery. I have a question. A disciple from the Celestial Pivot Academy suddenly raised his hand. Since the Martial Emperor has Eastern features, why not establish her court within our Great Xia? Good question. Don't ask it again next time. Dong Yeye shot him a look as if he were an idiot, but still patiently explained. First, the reclusive sects of Great Xia have already established their influence. They would never tolerate being dominated. Establishing a court here would be far more difficult than in the West. Secondly, She paused slightly, turning to Ning Yuchan. The martial emperor's westward journey was truly a move born of necessity. For that, you must ask the reclusive sects of Qingzhou. Ha? Ning Yuchan froze, utterly bewildered. Qingfeng Monastery. Your Qingzhou branch's supporter, that abbot whose methods transcend the mundane, once used his own body as a cauldron to anchor the fortune of the 9 provinces, preventing the emperor from leaving Great Xia. Why would he do that? She was even more perplexed. According to historical records, wasn't he the state priest of the Divine Feather dynasty? Logically, he should have been an advocate for the martial emperor, shouldn't he? How should I know? Don Yeye shrugged. This abbot of Qingfeng Monastery is the most enigmatic figure among the rulers of the reclusive immortal sects of the 9 provinces. He rarely reveals himself to the world. The last time anyone saw him was 3 years ago. That year, newly reincarnated, he dared to face the founding patriarch of the Heavenly Sword sect in combat, withstanding 3 of the latter's strikes without defeat, his fame reverberating across the land. Legend has it that his cultivation level back then was already on par with the martial emperor. No one can explain why he chose to serve the martial emperor in his previous life. Logically speaking, with his prowess, he shouldn't have needed to lower himself to serve another. Several days later, Xue Zijing and Su Chen, along with other disciples of the Celestial Sword sect, returned to Ji province. Zhao Yu completed the handover of departmental duties and set out alone on his journey to visit the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery. On the road, seated in the back of a private sedan chair, her pale hand cradled her chin as she leaned against the window. Scenes flashed by like fleeting reflections, her thoughts drifting. She had spoken with Wei Yong over the phone earlier. During that call, he had shared numerous tales about the abbot, but what moved her most was the path he had chosen to cultivate. He cultivated the way of heaven. This path of cultivation was even rarer than Wu Zhao's human emperor way, for it presented an insurmountable threshold. Constitution. The heavenly human physique. Without the heavenly being's physique, even if one possessed talent unmatched throughout the ages and bones of astonishing quality, the way of heaven would not acknowledge them. Naturally, they could not cultivate this path. But such a physique might only appear in a handful of individuals per era. Setting aside the rarity of this physique, the cultivation of the way of heaven possesses a divine ability unmatched by other practitioners, heaven-human resonance. To put it plainly, such cultivators can foresee the future, discern good and evil, evade heaven's will, avoid karmic retribution, turn misfortune into fortune, endure countless calamities without perishing, and withstand myriad disasters without destruction. It's like having cheat codes. They are the true prophets who foresee the unseen. Except for certain matters forbidden by heaven's way and entities beyond the cycle of reincarnation, they know almost everything beyond reason. Even Li Huai'an's karmic threads are built upon traceable foundations, observed through deductive means to track the unfolding of events. Of course, heavenly cultivators are not invincible. This world still harbors ancient beings capable of evading their scrutiny. Even ordinary clans, upon reaching certain cultivation levels or mastering specific techniques, could shield themselves from divine insight, concealing their true nature. But for ordinary cultivators, they were formidable indeed. Zhao Yu even began to suspect whether the abbot had known of his arrival all along down to the exact minute he stepped through the door. It was not beyond the realm of possibility. In the 6th year of Xingyu, he had foretold that a dragon would emerge from the North Sea, wreaking havoc, churning the seas, devouring humans as blood offerings, and bringing calamity upon all living things. At the time, no one paid it any mind. How many years had it been since the world had seen a dragon appear? Not to mention dragons, even major demons were exceedingly rare. Legend had it that in the distant past, a great war had erupted between the human race and the demon race, decimating both the elite warriors of humanity and the ancient remnants of the demon kind. Yet, by year's end, the prophecy proved true. The immortal sage intervened. With a single sword strike, he pinned the malevolent dragon to the foot of North Mountain, sealing it forever beneath the ocean depths. In the 9th year of Xingyu, he again petitioned the court, declaring that the malevolent dragon, though dead, remained unburied. Its deep-seated resentment had transformed into a dragon vein, foretelling that within 3 years, a rebellious spirit would surely emerge from this land. No one heeded his warning. Xingyu was no ordinary mortal dynasty. Every court official, including the emperor himself, was a cultivator. Whether resentment existed or a dragon vein's consciousness lingered could be discerned with a single sweep of divine perception. 3 years later, an ancient patriarch of a noble house did indeed achieve the condensation of the infant stage, transcending mortality, then raised an army in rebellion. Only the Emperor Wu himself intervened to quell the uprising. Only after a thorough investigation did they discover the truth: the malevolent dragon had indeed perished completely. Yet its physical form remained incorruptible. Benefiting from favorable celestial and terrestrial conditions, it reignited its essence, merging into the Earth's veins. Thus, the dragon vein was formed. Through these two events, the abbot's reputation as a celestial being resounded throughout the land. In the years that followed, seekers of fortune and those seeking omens of misfortune or blessing came in endless streams, making him one of the most sought-after figures in the unified era. Qingzhou, Tianxi Mountain. Unlike the Tianjin sect, which practiced the art of great concealment in the city, Qingfeng Monastery practiced small concealment in the wilderness.
It was, in the truest sense, a place secluded from the world, untouched by the dust of mortal affairs. Zhao Yu dismounted and paused at the mountain's base, gazing upward. He beheld a sea of clouds churning, ethereal mist swirling, and mountain ridges appearing and disappearing amidst the haze. Amidst the green trees, a clear stream murmured, carrying an indescribable aura of spiritual energy. It gently caressed the rocky shores, nourishing all living things. Ancient trees towered overhead, their branches allowing dappled sunlight to filter through like scattered jewels from the heavens, exuding an air of mystery. Qingfeng Temple stood atop the mountain. Zhao Yu motioned for the driver to wait there while she hiked up the mountain. Following the route map given by Wei Yong, she carefully navigated through layer upon layer of interlocking formations. By midday, she reached the summit. She wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. She surveyed her surroundings. This place was vastly different from the scenery in the mountain ravines. There was no lush greenery, no crystal-clear streams, nor bizarrely shaped rocks. Only a solitary Taoist temple stood there, like a deity towering above the heavens, aloof and self-admiring, surveying the world from its lofty perch. Creak! As she observed, the temple's wooden door creaked open. A young Taoist monk emerged, his beard neatly coiled, robed in traditional attire, and holding a feather duster. Senior Brother Daoyi. Zhao Yu hurriedly bowed in greeting. She had seen this man before. He was the eldest disciple of the Qingfeng Temple's master. Though the temple had only 3 disciples, each was a peerless prodigy. Among them, the eldest disciple possessed the highest innate talent, having reached the 8th level of the Golden Core stage just like Lu Dong. Yet he was half Lu Dong's age and had been reincarnated much later. Junior Sister Zhao. The Taoist returned the greeting, stepping aside with an inviting gesture. Come in. The master has been waiting for quite some time. Zhao Yu took a deep breath. He truly knew she was coming. Chapter 61, The Heaven-Defying One. Within Qingfeng Monastery, the overall layout and structure were essentially no different from Taoist temples in the secular world, except for the Hall of the 3 Purities where incense was offered. It was unique. Though an incense altar stood here, it did not honor the 3 purities, the 4 sovereigns, or the myriad celestial deities. Instead, the characters for heaven and earth were carved onto a tablet, revered at the center with incense burning day and night. This embodied the essence of celestial authority beneath heaven and earth, none stood above. Seated before the incense altar, the abbot radiated an ethereal, otherworldly presence. Cross-legged upon a rush mat, he faced a chessboard set before him. Upon seeing Zhao Yu enter, he turned his head and gave a slight nod. Master. Zhao Yu dared not be disrespectful, stepping forward to bow with submissive deference. Though not a true disciple of Qingfeng Monastery, Wei Yong had once studied under the abbot and later taught her cultivation methods in his stead. Thus, she was considered a half-disciple. Thus, Daoyi referred to her as his junior sister. It was only fitting that she addressed the abbot as master. Of course, Wei Yong did not possess the celestial human physique and could not cultivate the Tao of heaven. Naturally, he did not learn the authentic techniques of Qingfeng Temple. He was merely a registered disciple of the abbot. Otherwise, she would have addressed the person before her as master. Sit. Play a game of chess with this humble monk. Daoyi sensibly withdrew, closing the hall doors behind him. Zhao Yu bowed respectfully, seated himself properly, and sat upright, not daring to overstep in the slightest. He then took a deep breath, picked up a black stone, and made the first move. The abbot followed suit. After dozens of moves, as expected, Zhao Yu was utterly defeated. She wasn't very skilled at the game and treated it merely as a way to entertain and pass the time with her opponent. Your skill is truly remarkable, master. I am deeply impressed. As the last black stone was captured by white, she offered her compliment. I once had the privilege of observing a master's game and learned the basics. Senior? Zhao Yu froze. This abbot was once considered the foremost master beneath the martial emperor himself. Before such an existence, who could possibly be worthy of the title senior? You've traveled so far to seek me out. What brings you here? The abbot cleared the chessboard, clearly preparing to play another game. She could only accompany him, and casually remarked, many significant events have unfolded in Qingzhou recently. I've come to inform you of them. First, a prodigy has emerged. Such matters need not be shared with this humble monk. Before she could finish, he cut her off. I remain in Qingzhou solely to settle the karmic debt from that young Wei fellow. 300 years hence, I shall depart. Should Qingzhou face peril, you may seek refuge within my temple. As for other worldly matters, you and that Wei lad may handle them yourselves. The implication was clear, not interested, don't bother me. Understood. Zhao Yu was not surprised by this and said no more. In truth, Wei Yong had long warned her that reporting work was merely a formality, a way to show their attitude to the other party. If they weren't willing to listen, there was no point in speaking. Because Qingfeng Monastery existed differently from other reclusive sects. Other sects proactively engaged with government institutions, shielding the Black Ice Bureau while leveraging its resources. Qingfeng Monastery, however, was passive.
Had it not been for their karmic debt to Wei Yong, they would never have remained in Qingzhou. Moreover, hidden sects supported the Black Ice Bureau primarily for resources. Qingfeng Temple, however, had little need for resources and thus held minimal desire to control territory. For cultivators of the heavenly way, enlightenment is enlightenment. Once attained, they ascend to heaven in broad daylight. Without it, no amount of resources can force advancement in cultivation. There is one more matter. Zhao Yu hesitated briefly before voicing the second matter. My employer mentioned that your immortal physique is troubled and sent me to see if there's anything I can assist with. Heaven's will is predetermined, there is no need for concern. The abbot replied calmly. Zhao Yu opened her mouth, then closed it, seemingly still troubled. She couldn't help but be concerned. Though her ties to Qingfeng Monastery weren't particularly deep, excluding Li Huai'an, the monastery was essentially Qingzhou's greatest protective umbrella. In other words, Qingfeng Monastery was the backbone of their Qingzhou branch. Should this abbot fall, their Qingzhou branch would lose all influence within the Black Ice Bureau, reduced to a mere appendage of headquarters. Her proud spirit could never accept such a fate. Seeing this, the abbot spoke plainly. This monk once anchored the dragon veins of the 9 provinces with my own body, only to be struck by the backlash of the terrain. Thus, my life hangs by a thread, and my days are numbered. Indeed. The great Tao encompasses 50 aspects, yet heaven manifests only 49. The absence of one aspect leaves a sliver of hope. Soon, a breaker of this stalemate shall emerge. Zhao Yu's eyes widened as she voiced the same question as Ning Yuchan. Why did you do this? He couldn't comprehend it. Ning Yuchan couldn't fathom why he opposed Wu Zhao, while Zhao Yu couldn't grasp why he risked the backlash of the earth's veins to suppress the dragon veins of the 9 provinces. It is simply fate. The abbot explained. The world's momentum follows an eternal cycle. Long divisions inevitably lead to unification, and long unifications inevitably lead to division. In the previous era, Emperor Wu's unification of the realm was the mandate of heaven. This humble monk naturally entered the court to serve as his advisor. This golden age of prosperity, with myriad races striving for dominance, is likewise heaven's will. If he were to unify the realm once more, how could we ever witness another era of flourishing debate among the 100 schools? I merely act as heaven's instrument. Heaven's will again. For some reason, a surge of inexplicable anger flared within Zhao Yu's heart. Must everything follow heaven's predetermined path? Does living in this world forbid us from taking matters into our own hands? Even faced with her near-offensive display, the abbot remained serene, as if no earthly matter could stir a ripple in his calm. To go with the flow of heaven is like pushing a boat downstream. To defy heaven's will brings no good end. Zhao Yu pressed further. If heaven's will is unalterable, and you say it cannot be defied, then whether you suppress the dragon vein or not, wouldn't the outcome of chaos descending upon the world remain unchanged? Why then do you persist in this futile endeavor? This question seemed to strike a nerve, finally stirring a flicker of emotion in the hermit, who had remained as still as a pond. Look at this chessboard. He pointed to the board. This board represents the heavens and earth. You and I are but pieces upon it. Whether black or white, we are all at the mercy of those who manipulate us. Not a single piece can escape the board. And for the pieces, you and I who hold the pieces are heaven's will. But, with a clatter, his hand trembled and a piece fell. Someone has leaped out of this game. Zhao Yu's pupils dilated in shock. He snapped his head up, staring at the Taoist before him. Jumped out of the chessboard. Which meant, someone had escaped this very realm? How could that be possible? Wasn't that Empress of Martial Arts powerful enough? She ended the age of chaos, her achievements unmatched under heaven. No other figure of her era could rival her. Yet even she acted according to the script dictated by heaven's will. Could that person be the legendary immortal? The celestial emperor? She asked tentatively. It was the only answer she could conceive of. After all, according to existing records and historical texts of the cultivation world, he was the only being in that era stronger than the martial emperor. Yes and no. The abbot gave an ambiguous reply, or rather, it is his future self. The future? Zhao Yu frowned. Based on past and present lives, future could mean many things. One was the future marked by the era of great unification. Second, the future marked by his entire past life timeline, the moment of his reincarnation. Third, the future starting from this very moment. Any time after she asked this question would be considered the future. The abbot of Qingfeng Monastery cut off her chance to press further, sighing instead. His bond with the martial emperor was profound as master and disciple. Should the martial emperor speak in this lifetime, he would surely intervene. Had he not existed, this humble monk would never have risked life and limb to forcibly suppress the dragon vein of Great Xia. Chapter 62, Snowstorms press down on the capital, misty rain envelopes the Green Mountains. Part 1. From various texts and eyewitness accounts, Zhao Yu could imagine the legendary master of the martial emperor a figure of divine stature, with the grace of a dragon and the elegance of a phoenix. Yet no matter how hard she racked her brain, she could never have imagined that the Qingfeng Monastery master before her, who revered only heaven and earth, not immortals, would hold him in such high regard. In fact, he seemed to hold even greater apprehension toward her than others. Most crucially, he possessed the celestial human physique, favored by the Tao of heaven. He could sense heavenly secrets from afar.
To put it plainly, when fortune and misfortune were unpredictable, the will of the Tao would bestow revelations upon him.
Where did his apprehension stem from?
It was less an expression of his own deep-seated consciousness and more a direct projection of the heavenly Tao's will, a warning of impending danger bestowed upon him by the Tao itself. This man is dangerous. The more one thinks about it, the more terrifying it becomes.
The heavenly way issues such warnings for two possible reasons.
First, this individual poses a threat to the abbot himself.
But if that were the case, why hasn't heaven's will guided the abbot to nip the crisis in the bud? If not, then there remains only one other reason. That person. Even heaven and earth fear him, yet remain powerless. In comparison,
Zhao Yu found himself more inclined to believe the latter. After all, the abbot himself had admitted that person had transcended this realm, making the second explanation the most fitting.
Thinking of this,
she couldn't help but worry about the future of the 9 provinces of Great Xia.
Should such an existence be reincarnated and enter the modern world, who could possibly restrain him? Even binding all the reclusive immortal sects together today might prove insufficient. Or perhaps, Li Huai'an?
There's no need to panic. As if reading her thoughts, the abbot continued, though he has transcended that realm, he remains within this world.
He won't be able to act with complete impunity. Moreover, that man possesses a transcendent heart, unconcerned with strife or competition, nor prone to conflict.
As long as you do not provoke him, he would rather live the life of an ordinary person.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu's worries eased somewhat, yet his confusion deepened. What did he mean by that side and this side? Could there be multiple versions of the way of heaven? This junior is dull-witted. I humbly request the abbot to enlighten me. Do you know that even heaven and earth dream? Dreams?
Zhao Yu's eyes narrowed as he recalled the recent phone call between Ning Yuchan and Li Huai'an.
Though Ning Yuchan's retelling had been disjointed, Zhao Yu had still grasped the crucial information. The dream realm.
She surmised this must be the past lives of those reincarnated souls and the origin of the awakened one's memories. The abbot's subsequent words confirmed her conjecture. All beings under heaven, all things in existence, whether cultivators like us or ordinary mortals, are but a dream within the cosmos, where reality and illusion blur.
He named the dream the illusory dream realm. That world is a well. Only he leapt out of it.
Yet the world beyond the well remains a well, this very realm. A bone-chilling cold swept through Zhao Yu's entire being, sending shivers down her spine. Her limbs grew numb, and her heartbeat slowed by half a beat.
Who could have imagined? A cultivator's life is one of constant peril, walking on thin ice, never daring to relax for a moment.
They battle the heavens and struggle against the earth, all for the pursuit of the supreme immortal path, eternal life, and boundless vision.
And in the end, it was all a lie?
She had no doubt that if today's conversation were to leak to the outside world, both of them would be committed to a mental institution, even if this was the truth.
No wonder all reincarnated cultivators must start their cultivation anew. She murmured.
The abbot remained silent.
After a long while, she regained her composure. By the way, senior, what was the name of that heavenly emperor? Why is there no record of his name in the historical archives?
The taboos of the Great Unification era were as sacred as the feathers of a divine bird. No subject dared utter the emperor's name directly. Yet despite this, the Celestial Pivot Academy had managed to uncover his true name through scattered clues in ancient texts.
Yet for this heavenly emperor alone, despite ongoing archaeological efforts, no clues regarding his origins or personal details have ever surfaced. This left Zhao Yu intensely curious about his background.
Seizing the opportunity of her current visit to the Qingfeng Monastery's abbot, she decided to ask outright. She sensed the others seemed quite knowledgeable about him.
I don't know.
The abbot's response caught her off guard once more.
You don't know either?
This humble monk only knows his surname is Li. The martial emperor called him Master Li.
Has he been reincarnated?
Perhaps.
What does perhaps mean? I don't know.
Zhao Yu couldn't help but twitch her lips.
Turns out this person here was just as clueless as the rest.
She assumed that since they were from the same era, he might know more about that man than they did. The abbot glanced at her and spoke calmly. That man is the sole variable in all creation. No cause or effect touches him. If he chooses to conceal himself, no one in this world can uncover his true nature.
Is he truly that formidable? Not a word of it is false. How does he compare to you?
A probing question. Zhao Yu suspected the man before her was trying to intimidate her.
Then,
she witnessed this living celestial being, one who faced his impending end with such composure, flicker with profound desolation.
Lost in thought for a long moment, he sighed deeply.
Heroes under heaven are like stars in the night sky, yet he was the brightest among them.
The path of cultivation is like climbing a mountain. For millennia, countless cultivators have attempted to ascend this peak.
He stood atop it, observing the mist like blossoms. In the first year of the Divine Feather era, the martial emperor performed the Fengshan ritual on Mount Beishan, offering sacrifices to heaven and earth.
The following year,
she hosted a grand imperial banquet, inviting all sects under heaven. Over wine, she stripped them of their military power, demanding each sect submit as vassals. Those who refused sealed their mountain gates, forever barred from the world. The imperial decree sent shockwaves across the land, and Qingfeng Monastery was among those affected.
10,000 mountains. Daoyi slammed the imperial decree onto the table, seething with indignation that female emperor has gone too far. Master, could this also be part of heaven's mandate?
The Qingfeng Monastery master shook his head silently, closed his eyes, and began finger calculations.
Moments later,
he opened his eyes again, his gaze sharp and piercing, as if conveying heaven's own decree. This violates the harmony of heaven and defies divine justice.
Daoyi's face lit up with joy.
Together with the other 2 Qingfeng Monastery disciples, they knelt and bowed their heads, chanting in unison, "We humbly beseech our master to uphold heaven's justice." The abbot closed his spiritual eyes once more.
Yet between his brows, sacred celestial light gathered.
A wisp of profoundly mysterious, ancient, and vast energy surged from the earth, spiraling upward to resonate with the way of heaven. The scorching June sun blazed overhead.
Yet within Tian City, snowflakes swirled like goose feathers.
The snow fell thick and fast, blanketing the entire city within 100 breaths. From afar, it appeared as if the entire city was draped in mourning, adorned in silver and white.
Within the inner palace grounds, in the imperial study,
Wu Zhao and Li Changsheng were engaged in a game of chess when both were drawn to the snowy scene outside.
The latter chuckled.
The heavens have intervened.
TSK, what a formidable display of divine might. Empress Wu sneered disdainfully. Celestial beings, my foot.
They only dare to strike through proxies.
How are they any different from common charlatans?
If they dare set foot in Tian City, I'll make sure they never leave alive.
She wasn't just talking tough. This was fact.
Tian City stood at the heart of the 13 provinces, where the vital energy of its people flowed ceaselessly inward. As the reigning human emperor, she bore the weight of public will upon her shoulders. Here, she was invincible unless someone could single-handedly overrun all 13 provinces.
Chapter 63, Snowstorms press down on the capital, misty rain envelopes the Green Mountains Part 2.
The snow fell heavier and heavier, threatening to bury the city. Amidst the blizzard,
within the city walls, cultivators felt the spiritual energy stagnate, their senses blot.
As the majestic might of heaven descended, panic swiftly spread through the crowd. Yet the imperial study remained as serene as ever. Wu Zhao and Li Huai'an remained engrossed in their game of chess, paying no heed to the snowstorm. After all, it wasn't deadly. He could enjoy the game to his heart's content, and it only added a touch of beauty to the scene. The empress even considered summoning her court painter to capture the scene. It was Gong Lianyue, seated nearby brewing tea and observing the game, who appeared distracted. She kept glancing toward the beaded curtain, several times starting to speak but stopping herself.
Compassion overflowing? Li Huai'an, who had observed the entire scene, couldn't help but tease her. Master Daoist, you're teasing me again.
Gong Lianyue's fair face flushed slightly as she couldn't resist rolling her eyes at him. Though she and Li Changsheng were nominally master and sword guardian in a hierarchical relationship, in reality, Li Changsheng had always treated her like a younger sister. Thus, she had grown accustomed to addressing him as elder brother.
Just then, Li Changsheng placed his final piece.
Not a single Wu Zhao stone remained on the board.
The game concluded, and he stretched lazily. Well, it's been a while since I last played. Just stretching my legs. Hearing this,
Wu Zhao, too preoccupied to clear the board, hastily offered, "Master, your immortal form shouldn't stoop to dealing with such commoners.
Let your disciple handle it. Besides, this trouble was caused by this disciple. How could I dare trouble the master to handle it?"
As she spoke, she rose to her feet.
"Sit down." Li Changsheng pressed her back down. "You now hold the supreme imperial authority. It would be inappropriate for you to intervene casually. Moreover, I have yet to face a celestial being myself.
I wish to test whether he truly possesses the divine talent spoken of in legend."
"You may simply observe."
"But..." Wu Zhao observed the keen interest in the man before her and ultimately swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue. Since the master had taken an interest, it would be inappropriate to argue with him further. The heavens and earth may be vast, but the master reigns supreme. Li Changsheng beckoned to Liang Yu, who understood at once. Her cheeks flushed crimson as her scarlet lips parted, and a slender, agile sword shot forth from her dantian.
In an instant,
the imperial study was filled with the aura of swords.
"Go!"
With a flick of his sleeve, the flying sword shot straight into the heavens. The next moment, a great wall of sword energy stretched for 10,000 miles, spanning 100,000 mountains, its overwhelming pressure filling the sky.
Torrential rain poured down, each drop imbued with the most intense sword intent.
So bitterly cold it seemed capable of shattering the heavens themselves. "You borrow the heavens' will to make snow fall. I shall unleash a rain upon the mortal world. I shall see if human power can truly overcome the heavens.
Defying heavens will your crime demands execution."
This act enraged the venerable Taoist of Qingfeng Monastery to the core. This celestial being, who had devoted his entire life to cultivating the way of heaven, would never tolerate any being defying the heavens and earth.
In an instant, the vast wrath of heaven erupted with a thunderous roar. The old Taoist rose to his feet and took a step toward Tian City. Immediately, rolling thunderclouds gathered above the imperial palace. He pressed his palm downward. As if guided by some unseen force, the thunderclouds unleashed countless bolts of lightning, each as thick as a bowl, cascading down like a waterfall. They ravaged the land, their aftershocks devastating everything in their path. Seeing this, the martial emperor's eyes narrowed sharply. He immediately formed a magical seal, activating the city's protective array to shield Tian City, relieving his own master of any lingering concerns. Unfettered, Li Huai'an flickered forward, golden light surging beneath his feet as he actively ascended toward the heavenly thunder. Provoked. The thunderclouds grew more ferocious, coalescing into a colossal finger of lightning that plunged directly toward the one who dared defy heaven's might. Far from retreating, he turned toward the 10,000 mountains, pointing distantly. A resounding clang of swords erupted from the mountain ranges, its icy light piercing the heavens and earth. The rain curtain reversed its flow, coalescing into an invisible blade that struck down upon the Taoist temple. Snow and wind pressed down upon the capital. Misty rain shrouded the green mountains. Both arrived almost simultaneously. The celestial being, enveloped in sword energy, clashed head-on with the thunderous finger strike. Though forced back over 10 meters, his robes remained undamaged and his momentum unbroken, his spirit only more vibrant. In contrast, the old Taoist priest. Seeing such astonishing combat prowess, he faltered for a fleeting moment. In that instant, in the blink of an eye, the sword of the rain curtain struck without mercy. Hundreds of mountain peaks were instantly leveled by the overflowing sword energy. Spiritual birds and beasts within the mountains were slaughtered, while flowers, grasses, and willow trees suffered undeserved calamity, reduced to ashes. At Changsheng Monastery. Despite Dao Yi and the other two disciples' desperate resistance, they held out for only seconds before their bodies were smashed into a deep pit, unconscious. The temple, once hailed as eternal, collapsed with a thunderous crash. As the direct target of the rain sword, the old Taoist bore the brunt of the sword energy. The man who had seemed so calm moments before suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His vital energy wavered, flickering between faint and faint, becoming erratic and unstable. The blizzard enveloping Tian City instantly dissipated, vanishing without a trace. "How dare you, you insolent brat!" The Taoist's fury intensified. The heavens shifted color as the will of the Tao projected itself. A dazzling golden inscription appeared in the sky, its supreme will crushing down upon Li Huai'an. The Taoist opened his mouth, and from the horizon came the resounding roar of heaven's voice. "Break your sword and kneel at once." Poof. Li Huai'an chuckled softly. Zhaoer speaks well. So-called heavenly beings merely borrow momentum. By this point, he had nearly deciphered his opponent's tactics. The cultivation of celestial beings relied entirely on the favor of the Tao. Though called cultivators, they need not practice at all. The way of heaven prepares everything for them, granting them realms when theirs are insufficient, bestowing divine abilities when theirs are lacking. When engaging in magical combat, they simply borrow power from the way of heaven to crush their opponents. Whether it was foreseeing the future or avoiding misfortune, all the formidable powers that seemed unattainable to ordinary people did not belong to them. They belonged to the way of heaven. Though most beings in this world, including spiritual energy, are creations of the Tao, they possess their own consciousness and exist independently. They need not live entirely according to the predetermined path of heaven. Should they ever attain sufficient power and reach a certain height, they could even defy heaven itself. And the celestial beings, in their dependence upon the way of heaven, do so more thoroughly than any other being. Indeed. This approach carries immense benefits. They enjoy the favor of the way of heaven, never lacking in celestial treasures or divine weapons, nor in cultivation resources. Yet the drawbacks are immense. They possess no foundational strength of their own, even their cultivation realms are poured into them by the Tao. Should the Tao abandon them, they would instantly lose everything. And they have no recourse, not even the power to resist. Their entire lives are lived for the will of heaven, like puppets of the Tao's intent. Boring. Li Huai'an instantly lost interest. Swords chi surged around him as he mimicked the old Taoist, pointing a finger toward the 10,000 mountains. With that single gesture, the entire great wall of sword energy surged toward the old Taoist, its dazzling radiance sweeping across 10,000 li. Before him, the void shattered. Beneath the heavens, mountain ranges collapsed. Within 10,000 li, sword threads tangled everywhere, drowning the old Taoist in boundless sword light. The seemingly endless great wall of sword energy magnified infinitely within his pupils. At last, a flicker of human fear flickered in his eyes. This was the first time he had ever felt the terror of death. He was afraid. Xingfeng Monastery. I submit. At that moment, the sword chi great wall stood a mere half-meter from him. Li Huai'an lifted his head once more, glancing at the golden inscription before him. He uttered a single word softly. Get lost. Chapter 64, The Great Fortune of the Human Race. Year 2 of the Divine Feather Era, storms raged like dark clouds, swords fell like rain. 10,000 mountains were leveled to the ground, and Qingfeng Temple bowed its head. The biography of the Martial Emperor. A century passed. Li Huai'an and Gong Lianyue traveled the land. Wherever they went, sects rolled out the red carpet in welcome. Those who dared defy them saw their realms shattered. Except for the Heavenly Sword sect. After all, it was Gong Lianyue's ancestral home. Though she held the title of current sect master without wielding authority, the Tianjian sect still owed her due respect. Thus, Li Changgeng, acting in the name of the Martial Emperor, invited the Heavenly Sword sect to hold the position of guest minister at the Divine Feather Court. They were exempt from court ceremonies, required no bows upon entering the palace halls, and though nominally court officials, they enjoyed complete autonomy. Lin Tianqiu still declined gracefully, announcing the sect's self-imposed seclusion, withdrawing from the world. Thus, he pressed no further. People had their own paths, no more needed to be said. By the time the two had traversed all 13 provinces, every sect had submitted. Those who remained retired to secluded mountain retreats, distancing themselves from worldly affairs. Emperor Wu's rule over the realm was complete. Might the true immortal grace our observatory with a visit? Just as Li Changgeng was preparing to return home, he received a telepathic message from the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery. His eyebrows arched slightly as he pondered for a moment before lifting the pearl curtain of his imperial carriage. To Qingfeng Temple. Very well. The charioteer, Gong Lianyue, glanced back but asked no questions. Her fingers formed a mystic seal, and the chariot turned toward the 10,000 mountains. The 100,000 mountains. After over a century of recuperation, the land had regained its former vitality. Rugged peaks rose majestically, ancient trees stood verdant and towering, while birds and beasts darted about in lively competition. Before Qingfeng Temple, the chariot touched down. The old Taoist priest and his 3 disciples had been waiting respectfully for some time. Li Changgeng motioned for Gong Lianyue to wait outside. Veiling her face with celestial light, she followed the elder into the temple. Side hall. The abbot dismissed his 3 disciples, then with a light flick of his whisk, conjured 2 white cloud-patterned cushions from thin air. He invited his guest to sit first, then took his own place. Observing Li Changgeng, whose aura remained unbroken, he inquired with puzzlement. Why does the true immortal never reveal his divine countenance? After the Battle of Tian, he had served alongside this celestial being for many years, yet in his memory, he seemed never to have seen the other's face. Not only that. Even the young woman by his side, likely a maid or similar attendant, rarely revealed her true appearance in public, as if deliberately concealing her origins. This puzzled him greatly. Even if they were demon cultivators, despised and hunted like rats in the streets, once one reached such heights of power, why would there still be a need to hide and sneak about? The cultivation world had always revered strength above all else. As long as one was powerful enough, anything they did was justified, an ironclad rule that applied equally to heretical cultivators. Moreover, the opponent's sword intent, pure to an extreme degree, clearly marked them as a prodigy of the sword path, something that could never be cultivated through shortcuts or deviant, unorthodox methods. Get to the point. Li Changgeng couldn't be bothered to explain, abruptly changing the subject. Seeing this, the old Taoist wisely fell silent and returned to the matter at hand. At midnight last night, the heavenly oracle revealed that the demon court shall be established. In the coming years, a great demon shall surely emerge. A demon court? A flicker of surprise crossed Li Changgeng's face. His astonishment wasn't at the divine revelation or the rise of the demonic race, but that the other party would choose to inform him of this matter. Are you not afraid that I might exterminate all demon clans in the world, causing heaven's will to come to naught? Facing this probe, the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery remained unflappable, his tone calm as he replied, as the imperial preceptor of Xinyu, it is my duty to share the emperor's burdens. Moreover, heaven's will cannot be defied. Though this humble monk is no match for you, true immortal, I am who I am, and heaven's way is heaven's way. To underestimate heaven's way because of this would be a grave mistake. Li Changgeng studied him intently, finally nodding slightly as if in acknowledgement. This old Taoist dares to admit defeat, knows when to yield and when to stand firm. He can take the high road or the low. A rare quality indeed. He had seen too many prodigies born invincible who, stung by a single defeat, became consumed by bitterness and inner demons, ultimately fading into obscurity. On this point alone, the other man surpassed them all by more than a little. Explain in detail. Since ancient times, extremes inevitably reverse. Prolonged prosperity must decline. When one branch stands alone in splendor, balance will emerge. This is the fundamental law governing the universe. The abbot expounded patiently. Just as the demonic flames of Yunmeng once raged unchecked, only to be vanquished by the heavenly sword. When the heavenly sword soared, the demonic path arose in response, leading to the struggle between righteous and demonic forces, which ultimately ended with the demise of the divine feather. Now, Xinyu reigns supreme, flourishing like the sun at its zenith. A counterbalance must inevitably emerge, and the demonic tribes, clinging to survival, are undoubtedly the perfect choice. Li Changgeng frowned slightly. Didn't you once say the divine feather's unification was the mandate of heaven? Why now speak of its dominance requiring balance? That's a different matter. The abbot shook his head. Heaven and earth are the fairest of all. They hold no preferences, no judgments of right or wrong. They speak only of cause and effect, treating all things in the world equally. A human, a dog, a bird soaring in the sky, a beast roaming the earth, even an ant from heaven and earth's perspective, they are no different. It does not favor any particular race, nor does it show partiality toward any faction. It certainly does not harbor aversion toward any individual. When the great fortune turned to the human race, granting them divine feathers, it was indeed heaven's will. But now that the human race's fortune has run its course, the protagonists of heaven and earth cannot be solely the human race. Li Changsheng found this amusing. Could the human race's great fortune truly last only a mere 100 years? No. The abbot gazed at him, enunciating each word deliberately. You should not have attacked those sections. Li Changsheng's eyebrows arched slightly. At this point, he understood. The Divine Feather clan had grown too powerful. If Xinyu were allowed to continue developing unchecked, it would shatter the balance of all creation. In that case, other races would lose their space to survive. This was inevitable. Having severed mortal bonds and lived for 2 millennia, Wu Zhao remained young yet possessed boundless ambition. Her ambitions extended far beyond sex and noble houses, far beyond the human realm itself. She had once told him herself, she would become an emperor celebrated for 10,000 generations. In her lifetime, she would witness the unparalleled spectacle of all nations paying homage and the 4 barbarian regions submitting. She would make her dynasty resound through the ages, immortalized for eternity. All of this would be built upon conquering the other races of the dream realm. No wonder you tried to stop me back then. Ah. The abbot sighed deeply. Had the original fate unfolded, after the Immortal Emperor unified the realm, the imperial court would have shared governance with the noble clans and sects, dividing the human race's destiny into 3 parts. A tripartite balance would foster internal strife, eroding each faction's fortune. This alignment with celestial timing would maintain human fortune at equilibrium, delaying the demonic race's rise until the next epoch. But now, the Immortal Emperor and you monopolize the entire realm's destiny. You've even appropriated the destiny that rightfully belonged to the sects and noble families, elevating the human race's destiny to unprecedented heights. The equilibrium is shattered. Heaven and earth can only hasten the next great era of the demonic race to counterbalance the human race's fortune. Even I cannot predict what will unfold then. But it will surely be a scene of utter devastation, a world engulfed in blood and chaos. Hearing the implicit blame in the other's words, Li Changsheng felt a surge of resentment. You speak as if I were some ancient villain. Would none of this have happened without me? Chapter 65, My will is heaven's will. The answer to that question, true master, you surely know better than this humble monk. Everyone under heaven knew the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery was stubborn as a mule. When it came to principles, he would never compromise with any being, not even Li Changsheng, that monstrous being who defied even the heavenly man's physique. Celestial beings. Equivalent to envoys appointed by the way of heaven, their duty is to ensure the operation of the cosmic order. To put it in more modern terms, if the Tao were a sophisticated computer, they would be the programmers tasked with fixing bugs in its code. Under normal circumstances, celestial beings could effortlessly counter ordinary beings attempting to disrupt the rules by harnessing the power of the Tao. But then, suddenly, this freak of nature, Li Changsheng, appeared. Having crossed over from the real world, he was untethered to the causal chains of the dream realm. In other words, he was a bug that appeared out of thin air. No trace of his origin could be found, let alone any way to fix him. Such an existence would be tolerable if he lacked power, but he possessed extraordinary innate talent and exceptional physical constitution. This meant that the moment he began interfering with the cosmic rules, the stable program would collapse in an instant. Crucially, this kind of catastrophic deviation from the path couldn't be fixed by a mere celestial being, only the Tao itself could intervene. However, from the heavenly Tao's perspective, disrupting the rules is itself a rule. The heavenly Tao cannot act against him. The only recourse is to restore order through other means. For instance, hadn't the fortune of the human race grown too strong? Then let another race rise, indirectly weakening the fortune of the human race. A butterfly flapping its wings in a tropical rainforest can trigger a tsunami in the Pacific Ocean, setting off a chain reaction. This is the cause and effect principle of the Tao. It's like injecting a new bug into an existing bug to keep the program running. As long as the system doesn't crash, it's fine. Li Changsheng pondered this carefully and realized it seemed to hold true. Wu Zhao was ambitious, yet not arrogant. She was clear-headed, self-aware, knew her own worth, and understood when to lie low. Moreover, due to her childhood experiences, her character remained cautious. She excelled at analyzing situations and was even more adept at weighing pros and cons. Had he not appeared, she would surely have found a balance between the imperial court, the sects, and the aristocratic families, then gradually eroded the foundations of both sides. Even by the time she passed away, the Divine Feather sect might not have become her personal fiefdom. The aristocratic families and sects were not so feeble. Without her, if they united their efforts, they could stand toe-to-toe with the imperial court. The reason she's acting so aggressively now? Because she blindly adores herself. She believes she is invincible, convinced that no matter how extreme her actions, she will always be protected. Thus she dares to act with abandon, daring to defy the world's norms, targeting the noble houses and striking against the sects. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng unconsciously rubbed his nose to mask his awkwardness. Let's say it was my fault. But what do we do now? Are we really going to slaughter every demon in the land? Impossible.
Seeing a gleam of eager anticipation in the other's eyes, a genuine intent to kill, the old Taoist hurriedly intervened.
The emergence of the demon court is a mandate of heaven. It can only be resolved, not defied.
Even if you slaughtered every demon, other races would rise to replace them.
Some ancient forbidden creatures might even awaken from the river of time that would be the true catastrophe. Fine. What a hassle. Li Changsheng grumbled. How can this be resolved?
That is precisely why this humble monk invited the true immortal here. Unexpectedly, the other party's killing intent was so fierce. Now, the abbot of Qingfeng Temple dared not beat around the bush and stated directly.
Master, please deploy a sword formation around Qingfeng Temple to prevent potential threats.
The first great demon will emerge from the 10,000 mountains, summoning all demons to pay homage.
Our temple stands in the path of the onslaught.
With only my meager strength and that of my unworthy disciple, we may prove unable to withstand it.
Li Changsheng suddenly understood.
So that's why you old Taoist refused to relay your message telepathically and insisted I make this trip. You had ulterior motives all along. The Qingfeng Temple master remained composed. Had I harbored selfish motives, I could have simply yielded to heaven's will and sided with the demon court.
Just kidding.
Li Changsheng glanced at the heaven and earth plaque enshrined on the altar. You once struck me for defying heaven.
Now that you yourself have become a defier of heaven, aren't you worried heaven's wrath will fall upon you? Not at all. The abbot shook his head. The way of heaven is the way of heaven.
It is not a sentient being. Impartial, it naturally does not act on whim like you or I. But heaven and earth are bound by cause and effect.
Resisting the demonic tide that is this monk's karmic debt.
Li Changsheng withdrew his gaze. His tone, usually indifferent to all things, carried an unusual gravity.
Old Taoist, I do not believe in fate. If everything is predetermined by heaven, then what is the point of cultivation?
The demonic tide of the 100,000 mountains needs no help from you.
I shall handle it myself.
As the words fell, his fingertip tapped the tabletop.
In an instant,
a sword formation unfolded from his fingertip, enveloping Qingfeng Monastery before expanding outward until it covered the entire 10,000 mountains. Threads of sword energy cascaded from the horizon like brilliant meteors streaking across the night sky, as blossoms of sword energy bloomed across the mountains and valleys.
Then,
he rose and walked outward, each step leaving a lotus bloom in the mountain ravines, beautiful yet perilous. Above the clouds, a divine form silently coalesced, mirroring his appearance. With a gentle parting of the clouds, it gazed down upon all beings. Along both banks of the Qingxi River, willow trees swayed, their branches unfurling pairs of eerie vertical pupils. Every scene in all directions was captured within their gaze. Blood fountains erupted from the earth, and the gentle breeze descending to the mortal realm carried a biting sharpness. Even the pure, bright moon was stained crimson. He had transformed the 10,000 mountains into a colossal formation. Zhang Bigmouth of Qingfeng Monastery stared dumbstruck at the scene, too astonished to speak. This was the first time he had witnessed Li Changsheng wielding power beyond the sword path, and the shock it brought was no less than his first encounter with the cultivation world. He knew the man had nearly reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, but never imagined his mastery of formations could be so profound. To manifest an array with a single thought required at least 1,000 years of immersion in the art, and that was for a prodigy. But how old was he? Moreover, how could a single person master two great arts simultaneously? How could anyone be so monstrously gifted? As if sensing the emotion emanating from the figure behind him, Li Changsheng, who had already reached the doorway, halted abruptly. He turned and spoke calmly. His voice was soft yet carried with unwavering conviction. Old Taoist, if you insist that heaven's will cannot be defied, then I am heaven's will. My will is heaven's will. Qingzhou Prefecture, Tianxi Mountain, Qingfeng Monastery. After finishing the tale, the abbot glanced sideways at Zhao Yu, who sat before him with eyes wide and jaw agape, his reaction mirroring his own from years past. Without haste, he uttered two words. Well. Chapter 66, Why are you wearing Pinru's clothes? How? What do you mean, what do you think? What can I do? Zhao Yu gave a self-deprecating chuckle. I'd always thought that fellow from Qingzhou Prefecture was already a peerless prodigy. Little did I know this one is several times more extraordinary. Truly, heroes are as plentiful as fish crossing the river. Though unwilling, one must admit. Before this legendary divine feather celestial emperor, even Li Huai'an, who had stunned her countless times, paled in comparison. This was a man who dared to challenge the very will of heaven. Drawing his sword toward the heavens. This act, which she dared not even imagine, he had performed countless times. Most crucially, he had survived unscathed for so long. This alone proved his extraordinary nature. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Li Huai'an possessed other astonishing feats yet undiscovered by the world. After all, he was no ordinary man. Both the Qingzhou branch and Ning Yuchan knew only the tip of the iceberg of his 9,800-year cultivation journey. Cough, cough, cough. A series of urgent coughs interrupted her thoughts. She instinctively looked toward the sound. There stood the abbot, a handkerchief pressed over his mouth.
Veins bulged violently beneath his skin and a distinct cauldron-shaped mark pulsed between his brows, threatening to burst open. Her face was deathly pale, and an overwhelming aura of death emanated from her entire being. She seemed like a candle in the wind, a lamp in the rain ready to depart this world at any moment. Zhao Yu's expression changed drastically, about to step forward to check on him. "It's nothing." The abbot raised a hand to stop him, a flickering spirit flame dancing at his fingertips. It consumed the blood-stained handkerchief, then surging Dao energy suppressed the disturbance within his body, restoring his complexion to normal. Merely a backlash from the dragon vein. Nothing to worry about. But you. Dragon veins are natural formations beyond human control. Forcibly suppressing them inevitably exacts a price. This monk is long accustomed to such costs. I shan't perish just yet. He lifted a cup of tea, sipped lightly, glanced at the darkening sky beyond the window, and continued, "It's getting late. You should return." Zhao Yu hesitated slightly. "Is there any way to alleviate it? If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. All resources of our Qingzhou branch are at your disposal." This was no mere formality. Qingfeng Monastery had sheltered Qingzhou for years without ever asking for anything. A mere token of resources she was willing to give it, and Wei Yong would not refuse. Yet, the abbot still made no request. He merely shook his head gently, folded his hands in meditation, and closed his eyes. His breathing grew quieter, as if he were about to fall asleep. "Let's go. The time is not yet right." Zhao Yu could only concede defeat, rising to take his leave. Qingzhou Prefecture, Beihai Commandery, Yongmin Garden. It was now the hour of you. With the imperial tomb excavation nearing completion, Ning Yuchan had been returning home more frequently. Tonight's dinner was her creation. Steamed yellow croaker, Huifeng Tong-style stir-fried crab, green pepper beef strips. Though simple home-style dishes, they excelled in skillful preparation, visually appealing, aromatic, and rich in flavor. Li Huai'an graciously ate 2 bowls of rice. This gave her a great sense of accomplishment. They washed the dishes together. Afterward, Ning Yuchan went to take a shower while Li Huai'an sat in the living room watching television. The sound of running water drifted into his ears, and he couldn't help but glance over. On the frosted glass of the high-end sliding door, a slender silhouette was reflected. He caught only a fleeting glimpse before withdrawing his gaze, his mind free of distractions. Yet, a serene, faint smile unconsciously curved his lips, his expression growing even more languid. This ordinary life, it was truly good. A long time passed. The bathroom door opened, steam wafting through the crack. Barefoot, Ning Yuchan stepped onto the cashmere rug and glided toward the living room. Washing. Li Huai'an turned at the sound, about to call out, when the next second, his pupils contracted in shock at the other's current attire, leaving him speechless. A phoenix robe. Ning Yuchan was actually draped in a phoenix robe? Her silky black hair was piled high, secured by a golden hairpin. Beneath it lay a silk brocade lining, and the voluminous phoenix robe draped over her form. The hazy atmosphere, the cool tone lighting, the subtly yet perfectly accentuated curves visible beneath the robe, and the crimson cord contrasting against her snow-white skin at her ankles. Everything combined to make this already breathtakingly beautiful woman appear even more exquisite and enchanting, like a fairy stepping out of a painting. But what truly left Li Huai'an breathless was not Ning Yuchan's beauty, but the phoenix robe she wore, a robe he had seen countless times in his past life. This was Wu Zetian's court attire. "How dare you wear Pinru's clothes? Well, do you like it?" Ning Yuchan lifted the hem of her phoenix robe and twirled before the man. Li Huai'an's expression was nothing short of peculiar. It wasn't that it wasn't beautiful. It was beautiful. But looking at this garment, he couldn't shake the feeling it evoked Wu Zetian. Moreover, due to her status, Wu Zhao held him in high regard and never dared to act out of line in his presence. His impression of Wu Zhao had always remained that of a young girl, so he certainly wouldn't entertain any improper thoughts. Thus, their interactions remained strictly formal, devoid of any hint of ambiguity. Now, however, Ning Yuchan, dressed in her clothes, was doing this and that in front of her. It was rather peculiar. "Where did you get this phoenix robe?" "From that tomb we excavated." Ning Yuchan adjusted her skirt hem, sat beside Li Huai'an, and recounted the story of the jade seal. Then she added, "They said it had little research value, so they gave it all to me. Doesn't it look nice?" "No, it's beautiful. Very beautiful." Li Huai'an took a deep breath, unable to look directly at it. He understood why the Divine Feather Dynasty's imperial seal had chosen Ning Yuchan as its master. Because, strictly speaking, the true owner of the imperial seal was shared between him and the late Emperor Wu. Ning Yuchan bore his scent, and the karmic threads binding them were inextricably tangled. The existence of their marital contract only deepened this connection to its utmost extent. So much so that the spirit seal, lacking in sentience, mistook Ning Yuchan for him. Could this be considered a twisted form of NTR? A vivid image suddenly flashed through his mind. One day, Wu Zhao arrives in Great Xia, only to find a stranger wearing his imperial phoenix robe, holding his imperial seal, and usurping his position as another Emperor Wu.
Crucially, his own teacher, the one who had subdued countless powerful cultivators into submission, making them swear allegiance only to him and not the emperor, stood right beside her.
So, the True and False Eras series, My Shadow Became Me? Ahem.
Li Huai'an silently chanted the calming mind mantra, banishing distracting thoughts and refusing to dwell further. He feared he might burst out laughing. You, try not to show these clothes and the jade seal to anyone in the future. He cautioned, hoping to avoid Wu Zhao discovering them and coming after them later.
I know. They'll attract unwanted attention. Ning Yuchan nodded. Don't worry, I'm aware. I'll only wear it at home for you. It's not exactly. He trailed off. Never mind. Just remember that. Li Huai'an didn't want to explain further as long as she understood that was enough. I'm sleepy. He yawned. Good night?
Ning Yuchan's eyes flickered, as if she wanted to say something.
Good night. He got up and headed back to his room. Want to sleep together?
The moment the door closed, Ning Yuchan suddenly spoke up.
Li Huai'an turned his head. Their eyes met. Chapter 67, The General of the Middle.
Zhao Yu descended the mountain, his mind elsewhere, and slid into the sedan.
After much deliberation,
he decided to call Wei Yong after all, explaining the abbot situation. After listening, the other end of the line also fell into a long silence.
After a while, a low voice finally responded, I understand. That's all for now. With that,
the call abruptly ended.
Zhao Yu sighed. Qingfeng Temple held immense significance for Qingzhou.
It was the pillar holding the region together, and more crucially, it was Qingzhou's capital in its rivalry with the Black Ice Platform and the other 8 provinces. If this colossal institution were to collapse one day, she could already foresee the future unfolding. From a political standpoint, driven by personal ambition, the Qingzhou branch of the Black Ice Bureau would become a mere shell of its former self. Headquarters would surely remove Wei Yong from his post, replacing him with one of their own to seize complete control of Qingzhou's political arena. Those aligned with him, including her and her confidants, would face dire consequences. Political struggles were always a matter of life and death, of cutting the grass and uprooting the weeds. Once begun, only one side could survive.
From the perspective of the nation and its people, how abundant are the resources of a single province? Once stripped of Qingfeng Temple's protection and left ownerless, countless sects would rush in, seeking to claim their share. They would descend like starving wolves, tearing Qingzhou province to shreds. In the end, it would be the innocent who suffered. Therefore, the abbot must not die, and Qingfeng Monastery must not fall. This is the foundation of peace throughout the land. But the Dragon Veins backlash leaves even the abbot powerless. How could they, whose cultivation and insight pale in comparison, possibly help? He refuses to reveal who this sliver of hope he speaks of truly is. Even if they wish to help, they have no clue where to begin. These thoughts deepened the worry etched upon Zhao Yu's face. Amidst the surging thoughts, she couldn't help but recall that man who had repeatedly saved her in Qingzhou from peril. I wonder if he has a solution. Jizhou, Shanggu Commandery, a secluded courtyard nestled amidst the countryside. Xue Zijing carefully traversed the dirt path, navigating through fields of golden wheat ears before gently knocking on the wooden gate. He waited patiently. Seconds later, steady footsteps echoed from within. An elderly man with snow-white hair but a sharp, alert demeanor emerged from the cottage, beckoning Xue Zijing inside. The gate was unlocked. But only after receiving the old man's nod of approval did Xue Zijing dare to push the door open. Yuan Luoming. Before the establishment of the Black Ice Bureau, he had been one of the highest-ranking generals in the military. Currently, he held the position of General of the Middle Army within the Black Ice Bureau, ranking above the 16 commanders. Additionally, he was also a cultivator. Rumors circulated that he had reached the threshold of the nascent soul stage, though only a select few like Xue Zijing knew his true cultivation level. Yuaning. However, he has long since withdrawn from active affairs. Like most high-level cultivators, he would only emerge from seclusion if someone threatened the very foundations of the Great Xia Kingdom. Even a force as formidable as the Yunmeng Marsh failed to stir him. Inside the house, Yuan Luoming took out a packet of tea leaves. Xiao Xue, my humble abode is nothing special. I've got little to offer you. Let me brew some tea for you to drink. Please don't look down on it. Not at all. Seeing the other man start to boil water, Xue Zijing hurried forward and, showing great tact, took the tea leaves from his hands. Let me do it, let me do it. You just rest, sir. If he dared let this man brew tea for him personally, his career as a 16th captain would be over. Don't be fooled by his current amiable demeanor in his youth. He'd licked blood off blades and rolled through piles of corpses, carving his way through battles. It was precisely that solid foundation forged in the war years, combined with the nation's concentrated resources, that allowed him to ascend to the nascent soul stage so swiftly. Heh, you youngster? Yuan Luoming pulled up a chair and sat down, watching Xue Zijing bustling about. He nodded with satisfaction. Speak. What brings you here today? I have several major matters to report, and one minor issue where I'd like your counsel. Xue Zijing began as he boiled water. First, the situation in Yunmeng Marsh is largely under control. We just need to proceed step by step and it should be pacified soon. Very good. Yuan Luoming offered a perfunctory compliment, clearly unimpressed by such a minor achievement. But you mustn't let your guard down. The more critical the situation, the more vigilant you must be. Remember, even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it gives its all. Back in the day, the Americans. He trailed off. Best not to dwell on the past. Best not to dwell on it. Understood. Xue Zijing turned and saluted before resuming the tea brewing ritual. The second matter concerns a highly gifted reincarnated individual who emerged in Qingzhou. They provided immense assistance to our side during the Yunmeng Marsh case. Thanks to him, we achieved such remarkable success. Additionally, regarding his rating classification, we held a meeting 2 days ago and hope to elevate his status to the state guardian tier. As he spoke, he pulled a document from his robe and handed it to the elder. The process for national guardian level evaluation was extremely complex, first submitted by the provincial authorities, then reviewed by headquarters, before finally reaching the person before him for signature. After his signature, it must be submitted again. Only after the highest level meeting votes to approve it can the final official document be finalized. Of course, the last 2 steps were essentially just going through the motions. By the time the approval documents reached this villa, both the Black Ice Division's branch and headquarters had already completed all necessary investigations. Only after confirming the subject possessed nation guardian level capabilities would it be sent for signature. Otherwise, if everything had to wait for headquarters to investigate, what would be the point of having subordinates like you? Alright, leave it here for now. We'll give you a response after our meeting in a couple days. Shouldn't be any issues. Yuan Luoming didn't even glance at the contents before tucking the documents away. He trusted Xue Zijing's efficiency implicitly. After all, he had personally promoted him. Finally, there's the Divine Feather Dynasty. Xue Zijing brewed the tea, respectfully presenting it to the elder first. Without an invitation, he dared not sit down. He stood perfectly straight. He explained the matter of the Divine Feather Dynasty in detail, from the discovery of the Imperial Tomb, to the descent of the Heavenly Mandate Mystic Bird, and finally to the negotiations with the Plantagenet Dynasty. Emperor Wu's side has been fully negotiated. For now, we're in a honeymoon phase. With this cooperative relationship in place, she won't pose a threat to national security. My only concern is that so-called Celestial Emperor, that powerful figure. Even Emperor Wu himself seems to avoid mentioning him, as if he were a taboo subject. I fear that this man's ideology might conflict with our principles. At this point, he paused, but the implication was clear. Your concern is not without merit. Yuan Luoming's expression also grew grave. After pondering for a moment, he finally spoke. This is what we shall do. You must return to Qingzhou. Go to Tianxi Mountain and pay your respects to the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery. He and that heavenly emperor are old acquaintances. Learn more details from him before making your decision. After hearing this, Xue Zijing's expression changed. What? The minor matter I wish to mention concerns this very abbot of Qingfeng Monastery. Chapter 68, The Supreme Holy Pill Realm. Oh? Yuan Luoming nodded his chin, signaling Xue Zijing to continue. After a moment's hesitation, the latter spoke truthfully. This junior heard from Director Zhao of the Qingzhou branch that the abbot currently seems unwell? His mind raced, carefully choosing his words to be as tactful as possible. But Yuan Luoming, seasoned and shrewd, could easily discern the implication beneath his words. His tiger-like eyes narrowed instantly. A gaze weathered yet piercingly sharp fixed upon him, and the overwhelming pressure of Yuan infant cultivation surged forth. His sleeves fluttered without a breeze. You seek to provoke war between the Heavenly Sword sect and Qingfeng Monastery? As a veteran who rose to prominence in an era of war, crawling out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the oppressive weight forged through fire and blood was not something ordinary men could bear. Even Xue Zijing, with his temperament, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, his heart leaping to his throat. He hurriedly bowed and replied. This junior dares not. Yuan Luoming remained silent, merely watching him intently. The oppressive pressure continued to mount, growing heavier by the moment. Time ticked by, second by second. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and before he knew it, his back was soaked through. Finally, just as his mental defenses were about to collapse, Yuan Luoming suddenly smiled, reverting to the kindly-faced elder he had been. The oppressive aura dissipated. Young Xue. He patted Xue Zijing's shoulder, his words carrying a deeper meaning. Protecting mortals and maintaining order have been the Black Ice Platform's founding principles since its inception. But we never interfere in conflicts among cultivators. That is our tradition. Do you understand what I mean? Xue Zijing froze for a moment, then felt a surge of elation. The unspoken implication was clear. They intended to turn a blind eye. At this critical juncture, not explicitly opposing it meant tacit approval. In the past, Yuan Luoming would never have permitted such an occurrence. A conflict between one or two cultivators was entirely different from a war between two sects. The latter's impact was far too vast and far-reaching. Once fully ignited, it would undoubtedly pose a massive challenge and threat to social stability. Once the cultivators from both sects truly ignited their fury, who would care about the lives of mere mortals? Who would bother with all those messy rules? But now, once the deal with Wu Zhao was finalized, a high-level cultivation technique scrolls from the era of great unification would be transported back to the country. Once the official armed forces at all levels begin utilizing these techniques to cultivate talents loyal only to the state, a clash between the government and the sects is inevitable. And before that battle arrives, their task is to lie low and weaken the sect's power as much as possible. Destruction precedes creation. Ruin must come before renewal. In the face of long-term development, temporary sacrifices are worthwhile. Half a month later. Xingzhou Branch Office, Director's Administrative Suite. Zhao Yu closed his eyes, slumped back in his chair, and massaged his temples with his fingertips, his brow etched with exhaustion. Before her lay a chaotic pile of documents, lists of sects and independent cultivators skilled in alchemy stacked like a mountain at least half a meter high. Half a month earlier, she had received orders from Wei Yong to secretly search throughout the 9 provinces for methods to treat the injuries of the Qingfeng Monastery's master. Yet the results were meager. The cultivators and sects mentioned in these reports had indeed made minor achievements in the alchemy lineage, but without exception, none possessed a solution for the backlash of the dragon vein. Alchemy cultivation fundamentally differs from modern medicine. Physicians study medicine to save lives and heal the wounded, while alchemists refine elixirs put simply to enhance their power and combat prowess. Among all elixirs circulating in the world, only a few categories truly matter. The first type directly elevates one's cultivation realm, such as the Foundation Establishment Pill. The second category temporarily boosts combat prowess, like the Sword Burial Pill Lu Dong consumed. It taps into latent potential for a short-term power surge. Then there are healing elixirs and longevity pills. These either rapidly mend injuries to preserve life or extend a cultivator's lifespan. However, the scope of the former's treatment is limited to injuries caused by cultivators' magical duels, such as the 9-turn golden elixir, renowned for its ability to revive the dead and restore bones to life. Theoretically, as long as a cultivator still held a breath of life, they could be saved. Yet it remains utterly ineffective against the internal injuries afflicting Qingfeng Monastery's core. Dragon Vein Backlash falls under the earthly retribution category of heavenly punishment, a force of geography, not human will. Beyond the aforementioned, only a few specific elixirs remain developed for particular situations, specific individuals, or designated purposes. These were crafted from the outset with singular applications in mind. Who would go out of their way to suppress a dragon vein? They offer no benefit to cultivation or combat prowess. Naturally, no one would delve deeply into such research. During this time, Zhao Yu had considered leveraging Ning Yuchan to connect with Li Huai'an, hoping to request his intervention and potentially break the deadlock. However, at the critical moment, the former vanished as if she'd evaporated from the face of the earth, cutting off all contact. No matter how many calls he made, he couldn't reach her. He dispatched people to the temporary outpost at the Celestial Pivot Academy to search. Don Yaya said she had gone home. Then they went to the Eternal Peace Courtyard. The entire compound was sealed within a massive sword formation designed to repel cultivators. Not only could they not enter to search for her, they couldn't even get close. Had she not trusted Li Huai'an's capabilities and suspected he had set the formation himself, she would have feared Ning Yuchan had been assassinated. But this meant, it seemed Li Huai'an's lead was temporarily useless. Zhao Yu felt a headache coming on. "Director, are you in there?" A knock suddenly sounded at the door. Zhao Yu sat up straight, took a deep breath, and suppressed the frustration on her face. She never let her subordinates see her negative side. It would affect morale. After composing herself, she spoke in a calm tone. "Come in. Director, good news." "Great news." The subordinate entered excitedly, holding a document aloft. "Our agents in Ji province report that a sect there may possess pills capable of suppressing dragon veins. This elixir is called the Dragon Suppressing Pill. Legend has it that during the era of great unification, the founder of this sect concocted it to overthrow the tyrannical rule of the Immortal Emperor. It possesses extraordinary efficacy in suppressing dragon veins. But before they could present it to the emperor, their founder was beheaded after the plot was uncovered, and the elixir was sealed away forever. Later, when spiritual energy revived, the founder was reincarnated and brought the dragon-suppressing pill with him to the modern era. Yet while this pill can suppress dragon veins, its effectiveness against backlash from dragon veins remains unknown at present. He reasoned that trying a desperate remedy was better than sitting idly by awaiting doom, so he sent the intelligence back for your final decision. The subordinate did not embellish the report to curry favor, but presented the facts objectively, laying out the potential risks clearly. He knew Zhao Yu's temper well. If the task failed, it was no big deal, try harder next time. But if he exaggerated the situation, she would genuinely kill someone. Dragon Taming Pill. Zhao Yu murmured the name of the pill, her frosty eyes flashing with excitement. She quickly suppressed it, hiding her agitation as she asked, "Which sect owns this pill?" "The Supreme Saint Pill Realm." Chapter 69, The Grand Elder of the Supreme Saint Pill Realm.
The moment the words extreme saint pill realm were spoken, Zhao Yu's expression shifted imperceptibly.
She knew this sect. A sect dedicated solely to alchemy, it had produced several prodigies in the art of pill refinement in both past and present lives. It was no surprise they could concoct pills powerful enough to suppress a dragon vein. But the problem was, they and the Heavenly Sword sect were allies. In other words, the Supreme Holy Pill Domain also harbored hostility toward Qingfeng Monastery. Truth be told, this wouldn't have been unusual in the past. Over the years, several reclusive immortal sects had navigated such relationships, no major conflicts, but constant minor friction. The Heavenly Sword sect had long suppressed Qingfeng Monastery in the past. Later, when its abbot regained his peak strength, he retaliated, slaying numerous Heavenly Sword sect disciples. This was nothing unusual, and no one accused the other side of wrongdoing. After all, in a struggle over doctrinal supremacy, casualties were inevitable. Being slain only meant one's skills were inferior. Nor would any sect deliberately incite conflict between the two provinces over grievances within the cultivation world. These are two separate matters. The conflicts of the cultivation world belong to the cultivation world, the secular world is the secular world. They do not clash. As cultivators, if one cannot even distinguish this fundamental difference, then what has all those years of cultivation amounted to? What sets them apart from ordinary mortals? The current situation is that the Qingzhou branch seeks favor from the Supreme Holy Pill Domain due to the Qingfeng Monastery Master. Given the immense conflict between the two sides, it will likely be difficult to achieve their wishes easily. Getting fleeced and bleeding dry would be considered a mercy on their part. Take a hard line, and they won't even grant you a chance to negotiate. Even Zhao Yu began to suspect whether this elixir was a false rumor spread by the Supreme Holy Elixir Domain, hiding some ulterior motive. Perhaps it was a test to gauge whether the abbot's health was genuinely failing. If so, they would strike against Qingfeng Monastery. While the Heavenly Sword sect and the Supreme Holy Pill realm were indeed righteous sects, when it came to matters of doctrine and principle, they would show no mercy. Upright doesn't equate to being doormats. Their hands are stained with blood, they'll kill for rare treasures too. In the cultivation world, the weak perish and the strong thrive. Those who cling only to empty ideals and righteousness would long ago have been wiped out by hostile factions. Alright, I understand. You may leave now. Zhao Yu's excitement cooled instantly. He waved for his subordinate to leave. Then he called Wei Yong. The two spoke at length, primarily analyzing the feasibility of seeking medicine from the extreme holy pill domain and the accuracy of the intelligence. In the end, Wei Yong still decided to let Zhao Yu take the risk, mainly because there were no better alternatives at the moment. As for the risk of exposure, Li Huai'an. His plan was for Zhao Yu to prepare two courses of action, attempt to connect with the extreme holy pill realm while continuing to contact Ning Yuchan. Even if Li Huai'an couldn't save the Qingfeng Monastery's abbot, he could at least mediate the grudge between the two sides. Surely the Heavenly Sword sect wouldn't refuse to grant this request to their supreme elder? With Ning Yuchan as the intermediary, he believed the other party would likely be willing to extend this small favor. He hung up the phone. Zhao Yu dialed Ning Yuchan again, but the line remained unanswered. After sitting in deep thought for a long while, she made up her mind. Someone come here. Draft a letter and send it to the Imperial Pharmacy in the capital. Jizhou, Imperial Capital Pharmacy. Su Chen followed the attendant into the rear courtyard, where a middle-aged man clad in purple robes had long since prepared premium fragrant tea and awaited his arrival. Senior Shui, it's been years since we last met, yet you remain as distinguished as ever, haha. Spotting Su Chen, he immediately rose and approached him warmly. Old Ning. Su Chen clasped his hands together in a fist salute, equally warm in his greeting. Ning Mo, the Grand Elder of the Extreme Holy Pill Realm and an 8th-tier alchemist, shared a close personal bond with Su Chen. The two had fought side by side, slaying countless golden core cultivators in the Yunmeng Marsh. Please, take a seat. Ning Mo pulled Su Chen's hand to sit down. After dismissing the attendants, he presented a cup brimming with tea. This is my personally cultivated clear mind tea. Try it. Su Chen took only a small sip. Still tastes just like before. Ha ha. Hearing this, Ning Mo burst into delighted laughter. Then, as if performing magic, he materialized 2 wrapped tea cakes from the desk behind him. Take these back with you later. They'll aid your cultivation. All right. Without any pretense, he stowed the tea cakes into his storage ring. Given their bond of sharing life and death, hardship and triumph, there was no need for formalities. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Ning Mo got down to business. I've already spread the word about the dragon sealing pill. If that old bastard really gets injured by the dragon vein's backlash, Qingzhou won't be able to sit still. At that time, we'll have proof your disciple's intelligence was reliable. Our sect's founder will personally intervene, annihilating Qingfeng Monastery. That old bastard will pay for siding with the Immortal Emperor and aiding tyranny back in the day. Hearing this, Su Chen's face betrayed a hint of resignation. Several days prior, Xuezijing had brought intelligence. A group from Qingzhou was secretly investigating pills capable of suppressing dragon vein backlash.
combined with the recent intelligence they'd extracted from Jiaoyu about the ill health of the Qingfeng Monastery's master.
The two deduced. The so-called illness must be injuries from the dragon vein's backlash.
Though the reason for the old Taoist's affliction remained unclear, the injury was undeniable, presenting an opportunity for the Heavenly Sword sect. Thus, he immediately approached the extreme Saint Pill domain to orchestrate a deadly trap, using the dragon-suppressing pill as bait. Originally, this ambush wasn't part of the plan. According to his original plan, the two sects would simply gather their forces and attack Qingfeng Monastery directly. However, the extreme Holy Pill realm insisted they were concerned about the accuracy of Xue Zijing's intelligence and wanted to use the dragon-suppressing pill as a test. That's why there was a delay. This left him utterly exasperated. Sometimes I don't know whether to call you cautious or cowardly. Better safe than sorry, right? Facing his old friend's reproach, Ning Yuchan remained unconcerned.
We alchemists are different from you sword cultivators. Our combat prowess is inherently weak. In direct combat, we're even inferior to those heretical cultivators. Naturally, we must think twice before acting. As the saying goes, no one is perfect, there are no all-around cultivators. Alchemists focus on refining pills, neglecting combat prowess, just like asking Su Chen to refine pills he couldn't even produce a third-tier elixir. The principle is the same. A cultivator's energy is finite, mastery of every path is impossible. Sacrifices must be made. Of course. Except for that prodigy Li Huai'an, he defies conventional standards. Have some tea, have some tea. Su Chen had merely vented a few complaints. Hearing the other party speak thus, he shifted the topic. He certainly didn't want this minor disagreement to sour their relationship. Next came the discussion of the details for the upcoming event. Over tea, they reminisced about their past lives, time spent cultivating together, slaying foes side by side. Their conversation alternated between wistful sighs and hearty laughter. The atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. However, as the evening drew to a close, Ning Yuchan paused briefly. Glancing around to ensure they were alone, he suddenly lowered his voice and asked a question that made Su Chen's face darken with anger. I've heard rumors outside that your family's supreme elder had an affair with the Immortal Emperor of the Divine Feather Dynasty. Is that true? Chapter 70, News from Qingzhou. Where did you hear such rumors? Su Chen sprang to his feet, a terrifying aura of murderous intent erupting from his body. Of course. This killing intent wasn't directed at Ning Yuchan before him, but at those who spread the rumors. Given his status and contributions, it was not for juniors like them to pass judgment on whom he chose to befriend, not even the Empress of the Divine Feather Dynasty. This woman, born destined to stand in opposition to the sect. But everyone in the entire Tianjian sect knew that Li Changsheng was a man of uncompromising integrity, untouched by women. Even a peerless beauty like Gong Lianyue could not sway him. Now, these baseless rumors suggesting he had an affair with the Empress were spreading like wildfire. Wasn't this simply ruining his reputation? In his view, the Supreme Elder had repeatedly saved the sect from collapse and crushed the Yunmeng conspiracy, deserving the reverence of the entire sect and the entire cultivation world. Such an attack on his integrity was utterly unacceptable. Brother Su, please calm down. I'm only repeating hearsay. Seeing Su Chen so agitated, Ning Yuchan hurriedly interceded. It's just a bunch of low-level cultivators gossiping behind your back. Don't take it seriously. Does being low-level give them license to spread lies? Su Chen seemed poised to press the issue, but soon realized why his old friend had suddenly brought this up. His anger faltered. Dredging up these ancient, irrelevant matters now, are you worried our Supreme Elder might ruin our plans? Ning Yuchan took a sip of tea, then looked at Su Chen, his expression speaking volumes. That was precisely his point. If this rumor held any truth, it would mean Qingfeng Temple and Li Changsheng were also deeply intertwined. In that case, actually, this grudge doesn't have to be avenged. You can put your mind at ease. Seeing this, Su Chen retorted irritably, don't even suggest my lord and that so-called Immortal Emperor were ever acquainted. Even if they did have something, my lord's temperament wouldn't allow him to interfere in the fighting of his subordinates. In truth, in his previous life, neither Li Huai'an nor Gong Lianyue had ever meddled in the grudges between the Divine Feather Dynasty and the Heavenly Sword sect. Sword annihilation of 10,000 sects was an entirely different matter. His challenge wasn't directed at any single hostile faction, but at all sects under heaven. His opponents were every sect. Not just them. Lin Tianqiu rarely intervened either. A sect master isn't a babysitter for their sect. As long as the opposing side's elders didn't resort to bullying the weak, the major players wouldn't intervene. This was an unspoken rule among cultivators. Even a lawless, forbidden sect like the Yunmeng hadn't broken it. Unless the situation spiraled out of control, pushing the sect to the brink of extinction, intervention became unavoidable. Failure to act would mean the end of their home. The reason was simple. First, the path of cultivation is inherently a jungle where all races vie for survival. The strong prevail, the weak perish, and only the fittest endure. If you cannot even triumph over your peers, how will you face the wrath of heaven and earth when calamity strikes?
Second, as the old saying goes, knowledge gained from books is always shallow. To truly understand, one must experience it firsthand. War is the world's greatest teacher, imparting far more than any rigid textbook ever could. Only through the crucible of battle and the baptism of combat can a cultivator truly grow. Flowers in a greenhouse will never grow into towering trees. Eaglets sheltered under their parents' wings will never soar through the skies. What must a cultivator strive for throughout their life? Celestial treasures and earthly gems. Unparalleled opportunities. The great truths of heaven and earth. No matter how powerful an ancestor may be, they cannot shield you forever. The resources of a sect are finite. Eventually, you must leave to forge your own path. In a clash between two sects, if you fall in battle due to inferior strength, at least your fellow disciples will avenge you. That is far better than meeting a gruesome end in the future, not even knowing who your enemy was or how you died. Of course, this does not apply to prodigy disciples. Take Bei Shenhai and Gong Lianyue. Had they perished, Lin Tianqiu would have personally intervened. They are the future of the sect, priceless treasures, a different matter entirely from ordinary disciples. Then I can rest easy. Ning Mo exhaled in relief and resumed discussing the plan with his counterpart. There's also the matter of follow-up. If this mission succeeds and we eliminate that old Taoist, your Tianjian sect must immediately station disciples in Qingzhou to maintain control. Otherwise, without sect protection, Qingzhou risks being overrun if the Yunmeng marsh forces seize the opportunity to regroup. That would turn our hard-won advantage into chaos. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded in deep agreement. I will inform the other elders and disciples of the sect about this matter, ensuring they prepare in advance. Their intent to destroy Qingfeng Monastery stemmed from personal grievances with its abbot. They would never jeopardize the greater cause or disregard the safety of an entire province's populace. Ultimately, this matter itself had nothing to do with righteousness or evil. As Zhao Yu had previously taught Ning Yuchan, in the struggle for the Taoist lineage, there was no right or wrong. Just because they schemed against Qingfeng Monastery and Zhao Yu, it didn't mean they were unworthy of the title of righteous cultivators. Nor could Qingfeng Temple be branded as demonic or heretical simply because it stood opposed to righteous sects like the Heavenly Sword sect. The Divine Feather dynasty trampled immortal sects and annihilated noble clans. The Heavenly Sword sect, as the alliance leader chosen by the righteous sects, rose in resistance. Qingfeng Temple followed the mandate of heaven. In this clash between sects and the imperial court, none of the three sides are in the wrong. They merely did what their positions demanded, chose the paths they must take, nothing more. Before they knew it, dusk had fallen and their discussion was nearly concluded. Ning Mo invited Su Chen to dine together. The latter gladly accepted. Having parted ways in their previous lives, they had not seen each other for many years. Now, reunited by chance, it was only fitting to raise their cups and celebrate their reunion. Ning Mo had booked the restaurant, and the two were about to head out. At that moment, a servant hurried into the courtyard. Master, a letter for you. A letter? Ning Mo took the letter with a look of suspicion. In this age of technological convenience, even reincarnated individuals like them had grown accustomed to phone calls and WeChat messages. Who would still write letters? And addressed to him? After the servant withdrew, he didn't feel the need to guard against Su Chen, so he opened the letter right there. They read it together. The two exchanged glances, each seeing joy in the other's eyes. A letter from Zhao Yu. It was an invitation to meet. Looks like the old Taoist situation is pretty much what we guessed, Su Chen said, suppressing his emotions. But the uncontrollable tremor in his voice betrayed the excitement surging within him. There's no time to waste. I'll take the dragon taming pill to Qingzhou immediately. Ning Mo was equally agitated, so much so that he lost his usual composure. He fumbled for his phone, ready to book the earliest flight. Hold on. Fortunately, Su Chen retained a shred of rationality and cautioned, if you go like this, you'll likely lose your life before you even get there. Don't forget, that old Taoist is a celestial being. He can sense the malice within people. He might have already noticed something. Ning Mo snapped back to his senses, slapping his forehead in frustration and annoyance. Right. Look at me, I completely forgot. Let's eat first. Su Chen shook his head, folded the letter, and tucked it into Ning Mo's chest, gesturing for him to keep it safe. This was the fundamental difference between a cultivator hardened by countless battles on the battlefield and one who had lived a life of privilege and ease. Mental fortitude. On the battlefield, failing to control your emotions can cost lives. Then report this matter to the sect. I recall your sect still possesses several heaven-deceiving pills, which can temporarily block the heavenly mechanism. Without heaven's favor, we'll join forces and slaughter him like a dog. Chapter 71, Beware of Deception. The next day, Qingzhou branch. Zhao Yu, having gone another sleepless night, rose and entered the shower room. He turned on the thermostatic faucet, gave his face a quick wash, then headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. He treated it as a stroll, stretching his limbs. After breakfast, he returned. She found 2 letters waiting on the table. The first was a reply from the capital pharmacy. It essentially stated that the Supreme Holy Pill Realm had agreed to grant her a meeting opportunity. As for whether a transaction would ultimately occur,
That would be discussed later. Opening the second letter, however, its contents made her frown. It was sent by her mole planted within the Ji province headquarters. In the age of big data, even the most advanced network communication technologies leave traces during transmission. By comparison, sending letters was clearly a more reliable method. Therefore, intelligence operatives preferred this cumbersome yet relatively secure, albeit outdated method for exchanging most classified information. As for why Zhao Yu had planted his own people in Ji province. In truth, influenced by the open and covert rivalries among their respective sects, competition existed among the black ice platforms of different provinces. Each would plant spies in other provinces to gain timely access to first-hand intelligence and monitor their movements. Knowing both oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Of course, this was a benign competition, essentially a battle for prestige and pride, without any resort to extreme measures to achieve their goals. But back to the matter at hand. The intelligence secretly relayed back by the Qingzhou Division's operative infiltrated into the Jizhou Division contained only one sentence: beware of deception. Zhao Yu picked up the first letter again. Comparing the two letters and piecing together the clues, her heart sank to the bottom. The very thing she had feared most, the worst-case scenario, had indeed come to pass. The negotiations with the Supreme Holy Pill Domain were a ruse, a secret plot to destroy Qingfeng Monastery. This is trouble. She took deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down as she racked her brain for countermeasures. Simultaneously, she pulled out her phone to report the situation to Wei Yong. But then she thought again. Wei Yong was currently far away in the west. Help from afar was of little use in this urgent crisis. Moreover, a major conflict between two sects was far beyond the influence of a mere 16th commander. Telling him would be pointless, only adding to his worries. If it somehow affected the martial emperor's affairs, then Qingzhou would truly be beyond salvation. With that realization, she sighed softly and exited the dialer. Instead, she opened WeChat, tapped on Ning Yuchan's profile picture, and paused her finger over the call button. At present, Qingzhou's only glimmer of hope likely rested entirely on Ning Yuchan. Or rather, Li Huai'an behind her. Little Chan, dear little Chan, I've never treated you badly. Now that Qingzhou is in peril, its very survival rests on you. Please, don't vanish again. Beihai Commandery, Yong'an Manor. A long, high-pitched moan echoed through the master bedroom, winding and twisting, followed by the sound of someone collapsing heavily onto the soft bed. Where are you going? Just going out for a walk. No, do it again. Are you never going to stop? I promise this is the last time. Tell me the truth, do you have any connection to the Hahuan sect? I can't tell you unless you torture me. A moment of silence fell, broken by the rustling sound of clothes being put on. The door creaked open. Li Huai'an, pale-faced, clutched his waist as he stepped out of the room. Sensing his current physical state, he couldn't help but turn and glare at the woman on the bed. Then he left the house without a second glance. Ning Yuchan, seemingly immune to such displays, ignored his fierce yet feigned glare. She propped her chin up, leaning back against the bed with quiet indifference. She watched the scene unfold with keen interest. Her lovely face suddenly flushed slightly as she murmured with a soft laugh. What's this greatest cultivator of all time? He's still just another defeated foe of this lady. Chapter 72, A Unique Constitution? In a sense, Ning Yuchan truly was the only person in 980,000 years who could make Li Huai'an turn tail and flee in disarray. Half a month prior. On that stormy night, silver candles glowed, while the bittersweet osmanthus blossoms first touched by rain, delicate and coy, swayed beneath the gently rustling gauze curtains. The lingering spring hues faded into dusk, and the night fragrance lingered within the brocade screens. Everything unfolded as naturally as water flowing down a channel. Yet, little did Li Huai'an imagine then that this seemingly harmless, intellectual young woman, once she tasted the sweetness, would become so mad. For 15 days and nights without pause, she replenished her energy with elixirs when weary. Even with his divine imperial grace, he could scarcely endure. Could this even be human? He asked himself. In his 98,000 years of cultivation, what creatures hadn't he encountered? Even the Union sect, renowned throughout the cultivation world for their dual cultivation techniques, never practiced for 15 consecutive days. They at least took breaks. At one point, he even suspected Ning Yuchan might be possessed by some demonic entity, secretly examining her soul and body more than once. Yet he found nothing amiss. In the end, he could only conclude perhaps this world truly held certain constitutions beyond his own experience, and Ning Yuchan happened to be one of them. After all, though his existence spanned longer than most living beings, he was not an immortal with eternal life and vision. He could not be all-knowing or omnipotent. Certain constitutions and innate talents originating from even more ancient eras had been buried in the river of time, gradually forgotten by all beings. It was perfectly normal for him not to recognize them all. At any rate, it certainly wasn't due to the influence of the acquired Dao embryo. After resting, gazing at the bedside in disarray, Ning Yuchan, her cheeks still flushed, reluctantly emerged from the embrace of tenderness. She slipped into a nightgown and stepped into the bathroom. After washing up, She plugged in her phone, which had automatically shut down over 10 days ago due to a dead battery, then rolled up her sleeves, ready to tidy the room. Ding, ding, ding. The phone had barely restarted when a barrage of messages flooded her screen. Startled, she belatedly remembered she had a job. She'd been so lost in the moment lately that she'd completely forgotten about work. Forgetting about cleaning, she hurriedly grabbed her phone to check. There were many messages. She automatically ignored the persistent stalker suitors who kept changing numbers to harass her, though she couldn't even remember how many she'd already blocked. First, she messaged her parents to let them know she was safe. Then she opened Dong Ye's chat window. Sorry. Unexpected things came up these past 2 days. I'll be back at work tomorrow and can explain everything then. Last was Zhao Yu. So many missed calls? This is bad. Really bad. Could something have happened to Sister Zhao Yu? Her heart raced as she prepared to call back, but the other party reached out again. Hello? Thank goodness you finally picked up. Where have you been all this time? I called so many times and you never answered. I was nearly driven mad with worry. The other person spoke at breakneck speed, firing off a barrage of words like a machine gun. This only heightened Ning Yuchan's already overwhelming sense of guilt and anxiety. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. She murmured in acknowledgement, signaling she was listening. The voice abruptly stopped. Because when she replied, she unconsciously used the drawn-out inflection she'd picked up from spending time with Li Huai'an these past few days. This made her sound utterly seductive. If her usual voice resembled that of an ethereal fairy untouched by worldly dust, then in this moment, she was indistinguishable from a bewitching, alluring enchantress. Just hearing that voice. A vivid image emerged in the mind, a Persian cat luxuriating on a Hawaiian beach at midday, stretching its limbs with languid grace. Thankfully, Zhao Yutong was also a woman, otherwise, he might have lost control and sparked something unexpected. Yet even so, she couldn't help but feel a momentary flutter in her heart. Then she froze. Not my sister. What are you getting all worked up for? We're both women, why are you getting so heated with me? Ning Yuchan, embarrassed by the awkward silence she created, blushed and remained silent. A long silence hung between them. Zhao Yu was the first to snap out of it, breaking the awkwardness. If this isn't convenient for you now, should I call back later? As sharp as she was, she had already guessed what the other had been up to during this time. No. Ning Yuchan hurriedly explained, you've got the wrong idea, sis. I just woke up. Oh, and you called me a bunch of times. Was there something you needed? This excuse, so obviously fake even a primary school student wouldn't buy it, sounded to Zhao Yu like a classic case of denying something you're guilty of. Fortunately, she had no time to dwell on such details. Here's the thing. I need your help with something. When would be a good time for you to come to my office? We can talk in person. Alright, I'll come over now. She hung up. Ning Yuchan clutched her burning cheeks, feeling like crying but unable to. She muttered to herself, it's all your fault. How embarrassing. How am I supposed to face Sister Zhao Yu now? Next time, you won't be leaving until I say so, and that won't be for another month. Changed clothes and headed out. Chapter 73, The Yin-Yang Harmony Technique. Half an hour later. Xinzhou branch office, Zhao Yu's office. Both men who met there tacitly avoided mentioning the earlier embarrassing phone call, though the peculiar expression on Zhao Yu's face was more pronounced than ever. As if a blazing fire of gossip burned within her. How sharp were her eyes. She instantly recognized the blush on her face, the spring in her eyes clear signs of a recent loss of virginity. She hadn't been like this when they last met. So, what had she been up to during her disappearance? Even so, it shouldn't have been a full fortnight. A young girl newly savoring the sweetness of love, it was perfectly understandable that she'd become so engrossed she'd lingered. Though she herself was equally inexperienced, she could empathize. After all, she hadn't eaten pork, but she'd seen plenty of pigs running around. But surely it couldn't be non-stop every single moment? Not even enough time to glance at her phone and reply to a message? Doesn't she need to eat or sleep? And another thing. Can that person's body even handle it? What am I thinking? Seeing her thoughts spiraling into twisted territory, Zhao Yu quickly squelched the stray thoughts in her mind, halting her wandering mind. Instead, she turned to regard Ning Yuchan with a faint, ambiguous smile. Congratulations. What are you talking about? Though she understood perfectly well, the situation was too awkward. Even with Ning Yuchan's thick skin, she lacked the courage to admit it. She could only feign ignorance. Why congratulate me? Did the higher-ups decide to promote me? Her face flushed as she spoke. TSK, you little minx has even learned to deceive yourself. Zhao Yu rolled her eyes but didn't press the teasing further. She turned toward the desk, pulled open an inner drawer, and retrieved a scroll of ancient bamboo slips. Here you go, the cultivation technique I promised you earlier. She had obtained this technique from Qingfeng Monastery. She had originally intended to request it from the Heavenly Sword sect, but when Su Chen visited last time, the sudden half-step nascent soul incident occurred, followed by the unpleasant parting with Shui Zijing. So it had been left unresolved. Later, during her visit to the Qingfeng Monastery's abbot, she suddenly remembered the matter. Taking advantage of her status as a junior sister, she asked Dao Yi to retrieve a volume from the monastery's vast library. Of course. Given Qingfeng Monastery's depth of resources, its cultivation technique's grade certainly wouldn't be inferior to that of the Sky Sword sect. This technique could support the recipient's cultivation all the way to the Golden Core stage. She could always switch to a more suitable technique once she found one in the future. Changing cultivation methods might be fraught with peril for ordinary people, but with him around, his extraordinary abilities would ensure her safety. They'd already shared an intimate bond. How could he stand by and let his woman suffer harm? Even setting aside emotional ties, it would be a direct blow to his own reputation. Thank you, Sister Xiaoyu. Ning Yuchan felt genuinely touched that he kept her in his thoughts and worried about her affairs, but I already have a cultivation technique now. Lately I've been completely absorbed in cultivation, so I didn't get a chance to tell you. Sorry about that. A cultivation technique? Xiaoyu paused, then realized. He gave it to you? MHM. What grade? Golden Core? She asked curiously, then dismissed the thought. No, with his background, a Golden Core technique wouldn't be impressive enough. Could it be nascent soul level? She continued speculating to herself. Completely unaware, she failed to notice the faint blush spreading across the woman's fair face, climbing up to her earlobes, and finally turning crimson, as if it might bleed. As if she were there in person. A vague, indescribable heat also surged from her lower abdomen, tormenting her intensely. Her voice trembled as she pleaded. Stop talking. Ha? Xiaoyu paused, finally noticing her state. He looked at her with confusion. What's wrong? Why are you so flushed? Do you have a fever? Don't ask anymore. Ning Yuchan stamped her foot in embarrassment, unable to say more. Her pearly teeth clamped tightly against her flushed lips as she silently chanted the calming mind mantra, fearing that the next moment might bring an alluring, low sigh slipping uncontrollably from her lips. The yin-yang harmony technique. The technique Li Huai'an had taught her. Its brilliance lay in. It was a dual cultivation technique. It wasn't that Li Huai'an harbored ulterior motives, seeking to satisfy some twisted whim of his own. The main reason was that he genuinely didn't possess any superior cultivation techniques. How gifted was he? Early on, he still needed cultivation techniques to bridge the gap, but later on, he could cultivate purely through grasping the Tao. Collecting cultivation techniques was a complete waste of time for him. This particular technique? It was forced upon him ages ago by a female sect leader from the demon lands whose demonic might shook the world. She practically shoved it down his throat and made him learn it. Alright, I won't ask anymore. Just calm down first. Seeing her on the verge of breaking down, Xiaoyu abandoned his curiosity. He quickly poured her a glass of water and changed the subject. So what realm are you at now? Have you started refining qi yet? Gulp. She downed the entire glass in one gulp. Finally suppressing the strange stirring deep within her soul, Ning Yuchan pulled out a paper towel, dried her hands, and looked at Xiaoyu with seriousness. Sis Xiaoyu, it's not that I won't tell you about my cultivation level, it's mainly that I'm afraid of scaring you, afraid you might start questioning your entire existence. Nonsense. Xiaoyu burst out laughing at this. What storms haven't I weathered in my life? You think a greenhorn like you could scare me? Go on, tell me. I'll see just what realm you're at now. Let me tell you, I've seen plenty of geniuses, and I know how formidable your cultivated Tao embryo is. Even if you've reached the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, I wouldn't be wooden holy. At first, Xiaoyu dismissed it, assuming the girl was just starting her cultivation journey, getting cocky with her acquired Tao embryo's power after a minor achievement. But the very next second, her smile vanished. She froze, utterly dumbfounded, even blurting out a curse reflexively. Because Ning Yuchan had begun to unleash her aura. 3rd tier Qi cultivation. 6th layer of Qi cultivation. 9th tier of Qi cultivation. The foundation establishment stage hadn't even stopped. That aura kept surging upward, like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, unstoppable, until it reached her level. Half-step Golden Core. Chapter 74, Xiaoyu's Burning Envy. Xiaoyu's expression froze solid. Her entire body turned to stone, standing rigid as a statue in place, her mind filled with question marks. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just see? A complete novice who had never cultivated before, just starting out, and then in a mere 15 days, broke through to the half-step Golden Core stage? Are you kidding me? When did breaking through to the half-step Golden Core stage become this easy? Where is justice? Where is justice? Where is the method? She felt like all her years of grueling cultivation had been for nothing. No. It should be said that every cultivator under heaven, including those self-righteous reincarnated ones, every single one of them, every last one, had cultivated in vain. You must understand. Whether it was her or Wei Yong, the entire Qingzhou region was supporting them with resources. The same applied to other provinces and even the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Empire. With such vast resources piled upon them, unless one's talent was utterly abysmal, even a pig given these resources could soar to the heavens. As for those reincarnated cultivators, they're merely retracing their own past paths, essentially copying step by step. Their cultivation progress is naturally effortless. Add to that the revival of spiritual energy, with its concentration in the world growing daily. Their cultivation environment is now several times more favorable than it was in their past lives, if not more. Their rapid progress is a natural outcome, entirely reasonable. But what about Ning Yuchan? She has neither resources nor experience. What does she have? Yes. I admit, you found a good man. Your man is formidable, I'm impressed. But no matter how powerful he is, he can't just ignore reason entirely, can he? 15 days. Going from zero cultivation to half a step to the golden core stage? That's just downright unreasonable. Sister Jiaoyu, are you okay? On the other side, Ning Yuchan grew concerned at Jiaoyu's dazed and distraught expression. She reined in her aura and waved a hand in front of Jiaoyu's face. Quick, tell me, how did you manage it? Jiaoyu snapped back to reality. She lunged forward, grabbing her shoulders, her eyes gleaming with a hunger like a widow starved for years suddenly seeing a naked, muscular man. Ning Yuchan hesitated for a long moment, stammering and unable to finish her sentence. But seeing the desperate longing in his eyes, she couldn't bear to keep him waiting. After much hesitation, she took a deep breath, forced back her shyness, and truthfully explained. The cultivation technique he taught me is actually a dual cultivation method that harmonizes yin and yang. Well, since his realm is higher, I gain more benefits. Dual cultivation? Is that how it works? Jiaoyu was stunned for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. This explained everything. Orthodox dual cultivation was indeed a shortcut to rapid cultivation advancement. It's worth noting, though. Dual cultivation differs from Yunmeng's energy harvesting and also varies from energy infusion. Energy harvesting is plunder, while spiritual infusion is a gift, both unilateral mechanisms that harm the other party without benefit. Dual cultivation, however, is mutually beneficial. However, if two cultivators with vastly different cultivation levels engage in dual cultivation, the higher level practitioner gains benefits so negligible they're practically negligible. Thus, few are willing to practice dual cultivation with a partner of significantly lower cultivation level. Though there is no loss, it is an effort with little reward, yielding no tangible benefits. Cultivators aren't charity workers. Li Huai'an's situation was an exception. He reasoned that since things had already progressed this far, he might as well help Ning Yuchan advance her cultivation level. Of course. Any gift from fate comes with a price already secretly marked. Should the balance shift during dual cultivation, should the spoils be divided unevenly, the weaker party risks having their soul branded by the stronger one. Take Ning Yuchan, for instance, she would henceforth be bound to accept his form. This wasn't something Li Huai'an could decide, it was an inherent characteristic of the cultivation technique itself. It was utterly tyrannical. Many cultivators exploit this to enslave those of lower cultivation, which is why dual cultivation sects have always been classified as belonging to the demonic path. But then again, no matter what, it didn't diminish Jiaoyu's envy of Ning Yuchan. She had toiling tirelessly, enduring hardships without complaint, constantly contributing to the organization to earn cultivation resources. Only then did she achieve her current status. In the end, it was still less effective than the other party simply lying down on a bed and spreading her legs. Is this the perk of having a powerful patron? If only I were the one practicing dual cultivation with that man. Chapter 75, Borrowing the Terrain. If only I could practice dual cultivation with him for a night. No, even just once would suffice. His favor alone would make breaking through to the golden core realm a certainty. Jiaoyu startled himself with this sudden, unbidden thought. The next second, she snuffed it out. Setting aside whether Li Huai'an even fancied her, even if he did, she couldn't compete with her own subordinate for a man. Even rabbits don't eat the grass right by their burrows. That wasn't her style. Besides, sleeping with someone for advancement, what difference was that from those women who sold themselves? In all her years of navigating this world, she'd killed, outmaneuvered rivals, and crushed political enemies. She didn't claim to be a saint, but she had her pride. This was her bottom line. She shook her head, intending to drop the subject. Yet as she opened her mouth to speak, her gaze fell upon the young girl before her, and a crucial realization struck her. Dual cultivation could indeed help both parties advance their cultivation levels. There was even a theory that when the gap between partners was vast, the weaker one could leapfrog multiple realms. But that didn't mean such transcendence had no limits. The annals of the cultivation world recorded practitioners and sects who specialized in dual cultivation. The most classic example involved a chi cultivation female cultivator who, with the aid of a nascent soul stage elder, advanced to the foundation establishment stage within half a year. This represents an absolute limit, achieved only when the recipient already possessed foundational cultivation. In the age of decline, even prodigies typically require 3 to 5 years to reach foundation establishment. Even today, with the revival of spiritual energy, cultivators who take 1 or 2 years to reach foundation establishment are still commonplace. For someone like Ning Yuchan, starting from scratch and rapidly ascending like a rocket to the half-step golden core realm within a mere 15 days. Theoretically, such a feat should be impossible. If dual cultivation could truly mass-produce foundation establishment cultivators within a dozen days, everyone would simply abandon their own cultivation and seek out high-level cultivators for dual cultivation instead. Forget dual cultivation, even a spiritual infusion wouldn't work. As far as she knew, assuming a nascent soul cultivator performed a spiritual transmission on a mortal, ignoring whether the recipient's physique or soul could withstand it. At best, they could transfer 50% of their cultivation base, roughly equivalent to the 3rd to 5th layers of the golden core stage. But this transferred cultivation must also account for assimilation speed. No one breaks through to gold core instantly after an initiation. Digesting this transferred cultivation alone takes several years. Therefore, realistically speaking, no method could elevate an ordinary mortal to the threshold of the golden core stage within 15 days. Unless that person's cultivation base is exceptionally high, so high it's like comparing a firefly to the full moon, a loach to a true dragon, or a pheasant to a phoenix. It's like creating a millionaire out of thin air. Even if a millionaire were to give half his fortune to a beggar, the beggar's net worth would only reach $500,000. But a billionaire? Even his most inexpensive collectible could instantly make a beggar wealthier than a millionaire. What realm is he in? No idea. On the 9th day of their dual cultivation, Ning Yuchan had asked Li Huai'an the same question. She recalled his answer. According to him, his realm transcends traditional cultivation systems. He doesn't cultivate the essence of heaven and earth. Then what is it? The Tao. She paused, then added. The way of the sword. On this path, he has journeyed farther than any living being, reaching its ultimate limit. He stands at the end, watching those who come after him climb. Zhao Yu sucked in a sharp breath. With her current knowledge, she couldn't fathom the heights he had reached, but one thing was certain: if the legendary living immortal truly existed, it could only be him. No one else could possibly be it. To this day, all discovered cultivators, whether reincarnated beings or awakened ones, no matter how prodigiously gifted or exceptionally brilliant they once were, paled before him like dust. Perhaps none equal to him would ever emerge again. This was truly unparalleled throughout history, with no successor to come. At this moment, she felt profound relief that she had brought Ning Yuchan into their camp early on, pushing through opposition to appoint her as the honorary commandant of Qingzhou. As long as she continued to nurture this relationship, the future of Qingzhou and her own future as Zhao Yu would face no challenge she could not overcome. Little Chan, what do you think of how I've treated you? Very well. Ning Yuchan answered without hesitation. She disliked socializing, her circle was small, and she usually went about her business alone. As one of the few who had managed to break into her life, albeit through rather direct and forceful means. But there was no denying that this move had left a deep impression on her. Its significance was second only to Li Huai'an. Moreover, throughout their time together, he had consistently looked out for her, defended her at every turn, shared knowledge with her, and found common ground in their conversations. So she felt quite fond of Zhao Yu and regarded her as an older sister. Oh, right, Sister Zhao Yu, you mentioned needing my help with something earlier. What was it? It's a small matter for you. Zhao Yu stepped around her and locked the office door. After Li Huai'an stepped outside, he made no detours, heading straight for Yangzhou Prefecture. Golden light surged around him as he shrank the distance to an inch, arriving at the Yellow River's edge in the blink of an eye. Gazing at the ceaselessly surging waters of the Yellow River before him, he nodded with satisfaction. He couldn't fathom what kind of constitution Ning Yuchan possessed. He couldn't keep up with her. These past 2 days had nearly drained him dry, leaving him utterly depleted. He needed to replenish. Water governs the kidneys, and this place was the very source of the 9 provinces' dragon veins, the convergence point of the Great Xiao's national fortune, encompassing all things. It was utterly perfect for nourishment. Yet if others learned of this thought, their jaws would surely drop. The very source of a nation's dragon vein, wouldn't any cultivator fear it and avoid it at all costs? Yet here he was, daring to harness it for his own use. Wasn't he afraid he couldn't handle such power? Divine prowess? Of course. But what others think is none of his concern. Today I borrow a portion of your vital energy, tomorrow I shall repay you with a segment of our karmic debt. The Yellow River possesses a spirit. Li Huai'an bowed his hands toward the front, then formed a ritual seal. Water from all directions of the Yellow River suddenly surged back, transforming into a tide of spiritual energy that flowed toward him. He swallowed it whole. His once hollow, pallid complexion visibly regained its color at a rapid pace, while the murky river gradually cleared to reveal its depths. However, this state did not last long. From the void came the jarring sound of chains being dragged and scraped, accompanied by the desperate roars of dragons and tigers, as if some creature within was struggling against its bonds. He raised an eyebrow and paused his actions. Then, with a flick of his finger, ripples spread outward, colliding with the void. The entire Yellow River surged with towering waves, as if a creature were about to burst forth. The clanking grew louder. The next instant, a vast cauldron's phantom plummeted from the heavens, crashing directly into the Yellow River's depths. The dragon-tiger roars abruptly ceased, and the river's waters returned to stillness. Li Huai'an smiled. Interesting. Chapter 76, The Imprisoned Dragon Emerges from the Sea. That bronze cauldron concealed the will of the heavenly Tao. He already knew whose handiwork it was. Under the heavens, who else could wield the will of heaven but that old Taoist at Qingfeng Monastery, who possessed the physique of a celestial being? Truly, they don't know when to quit. Watching the bronze cauldron gradually dissipate, Li Huai'an shook his head. Though the old Taoist of Qingfeng Temple was blessed by heaven's intent, suppressing the earth veins was no challenge for him. Yet, a celestial being was still human, while the earth veins were the very embodiment of the earth. The former was merely a being born of the world, while the latter was nurtured by nature itself. The two were fundamentally not on the same level. Such actions would surely invite the wrath of the earth. His days were likely numbered. But why would he court his own demise? Was it also guided by heaven's will? Li Huai'an was about to delve into the cause and effect principles for a detailed analysis when suddenly, his mind stirred. He pulled his phone from his pocket, and seconds later, a call pop-up appeared. Darling. Having broken through the final barrier, Ning Yuchan bore no trace of the initial reserve she'd shown upon their first meeting. She had transformed into the very image of a soul-stealing, enchanting siren. Speak. Do you know Qingfeng Temple? A peculiar expression flickered across his face. He had just been about to probe the other party's affairs, and now someone mentioned it. Could it truly be divine intervention pushing things forward? I know it. At the Qingzhou branch office, Ning Yuchan placed her phone on speaker mode on the table so Zhao Yu beside her could hear the conversation clearly. Zhao Yu mouthed the words, just ask. What's your relationship like? Li Huai'an's expression shifted slightly. He tapped the air with his index finger, conjuring strands of intertwining causal threads. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, have the young lady next to you take this. On the other end of the line. Both women's pupils dilated in shock, utterly bewildered. Ning Yuchan glanced around nervously, as if searching for something, while Zhao Yu felt a chill run down her spine. No way. Did you install surveillance on me in my office? Sis? Ning Yuchan lowered her voice, casting a questioning glance. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yu took a deep breath and tremblingly picked up the phone from the desk. Gee, good morning, senior. Her voice trembled, betraying her extreme nervousness. Setting aside the hospital, this was her first formal conversation with someone she regarded as a god. MHM. Li Huai'an's calm voice came through the receiver. Need me to save your life? His tone was calm, as if recounting the most trivial of matters. Yet to Zhao Yu's ears, it thundered like a bolt from the blue. It left her reeling, her mind spinning. I haven't even spoken yet, not a single word, and he's already figured out everything about me? Does he truly foresee the future? Does he know everything? Do all high-level cultivators possess such terrifying abilities? Or only him? Yes. After a long pause. At Ning Yuchan's quiet prompt, Zhao Yu finally snapped back to reality. To survive the backlash of the dragon vein for so long, he's got some luck on his side. Uncertain whether it was praise or sarcasm, she dared not respond rashly before discerning his true intent. She could only offer an awkward chuckle and remain silent. Tell me, he pressed, why he would do such a thing. Li Huai'an, unconcerned with her reaction, asked casually. Zhao Yu promptly recounted everything about the Qingfeng monastery master, leaving no detail out, including his heavenly man physique and the so-called mandate of heaven. It wasn't that she was betraying him. Rather, years of dealing with cultivators had taught her that lying to such beings was futile. Honesty was the only viable option. Even if she spun elaborate lies, he'd find a way to uncover the truth that would merely delay the process. Such deception would not only be futile but would also earn her the other party's enmity. I see. After hearing this, Li Huai'an nodded, his tone betraying little surprise. In truth, he could indeed deduce the Qingfeng monastery master's motives through the causal threads. But since someone had delivered the intelligence to his doorstep, he was happy to save himself the trouble. So the old Taoist is currently in Qingzhou? Correct. Detecting a hint of intent to act in the other's words, Zhao Yu suppressed his excitement and tentatively suggested, shall I send you the exact location? Very well. With permission granted, she hurriedly returned the phone to Ning Yuchan, then turned to retrieve her own phone, preparing to send the location coordinates to Ning Yuchan's WeChat. She didn't have Li Huai'an's contact information, so she had to go through Ning Yuchan as an intermediary. Taking advantage of this moment, Ning Yuchan stepped outside with her phone. Do you need help? Let's go check first. Not sure. Might as well ask him something. That old Taoist's power is average, but his ability to foresee the future is truly top tier in this world. I heard from Sister Zhao Yu that the backlash from the dragon vein is extremely dangerous. If you're not certain, don't get involved. Don't worry about me, prioritize your own safety. She mentioned the Taoist. Got it. Your health. Will you be back tonight? Li Huai'an's mouth twitched. Is this woman addicted or something? 15 whole days and she still hasn't had enough? Even the creator of the yin-yang harmony technique back in the day didn't go this far. I have plans tonight. Oh. Ning Yuchan relented. She wasn't some clueless young girl. Knowing he was occupied, she wouldn't press the issue or ask further questions. Then be careful out there. Let me know when you get back. After giving her instructions, she hung up. Not long after, a location update was sent.
Li Huai'an glanced at it, memorized the coordinates, then lifted his gaze to the unusually calm yellow river before him. Golden light shimmered in his eyes.
Through the golden glow,
in the deepest depths of the yellow river, a shadowy yellow dragon was bound by a bronze cauldron. Its body was entwined with chains, its head held high as it emitted waves of mournful cries, as if pleading for his help.
After a long moment, he shook his head.
Whether addressing the yellow river dragon vein mere inches away or the distant Qingfeng sect master beyond the horizon, he murmured softly.
Very well. Consider yourself fortunate.
The words had barely left his lips. He snapped his fingers, and that same streak of purple gold sand that had effortlessly obliterated the pseudo-Yuan infant reappeared. It shot across the bottomless river, coiling around the bronze cauldron.
Clang! Dense chains ground violently.
The sudden constriction made the suppressed dragon vein spirit cry out in agony, yet a flicker of human-like gratitude flickered in its pupils.
Endless ages were forced upon the bronze cauldron.
Though its surface remained anchored in this present spacetime, it had in fact endured millions of years of transformation.
Crack! A distinct cracking sound echoed from within the bronze cauldron.
A crack appeared at its rim, spreading visibly across the vessel's body.
The power of time. Born from the primordial chaos, it existed before creation itself.
It could erode even the Tao, and nothing could withstand its relentless passage, not even the will of heaven. Even with Li Huai'an's current power, which only scratched the surface of this force, the will of the Tao was merely an extension, not the Tao itself.
The next instant,
the bronze cauldron exploded into fragments.
Without the cauldron's restraint, the mere shackles could not contain the earth vein spirit.
With a thunderous roar, lightning flashed and thunder rolled as the yellow river once again churned with surging waves. The dragon, once confined, burst forth from the sea, soaring skyward.
Chapter 77, Has the Heavenly Emperor reincarnated?
Several days later. Qingzhou, beneath the heaven-bestowed mountain. A group clad in ancient alchemist robes and feathered headdresses halted here, the disciples of the Supreme Holy Dan realm, led by Grand Elder Ning Yuchan.
After a while, an executive sedan finally arrived, its driver opening the door.
Zhao Yu stepped out from the back seat and came to a halt. Though she now had Li Huai'an's promise of assistance, she had not ceased the surface negotiations with the Supreme Holy Dan domain.
Moreover,
she had specifically requested Li Huai'an to schedule the day of ascending the heaven-bestowed mountain to coincide with the negotiations. Firstly, she hoped the extreme Holy Dan realm faction would witness the Qingfeng monastery master's old wounds healed and the hidden dragon emerging from the depths, thereby dispelling any lingering doubts in their minds, to prevent future complications. Secondly, if we could use Li Huai'an's hand to eliminate this threat for the Qingzhou faction once and for all, that would be ideal. Of course, this was merely her private calculation, intending to improvise based on the situation at the time and see if a suitable opportunity arose. She wouldn't dare make such a request to that person. In short, she now felt utterly uninhibited.
Director Zhao, I've long admired your reputation. With a hearty laugh, Ning Yuchan stepped forward.
Zhao Yu responded with his signature smile, extending a welcoming gesture.
The two groups, each harboring their own hidden agendas, formally met. After a round of polite pleasantries, Ning Yuchan flipped his palm, and the storage ring on his index finger flashed with a brilliant light. A small, antique-looking box, intricately carved with array patterns, appeared in his hand. Director Zhao, this box contains the dragon-suppressing pill.
Its effects are unique, however, as it only works on dragon vein terrain.
I wonder what you intend to use it for.
The letter from Qingzhou made no mention of the Qingfeng monastery master's injuries, so he had to play along, feigning ignorance and asking with feigned curiosity. My master entrusted me to find something capable of suppressing dragon veins.
As for what he intends to do with it, that's not something a lowly figure like me would know.
Zhao Yu naturally played along.
Ah, I see. Ning Yuchan chuckled, then shifted the conversation.
As you know, our supreme holy pill domain and your master's Qingfeng monastery have always been at odds.
Moreover, Qingzhou is under the protection of Qingfeng monastery.
By all logic, I shouldn't be selling this pill to you, nor should I even be meeting with you privately. But I'm on the verge of a breakthrough and desperately need a breakthrough pill to ensure absolute success. With resources running low, I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. To play the part convincingly, he crafted a plausible justification.
Let me be frank with you.
I secretly retrieved this dragon-suppressing pill from the sect, taking great risks.
Hence the price. I understand. It all makes sense.
Zhao Yu smoothly picked up the thread, flashing a knowing smile like a sly little fox. We can discuss the price slowly.
What followed? A lengthy tug of war over the price ensued. As they chatted, Zhao Yu discreetly glanced at his wristwatch.
Seeing the timing was right, he suddenly suggested going up the mountain for a cup of tea and continuing the chat there. A flicker of delight crossed Ning Mo's eyes before he readily agreed. This suggestion suited him perfectly.
Despite all evidence thus far direct or indirect pointing to the Qingfeng monastery master indeed suffering from the backlash of the dragon vein, appearing as if his oil lamp was burning low. Yet, ever vigilant by nature, he still wished to see the abbot's condition with his own eyes. After all, seeing was believing. Thus, the two groups, in perfect unison, immediately set off up the mountain. Qingfeng Temple. The abbot of Qingfeng Temple seemed to have anticipated today's events. When Zhao Yu and his party arrived outside the temple, they found the gates wide open, yet no disciples waiting. They must have been sent away in advance. Zhao Yu arranged for Ning Mo and the others to stay in a guest room before excusing himself to consult the abbot. The abbot didn't suspect a thing. It wasn't that they were reckless, it was simply that they were now on the temple's territory. If the abbot of Qingfeng Temple wished to kill them, it would be as easy as turning his hand. There was no need for tricks. Even if the abbot was wounded, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. After leaving the guest room, Zhao Yu headed straight for the main hall. Pushing open the door, he found the abbot was indeed there. Master. Zhao Yu bowed first, then added apologetically, I apologize for bringing them up the mountain without prior notice, Master. She knew he had already guessed the reason, so she offered no explanation. It matters not. The abbot waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor as serene and unruffled as ever. After all, you acted with my best interests in mind. I have no reason to blame you. But life and death are matters of fate, you truly needn't have gone to such lengths. Zhao Yu lowered her head, adopting a humble and receptive posture. But inwardly, she couldn't help but grumble. If you weren't always playing riddle master, insisting on keeping heavenly secrets hidden, would I have to go to such lengths? Why not just tell me what to do? You know full well how vital you are to Qingzhou. As if sensing his thoughts, the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery shot Zhao Yu a glance, shook his head with resignation, and was about to speak when his eyes suddenly sharpened. Then, under Zhao Yu's puzzled gaze, the abbot shifted her focus elsewhere behind her. Fellow Taoist, since you're here, why not reveal yourself? Her heart skipped a beat. Her first thought was that Li Huai'an had arrived. However, when she instinctively turned to look, she discovered the newcomer was not the man who had made such a profound impression upon their first meeting. A stranger's face. His features were ordinary, his attire unremarkable, his demeanor even more so. Yet, when combined, these elements created an aura that felt anything but ordinary. To appear at this Taoist temple and evade her perception, the very existence of this man was the greatest extraordinary thing of all. The area beneath Tianxi Mountain was riddled with formations indeed, the mountain itself was a colossal formation making it inaccessible to ordinary people. Most crucially, the energy emanating from this man seemed to merge with the very essence of this land, achieving a state of stripped-down simplicity, a return to pure, unadorned truth. That was precisely why he appeared so ordinary. Zhao Yu's intuition screamed that the man before her was even stronger than Li Huai'an had been when he had obliterated the pseudo-Yuanling cultivator that day. Who was he? True Lord, it's been a long time. Still alive? No one answered Zhao Yu's question, they simply exchanged greetings. Yet from their conversation, Zhao Yu caught a crucial keyword. True Lord? She had heard the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery recount the history of the Divine Feather dynasty. In those days, only one being possessed the qualifications to be called True Lord and accepted the title with composure. The peerless titan who had conquered all sects under heaven during the Great Unification era. The teacher of the Immortal Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor of the Divine Feather dynasty. When did he reincarnate? And how did he come? Zhao Yu stared at the figure walking away, ignoring him, and suddenly a possibility dawned on him. The appointed time had arrived, yet Li Huai'an did not come. Instead, this Heavenly Emperor had arrived. And judging by the situation, the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery seemed equally unprepared for his arrival. So could it be that he was invited by Li Huai'an? But how did that person even know this one had been reincarnated? Furthermore, how did he persuade this figure to intervene? Given his stature and status, even the rarest treasures couldn't sway him, could they? Could it be? Do they know each other? Chapter 78, How do I compare to Heaven's will? They've known each other for a long time and have always gotten along well. After a flurry of thoughts, this was the only plausible explanation Zhao Yu could come up with. But even such an extraordinary master has connections, no wonder he's my idol. Her admiration for Li Huai'an deepened even further. Meanwhile, Li Huai'an had already approached the abbot, studying the old Taoist before him, a man whose aura seemed endlessly enduring, utterly unlike someone nearing death. But as a deep golden light swirled in his eyes, from his perspective, the figure across from him seemed to shed all illusory disguises, their entire being now saturated with a thick, decaying aura of death. The Eye of Fu Li. The Taoist master recognized the origin of the golden light and gasped in astonishment, murmuring, Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine witnessing the lost divine power of the Fu Li ancestral clan in my lifetime. I die content. Zhao Yu, standing nearby, also stared wide-eyed. She too knew of the Fu Li ancestral clan, or rather, she had heard legends about this clan. Legend held that such a race once existed in the world, born with the innate ability to perceive the true nature of heaven and earth. With a single opening of their eyes, they could peer directly into the primordial essence of all things. No illusion could escape their discernment. They were the nightmare of all illusion cultivators under heaven, and among the ancient demon clans, they were one of the most profound and revered. Fully. Among the demonic clans, bloodline was paramount. From the lowest common bloodlines to the golden bloodlines with established lineages to the true spirit royal clans, those imperial lineages that once gave birth to demon emperors. And those divine beasts and immortal birds. Only the most ancient among them could be honored with the title ancestral. This title symbolized supreme authority. The ancestral clans wielded absolute power over life and death for all demon kind. Their very existence spoke to the unparalleled might they once possessed. Yet, this clan has long since perished, along with their glorious era when gods and demons stood side by side, and immortals and mortals coexisted. And yet this man had somehow obtained their ancestral inheritance. What terrifying fortune must that have been? Li Huai'an smiled, ignoring the shock on their faces. He suppressed the golden light in his eyes and set up a chessboard. Let's play a game. It would be rude to refuse. The abbot gladly accepted the invitation. Unlike when playing Jiaoyu, this time he took the black stones and made the first move. This was an unspoken rule in the ancient Go world. When there was a significant disparity in strength, the stronger player would grant the weaker one the first move. Jiaoyu felt a jolt of awe. Here stood the venerable abbot of Qingfeng Monastery, once ranked among the top 10 warriors of the Wu dynasty, a living celestial being, yet he willingly placed himself in a subordinate position during this game. This glimpse revealed the immense strength of the Emperor Wu's teacher. She hesitated for a moment, then picked up a teapot from the table and poured tea for both men. Seeing that neither acknowledged her, she settled down to sit with a sense of ease, watching the game in silence. As the white stone reached its 9th placement, Li Huai'an suddenly asked, "You claim to act as heaven's agent, yet now your vitality wanes and your blood dries up. Where is heaven's salvation for you?" The words had barely left his lips. The earth dragon turned, its dragon vein rising. Its emotionless pupils gazed coldly upon the three in the hall, and a terrifying, overwhelming pressure crushed down upon the hall master. Heaven's way has its own fixed destiny. The Taoist moved his piece. In an instant, the sun blazed fiercely, purple chi rose from the east, and golden lotus petals fell from the heavens. Obscure and profound celestial melodies resonated in the void, as countless petals rained down like a shower. Only then did Jiaoyu realize the two were using the heavens and earth as their chessboard, their own bodies as pieces in a cosmic game, the old Taoist representing heaven, the other representing earth. Stunned into speechlessness, her heart pounded violently, her breath quickening unconsciously. Her hand trembled as she poured tea, spilling it onto the floor. As the master of Qingfeng Monastery, a celestial being, it was natural for him to summon the will of heaven. But what about the man across from him? Jiaoyu knew nothing of his constitution, but she could be certain it had absolutely no connection to heaven or earth. Which meant he had achieved everything through the sheer height of his own cultivation. What kind of monster is this? Is it fate that you must die as a martyr? Li Huai'an's words carried a hint of sarcasm. You'll be dead within 3 months at most. Not even the so-called mortal immortal could save you. The dragon vein took shape. Opening its gaping maw, it engulfed the boundless terrain, poised to swallow the Taoist temple whole. The shadow that obscured the sky and blocked out the sun sent chills down Jiaoyu's spine. The Taoist remained silent, merely continuing to place his stones. Winds howled, sand and stones flew, thunder gathered in the sky. With a deafening crack that pierced the clouds, a bolt of lightning as thick as a stone pillar crashed down upon the earth dragon. Utterly pointless. Li Huai'an placed his stone, and the entire chessboard suddenly shifted. In an instant, the game tilted decisively. The old Taoist's black pieces crumbled into disarray, their momentum utterly lost. It mirrored the clash between the thunderbolt and the dragon vein. The earth dragon swept its tail, causing the entire mountain peak to surge 100 zhang higher. The earth trembled violently, its terrain soaring skyward to collide directly with the thunderbolt only to shatter it instead. After all, heavenly thunder could not compare to the way of heaven. Its defeat seemed to foretell the old Taoist's inevitable demise. The vital energy within him suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, rushing frantically toward the earth dragon. His physical form began to age rapidly, his cultivation level plummeted, and the damage was irreversible. Seeing this, Jiaoyu's heart sank to the depths. Could it be that even this man before her was powerless to avert the dragon vein's backlash? Reason refused to accept this reality, yet a voice within her heart kept whispering, "Give up. The master's demise is inevitable." The archives of the Black Ice platform housed a vast collection of books from across the land. Yet, despite this vast ocean of knowledge, not a single volume, not even a single word mentioned any cultivator who had ever successfully counteracted the dragon vein's backlash. Every cultivator who suffered dragon vein backlash, regardless of cause, background, or cultivation level, met the same fate. Without exception. That was precisely why she refused to believe the abbot's initial claim of a glimmer of hope. There was no precedent whatsoever. Not even a sliver. The abbot's subsequent state seemed to confirm this. His former ethereal demeanor and serene composure vanished entirely. His face had withered, making him indistinguishable from any frail, mortal elder in the twilight of life. The agony of his vitality and cultivation fading caused his body to tremble uncontrollably, sweat pouring from his brow. Yet he still placed his stone, his hand shaking. The true Lord has indeed taken that step. It was half a step. Li Huai'an corrected him. Cultivators pursue the way, gaining enlightenment about life and death, understanding heaven's mandate that is the first step. Immortality is but an illusion, it is unattainable for all beings. Only by comprehending the true essence of the Tao does one enter the second step. All things in the world are both real and illusory in a single thought. Immortality is an illusion, yet it is also real. Where the Tao exists, I exist. The third step requires understanding time and space, pursuing the cycle of rebirth. With one thought, the Tao arises and causes arise with another, the Tao ceases and causes cease. I exist, the Tao exists, I am the Tao. Only those who advance to the fourth step of cultivation may know, what I believe becomes true, what I believe exists, what I disbelieve ceases to be. Through the heart, I verify the Tao, where my belief points, there lies truth. As for the fifth step, it remains unknown. Perhaps resembling mortal man, perhaps resembling immortal being, only those who truly reverse illusion and reality, who attain complete enlightenment of reincarnation, may enter this stream. Understood. When a mortal dies, it is like a lamp extinguished, reincarnation reignites it. When an immortal dies, it is like a thought dissipating, this life returns no more. Even I cannot achieve liberation within the cycle of rebirth. At this point, he smiled. Come to think of it, I must thank heaven's will. Defying the dust and awakening from the dream, 2 lifetimes of reincarnation have instead bestowed upon me a stroke of fate, allowing me to take that half step forward. Ha! The abbot of Qingfeng Monastery remained silent, his expression pensive, as if savoring the profound meaning within those words. At Zhao Yu's level of cultivation, she naturally couldn't grasp the hidden meaning. The only meaning she could grasp was this: the other party was incredibly powerful beyond her current comprehension. Therefore, if even he couldn't overcome the backlash of the dragon vein, then the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery had no choice but to await death. The thought struck her. Unwilling to accept this fate, she summoned her courage, bowed to Li Huai'an, and earnestly pleaded. I implore you, senior, to intervene and save my master. Should you require any rare treasures or divine herbs, please do not hesitate to ask. I will search every corner of Qingzhou, even the entire Great Xia, to find them for my master. Li Huai'an glanced at her and shook his head. His vital energy is severed. Even immortals cannot save him. No heavenly treasure can bring him back, not even the legendary elixir of immortality. With that, he placed his final piece. His current state mirrors this game. Every position on the board is occupied by white stones, leaving black utterly rootless. What good are 10,000 stones left in the basket? Without a place to land, how can there be any rescue? As his words faded, the black pieces, encircled by white, vanished into thin air in an instant. Simultaneously, the dragon vein's backlash erupted with full force. Within mere breaths, the old Taoist's spiritual energy was drained dry. His dantian shattered into fragments, his cultivation level plummeting repeatedly. Without the protection of his spiritual energy, he could no longer hold on. A mouthful of vital blood erupted violently, instantly staining the chessboard crimson. Your divine will cannot save you. Li Huai'an's gaze remained serene, as still as an ancient well. He rose slowly, lifting his head to glance at the dragon vein coiled above the Taoist temple, its presence looming like a predator's watchful eye. Suddenly, his tone shifted. But I can. Zhao Yu, who had been filled with disappointment just a moment before, suddenly lit up with intense brilliance in her eyes. Before she could say another word. The next moment, Li Huai'an casually summoned the spiritual energy within a 1,000,000-mile radius. Zhao Yu instinctively looked outward, only to witness a scene beyond comprehension. Visible to the naked eye, countless endless tides of spiritual energy surged toward this location from all directions. This spiritual energy blanketed the mountains and plains, engulfing the heavens and earth, churning clouds and winds into a colossal tornado that grew ever more intense. She began to summon all her divine consciousness to trace the end of this vast ocean of spiritual energy. Then, she was stunned. If her eyes did not deceive her, the spiritual energy of the entire Qingzhou region had been drawn into this vortex. Some cultivators nearby, sensing the draining energy, looked around in bewilderment. Zhao Yu was stunned by the overwhelming spectacle. It was common knowledge that cultivators required temporary access to nearby spiritual energy for their practice or breakthroughs. She had witnessed gold core cultivators break through before, even observing the entire process of a half-step nascent soul cultivator breaking through from a distance. The spiritual energy that ancient cultivator had drawn upon during his breakthrough had nearly encompassed the combined area of 7 or 8 small counties. The spectacle had left her in awe for quite some time. Yet, in light of the current spectacle, all the breakthroughs she had witnessed before now seemed as insignificant as a drop in the ocean. Without exaggeration, any living being, any cultivator, absolutely any cultivator were they caught within this tidal wave of spiritual energy now, would be instantly torn apart by the overwhelming pressure of the surging spiritual energy. In other words, By conventional wisdom, it was utterly impossible for anyone to mobilize such a vast amount of spiritual energy at once. Their cultivation level wouldn't suffice, not even the nascent soul stage would be enough. It's like expecting an ordinary person to single-handedly lift an entire building, yet this opponent has lifted an entire city. Moreover, judging by his utterly nonchalant demeanor, it seemed to him as effortless as flipping his hand. What astonished Xiao Yu even more was yet to come. Once the spiritual energy felt sufficiently compressed, Li Huai'an raised his hand again, making a grasping motion. The compressed spiritual energy began to coalesce into form. In the blink of an eye, a sapling-shaped object floated silently in midair. Her eyes widened. She knew this thing all too well. The foundation. A cultivator's foundation. Though cultivators' foundations varied in form, one could discern them through chi energy. The sapling was the embodiment of that foundation. Holy! Xiao Yu couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. A cultivator's foundation is innate, born of heaven and nurtured by earth. There is absolutely no possibility of acquiring it through any means after birth. This is common knowledge in the cultivation world. Cases of cultivators becoming useless after their foundations were destroyed were countless, too numerous to count. When did foundations become artificially created? What divine technique was this? She recalled the other party's earlier words, even immortals cannot save you. So your so-called divine beings can't save you just means shoving everything aside and starting over from scratch? Is that how it works? In that moment, she finally understood what the abbot of Changsheng Monastery meant by destroy to rebuild. Her heart settled completely as she quietly admired this breathtaking scene rarely seen in the outside world. But the earth dragon refused to stand idly by. It let out a series of low growls directed at Li Huai'an, as if issuing a threat. It had been suppressed by the abbot of Changsheng Temple for 3 years. If he were allowed to return to his peak so easily, wouldn't all its suffering have been for nothing? Facing the dragon's intimidation, Li Huai'an didn't even lift his head, merely speaking calmly. I have been entrusted to spare his life. You would do well to behave yourself. He merely restrained you. Should I intervene, I shall sever every dragon vein across the 9 provinces. Truth be told, while Li Huai'an channeled the celestial and terrestrial energies, Xiao Yu guarded the earth veins, devising numerous strategies to persuade him to back down. Like offering some kind of sacrifice, or pleading for mercy. But she never imagined this man would be so overbearing, directly threatening to sever every dragon vein under heaven. The crucial point was, upon hearing his words, the dragon vein's manifestation hesitated for only a few seconds before truly dissipating on its own. You must understand. Dragon veins possess sentience. As embodiments of the earth's veins, their perception of all things in the world far surpasses that of ordinary beings, reaching an almost flawless level of accuracy. In other words, if it truly believed the other party possessed the capability to follow through on their words, this person. Never mind. Xiao Yu had no desire to speak further. The shockwaves this person had unleashed were too overwhelming. She was utterly drained of the energy to even voice her disbelief. With the dragon vein banished and its foundation fully established, Li Huai'an extended a finger and tapped lightly. It descended directly, soaring into the Taoist's brow and taking deep root. Then, time seemed to freeze as invisible ripples radiated outward in concentric circles from the Taoist's body. Xiao Yu couldn't peer into the changes within the monk's body, but she could sense them, accompanying the reshaping of his foundation. The opponent's vital energy rapidly expanded at the same moment, and the cultivation realm he had lost was returning at an astonishing speed. Refining chi. Foundation establishment. Golden core. All the way to the half-step nascent soul stage. Breakthrough. The overwhelming pressure of a nascent soul cultivator erupted, sweeping through the grand hall. The monk's gaunt skin regained its vitality, wrinkles smoothed away, as smooth as an 18 or 19-year-old youth. His withered white hair turned jet black and lustrous, and his cloudy pupils regained their brilliance. All these transformations occurred in an instant, like a miracle. He opened his eyes. Before him stood the young immortal who had just completed the feat of altering fate with methods bordering on the mystical. His arms were crossed, and he looked down at the monk with keen interest. How do I compare to the will of heaven? Chapter 79, Fellow Taoist, please stay. The annex of Changsheng Monastery. The frequent anomalies in the outside world had also put the group from the Supreme Holy Dan domain on high alert, especially the clash of celestial thunder and earth veins, along with the spiritual energy tides. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped Ning Yuchan. Something's amiss. A spiritual energy tide of this magnitude cannot be human-made. That old Taoist must have gained some extraordinary fortune. We must leave immediately. He acted decisively, rising to lead his group out of the monastery. Seeing this, the other disciples dared not ask questions, following closely behind him. However, before they could exit the gate, 3 figures suddenly appeared, blocking their path. The leader bowed slightly toward Ning Yuchan, his tone gentle yet commanding. Taoist friend, please stay. As the words fell, an invisible surge of magical energy enveloped the courtyard, forming a domain that imprisoned all within. No living being inside could step beyond the confines of this cage. Dowie? Recognizing the arrivals, Ning Mo's pupils contracted slightly. What do you mean? Forcibly detaining us? Dao smiled but said nothing, yet his meaning was clear: no one leaves without my permission. Ning Mo's voice grew solemn. Imprisoning a disciple from another sect without cause, is this how Qingfeng Temple treats its guests? Or are you stirring trouble, intending to declare war on my Supreme Holy Dan realm on behalf of Qingfeng Monastery? By invoking the Supreme Holy Dan realm, he pinned the label of troublemaker on Dowie, attempting to force him into retreat. A war between two sects is a grave matter. This humble monk dares not speak lightly. Dowie possessed an aura entirely different from his master, the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery. The latter exuded a detached detachment, viewing all things as insignificant as blades of grass, while Dowie radiated a gentle, soothing calm like spring rain. But to mistake him for some kind of doormat would be a grave error. In the world of cultivators, the good-natured rarely last long. My master has instructed us to treat all of you as honored guests and to extend the utmost hospitality. As he remains in seclusion, I ask for your patience. Otherwise, having traveled so far, if you were to depart without even meeting the host, would it not reflect poorly on Qingfeng Monastery for neglecting our guests? As the ebb and flow of spiritual energy gradually waned, Ning Mo grew increasingly impatient. He realized the old Taoist was likely nearing the end of his seclusion. If they didn't leave soon, they might truly be unable to depart. I'll ask one last time, will you yield this path or not? As he spoke, his hand clenched tightly within his sleeve, a faint surge of magical power visible beneath. The other disciples of the extreme Holy Dan realm also wore grim expressions as they closed in on the three. Once my master emerges from seclusion, you shall all face your own fate whether to stay or go. Dowie stood his ground, unyielding. Drive them out. No bloodshed. Ning Mo issued the order directly, heedless of whether the commotion might alert the other party. Acting now offered a sliver of chance. Once the old Taoist emerged, they'd be fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of their captors. Of course. He retained a shred of reason. If no lives were lost, even if the Qingfeng sect master pursued the matter afterward, it would amount to nothing more than a verbal dispute. But if someone died, the nature of the incident would change entirely. Invading their territory and killing their disciple, even if news of their defeat reached the Supreme Holy Pill domain, they would still hold the moral high ground. Well, Elder Ning, you're quite the hothead. Just as the two were about to clash, a woman's voice, dripping with sarcasm, suddenly cut through the air from the left. The tense atmosphere froze instantly. Ning Mo turned toward the voice, his pupils contracting in shock. It was none other than Zhao Yu. Behind her stood the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery, clad in a black and white Taoist robe and holding a whisk, accompanied by a seemingly ordinary-looking young man. This unexpected turn of events, especially the arrival of the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery, left the disciples of the extreme Holy Dan domain exchanging bewildered glances, visibly flustered. Ning Mo instinctively sheathed his weapon, his gaze fixed intently on the Taoist. His mind raced, analyzing his current predicament and possible ways out. As for the youth engaged in low-voiced conversation with the other party, he chose to ignore him. He was far too ordinary. Senior brother Ning, are you in such a hurry to leave because you have something to hide? Zhao Yu's words carried hidden meaning. Ning Mo, catching the deeper meaning, realized he'd fallen into the trap. His plans were likely already exposed. He immediately cursed his intelligence operative's entire family and ancestors to the nth degree in his mind. His gaze darkened as he fixed it on Zhao Yu, whose face wore a mocking expression. You set me up? What do you mean by that, Elder Ning? Zhao Yu covered her mouth with her delicate hand, feigning surprise and confusion. Yet the playful glee dancing in her eyes clearly said, so what if I did? Come and get me if you dare. Ning Mo refused to engage her further, fearing he might be driven to his grave by her. He turned his attention back to the Taoist. The man's temples were jet black, his feet stepping the heavenly gang step. He radiated vitality and vigor, his aura thick and profound, emanating an intense, oppressive pressure like a bottomless, dark spring. Not a trace of dragon vein backlash was visible. At that moment, he could now conclude that the earlier commotion had been orchestrated by this old Taoist. Whether he had genuinely suffered backlash from the dragon vein or orchestrated the entire scene. The undeniable truth before him now was this: he remained the same divine feather grand preceptor who once struck fear into the world, nearly invincible beneath the martial emperor. Junior disciple Ning Mo greets the abbot. Realizing this, Ning Mo bowed to the old Taoist with decisive grace. Bowing to a cultivator several times his own strength was no disgrace, even when facing an enemy. Unless one possessed the strength to kill the other, the wisest course when facing an enemy capable of crushing you effortlessly was always to conceal the hatred in one's heart. In the cultivation world, survival, staying alive was the eternal, unshakable truth. Everything else was fleeting. Even if you possessed heaven-defying cultivation, held sway over the world, amassed wealth rivaling nations, and were surrounded by beautiful wives and concubines in life after death, you are but a handful of yellow earth and a stone monument. Death leaves you with nothing. The old Taoist cast him a glance, waved his whisk, and the restrictions within the courtyard dissolved instantly. He then spoke indifferently. There won't be a next time. The implication was clear, he would let Ning Mo and the others off this time. Li Huai'an raised an eyebrow, his expression oddly unsettled, yet he made no comment. Truth be told, this old Taoist was even more detached than he was. At least he believed in cutting the grass at its roots. He avoided provoking others and lived without contention. But once provoked, he would uproot not only the offender but every faction aligned with them, eliminating all future threats. The Taoist, however, was the exact opposite. He avoided action whenever possible, refrained from taking life whenever he could. It wasn't out of compassion. It's that he simply doesn't care. He followed the way of heaven, believing that every event and everything that came into being was arranged by heaven's will, predestined by fate. Even if one day he were killed by his enemies, it would be no different. So he doesn't fret over hidden dangers or potential threats. He simply goes with the flow, trusting that things will work out in the end. It's hard to judge. At any rate, Li Huai'an couldn't understand him. The abbot is merciful. Nevertheless, the extreme holy pill domain group felt profound relief, for they had narrowly escaped with their lives. Ning Mo led the group in a deep bow to the old Taoist, then, as if afraid he might change his mind, hurriedly led his disciples away. Hold on. At that moment, Li Huai'an seemed to sense something intriguing and suddenly called out to halt them. Ning Mo turned back. The old Taoist glanced sideways. Zhao Yu tilted his head. All eyes in the room turned to him. Chapter 80, an undercover agent in Yunming Marsh? Only then did Ning Mo notice Li Huai'an. He instinctively scanned the man from head to toe, growing increasingly alarmed and unsettled with every passing moment. First glance, ordinary. Second glance, ordinary. Third glance, still ordinary. This man stood there like an ordinary person devoid of any magical cultivation, not even reaching the level of the most basic chi cultivator. But even a fool could see. How could a mere mortal appear at Qingfeng Monastery, a place even cultivators might struggle to enter? And what gave him the right to converse so easily with the abbot of Qingfeng? The moment he appeared there, all that seemed ordinary had transformed into an eerie, extraordinary phenomenon. The only plausible explanation was that his cultivation had reached such heights that no mortal could perceive it, making him appear utterly ordinary. Who is this man? May I ask what brings you here? Ning Mo, who excelled at reading situations, treated Li Huai'an with reverence 10,000 times greater than he showed to the Qingfeng sect master, even using honorifics. You may leave. To his surprise, the man showed no intention of defending the Qingfeng monastery master or causing trouble for him. Instead, he pointed to someone behind him. But he stays. He turned to look and froze in surprise. The person he was referring to wasn't some big shot. He was merely a nominal disciple of another elder, and hadn't shown anything particularly remarkable in his daily life. He'd been dragged along this time purely to make up the numbers. Why keep him? He only caught a fleeting glimpse, so he didn't notice that as his gaze withdrew, a subtle flicker of panic crossed the disciple's eyes. This panic wasn't the reverential fear one might feel when drawing the attention of a powerful figure. It was more like the frantic worry that some deliberately hidden secret might be exposed. Pretending to be some great sage. The man suddenly muttered under his breath, as if deliberately doing so. His voice wasn't loud, but in the already deathly quiet atmosphere, it was perfectly audible. Ning Mo's face paled, and he was about to explain. Li Huai'an raised his hand to cut him off, then strode directly to the disciple's side. He stared at him silently, his expression betraying no emotion, and simply asked, "You seem to harbor considerable resentment toward this seat? Did I say anything wrong?" The man lifted his head haughtily. "Do you even know who I am? I am the registered disciple of the third elder of the Supreme Holy Pill Realm. Do you know what the Supreme Holy Pill Realm is? You tell me to stay, and I stay? Who do you think you are? Why should our Grand Elder listen to you? Does the Extreme Holy Dan Realm have no pride?" Between the lines, he had placed both Ning Mo and the entire Supreme Holy Dan Realm squarely on the opposite side of Li Huai'an, as if deliberately provoking a deepening rift between them. Ning Mo felt his soul nearly leap out of his chest. If I'd known the third elder's disciple was this foolish, I'd never have brought him out, not even if you'd beaten me to death. Aren't you just needlessly creating enemies for the sect? Haven't you seen how respectful I've been toward this person? And you dare speak insolently? If you're tired of living, find a quiet place to die. Don't drag me and the sect down with you. But Li Huai'an seemed utterly unfazed by the tirade. He repeated his earlier question, "Do you harbor grievances against this seat? So what if I am?" It seemed to end there. From that person's perspective, there was no follow-up. The other party didn't continue speaking, and Ning Mo remained silent too. Yet soon, he sensed something was amiss. Because the surroundings had grown too quiet. No rustling of wind, no sound of people. Suddenly, he could hear nothing at all. It was as if all sound had retreated from him, as if he had been plucked from this world. He wanted to cry out for help. But when he opened his mouth and screamed with all his might, not a single sound came out. Panic seized him. He scrambled toward Ning Mo, trying to grab his sleeve, desperate for help. However, when his hand touched Ning Mo's sleeve, it passed right through it. His eyes widened. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, he whipped his head around. He had moved. He was beside Ning Mo, yet his physical body remained frozen in place, collapsing stiffly to the ground. He was dead? The thought barely formed. The next second, a gust of sand swept in, and his consciousness gradually blurred, grew hazy, and finally, completely dissipated into the vastness of heaven and earth. Both body and spirit annihilated. On the other side, Ning Mo knew nothing of what this disciple had endured. He only witnessed his own follower die after Li Huai'an uttered a single hum. All signs of life vanished. This left him both shocked and furious. Shocked by the terrifying, invisible killing technique, and enraged that, "Sir, even if my disciple had done something wrong and you wish to punish him, couldn't you at least give a warning first? To kill without so much as a word. Do you truly think my extreme holy Dan realm is made of clay? They were fine when they left, but now they're gone." How was he supposed to explain this to the third elder? "At least give me a reason so I can explain this. I advise you, instead of threatening me here, you'd do better to hurry back to your sect, lest you harbor a specter in your own home without even knowing it. As for whether the extreme holy pill realm is made of clay," Li Huai'an scoffed. "Sects like yours? I've wiped out countless such organizations in my time. Were it not for your ties to the Heavenly Sword sect, do you think you'd walk away unscathed today? Get out." As the final word fell, a towering, overwhelming force descended like countless swords poised overhead. Ning Mo's face instantly drained of color, his anger vanishing as he fell silent. He knew exactly who this man was. Moreover, the other party claimed his own sect had been possessed by a ghost. When had this happened? He harbored not a shred of doubt regarding the truth in the other's words. After all, given the other's standing, they truly could annihilate the extreme holy pill domain. There was no need to deceive him. Therefore, "My apologies, I spoke out of turn. I must take my leave." He dared not linger a moment longer. After apologizing, he hurriedly departed with his disciples, intending to return to the sect and conduct a thorough investigation from top to bottom. This matter concerned the very fate of the entire extreme holy pill domain. There was no time to waste. True Lord, just now. As the group vanished from sight, Qingfeng Monastery fell silent once more. The elderly Taoist, who had remained silent throughout, finally signaled Zhao Yu with a glance to handle the corpse. Then he posed his question. "Is there something wrong with that man?" Li Huai'an's sudden provocation was highly unusual, utterly unlike his typical demeanor. Though he acted with ruthless dominance, he never indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent, much less killed on a whim. He only harbored murderous intent when someone had wronged him, and he judged there was no possibility of reconciliation. The man he just killed was a complete stranger, no grudge, no enmity. The old Taoist concluded there must be a reason behind the killing. In fact, that was precisely the case. Li Huai'an stared at the corpse, burned by Zhao Yu's fiery flames. Though no visible wounds marred the body, it was undeniably dead. His words were startling. "He carries the aura of Yunmeng Marsh." Zhao Yu's hand trembled, and flames shot skyward. Chapter 81, Let whoever wishes to avenge this do so. Extreme Holy Pill Domain Headquarters, Council Chamber. The elders took their seats in order behind the sect master. Several elite disciples filed in one after another. As the chamber doors closed and the sound-blocking array descended, Ning Mo began his report. Hu Feng is dead. Upon hearing the full account of the expedition to Tianxi Mountain, the third elder, the deceased's master, sprang to his feet. Glaring fiercely at Ning Mo, he demanded in a sharp voice. "What do you mean by that, brother? Before you left, you guaranteed this mission was merely a formality. Yet now my disciple has met an untimely death. Don't you owe me an explanation?" Indeed. As a venerable sect elder with countless disciples under his tutelage, the death of a mere nominal disciple meant little to him. He cared not, and neither did anyone else. But regardless of his indifference, the formalities must be observed primarily for the sake of the other disciples. Otherwise, they'd gossip behind his back, calling him heartless and unprincipled. Ning Mo understood the purpose behind his actions. In the past, he would have played along with the charade. After all, they were fellow elders. But now, his mood was already sour. He had no time for such niceties. He shot back, "Did you know there's a ghost living in your house?" The third elder froze. Ning Mo pressed relentlessly. "You don't even know a ghost is being kept right beside you, yet you have the nerve to accuse me? It seems you've been sitting on that elder's seat far too long. All that pampering has turned you senile." The third elder was left dumbfounded by the outburst and instinctively asked, "Who's the ghost?" Ning Mo stared at him coldly, saying nothing. His meaning was crystal clear. The entire crowd erupted in commotion. "Hu Feng is the mole. That can't be right. Could the first elder have made a mistake? Hu Feng may not be particularly skilled, but he's honest and trustworthy. How could he possibly be a mole? I've dealt with him. The guy's just a thick-headed blockhead. Which faction's leader got their head stuck in a door to train him as a mole?" The room was filled with a chorus of disbelief, overwhelmingly skeptical. Even the third elder, who had regained his composure, looked utterly stunned. This, he couldn't possibly be, could he? If he's not the mole, then is it me? Or you? Ning Mo's tone grew increasingly hostile. Frankly, he wanted to confront the third elder. How could he have kept a mole so close? Utterly foolish. Who knew how much intelligence this person had leaked, how many secrets betrayed, or how many disciples they'd turned against the sect? If the timing weren't so inopportune, he'd insist the sect leader punish the third elder for his reckless hiring. Even if he is the mole, purging internal traitors isn't something an outsider should meddle in, is it? Seeing the other party persist relentlessly, the third elder lost his temper. What good does it do to tell me? Ning Mo shot him a glance and tossed out a single sentence. The man is dead. If you intend to seek revenge, I can tell you who killed him. If you don't plan to seek revenge, then keep your mouth shut. The third elder hesitated. He wasn't stupid. Ning Mo's caution was legendary throughout the entire extreme Saint Dan domain. That he dared make such a claim now proved the person involved was absolutely powerful. So powerful that he dared not pursue the matter of that person openly executing a disciple of the extreme Holy Pill realm. So significant that when the other claimed the extreme Holy Dan realm harbored a mole, he believed it without question. So significant that he was certain he dared not seek trouble with that person. This left the third elder deep in thought. Was it worth offending such a formidable presence over a mere probationary disciple, or rather, over his own pride? Old Mo, enough is enough. Seeing the third elder cornered, the sect master stepped in to smooth things over. Do me a favor and spare him. Who is this person? Others also turned their gaze toward Ning Mo, awaiting his answer. They were equally curious. Who could this person be that even their own grand elder feared so? Could it be that legendary general of the Middle Army from the Black Ice platform? I suspect it's a high-ranking figure from another reclusive immortal sect. Could it be the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery himself? Perhaps the senior patriarch just didn't want to admit it? Enough bickering. The truth is, that mysterious figure was me. I intended to mingle among you as an ordinary person, but now that my identity is exposed, I'll drop the pretense. I'll lay my cards on the table. I am a nascent soul cultivator. Ning Yuchan, the sect master, gave a slight nod. He watched the murmuring crowd, opened his mouth, but deliberately remained silent. Only when the murmurs faded did he slowly speak, enunciating each syllable clearly. The martial emperor's master. 4 words. The expressions of the whispering crowd froze in the final second as the words fell, as if time itself had been frozen. The once noisy hall instantly fell deathly silent, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly. The third elder's face shifted from shock to dread, then finally settled on relief. Thankfully, he hadn't acted impulsively. The sect master seated at the head of the table was equally astonished. Yet as the head of the sect, his composure was steadier than others. Within mere seconds, he processed the information, drew a deep breath, and commanded. Our immediate priority is to uncover how many more traitors lurk within our sect and which faction they belong to. As for the rest, no further discussion. Dismissed. Revenge? Let whoever wants it take it. Chapter 82, Dantai Hongi. The council chamber's candles flickered dimly as the assembly dispersed. The third elder, Qilin, did not follow the crowd. He deliberately brought up the rear, waiting until no one was paying attention before his figure flickered and he turned down a side path. It led straight to the rear mountain. Several moments later, he stood in a desolate wasteland. Scanning left and right to confirm no one was near, he formed a hand seal. Waves of intangible magical energy rippled out. 100 breaths passed. Behind him, the void slowly undulated, giving way to a figure, a long-haired man with a ghostly mask, emanating a faint aura of blood and radiating formidable pressure. Didn't you tell me the plan was foolproof? How did someone from Yunmeng Marsh infiltrate our sect? And goddammit, they got exposed. The moment he saw the figure, Qilin rushed forward impatiently, demanding, the sect leader is now conducting a thorough investigation into spies within the sect. If it falls on me. Shouting like that, are you trying to attract others? The masked man cut him off coldly. Who could have foreseen Yunmeng Marsh extending its reach into your sacred pill domain? Was this something I could have predicted or controlled? And another thing. Did I order that man to suddenly appear at Qingfeng Monastery? Did I summon him there? Or did I arrange for him to run directly into your disciple? Qilin fell silent. The masked man's tone softened slightly. The future is inherently unpredictable. No one wanted things to escalate to this point, and certainly no one wished for it. But since it has happened, we must devise countermeasures. Running around in a panic won't change anything. Qilin fell completely silent. 1 year prior. His cultivation had hit a catastrophic snag, his time running out. Despite trying every elixir and remedy, nothing could reverse his decline. With no other choice, he set out on a journey, seeking a glimmer of hope. Perhaps it was fate. During his travels, he encountered the masked man before him who claimed to come from the demon lands and possessed methods to defy heaven, promising to extend his life. The price? He must become a pawn planted by the demon realm within the sacred Dan domain, periodically providing intelligence on the righteous path and cooperating with the other party to carry out missions. To survive, he had no choice but to agree. Henceforth, under the guise of the third elder of the supreme holy Dan realm, he navigated the various righteous sects, sowing discord and intensifying conflicts between them. This was the task assigned to him to provoke war among the righteous sects. Only recently did he learn the true purpose behind the enemy's extensive placement of agents within the righteous factions, to prepare for the return of their own demon lord. That figure who, during the late unification era, had terrorized the world and slaughtered countless souls across the vast demon lands, the demon sect patriarch, Dan Tai Hongi. She was returning. Truth be told, Qilin couldn't care less. Not every demonic cultivator was driven by ambition, nor did every righteous cultivator bear the weight of the world on their shoulders. He was just a nobody, without grand ambitions. All he wanted was a peaceful life, refining elixirs, spending time with his wife, raising a chubby little boy. But the emergence of Yunmeng Marsh had disrupted his carefully laid plans. This infuriated him. Originally, they pawns had been coexisting peacefully. Once the demon lord met his end, they'd become useless, free to go their separate ways. But now, because that spy from Yunmeng was discovered, the sect master ordered a thorough investigation within the sect, putting him at risk of exposure. At this thought, he couldn't help but curse again, a bunch of useless fools who only know how to screw things up, disgusting parasites. Them. Enough. The masked man shook his head. Yunmeng's exposure is actually for the best. They've been acting too brazenly, with no regard for consequences. Keeping them around would only invite disaster sooner or later. Since we have this opportunity now, we might as well go with the flow and have all the sects conduct self-inspections. Let's root out every ghost from Yunmeng. Eradicate them early to prevent future interference. Besides, with them in the spotlight, drawing the attention of other sects in the Black Ice Bureau, our covert operations will be far easier. His reasoning was flawless, and Qilin found himself nodding in agreement. Yet, considering his own predicament, a lingering worry surfaced. What about me? Rivalries among righteous sects were one thing, disputes over doctrine or interests. But aligning with demonic forces? That was tantamount to apostasy. This would be far worse than Qingfeng Monastery's defection to the Xinwu dynasty. Back then it would be nailed to the pillar of shame, bearing eternal infamy. Didn't I give you the sky-evading pill? The masked man seemed thoroughly annoyed by his indecisive, fussy manner, yet held back his irritation, recognizing his continued usefulness. It masks your magical attributes. As long as you don't fight in public, you won't be exposed. What exactly are you afraid of? Right, he'd forgotten that. Qilin felt ashamed, momentarily speechless, then shifted the topic. Speaking of which, that man once dominated the world, slaying 100 sects with his sword. Since his emergence, he's faced no equal. Now that he's been reincarnated, aren't you worried? Don't forget, he was aligned with the Immortal Emperor. Though he clashed with our righteous sects, he was never truly of the same faction as your demon lands either. In his view, any cultivator who lived through the era of great unification regardless of background or cultivation level couldn't help but fear that man. To single-handedly subdue all the sects under heaven. Who could possibly achieve such a feat? Not even the Empress of Martial Arts who unified the realm back then could. Yet he did it, forcing every sect in the land to submit through sheer, unyielding power that defied reason and logic. Who wouldn't tremble before him? The person before me seems to be an exception. Poof. Hearing this, the masked man showed no fear. Instead, he gave a cold snort. My lord's reincarnation is the will of heaven. Even he cannot stop it. As for what comes next, once my lord returns. That man is the foremost swordsman of this age, while my master is a prodigy unmatched in the vast demon lands for 1,000,000 years. That man destroyed 100 sects with his palm strikes, while our master once single-handedly slaughtered his way through 800 li of demonic lands, leaving a sea of crimson blood in his wake. What have we to fear? Elder Qi, why not ask, does that man fear our lord? Qilin said no more. In truth, the ghost-masked man and his faction's schemes against the righteous sects were largely preparations for their master's resurrection. For the demon lord's resurrection was predestined by heaven, requiring little human intervention. Their actions were merely to ensure the demon lord could adapt to the new environment more smoothly and rise to power more swiftly upon his return. As for whether the demon lord would ultimately rise to power, they harbored no doubts whatsoever. After all, in that era, the demon lord was synonymous with invincibility. During the latter half of the Great Unification era, Divine Feather Immortal Master employed unnatural means to establish an array, severing the 10,000 mountains' connection to the outside world. This temporarily quelled the demonic tide within the 10,000 mountains, forcibly delaying the demonic race's rise. For a long time thereafter, the world enjoyed peace and tranquility. Until the Martial Emperor attained enlightenment. The Immortal Master retired. Dan Tai Hongi then emerged from nowhere. With a single strike, she instantly slew the old demon lord, ascending to the throne of the new demon lord with unrivaled might and raising the banner of the demonic path once more. She was the destiny of that era. It was a golden age for the demonic path, yet also a restorative mechanism of heaven and earth to temporarily suppress the fortune of the demonic race. Just as the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery had prophesied, the fortune of the human race must be restrained. This is balance. This equilibrium should have been upheld by the demonic race, yet it was thwarted by Li Changgeng's intervention. He did not exterminate the demonic race, however, but suppressed them to delay their rise, granting the human race space to grow. Thus, the heavens' corrective measures remained limited. It merely allowed the demonic path to rise, causing the human race to consume its own resources internally, thereby weakening its destiny. Yet before the demonic race fully rose and the cultivation world entered its golden age of 100 races vying for supremacy, her demonic flames blazed skyward, unrivaled under heaven. She was openly acknowledged as the foremost figure. Even then, a saying circulated throughout the cultivation world. 3 millennia bowed before the demon sovereign, yet she yearned for mortal realms, refusing immortality. Chapter 83. Guess what happened? Headquarters of Ji Province, Xue Zijing's office. What? An undercover agent? Alright, I'll relay the order immediately. After hanging up, Xue Zijing immediately summoned his subordinates. The call had come from the Sky Sword sect. They reported that the extreme holy pill domain had uncovered several spies planted by Yunmeng within their ranks. Now, all sects were investigating for infiltrators, and he should be vigilant as well. After giving orders to his subordinates, he hesitated for a moment before dialing Zhao Yu again. The branches in other provinces didn't require his notification. Currently, there were no demonic sects in Great Xia, only righteous sections. The Sky Sword sect would inform them. They would certainly also notify the Black Ice platforms within their respective territories. But Qingfeng Monastery was a special case. With only 4 people, the disciples and the abbot in and out, Yunmeng wouldn't be foolish enough to plant spies at Qingfeng Temple. Everyone knew that. Moreover, Qingfeng Temple maintained strained relations with all other sects. Knowing Qingfeng Temple posed no threat, naturally no one would notify them. Thus, the temple must remain unaware of the infiltration. Since Qingfeng Temple remained unaware, Zhao Yu and his associates must also have been kept in the dark. After all, the other sects had no direct connection to Zhao Yu. He had to be notified. Regardless, Xingzhou was part of the 9 provinces of Great Xia. Internal strife, no matter how fierce, remained an internal matter. Enemies must never be given an opening. When the lips perish, the teeth feel the chill. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. Hello? Zhao Yu answered the call promptly. Xue Zijing briefly explained the situation regarding the mole. Understood. I'll order an investigation immediately. After saying that, she was about to hang up. Hold on. Xue Zijing paused. What about the situation at Qingfeng Temple? He was unaware of the Qingfeng Temple incident. Even the Tianjian sect hadn't been informed yet. Ning Mo had rushed off to investigate the mole as soon as he returned, leaving no time to inform Su Chen and the others. Just mentioning this made Zhao Yu furious. Xue Zijing, are you out of your mind? I just told you about our abbot, and the next thing I know, you're blabbing it to the Sky Sword sect. Are you a loose cannon? Knowing he was in the wrong, Xue Zijing gave an awkward chuckle, choosing not to dwell on the disrespect shown by his subordinate. However, the next moment, Zhao Yu shifted his tone, his words brimming with smug satisfaction. But, even if you set this up, so what? Let me tell you, our old abbot isn't just fully recovered, his cultivation has actually advanced even further. If any of you dare set your sights on Xingzhou again, you'd better think twice before acting. Even through the phone, Xue Zijing could picture the other woman's expression. She must be standing tall like a triumphant queen, chin held high, radiating an air of "you're still too green to challenge me." His lips twitched, then he asked curiously, "Did the Supreme Saint Pill Domain sell you their pills? Who needs their crappy pills?" Zhao Yu sneered coldly. "Let me tell you straight, it was that guy who stepped in. He brought in a master who suppressed the dragon vein's backlash effortlessly." What? Xue Zijing jumped straight up from his chair in shock. That person intervened? Wasn't he always above worldly affairs? Why this time? Is it because of that girl named Ning Yuchan? Moreover, who did he summon? How powerful must someone be to warrant his invitation? What on earth is happening in Qingzhou? At this moment, Xue Zijing was itching to get going, wishing he could sprout wings and fly straight to Qingzhou. No. What he truly wished for was the power to turn back time, to relive the day's events exactly as they had unfolded. Oh, our esteemed Grand Commandant Xue probably isn't aware yet? Zhao Yu's sarcasm continued. The guest they invited is none other than the Heavenly Emperor, whose fame once shook the world. They know each other, you know. At this, Xue Zijing wasn't merely curious anymore. His pupils suddenly contracted sharply, and his expression turned grave. The Heavenly Emperor has been reincarnated? What realm is he in now? And what do you mean they know each other? How should I know? I only met him once, we barely exchanged a few words. Zhao Yu, with his access to Qingfeng Monastery's insider information, knew that the man's carefree nature posed no threat to society. His tone remained light. Anyway, Qingzhou doesn't need to worry. With Xiao Ning here, if a real crisis hits, someone will surely step up to save the day. Ah, having a powerful patron is truly a blessing. Unlike certain people who must live in constant fear and dread, always on edge. Hearing Zhao Yu still mocking him, Xue Zijing felt strangely reassured. He understood Zhao Yu's character. Sometimes she had a fiery temper and held grudges, but she was absolutely clear about separating work from personal matters. Public matters were public, private matters were private. He never let personal feelings cloud his professional judgment. He certainly wouldn't let personal matters override professional ones, disregarding the greater good. Her current state precisely indicated she possessed substantive evidence confirming that the suddenly appeared celestial emperor harbored no ill will toward modern society. At the very least, he maintained a detached stance. With that thought, Xue Zijing exhaled in relief. Would you believe me if I said I could take a team to Qingzhou right now and pull Ning Yuchan into our Ji province camp? Don't forget, Ji province is the core of the 9 provinces. Our authority and mobilizable resources far exceed those of your Qingzhou branch. What you can offer, we can offer. What you can't offer, we can still deliver. He deliberately said this to make Zhao Yu feel a sense of crisis, a counter to the other's earlier words. Go ahead then. To his surprise, Zhao Yu shrugged indifferently. Just imagine if that guy found out you were secretly courting his woman, wouldn't he kill you? Xue Zijing nearly lost his composure. Damn it. That woman's brazen confidence was truly infuriating. But she actually had the capital for her audacity after all. Who else but their Qingzhou branch had been the first to discover Ning Yuchan's potential? Why couldn't he have been reincarnated in Jizhou instead? Why wasn't Ning Yuchan from Jizhou? Alright. Having calmed down somewhat, Zhao Yu no longer intended to press Xue Zijing. Anything else? If not, I'll hang up. Actually, there is one more thing. Chapter 84, Immortal Among Mortals. There really is one more thing. Xue Zijing paused slightly. Seeing Zhao Yu showed no intention of pressing further, he decided not to beat around the bush and stated plainly, it concerns the one at Yong'an Manor. You previously proposed upgrading his rating to the state protecting level, right? All the necessary procedures have been completed, and the higher-ups have approved it. Zhao Yu frowned in confusion. Then what's the point of telling me again? But if he's an old acquaintance of that divine feather immortal master, and he possesses the combat prowess to slay a pseudo-Yuan infant immediately after reincarnation, personally, I feel. Stop. Xue Zijing's rambling speech was disjointed and incoherent. Her delicate brows furrowed in frustration as she impatiently cut him off. What exactly are you trying to say? Get to the point. What I mean is, I want to elevate his rating beyond the state protecting tier by one more level. This requires cooperation from your Qingzhou division. Higher than National Guardian? Isn't that the highest rank? Zhao Yu's voice faltered as if suddenly realizing something, her expression shifting abruptly. Wait, you mean? Exactly. Xue Zijing's next words confirmed her suspicion. I want to create a custom title for him, one that surpasses even the Xingguo rank. Zhao Yu was stunned by his audacious idea. She thought her own adoration for Li Huai'an was already excessive, but this guy was even more devoted. Consider this. Whether they were officially recognized cultivators, sect-trained practitioners, or reclusive masters, they were all uniformly classified as nation guardian level. Their very existence defined the heavens of the 9 provinces of Great Xia. A single word from them could decide life or death, and wherever they went, they received the highest honors. Moreover, before being granted the title of nation guardian, every cultivator must undergo countless layers of meticulously complex and rigorous evaluation procedures. These assessments comprehensively examine numerous factors including lineage, innate talent, physical constitution, and cultivation realm. In a past life, one might have attained golden core cultivation through shortcuts that wouldn't do. Exceptional talent paired with an aloof personality? Also unacceptable. Even those with illustrious reputations but utterly vile natures were deemed unfit. All evaluation criteria must be met simultaneously, not a single one can be lacking. Only then is the first threshold crossed. Further evaluation includes observing one's cultivation speed and character after reincarnation. The entire process is conducted with complete transparency. Every statistic is verifiable, traceable, and stands up to rigorous scrutiny, unlike backdoor deals or connections used in job or career competitions. No connections hold sway here. In other words, the title Nation Guardian stands as the most authoritative and valuable certification of a cultivator's future prospects, universally recognized by all practitioners. Only those who earn this certificate are considered to have truly entered the inner sanctum. These cultivators are the cream of the crop, selected from tens of thousands or even millions. However, should Xue Zijing's current proposal ultimately materialize into official policy, it would effectively declare to all cultivators under heaven. In the official assessment, after layers of scrutiny and under that nearly examination system, he surpasses all of you. Proclaimed to the world. Officially certified. He is simply more exceptional than you all. If word got out, wouldn't the entire 9 provinces be thrown into an uproar? Are you serious? Even Zhao Yu, who had always held unwavering faith and admiration for Li Huai'an, couldn't help but hesitate now. Though she too felt the title of Guardian of the Nation was beneath Li Huai'an, that ordinary mortals weren't worthy of standing alongside him. But Creating an entirely new evaluation tier solely for him, specifically for him, just for him, wouldn't that be a bit excessive? Yes. Xue Zijin affirmed, then added. Of course, I'm not suggesting we rush this matter to the agenda. This is no trivial affair, it requires careful deliberation. After all, his own thoughts matter greatly. Our intent is to cultivate goodwill with him. We cannot act unilaterally, lest we fail to win his favor and instead incur his resentment. Furthermore, we must consider the views of our superiors and those reclusive immortal sections. There are many factors to weigh. In short, I'm merely presenting this concept to you now. If you're willing to cooperate, we can formulate a detailed plan later. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea. In truth, the moment Li Huai'an unleashed the blood curse and exposed the hidden Yunmeng members across the 9 provinces, the idea had taken root. And after the prison transport incident erupted, when Li Huai'an effortlessly obliterated that Yunmeng pseudo-Yuanling cultivator, his resolve only hardened. Li Huai'an was simply too powerful. He had reincarnated, no one could guarantee how high his ceiling truly lay. It was unimaginable. He must find a way to bind Li Huai'an deeply to the Great Xia and the 9 provinces. Ning Yuchan alone was insufficient. The recent Qingfeng Temple incident cemented his resolve. The terror of the divine feather immortal was evident to all. He had heard tales from the Heavenly Sword sect about the Great Unification era, a ruthless figure who had dominated 100 sects. That the two could be old acquaintances, and their relationship was so strong that even after reincarnation, he was still willing to act on his behalf. This alone proved he must be a peer to that very divine feather immortal. Just as a top-tier heir would never befriend an ordinary person, not out of disdain, but because they simply had nothing in common. Their horizons, experiences, and backgrounds were too vastly different to find common ground. There's another point to consider. His ties to the Heavenly Sword sect ran deeper than Zhao Yu's to the Clear Wind Monastery, so he knew a bit more about the inner workings than Zhao Yu did. As far as he knew, ever since that divine feather immortal master appeared, the Supreme Elder and the second-generation sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect vanished. And by the divine feather immortal's side, a woman had been constantly present. This led him to a chilling possibility. Of course, there was no concrete evidence to substantiate this matter, so he set it aside for now. I'm fine with it. On the other side, Zhao Yu recovered her composure and agreed immediately. Unlike Xue Zijing, she didn't harbor such complex thoughts. Her reason for agreeing was simple: Li Huai'an had saved her life. The notion of repaying a life-saving debt with one's body didn't quite apply to Li Huai'an. It wasn't that she looked down on him, she simply assumed he wouldn't look down on her. He wasn't lacking in resources. If he were, he would have come asking her for them long ago. As for cultivation techniques, that was even less of a possibility. Thus, she'd long agonized over how to repay this debt. This moment presented the perfect opportunity. Of course, what truly mattered behind this wasn't the honorary title itself, but what it brought. Faith. Monks pursue the way seeking nothing more than longevity and eternal vision. They naturally care little for mere fame. But the power of faith is a tangible benefit. Destiny and fate. Since ancient times, these two words have been inseparable. Fortune refers to destiny, such as the fortune of a nation, while fate is divided into 3 types. First is heaven's mandate, like the divine right of kings: what heaven decrees you must have, you cannot lack. Second is earthly destiny, like the enduring rule of a dynasty: if the land will not grant it to you, you cannot possess it. Both are innate, possessed from birth or forever beyond reach. The third is human destiny, commonly known as faith, like the sacred relics venerated in Buddhist temples and Zen monasteries. Yet the power of faith extends far beyond this. Recall the ancient times. Those who attained divinity or ascended to immortality through faith were commonplace. Objectively speaking, as long as enough people believed in you and held unwavering faith in your immortality, you could truly sustain your existence through this endless stream of devotion. Admittedly, the faith of a few individuals holds little sway, but the faith of an entire world is another matter entirely. Especially in modern society, where the population far exceeds that of the dream realm, and countless reincarnated souls will continue to return. The sheer scale of the population, coupled with advanced communication networks and the amplifying effects of big data propaganda, could generate an unimaginably vast reservoir of faith-based power. It is immeasurable. But one thing is certain: it will be far greater and far faster than the gradual propagation of Buddhist teachings, city by city. Zhao Yu believed this. This grand gift would surely please Li Huai'an. Very well, then it's settled. Xue Zijing sealed the deal with a decisive nod. As for the specifics of implementation, we'll discuss them in detail once I've devised a solid plan. Understood. Zhao Yu nodded, then shifted to ask proactively, then, what about that divine feather immortal master? This handling carried 2 distinct meanings. First, on the official level, how to proceed with future interactions, a mandatory process whenever a new reincarnated or awakened individual is discovered. But given the current situation, this process seemed increasingly difficult to navigate. Second, the matter they had just discussed. That fellow was no pushover either. If the matter of establishing Li Huai'an's reputation led him to misinterpret it as disrespect toward him, discontent would inevitably arise. Very well. Xue Zijing, having weighed the risks, pondered for a long moment. Find an opportunity to probe the one at Yong'an Manor indirectly. See if you can glean any useful information. The problem is, we don't even know the name or whereabouts of that divine feather immortal master. How can we even approach him, let alone gauge his stance? By the end, his tone carried a hint of resignation. Dealing with these high-level figures was nothing but trouble. You dare not offend them, dare not show disrespect, yet you cannot reach them for they simply ignore you, refuse to engage, and act entirely on their own whims. You're left with no way to find a breakthrough to befriend them or avoid their taboos. Encountering someone like Li Huai'an, who lived life carefree and uncontested, felt like a blessing from the heavens. The most dreaded are those with unpredictable tempers. One slip-up could spell disaster. Ah, you're right. Zhao Yu sighed as he listened. Perhaps the topic had suddenly weighed down the atmosphere, for a heavy silence fell between them. After a while, she changed the subject. By the way, since we're giving that person a custom title, have you thought of a name yet? Not yet. Xue Zijin shook his head. What, do you have any good ideas? Zhao Yu recalled the legend of Mount Immortality she'd glimpsed while accompanying Ning Yuchan to the archives earlier. The idea sparked her interest, and she suggested. How about we call it the Immortal Among Mortals? Tianshi Mountain, Jingfeng Hermitage. Li Huai'an had remained on the mountain these past few days. Rather than indulging in carnal pleasures with Ning Yuchan, he preferred playing chess with the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery. It wasn't that he disliked Ning Yuchan personally. Ning Yuchan was exceptionally beautiful both in figure and features. Even among the countless beauties of the cultivation world, she ranked among the most breathtakingly stunning. It was simply that he felt no inclination toward romantic affairs. Dual cultivation was acceptable. Initially, he'd thought, since she already harbors affection, why not use this method to help her rapidly advance her cultivation and elevate her realm? It was one of the few shortcuts without side effects. He hoped to equip her with the ability to protect herself before the Golden Age fully arrived, for he could not remain by her side forever. But who would have guessed this young girl was so preoccupied with pleasure? In 15 days, the actual time spent practicing the yin-yang harmony technique amounted to less than a third. With such wasted time, he no longer wished to return. True Lord, it's your turn to make a move. Seeing Li Huai'an lost in thought, the Taoist urged him. He lifted his eyelids, casually placing a white stone. Then, all the black stones representing the Taoist on the board vanished, returning to the stone basket. You've lost again. The Taoist's mouth twitched. Perhaps your highness should descend the mountain after all? These past few days, Li Huai'an had been playing chess and discussing the Tao with him on the mountain. At first, the Taoist had been quite pleased, for Li Huai'an's cultivation realm and Taoist heart far surpassed his own. He could learn a great deal. He had gained insights and made considerable progress, but he hadn't won a single game from start to finish. It was starting to give him a psychological shadow. He had once been renowned as a peerless chessmaster during the Divine Feather dynasty. How could the gap widen so drastically when facing this man? For days, the question that occupied his mind most was, what exactly was this man not good at? It seemed there truly was nothing. Aren't you going to dismiss me? Even after being given the hint to leave, Li Huai'an remained unflappable, showing no intention of departing. Instead, he posed an unrelated question. The old Taoist understood this was a jab at him. Could you have achieved mortal severance so quickly without my help? In his previous life, he had been but a half step away from breaking through to the mortal-slaying realm. It wasn't that his talent wasn't sufficient, it was that heaven and earth wouldn't allow it. He'd been exhausted dealing with the demonic beasts of the 100,000 mountains, his cultivation progress severely hindered. By the time he was ready to enter the sever mortality stage, the quota was already full. Much like the 3,000 chaos demons at the dawn of creation or the 6 saints of the primordial era, the number of high-level cultivators in each age was predetermined. He could have delayed his advancement until the next era provided he lived that long. But in this era, he could never possibly squeeze into a transcendence slot. The number of spots available today might be greater, after all, with the foundation of spiritual energy revival. Yet even with ample openings, he could never have reached his current realm so swiftly at his normal cultivation pace. It was Li Huai'an who, through the chess game, bestowed upon him a divine opportunity that defied the heavens, allowing him to save considerable time and energy. With this thought in mind, the Taoist felt he could say no more. Though the other party's actions served to repay karmic debts, past lives sowed the seeds, present deeds reap the consequences. Had he not reversed fate in a previous life, he wouldn't have been held back by the demonic tide, stalled at the nascent soul stage. But for beings like them, the process mattered little, only the outcome counted. They questioned deeds, not motives. The tangible benefits received were real enough. That sufficed. Let's play chess. Having come to this realization, he no longer dwelled on the game's outcome and invited Li Huai'an to continue. I'm done. Li Huai'an shook his head. I should be going. Chapter 85, The Taste of Immortality. In the path of cultivation, while guidance from a master is indispensable, the saying goes, the master leads you to the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. Ultimately, it relies more on one's own insights. The realm of severing mortality, as its name suggests, involves severing one's mortal bonds. 3 great tribulations must be overcome before entering this realm.
The first is the heavenly tribulation, resounding celestial thunder, forging the spirit body through 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements until it becomes flawless. From this point onward, one's cultivation flows naturally, divine abilities become boundless, and every gesture and movement is innate.
The second is the earth tribulation, where blazing true fire consumes all karma.
Like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, one transcends worldly attachments, standing above the mundane, a difference as vast as heaven and earth. The third is the human tribulation. Inner demons proliferate, attacking the soul and refining the mind. All that you fear, flee from, or even obsess over and long for will manifest before your eyes. To overcome this ordeal is to attain a clear Taoist heart and a tranquil spirit, henceforth blessed with divine assistance. But to fail is to face death and the extinction of the Tao. These past days, he had used the chessboard to guide the other, clearing obstacles from their path to transcendence, the trials of inner demons. Yet his assistance could go no further. The heavenly and earthly tribulations were beyond his influence. They would come naturally when one's cultivation reached the requisite level. Further words would be futile, even counterproductive. There was no need for him to linger. The grace of the true Lord's enlightenment shall never be forgotten. The Taoist rose and bowed solemnly to Li Huai'an, a gesture transcending status or cultivation, born solely of gratitude for the transmission of teachings.
Li Huai'an shook his head. The golden age is approaching.
When that time comes, many things will be beyond our control. I have no desire to travel all the way here someday just to collect your remains. He had few friends, and this old Taoist barely counted as one. Perhaps they had become acquainted through conflict? In his previous life, he had even attended the man's funeral after his death.
Have you witnessed the coming of the great era, true Lord? Hearing this, the Taoist inquired with curiosity. Naturally.
He couldn't help but drift into a daze. He knew of the Golden Age, but in his previous life, he hadn't lived to see its arrival, only glimpsing fragments of it in the annals.
Moreover,
the chronicles' accounts of the Golden Age were but sparse entries. It was a dazzling era where 100 tribes vied for supremacy and prodigies emerged in succession. By the timeline of his previous life, it lay nearly 10,000 years apart from the age of great unification.
So, how long has the true Lord truly lived?
This question had consumed him in his previous life. When they first met, both were incredibly young. Even as he faced the 5 decays of immortals, the true Lord remained unchanged.
This youthfulness wasn't merely superficial appearance.
For cultivators, maintaining eternal youth was no great feat. If he wished, he too could preserve his youthful looks. It was a near immortal essence, an eternal divine soul that perpetually radiated youthful vitality, as if it could never age.
Dynasties crumbled, great eras ended.
Millennia passed in the blink of an eye, as one extraordinary being after another wailed in sorrow across the heavens and earth, like brilliant sparks beneath the night sky.
Li Huai'an shifted his tone. After Jair's passing, a new revered figure emerged in the demon lands, Dantai Hongi. Her talent rivals Jair's. I imagine you recall this girl. Then later, Jair's descendants inherited the great lineage, governing the eternal demon mountains alongside Dantai Hongi. Yet friction frequently erupted, leading to armed conflict. Then came the rise of the demon court. The 10 great mountains gave birth to a demon emperor whose bloodline possessed an exceptionally pure ancestral legacy, reviving the might of the ancient Phoenix clan. To resist the demon court, the demon lands and the immortal court were forced to unite.
He spoke at length, while the abbot of Qingfeng Temple listened intently. The profound mysteries within these tales were not for outsiders to know. In truth, he could only share these matters with the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery. Discussing them with other cultivators would only earn him the label of a madman spouting nonsense. No one would believe him. But the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery was a celestial being whose understanding of the cosmos far surpassed that of most cultivators. That was why he could be Li Huai'an's friend.
Wait.
The Taoist suddenly realized something, his mind catching up, sensing something amiss.
The martial emperor's offspring? When did this happen?
Yes.
Whose? Li Huai'an fell silent, his gaze unusually unfocused. Seeing this, he instantly understood what was happening. Your Highness, you. A sovereign must have an heir.
It was merely a fusion of divine souls to conceive an offspring. Nothing substantial occurred, Li Huai'an explained.
Ahem.
The old Taoist believed him. He dared not doubt it.
Discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow, he straightened his posture and changed the subject. What is the taste of immortality? It's indescribable.
But compared to immortality itself, I find greater joy in the pursuit of it.
Li Huai'an spoke softly. The moon rising over ancient wasteland mountain takes 10 years to become full.
The tides of the dustless sea recede but once every 100 years. The mists of the vast path disperse but once every 1,000 years.
The peaches of the ancient demon court bear fruit only once every 10,000 years. I have witnessed all of these.
I have witnessed the flower sea of the primordial wilderness bloom only once every 30,000 years. I have seen the heavenly gate of the 33 heavens open only once every 50,000 years.
In the 80,000th year, I bore witness as an ancient deity, aged beyond measure, stepped forth from the forbidden zone. At this point, Li Huai'an's gaze drifted off into the distance. Truth be told, he wasn't entirely certain if the so-called immortality truly existed. At first, he pursued it with relentless determination, but gradually, it ceased to matter. The world's splendor, its ebb and flow, he had seen it all. Love, hatred, passion, and sorrow, wealth, power, companions, and territory, the base desires of the flesh, he had experienced them all. Standing at the pinnacle of the entire illusory dream realm, he gazed down upon all beings. Yet, the only companions that remained were the bitter cold of the heights and a near-eternal solitude. However, had he not suddenly returned to the mortal realm, he could have continued living? Unlike cultivators like Lin Tianxiu, who died and were reborn, he was rejected by the dream consciousness of heaven and earth and sent back. Thus, he grasped that half-step into reincarnation, something others could not. In other words, the moment he awoke in this world, the dream collapsed. For 98,000 years, he remained eternally youthful. Time raced by, yet not a single trace of its passage could be found upon him. Such a life was utterly dull. Wu Zhao has already returned. Dan Tai Hongyi should be arriving soon as well. Li Huai'an halted his recollections, his gaze shifting toward the northwest. I have seen the cause and effect. Demon soil will soon manifest there, unleashing chaos and mayhem. Hearing this, the old Taoist's heart stirred. Closing his eyes, an ethereal aura of Taoist essence suddenly emanated from his body. The divine will drew him in, plunging him into a profoundly mystical state. At times ethereal, at times distinct, it felt as though he had entered another realm. After a long while, he opened his eyes, drenched in cold sweat. What did you see? Li Huai'an demanded. He knew the old Taoist's abilities, remote sensing of heavenly secrets, glimpses into the future. Whatever terrifying vision had struck him must have been profoundly unsettling. Kings do not meet; if they do, they will surely be wounded. The old Taoist regained his composure and slowly uttered these 4 words before abruptly turning to Li Huai'an with a question. Whom does the true Lord intend to aid? Not helping at all. You won't care whether they live or die? Li Huai'an said nothing, rising to his feet. Hold the fort in Qingzhou. I'm leaving. Chapter 86, Yangzhou Branch, Songyushu. Yangzhou, Fufeng County, Black Ice Platform, Yangzhou Branch. Early morning. After finishing the daily morning meeting with her subordinates, Liang Yan returned to her office. Just as she poured herself a steaming cup of black tea, a message popped up on her phone. She set down her teacup and opened the WeChat workgroup chat. Approval document regarding Qingzhou Branch's nomination for a state guardian level position. The gist was that a new nation guardian level figure had been added domestically, and this notice was being sent to all provinces and counties to prevent future misunderstandings arising from failure to recognize such individuals. The reincarnation of Li Changsheng, Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Current name, Li Huai'an. Possesses combat prowess capable of effortlessly annihilating pseudo-Yuanling level opponents. Discovered in Qingzhou. By the end of the notice, a hint of envy flickered in Liang Yan's eyes. Due to Yangzhou's desolate terrain and scarce resources, even powerful reincarnated beings or awakened individuals rarely chose to develop their abilities there. Even the reclusive sects entrenched in Yangzhou had chosen it as their base only after suffering defeat in the sect wars of the past. Drought kills, floods kill. The lack of resources meant no high-tier combat power, and the absence of high-tier combat power meant losing bargaining chips in negotiations with other provinces, making resource acquisition even more difficult. It's a vicious cycle with no escape. Therefore, their standing among the 9 provinces remained perpetually at the bottom, an unchanging status as perpetual underdogs. Across the entire province, there were only 3 nation guardian level cultivators. And all of them were disciples of sects. Now that Qingzhou has produced another nation guardian level expert, it's hard for her not to feel envy. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door, and Liang Yan composed herself. Come in. Zhao Yu never bothered with formalities like please. The door swung open, revealing a man with jet black hair and a long robe. His sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes were framed by a folding fan he held lightly. Every gesture radiated scholarly refinement, a true jade-faced gentleman. Song Rinchu. He was a demon cultivator. Demon cultivators existed within the borders of Great Xia, and the Black Ice Platform neither rejected nor refused to accept those who were willing to abide by the rules and order. After all, every cultivator's hands were stained with blood. Demon cultivators simply claimed more lives. As long as they didn't disrupt the peace, no one interfered. Of course. The world today belongs to the righteous path. The demonic path has waned. Before Dan Tai Hongyi's return, no demonic cultivator dared to establish their own sect. Young Master Song? Liang Yan was somewhat surprised by Song Yushu's arrival. He was a reclusive figure who rarely showed his face. His sudden visit now meant something significant had occurred. Sure enough. Director Liang. After exchanging greetings, Song Yushu cut straight to the point. Last night, we observed the heavens and saw the star of greed shift position, the star of destruction enter the temple, unleashing a surge of malevolent energy that pierced the heavens. I have a premonition that my master will return soon. Li Huai'an's pupils contracted sharply. Is this information reliable? Not only that, but some of our brothers who joined the Celestial Pivot Academy have relayed reliable intelligence. They are preparing for a major operation soon, one connected to Yangzhou. This essentially corroborated the earlier conjecture. The Celestial Pivot Academy boasts many talented individuals and has made significant strides in divination. Though not as profound as the Qingfeng Monastery's master, they can still simulate future trajectories to some extent. Yangzhou, however, was a region of scarce resources, let alone the rare sites and relics from the cultivation world. The Celestial Pivot Academy focused on scientific research and archaeology. Under normal circumstances, they would be unlikely to take notice of this place. Considering both factors together, the celestial phenomena observed by Song Yushu might indeed be connected to the Demon Lord. At this thought, Li Huai'an's breath caught in her throat. The Demon Lord's return was no small matter, especially for Yangzhou. The reclusive immortal sects of Yangzhou differed from the Celestial Sword sect and Qingfeng Monastery. While the Heavenly Sword sect demanded resources, they genuinely devoted themselves to protecting the world's populace. Qingfeng Monastery was entirely self-sufficient, rarely asking Wei Yong or Zhao Yu for anything. Yet the reclusive sect backing their very province of Yangzhou not only did it meddle in affairs when it should have stayed out of them, but it also constantly fleeced the common folk. The resources painstakingly gathered by the Yangzhou branch members, consuming immense time and effort, mostly ended up in the other party's pockets. Those who put in the work receive little in return. Worst of all, they cloak their actions in noble rhetoric. Who would endure such grueling cultivation if not for the sake of better protecting Yangzhou? It was shamelessness opening the door for shamelessness, utterly shameless. They are nothing but vampires, cloaked in the mantle of righteousness, sucking the lifeblood from the land of Yangzhou. By comparison, she found herself drawn to the legendary Demon Lord. Yangzhou's land, shaped by factors like underdeveloped education, culture, and healthcare, has always fostered a fierce and unyielding spirit among its people. This makes them naturally drawn to the demonic path's philosophy of respecting the strong. Moreover, since they are unwelcome in other provinces, even if they don't face the same relentless persecution by righteous forces wherever they go as in their previous lives, the situation is not much different. Most demon cultivators could only flee to Yangzhou. In this barren land scorned by the righteous, they waited with bated breath for the Demon Lord's return. Thus, Yangzhou effectively serves as the stronghold of contemporary demonic cultivators. As for Li Huai'an and the others from the Yangzhou branch, they interact with demon cultivators more often than they do righteous cultivators. To put it bluntly, since none of them were upstanding citizens anyway, they might as well align with the most formidable faction. At least that way, they wouldn't be bullied by outsiders. It's far better than watching their sect stand idly by as Yangzhou's lands and people decline day by day. If this is true, what should we do next? Having made up her mind, Li Huai'an asked. Wait. The same matter, handled by two different people, might yield two entirely different outcomes. Song Yushu and the masked man who appeared in the Supreme Holy Dan domain that day were both demon cultivators. Yet, regarding the Demon Lord's rebirth, they adopted diametrically opposed approaches. The latter belonged to the extreme radical faction, disdaining reason and resorting to any means necessary to achieve his goals, heedless of others' lives. The former, comparatively more measured, had spent these years in dedicated cultivation, quietly amassing strength to one day follow the Demon Lord and achieve great deeds. Of course, their ultimate goal remains the same: both seek the rise of the demonic path, though their methods differ. Song Yushu declared, all signs point to our Lord's descent occurring in Yangzhou. At that time, we shall need the Black Ice platform to dispatch personnel to keep watch. Should her whereabouts be discovered, notify us immediately. We shall personally escort our revered Lord back. Additionally, guard against the Jade Du sect. At this point, he glanced at Li Huai'an. Their eyes met, and everything was understood without words. He continued. Keep an eye on them. Don't let them ruin our plans. His shift in speech from you to we made clear he now counted them among his own. Understood. Li Huai'an didn't ask Song Yushu how long they would wait. She understood how devoutly these demon cultivators worship their demon lord. When it came to her affairs, they would undoubtedly be 10,000 times more attentive than she herself. After summoning a trusted aide and assigning tasks, Li Huai'an's peripheral vision caught sight of the phone screen still glowing on the table. The screen was paused on the WeChat workgroup, where the appointment documents stood out prominently. Her gaze flickered, and she suddenly asked, has young Master Song heard of Li Changsheng? Chapter 87, Li Huai'an and Song Yushu's scheming. Li Changsheng? Song Yushu now noticed the document too. His eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment. I've heard of him. He was quite famous in our era. He single-handedly destroyed an entire Buddhist territory. They called him the greatest swordsman beneath the divine blade, often comparing him to the divine feather immortal. But he vanished without a trace afterward. When our demonic path rose to prominence, I didn't see anyone from the Celestial Sword sect making a fuss. My master mentioned he apparently entered Nirvana long ago? I'm not certain. Anyway, this man is formidable. Even my master held him in the highest regard. Now that he's been reincarnated, it's best not to provoke him if we can help it. After hearing this, Liang Yin grew increasingly envious of the Qingzhou lineage, a peculiar thought stirring within her. Do you think we have any chance of winning him over? Him? Song Yushu pondered for a moment. He's a righteous cultivator. He'd likely look down on associating with us demonic practitioners. Winning him over would be quite difficult. He paused. He abruptly shifted his tone, but it's not entirely impossible. Under Liang Yan's expectant gaze, he continued. From what I understand, he has a woman working at the Qingzhou branch. It's precisely through this connection that Qingzhou has managed to keep him firmly tied to their ship. Because the ties between them run deep, if you can get this woman to join the Yangzhou branch, you might stand a chance of winning that man's support. Liang Yan's eyes lit up, then clouded with concern. But she's doing well in Qingzhou. Why would she leave that for our Yangzhou branch? Song Yushu hesitated. I heard through the grapevine that a few days ago, a pure and potent demonic aura surged skyward from the office of the Qingzhou branch director. Zhao Yu practices the Qingfeng sect's cultivation methods. Demonic energy is impossible. Yet on that day, aside from Zhao Yu, the only person who entered the director's office was this young lady. The demonic energy most likely originated from her practicing demonic arts. But we can't confirm the rumor's validity. If it's true, we could find an excuse to invite her to Yangzhou. Lure her with our cultivation techniques, it might just work. A flicker of surprise crossed Liang Yan's eyes. Outside, it's said that today's world belongs to the righteous path. The demonic path is crushed under the righteous path, unable to lift its head, not even daring to establish its own sect. It's considered utterly lowly. Only those like them, who dealt with demon cultivators year-round, knew the truth. When it came to the vastness of their intelligence networks and the swiftness of their information channels, none could rival them. From the major reclusive sects to the regional branches of the Black Ice Bureau and official organizations like the Celestial Pivot Academy, their presence permeated every corner. They possess an unparalleled grasp of the world's overall situation, the shifts and realignments among the various sects. While they wouldn't claim to know every secret, they could be said to have a thorough grasp of the future trajectories of various factions in matters that weren't strictly classified as clear as day. First, the righteous path selects disciples based on lineage, talent, and character, while the demonic path teaches indiscriminately anyone willing can join. This mirrors the ways of the Yunmeng Marsh, yet the demon path does not accept pure psychopaths. For instance, a bloodthirsty killer is acceptable, but one who murders for pleasure is not. The demon path kills with purpose. Even slaughtering an entire city to vent anger over personal grievances counts as justification. It merely signifies innate brutality, distinct from Yunmeng's city slaughtering driven by thrill-seeking. Second, the demonic path possesses a divine ability called seeding the demon in the Tao heart, which allows control over cultivators of lower realms for personal use. Nearly every demonic cultivator masters this technique. These two factors result in a far greater number of low-level demon cultivators than righteous cultivators, reaching a truly vast scale. Of course, this approach carries a significant drawback. When there are too many low-level practitioners, a handful of unscrupulous demon cultivators can tarnish the reputation of the entire demonic path. This is precisely why the mere mention of the demonic path causes people to turn pale with fear and avoid it like the plague. This very factor compels many high-level cultivators, mindful of their reputation, to publicly adopt an attitude of utter hostility toward the demonic path even while coveting the demonic cultivator's rapid cultivation progress. That said, the solid foundation of their core base offers substantial advantages, ensuring the demonic path's flame never dies out. Though its core strength varies wildly and high-tier combatants are scarce, rendering it no match for the righteous path. Yet they proved harder to eradicate than the righteous path, like a centipede that remains tenacious even in death. Moreover, the emergence of a single prodigy like Dantai Hami is enough to reignite their embers. Like autumn's withered grass, they cannot be fully consumed by wildfire. Spring winds bring them back to life. Even Wu Zetian, after slaughtering the demonic faction's titans, did not relentlessly pursue the lower-tier demonic cultivators. Instead, she carved out a territory from the most barren, outermost edges of the divine feather domain, banishing them all there to fend for themselves. This became what later generations called the Demon Lands. Their numbers were simply too vast to exterminate completely. Thus, the methods of recruitment and paths of development for the righteous and demonic paths can only be said to have their own merits. In any case, they are both superior to the ways of the heretical cultivators. Regardless, let's give it a try. Pulling her drifting thoughts back to reality, Liang Yan sighed. My high-tier combat strength in Yangzhou is still too thin. Every recruit counts. But what excuse could I possibly use to get Zhao Yu to release them? Those who'd climbed to their positions weren't fools. She had no connection to Ning Yuchan, and Yangzhou and Qingzhou had little interaction in ordinary times. She didn't believe mentioning Ning Yuchan wouldn't raise the other party's suspicions, let alone demand the release of a prisoner. Why not approach it through the Celestial Pivot Academy? Song Yushu proposed another plan. That girl is currently staying with the Tianshu Academy people. If the demon soil truly surfaces in Yangzhou, the Celestial Pivot Academy will definitely send people our way. When that happens, I'll give our brothers at the academy a heads up. They can just take the girl with them under the pretext of academic exchange. Liang Yan's eyes widened. You even know where she is? It's no secret. He shrugged. Director Liang, remember this, across the entire Great Xia, there's nothing we don't know except for those truly hidden matters. On this point, he remained utterly confident. The sheer numbers of low-tier demon cultivators were undeniable. The reason they remained unaware of secrets was simply that, with their limited innate talent, they lacked the qualifications to access such knowledge within the righteous factions that revered natural gifts. Very well. We'll proceed as you suggest. Afternoon. Qingzhou, Tianshu Academy's temporary headquarters. As soon as Ning Yuchan swiped her ID card to open the gate, she saw a group of people gathered around Dong Yunhua. The latter held a document in her hand, her face beaming with excitement. As if recounting something. Hearing the commotion, her gaze swept over the crowd toward the entrance. Spotting Ning Yuchan, she immediately pointed, "Hey, Our Lady of the Nation has arrived. Ask her whatever you want to know." Chapter 88, Preparing to depart for Yangzhou. Xiao Chan is here. Please welcome the Lady of the State to deliver her address. Little Chan, share your thoughts now? What the hell is a Lady of the State? Surrounded by a crowd of men and women more excited than she was, Ning Yuchan was utterly bewildered. It wasn't until Dong Ye pushed through the crowd and handed her the physical copy of the official document jointly issued by the highest echelons of the Great Xia Empire that she finally understood. Through the joint deliberation of the Qingzhou Division of the Black Ice Bureau, the Jizhou headquarters, and various other parties, it has been decided to nominate Li Huai'an as the 99th National Guardian of our Great Xia. Her man had become a national guardian. Seeing her still dazed, Dong Yun, you couldn't resist teasing her. This is what they call a wife sharing her husband's glory. You've risen to the top. Don't forget to look out for your big sister from now on. Having stayed in Qingzhou for so long, she knew Ning Yuchan's background. Truth be told, when she first heard from Jiayu that the other woman had a husband who was a reincarnated being, and not just any reincarnated being, but a top-tier powerhouse capable of effortlessly annihilating pseudo-Yuan cultivators, she was stunned for quite some time. She couldn't even believe it. That such a high-ranking figure, a woman of a master's caliber, would stand before her so openly, addressing her as sister and treating her as an equal. And now, with the issuance of this official document, it was as if the authorities had publicly acknowledged that person's terrifying power. She couldn't help but envy Ning Yuchan's extraordinary fortune. Without exaggeration, this connection alone meant she could walk tall within Qingzhou's cultivation circles. Consider this. Before this, she had been nothing more than the daughter of an ordinary wealthy merchant, a mere mortal. It's not nearly as exaggerated as you make it sound, Sister Yu. Feeling the surrounding gazes grow increasingly suggestive and admiring, with cheers rising in waves, Ning Yuchan's lovely face flushed slightly as she lowered her head in embarrassment. She had no systematic understanding of cultivator rankings and naturally didn't grasp the weight behind the term nation guardian level. Thus, she felt the crowd was making a mountain out of a molehill. However, even if she understood, she would still react this way. After all, compared to the deeds Li Huai'an had accomplished in his previous life, his past experiences and achievements made everything seem perfectly natural. Whether it was official recognition or acclaim from private factions, no matter how highly they elevated his status, she wouldn't feel the slightest surprise, much less find it remarkable. It was only natural, not worthy of astonishment. These people simply didn't understand what it meant to be the greatest cultivator of all time. Regardless, congratulations to you. Seeing the blush spread across the young girl's cheeks, Dong Yunyu guessed she was shy and probably didn't enjoy this kind of attention. So he stepped in to ease the tension. All right. Work when you should work, rest when you should rest. Everyone, disperse. Everything has its limits. The whole point of this was to celebrate her, but now that things had gotten out of hand and made her feel awkward, it had backfired. Thanks. The crowd dispersed, each returning to their duties. Ning Yuchan murmured her thanks. Dong Ye's hand pressed against her shoulder, about to speak, when a phone rang. She had to answer it first. Hello? Yangzhou? Got it. After hanging up, Dong Yunyu asked curiously, what happened? Good news. She gave a mysterious smile. Then she clapped her hands, signaling everyone to pause. The academy just called. A new archaeological site has been unearthed in Yangzhou. They need a few people to go with me for an investigation. Who's interested in volunteering? Me. Sisyu, take me with you. I'll go. Several Tianshu Academy disciples who had finished their tasks immediately raised their hands. In this era of spiritual energy revival, drawing upon the systems of sects, the Great Xia Empire had long established a complete and transparent political framework. The era of connections-based advancement was long gone. All promotions and appointments required tangible achievements to speak for themselves. Without merit, even connections reaching the heavens wouldn't suffice. Similar to field missions with the Black Ice Platform, all research projects and archaeological work at the Celestial Pivot Academy counted toward merit accumulation. Especially excavations at large-scale ancient cultivator sites like the Divine Feather Ruins. These were undoubtedly the most prestigious credentials one could earn. Its prestige is nearly on par with the prisoner transport operation recently executed by the Qingzhou branch. After all, these are administrative personnel, you can't expect them to fight on the battlefield. Engaging in research and archaeology equally contributes to the advancement of the nation and society. The contributions of both are equal in value. Most surviving members of the previous branch team involved in Operation Prisoner Transport received significant promotions and appointments. Zhao Yu herself was nominated as the next deputy commander of the 16th Commandery. Should Wei Yong retire upon completing his term or step down mid-service, Zhao Yu would theoretically be the most likely candidate to succeed him as the Qingzhou commandant. Of course, the prerequisite is that no cultivator factions intervene to spark political strife. Given the current situation, cultivator forces still hold sway over secular affairs. One can only imagine. This expedition to develop and excavate the Divine Feather ruins would add a truly monumental achievement to their resumes. And this expedition to Yangzhou. If they uncover a ruin of comparable scale, not even needing identical size or completeness, even just a few artifacts of epic-defining significance unearthed, then those accompanying Dongyu to Yangzhou would have promotions and pay raises practically guaranteed upon their return. No wonder they were scrambling to sign up. Those who didn't raise their hands weren't unwilling to join. It was because they still had their own unfinished projects to wrap up. They knew that even if they volunteered, Dong Yunyu wouldn't approve otherwise. Who among them wouldn't want to go? Xiao Lu, Xiao Chen, Xiao Yu. Dong Yu randomly called out several names. You will accompany me. The rest will remain in Qingzhou as usual to assist with the Xinyu dynasty's archaeological work. After that, she added, the new site in Yangzhou is important, but the Xinyu dynasty excavation is equally crucial. So everyone, do your best. Once both excavations conclude, I'll petition the Institute to combine the achievements of both projects. The credit will be shared equally among all of you. At these words, the disappointment that had clouded the faces of those not selected and the Tianqiu Academy disciples remaining in Qingzhou vanished instantly. The selected disciples, meanwhile, were filled with delight. Logically, having withdrawn midway from the Xinyu dynasty ruins excavation, they should have received a smaller share of the performance allocation than others. But now they would receive the full participation share. A mutually satisfactory outcome. Fair enough. Long live Sister Yu. Sister Yu is so generous. After a burst of cheers, the members about to leave with Dong Yunyu handed over their work to colleagues, then went to pack their belongings. The rest continued their routine tasks with focused diligence. Dong Yunyu turned her gaze to Ning Yuchan beside her. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, would you like to come with us to Yangzhou? Chapter 89, When in doubt, ask Li Huai'an. To be honest, Dong Yu initially hadn't considered bringing Ning Yuchan to Yangzhou. Though they developed a good personal rapport during their time together, business was business and personal was personal. The Yangzhou inspection was official business, bringing her along wouldn't be appropriate. She wasn't a disciple of the Celestial Pivot Academy. However, the caller from earlier had conveyed the elders' opinion they wished to cultivate a relationship with Ning Yuchan and were willing to pay a price for it. The reasoning was straightforward. She had risen from an obscure young girl to become the wife of a state protector, and that state protector was none other than the most influential figure in the Great Xia realm today, the supreme elder of the Celestial Sword sect. Whether driven by political considerations or from a cultivator's perspective, it was worth the Tianqiu Academy's effort. Though they never engaged in factional strife, this did not prevent them from cultivating alliances with forces aligned with their interests. Having a sword at hand is entirely different from having none. The prerequisite for a peaceful existence lies in possessing strength others dare not provoke. Otherwise, survival itself becomes dependent on others' whims. How could one hope to remain detached from worldly affairs? Therefore, after much hesitation, Dong Yunyu decided to follow the elder's advice and inquire about Ning Yuchan's thoughts. If she agreed to come along, Ning Yuchan wouldn't have to lift a finger. This would be a ready-made achievement gifted to her, a favor to curry favor with the one behind her. Of course, if she refused, he wouldn't force her. Truth be told, no one in this world dared coerce someone backed by a figure of national stature. Me? Ning Yuchan froze at the question, clearly surprised to be included in this mission. Is this also archaeological work at a cultivation relic site? Yes. Dong Yaya nodded. Rumor has it it's connected to demonic cultivators. Demon cultivators? A thought flashed through Ning Yuchan's mind. The cultivation technique she was currently practicing was indeed connected to the demonic path. Li Huai'an had said he brought it from the sect master's palace in the demon lands. A top-tier demonic cultivation technique. Perhaps because of this cultivation method, her curiosity and interest in the demonic path far exceeded that of the righteous path. What are demonic cultivators like? I don't know either. Dong Yaya shook her head. Most demon cultivators in Great Xia are concentrated in Yangzhou. They're rare in other provinces, especially in our Jizhou, a demon cultivator no-go zone under the rule of the Celestial Sword sect. But I've heard that demon cultivators once enjoyed their own era of glory. During the middle and late stages of the Great Unification era, it was the realm of demon cultivators. Vast demon lands stretched boundlessly, and the eternal demon mountains stood unshaken. And all of this was achieved thanks to one woman. She was the supreme ruler of the 8 million Li demon lands, the faith of all demon cultivators under heaven, and the true mistress of the eternal demon mountains. Dan Tai Hongi. Dan Tai Hongi. Ning Yuchan murmured the name, feeling strangely familiar with it. Suddenly, her pupils contracted sharply. She remembered. The creator of the yin-yang harmony technique, that name seemed familiar. Her own husband knew the legendary demon lord? Sister Yu, about that. The thought prompted her to speak up. I'd like to go home first and ask Huai'an's opinion. I'll give you an answer tomorrow, okay? Her greatest strength was self-awareness. She knew her own limits. She never took the initiative to meddle in matters beyond her capabilities just to prove herself, causing trouble for those around her. She couldn't gauge where her current cultivation level stood within the cultivation world, so she would never lightly involve herself in matters concerning it. When in doubt, consult Li Huai'an first. Besides, he might even know the master of that demonic land. Following his lead was undoubtedly the right choice. Of course it's fine. There's no rush. We won't be leaving that soon anyway. We still need to go through the formalities and report to the Yangzhou branch. Chapter 90, The Heaven-Devouring Demon Art. The demon soil has emerged? That night, Ning Yuchan returned home and recounted the day's events to Li Huai'an. He felt indifferent toward the title of state guardian, but the prospect of the demon soil emerging piqued his interest. Calculating the timing, it's about right. He calculated with his fingers, then suddenly frowned, his eyes flickering. He turned to look at Ning Yuchan, who was obediently kneeling behind him, kneading his shoulders and massaging his back. You won't be going to Yangzhou. Huh? Ning Yuchan's hands paused mid-motion as she looked at him in confusion. Dan Tai Hongi, that woman is dangerous. Dangerous? She froze, her pupils widening in disbelief. This was the first time she'd heard the word dangerous from his lips. No matter what had happened before, whether being targeted by official organizations immediately after reincarnation, or facing pseudo-Yuan infant old monsters who seemed unreachable to her, he had always worn an expression of utter indifference. But now, he actually said the demon lord was dangerous? If even such an existence, almost indistinguishable from the immortals of myth and legend, was deemed dangerous, just how terrifying must this demon lord truly be? You seem to have misunderstood something. Li Huai'an seemed to read minds, instantly discerning Ning Yuchan's thoughts. This danger isn't directed at me, it's aimed at you. Me? Ning Yuchan was even more puzzled. I don't even know her. Why would she target me? Li Huai'an didn't answer. I can't be certain if she'll emerge alongside the demon soil, but if she learns of your existence, she'll most likely kill you. Holy crap! What grudge could she possibly hold? Kill me on sight? What did I do? Ning Yuchan was utterly baffled. I didn't steal your man, we've never even met, and I'm not some reincarnated soul. What's the deal? Besides, I've cultivated your martial arts techniques. If we're really counting, I should be calling you Grandmaster. Wait a minute. Technique? Is it because I cultivated the yin-yang harmony technique? Yes and no. A flicker of something strange passed through Li Huai'an's eyes as he spoke with hidden meaning. The key isn't the cultivation technique. That woman's a total freak, possessive to the extreme. If she sets her sights on something, even a glance from someone else sets her off. Anyway, just stay out of her way. If you run into her, come find me immediately. Don't provoke her under any circumstances. Her cultivation went awry early on, leaving her mentally unstable. She can't handle any stress. Ning Yuchan felt a chill run down her spine at the description and couldn't help asking, you didn't snatch this cultivation technique from her, did you? Do you two have some kind of grudge? Other than the cultivation technique, she couldn't fathom what connection she might have with that world-renowned demon lord. As for grudges or enmity, that made even less sense. What are you thinking? Li Huai'an tapped her little head. I never take things from others. The yin-yang harmony technique was given to me willingly after I did her a small favor. Well, not exactly given. There is some grudge, but whether it's enmity, I'm not sure. At this, a fleeting, barely perceptible awkwardness crossed his face as he changed the subject. Anyway, it's best not to go to Yangzhou. If you insist on going, I won't go. Ning Yuchan made up her mind instantly. She certainly didn't want to trouble Li Huai'an to rescue her again. By the way, you seem to know that demon lord. Could you tell me about her? Her story. Li Huai'an paused slightly. There's not much to tell, really. She had a hard life growing up. You could say she's a female warlord who rose from humble beginnings. The year Dan Tai Hongi was born, the demon lands remained the prison Emperor Huanxi Tian had carved out for all demon cultivators. Within this coliseum, demon cultivators fought and died endlessly. They could not obtain resources from the outside world. Limited resources could only be seized from other demon cultivators. To survive, even newborn infants here learned to wield blades and kill. Until the day Li Huai'an arrived. But he did not come to save them at that time. His cultivation had hit a bottleneck. Seeking to break through using demonic arts, he intended to create his own cultivation technique. Creating a new cultivation technique carried risks, demanding constant trial and error. Thus, He descended upon the demon lands, abducting over 100,000 test subjects. Dan Tai Hongyi was one of them. However, this girl was fortunate. She persevered until the end, surviving until the cultivation technique was perfected. She also inherited his self-created demonic art, the Swallowing Heaven demon art. It is worth noting that in this experiment, Dan Tai Hongyi was the sole survivor. All test subjects before her either went mad or perished. Even Li Huai'an hadn't anticipated that this seemingly frail little girl could withstand the backlash of the technique's initial stages. She became the most crucial piece in perfecting his cultivation technique. It was precisely for this reason he chose to impart this peerless demonic art unparalleled throughout history to Dan Tai Hongyi without reservation. It was what she deserved. Even if she later conquered the world with her demonic power, hunted him down everywhere, and vowed to make him pay for what happened back then, he would have no regrets. Even a powerhouse like the Demon Lord is just a lab rat you keep? Hearing this, Ning Yuchan instinctively pressed her legs together, her entire body trembling. Her crimson lips parted slightly, exhaling wisp after wisp of moist, warm, and faintly fragrant breath. This man was truly overwhelmingly powerful, so powerful it made her head spin. Li Huai'an ignored her antics and continued his tale. Later generations would say that the new demon lord of the eternal demon mountain possessed peerless talent and unparalleled brilliance. Yet in truth, the earliest Dan Tai Hongyi was not the prodigy the world celebrated. On the contrary, his early talents were exceptionally poor. He once told Ning Yuchan that she was the least gifted person he had ever encountered, while Dan Tai Hongyi ranked second to last in mediocrity. Her ability to rise above the celestial geniuses of the cultivation world and even intimidate the entire realm relied entirely on the Swallowing Heaven demon art, the most tyrannical aspect of this technique being its capacity to devour others' innate foundations and absorb them for her own use. Of course, the prerequisite was that you could kill your target. Armed with this technique, Dan Tai Hongyi lurked in the shadows, hunting down targets one by one, accumulating power until the day she leaped into the limelight. She stunned the world. Moreover, she was cunning, adept at patience and scheming. Before attaining the power to subjugate the world, she concealed herself flawlessly. She propped up puppets and established the eternal demon mountain. She concealed herself behind the old demon lord, manipulating events from the shadows. Outwardly, she was merely an advisor hired by the old demon lord. No one would notice such a frail woman. When her cultivation reached its zenith, she stood as an unrivaled force, publicly slaying the old demon lord and ushering in a new era for the eternal demon mountain. With thunderous severity, she purged all dissent. After ascending to power in the demon realm, she overturned its ancient systems, abolishing survival laws that only wasted precious lives. She established new rules and order, disciplining the demon cultivators with strict obedience. Under her rule, the once savage demon cultivators who knew only slaughter and internecine strife became the most united faction in the cultivation world. United against external threats, they joined forces to confront the Divine Feather Dynasty, expanding the influence of demonic cultivators to heights unseen in centuries. After hearing Li Huai'an's account, Ning Yuchan's mouth hung open. Her hands, which had been fidgeting nervously before, had stopped moving at some point. She stared blankly at the man before her. Though his words implicitly attributed all credit for the demon cultivator's rise to Dan Tai Hongyi, yet tracing it back to its roots, without the Swallowing Heaven demon art, how could there ever be a demon lord? Even the most skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. For cultivators, talent was the rice. Without that pot of talent, no matter how fragrant the rice you cooked, it was useless. The demon lord's innate talent was abysmal, no need to mention his older brother, let alone his second brother. It was the emergence of the Swallowing Heaven demon art that altered the course, enabling her to rise step by step, transforming from an insignificant nobody into the demon sovereign who wielded power over the entire world. If the demon sovereign holds godlike status among demonic cultivators, then the figure before them is the creator of that deity. He possessed the power to forge gods, and he truly did create one. So, could she interpret it as this man single-handedly forging a dazzling golden age for the demonic path? This utterly shattered her understanding. How could one person achieve such feats? Could this man truly be an immortal reincarnated? I wonder what Sister Yuer will think when she learns that the very source of the demon land ruins they've longed for all this time is merely because of your cultivation manual. All because of a single cultivation manual. In Ning Yuchan's view, this manual could turn anyone into the demon lord. In other words, the true power lies not in the manual itself, but in its creator, Li Huai'an, the peerless titan standing at the edge of time, overlooking all cultivators. That's not quite right. Li Huai'an shook his head, correcting her. Dan Tai Hongyi's Tao heart is exceptionally steadfast. The Swallowing Heaven demon art isn't something just anyone can cultivate. It devours not only a cultivator's foundational essence and innate bone structure, but also their memories. Memories that do not belong to you are forcibly crammed into your mind. The agony of that soul-tearing pain can only be understood by those who have endured it. Especially when those memories interfere with your will. Without an unwavering Tao heart, you'll drown in that ocean of memories, eventually losing sight of who you truly are. This is an extremely extreme cultivation technique. Either you succeed or you perish. For ordinary people, it's like walking a tightrope on the edge of a 1,000-foot cliff. One misstep means shattering into pieces. That she managed to master it is a testament to her own skill and destiny. In truth, to date, only he and Dantai Hongyi had mastered the swallowing heaven demon art. Its threshold was simply too high, demanding near impossible rigor from one's Tao heart. Otherwise, he would have passed this cultivation method on to Ning Yuchan long ago. That's true. Ning Yuchan nodded, offering no rebuttal. Dantai Hongyi's rise to become the undisputed leader of all demonic cultivators under heaven was no accident. She possessed extraordinary qualities. If cultivation techniques and innate talent truly determined everything, then why were there only a handful of prodigies worthy of being celebrated for millennia among the countless brilliant talents in the world? She understood this well. Yet she stubbornly believed her man was the greatest under heaven. If you were Dantai Hongyi, would you hate me? Li Huai'an suddenly asked an absurd question. Chapter 91, Unbreakable Bonds of Love and Hate. If I were Dantai Hongyi, would I hate Huai'an? Upon hearing the question, Ning Yuchan instinctively placed herself in Dantai Hongyi's position back then. She empathized deeply and pondered it earnestly for a long time. Then she realized. It's hard to say. Truly hard to say. The other party's situation was far too complex to be summed up with a simple yes or no. On one hand, she was one of the test subjects abducted by Li Huai'an. From that perspective, her early years certainly hadn't been comfortable. Li Huai'an had never been one to show mercy to the weak. Since she was merely a guinea pig for his experimental cultivation techniques, he naturally intended to use her to the fullest extent. No one but herself knew the agony she endured during her early cultivation days, suffering from the imperfections of the cultivation technique. Over 100,000 people. In the end, only one survived. One can only imagine. The perils and torments endured here were far beyond what ordinary people could bear. Yet on the other hand, without the swallowing heaven demon art, given her originally mediocre talent, she would never have achieved such greatness. She would most likely have struggled in the lowest echelons of the demon lands like the vast majority of demon cultivators. Then, on some ordinary day, she would be killed in some forgotten corner, quietly ending her mediocre life. As for ascending the demon sovereign's throne and ruling over all creation? In other words, this man destroyed her, yet he also forged her. What was destroyed was her old life, as insignificant and lowly as a vermin. What was granted was a path to a glorious future, one that could lead her to the position of co-ruler of the demon realm. Yet this journey was bloody and cruel, leaving her no room for choice. The suffering was real, and so was the destiny. How could such complexities be summed up in a few words? If it were me, she said, I don't think I'd hate you, but I wouldn't thank you either. We'd just go our separate ways. Ning Yuchan finally offered a relatively fair answer. She was a strong-willed person by nature. If she had no choice, so be it. But given a choice, she would rather pursue opportunities amidst risks than live a life of aimless drifting. Otherwise, she wouldn't have joined the Black Ice platform with such unwavering resolve. But that didn't mean she could simply laugh off past grievances and forgive the one who had brought disaster upon her. To live out her days without ever crossing paths again, treating that person as if they had never existed in her life, that was the extent of her gratitude. That's what makes you normal. Li Huai'an agreed with the woman's response. Therefore, he found Dantai Hongyi's actions particularly baffling. After unifying the demon lands and establishing demonic supremacy, this woman had repeatedly sent spies to track his movements, vowing to avenge past grievances, even going so far as to sever ties with the Divine Feather dynasty and wage war. That much was reasonable, nothing to argue about. But he never imagined that the revenge she spoke of wasn't about killing him. Several days later, at the temporary headquarters of the Celestial Pivot Academy in Qingzhou. Are you truly not coming with us? Dongyu and the others were preparing to depart for Yangzhou. At the last moment, she sought out Ning Yuchan once more. Ning Yuchan had informed her of her intention to remain in Qingzhou days prior, and Dongyu respected her decision. Asking again was merely going through the motions. No. Ning Yuchan didn't change her mind at the last minute. All right. In that case, I won't push you. Take good care of yourself here. Call me if you need anything. I'll bring you some specialties from Yangzhou when I return. With that said, Dongyu waved her hand, and the group prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Ning Yuchan suddenly pulled a scroll of documents from her bosom. This contains some basic information about the demon lands. Take it with you, it might come in handy. All of this information had been gleaned from Li Huai'an. Though gleaned might be too strong a word. Li Huai'an had casually mentioned it as if telling a story, and she felt it could aid Dongyu's journey to Yangzhou, so she had jotted it down. Of course. She had asked his permission before writing it down, and he had agreed. Plus, she had thoughtfully deleted any parts about his own exploits. Your husband knows the demon lord? Dong Ye took the documents and flipped through a few pages. The level of detail instantly revealed its origin clearly. Ning Yuchan's life experiences alone couldn't account for such intimate knowledge. It could only be the oral account of Li Huai'an, the supreme elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. I suppose you could say he does. Ning Yuchan feared that speaking too much might reveal the complex ties between her husband and the demon lord, or even the demon realm itself, potentially bringing trouble upon him. She dismissed the matter of the documents with a vague remark before shifting the conversation. Additionally, he has some words of caution he asked me to pass on to you. Chapter 92, the third stage of spiritual energy revival. Advice? Dong Yu's heart sank, and he quickly composed himself. Please speak. First. Ning Yuchan held up one finger. Not long ago, the skies over Yangzhou were filled with strange phenomena, and celestial omens became evident. My family's Huai'an once conducted divinations based on these star patterns. It can be reasonably concluded that these anomalies are connected to the descent of the demon soil. Simultaneously, they herald the awakening of heaven and earth, marking the official entry into the third phase of spiritual energy revival. This phase surpasses even the emergence of the divine feather dynasty's ruins. To put it plainly, living beings may now exist within the demon lands. Dong Yu's heart skipped a beat. Ning Yuchan continued her explanation. The timeline of the River of Time is divided into past, present, and future. During the late unification era, Li Huai'an's brutal suppression of the 10,000 Mountains demon clan caused a disruption in the present timeline of that epoch. Within the entire River of Time, an additional fragment of this era emerged, an inevitable event, the repair mechanism of the Tao. It was akin to applying a patch to a complete yet flawed garment, using that patch to overlap and conceal the original imperfection. With Li Huai'an's consciousness returning to the present world, the flaw in the dream realm no longer exists. Thus, this patch must naturally be removed. However, the patch's existence had become an irrevocable fact. Unable to be erased, the removed patch could only serve as raw material, stitched into a new garment. The modern present is this new garment. In other words, the demonic soil that descended upon modern society was not merely an empty shell like the divine feather tomb, but a fragment of the demonic soil's era from the past timeline. To put it more plainly, the anomaly in Yangzhou represents a perfect fusion between the demonic soil from the past timeline and the modern society of the present timeline. The entire demonic land. Every mountain and river, every blade of grass and tree, the opulent palaces, the flesh and blood creatures, and even the supreme demon lord himself. All of it has crossed over into the modern era. They are all real entities. The past timeline, present timeline, and future timeline are the same being, merely existing at different points in time. Of course, this kind of transition differs greatly from those of reincarnators, awakened beings, and Li Huai'an. Whether reincarnated or awakened, objectively speaking, they already belong to the modern era. Subjectively, however, they perceive themselves as not belonging here. But with the arrival of the demon realm, its inhabitants, whether subjectively, objectively, or even in their very essence, remain ancient cultivators of the dream realm. Their karma is bound solely to the dream realm. As for Li Huai'an, his karmic ties no longer belong to the dream realm, nor to the modern era. He belongs to no single timeline, yet he is everywhere. The dream realm lacks him, the modern world cannot contain him, and the future shows him no presence. Yet he exists in the past, lives in the present, and stands firm in the future. Everything depends solely on where he chooses to be. He resides only in the spacetime he chooses. This is the half-step beyond transcendence. Dong Yu's fair face instantly drained of color. If that demon lord and the demon realm cultivators return at full strength, won't our great Xia and the 9 provinces sects be utterly defenseless? Consider this. Even setting aside the other demonic cultivators, the demon lord alone was a woman of unparalleled greatness, a peer to the legendary Immortal Emperor of the Divine Feather dynasty. At her peak, describing her combat prowess as unmatched would be no exaggeration. Moreover, the reason the Black Ice Platform has been able to intimidate all the reincarnated cultivators over the years, maintaining the civilization and order of a peaceful society, is because they gained a head start. With longer cultivation periods than those reincarnated who arrived later and had to start anew, they held an initial advantage over the vast majority. Even if exceptionally gifted individuals later surpassed them, the foundations of their respective sects could contain both latent and overt threats within manageable bounds. But now, if what Ning Yuchan said proves true, they would lose all their advantages and hold no deterrent power whatsoever. In terms of cultivation time, their return coincides with the peak of their power, rendering the sequence of cultivation irrelevant. In terms of foundations, the 10,000 Eon's Demon Mountain had held sway over half the realm during the Divine Feather's reign, dividing the world with him. Its strength was undeniable. Even if all the sects of the 9 provinces united their strength, they could at best stand toe-to-toe with the enemy. To surpass them would be nothing short of a pipe dream. If that demon lord were to harbor ambitions of restoring the demonic path's golden age, would not chaos erupt once more in the blink of an eye? It's not that dire. Ning Yuchan shook her head reassuringly. Not all demon cultivators will return with this descent of the demon land. For instance, some long-dead demon cultivators may return prematurely through reincarnation or memory awakening, or even remain forever buried by the passage of time. According to his calculations, fewer than 30% of all demon cultivators should return this time. Less than 30%? Hearing this proportion, Dong Yunyu exhaled a faint sigh of relief. It seemed still within acceptable limits. But the very next moment,
her eyes suddenly narrowed as realization dawned.
That man could peer into the secrets of heaven and earth?
Since ancient times, it had been universally known that heaven and earth, though existing, were the most elusive and intangible entities in the world, formless, shapeless, unfathomable, and impossible to peer into. Yet the profound meaning behind the words that person, Ning Yuchan, had conveyed to her clearly revealed knowledge of why so many cultivators had reincarnated into modern society.
What was his true identity in his previous life? Clearly,
a mere supreme elder of the heavenly sword sect, though an extraordinary figure to ordinary people, was nowhere near powerful enough to uncover such profound secrets. Dong Ye wanted to probe further, but the words on the tip of her tongue suddenly changed.
Did he offer any countermeasures? Especially regarding that demon lord. As a professional archaeologist, her work inherently involved uncovering secrets.
In their line of work, the most crucial principle to remember was this: maintain a profound sense of reverence toward all unknown entities, especially concerning matters of the immortal realm. For you never know what earth-shattering powers the entity you're peering into might possess. Perhaps as you gaze into the abyss is gazing back at you. The more you know, the faster you die. Sometimes, ignorance is truly bliss. What he meant was to approach the communication with a calm, ordinary mindset. Treat this journey as a routine diplomatic mission, like visiting relatives and friends.
Ning Yuchan recalled Li Huai'an's words.
The demon lands are the demon lands, and Dantai Hani is Dantai Hani.
The two must not be conflated.
She harbors no ill will toward us, nor does she possess ambitions to dominate the world. Otherwise, with her power back then, the demon realm wouldn't merely be confined to a corner. As long as we don't provoke her, she likely has no interest in starting a war. Besides, she's the kind of person. At this point, her voice faltered, and her expression turned hesitant, as if she were choosing her words carefully.
What about her? Go on, tell me.
Only when Dong Yunyu, her curiosity thoroughly piqued, could no longer contain her impatience and urged her on did she take a deep breath and deliver the rest of the story in one breath.
Chapter 93, All demon cultivators under heaven have long suffered under Li Huai'an said.
To put it in modern terms, this demon lord has a bit of an introverted streak.
She prefers to lock herself in her room, dislikes going out, and especially hates traveling far. Though childish in nature and fiercely possessive of what she cherishes, her core isn't truly evil. She isn't bloodthirsty, nor does she possess any extreme personality traits.
Back then, when she led the demonic cultivators of the demon lands into war against the divine feathers, it was ultimately just for self-preservation. After all, you know how domineering the divine feathers are. Listening to Ning Yuchan's account, Dong Yu's astonishment grew palpably intense, her face etched with disbelief as her previous perceptions were utterly overturned by these words. Influenced by righteous sects like the Heavenly Sword sect, she had always viewed demon cultivators as synonymous with slaughter and bloodshed, harboring no favorable feelings toward them. And as the undisputed ruler of the entire demon lands, she had preconceivedly assumed Dantai Hani to be an utterly brutal and tyrannical figure. Yet now someone was telling her that the demon sovereign, whose eyes blazed with demonic flames and who she assumed must have slaughtered countless lives, was actually just a young girl who liked to stay home? And even peace-loving? How could she possibly accept this? Are you certain these were his exact words?
Sister, you err.
Ning Yuchan nodded and patiently explained.
Only when survival seems hopeless.
Who would willingly choose a life of constant combat, living day in and day out with swords and spears, amidst the clamor of battle, unless driven to it by desperation?
Dantai Hani was the latter. The law of survival in the demon lands was simple: if you didn't kill others, others would kill you. Until one had the power to change their environment, they had no choice but to adapt to it. She wanted to survive. She had to survive.
So she climbed step by step, striving to reach the pinnacle, a place where no one would dare threaten her. That position was paved with bones many would inevitably die to secure it.
But becoming demon lord brought even greater challenges. Sitting in that seat, many things cannot be avoided simply because you are unwilling to do them. If you refuse, your subordinates will force you to act. You have no choice in the matter. The initial territory of the demon realm was barren and inhospitable.
The Divine Feather dynasty relentlessly squeezed the living space of demon cultivators, and conflict between the two was inevitable.
If she didn't fight, other demon cultivators would wage war in her name.
The Divine Feather dynasty would ultimately hold her accountable, for she was the demon lord.
You claim this was your subordinates acting on their own initiative? Who would believe that?
The tide of events was beyond her control. By leading the charge herself, she could end the war swiftly and minimize casualties. This is why Dantai Hani proactively launched war against the Divine Feather dynasty and pursued expansion. As for those demon cultivators living in the demon lands, they merely seek a place to live in peace. Dong Yunyu fell silent.
Ning Yuchan didn't press further, instead giving her time to process. She understood Dong Yunyu's current state of mind. Whether in the films and literature of the peaceful era or the propaganda disseminated by the righteous sects afterward, demon cultivators were always portrayed as villains. Correcting such deeply ingrained views was not something that could be achieved overnight. Just as she herself had initially struggled to accept that becoming a cultivator inevitably meant taking lives, a notion that completely contradicted the values she had spent her life building. She didn't expect a few words to sway him. She only hoped he wouldn't harbor the same prejudice or hostility toward demon cultivators as before. Because showing hostility toward demon cultivators on their turf could literally get you killed. And no one would listen to your excuses. Demon cultivators never played by reason, nor did they care to. After all, no one had ever granted them reason in the first place. Orthodox sects branded them heretics. The Divine Feather dynasty deemed them threats. Their principles were forged blow by blow, fist by fist. Besides, when my cultivation was lower than yours, I tried to reason with you. Now that I'm stronger than you, if I still try to reason with you, wouldn't that mean my cultivation was for nothing? If reason worked, what need would there be for fists? Given the ability. If they perceive you as a threat, they'll kill you outright. Eliminating the source of trouble is the simplest way to resolve it. What are his views on the conflict between righteous and demonic forces? After a long silence, Dong Yunyu suddenly asked. She was genuinely bewildered now, feeling a sense of disillusionment, and thus wanted to hear his perspective. The Divine Feather era is the golden age of righteousness. The statement struck straight to the heart of the matter. Clearly, Li Huai'an had anticipated this question and even prepared Ning Yuchan's response beforehand. Of course, this isn't to say Xingyu is flawed. The emergence of Divine Feather ended the millennia-long wars between sects, bringing peace to the land. The achievements of the Immortal Emperor and the contributions of Divine Feather are indelible. Yet both relied on the support of the righteous path. At that time, righteous cultivators were numerous, forming the mainstream and the very foundation of Divine Feather. Even with the Immortal Emperor's tyrannical rule slaughtering noble clans and trampling sects, he still couldn't change this fundamental truth. He could not force the righteous path to accept the demonic path and demand harmony between them. Destroying sects and aristocratic families is one thing, shattering conventional traditions is another. The latter defies public sentiment, inviting hostility from the righteous path across the land and undermining the very foundations of the imperial court. Thus, under Xinyu's rule, the principle of upholding the righteous path as the mainstream remained unchanged. Public sentiment is the will of the majority. It can support a vessel or capsize it. Aligning with the people is fundamentally sound, but from the perspective of demonic cultivators. She spoke each word deliberately. The demon cultivators of the realm have long suffered under Xinyu. Dong Yunyu's pupils instantly contracted. Ning Yuchan continued. He once told me that in his eyes, the righteous path and the demonic path are equal. There is no difference between them. They are both cultivators, both human. If one must draw a distinction, the righteous path resembles the privileged sons of wealthy families, while the demonic path mirrors the children of common folk from humble backgrounds. Setting aside solitary cultivators. When orthodox sects select disciples, they look first at lineage, then at innate talent. They possess premium cultivation resources, backed by their sect's well-ordered traditions and systematic guidance from elders, free from the need to struggle for daily sustenance. Living in the light, they naturally find time to champion justice and righteousness, preaching moderation and harmony while looking down upon the demon path's self-serving, destructive ways. Yet in the demonic path's world, they possess nothing. Their lives are even harsher than those of solitary cultivators. At least no one deliberately oppresses the solitary cultivator community. The demon lands span but a single city, yet they sustain 1 million demon cultivators. With limited resources, harsh conditions, and no guidance, every day these demon cultivators wake up thinking only of how to survive. Merely surviving drains every ounce of their energy. How could they possibly think of justice? When their own tomorrow is uncertain, when survival itself is a struggle, how can they spare a thought for others? What basis do they have to worry about the nation or its people? Save yourself before you save others. At this point, Ning Yuchan sighed. Differences in living conditions inevitably shape different natures. You disregard the causes and focus only on the consequences. Judging the rightness or wrongness of a doctrine from such a one-sided, narrow perspective is inherently unfair. Neither the righteous path nor the demonic path is wrong. Demonic cultivators are still human beings. They possess emotions and desires, and they cherish what matters to them. They are forced into extreme ways merely to survive. Without such tactics, they would never rise above the relentless suppression of the righteous path. But that doesn't mean they crave war. War claims countless lives. Were it not for the struggle to secure even basic sustenance, no one would seek to reshuffle the deck through conflict to seize resources. Except for the heretical cultivators. Chapter 94, The Traditionalists and the Loyalists. Dong Yunyu gaped in stunned silence. There was no doubt about it. Ning Yuchan's words had struck her soul like a thunderclap. After a long moment, she finally snapped back to reality, emerging from her dazed state. Exhaling a long, heavy breath to steady her nerves, she croaked. Continue. This marked her acceptance of the reality. She wasn't foolish. Given his stature, he had no reason to deceive her. Moreover, coming from the righteous path, he should despise demonic cultivation even more than she, a person from a later era. If even he didn't reject the demonic path, it was undoubtedly the most objective assessment. She had no choice but to adapt, to try and change her mindset. Of course. This change didn't mean she could suddenly treat demon cultivators as equals overnight. After all, years of constant exposure had left an indelible mark. But at least she no longer harbors hostility toward demon cultivators. As for what comes next, that would depend on her own experiences encountering them firsthand, interacting with them, and forming genuine impressions before reaching any conclusions. Others' perceptions are always their own. 1,000 people will have 1,000 Hamlets. Whether something is truly evil or not can only be known through personal experience. The demon cultivators of the demon lands are actually divided into two factions. Seeing that her words had struck a chord, Ning Yuchan silently nodded to herself before coming. Li Huai'an had warned her that good advice falls on deaf ears. If Dong Yeye remained stubbornly fixed in his views, it would mean he was beyond redemption. There would be no point in continuing the conversation, it would be a waste of breath. The first is the traditionalist faction. These demon cultivators adhere to ancient ways, believing that those who achieve their goals must stop at nothing. They'd rather betray the world than be betrayed by it. They are considered demon cultivators by orthodox standards, aggressive in their methods, highly bloodthirsty, and difficult to reason with. Hope for communication is slim. However, most of these demon cultivators perished during the internal purge launched by Dantai Hani years ago. Those who survived have either been reincarnated or entered extinction. Very few who could return alongside the demon realm at their peak remain. With the demon lord suppressing them, they can't stir up much trouble. Ning Yuchan paused. The other faction consists of the royalists. These demon cultivators are either newcomers or older practitioners indoctrinated by the demon lord, willing to embrace new ideologies. In short, they are all staunch loyalists to the demon lord, obeying Dantai Hani's every command. Their temperament is also more moderate compared to the conservative faction. They avoid trouble and harbor no grand ambitions, seeking only to carve out a niche for themselves. Beyond that, they have no greater designs. As long as we don't infringe upon their interests, they're quite willing to coexist peacefully with us, keeping to our own spheres. Under favorable conditions, you might even extend an olive branch to them. It could potentially recruit a cohort of demon cultivators for the Celestial Pivot Academy. But, her tone shifted abruptly, you must understand one thing: demon cultivators remain demon cultivators. They cannot be as easy to deal with as righteous cultivators. Never assume righteousness or morality will restrain them. They won't abide by the rigid rules of the righteous path. Dong Yu listened intently, committing every word to memory. Finally, Ning Yuchan bowed deeply. On behalf of myself and all the people of Great Xia, I offer my deepest gratitude to that person. Ning Yuchan did not step aside to avoid the gesture but accepted it openly. For Li Huai'an, if one followed the other's past patterns of thought, the eternal enmity between righteous and demonic factions, as incompatible as water and fire, meant that venturing into demonic territory would inevitably invite disaster. After all, certain subconscious reactions are difficult to control without prior preparation. Like when you walk down the street and encounter a disheveled person, you instinctively show disgust or step aside. But showing hostility toward demon cultivators and demon lands? There's only one outcome: decapitation. What followed was almost predictable. Dong Yunyu's expedition to explore the demon land's ruins on behalf of Great Xia was akin to an envoy visiting a foreign nation. If their own envoys perish on foreign soil, the Great Xia Empire will inevitably go to war with the demon lands. This wasn't a matter of military strength, it was a question of national dignity. Moreover, the orthodox sects and the conservative faction of the demon lands were fanning the flames behind the scenes, having battled for lifetimes in their previous existence. Their enmity would not be easily resolved in this life. The former sought reputation and reason, lacking a justifiable cause for war, while the latter hesitated due to the demon lord's presence. Neither would fire the first shot. But should an opportunity arise, the situation would change entirely. Everything would then fall into place naturally, requiring only a gentle push to set events in motion. Therefore, Li Huai'an's warning effectively extinguished the fuse of war in its infancy. He deserved this gesture of respect. Oh, right. There's one more thing. After the formalities concluded, as if suddenly remembering something, Ning Yuchan lowered her voice. Huai'an asked me to pass a message to Dantai Hani. What message? The Golden Age is coming. Dong Yunyu froze. The Golden Age? What was that? Given her current position, she had no access to secrets known only to the highest echelons. Does that phrase have any special meaning? He didn't tell me. Ning Yuchan shook her head. Just pass the message to Dantai Hani. The rest isn't our concern, it's the business of those high-ranking figures. Alright, I'll remember. I'll deliver the message. Chapter 95, Masculine Features, A Face Like Jade. The day after Dong Yunyu and the others set off for Yangzhou Prefecture. Noon. An extraordinary phenomenon descended upon Yangzhou. A solar eclipse occurred, blurring the lines between day and night. The sky turned pitch black in an instant, and that deep, boundless darkness swept and spread, engulfing the entire land of Yangzhou.
Rolling black clouds crushed the vault of heaven. Amidst the black clouds, storms raged, demons danced in chaos. As a golden throne slowly coalesced into form, they all instinctively bowed low, prostrating themselves in reverent submission. Upon the throne sat a breathtaking figure, enveloped in surging demonic flames. Her gaze fell lightly. Moments later, she raised her hand. As if guided by some unseen force, demonic energies from all directions plummeted downward. Within the Jade Dew sect, sand and stones flew, demonic energy filled the sky, and plants withered abruptly. Flowers withered, streams dried up, and birds and beasts perished without cause, as if foretelling the imminent demise of this ancient sect. Fortunately, the phenomenon lasted only a few seconds before vanishing completely. To ordinary observers, it appeared no more than a mirage, failing to spark widespread panic. Yet many cultivators still noticed the anomaly. Qingzhou, Beihua University. Lin Tianqiu, who was teaching his students in class, suddenly felt his pupils contract. He turned his gaze toward Yangzhou, his expression growing incredibly grave. The Demon Lord. Jizhou, the rear mountains of the extreme Holy Pill domain. Shilin paced like a caged animal, his agitation palpable until the masked man came into view. Seizing his chance, he strode forward as if towards salvation. As you can see. Before he could ask anything, he met a gaze brimming with fervor. The other man, unusually proactive in his explanation, couldn't conceal his inner excitement. My lord has returned. All demons bow before him. Western Federation, Golden Sparrow Imperial Palace. Wu Zhao, clad in a purple gown, stood silently by the window, gazing toward the east. Within her eyes, as exquisite as purple sapphires, layers of emerald green spiritual rings overlapped and swirled, radiating an ancient aura that seemed to pierce through 10,000 miles. The demonic might of the mortal severance realm. Her icy, slender frost eyes narrowed slightly before breaking into an amused smile. The righteous sects will find this most enjoyable. As for her, the upheavals in Great Xia would not yet reach the west, and sects like the Heavenly Sword sect would buy time. They would never allow demonic cultivators to grow unchecked. By the time she returned to the slaying mortals realm, with the nation's fortune upon her, she was confident she would be second to none among her peers, invincible under heaven. A mere demon sovereign was insignificant. Clack, clack. The sound of battle boots striking the stone floor echoed outside the hall. A blonde girl with a high ponytail strode swiftly into the hall. Her tall, slender frame was encased in gleaming silver armor, a Roman sword slung at her waist, radiating heroic vigor. She halted 3 zhang behind Wu Zhao and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, urgent news from the front lines. The 13 royal princes of the Blood Clan have arrived at the border, expelling our garrison troops. They have subsequently sealed off the entire Lancaster kingdom in the name of the royal court, suspected of plotting rebellion. Your Majesty, we await your command. Wu Zhao remained fixed on the distant view beyond the window, not even turning her head. To her, the so-called princes mentioned by the messenger seemed no more significant than the stray cats and dogs one might casually encounter on the streets. After a long moment, her crimson lips parted, uttering 2 words with casual ease. The E tribe. Qingzhou, Tianxi Mountain, Qingfeng Monastery. A flash of golden light preceded a figure drifting into view. Daoyi and the others paused in surprise before hastily bowing in greeting. Li Huai'an returned the nod and strolled leisurely into the main hall. The abbot of Qingfeng Temple rose to greet him. True lord. No need for formalities. Li Huai'an waved him off and sat down. Have you come regarding the matter of the demon land? Indeed. How much of the truth behind this matter do you know, true lord? I know everything. I had intended to descend the mountain to seek you out, true lord, yet you have once again beaten me to it. Your mastery of the way of karma grows ever more profound and unfathomable. The Taoist sighed. The so-called truth referred to the fragments of the epic. Dantai Hani and the forces of the demon realm from this timeline might return in their fullest glory. He had only recently learned of this himself. He had assumed the other party knew nothing, or at most glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, and had been planning to find time to descend the mountain and warn them. But then, this one already knew everything. Just impressive. That day, I heard you say that Jar and the Red Robe would eventually clash. After returning, I ran through the possibilities and discovered these hidden truths, a pleasant surprise. Li Huai'an remarked casually. Earlier, I observed the overwhelming demonic might over Yangzhou. It must mean the era lines of both realms have successfully merged, and the demon realm has descended. That's why I came seeking you. It wasn't specifically to seek advice from the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery. But in today's world, these two knew the most secrets. For certain matters, there was simply no one else more suitable to consult. As the heavenly way has revealed, the demon realm has indeed descended. The Taoist hesitated for a few seconds. True lord, we have been friends across 2 lifetimes. Yet, I must confess, I have never beheld your true form. Might I have the honor of seeing your divine countenance? He knew full well that the figure before him was not the other's true form. His words held no hidden meaning, pure curiosity.
On another level, he simply couldn't fathom why someone as powerful as Li Huai'an would constantly hide behind veils. You old Taoist, how can curiosity still burn so fiercely at your age? Li Huai'an laughed and scolded him. Very well. You have a point. After knowing each other for so many years, it is indeed unreasonable to keep my origins hidden. With that, his hands formed mystical seals, enveloping him in an ethereal, mystical light. Bathed in this celestial radiance, his entire appearance underwent a miraculous transformation from head to toe. Finally, he settled into the form of a youth barely past 20. His skin was fairer than goose down, rivaling that of a young maiden, yet it was neither sickly pallor nor delicate pink, simply a clean, pure white. Long, jet-black hair cascaded down to his waist, gleaming with a lustrous sheen. His frame was slightly lean, yet not frail, a perfectly proportioned slenderness. Paired with his slightly pursed, thin lips, he resembled a newly born noble young master. Most captivating of all were his eyes. They held a restrained, star-like radiance, exuding an ancient, refined charm. Like the depths of a jade green pool, they drew one in at a single glance, making it impossible to look away. Even the old Taoist, who had seen countless people in his 2 lifetimes, murmured, "What a peerless beauty, like a jade crown." Chapter 96, Immortal Without Stain. A man with feminine features. The true Lord truly resembles a fallen immortal descended to the mortal realm, peerless in the world. This was no flattery. It was praise from the heart. Though long secluded in the mountains, his divine human form granted him unique advantages, allowing him to comprehend all worldly matters without ever stepping into the mortal realm. In his lifetime, he has heard of and even witnessed many renowned for their beauty. Even setting aside the human race, among the demon clans dwelling in the 10,000 mountains, there were also those blessed by heaven with extraordinary beauty, such as the Fox clan and the Dragon clan. The beauty of these races was universally acknowledged throughout the cultivation world. Yet someone like Li Huai'an, possessing the divine grace of a sage, was utterly unheard of. Not a single flaw could be found, making him nothing short of perfect. This was terrifying. It's true that cultivators can repair innate flaws in their appearance using the essence of heaven and earth, but this has its limits. Otherwise, the cultivation world would be teeming with handsome men and beautiful women. To achieve what he had accomplished was nearly impossible. No, it was impossible. No matter how exceptional one's innate foundation, it was unattainable. For any mortal being must possess imperfections. One without flaws is not human. They are the Tao itself, a god, a legendary immortal. A phrase suddenly flashed through the old Taoist's mind: immortals are without blemish. He couldn't help but startle. As a celestial being, his flashes of insight were never without purpose. Flattery indeed. Li Huai'an exhaled a breath of ethereal air, instantly reverting to his ordinary appearance. He couldn't help but smile at the startled Taoist before him, whose mouth hung agape. Dantai Hongi from his past life had been much the same. She'd constantly vowed to seek revenge against him. Later, when he grew utterly weary of her harassment, he walked right into her trap, thinking he'd endure a few of her blades to settle their karmic debt. The result? In the Demonland Sect's palace, that girl hadn't even summoned her magical artifact. She just stared at him all day long, just like the Qingfeng sect master was doing now. Your Highness bears a striking resemblance to that supreme elder of the Celestial Sword sect, doesn't he? After a long pause, the Qingfeng monastery master suddenly blurted out tentatively. Not identical, but as if carved from the same mold, though the Li Changsheng of that era hadn't yet reached this level of breathtaking beauty. The supreme elder of the Heavenly Sword sect is also this one. With his true form revealed, Li Huai'an saw no point in hiding and acknowledged his identity. So it is. The old Taoist's expression shifted to one of sudden understanding. Then that mate who was long served by the true Lord's side must be Gong Lianyue, the second-generation patriarch of the Heavenly Sword sect. Precisely. Having dealt with the Qingfeng sect master countless times over the years, Li Huai'an knew the man wasn't one to gossip. Speaking his mind wouldn't lead to any trouble. No wonder the true Lord never revealed his true face in his previous life. Thoughts swirled. The old Taoist instantly grasped the crucial point: Gong Lianyue. She was the second-generation leader of the Celestial Sword sect. Under the heavens. Who didn't know she was Li Changsheng's personal sword attendant? If Li Changsheng's true identity were exposed, he himself wouldn't care about others' opinions. But what would become of Gong Lianyue, the legitimate head of the Heavenly Sword sect? In that era, nearly every sect in the realm was at odds with the Divine Feather dynasty. Yet as the righteous leader chosen by all these sects, she spent her days mingling with imperial officials. What kind of situation was this? How would the Heavenly Sword sect itself view such a leader? We were prepared to fight to the death. Why did the sect leader surrender first? Let's return to the matter of the Demon Lands. Li Huai'an changed the subject. Demon Lands. The old Taoist spoke solemnly. They've made such a commotion right after emerging. They likely intend to start a war, at the very least to seize a province as their foundation in this world. Precisely. That is why I sought you out. Li Huai'an nodded, speaking plainly. The Jade Du sect currently rules Yangzhou. If the Demon Lands wish to establish themselves there, they must first destroy that sect.
Through my causality calculations, I foresee that the day the Jade Du sect falls will be the day the demon lands declare war on all other sections. I hope you will step in to mediate the conflict."
Without him intervening, Lin Tianqiu remained detached from worldly affairs, and Gong Lianyua's whereabouts were unknown.
In this age, aside from this old Taoist before him, no other cultivator possessed the standing to speak with the revered demon sovereign, Dan Tai Hongi.
Even she couldn't be bothered to meet him.
And without her word, no one could suppress the demon cultivators across the land.
Moreover,
if it were anyone else, let alone her, the righteous sects across the 9 provinces wouldn't stand for it either.
Even if the Great Xia government intervened, it wouldn't make a difference.
Not even the other elders of the Heavenly Sword sect were exempt.
Only he. He was the most suitable and only choice.
He was about to execute Fan.
It was that simple. Any sect that dares to challenge us will be beaten into submission. When did the true Lord become so concerned for the nation and its people?
The old Taoist teased. Li Huai'an remained composed. I'd love to shut myself away and live my own life, but tranquility requires peace in the world. When the righteous and demonic factions clash, it disturbs me. You know my nature, I detest trouble.
And the swiftest, simplest way to resolve trouble is to kill.
If the war truly spirals beyond control, I'll slaughter every cultivator under heaven, overthrow everything, and start anew. Once they're all dead, it's settled once and for all, then there'll be peace.
Surely you don't wish to see the 9 provinces drenched in blood, strewn with corpses?
The old Taoist shuddered violently and hurriedly replied. If the true Lord entrusts me with a task, this humble monk shall obey and do my utmost.
But the demon sovereign may not grant this humble one any favor. After all, she is now at the peak of her power.
Don't worry about that, Li Huai'an cut him off. I've already had Chan'er deliver the message. Hongi knows what to do, and so does Zhar. They were once figures standing at the pinnacle of their era, having witnessed the highest peaks. They are not spoiled, capricious young ladies. When the golden age dawns, they will instinctively discern what matters most in times of great crisis. They know how to weigh priorities. Whether they follow the righteous path or the demonic way, even emperors like Wu Zhao of the dynasty at the core of their racial bloodline are undeniably part of the human race. In the golden age, 100 races stand side by side. Time's blade fells prodigies on the path to immortality, one size at the allure of demons. When clans clash, it transcends the realms of righteous and demonic, it becomes the entire human race's struggle. Save for a few races, humanity actually faced the most adversaries among the 100 tribes, for the human race had ruled the 9 heavens and 10 earths through countless eras. A tree that stands tall in the forest is sure to be struck down by the wind. Therefore, once the golden age dawns, the ancient races excluding humanity's staunchest allies will inevitably unite to first expel the human race. At that time, the various factions of the human race must set aside their sectarian differences and doctrinal divisions, unite as one, and work together with all their might to carve out a bloody path, ensuring the eternal transmission of their sacred flame. Those not of our kind harbor different hearts. All current actions lay the groundwork for the golden age. Both Dan Tai Hongi and Wu Zhao understand this principle, hence they exercise restraint and avoid overstepping. After all, cooperation with each other will be necessary in the great era. Chapter 97, Transforming Heaven and Earth. As the strange phenomenon swept across Yangzhou that day, a thick, ink-black loom seemed to descend upon the righteous sects of all 9 provinces of Great Xia. The once clear situation suddenly became murky and confusing. All factions, including the recently exuberant Yunmeng Marsh, held their breath, watching and waiting for the demon realm's next move. No one could fathom how these defiant demon cultivators would approach this new world, so utterly different from their past existence. But more importantly, this game of carving up the resources of the Great Xia had only 9 seats. From the scramble among the sects 3 years ago to the present, the players were now complete. Yet these players, at the peak of their power, possessed terrifying reserves capable of overturning the table, even brutally forcing some opponents out of the game altogether. Undercurrents had been swirling for days. Until Dan Tai Hongi issued the Demon Lord's Decree March on the Jade Du sect. Without a doubt, this move shattered the fragile equilibrium that the various sects had painstakingly maintained, and utterly crushed the few slivers of hope lingering in their hearts. War had finally arrived. June 9, 3285 of the Great Xia calendar. On this day, above the Jade Du sect, dark clouds threatened to crush the city. Figures stood intertwined amidst the clouds, demonic flames surging like raging waves crashing against the shore, unceasing and relentless. Magical artifacts pulsed with energy, radiant light fluctuated, and countless streaks of blood-red light filled the sky. Higher still, at the zenith of the heavens, Dan Tai Hongi, cloaked in black, sat cross-legged upon a crimson lotus throne. His expression was impassive as he looked down upon all beings. Below, over 100 disciples of the Jade Du sect simultaneously formed intricate hand seals, gathering spiritual energy. A vast formation slowly unfolded from within the sect, the mountain guarding great array. Dan Tai Hongi. The voice of the Jade Du sect's leader echoed from within the mountain gates. This sect has heard of your fame and admires your prowess.
Yet this formation is a fragment of an ancient array diagram, having once withstood the assaults of 2 nascent soul cultivators without breaking. Do not waste your efforts. Withdraw now, and our sect will forgive your past transgressions. We may even share the dominion of Yangzhou with your eternal demon mountain, each ruling over the north and south. Henceforth, the Yangtze River shall be our boundary, and we shall not encroach upon one another. Would that not be splendid? No one responded. Instead, a colossal demonic mountain emerged from the clouds, its peak piercing the heavens. A terrifying surge of demonic might erupted, engulfing the sky as demonic blood stained the azure heavens crimson. It charged directly toward the Jade Dusek's mountain defending formation, crushing it under its might. In an instant, the earth shook violently. Over 100 disciples sustaining the array's operation were instantly killed, exploding into a mist of blood. Even the array's luminous glow dimmed noticeably. Fortunately, several elders reacted swiftly, immediately stepping in with a handful of disciples to take their place. They fought with all their might to preserve the array, preventing it from collapsing and dissipating. Dan Tai Hongi. Our Jade Dusek stands among the righteous paths of the 9 provinces. We are one in spirit and purpose. Do you intend to make enemies of the entire righteous world of the 9 provinces? The Jade Dusek's leader shouted in panic. Nonsense. Dan Tai Hongi's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion, a stark contrast to the reclusive young woman Li Huai'an had described. Her fingertip lightly tapped the void. Then, a long, muffled drumbeat suddenly reverberated across the heavens and earth. Along with it came the obscure, mystical, and rustling murmurs of ancient demons. Ancient demons chanted sutras, indistinguishable between black and white, good and evil. A skeletal form materialized, its very presence radiating a savage, primordial aura. Wielding a massive axe, it swung it down with brutal force toward the mountain's protective barrier. Boom! The mountain defending array shattered. Leave no one alive. At the demon lord's command, the demon cultivators who had long been itching for battle surged like wild horses, breaking free from their reins, charging toward the despairing members of the Jade Du sect amidst the cloud seas. That day, the Yulu sect was annihilated. 2 months later, at the Black Ice Bureau's Yangzhou branch. Inside the Yangzhou branch's conference room, a large gathering of Black Ice platform members of varying ranks sat, each face etched with tension and worry. The atmosphere was heavy. Their eyes kept drifting toward Liang Yan, seated at the head of the table. Liang Yan, however, kept glancing down at her phone, its screen flickering on and off as if waiting for something. Dong Yu and other disciples of the Celestial Pivot Academy were also present. It wasn't that they were neglecting their duties, it was simply that their arrival in Yangzhou coincided with the righteous sects of the 9 provinces launching their campaign against the demons. To prevent panic among the mortal populace, higher authorities immediately ordered a lockdown of the entire 1,000-li radius around the Jade Du sect, including their residents. They decided to follow Liang Yan and the others back to the branch headquarters. The day after the demonic forces seized territory originally belonging to the Yulu sect, news of Yangzhou's upheaval began circulating throughout the cultivator community. In an instant, the righteous sects of the other 8 provinces were thrown into panic. Thus, at the call of the Celestial Sword sect, the battle against the demons commenced. Of course, having obtained intelligence from Dong Yanyu beforehand and understanding the true depth of the demon lands, the Great Xia government did not participate in this war, merely maintaining order on the periphery. As for the Tianshu Academy delegation, Dong Yanyu had intended to wait until the war concluded before deciding whether to depart immediately or proceed with the original plan to pay a visit to Dan Tai Hongi. She still remembered Ning Yuchan's entrustment. Who could have imagined? The battle dragged on for over 2 months. From the day hostilities commenced. During this period, righteous cultivators poured into Yangzhou to lend their support. Nearly every righteous cultivator within the entire Great Xia realm became embroiled in this conflict. Over 90% of the sects were drawn into this turmoil. For the Demon Land's foundations were terrifyingly deep. Only when the Allied forces stormed into Demon Land did they realize that this incarnation of Demon Land was no longer the prison for demonic cultivators it had been during the early days of the martial dynasty. Within its borders, peerless masters emerged in succession, and countless prodigies abounded. Despite being a single province, it held its own against the encirclement of the other 8 provinces, fighting to a standstill. It was clearly a sign of unparalleled prosperity. This left the various sects both shocked and terrified. They couldn't fathom how the demon realm, having only recently emerged, could possess such unfathomable strength. While the mystery remained unsolved, their resolve to utterly annihilate it only hardened. For if they allowed it to develop unchecked, the balance of power would inevitably shift. Where in this world would there be room left for righteous sects to survive? They had no desire to meet the same fate as the original demon lands. Thus, more and more righteous cultivators joined the war against the demonic forces, and the number of casualties grew daily. Fortunately, Yangzhou's vast expanse and sparse population, coupled with the government's use of various high-tech means to cover up the truth and control public opinion, prevented social unrest. It was worth mentioning that The demon lord who had shattered the Yulu sect's grand defensive formation touted as capable of withstanding simultaneous attacks from two nascent soul cultivators with a single casual strike, showed no intention of intervening in the conflict. He remained secluded within the sect master's palace throughout, never revealing himself. Until yesterday morning. Within Xingzhou's heaven-bestowed mountain, amidst resounding celestial might, blooming blue lotuses, and the echoes of immortal music, a Taoist descended from the mountain peak's temple to personally traverse Yangzhou's lands. He advanced straight toward the deepest heart of the demon lands, moving as if through an uninhabited realm. Then, a terrifying demonic aura erupted from the demon land's sect leader's palace, unleashing a colossal skeletal hand that struck toward the Taoist. The next instant, both the skeletal hand and the Taoist vanished without a trace. To any discerning eye, it was clear the demon lord had intervened to engage the Taoist in battle. Yet the outcome of this battle remained unknown. All outsiders could discern was that roughly half an incense stick later, representatives from the 8 hidden sects of the other realms arrived at the demon realm. They entered the sect leader's palace unimpeded. The Righteous Alliance withdrew its forces. The demon lord's personal guards, bearing his edict, ordered all demon cultivators to sound the retreat and withdraw. Negotiations are underway inside. When someone inquired about the reason, this was the exact response from that guard. In the conference room of the Black Ice platform in Yangzhou, these members awaited the outcome of the negotiations. A successful agreement would bring joy to all. If not, they would likely have to evacuate Yangzhou entirely. Ding! As dusk approached, Li Huai'an's phone suddenly emitted a notification sound. Everyone present instinctively looked up at her. Her hands trembled as she unlocked her phone and stared at the screen. 1 second. 2 seconds. Director, what's the situation? Someone couldn't contain their impatience and asked urgently. We have results. She looked around, took a deep breath, controlled her emotions, and tried to keep her tone steady. The entire territory of Yangzhou has been annexed to the demon lands. What about us? Another voice inquired. Li Huai'an remained silent. Her silence sent a wave of dread through the crowd. Hearts leapt to throats, each person fearing the next moment would bring the devastating news of immediate disbandment. But, she suddenly smiled, starting today, my Yangzhou branch will operate under direct autonomous control. While nominally still under headquarters jurisdiction, we'll follow orders but ignore announcements. I hereby declare. We have a new patron. Our Yangzhou land has risen. As her words fell, the entire hall plunged into dead silence. So quiet you could hear each other's heartbeats. People looked at each other, seemingly unable to believe this was really happening. This state of shock lingered for an eternity. Brilliant! Someone finally shouted, breaking the silence. Then, thunderous applause erupted, instantly filling the room with excitement. The vast conference room echoed with the sounds of people embracing and cheering, each one filled with immense excitement. It was the long-awaited release after enduring prolonged depression. They had been suppressed for far too long. The Yulu sect had shown weakness and lacked ambition, dragging down their standing in the 9 provinces year after year, leaving them vulnerable to anyone who wanted to step on them. But now, everything had changed. With the demon lands as their backing in the cultivation world and the formidable strength of the demon cultivators, no other cultivation faction would dare look down on them anymore. Most crucially, no matter how fierce or wicked the demon cultivators may be, at least they won't covet their own people's possessions like the Jade Du sect. This is plain for all to see. Moreover, directly administered autonomy. Across the entire Great Xia, only the Ji province headquarters held such administrative status. From now on, they would be on equal footing with the headquarters. Compared to their former status as the poorest, most barren region among the 9 provinces, this transformation was nothing short of a meteoric rise. At last, the bitterness has given way to sweetness. All right, quiet down, everyone. After letting them celebrate for a while, Li Huai'an finally quieted the commotion and continued. Regarding the administrative upgrade, an official red-headed document will be issued shortly. No need to rush. Additionally, I've shared a form in the workgroup chat. Please fill it out immediately and submit it to me. She said. She waved her phone in front of the group. All present were cultivators, so they could clearly see its contents. Personnel transfer application form. After all, the demon lands are a demonic cultivation faction. Though they possess formidable foundations, their reputation in the 9 provinces is rather poor. Brothers who leave our Yangzhou branch will inevitably face exclusion and criticism from colleagues in other provinces. Therefore, whether you choose to go or stay is entirely up to you. Those willing to stay should sign the voluntary retention section of the form after careful consideration. We won't force those who wish to leave. Those signing the accept transfers section will be uniformly reassigned by the organization to join Black Ice platform branches in other states, with unchanged benefits. Dismissed. Go fill out your forms. After issuing the final order, Li Huai'an exhaled deeply, as if a weight had been lifted, then slumped back in her chair, drained of all energy. The events of recent days had kept her on edge constantly. She feared the Yangzhou branch would become the next Yulu sect, dreaded that higher-ups might dismantle it due to the emergence of the demon soil, and dreaded most of all that Dantai Hani would target the Yangzhou branch.
Now that the dust had finally settled, her nerves, stretched taut for months, could finally catch a brief respite. Before the massacre, she had anticipated and even hoped that the demon soil would replace the Jade Du sect. But now, her feelings were complex. Mainly, she hadn't anticipated that the legendary demon lord would be so ruthlessly decisive, wiping out an entire family right off the bat. At that moment, Song Yushu, who had vanished for days to join the battle in the demon lands, suddenly appeared. He first nodded briefly to Li Huai'an, who was looking his way, as a form of greeting, then walked straight toward Dong Yunhui and her group. My master cordially invites you all to the demon realm for a discussion. Dong Yunhui was taken aback. The customary procedure for visits dictated that one should first present an invitation card, then await the host's reply regarding whether they were available to receive guests. Only if the host confirmed their availability could the visitors proceed to call upon them. Yet here they were, invited before they'd even delivered their formal notice? What was this demon lord up to? Chapter 98, The Lost Scroll of the Ancient Demon. Longshan, Longxi Commandery, Yangzhou. The Tianshu Academy delegation followed Song Yushu by carriage to this location. Dong Yeye gazed up at the towering, rugged peaks ahead, a look of confusion crossing her eyes. Brother Song, I know this was once the Jade Du sect's stronghold. But how could such a small corner possibly hold 1,000,000 demon cultivators from the demon lands? The later generations commonly referred to all demonic forces as the demon lands. In truth, the term was merely an umbrella designation encompassing numerous demonic sects. Including the Supreme Demonic Sect, the 10,000 ancient demon mountains, these sects large and small numbered over 100 in total, with countless disciples under their banners. Their numbers were far beyond what a single Jade Du sect could ever rival. Moreover, this mountain was so serene, lush with flowers and foliage, teeming with birds and beasts. Aside from the crumbling ruins left behind by the Jade Du sect's former site, there were no signs of newly constructed dwellings or paths. It certainly didn't look like any new faction had moved in. Chief Dongyun, please do not be hasty. Song Yushu pointed ahead. Look there. The group followed his gesture, their view blocked by the massive mountain face until his lips parted to utter an obscure syllable. The next instant, the mountain roared and trembled violently. Then, in an eerie split, a bronze gate stood abruptly before the group. All were stunned into silence by this miraculous spectacle. What kind of technique is this? Ancient demon cavity, Song Yushu explained. Translated literally, it means to open. Song Yushu explained. Legend has it that in the ancient era, gods and demons existed before heaven and earth. They cultivated not spiritual energy, but the primordial Tao itself. Every word they spoke became law. Later, great sages observed the words and deeds of these divine beings, comprehended their profound mysteries, and created supernatural powers and magic, passing them down through generations. Later still, the primordial gods and demons passed away one after another. Those divine abilities in magic were also forgotten over the long ages as the era collapsed. Many years later, whether by chance or destiny, some of these divine abilities in magic were rediscovered by later generations of cultivators. Thus arose the ancient lost divine powers and the ancient demon lost scrolls. The ancient demonic chant I just used is one of the spells recorded in the lost scrolls of ancient demons. Hearing this, Dong Yunhui fell deep in thought. She knew of the lost divine techniques of antiquity. Virtually all subsequent divine techniques were either branches or simplified versions derived from it. However, the lost divine techniques of antiquity might sound like a rare treasure at first glance, but in reality, it had long since become commonplace, one of the few ancient secrets openly circulated. Nearly every cultivator had practiced it, and she herself knew a smattering of it. So much so that if you pulled any random cultivator off the street, they could recite several passages from it. 2 reasons. First, the lost divine techniques of antiquity itself is public domain, accessible to all practitioners, akin to modern literary works in the public domain. Second, the threshold for mastering the lost ancient divine techniques is absurdly high. Its demands on innate talent and comprehension are so high that the major sects have no worries whatsoever about anyone truly mastering its techniques. Consequently, they see no point in monopolizing it. Even if such individuals did exist, if their innate talent and comprehension were sufficient to master the lost divine techniques of antiquity, then possessing these techniques would make no difference to their invincibility. Why go through the extra trouble and waste time and effort? But then again, the lost scrolls of ancient demons was something she had never heard of before. She supposed it was because, being demonic arts, they were unlikely to be widely disseminated among the righteous paths. Of course, to be mentioned in the same breath as the lost divine techniques, it certainly couldn't be weak. Song Yushu continued his explanation. In truth, the ancient demon chant comprises 77 syllables, and the opening character incantation is merely one among them. It is said, this syllable contains a trace of the ancient demon's essence. Should anyone grasp its meaning, they would thereafter cleave mountains and sever rivers, facing no obstacles before them. In our demonic path back then, a titanic figure wielded this technique to roam freely within the forbidden burial grounds above and render the protective killing arrays of all sects utterly meaningless below. Even the most intricate formations in the world could not hold him.
He was known as the nemesis of array cultivators. At this point, a flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes. Alas, we younger generation of demonic cultivators are incompetent. Not a single one of us possesses even a fraction of his innate talent. We can only use this technique as a key to unlock the demonic lands. It truly dishonors the fame of this technique. Hearing this, the disciples of the celestial pivot hall exchanged stunned glances, astonished by the profound mystery of this ancient demonic art. Dong Yaya, in particular, felt her heart churn with overwhelming shock. Not long ago, she had been pondering. The so-called lost scrolls of ancient demons were likely just like the lost divine techniques of antiquity. It was tasteless to consume, yet a pity to discard. After all, who could possibly master it? What mattered if its power was beyond comprehension? Yet, Son Yushu claimed that in a past life, someone had actually mastered the ancient demon's voice? What kind of person possessed such terrifyingly monstrous insight? Brother Son, the demonic powerhouse you just mentioned, could it be the demon lord? No. Son Yushu shook his head, his expression suddenly turning peculiar. That person, that figure is a very unique existence within the demon realm. He shares a profound connection with our esteemed lord, someone far beyond my station to privately speculate about. If you're curious about him, you might inquire about him before our lord. The peculiar expression deepened on his face. Besides, sir, I doubt anyone else would dare reveal anything to you. Chapter 99, The Mysterious Demon Path Titan. Dong Yu nodded, wisely choosing not to press further. Instead, he pointed toward the bronze gate in the distance and asked, "Is this mountain hollow the demon realm?" Yes and no. The demon realm isn't within this mountain. It exists as a separate space. This gate is its entrance, and like the ancient demonic chamber, it requires the ancient demonic resonance to access. Son Yushu suddenly chuckled. Come to think of it, if the honorable master hadn't planned to trap the turtle in a jar, but instead sealed the gate outright like this now. Those righteous factions don't understand the ancient demon chant. It'd take them 3 to 5 years, maybe even longer, just to locate the demon land. The battle between righteous and demonic factions might not even have happened. Such tactics. How much more ingenious than the so-called mountain defending array of the Jade Du sect. The disciples of the Celestial Pivot Hall marveled at the display, yet Dong Yaya's mind was elsewhere entirely. Only 4 words echoed in her thought's self-contained space. The moment those words surfaced, all other thoughts faded. As the top disciple of the Celestial Pivot Hall, she understood better than anyone what these words signified. This place. Could it be the legendary cavern heaven? There were 2 kinds of divine caverns. One is born of natural divine favor, called a blessed land cave heaven. The other is artificially forged by human cultivation, called a cave heaven microcosm. What lay beyond this gateway was clearly the latter. Chief, your knowledge is truly impressive to even know of cavernous realms? Son Yushu looked somewhat surprised, though he managed to keep his composure. After all, while the existence of divine realms might not be widely known in modern society, it wasn't exactly a secret either. It was perfectly reasonable for her to have heard a thing or two about them. Recalling those days, our sovereign, bearing the mandate of heaven, led his armies southward. He conquered the crucial border strongholds of Xinyu one after another, advancing like a bamboo shoot splitting through the earth, seizing half the realm. On that day, the young emperor of the north, seeing the tide had turned against him, sent envoys bearing a peace treaty. He begged our lord to reign supreme in the south, pleading only for a ceasefire and the end of hostilities. Our master, in his compassion, unwilling to see the suffering of the people, accepted the young emperor's plea. Thus, we demon cultivators finally gained a place to call home. The admiration in his eyes was unmasked. After establishing peace with the Divine Feather sect, our revered sovereign then dispatched envoys to Xinyu, bringing with them the principles of ritual and order. She enlightened her subjects, commanding us to devote ourselves to cultivation and never again ignite the flames of war. I can feel it, our revered master yearns for peace more than anyone. Yet, at this point, his face suddenly darkened with fury. There's always that group of warmongers who flout your commands, paying lip service while secretly defying you. They wave your banner everywhere, stirring up trouble and seeking to reignite war. At first, the sovereign patiently tried to reason with them, but it was like preaching to the wind. Those fools continued down their own path, utterly beyond redemption. Until one day, the Lord's wrath erupted. The day she stepped out of the patriarch's palace, the very heavens and earth changed color. It heralded the beginning of a half-year-long slaughter. During that time, tens of thousands of demon cultivators perished daily. The demon lands were strewn with white bones, unmarked graves gave way to fresh mounds as corpses littered the fields. It is no exaggeration to say. In those 6 months, she nearly slaughtered half the cultivators of the demon lands. The hawks fell silent, and no one dared defy her will again. Hearing this, a chorus of gasps echoed through the mountain woods. Dong Yu finally understood why Ning Yuchan had repeatedly warned them before their departure to absolutely avoid offending Dantai Hongi. This woman. If pushed to the brink, she truly dared to unleash a massacre. After this matter, To permanently resolve the chaos caused by the demon cultivators under her command across the 13 provinces, the honorable sovereign wielded great divine power to refine the vast demonic lands and oversee the cultivation community. And issued the demon sovereign's edict. Henceforth, any who cause chaos outside shall be expelled from the demon realm. Whether dead or alive, they shall have no connection to the demon realm and shall never set foot within it again. Later still, under the guidance of a great demonic power, the one I mentioned earlier, the honorable master transformed the demonic lands into a small world. Sealed its gates, concealed within the void, appointed gatekeepers, and commanded us to master the ancient demonic chant, guarding the entrance through generations. None may enter or exit without the demon lord's decree. Having heard the origins of this bronze gate, the members of the Celestial Pivot Academy felt both reverence and dread toward the demon lord they had never met. Their respect stemmed from the fact that despite possessing the power to unify the world, he willingly chose to lead his demonic cultivators into seclusion to avoid greater casualties. Regardless of her true motives, the ceasefire was undeniable. Their dread stemmed from her thunderous methods. When she struck, it was devastating. For half a year, she slaughtered relentlessly, nearly wiping out half the demon realm. In their collective memory. In terms of sheer scale of slaughter, only the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, who had annihilated the entire Western region's Zen cultivation realm in ancient times, could rival her. It was precisely this act that cemented the Celestial Sword sect's undisputed status as the foremost righteous power. Even after vanishing for nearly 10,000 years during the Divine Feather era, its formidable legacy still reverberated. However, compared to the ordinary disciples in the courtyard, Dong Yuan's thoughts ran deeper and farther. While she held reverence for Dantai Hongyi, it was the mysterious figure who had guided her in refining the microcosm that truly left her with lingering dread. Mortals who channeled the essence of heaven and earth into their bodies were called chi cultivators, capable of living up to 200 years. Yet beyond slightly stronger constitutions, they remained indistinguishable from ordinary people in every other aspect. The foundation establishment stage marked the watershed between cultivators and mortals. By planting a spiritual root within the sea of consciousness, one could wield spells and supernatural abilities using internal spiritual energy, even achieving sword flight. When a foundation establishment cultivator opens their dantian to condense a golden core, they ascend to the golden core stage. Without external aid, they can now roam the heavens and earth. Only after shattering the golden core to form the infant soul does one truly cross the threshold into the realm of immortal cultivation. At the nascent soul stage, the cultivator's spirit leaves the body, roaming the void. Even if the physical form is destroyed, a fragment of the soul can possess another body to reincarnate and continue cultivation. But that's not all. Cultivators at this level can also communicate with heaven and earth, harnessing the essence of the cosmos for their own use. Even if their internal spiritual energy is depleted, they still possess the strength to fight. Moreover, some young prodigies, upon reaching this realm, grasp a thread of spatial power. They can wield void teleportation techniques, achieving short-range instant movement, granting them formidable life-saving abilities. If the foundation establishment stage marks the dividing line between ordinary mortals and cultivators, then the nascent soul stage delineates the boundary between high-tier and low-tier cultivators. The saying that all below the nascent soul stage are mere ants is no empty boast. Yet even powerful nascent soul cultivators cannot refine a patch of land into a miniature world they can command and control. The latter feat, notably, remains beyond even Wu Zhao of the mortal severance realm. The former is akin to refining magical artifacts and Dao weapons achievable with sufficiently high cultivation and strength. It is merely an alternative form of personal domain akin to purchasing a plot of land where you may do as you please, yet cannot relocate it. The Divine Feather dynasty exemplified this principle. Within the Xinyu domain, Wu Zhao reigned supreme. Within her realm, she was invincible. With a mere thought or a flicker of intent, she could instantly appear anywhere within Xinyu. She could also keep a watchful eye on every move made by everyone across the 13 states. The latter is entirely different. A pocket dimension moves with its master's will, functioning as their exclusive personal space. Achieving this requires an understanding of spatial laws reaching a level unimaginable to ordinary people. This was beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators, even those blessed with innate sword bones like Gong Lianyue, the old Taoist of Qingfeng Monastery, or even someone like Dantai Hongyi. In the primordial chaos, time and space emerged first, followed by the subsequent establishment of the 3,000 laws. Hence the saying, time is the sovereign, space is the king. Under normal circumstances, the spatial laws are utterly inaccessible, let alone cultivable. This has nothing to do with cultivation level, it is simply unattainable. The faint trace of spatial power touched upon by nascent soul cultivators is not the spatial law at all, it doesn't even come close to the law. At best, it's a speck of dust clinging to the surface. Thus, Dong Yu speculated that the root lay in the guidance offered by that demonic powerhouse Song Yushu. It was certainly not as simple as imparting a few methods. Without a solid foundation to support it, mere methods alone could never forge a pocket world. Rather than guidance, it was more realistic to say this person had directly created a small world realm for Dantai Hongyi. In other words, This individual possessed access to spatial laws, having grasped a significant portion of them so much so that they had surplus power to utilize it in creating Dantai Hongyi's pocket world. Recalling Song Yushu's words that this individual was also the sole being to master the complete form of the ancient demon cavity. His talent, his realm, could they not surpass even Dantai Hongyi, the demon sovereign renowned throughout the world? Just how high could that be? Chapter 100, The Contrasting Demon Soil. Song Yushu gave the Tianshu Academy members ample time to process this before speaking. Let's go inside. Agreed. Dong Yaya snapped back to attention and hurriedly bowed in response. Thank you for your efforts, Brother Song. My pleasure. Song Yushu uttered the ancient demonic incantation once more. The bronze gate slowly opened, and a strange suction force erupted, pulling everyone before it inside. Dong Yunyu felt darkness envelop his vision, then light returned as the scenery abruptly shifted. Instead of the scorched wasteland and bleak mountains of bones he had imagined, what met his eyes was a picturesque utopia, a land of birdsong and blossoms, a true peach blossom spring. This is the outermost edge of the demon lands. Most of the inhabitants are low-level cultivators and ordinary mortals. Song Yushu explained. Next, I'll lead you to the core region. Along the way, wherever mortals dwell, you'll encounter numerous formations serving as protective barriers. Stay close to me at all times. Do not wander off on your own, and above all, do not touch anything. If you accidentally trigger an array, even I won't be able to save you. With that, he led the way ahead. Dong Yu and the others exchanged glances, not daring to delay, and hurried to follow. They entered the peach grove. No other trees marred the scene. Fragrant grasses flourished, petals drifted in a shower of blossoms, and juicy peaches hung temptingly low. Dewdrops clung to pointed leaves, and a faint mist hung in the air, a picture-perfect utopia. Dong Yu and you couldn't help but inwardly gasp. This place was vastly different from the demonic cultivation world described in the outside world. Based solely on the tranquil atmosphere of this peach grove, one could easily believe this was a realm of righteous cultivation. At the grove's edge stood a small hill, its base bearing a narrow opening. Faint light seeped through from the opposite side, seemingly visible all the way to the end. The entrance. At first, the path was narrow, barely wide enough for one person. After walking several dozen steps, it suddenly opened up. The land stretched flat and open, dotted with neat houses. Fertile fields, beautiful ponds, mulberry groves, and bamboo forests dotted the landscape. Paths crisscrossed the fields, and the sounds of chickens and dogs echoed in perfect harmony. The members of Tianshu Academy, who had lived in the bustling city since childhood, had never before experienced such a serene and idyllic pastoral scene so vividly. They all stopped involuntarily, gazing out at the view. Men tilled the rice paddies, women spun thread beneath eaves, children played in courtyards. Though dressed plainly, with golden hair and braids, they radiated contentment. Is this truly the world of demonic cultivators? A disciple of Tianshu Academy, utterly incredulous at the scene before him, tugged at the sleeve of his companion beside him and murmured in a dazed voice. Old Zhao. Pinch me. Am I under some kind of illusion? Song Yushu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Do you really think all demon cultivators are cold-blooded monsters who kill without blinking? At these words, the disciple who had spoken earlier felt a wave of shame wash over him, and he awkwardly lowered his head. He was the very person the other had accused of harboring a rigid prejudice against demon cultivators. The other disciples of the Celestial Pivot Hall also felt somewhat embarrassed. Dong Yunyu stepped forward to diffuse the tension. Brother Song, please forgive me. After all, this is an era ruled by the righteous path, so it's fine. Song Yushu cut him off, utterly unconcerned. As a demon cultivator who had lived in modern society, he was long accustomed to such matters. Look, he said, pointing to the laborers ahead toiling in the fields, these are ordinary mortals without spiritual roots, incapable of cultivation. Then he gestured toward a nearby group, several cultivators casting spells to channel river water for rice paddy irrigation. Those over there are all cultivators. Both sides have coexisted under this arrangement for centuries. But the cultivators here generally lack profound cultivation bases. Their innate talent and physical constitution are too poor. Reaching the peak of foundation establishment is the absolute limit for them. They have no hope of forming a core in this lifetime. The sovereign considered that if they lived in the core region, they would likely face oppression and humiliation from higher-level cultivators. So, he simply placed them here to live among mortals, using arrays to separate this area from the core region. Cultivators from the two regions do not interfere with one another. Thus, high-level cultivators in the core region receive more resources. They no longer live in constant fear of starvation, driven to desperate measures. Meanwhile, the common folk here, aided by the cultivators, enjoy improved living conditions. A win-win for all three parties. Hearing this, everyone present felt a surge of admiration for Dantai Hongyi, not because of her cultivation level, but purely out of respect and recognition for her actions. Especially Dong Yaya. As the chief of the Tianshu Academy, she frequently represented the academy in dealings with high-ranking officials from various sections. This experience gave her a deeper understanding of such individuals' perspectives. For a cultivator, especially one standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world's pyramid, treating mortals and low-tier cultivators as human beings was already no small feat. In their minds, low-tier cultivators were no different from pigs, dogs, or slaves. They did not indiscriminately kill innocents, and even that could be considered a great blessing for the former. Empathy for the plight of the former too was simply unthinkable. Logically speaking, this mindset isn't inherently wrong. If one were to accuse them of grave errors, it wouldn't be entirely accurate. Not by a long shot. After all, everyone had once been in that position. Before prodigies could rise, they too had to grovel before higher-ranking cultivators. Among fellow sect members, there's at least the bond of brothers in arms. But when it comes to cultivators from other sects, mercy simply doesn't exist. Big fish eat little fish eat shrimp. How many trials must a cultivator endure to rise? Battling between life and death, challenging heaven, defying earth, competing with men living in constant trepidation for hundreds, even thousands of years. After finally climbing to the top, if I were to suddenly embrace equality for all, what would become of all the suffering I endured? Wouldn't it all have been for nothing? That's why the Dongyu of the past didn't harbor much resentment toward the lofty postures of sect leaders or those towering above as national pillars. But comparisons breed fear. People fear points of reference. Now she found herself thinking. That demon lord who had rebelled against the divine feather young emperor and was regarded by the righteous sects as a thorn in their side seemed more righteous than these very sects themselves. Perhaps it was true, as Ning Yuchan had said, hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing. Chief Dongyun, don't overthink it. Song Yushu, seemingly sensing the complexity of her emotions, offered comfort. A ruler like our lord is truly rare. She came from humble origins, lost her mother in childhood, then her father, left utterly alone. As a beggar child, she defied fate to rewrite her destiny. The hardships she endured are known only to her. She empathizes deeply with those lowly cultivators. That is precisely why she treats them with such kindness. Rather than saying she is redeeming these lowly cultivators, it is more accurate to say she is redeeming her former self. As for the other cultivators, the cultivation world is inherently a dog-eat-dog place. The strong prey on the weak. It's the natural order, neither right nor wrong. Dong Yueyun nodded, hummed in acknowledgement, and said nothing more. Yet the complex expression on her face had lightened considerably, no longer the anxious uncertainty of before. Seeing this, Song Yushu said no more, leading the group forward. As they journeyed deeper into the realm, bustling inns, antique-style ghosthouses, more and more scenes reminiscent of ancient costume dramas unfolded before their eyes. The celestial capital of white jade, 12 towers and 5 cities. Immortals caress my crown, binding my hair to receive eternal life. The clear, rhythmic voices of young children reciting lessons drifted from the schoolhouse, where the teacher was a foundation establishment cultivator. Steamed buns. Fresh out of the oven, piping hot steamed buns. Body forging pills. Top-grade body forging pills. The marketplace bustled with activity, cultivators and mortals mingling freely as they hawked their wares, the scene blending seamlessly. Oh, sir, you're here. Honored guest, please come inside. Passing by a brothel, a young maiden untouched by the world blushed crimson just as the novels described, a scene of songbirds singing and swallows dancing. With their keen eyes, the group could instantly tell that among these women of the night were not only commoners but also cultivators. Yet the latter showed no trace of contempt, disdain, or dismissiveness toward the former. Dong Yunyu sighed silently. Dantai Hongyi truly governed her realm well. At least from what they witnessed so far, the common folk lived in peace and contentment, while cultivators and mortals coexisted harmoniously. Throughout their journey, a look of longing flickered in her eyes more than once. Consider this. Even under the rule of the immortal sect, such a scene was hard to come by. This was the true golden age she envisioned in her heart. At this moment, she found herself at a loss for words. In the end, she could only utter a heartfelt sigh. Who would have thought my first glimpse of harmony between immortals and mortals would come in this demon-infested land, known to the outside world as a living hell? Truly, sigh. Ha! Song Yushu chuckled. All this still owes to that titan from back then. To be honest, that person truly did a lot for our demon lands. Him again? Dong Yeye froze, waiting for him to explain. Not that I mean any disrespect to our sovereign, but truth be told, even she admits it herself, she only knows how to kill, not how to govern a faction. Mainly, no one ever taught her or us. We fought and killed from the start just to survive. So most of the rules and systems were established by that figure. Many of our core principles were shaped by his influence. He taught the honorable master, and she taught us. As he spoke, Song Yushu abruptly shifted his tone. Chief Dongyun, I understand what concerns your great Xia. You fear we might ignite war across the 9 provinces. I pledge to you in the name of the sovereign, while the traditionalists may be unpredictable, we royalists do not relish war because he does not. He once said that the secluded life of picking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence, leisurely gazing upon the southern mountain, is the greatest happiness in the world. We do not know what happiness is, we have never experienced it. But since he said this is happiness, then this must be happiness. Therefore, we have always strived toward this goal. Unless war is unavoidable, we will stop at nothing to eliminate anyone who stands in our way. Oh, that too was his teaching. He told us not to quarrel with others, to be good people, and not to provoke trouble, for that would prevent us from living peaceful lives. But if you ever offend someone, leave no survivors. And wipe out every last member of their entire group. Don't care about innocents if they know you, kill them. He spoke as he walked, his words absorbed by the attentive listeners of the celestial pivot hall. Dong Yunyu's heart grew increasingly shaken. She truly never imagined in her wildest dreams that one person's influence could be so immense, so vast that it could warp people's very worldviews. Was this not treating that man as a deity? While Dantai Hong's leadership played a role, it still spoke volumes about his own abilities. After all, someone who had ascended to the position of Demon Lord wouldn't blindly follow just anyone. What an extraordinary being. Is that Colossus still within the Demon Lands? She wondered if he was still there. Perhaps she could later request the Demon Lord's permission for her and the others to pay him a visit? After all, as the Honorable Lord says, that one is like the all-knowing, all-powerful. There seems to be nothing in this world he doesn't know, nothing he isn't skilled at, be it cultivation or principles, it's all the same. Song Yushu continued to himself, offering no response to her question. Playing dumb. Deliberately. Dongyu narrowed her eyes slightly whenever that Colossus was mentioned. Song Yushu would either sing his praises or clam up completely, refusing to utter another word, as if he were some unspeakable taboo in the Demon Lands. This man. We've reached the domain. Chapter 101, Malice. Song Yushu's voice snapped Dong Yaya out of her reverie. The group halted, gazing at an altar looming ahead. A boundary gate separated two worlds. Everyone, please wait a moment while I inform the Honorable Master. Ascending the altar, Song Yushu delivered the message. He then settled his mind, formed a hand seal, and used the 1,000-mile transmission technique to communicate with Dantai Honi, who remained far away in the sect leader's palace. He bent low, his lips moving silently. The next second, a terrifying aura descended abruptly. The sky, once bright with sunlight, inverted in an instant, day becoming night as a crimson blood moon rose slowly. The demonic might surged forth, vast as an ocean. A detached gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on Dong Yunyu as if discovering something utterly unexpected. The owner of that gaze proceeded to dissect her, inch by inch, from head to toe, inside and out, with an intensely aggressive and predatory manner. Every secret lay exposed, laid bare. Then, she sensed an extreme malevolence. In that instant, her very soul trembled in terror, as if targeted by a forbidden creature lurking in the depths of an abyss, plunging her into an icy dungeon. Rage. Savagery. Venom. A tidal wave of negative emotions surged toward her. A thread of murderous intent pierced through the icy stare. She felt her soul being tortured by 1,000 cuts the other wanted to tear her apart. Yet, the Tianshu Academy disciples and Song Yushu around her showed no reaction beyond their robes fluttering in the wind. It seemed only she was affected. Her will gradually blurred. In a daze, she thought she heard faint murmurs, someone chanting funeral sutras. The low toll of evening drums, accompanied by an ancient heartbeat, seemed poised to drag her into eternal oblivion. Ah! At the critical moment, a faint, resigned sigh echoed through the heavens. Rain fell. The icy rain pelted her skin, like a benevolent father nourishing all things silently. Chief? Chief! Wake up, Chief! Can you hear me? After an unknown span of time, the repeated calls finally roused her. Her eyes darted around in confusion before consciousness slowly returned. Finally, like a drowning person pulled ashore, she jolted upright, gasping for breath. Her face was etched with terror and dread, the lingering horror of a brush with death. She steadied herself. Song Yushu was still communicating telepathically with Dantai Hongi. A circle of Tianshu Academy disciples stood around her, their eyes filled with concern. No one knew what she had just endured. To the others, it appeared she had suddenly fallen asleep and was having a nightmare. What a move! I haven't slept well these past few days and just happened to doze off. She took a deep breath and stood up with the support of two female colleagues, feigning calm on the surface. Yet the storm raging within her only grew more intense. Just one glance. Just one glance. It made her feel as if she were on the brink of death. She had no doubt that the owner of that cold, indifferent gaze could have turned her into a corpse in an instant, had they so desired. Truly terrifying. Moreover, this terror stemmed not merely from the vast disparity in power, but more profoundly from the other's nature, a killing intent that arose without warning. In this moment, she finally understood, though the demon lord despised war and bloodshed, he was far from the benevolent ruler described by Song Yushu. His benevolence extended only to the lowly common folk who shared her own circumstances, to the subjects under her rule, and to those insignificant, unrelated passers-by. But toward any living being who aroused her resentment. She was the very embodiment of savagery, utterly devoid of humanity. Her bloodlust surpassed even that of the martial emperor of the divine feathered dynasty. At the very least, during the martial emperor's reign, no large-scale massacres ever occurred. Whether subduing aristocratic clans or suppressing the 100 sects, even when cornered in the imperial court, her approach remained one of diplomacy before force. Those willing to bow their heads and submit could largely expect forgiveness. But Dan Taihani instinctively solved problems through slaughter. Killing those she disliked had become a reflex action, as automatic as a conditioned response. Setting aside the massacre in the Demon Lands, a tragedy she hadn't witnessed firsthand and thus couldn't consider just the incident that befell her not long ago. She had done nothing wrong, yet the other party inexplicably harbored hostility toward her. Without even giving her a chance to explain, they sought to kill her. If you must kill me, at least let me die knowing why. Moreover, most crucially, she had a vague intuition that the source of the other's displeasure wasn't her personally, but some aura she had somehow picked up. Or rather, it was someone she had once encountered, a person who bore a grudge against Dan Taihani. The karma of that individual clung to her, causing the latter to harbor malice toward her. Because initially, Dan Taihani had no intent to kill her. It was only after scrutinizing her body that the desire to kill emerged. So, what business is it of mine if someone close to me has offended you? I never crossed you. Blame the right person. Why take it out on me? How unfair is that to me? Dong Yu was utterly speechless, feeling like crying but with no tears to shed. Yet he was also intensely curious who on earth could harbor such deep-seated hatred toward this demon lord that they'd attack without even seeing his face, merely sensing his aura? Could it be a high-ranking figure from some righteous sect? Impossible. If that were the case, the enemy would have stormed her doorstep long ago. Why would she be the one bearing the brunt of their fury? But if it wasn't the former? She'd been stationed at the Qingzhou laboratory these past days, spending the most time with Ning Yuchan, but Ning Yuchan wasn't a reincarnated being. She had no past life. It made no sense. Chief Dongyun, you just... As she silently analyzed the source of the aura, Song Yushu, who had finally finished his telepathic communication, stepped forward to inquire about the sudden disturbance. He had certainly noticed Dongyun Yu suddenly fainting. He wasn't blind, after all, being so close. But at that moment, he was communicating telepathically with Dan Taihani. How could he dare to be distracted? That would be a grave disrespect to his own revered master. I'm fine. Dong Yunyu shook her head, dismissing it with a single sentence, unwilling to revisit the matter. After all, the demon lord's moods were unpredictable, and this had happened within her own pocket dimension. Nothing that occurred there could escape her perception. Heaven only knew if the other was still watching her now. Having barely scraped back to life, she certainly didn't want to invite trouble. What did the demon lord say about the visit? I'm afraid. Hearing this, Song Yushu's tone carried a hint of resignation. The honorable lord seems to be in a rather poor mood at the moment and is unwilling to receive visitors. He instructed me to arrange accommodations for you first. A hint of regret flickered in his eyes before he shifted the subject. I recall the Tianchu Academy came to Yangzhou for archaeological work, correct? There happens to be a place called the Pilgrimage Hall in the core area. It contains many records of the Lord's deeds from years past and the founding history of our demon lands. It might prove useful for your archaeological work. He paused. And that Colossus. If you're interested in him, you might find some clues in the Pilgrimage Hall. How about I take you there first? All right. Dong Yaya agreed immediately, showing no sign of displeasure at being left behind by Dan Taihani. In fact, she felt somewhat relieved. She was eager to keep her distance from him now. The farther, the better. Chapter 102, The Pilgrimage Hall. Core region of the Demon Lands, Pilgrimage Hall. Song Yushu presented the Demon Lord's token fastened at his waist. After the guards verified it, they bowed in respect, then turned their gaze to the group from the Celestial Pivot Academy behind him. These esteemed guests were invited by the Honorable Lord. He explained their origins, and the guards granted passage. The group entered the hall. The moment they crossed the threshold, the weight of history and the profound depth of culture washed over them. All were left speechless by the scene before their eyes. Golden pillars and jade ceilings adorned the space, with paths paved in celestial crystals. Bronze lanterns hung overhead like a constellation of stars, fueled by spiritual energy that seemed to burn eternally. The entire hall was bathed in brilliant light. Exquisite spirit stones radiating potent spiritual energy adorned the surroundings, while countless rare treasures and divine artifacts lay scattered about, their names unknown to all. At the center, a mural corridor, carved from ancient marvelous stones, stretched endlessly into the darkness, seemingly boundless, as if it had no end. What a grand scale! Dong Yu's heart skipped a beat, his breathing growing increasingly rapid. This was no mere hall of pilgrimage, but clearly a colossal treasure vault. Setting aside the priceless supreme spirit stones, the materials used to forge this mural corridor alone were beyond valuation. Empty bright stone. This ancient marvel, known only from ancient texts, existed in extremely limited quantities and could only form naturally. Replication through artificial means was impossible. Its most enticing property, however, lay in its extraordinary ability to suppress inner demons, offering the greatest possible defense against the catastrophic effects of spiritual backlash. However, emptiness stones are consumable, each one used is one less. She had no doubt.
Such a vast quantity of empty bright stones, if exposed to the outside world, would be plundered clean by various factions within 3 days.
No one could hold on to them. For one must understand.
Except for a few rare physical constitutions and lineages, the perils of chi deviation and the trials of inner demons are hurdles nearly every cultivator must face. This has nothing to do with cultivation level, it's a matter of one's Tao heart. The path of cultivation stretches endlessly through the ages.
Who could claim they've never done something dishonest in their lifetime? Who could guarantee they'll never succumb to demonic possession?
And this is the very life-saving artifact one needs when facing their inner demons.
Brother Song, your demon lands truly are.
Ha! After a moment, Dong Yu reluctantly tore her gaze away from the dazzling array of treasures, about to utter a few words of admiration, when a sudden realization struck her.
Brother Song, why is there no one else here besides us? She asked in puzzlement.
Logically speaking, since this so-called Hall of Pilgrimage records the glorious deeds of the Demon Lord, its interior should resemble a modern museum.
If not packed to the rafters, it should at least be bustling with pilgrims paying homage, right?
Yet, the reality was that not a single other cultivator was present within the hall. Not even any demonic cultivators native to the demon lands were here, only their group remained. The pilgrimage hall remains sealed most of the time, Song Yushu explained. It only opens for the grand ritual ceremony held once every 20 years.
Sacrificial ceremony? Dong Yaya froze. This was the first time she'd heard the concept of worship from a cultivator. Did these practitioners actually pray to gods and Buddhas? Impossible, surely?
Indeed. The cultivation world had its own legends about immortals, but who could tell fact from fiction?
Who had ever truly seen one of these so-called immortals?
At its core, it was nothing more than a glimmer of hope.
If mortals couldn't comprehend immortals and Buddhas, how could cultivators possibly understand?
Immortals do not exist in this world. High-level cultivators walk among mortals, displaying great supernatural powers, manifesting divine presence before people, and harvesting faith. This is how the concept of immortals formed in the secular world. As for true deities in the strictest sense, they are defined by human cultivators as an ancient great clan.
The idea of humans worshipping such beings is utterly unrealistic. Even if we concede that point.
While it's true that some sects venerate their own ancestors or ancient sages who made significant contributions to humanity during the era of human weakness. For instance, the Taoist tradition venerates the 3 purities and 4 sovereigns, while the Buddhist tradition honors the 3 Buddha ancestors.
But that is commemoration, not worship. Sacrificial offerings require the devotion of one's own faith.
Those ancient sages have long since passed away, their spirits returned to heaven and earth.
Where would they go to receive the incense offerings of the masses? Moreover,
the ancient demonic path's lineage has long been severed, and they have no sages to commemorate.
Surely they wouldn't honor those who destroyed their own tradition. Furthermore,
there's still Dantai Honi above them.
With her domineering nature, would she tolerate such a thing? Could she permit her subjects to offer incense and devotion to any being other than herself? Dong Yunyu didn't believe it.
It's worth noting that during the founding year of the Divine Feather Dynasty, Dong Yunyu performed the Fengshan ritual on the northern mountains, paying homage to the Heavenly Emperor and Earthly Empress, which is fundamentally different from sacrificial worship.
Who are you worshipping? The Rain Lord. Rain Lord?
That is the revered title of the great sovereign.
Song Yushu replied briefly, then gestured toward the mural gallery at the hall center. Come. Let's go there. You'll understand once you see it. Chapter 103, The Limitless Demon Sovereign.
As the group entered the corridor, candles along both sides lit up one after another, illuminating the path ahead. One mural after another unfolded before their eyes. The first mural depicted a colossal hand reached out as if grasping at the sky, snatching countless demon cultivators through the air. Those who attempted to resist were instantly obliterated into clouds of blood mist.
What is this? Rain Lord. Song Yushu explained, I avoided mentioning Lord Yu earlier because his reputation in the demon lands is deeply divided.
Some blame him for their ruined families, while others regard him as a savior. After His Majesty ascended the throne, he issued a decree forbidding any private discussion of Lord Yu. Violators face immediate execution for high treason. However, since His Majesty permitted you to enter the sacred hall, I presume he tacitly allows me to share this with you. He turned his gaze to the first mural and recounted, to pioneer demonic arts, he abducted tens of thousands of souls from our demon realm, including the sovereign himself. The process of forging that arc remains unknown to us, but the final outcome was that only the sovereign survived, all others perished. His selfish ambition plunged our demonic lands into near universal mourning, every household draped in white silk. That is why some demonic cultivators hate him. Upon hearing this, every member of the Celestial Pivot Academy drew in a sharp breath. Tens of thousands perished just to create a cultivation technique? That's just too ruthless.
So, Brother Song, do you hate him? Dong Yu asked curiously. Song Yushu shook his head.
From our descendants' perspective, his crimes were of his own time, yet his achievements will endure for millennia.
Had he not pioneered that cultivation technique and passed it to the Lord could not have ascended to the mortal slaying realm so swiftly. Nor could our demon lands have ended the millennia-long chaos so quickly. The mountains of corpses and seas of blood behind that cultivation technique are undeniable. We cannot forgive him for the families who lost loved ones. But considering the greater picture, the families he indirectly saved number in the hundreds of thousands. At this point, he sighed, right and wrong, merit and fault, these are not matters that can be clarified in a few words. Those sacrificed were not his kin naturally, he harbors no hatred toward them. Dong Ye nodded, asked no more questions, and continued walking inward. The subsequent murals depicted scenes of spirit banners fluttering over demonic lands. According to Song Yushu, they served as memorials for the fallen demon cultivators, offering solace to their living kin. But that was beside the point. The sixth mural, a bare-chested man wearing a purple crown reclines in the grand hall, with over a dozen scantily clad women kneeling at his feet. An aura of scandalous debauchery radiated from the scene. Undoubtedly, this was an erotic painting. Dong Yu's face flushed slightly, unable to bear looking directly. She turned to Song Yushu, gesturing for him to explain. Ahem. Seeing this, Song Yushu felt a touch of awkwardness himself. Fortunately, he possessed a steady temperament and avoided the coyness of a young woman. Clearing his throat, he explained. He is the limitless demon sovereign. Before the Lord unified the demonic path, the demonic lands were divided into 4 realms: south, east, west, and north. The limitless demon sovereign once ruled the southern demon realm. He was also one of the leading figures of the conservative faction. Under his rule, the southern demon realm fell into ruin. The common folk resorted to cannibalism, trading their children for sustenance. Women, in particular, suffered the most. He pointed at the man in the purple crown and continued. He comes from a dual cultivation sect, which led him to indulge in women to the point of obsession. He even established a law called the right of the first night. As the name implies, on the wedding night of every eligible maiden, she must enter his palace. He would claim the first night. If he took a liking to her, she would be taken into his harem. Only then would she be permitted to marry. Upon returning from his cultivation, the revered master intends to purge the 4 heavenly demon lords. The Wuji demon sovereign, depraved and tyrannical, indulged in orgies and feasts of excess, provoking the wrath of both gods and mortals. With the people's resentment boiling over, he became her first target. The group continued onward. Dantai Hongi infiltrated the southern heavenly demon realm, gathering like-minded warriors to lead a rebellion, though she found herself in dire straits on multiple occasions. Until a man appeared. A youth clad in white robes and a black cloak, his divine countenance concealed, yet radiating a murderous aura that pierced the heavens. He stood there silently, yet the malevolent aura of the heavens and the blood-red glow of 10,000 miles spontaneously coalesced above his head into a colossal, blood-red eye stretching for miles. At that moment, even knowing it was merely a painting, the members of the Celestial Pivot Academy could not suppress their trembling fear. What a cold gaze of utter contempt for all living beings. A coldness ingrained in his very bones, the lofty arrogance of a being who regarded all creation as worthless straw dogs, the ruthlessness of one who slaughtered millions without a flicker of emotion. Even across 2 worlds, even separated by endless time and space, its lingering might remained undiminished, striking terror into the heart. Dong Yunyu's heart pounded wildly, a chill piercing to the very core of his being. Compared to the figure in the painting, even Dantai Hongi's demonic might seem somewhat lacking. This was the true embodiment of a great demon. Chapter 104, Li Sui. This person. Regaining her composure, Dong Yunyu turned to Song Yushu. She had a vague suspicion about the identity of the figure in the painting, but dared not be certain. He is the Rain Lord Li Sui. Song Yushu's words confirmed her suspicions. Indeed. Across the entire demon lands, the only one possessing such overwhelming presence that even a lifeless mural couldn't conceal his malevolent aura was Lord Yu. That name. Li Sui. To the uninitiated, it might sound like some bookish scholar. Divine feather 10,000 years. The limitless demon sovereign joined forces with the life-slaying demon Buddha of the western demon lands, gravely wounding our Lord and forcing him into exile 3,000 li away. Only through Lord Yu's intervention were we saved. The Wu dynasty endured 10,000 years. Emperor Wu Zhao, founder of the Divine Feather Dynasty, passed away and was interred at Beishanhai. Posthumously honored as the Holy Enlightened Martial Emperor, his eldest legitimate daughter, Wu Fian, ascended the throne, establishing the Tianshou dynasty. Year 1 of the Heavenly Mandate era. Wu Fian proclaimed to the realm that she posthumously honored the late emperor's teacher as the Grand Preceptor. She then led all civil and military officials to request his joint stewardship of the court, but Li Changsheng politely declined. The next day, he left behind a scroll of imperial edicts and departed Tian City with his sword and his attendant, Liang Yu. Outside Tian City, the journey had been arduous. Inside the carriage, misty incense smoke swirled as sandalwood fragrance filled the air. Dressed in court robes, Gong Lian Yu gently combed the man's cascading jet-black hair while tentatively asking, "Master, can you truly bear to leave that child behind?" Lian Yu understands Brother Dao's detached nature and dislike for turmoil, but she remains the sole heir of the martial emperor. Your blood ties to her run deep. Now that the emperor has passed, the young ruler faces uncertainty. Ministers remain unaligned, and the people lack faith. Without you to anchor the court, relying solely on her strength. She did not continue. Children have their own destinies. Li Changgang spoke calmly. I have left her a fragment of my life-bound sword energy in the imperial decree. It will protect her in times of peril. As for this throne, didn't Xiaoro build this empire from nothing? If she cannot hold that position, it only proves her inadequacy. Let her abdicate and make way for the capable. Must I guard her for the rest of my life? Hearing this, Gong Lianyue couldn't help but give his shoulder a playful shove, scolding him. You heartless man. Don't you cherish our past affection at all? Li Changgang paid her no mind, not even turning his head as he leafed through the ancient scroll in his hands. First spit out the elixir of immortality you found for me, then we'll talk. Gong Lianyue was instantly speechless. Though she possessed innate sword bones and astonishing talent, ever since following Li Changgang, she had picked up his careless ways and neglected her cultivation. As a result, her cultivation had stagnated for years, remaining stuck at the nascent soul stage. Let's be honest. She couldn't possibly outlive Wu Zhao, who had already entered the mortal-slaying realm. Her eternal youth and jade-like complexion were entirely due to Li Changgang, who had once sought out an elixir of immortality specifically for her, forcibly extending her lifespan by 10,000 years. Of course, Wu Zhao's early demise had its own reasons. Though cultivators who had reached the slaying mortals realm typically possessed a lifespan of 20,000 years, how many cultivators in this world truly lived out their days free of illness and misfortune, passing away peacefully in their old age? In her youth, she waged countless wars, accumulating hidden injuries and ailments within her body. She was perpetually occupied with state affairs, expanding territories, and had no time to rest and nurture her health. Such relentless neglect inevitably hastened the depletion of her vital essence and blood, laying the groundwork for her premature demise, a life extinguished before its time. Where are we headed? After combing her hair, Gong Lianyue glanced out the window at the scenery rushing past. Resting her chin on Li Changgang's shoulder, she joined him in reading. The Demon Lands. Li Changgang's gaze remained fixed on the scroll, oblivious to the breathtakingly beautiful face mere inches away, a face of unparalleled natural grace. His mind was elsewhere. To meet an old acquaintance. You, with your heart of stone, actually have an acquaintance? Gong Lianyue couldn't help but silently roll her eyes inwardly. Her attention was soon drawn to the content of the scroll in his hands, and she suddenly realized. That test subject of yours? The one called Dantai Hongyi? The scroll detailed the very technique that had claimed the lives of tens of thousands of demon cultivators, the peerless art of swallowing heaven demon technique. MHM. Li Changgang nodded lightly. Check if she's dead. He closed the scroll, dark light flickering in his pupils as a wisp of profound, pure demonic energy spilled forth. The next instant, the carriage had traversed 10,000 li. Wherever it passed, all signs of life vanished. The demon lands, on the fringes of the divine feather. The demon lands of this era were not yet the boundless expanse of later times. Though called demon lands, they were essentially a cluster of towns, neither large nor small, joined together to form a city. The driver, fearful of the demon cultivator's notorious reputation, refused point-blank to enter the city. Li Changgang didn't press the matter, paid him a sum for the carriage and horses, and let him depart. The two walked into the city. Brother Daoist. This place may not match the grandeur of Divine Feather, but it's still quite substantial. Where should we begin searching for Dantai Hongyi? We can't just wander aimlessly hoping for luck, can we? Gong Lianyue asked pointedly, her implication being that Li Changgang should calculate Dantai Hongyi's coordinates and lead them straight there. Perhaps because Li Changgang was too versatile, she had grown increasingly lazy. Her first instinct when trouble arose was to rely on him to take shortcuts. Now she was even more idle than Li Changgang. At least he occasionally indulged in sightseeing and leisurely strolls, while she preferred to stay put whenever possible. In the end, she had become the very person she once despised most, no longer the disciplined, diligent heir to the heavenly sword sect who rose before dawn and worked late into the night. Living off someone else is so sweet. You're just lazy as hell. Li Changgang tapped her head in exasperation, but still complied by casting his divine power to locate Dantai Hongyi's coordinates, southern heavenly demon realm, over there. He pointed in a direction. Gong Lianyue, however, didn't move. Instead, she extended a delicate, fair hand toward him, waving it playfully as she gazed at him with a smile. Even Li Changgang, with his typically unruffled demeanor, couldn't help but feel a touch of exasperation. We're out for a rare outing. Are you really going to collapse after just 2 steps? Master. Shut up. He took Gong Lianyue's small hand. Golden light surged beneath their feet as they shrank the distance to an inch. Within a few breaths, they had arrived at the southern heaven demon land, 1,000 miles away. A mountain pass. Piles of bleached bones littered the ground, the air thick with the stench of blood. Several soldiers, not yet fully dead, lay atop the cold corpses of their comrades, moaning in agony. Gong Lianyue scanned the scene, her expression growing grave. The malevolent energy here is overwhelming, and the resentment lingers. It seems a large-scale battle occurred not long ago. Could that Dantai Hongyi be dead? She's not dead. Just as Li Changsheng was about to speak, a commanding shout erupted from behind them. By order of the demon sovereign, we are hunting the rebel Dan Taihani. Those who stand in our way, move aside at once. The crack of a whip split the air in quick succession. Looking for death. Seeing this, a sword mark flashed abruptly between Gong Lianyue's brows, and a fierce, surging sword aura erupted. She was indeed lazy, but she would never tolerate anyone insulting Li Changsheng. She was about to draw her sword and strike. Let's go. But before she could act, Li Changsheng seized her shoulder first, his fingers forming a mystic seal. In an instant, both vanished from their spot, leaving the whip to strike empty air. The whip-wielding cultivator froze in place, momentarily at a loss. Over 100 li into the mountain pass, in the desolate wilderness where few people ventured, two streaks of light drifted down, materializing into a man and a woman, the master and servant. Why did you stop me? Gong Lianyue's anger still simmered, the sword mark between her brows faintly visible. A few gold core early-stage ants dare attack you? I'll slaughter them. Calm down. Li Changsheng gently brushed her brow, causing the sword mark to recede. You were once the leader of a righteous sect. How can your bloodlust be stronger than mine? It wasn't that he'd recently cultivated his temper and become more patient. Rather, he felt that squabbling with such insignificant ants was a tremendous waste of time. Besides, killing such people would only soil his hands. Poof. Gong Lianyue snorted lightly. Does that mean the righteous sect leader deserves to be pushed around? We uphold justice, not because we're born doormats. Still, she immediately suppressed her killing intent and shifted the question. Speaking of which, shouldn't we go find Dan Taihani now? Those demonic cultivators seem to be after her. Since she's the test subject you chose, we can't let her die at their hands, can we? No need to look for her. Li Changsheng shook his head and tilted his chin forward. There she is. Chapter 105, The Past of an Experiment. Gong Lianyue followed his gaze only to find 3 or 5 men and women staring blankly at her, their bodies frozen in the positions they held mere seconds ago. Their bodies were covered in wounds, their clothes in tatters. Their breathing was uneven, their expressions haggard, their faces etched with exhaustion and unease. Clearly they had been hunted down to this place. From their perspective, they were all in a state of utter bewilderment. They had raced day and night, finally shaking off their pursuers, and were hiding here to tend to their wounds. Then, out of nowhere, 2 strangers had dropped from the sky. Worse, these 2 kept spouting nonsense about the master of the orthodox sect, golden core ants, and even mentioned Dan Taihani. And then there was this experimental subject business. What on earth was going on? Yet, between the lines, it seemed they had come to help the woman who called herself the sect master insisted Dan Taihani must not die? So, are these newcomers friend or foe? May I ask, fellow cultivator? The tense standoff lingered for a moment. From Dan Taihani's faction, a woman dressed as a guard received a nod and spoke first, inquiring about the 2 strangers' identities. Li Changsheng glanced at her but offered no reply. He signaled Gong Lianyue to clear the area, then strode directly toward Dan Taihani, who stood protected by several guards. Seeing this, the others immediately grew wary. The female guard clenched the long mocha blade resting on her knee. Fellow Taoist, please halt your advance. Blades have no eyes. Silence. The command carried the weight of law. The rest of her threat cut off abruptly. The fierce, predatory glare in her eyes gave way to an unmistakable panic. She truly couldn't make a sound. She began to panic, desperately opening her mouth wide, trying again and again to speak. Yet all her efforts were futile. Nothing changed. What kind of technique was this? The others were also stunned into stillness, frozen in place, not daring to move. Only when Li Changsheng stepped before them did someone finally react. He instinctively drew his sword. Stand down. A weak yet commanding voice echoed from behind. He hesitated for a few seconds, then released his grip on the sword. The other guards exchanged glances before finally parting to form a guarded perimeter. Li Changsheng strolled casually past the guards, looking down at Dan Taihani, who sat cross-legged on the ground, disheveled and filthy, his breath ragged. A moment later, he remarked with interest. Your soul is decaying, your dantian shattered, and you've even resorted to the blood-burning secret art. Little Red Robe, it's been years since we last met. How did you manage to become even more wretched than before? Recognize? Hearing such an intimate address for their master, the guards' hearts sank back into their chests, their taut nerves finally relaxing. But Dan Taihani stared fixedly at the man before her. Far from showing any joy, her face was ashen. Already drained of color from her severe injuries, her complexion now turned even paler. Worse than when fleeing the pursuit of the southern heaven demon cultivators. In truth, the moment Li Changsheng appeared, her primal instincts had recognized him before her memories could catch up. This man, more ethereal than any immortal, was the nightmare that had haunted her entire life. Even after all these years, those excruciating experiences remained vividly etched in her mind. She was the sole test subject to cultivate the ultimate version of the swallowing heaven demon art. No one knew. That experiment was nothing but a human breeding ground. Every cultivator who failed to master the swallowing heaven demon art became nourishment for the next. This continued until the swallowing heaven demon art was perfected. In other words, she devoured the spiritual roots and memories of every test subject, their resentment, their despair before death, their hatred toward Li Changding, their jealousy toward her as the sole survivor. During that time, every time she closed her eyes, she'd be jolted awake by relentless nightmares, followed by a tidal wave of negative emotions that drowned her entire soul. It felt like falling into a bottomless abyss, consciousness drowning in icy waters, no light, no hope, only boundless darkness. That seemingly endless mental torment pushed her to the brink of madness countless times, only to be forcibly snapped back to lucidity by the mental imprint the other had planted within her. It was an endless cycle. During those dark years, she yearned for death above all else. Only death could end this cycle, worse than death itself. Yet she was forced to live. Because that man, who seemed incapable of mercy, had declared her his test subject, she belonged to him. Her body, her soul, her very being, everything about her belonged to him. She was his possession, forever and always. She had no freedom, no right to choose. Without his permission, she couldn't even take her own life. The mental imprint would stop her in the very last second she tried to end it. Even after the swallowing heaven demon art emerged and he purged the technique's side effects, the pain and terror had already seeped into her very bones. This was not something any divine power could erase. It would follow her through countless lifetimes, unless one day she could find release on her own. So the moment she recognized him, her first instinct was to feign ignorance and flee, pretending she didn't know him. She prayed he was merely passing by, having stumbled upon her by chance, a whim to glance down. If she ignored him, he would lose interest and leave. However, the moment Li Changding approached her, she realized there was no escaping it. He was coming for her. She had no choice but to step forward. She feared Li Changding, but she feared even more that her subordinates would be dragged into this. These people were innocent. She couldn't let them die because of her. She understood better than anyone how utterly indifferent to life this seemingly refined, gracious young nobleman truly was. "What brings you to the demon lands?" Steeling herself, Dan Taihani forced a calm tone. "To see if you're dead." Li Changding waved his hand casually. Her wounds healed instantly, and by extension, the few guards flanking her also benefited, all returning to peak condition. "Whoa! You're so powerful, senior." The first words from the female guard, now able to speak again, were sincere praise. In her eyes now, Li Changding was already regarded as a friend of her own revered master. And not just any friend, a close confidant who had journeyed thousands of miles specifically to offer timely aid in their hour of need. Why else would he treat their wounds? If he were an enemy. Given their critically wounded state just now, wouldn't it have been easier to strike while they were down? Xiao Shui, take them on a reconnaissance of the surrounding area first. Seeing her own guards actually daring to speak to this man whom she herself couldn't even bear to look at, Dan Taihani nearly fainted from shock. She hurriedly dismissed them. Li Changding made no attempt to stop them. Only after they had departed did he speak. "Your guard is quite loyal." At these words, Dan Taihangi's fair face instantly drained of color, and she knelt down immediately. "Earlier, Schwer failed to recognize your stature and offended you. I apologize on her behalf. She has followed me for years. I beg you, for the sake of my past efforts in practicing martial arts for you, even if there's no merit, there's still the toil, spare her life." She assumed Li Changding intended to settle the score later. After all, according to the ways of the demonic path, those who defy their superiors could be killed on the spot without the killer being at fault, especially when the offender was no saint to begin with. "I was merely speaking offhand." Watching Dan Taihani prostrate at his feet, her entire body trembling uncontrollably from sheer terror, Li Changding wore a peculiar expression. He truly hadn't expected to cast such a deep psychological shadow over her. "Do I look like a petty, narrow-minded person?" Dan Taihani froze for a moment. To be honest, not at all. She wouldn't claim to know Li Changding intimately, but she understood him well enough. This man was indeed cold-hearted by nature, yet he never abused his power to kill indiscriminately. Nor was he petty. On the contrary, in most situations, he avoided bloodshed whenever possible, unless someone was truly reckless enough to court their own demise. Coldness and brutality were not the same. Even though many died during the cultivation technique experiments, their deaths ultimately stemmed from flaws in the unrefined practice itself, not his direct actions. In fact, during the trials, he never once actively killed a test subject, and flaws in cultivation techniques were perfectly normal occurrences. Take, for instance, the Righteous Path's cultivation technique known as the Supreme Forgetfulness Record. When this cultivation technique first emerged, the earliest practitioners who cultivated it went astray, transforming themselves into emotionless, desireless monsters. They would kill their wives to prove their path, kill their relatives to prove their path. How many families were torn apart because of this? Through generations of refinement by cultivators, the world finally grasped its core principle: forgetting emotions does not mean becoming emotionless, but rather possessing emotions without being burdened by them. If one were to truly tally the numbers, the cultivators poisoned by the flaws of this technique might not be fewer than those corrupted by the swallowing heaven demon art. The difference lies in the timing. The former perished in scattered waves, while the latter claimed victims in concentrated bursts.
Mainly, he was nearing his cultivation bottleneck, chasing efficiency, and too lazy to wait for later practitioners to refine it and correct the flaws. Chapter 106, Stand Up, No Kneeling Allowed. That's not what I meant, No need to explain. Li Changsheng clearly had no interest in hearing her thoughts. He didn't care if the world misunderstood him, nor did he see anything wrong with his actions back then. At the very least, he hadn't used mortals as test subjects or harmed the innocent. In the cultivation world, that alone was commendable under the old regime of the demon lands. Not a single demon cultivator was innocent. Get up. No kneeling. The calm command reached her ears. Dantai Honi's fragrant shoulders trembled as she struggled to rise, yet her knees remained stubbornly pinned to the muddy ground. She buried her head low. Her fingers dug deep into her robes, their tips turning a waterlogged pallor. Strands of hair fell across her vision, obscuring the black cloak within her field of sight. In her memory, their interactions had always been like this. From the very first moment she had laid eyes on this man with a heart of stone, she had knelt. Even on the day she left that prison, she had knelt. Thus, kneeling before him had become an instinctive response etched into her very bones. She believed it was only natural, even the only way to find peace within herself. The moment Li Changsheng told her to stand up, she felt an unprecedented sense of confusion and helplessness. Her heart screamed that she hated this change. Why won't you rise? She instinctively wanted to defend herself. But the moment her gaze met that looming stare, she recalled the words "no need to explain" and hastily lowered her head, her body trembling even more violently. He hadn't given me permission to explain. Only with his permission. Were later generations to witness this scene, they would likely be stunned speechless. How could this timid figure resemble the tyrannical demon lord who had slaughtered countless foes at the Jade Du sect? She was utterly like a thoroughly tamed little dog, begging for mercy with a wagging tail. Sigh. Seeing this, Li Changsheng sighed softly, flicked his sleeve, and a gentle breeze swept over her. He reached out to help Dantai Honi to her feet. She froze for a few seconds, then looked up at him with trepidation. She made to kneel once more. A hand pressed firmly against her shoulder, halting her movement. A cold, clear voice drifted over. Do you intend to let your subordinates know about those past events? Dantai Honi stiffened. In earlier years, she wouldn't have cared if others saw her in such a fallen state. But now, the thought seemed rather thrilling. Li Changsheng continued. The day I imparted the swallowing heaven demon art to you, I made it clear you would aid me in refining the technique, and in return, I would grant you the Tao, restore your freedom, and settle our debts. Should we meet again someday? Whether you choose to take vengeance upon me or bury the hatchet, that is your own decision. I shall not interfere. But do not ever again consider yourself a slave. Between you and I, there is no longer any karmic bond. Though cold-hearted, his words held truth. There had never been any emotional bond between him and Dantai Honi, at least, that was his perception. Nothing had ever happened between them, not even a single finger had touched the other during the compilation of the martial arts techniques. To him, she had always been nothing more than a tool to refine the flaws in his cultivation technique. His journey to the demon lands with Gong Lianyue was purely to observe how this woman, who had inherited his teachings, had progressed in her cultivation. From the perspective of martial art inheritance alone, Dantai Honi was indeed the most special to him. After all, the swallowing heaven demon art was the first cultivation technique he had ever created, holding extraordinary significance. Dantai Honi was the only other person besides himself who had cultivated it. But even if the one who ultimately survived hadn't been Dantai Honi, he would still have come to visit. Yet the moment she appeared, the woman immediately knelt, spouting all sorts of nonsense, making it seem as though he had bullied her terribly, as though he had done something heinous that would make heaven and earth cry out in outrage. One must understand. Throughout this entire series of events, the one who gained the advantage wasn't him, it was her. How many cultivators would kill their own brothers and fathers, betray their masters and exterminate their ancestors, all for a superior cultivation technique? His swallowing heaven demon art may not be the world's finest, but it certainly ranks among the top 3 in the demon lands. A technique of this caliber, attainable after just a few years of grueling practice for other demon cultivators, especially those at the bottom, it was nothing short of a stroke of luck, right? The demon lands were already resource poor, and quality cultivation techniques were exceedingly rare. When such a technique appeared, wouldn't anyone be scrambling to be his test subject? Back then, he chose to abduct people outright to conceal his origins, never considering their personal wishes. But he compensated Dantai Honi afterward, didn't he? Did anyone really think devouring the spiritual roots of tens of thousands of test subjects was as simple as swallowing them whole? Even he had to employ numerous methods to eliminate the side effects for them, leaving no lingering consequences. Wasn't that enough? What on earth was going through her mind? I understand. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Watching the person before her ruthlessly distance themselves, Dantai Honi felt an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. A fleeting shadow of loneliness and disappointment crossed her face. But she concealed it so well that even Li Changsheng failed to notice. He simply assumed she'd taken his words to heart. Not wanting to dwell on such trivial matters, he shifted the conversation.
How is your cultivation of the swallowing heaven demon art progressing? Dan Taihani silently released her demonic energy. 8th stage of the nascent soul. Li Changsheng nodded slightly. Not bad. You've done justice to the reputation of this master's technique. Dan Taihani pressed her lips together, seemingly unenthusiastic. He paid her no mind, extending his hand instead. His index finger gently touched her brow, and a thread of pure, crystalline spiritual energy flowed from his fingertip, sinking into her sea of consciousness. It coursed through her entire body. As if her entire soul were cradled in a warm palm, the woman's delicate frame trembled slightly. A blush unconsciously spread across her cheeks, yet she offered no resistance. Instead, the earlier sense of loss and uncertainty vanished completely. She understood. He was purging the negative emotions from her sea of consciousness. The swallowing heaven demon art devoured others' foundational essence while also consuming these emotions. Back in Tian City, he had often done this. It could be said that, in those memories steeped in despair and suffering, these moments were among the few that allowed her to feel happiness and hope. The more extreme the suffering, the more one could discover the scattered fragments of beauty in life, carefully weaving a filter over them. Because she had to survive. Only by infinitely magnifying and embellishing the cheap, readily available joys of ordinary life could she endure, finding the will to carry on. So much so that later on, she clung to Li Changsheng, the very source of her torment, as her sole emotional anchor despite him being the very catalyst of her calamity. Over time, she grew increasingly terrified of his indifference, yet cherished all the more the fleeting tenderness he bestowed upon her, as if it were a rare gift brief as the blooming of a night blooming Sirius. Even though his intentions might not have been pity for her. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that she was losing her mind, spiraling into a twisted state where she craved escape yet couldn't resist drawing closer. It was contradictory. Yet humans are inherently contradictory creatures. After a long moment, Li Changsheng withdrew his fingers. Dan Taihani opened her eyes, a look of pure enjoyment on her face. Demon flames shot skyward, and an overwhelming aura spilled forth. Her cultivation level now approached the 9th stage of the nascent soul realm. At this moment, she felt an unprecedented lightness. The soul, once weighed down by years of accumulated negative emotions, now felt exceptionally light. Her foundations were now more solid than ever, making the breakthrough in cultivation feel entirely natural. Thank you. Li Changsheng shook his head, glancing at the guards in the distance. Tell me, what's the story behind those who hunted you down? Chapter 107, If My Sword Breaks, Martial Arts Cease. They came from the southern demon land, servants of the limitless demon sovereign. Dan Taihani raised her jade-like hand, drawing back all traces of demonic might, transforming once more into the self-pitying little girl who only showed herself to Li Changsheng. She then recounted her recent experiences. The life-slaying demon Buddha? After listening, Li Changsheng completely ignored the limitless demon sovereign who had appeared first, instead focusing on this so-called demon Buddha ally. Is this one of Buddhist origin? Yes, but he was expelled from the Buddhist order. Dan Taihani replied truthfully. I only heard this through rumors outside. I cannot confirm its truth. It said that the murderous demon Buddha was once the Buddha master's second disciple. Yet he was inherently brutal, consumed by a thirst for blood. Later, he even violated all 12 precepts of the Buddhist order. Countless monks and several bodhisattvas petitioned jointly, demanding the Buddha permanently expel him, strip him of his Buddhist lineage, and banish him from the order to set the record straight. Faced with such overwhelming public sentiment, even the Buddha could not defy it. With heavy heart, he ordered his exile to the demonic realms. Yet under the principle that those of the Buddhist order must embrace compassion, his cultivation was preserved. She paused. Some say he defected from the Buddhist order of his own accord. Born with a murderous heart, he was unsuited for Buddhist cultivation. Instead, he felt stifled by the teachings, so the seed of abandoning Buddhism for demonic ways had long been planted within him. Later, seduced by a demonic elder, that seed took root and sprouted. He wounded his master as a pledge of allegiance, joining the demon realm. Once in the demon realm, he fully unleashed his nature. Like a fish in water, he thrived and rose to prominence, carving out a fearsome reputation as a demonic Buddha, becoming a revered master. Hearing this, Li Changsheng's expression turned pensive. To be honest, in his view, the second account held little credibility, not because he doubted the demon Buddha's nature, but because he found it hard to believe someone from a Buddhist background could be so easily swayed. Back when he first crossed over into the dream realm, he dealt with those monks. Even he had nearly lost his spiritual resolve, nearly entering the monastic life. When it came to the art of seduction, the Buddhist sect was arguably the originator. He would have to question anyone claiming they could sway such practitioners. Besides, other factions wouldn't be foolish enough to flaunt their blades before Guangdong. Trying to bewitch a Buddhist cultivator made no sense whatsoever. It defied all logic. Eliminate the second option. If it were the first scenario, however, that would be quite intriguing. First off, the head of the Buddhist sect isn't a fool. Could he not see the true nature of the demon Buddha of killing? Knowing full well his murderous intent, why would he take such a disciple? What could his motives be? Second, even if we assume he was blinded by a single leaf, his eyes dim with age, why, of all the vast lands in the world, did he specifically choose the demon realm for exile? The esteemed second disciple of the Buddha becomes a revered figure in the demon realm. How would the world perceive the Buddha himself if this were known? Does the Buddhist sect care about its reputation at all? Layers of suspicion. It was hard for Li Huai'an not to question their motives. Rather than exile, he found it more plausible that the demon-slaying Buddha was actually a pawn planted by the Buddhist sect within the demon lands, a scheme to unify the demon lands through this figure, seizing the nest. Time rewinds to the reign of Xinyu. The Buddhist realm, once shattered during the Great War of Good and Evil by the Yunmeng Marsh, had gradually regained a sliver of its former vitality after over 1,000 years of recuperation. But it was only a sliver. For by that time, the distribution of interests among the various factions had solidified, and the Nine Heavens were still dominated by the Xinyu court. The righteous sects themselves barely scraped by, clinging to life in a state of half-death. Who would welcome another hand reaching for the cake at the table? Thus, faced with the Buddhist sect's resurgence, most factions openly or covertly adopted a stance of suppression. Will spare you out of shared righteousness, but if you dare to stake a claim on territory, don't even dream of it. We can barely feed ourselves, how could we spare territory for you? If the Buddhist sects wished to expand or even restore their former glory, they had no choice but to seek an alternative path, the demon lands. This remote, barren wilderness, scorned by the orthodox sects and overlooked by the divine feather court, was undoubtedly the optimal choice for them. With this in mind, Li Huai'an's mind suddenly stirred. He looked at Dantai Hongyi. Do you wish to become the ruler of the demon lands? Ha! Dantai Hongyi was taken aback by this sudden question. What does that mean? He wanted to prop her up to power? Born into the lowest strata of the demon realm, she had witnessed countless demon cultivators from the underbelly displaced, starving, living lives worse than beasts. Back then, she had silently vowed to herself. One day, when she gained power, she would rescue these suffering compatriots from their misery, ensuring they all had enough to eat and clothes to wear. After escaping death at Li Huai'an's hands and returning to the demon lands, she had indeed strived tirelessly to realize this grand ambition. Her original plan was to seize territory from the limitless demon sovereign and the other 3 demon sovereigns, establishing herself as the 5th major power in the demon lands. That way, under her protection, at least the lowly demon cultivators within her domain could live like human beings, free from the oppression of other demon lords. As for ruling the entire demon realm, to be honest, she had never even considered it, dared not dream of it. She felt unworthy. It doesn't matter. Li Huai'an emphasized his tone, repeating the earlier question. You only need to answer yes or no. Dantai Hongyi bit her red lips. She realized this moment might be the most crucial decision of her entire life. Once missed, such an opportunity might never come again in her lifetime. A long silence passed. She took a deep breath, summoning her courage for the first time to meet those calm, profound eyes. With unwavering resolve, she uttered a single word. Yes. Very well. I have not misjudged you. Li Huai'an nodded with satisfaction. Then where is the palace of the limitless demon sovereign? It was the first time she'd ever been praised. Dantai Hongyi felt a bit dizzy. She instinctively pointed in a direction, then suddenly realized the motive behind his question. Her expression changed. Are you going to slay him? Didn't you say the demon realm is now divided into 4 territories? Li Huai'an replied casually, I'll eliminate them for you. As for whether the demon realm can ultimately be unified, that depends on your own skills. At these words, Dantai Hongyi's eyes widened in shock. Wait, are you even aware of what you're saying? That's the demon sovereign. Do you think he's some stray cat or dog you can just slaughter on a whim? Even if you were going to kill them, you'd need a plan first, right? Rarely dissenting, she suggested, perhaps we should deliberate this matter first? I'm not questioning your strength. My main concern is that the killing Buddha is still in the boundless demon palace. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands? She knew Li Huai'an was formidable, but she had no idea just how formidable because he'd never revealed his background to her. Even now, she didn't know his name. Moreover, the group of demon cultivators he had abducted years ago weren't particularly high-level practitioners, offering no real gauge of his own strength. However, she possessed first-hand experience of the Wuji demon sovereign and the killing Buddha's power. The Wuji demon sovereign had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, with 1 foot already stepping into the slaying mortals realm. To cultivate to the peak of the nascent soul stage in a barbaric land like the demon realm speaks volumes about his innate talent. Relying on the might of the swallowing heaven demon art, she could barely hold her own against him. But the other, the life-slaying demon Buddha, was even more terrifying. She could not fathom his true power. 3 days prior, it was precisely the latter's sudden intervention in her battle against the limitless demon sovereign that led to her defeat, forcing her to flee with grievous injuries. More crucially, she hadn't even lasted 100 exchanges against him. Isn't that perfect? Saves us the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Li Changsheng clearly dismissed Dantai Hongyi's advice. But she persisted, unwilling to give up. But rumors are spreading that after the divine feather Martial Emperor entered Nirvana, that demonic Buddha seized the Martial Emperor's seat and became the new slayer of mortals. He's already invincible. I don't think this rumor is entirely without basis. I've fought him before. He's formidable. Even if he hasn't become the slayer of mortals yet, he's likely very close. She truly did not want the man before her to risk his life. Now, or rather, for many years already, perhaps even during the experiments, she had unknowingly developed a deeply complex emotion toward this man whose face remained perpetually expressionless. It was hatred mixed with a sickening attachment. Not love. She couldn't put that feeling into words. In short, she didn't want Li Changsheng to come to harm. Besides, there was a far more reliable way: just give her a little more time. Once she reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, then the two of them together. What kind of invincibility is that? Li Changsheng scoffed, turning his gaze toward the direction of the Wuji Demon Palace. This sovereign shall show you true invincibility. As the words fell, a colossal, 100 million zhang tall divine form suddenly materialized upon the earth, towering over the mortal realm. It abruptly shot upward, piercing straight through the heavens. A brilliant light blazed forth from his brow, radiating dazzling sword energy. A colossal sword chi swept across the 8 desolate realms, tearing through the heavens. The azure sword energy blazed more intensely than the scorching sun. Wherever it touched, it wildly disrupted the boundless void. With a single grasp, he transformed 10,000 miles of cloud and mist into swords, draining the entire sky of color. Grasping his sword, he radiated like an embracing red sun, gliding effortlessly on the pure wind. His black cloak and snow-white robes were enveloped in purple aura. In this moment, Dantai Hongyi finally understood what it meant to be truly invincible. 100 li away, at the mountain pass, Gong Lianyue, who had been ordered to kill, swung her sword to sever the head of the last pursuer. She sheathed her blade, bowed deeply, and gazed upward with rapt attention at that peerless figure standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun and moon, as if a subject paying homage to a sovereign. 800 years ago, she had asked this man whose very silhouette in the way of the sword left the world in the dust a question. The innate sword bone is hailed as the supreme physique for the way of the sword. At its pinnacle, it can pluck grass and sever stars. If we were at the same level, who would be stronger? He answered with only 8 words. If I break my sword, the world shall know no martial arts. Chapter 108, Wild History? Yangzhou Demon Soil, Pilgrimage Hall. The Tianshu Academy delegation halted at the fork in the corridor alongside Song Yushu. The honored master fled to Luofeng Ridge, where he encountered the Rain Lord. Moved by the honored master's unwavering devotion to the people, the Rain Lord volunteered to clear obstacles from his path. The murals made no mention of Dantai Hongyi and Li Huai'an's past relationship. Nor did it depict the scene where she knelt before him. First, no one knew the true nature of the trial. Second, even if someone did, they lacked the courage to record it. This was a secret between the two of them. Therefore, the preceding murals abruptly ended as a youth clad in a black cloak approached Dantai Hongyi, his features deliberately obscured by the painter. Then, there appeared the towering, heaven-defying form, the young demon god, each step leaving a lotus blossom in its wake. Though mere inches apart, he seemed worlds distant, bearing the sword chi great wall as he descended upon the southern skies. Before his true form appeared, an invincible aura burst forth from the painting, overwhelming the onlookers with its earth-shattering might. Yet a voice questioned. Young Master Song, I have a question. From your earlier description, this Rain Lord seems to be an outsider cultivator. Why would he suddenly come to the demon realm? Moreover, those demon lords have held sway over the demon lands for years without being overthrown. They even defeated the demon lord in his youth. Their strength must be formidable. Could Lord Yu truly have been swayed solely by the demon lord's fervor, choosing to defy such formidable foes and risk his own life? A monk who spent his entire life killing, when did he become a saint? And judging by how he used 100,000 demon cultivators as test subjects back then, he certainly doesn't seem like a saint either. Besides, the demon lord's only connection to him was that experiment. Is that karmic debt worth this? Strictly speaking, there's even a grudge between them. They might become enemies in the future. What possible reason could he have for aiding the demon lord? What does he stand to gain? I was not an eyewitness and cannot speak to the specifics, but everything I've stated comes directly from the handwritten accounts in the Snow Moon Sage's diary. It cannot be false. Fair is fair. Song Yushu was also deeply curious about what had transpired between this Rain Lord and his own revered master, something so profound it had made the latter willingly abandon his vengeance for being imprisoned. Not only that, but he had elevated him to Marquis and Prime Minister, erected monuments to his deeds, and enshrined his teachings. Yet he knew his place. He understood that certain secrets were beyond the reach of someone like him. To pry into them would invite a deadly calamity, one that would leave no room for regret. And who is this Snow Moon revered one? Poof. He pointed to a figure in the painting, a woman clad in guard attire, wielding a Mo Dao blade. She was none other than the guard who had been silenced by Li Huai'an's spell earlier. She was once the Lord's personal guard, having followed him through over 1,000 battles, always charging at the forefront, utterly loyal to the Lord. Later, in recognition of her service, the sovereign elevated her to one of the newly appointed 4 revered ones of our demon realm, granting her a fiefdom in the southern heavens, the former domain of the limitless demon sovereign. The questioner's expression shifted to one of understanding, and he pressed no further. It had been a casual inquiry born of curiosity. Since it was the Venerable's own written account, any discrepancies from reality couldn't be too far off. The group was about to continue deeper inside. Actually. At that moment, Song Yushu suddenly glanced around furtively, like a thief. After confirming no one was nearby, he lowered his voice amidst the puzzled gazes of the others and said, "Actually, there are some rumors circulating about what happened back then." Dong Yu's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly said, "Brother Son, please tell us." Coming from an archaeological background, she had frequently participated in secular dynasty excavations before becoming the chief disciple of the Celestial Pivot Academy during the spiritual energy revival. Based on her years of experience, she knew that almost every official historical record contained discrepancies from the actual events. In ancient feudal dynasties, imperial families inevitably pressured historians to embellish certain parts of history for the sake of reputation, rather than recording events directly and objectively. In such cases, most historians would choose to omit details that undermine the emperor's dignity, provided they did so without injecting personal bias and without disrupting the overall narrative. This was quite normal. After all, historians are human too. Being human, they have personal biases and fear death. Therefore, within archaeological research circles, there exists an unspoken consensus. When researching a historical period, one must never draw hasty conclusions based on a single scroll of documentation. Instead, multidimensional data and materials must be integrated for comprehensive judgment. Only then can one arrive at the most truthful conclusions. Of course, official histories still hold sway, while other sources merely serve to refine peripheral details. Let me be clear, I can't vouch for the authenticity of this information. Song Yushu emphasized before continuing. According to unofficial accounts, even during that trial, the Rain Lord fell deeply for our revered master at first sight. His journey to the demon lands was undertaken solely for the master. Then he happened to witness the Honorable One being hunted down. Enraged, he vowed to storm the boundless demon palace alone and seek vengeance for our master. That's how the subsequent battle that destroyed the limitless demon palace came to be. His words left Dongyu and her companions utterly speechless. This unofficial history is truly wild. And why does it feel so much like a romance novel? A domineering CEO forcing love? What on earth is this nonsense? How could these people even come up with such nonsense? Spreading rumors like this, don't they fear losing their heads? Someone couldn't help but vent. Song Yushu shrugged his hands, indicating it had nothing to do with him. Ahem. Dongyu really didn't know what to say either, so she changed the subject. Let's continue looking at the murals behind us. She didn't believe a single word of this wild tale anyway. She'd rather believe Dan Taihani had a secret crush on this Yujun. No. That was even more absurd. Who would fall for someone who'd hurt them? Unless they were a masochist at their core, suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. But how could that be possible? She's the demon lord who holds the power of life and death over millions of demon cultivators. What Dong Yun didn't know was that at this very moment, on the other side of the eternal demon mountains, Dan Taihani was engrossed in reading a modern book. Stockholm Syndrome, also known as hostage identification syndrome, is a rare psychological disorder. Human endurance has a fragile threshold for fear. When a person encounters a ruthless killer who acts without reason and threatens to take their life at any moment, the hostage gradually entrusts their very existence to this violent predator. As time drags on, every bite of food, every sip of water, every breath the hostage takes becomes a sign of the captor's mercy and compassion. Her fear of the abductor first transforms into gratitude, then into admiration, until the hostage subconsciously believes the killer's safety is her own. This vulnerability to submitting to brutality is known as Stockholm Syndrome. As a powerhouse at the Transcendence realm, she could memorize entire pages without detailed scrutiny, reading at breakneck speed, skimming multiple lines at once. Soon, she reached the final page. The closing words at the end of the book stood out starkly, as this saying goes, man can be tamed. Chapter 109, The Bodhisattva's Lowered Brow, the Vajra's Wrathful Gaze. Pilgrimage Hall. Turning down a side path into a new corridor, the view opened up. Yet no new murals appeared. Simultaneously, the surrounding light began to dim. It wasn't pitch black, but one could not see their feet at all, and the path was extremely rugged. With each step the group took, an ear-piercing creaking sound echoed, the sound of something hard being crushed, colliding, and grinding against itself. Someone, unable to contain their curiosity, attempted to shine a flashlight to investigate. Don't look down. Song Yushu kindly cautioned. The perceptive Dong Yu seemed to have sensed something, her fair face turning pale. Yet, professional duty compelled her to ask. Brother Song, what is this path made of? Song Yushu turned to look at her. You truly wish to know? Brother Song, you may speak freely. This road is called the White Bones Path. He didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. With just one sentence, he startled everyone into halting their steps. Dong Yaya inwardly sighed. It was just as she suspected. In our traditional culture, we turn the bones of our enemies into ornaments. It serves both to display our own military achievements and to intimidate other foes. Examples include the well-known throne of bones and this very path beneath our feet. After the sovereign unified the demon lands, many inhumane feudal practices were abolished. Yet the practice of using enemy bones as ornaments was one of the few customs preserved. At these words, gasps rippled through the corridor. So we're literally walking over piles of corpses? Holy! That's just too brutal. You're talking nonsense. They're demon cultivators, not righteous cultivators. Survival of the fittest is the very law of demon cultivation. How else would they establish themselves? Fortunately, Ning Yuchan's prior briefing had prepared everyone for what was to come. Though they now felt a chill, it was nowhere near terrifying. After composing herself, Dong Yanyu inquired again. Then what about the origin of these skeletal remains here? I'm sure Chief Dongyun already has his suspicions. Son Yushu answered truthfully. The bones paving this path of white bones all originate from the 4 heavenly demons' land of the ancient era. They were all followers of the first generation of the 4 heavenly demon lords. Whoa! Even Dong Yunyu, with her temperament, couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in her heart. Gazing at the seemingly endless corridor of bones before her, she murmured in a daze. How many perished in that battle? A rebellion. There's no such thing without casualties. Son Yushu shook his head. After ruling the demon lands for so many years, how could those demon lords not have cultivated legions of loyal death soldiers? Especially that limitless demon lord. He had countless wives and concubines. Most of the demon cultivators in the southern heavens are his offspring. How could the children remain at peace after their father's death? To purge the southern heavens completely, we must eliminate every last living bloodline of his. Destroy to rebuild. Year 1 of the heavenly mandate era. In the demonic lands of Nantian, within the boundless demon palace, a pink mist obscured the eyes. Master. Come, master. Your servant longs to eat. Husband, watch me with master. On a bed large enough to hold 100 people, the scantily clad Wuji demon sovereign was engaged in an intensely sensual scene with over a dozen alluring women. Beside them, several men knelt motionless at the foot of the bed like statues, their expressions filled with rage and humiliation, all bound by immobilizing spells. Among these women were their wives, their mothers, and their daughters. Simply to satisfy his perverted desires, the Wuji demon lord had forcibly abducted them, imprisoned them here, bound them with magic, and subjected them to relentless humiliation. Boom! The grand hall suddenly trembled. Before those inside could react, a torrent of sword energy as overwhelming as a bursting dam followed, reducing the entire hall to dust in an instant. Outside the hall, a divine form sat serenely amidst the clouds. Clad in white robes and a black cloak, his features were stern and sharp. His hair cascaded like a waterfall. With each word uttered, boundless sword energy poured forth, its intent piercing the very sun and moon. Beside him stood Dan Taihongi, clad in a black gown. Li Changsheng had brought her along, considering she would eventually rule the demon lands. This also served as a declaration to the demon realm. She had powerful backing. Anyone daring to oppose her henceforth would first have to weigh whether they wish to follow in the footsteps of today's 4 heavenly demon lords. Is that the savior sent by heaven to rescue us? An immortal has descended. We are saved. We beseech the immortal lord to intervene and restore the demon realm to its rightful glory. Below, the city was a sea of kneeling figures. Some elders, who had lived their entire lives under the oppressive rule of the limitless demon sovereign, wept tears of joy and relief. They harbored no resentment toward Wu Zhao. After all, the paths of righteousness and demonry were inherently opposed. The demonic faction had lost the battle. Whatever the outcome, they accepted it as their own doing. But the Wuji demon sovereign, as a member and leader of the demonic faction, after their defeat in the war between righteous and demonic forces, he did not seek to fight back. Instead, he stubbornly retreated into the demonic lands. Unambitious, only oppressing his own kind. What kind of hero was he? The younger generation of demon cultivators were even more impassioned. The Wuji demon sovereign lacks virtue and ambition. They've long yearned for a capable leader to guide the demon realm back to its former glory. You bastard! A furious shout cut through the bowing crowd. The Wuji demon sovereign, hair disheveled, surged from the ruins amid churning demonic energy that shattered debris. His face twisted in fury as he fixed his gaze on Dan Taihongi. You worthless dog dares return? I'll kill you. His live erotic performance had been interrupted at its peak, leaving him in an awkward limbo. His rage was boiling over, his mind consumed by murderous intent. Blinded by fury, he overlooked one crucial detail: Li Changgeng's cultivation level. Li Changgeng had held back that sword strike, using it merely to force him out. You'd better start thinking about how you're going to survive this. Having witnessed the man beside her wielding power that pierced the heavens, Dan Taihongi now felt utterly fearless, holding the Wuji demon sovereign in utter contempt. Playing tricks? Die. Hearing such mockery from a defeated foe only fueled the Wuji demon lord's fury. He lashed out in a rage, unleashing his full power in an attempt to kill Dan Tai Honi and vent his anger. In an instant, a murderous intent surged forth, vast shadows sweeping out from him in all directions. Wails of ghosts and howls of wolves echoed, devouring the light, binding the heavens and earth, sealing off the world. The next second, a colossal fissure tore open behind him, revealing a towering spirit banner fluttering in the wind. A bizarre peach-hued mist billowed from its folds. Within this endless sea of pink mist covering the mountains and valleys, countless pallid female faces appeared. Blood streamed from their eyes as they wore bizarre, twisted grins, their stark white teeth gleaming amidst piercing, shrill howls. The banner of 10,000 slaves. Dan Tai Honi recognized the origin of these faces and the spirit banner, her expression instantly turning grim. She explained rapidly to the man beside her. This banner is a weakened version of the 10,000 souls banner. It's forged using the flesh and blood of women. Human bones form its pole, human skin its surface, and it grows by devouring the resentment of women. The more vengeful souls it devours, the more terrifying its power becomes. Those women's faces were his cauldrons in life, drained of their vital essence. To think they must endure this humiliation even in death. What a son of a... She cursed under her breath. Watching the approaching pink mist, she whispered, that beast must have slaughtered countless innocent women to cultivate this banner. You must be careful. The surrounding space was now sealed off by the shadows summoned by the boundless demon sovereign, leaving the two with no escape. MHM. Li Changsheng responded, his gaze fixed on the churning pink mist. He saw more than Dan Tai Honi did, though the cries from those faces sounded vicious. The emotion they revealed was nothing but endless pleading. Kill me. Please. Please kill me. Kill me. He lowered his eyelids slightly, a rare flicker of pity appearing. Those who have fallen to become puppets even in death, their eyes cannot close in peace. You bear no kinship nor grudge against this one. Yet since you now beg for death, for release, I shall sever your chains and grant you death. When he lifted his gaze again, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Bodhisattva lowered his gaze. The Vajra glared with fury. Chapter 110, Escape is forbidden here. A hand emerged from the clouds, moving slowly yet with immense force, pressing down upon the pink mist. Boom! In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Boundless thunderclaps exploded across the 9 heavens, unleashing an overwhelming killing intent. Simultaneously, one after another, the laws of the sword manifested within the palm's microcosm, like awe-inspiring divine rainbows. They slew gods who stood in their way, slayed Buddhas who dared oppose them, and annihilated all living beings. As they descended with the palm, space and time itself were cleaved apart in their wake. The pink mist disintegrated upon contact, obliterated by the swirling sword chi. Within the mist, every face turned toward Li Changsheng with gratitude, then wore expressions of release before vanishing into nothingness alongside the powdery fog. How is this possible? Witnessing this, the limitless demon sovereign's eyes widened in utter shock. The 10,000 slaves banner and the 10,000 souls banner shared a similar principle. Soul entities deployed in battle could be recalled to their master banner after being scattered, allowing them to reassemble their physical forms. In other words, as long as the banner itself remained intact and its primordial essence undestroyed, these vengeful spirits could be reborn endlessly, like weeds that could never be completely eradicated or cut down. Whenever he had previously deployed this banner, it had placed immense pressure on his opponents. His ascension to the demon sovereign's throne was largely due to the banner's formidable power. Indeed, wielding this banner, he had even slain several peerless elders of equal standing who coveted his position. After all, below the level of spirit transformation, human strength has its limits. Even those at the peak of the nascent soul stage are no exception. Yet this time, an unexpected turn occurred. The soul entities obliterated by the sword Dao's primordial essence vanished without a trace, showing no signs of recoalescing. As the master of the 10,000 slaves banner, he could intuitively sense that they had been utterly and completely obliterated. Consequently, the soul essence he had painstakingly accumulated within the banner over 1,000 years was being gradually eroded by the descending sword chi. This utterly shattered his understanding. Who the hell are you? In mere moments, the pink mist released by the banner of 10,000 slaves had been largely eroded, yet the palm showed no sign of stopping. The Wuji demon sovereign felt his soul shudder, involuntarily retreating several steps. Finally forced into a state of sober awareness, he realized that Dan Tai Honi had come prepared this time, that young immortal who had appeared out of thin air. Though time had faded Li Changsheng's features from public memory, recognition mattered little. The overwhelming pressure emanating from him was enough to instill a deep-seated dread in the Wuji demon sovereign, without needing to know more. He couldn't afford to provoke this being. That realization alone was enough. Especially as the palm drew nearer, each inch bringing a geometric surge in the sword chi's ferocity. Caught within that raging sword energy, he felt his very soul being sliced and diced, on the verge of shattering into 1,000 pieces at any moment. An unprecedented terror descended upon him, like a 1,000-pound boulder crushing his chest, suffocating him. He would die. He would die. Fellow Daoist, I am the Wuji demon sovereign. The killing demon Buddha of the western heavens is my closest confidant. If you will only cease your attack now, I offer you my entire lifetime's treasured collection. Under the crushing pressure, he had no choice but to beg for mercy. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding demonic cultivators watching the battle were all stunned, their faces filled with astonishment. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Did I hear that right? The limitless demon sovereign actually surrendered? Good heavens! This is the limitless demon sovereign who has ruled the southern demon realm for 2,000 years. Consider this. Even setting aside his wicked deeds, he was the youngest sovereign in the entire demon realm. Back then, even when suppressed by the old demon sovereign, he never bowed his head. Later, relying solely on his formidable innate talent, he carved a bloody path through adversity to ascend to the position of fourth demon sovereign. Just look at how, ever since he took hold of the southern skies, no demon under his rule dared resist him no matter how much havoc he wreaked. That alone shows how terrifying he is. A man of such ruthlessness, could he truly bow his head in defeat? Just how much psychological pressure must this young immortal have exerted upon him? A profound sense of admiration rippled through the crowd. In truth, not only the demon cultivators below, but even Dantai Hani in the heavens couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at the man beside her. Unabashed admiration. Demon cultivators inherently revered strength above all else, and the Li Changsheng before her eyes was the ultimate powerhouse in her mind. That figure, etched deep into her memory since the days of Tian City, now loomed infinitely larger. Until it consumed her entire consciousness. She lay prostrate at the feet of that figure, like a dog utterly tamed. Yet, no matter how stunned the crowd was, no matter how terrified the limitless demon sovereign became, Li Changsheng offered not a single word in response. His gaze remained icy cold from start to finish. His palm effortlessly pierced through the swirling pink mist. Unfettered by the soul's barrier, the sword chi surged like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, now ravaging the Wuji demon sovereign's consciousness with unrestrained fury. With death looming, the demon sovereign gritted his teeth and spoke once more. I will relinquish the title of demon sovereign to that woman. I will depart the southern heavens immediately and never set foot here again. The moment the words fell, he turned and fled without a second thought. To hell with pride. Pride matters only to the living. Once dead, you have nothing left. What good is pride then? At that moment, the young immortal in the heavens finally spoke, his words as authoritative as ever. This place you cannot escape. In that instant, under the sun's glare, an imperial edict unfolded, its radiance illuminating the cosmos. It carried an aura akin to the will of heaven itself, suppressing the entire world. This was a more profound and invincible technique than the shadow barrier the limitless demon sovereign had previously cast over the heavens and earth. A single character, prohibition, materialized and hung in the air, freezing the Wuji demon sovereign's time in this very second. The next instant, sword energy descended. The once mighty demon sovereign perished, body and soul annihilated, before his final scream could even echo. The entire world was stunned. Splash! The young immortal raised his hand lightly, and rain fell across the southern realm. The icy rain washed over the scarred earth, crisscrossed by sword energy. As if mourning those wretched women who had endured a lifetime of misery only to have even their right to rest in peace cruelly stripped away by the boundless demon sovereign. Or perhaps searching for something. Just as everyone, including Dantai Hani, thought the dust had settled, he suddenly looked toward a certain spot. Bald monk, how much longer do you plan to hide? Chapter 111, What truly defines malevolent chi? Bald monk? Who are you calling, immortal? No idea. Quick, look toward the horizon. Amitba. Amidst the murmurs of bewilderment, a Buddhist chant echoed through the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Yet it carried no trace of compassion. Instead, a tidal wave of blood surged skyward, reversing the downpour. A vast sea of blood spread out from the far horizon, boundless and endless, like a crimson curtain threatening to engulf the heavens themselves. A colossal golden Buddha statue sat enthroned at the center of this sea of blood. Beneath it stood a bone-white lotus throne, eerily stark and terrifying. A terrifying aura of blood swirled around it, mottled and chaotic, adorning the towering golden form. The floating pagoda of the blood sea. It's the demon Buddha of slaughter. Those who recognized the Buddha's origins cried out in shock. The others, upon hearing this, felt as though they had been plunged into an ice cellar. How did he get here? This spells trouble for that immortal. The path cultivated by this demon Buddha of slaughter runs counter to Buddhism. Buddhism emphasizes salvation, yet he stops war through killing, only killing, never saving. His bloodlust is profound. Legend says he slaughtered 48 sects over 16 days to reach the nascent soul stage, which is why the Buddhist sect expelled him into our demonic lands. After his complete descent into demonhood, his bloodlust knew no bounds. The lives he has claimed surpass those taken by the other three demon sovereigns combined. His danger surpasses even that of the limitless demon sovereign. Could that young immortal possibly stand against him? I doubt it. They're not even in the same league. The limitless demon sovereign, however powerful, is still only at the nascent soul stage. But I've heard rumors he's nearly severed his mortal ties. I wonder if he's taken that final step. When the golden Buddha spoke, his voice boomed like a great bell. You are not of my demonic domain. Why have you shed blood upon my soil? The entire sea of blood boiled at his words, a thick, blood-red aura sweeping outward, seeming to dye the very air crimson. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers below were seized with dread. The timid had already retreated, fearing collateral damage, while even those fearless enough to remain held their breath in anxiety for the figure above. Every word and deed influences the cosmic order in existence capable of such feats, even if not quite transcending mortality, must surely be knocking on its threshold. Yuan infant and transcending mortality were entirely different concepts. How would that figure navigate this perilous predicament? Why should I need a reason to kill? Such a nonchalant response stunned everyone beyond expectation, sending shockwaves across the land. It was nothing short of earth-shattering. This young immortal held the rumored slaying mortals killing demon Buddha in utter contempt. The crowd below stood frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom what they were hearing. How dare he speak to the life-slaying demon Buddha like that? Was he truly fearless of death? Or did he simply not grasp the chasm between nascent soul and mortal severing realms? Did he not comprehend the terror of the killing demon Buddha? Or perhaps, did he possess some hidden trump card? You crossed the line by slaying my old friend, that alone merits death. But if you persist in such brazen arrogance, pushing your advantage further, today will not end well for you. The killing demon Buddha seemed enraged by these arrogantly defiant words. Boom! In that instant, the entire sea of blood erupted into a raging tempest. Hordes of hideous, ferocious blood sea creatures surged from the waves, gaping their blood-red maws toward the depths of the clouds, their howls thunderous. Golden light blazed around the Buddha, enveloping his form in a blinding radiance too intense to behold directly. Like the skeletal lotus throne beneath him, it radiated a murderous aura. Withdraw now, and I will not hold past grievances against you. Get out! As the final word fell, the blood sea creatures roared in unison, their deafening cries carrying a terrifying force that seemed capable of splitting clouds and shattering stone. Senior, retreat. Better safe than sorry. Someone urged. A young prodigy who might one day lead the demonic path to its zenith had finally emerged. Naturally, these individuals did not wish to see him perish prematurely. Yet the more astute among them sensed something amiss. This killing demon Buddha, who had forged his path through slaughter and possessed a savage nature beyond measure, when had he become so reasonable? Withdraw and all will be forgiven? Shouldn't he simply strike and kill? Or could it be he was intimidated by that figure in the heavens, all bark and no bite, afraid to make a move? You? Batai Hongyi's face had grown deathly pale under the onslaught of this bloodthirsty aura. She shot a questioning glance at the man beside her. In her view, the shock he had delivered to the demon soil faction today was already sufficient, and his reputation had grown considerably. It was enough. She too hoped Li Changsheng would stop here. After all, this bloodthirsty demon Buddha was no pushover. There was no need to force a confrontation. If they fought to the bitter end and both suffered heavy losses, it would only allow others to reap the benefits. The demon lands were never a place for reason. Strike while the iron is hot, finish them off. It was an instinct ingrained in every demon cultivator's bones. But don't even bother showing off such pitiful killing intent. Li Changsheng didn't take the killing Buddha's threat seriously at all. In fact, he didn't even consider the latter worthy of his attention. The next instant, a terrifying aura of slaughter erupted from his body, and this aura was even more earth-shattering than the blood sea of the killing demon Buddha. You dare tell this sovereign to leave? You're not worthy! His roar seemed to unleash a lifetime of slaughter. In an instant, the entire demonic land was engulfed by the murderous cloud, yet its spread showed no sign of stopping. 10,000 li, 100,000 li, a million li, stretching endlessly. Boom! Thunder rolled across the heavens. Celestial retribution crashed into the malevolent clouds, yet vanished without a trace, like a mud cow sinking into the sea. In the year he emerged, he annihilated the joyous heaven. In the battle between good and evil, he single-handedly slaughtered every living soul across the entire northern desert. During the Divine Feather's reign, he slaughtered countless sects across the land. This was the ultimate malevolence that moved heaven itself, yet left it powerless, for while the way of heaven created rules to bind all beings, it also bound itself. Within the rules, it could not forcibly erase a single living being. If even heavenly thunder could not overcome it, then the so-called ocean of blood was utterly powerless. The instant the aura of slaughter collided with it, the point of contact shattered the sea of blood beyond repair. Then, with each advance of the malevolent cloud, the blood sea retreated. Under the relentless expansion of the Sha cloud, the blood sea creatures that had been snarling with fierce momentum not long ago were now lying dead or wounded in droves, their screams and wails filling the air. At this moment, every being within sight, save for Dantai Hongyi beside Li Changsheng, felt their hearts freeze in the face of this overwhelmingly dense aura of malevolence. Including the killing Buddha. He stared at the unstoppable cloud of killing energy as if he had seen a ghost, his entire being suddenly frozen in a dazed stupor. His mouth hung open, utterly motionless. He had attained enlightenment through slaughter, sacrificing every soul he had killed to forge this sea of blood. He prided himself on his ruthless cruelty and countless victims. If hell truly existed, he was certain he would traverse all 18 layers without question. But, the moment he beheld this murderous cloud, confronted by its overwhelming aura, he felt transported back to his days of eating vegetarian meals and chanting sutras in the Buddhist monastery. He suddenly felt like a saint. What astonishing killing intent! How many souls had this man slaughtered? The Buddhist order and I share a past. Today, I shall let you flee 3,000 li. Without another word, the demon Buddha of killing abandoned his sea of blood and golden body, turning to flee. Midway, he even felt his speed insufficient and ignited his primordial essence. Not long after, Li Changsheng materialized a longbow in his hand, one without a bowstring. He raised his arm lightly, and sword chi coalesced into arrows. A howling gale erupted, the whistling of blades reverberating across the heavens. 30,000 li away, the killing demon Buddha instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Yet within the mist, a single, imperceptibly faint blood-red light threaded its way into the void. Go find him. Devour him. And you, then. 2 more remain. Slay them both. Chapter 112, The Destruction of the 4 Demons. Yangzhou Demon Lands, Pilgrimage Hall. The end of the new corridor led to a side hall. Far smaller than the main hall, it lacked the lavish decorations, its furnishings remarkably simple. The structure itself seemed hastily assembled, yet the crumbling ruins displayed within retained an air of grandeur despite the ravages of time. It felt like making dumplings just to have soup. Was this hall built merely to prevent the ruins from appearing too monotonous? This is the original battlefield where the Rain Lord vanquished the 4 heavenly demon lords. Son Yushu explained. After refining the demonic soil, the sovereign wielded great magic to merge the 4 battlefields into one and constructed this hall for future demon cultivators to venerate his monumental achievements. It also serves as a warning to future generations. For any who dare attempt to restore the old order, recklessly turning back the wheel of history and causing the civilization of demon soil to regress, these 4 stand as both a warning and a lesson. He pointed ahead. Following his gesture, the crowd gazed ahead and felt their hearts tremble. 4 colossal steels stood prominently before them, each carved with vivid, lifelike paintings. The first monument depicted a young immortal standing high above, flipping his hand to summon clouds, turning his palm to bring down rain. With a casual gesture, he changed the winds and clouds, bringing the reign of a demon sovereign to a grim end. First day of the 3rd month, year 1 of heaven's mandate, rain fell like swords, slaying the evil sovereign. The second stele depicted a sky thick with murderous clouds and an endless sea of blood. An immortal drew his bow, gazing northward. From 30,000 li away, he shot an arrow that pierced the demon Buddha, stunning the entire world. First day of the 3rd month, Tian Shou year 1, a ball like a full moon shot the demon Buddha. The 3rd stele bore an even more direct inscription. A youthful immortal hoisted a great wall of sword chi, smashing it down upon the northern demonic lands. Smashing to death the demonic cultivator who had ruled the northern heavens for 1,000 years. First month, first day of the 1st year of Tian Shou, the demonic Taoist of the northern heavens was vanquished. The 4th stele depicted 100,000 zhang tall demon mountain crushing the eastern heaven. The crimson heaven hall, that colossal structure that had shrouded the entire eastern heaven like a vast curtain, vanished into dust in an instant, leaving not even a trace of its legacy behind. First year of heavenly mandate, March 1st, the demon mountain subdued the crimson sovereign. These monuments depict scenes from that revolutionary movement, all recorded truthfully based on eyewitness accounts. Song Yushu interjected at the right moment. Though the 4 demon lords were notorious for their ferocity, our lord triumphed by defying tyranny, confronting adversity head-on, and acting despite knowing the odds were against him. Ultimately, he allied with the Rain Lord and slew all 4 demon lords. After this battle, both gained eternal fame across demon lands, their reputations soaring to the pinnacle. This also laid the solid foundation for her future establishment of the eternal demon mountain. To slay 4 lords in a single day, is this even human? Someone murmured. The crucial point is that each strike was delivered with a single blow. He clearly wasn't exerting his full strength. What kind of background does this Rain Lord possess to wield such terrifying power? Perhaps he could rival that immortal master of the Divine Feather dynasty. That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? That immortal master personally cultivated a powerhouse capable of slaying mortals. I don't think this Rain Lord can hold a candle to him. Isn't the demon lord at the slayer of mortals realm? That's different. How is it different? You're just trying to belittle him and elevate yourself because you think Lord Yu represents the demonic path while the immortal master represents the righteous path, and you come from the righteous path, right? Young Wang, I must take issue with your reasoning. We're academic researchers. Research must be rigorous and objective. How can personal feelings be injected into our work? Anyway, they're incomparable. Divine Feather Immortal Master is stronger. As the chief disciple, Dong Yun, you didn't engage in endless arguments over trivial matters like the other Tianshu Academy disciples. Her gaze fixed on the stone tablet, she pondered Song Yushu's words. Outwardly composed, a subtle sense of unease stirred within her. There was a flaw in his words. Chapter 113, The Free Ride Dog? Some of what Song Yushu said didn't match the inscription. For instance, he claimed the Demon Lord and Rain Lord joined forces to slay the 4 demons, yet the monument clearly stated the latter had single-handedly subdued the demon realm. So what exactly was the Demon Lord's role? Across all 4 monuments, His Highness the Demon Lord never lifted a finger throughout the entire ordeal except to devour spiritual roots. He looks like nothing more than a sidekick. A free ride dog? Could this battle even have happened without her? The more Dong Yaya scrutinized the details, the stranger her expression grew. Truth be told, she sensed something amiss the moment she first stepped onto the first corridor. As an outsider, she lacked the blind reverence and fervent devotion that native beings like Song Yushu held for Dantai Hangi. Thus, those immersed in the situation were often blind, while outsiders saw clearly. And from an outsider's perspective, in her view, this pilgrimage hall bore no resemblance to Song Yushu's description, a structure built by Dantai Hangi to establish the Demon Lord's authority and consolidate her rule. For throughout their journey thus far, not a single mention had been made of her glorious deeds. Instead, vast sections of the text were devoted to chronicling and glorifying the deeds of that Rain Lord. It seemed as though within this sanctuary, built by her command, she, the de facto uncrowned ruler of the demon realm, was merely a supporting character to the latter. Even the ritual ceremonies held every 20 years honored the Rain Lord, as the sacred edict declared, the great affairs of the state lie in worship and warfare. Divine right of kings. It practically spells out that the other is the deity herself. In short, in Dong Yuanyu's perception, Dantai Hangi's original purpose in building this pilgrimage temple had nothing to do with the deep strategic calculations Song Yushu imagined. Rather, to flaunt. Yes. It was pure and simple showboating. That's it. Everything in this entire hall gives off the feeling that Dantai Hangi is flaunting her man to everyone else. She was 100% flaunting her man. At that thought, Dong Yuanyu couldn't help but twitch her lips, but she quickly suppressed those thoughts. After all, in this demon realm, the Demon Lord was all-knowing. And his temper was notoriously unpredictable. If she caught wind of such secret gossip, her rage might spell doom for their entire group's survival. If you wish to film or record, use the recording stones. After paying respects to the 4 monumental steels, seeing someone in the group pull out a phone to photograph the inscriptions, Song Yushu cautioned, electronic devices likely won't work here. Hearing this, the person instinctively looked at their phone screen. Sure enough, it began flickering erratically before finally displaying nothing but static, completely rendered useless. The pilgrimage hall is protected by restrictions set by several array masters. Their original intent was to prevent cultivators from engaging in magical duels within the hall, which could damage these ancient relics. However, the magnetic fields emitted by modern devices can easily be mistaken for magical fluctuations. After all, most restrictions are inanimate objects. Without human intervention, they cannot accurately discern the actual situation. Your cameras weren't affected earlier because the outer hall's restrictions were temporarily deactivated by the Guardians. The inner hall, however, requires its restrictions to operate continuously without interruption. For certain special reasons they cannot be deactivated. As he spoke, he retrieved several recording stones from his storage ring and distributed them among the group. These stones functioned similarly to modern cameras and were commonplace throughout the cultivation world, hardly rare treasures. He didn't mind parting with a few. Thank you. Once everyone had finished recording, Song Yushu continued. After the death of the first demon sovereign, the demon realm was left leaderless. Many demon cultivators hoped that Lord Yu would step forward to take charge and become the leader of all demon cultivators under heaven. However, what kind of legendary figure was Lord Yu? He was an unparalleled prodigy capable of standing against the 4 demon lords. Naturally, he regarded fame and fortune as dust and wealth and power as fleeting clouds. He refused to take that seat, choosing instead to simply vanish. Seeing this, ambitious individuals began to stir. If you won't take the seat, surely we can vie for it? And so, the demon lands plunged into a century-long war of chaos. All factions vie for supremacy, their battles raging across every corner of the demon lands. Every faction was drawn into this war, none spared. Until a century later, a faction known as the Eternal Demon Mountain quietly rose to prominence. The Eternal Demon Mountain. Is this finally the story of the Demon Lord himself? Hearing this, Dong Yuanyu's heart sank. What follows is the tale of the Demon Lord and Rain Lord sweeping across the land, commanding all demons to submit to the 4 heavens united, a story recorded in the innermost chamber of the pilgrimage hall. Song Yushu's voice paused slightly, growing more solemn. In truth, every restriction within the pilgrimage hall exists solely to protect that inner chamber. It holds her and Rain Lord's memories, the thing she cherished most in her entire life. Were it not for the special permission granted earlier by the sovereign, none of you outsiders would ever have been able to enter that place. Memories? Precious? This is juicy. The Tianshu Hall members exchanged glances, each seeing the blazing fire of gossip in the other's eyes. A tragic romance unfolded silently among them. He hurt her, then helped her. In the end, she fell for him. Yet, haunted by past wounds too deep to bear, she couldn't face her true feelings. So she fled, he pursued, and now they're trapped, unable to escape. Dong Yaya, however, asked curiously. Brother Song, didn't you say earlier that Yu Jun wished to avoid worldly strife and had chosen seclusion? How come now? You can't stop her from coming out of seclusion? Song Yushu replied with utter conviction. My sovereign is a woman of unparalleled virtue. Misty Lady was moved by her indomitable spirit and resolutely decided to re-enter the world to assist her in completing the great cause of unification. Chapter 114, Then let the world be at peace. Very well, very well. The word assist is truly well chosen. Song Yushu led the way ahead. Dong Ye stared at his back with a peculiar look. I know you admire your master, but honestly, isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? You must understand. Before Dan Tai Hongyi severed her mortal ties, that Rain Lord already possessed terrifying combat prowess capable of effortlessly annihilating the 4 demon lords, his cultivation far surpassing hers. Could it be that while Dan Tai Hongyi was diligently cultivating, he made no progress? That he's been stagnating all these years? That's unrealistic, isn't it? Assisting is the term used by inferiors to refer to superiors. So, what makes the former worthy of his support? Selling her charms to seduce him? Support might be a stretch. Sister Yu. As Dong Yunyu silently grumbled to herself, a member of the Tianshu Academy approached discreetly. Don't you find that many of young Master Song's words lack logical coherence? She glanced back at the person. The person used a telepathic spell, avoiding alerting others, though whether Dan Tai Hongyi was among those others, she couldn't say. It seemed there were still clear-headed individuals within her own ranks. She felt a flicker of relief. But she didn't respond. Instead, she lowered her voice. We'll discuss this back at the camp. Whether the logic held water was ultimately irrelevant, for history itself was meant for posterity to judge interpreted differently by the benevolent and the wise. What truly mattered was using these historical accounts to understand the real world of demonic cultivation, and based on that understanding, knowing how to interact with them. That was enough. The man nodded imperceptibly and cut off the transmission. The group followed Song Yushu into the innermost chamber at the deepest part of the palace. The 69th year of the heavenly mandate, Demon Lands. Upon an unnamed mountain peak, Li Changgang stood silently at the cliff's edge, gazing intently into the distance. On the opposite ridge, 2 warring factions were locked in bloody combat. Demon energy surged skyward, clashing with the clang of metal against stone. As magical artifacts clashed, waves of spiritual energy erupted, rippling outward in concentric circles. Soon, blood stained the earth crimson, and figures fell one after another. Shrieks mingled with pleas for mercy echoed across the barren wilderness, piercingly harsh. From start to finish, his expression remained as still as the depths of an ancient well, utterly unruffled, like a medieval Roman noble observing a gladiatorial contest. To his eyes, these flesh and blood living beings were no different from beasts caged in a pen. Oh, that's not quite right. They spoke human words. Zheng. A melodious, flowing tune reached his ears. Behind him, Liang Yu, her pale green gown draped over her, sat cross-legged on the floor. Her fingertips gently plucked the strings of a zither, its origin unknown. She remarked meaningfully. This world grows ever more chaotic. Li Changgang remained silent. She continued, speaking to herself, people are dying every day. If this fighting continues, who knows when it will ever end? Still no answer. Her frustration grew. Brother Dao. The strings of the guzheng trembled slightly under the pressure, causing the melody to waver. Li Changgang finally spoke, his tone tinged with resignation. After all these years, your heart still cares for the world just as much as ever. This is how it will be for this lifetime. Gong Lianyue turned her head away in a huff. If you find me distasteful, Brother Dao, just say so. I'll immediately seek out a secluded place to live out my days alone, never to trouble your sight again. You're crazy. Li Changgang spat out. Only in the presence of this woman who had spent half her life by his side did he reveal the full spectrum of emotions a living being should possess. He could feel helplessness, sigh with regret, express deep emotion, and even curse. And only when he was with this woman did he feel like he was still a living, breathing human. Clang. As if sensing the man's emotional fluctuation, the zither's melody abruptly ceased. Moments later, a fragrant breeze tickled his nose, soft jade lay beside him. Li Changgang glanced sideways. The woman who should have been as sharp as a drawn sword now held a black fur coat, her brow radiating heroic spirit, her eyes brimming with tender affection. It's windy up here. Put this on. He found it amusing. What cultivator catches a chill? I don't care. Put it on. He said no more, letting the woman behind him drape the black fur cloak over his shoulders. Then, a pair of snow-white, delicate hands gently encircled his waist. The softness pressed against his back, unimpeded even by the thick fur coat, followed by a face of unparalleled beauty resting against his shoulder. Who taught you this trick? From the mortal girls in the village. Oh. Dan Tai Hongyi has come up the mountain several times lately, saying she wants to see you. I sent her away. But maybe you should meet her? She's a decent person. Either way is fine. The two continued their disjointed whispering. Until both groups across the way were wiped out. Li Changgang withdrew his gaze. Let's head down. Where to? You're the one who complained about the chaotic world. He stretched lazily. Then let's bring peace to the world. Chapter 115, Demon Sealing Peak Part 1. Winter of the 69th year of the Heavenly Mandate. The wind and snow howled desolately, biting like knives. Outside Jinling City, a vast army pressed against the borders. 13 sects had gathered here, numbering over 100,000 strong. Dan Tai Hong, clad in crimson brocade robes with wide sleeves, stood atop the city walls. His gaze was cold and piercing as he stared at the 13 great banners soaring high at the center of the formation. 7 Demon Mountains, Heavenly Separation Mountains, Ghost Sparrow Mountains. Judging by this display, the disciples of the 13 sects have mobilized their entire forces. Are they intending to settle the fate of the world in a single battle? The so-called 13 sects were the 13 fastest rising factions among the myriad powers that had sprouted like mushrooms after rain over the past 69 years. Jinling City, ruled by Dan Tai Hong, stood as the most powerful and profoundly rooted top-tier force in Demon Land since the 4 Demon Lords. Back then, Li Changsheng had decisively crushed the 4 Demon Lords. Capitalizing on the residual might of her predecessor, she directly inherited its legacy, using it to rally vast numbers of followers and catapult herself into the position of the demon realm's foremost supreme power. Coupled with the profound power of the swallowing heaven demon art, her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and her prestige soared accordingly, showing every sign of unifying the demon realm. However, as Li Changsheng withdrew from the world and vanished from sight, some established factions gradually grew bolder. Especially after several overt and covert attempts to strike at Dan Tai Hong, testing his stance and finding no intention of his intervention. These established factions' ambitions swelled, even entertaining thoughts of uniting to besiege Dan Tai Hong, destroy his ancestral temple, and divide his lands. Thus, the current scene outside Jinling City unfolded, the armies of 13 major sects pressing against its borders. Your Majesty. As war drums thundered, a woman clad in black-scaled soft armor and possessing delicate features leapt onto the city ramparts. Tan Shuiyue, Dan Tai Hong's personal bodyguard. Scouts report. Traces of demonic energy from several sect leaders of the 13 sects have been detected 9,000 li outside the city. They are heading this way. Jinling City may not hold out. In my humble opinion, Your Majesty. She paused, then bowed deeply, her voice solemn as she pleaded. Your Highness is of noble birth. You must withdraw from the fray first. Otherwise, none of us will survive. A prolonged, deathly silence fell over the room. Suddenly, a bitterly cold wind swept through, its piercing chill sending a shiver down Tan Shuiyue's spine. Dan Tai Hong slowly turned, a flash of ferocity darting through her pupils. I should avoid their onslaught? Then, before Tan Shuiyue could protest, she drew the long sword from her waist, raised it high, and channeled a terrifying aura into its tip. She swung it directly down toward the enemy formation. Transmit my command, once battle commences, all who attack the city today shall be slain without mercy. In an instant, countless demon cultivators from the 13 sex factions were blown to bloody mist by the blade's radiance, sparking minor chaos. Yet no one sounded the charge horn. They waited. They waited for their sect masters to arrive. In wars between cultivators, the true battlefield often lies solely in the clash between high-ranking cultivators. The outcome between Dan Tai Hong and the 13 sect masters would ultimately determine the war's final course. That's why Tan Xingyue ordered Dan Tai Hong to retreat first. As long as she remained alive, even if all of them perished in battle, there would still be a chance to rise again. She had anticipated the rejection of her proposal. After all, having served Dan Tai Hong for years, she understood her sovereign's character intimately. She was relentless, preferring to break rather than bend. She would rather destroy everything than retreat a single step. The word retreat simply didn't exist in her vocabulary. This had been the pattern throughout every battle, large and small. What she hadn't anticipated was the order to annihilate the enemy. Your Majesty, is this not a bit excessive? She considered it excessively brutal. At least, no such precedent had ever been set in the zone campaigns. Those demon cultivators were merely following orders. Normally, in similar situations, only the leaders would be executed to make an example. Dan Tai Hong turned away, gazing at the vast, united army of the 13 sects. I rose from humble beginnings. As a child, my parents fell to the blades of our enemies. I survived by feigning madness and stupidity. As an adult, I lived as a beggar, as a refugee, fought wild dogs for scraps, enduring countless hardships and witnessing endless slaughter. Back then, I kept asking myself, why must every cultivator fight? Why can't we coexist peacefully? Why must so many lowly cultivators, who struggle so desperately just to survive, still end up being killed? I never understood. The answer to this question has always eluded me. Until later, when I encountered him. That day, he didn't stop at destroying the 4 sovereigns. He uprooted the entire faction behind them, dragging down all who shared any karmic connection with them. His ruthless methods sent shivers down the spines of the entire demon realm. That day, I asked him the same question. He told me one thing: compassion alone cannot save those suffering in the world. To save all under heaven, you must take up the blade. Think of nothing, care for nothing, only kill, only advance. With the long sword in your hand, carve out a bright and clear world. Fight until the day all under heaven fear you. Then you may shape this world into whatever form you desire. She turned to face the girl before her, a girl who, no matter the hardship, would stand by her unwaveringly, her original resolve never faltering. Her tone was calm, yet powerful. Swear, if I prevail, the demon lands shall enjoy peace for all eternity. Chapter 116, Sealing the Demon Peak Part 2. Dan Tai Hongyi's words echoed in her ears like a spellbinding incantation. Tan Shueyue's delicate frame trembled slightly. Meaning that unwavering gaze, she instinctively lowered her head. Slaughter seemed to be the predestined fate of every demon cultivator from birth. None ever dared dream of a peaceful era. Even her initial allegiance to Dan Tai Hongyi stemmed solely from the fact that she seemed slightly more rational than other rulers, nothing more. She never imagined the other would harbor such lofty ambitions. Peace. Whispering this word almost mythical to the creatures of the demon lands, her eyes flickered with confusion. Then it turned dazed. Finally, it blossomed into longing. She yearned to witness the day arrive, and she believed most demon cultivators in the demon lands felt the same. For this, no sacrifice was too great, no loss of life too heavy, it was all worth it. With this thought, she lifted her head once more, her gaze hardening into unwavering resolve. What are the king's chances of victory? None. Dan Tai Hongyi's reply was blunt. Tan Shueyue froze. No chance of winning? Then why fight? Then why order total annihilation? She had assumed her sovereign was hiding some trump card even she, his most trusted confidant, knew nothing about. You are my confidant, so I speak truthfully to you. Dan Tai Hongyi paid no heed to her reaction. In single combat, I am confident I could defeat any one of them on the battlefield. Even against several, I have the means to hold my own. But when they unite, I cannot withstand them. I'm gambling. Tan Shueyue was even more bewildered. Gamble on what? I'm betting he'll come. I'm betting he will come. Dan Tai Hongyi gazed toward the horizon, where no one stood, yet her eyes brimmed with longing. Like the most devout believer, her heart yearned for the deity she worshipped to walk among mortals. Just like 69 years ago. Tan Shuer fell silent. She knew exactly who her king was referring to. But that person had vanished without a trace for decades. What if he doesn't come? Then we are doomed beyond redemption. Thud. Thud. The sound of war drums suddenly echoed outside the city walls. 13 figures tore through the void, standing tall amidst the clouds, gazing across the distance at Dan Tai Hongyi atop the city ramparts. No one spoke. No words were needed, for today, one side would surely perish. The autumn wind blew with a chilling, murderous chill. After a long moment, the leader bent 2 fingers and struck them together with a sharp snap. A piercing, mournful howl of dark wind erupted across the heavens and earth as black clouds swirled across the sky, obscuring the view. Assault the city. The cultivators of the 13 sects immediately sounded the attack horns. By the king's command, leave not a single cultivator of the 13 sects alive. Tan Shueyue led the charge, sword in hand, plunging into the fray. In an instant, countless figures swarmed like locusts, converging from all directions upon Jinling City like a torrent of rivers. Chaos erupted instantly as weapons clashed in a frenzied melee. Sacred artifacts rose and fell. Dazzling beams of light blazed forth. Various Dao weapons erupted with dazzling, radiant auras, as brilliant as starlight yet as fleeting as ephemeral blooms. Within mere seconds, the surrounding brilliance faded. That was the sign of their master's demise. Dazzling divine arts and spells exploded across the heavens like raindrops and fireworks. Corpses plummeted from the sky, only to be replaced by fresh waves of attackers. Endless. Crimson blood gradually saturated the air. Dan Tai Hongyi, it's time we settled this once and for all. Among the 13 in the sky, a one-armed woman charged toward Dan Tai Hongyi. First, her arm had been severed by the ladder, and this was a fight to the death. I was just thinking the same. Dan Tai Hongyi tore through the void without hesitation, stepping before her opponent. Her expression remained cold, yet her heart sank to its lowest point. Everyone he had come to face was here. Had he truly abandoned him to his fate? Fellow Taoist Guyu, we've come to aid you. 2 more figures, one clad in gold, the other in silver, joined the fray. Then came the 4th, the 5th, the 6th. As their numbers swelled, facing an onslaught of intricate and bizarre spells, Dan Tai Hongyi clearly struggled to keep up, growing increasingly overwhelmed. Finally, after the 8th opponent joined the fray, she was struck by a bizarre blood-hued spell that slammed into her shoulder, shattering the bone clean through. Guh. She coughed up a mouthful of vital blood, glancing down with the corner of her eye. The wound bled incessantly, refusing to heal. Within the crimson glow lay a stench of decay, steadily eroding both her spiritual energy and her physical form. Strike together and kill her. Seeing this, the other spectators held nothing back. 13 figures charged at her in unison, the surrounding space sealed by Mo's powerful magic, leaving her no escape. This round, she would either die or be gravely wounded. Defeat seemed inevitable. Dan Tai Hongyi gritted her silver teeth, her gaze returning to that distant point in the sky, as if she still refused to accept defeat. The lethal attacks closed in. At that critical moment, Zheng, Out of nowhere, the lingering sound of an ancient zither echoed through the void. A serene ambience unfolded, one of towering peaks and flowing streams, of blossoms bathed in moonlight. Within this realm, all turmoil seemed to abruptly cease. The intent to kill vanished instantly, and the 13 attacks were affected, faltering slightly. The next second, a flash of swordlight and a head fell. It was the one-armed woman's. Chapter 117, Sealing the Demon Peak Part 2. Who is it? The sudden turn of events caused the faces of the remaining 12 sect leaders to turn pale. Forgetting to deliver the finishing blow, they hurriedly huddled together and retreated, scanning their surroundings warily. Dan Tai Hongyi, however, beamed with delight. Within the ethereal aura of the Valley Orchid, she sensed a familiar presence, the sword-tending maiden beside that figure. She had gambled correctly. Honored elder in the shadows, please reveal yourself. If you came for this maiden, we can discuss matters. If you are merely passing through, we implore you not to meddle in this affair. Our sect shall offer generous compensation afterward. After steadying himself, the leader of the 12 sects spoke again, testing the stranger's intentions while spreading his divine sense to track their presence. No one responded. Instead, the zither music drifting from the shadows abruptly shifted. From the gentle flow of a small bridge over a stream, it became urgent and turbulent, its mood transforming accordingly. In a daze, the crowd seemed to witness a vast expanse of scorched earth and yellow sand, a sea of steel and horses, a might that swallowed 10,000 miles like a tiger. A formidable general, trapped by the riverbank, drew his sword and took his own life. The next instant, 1,000 miles of flying snow, sword halos filling the sky. Pure white sword lotus blossoms bloomed in the clouds, swirling and drifting before scattering into petals that fell, spreading across the land like a sea of flowers. 12 heads fell in succession, blood raining down like a storm. The entire battlefield fell silent. All combats ceased as everyone stared in stunned silence at the scene. A young immortal stepping forth from the void. Clad in a blue robe, wielding a white sword, with jet black hair cascading like a waterfall, his aura surpassed that of the immortals. He lifted his foot, and a sword lotus blossom flew to him, unfurling beneath his soles. Lotus bloomed beneath each step. He approached Dan Tai Hongyi, took her hand, and gently raised it. His voice was soft, yet clear in the deathly silent battlefield. Henceforth, she shall be the mistress of this land. The entire field fell silent, motionless, not because they refused to acknowledge Dan Tai Hongyi, but because most had yet to recover from the shock and dared not move. After a long moment, Tan Shuiyue was the first to snap out of it, bowing low. Greetings, Demon Lord. With her leading the way, the remaining demon cultivators gradually knelt down one after another. Finally, a mountainous roar pierced the heavens. Long live the Demon Lord! Long live the Demon Lord! Long live the Demon Lord! The young immortal turned to look at Jinling City. Jinling is a lovely name, but it doesn't suit this place. With that, he extended a finger and tapped lightly. The city plaque shattered instantly into pieces. Then, demon energy surged from all directions, coalescing toward the city gate before solidifying into a new plaque sealed Demon Peak. Imperially consecrated to all demons, the pinnacle of 10,000 demons. Yangzhou Demon Lands, Pilgrimage Hall. The final inner hall spanned over 1,000 kilometers. Though indoors, a full moon hung high in a starry sky, illuminating the entire space with radiant light. Beneath that moonlight stood an ancient paulownia tree, its branches and leaves lush and golden, its roots deep and twisted, filling the entire hall. Upon its branches, countless translucent, bubble-like tassels of light reflected, each containing faintly visible scenes playing in a loop. Without a doubt, this must be the work of the Demon Lord, a peerless, profoundly mystical art. This tree is called a paulownia. You should recognize it. As for the light orbs on its branches, they are reflections the sovereign extracted from the corridor of time. Song Yushu explained the giant tree's origin before plucking a fruit from its branches. Crushing the light radiance, he revealed a projection before the group. Spring of the 70th year of Heaven's Mandate. News of the demon realm's change of ruler reached the Divine Feather Court, stirring apprehension among the ministers. The righteous officials advised the young emperor to follow the precedent set by the late sovereign and launch a punitive expedition. After deliberation, the young emperor, Wu Fian, dispatched envoys to the demon lands to investigate the situation before making any decisions. However, this man, blinded by folly, stirred up trouble and committed outrageous acts in the demon lands, provoking widespread anger. He was thus slain by the demon lord. Enraged, the young emperor, seeking to preserve the divine feather's honor, issued an imperial decree to raise an army against the demons, reigniting the war between the righteous and the demonic. As the scene concluded, the tassel in Song Yushu's hand vanished, and upon the branches of the paulownia tree, an identical fruit blossomed anew. Witnessing this, the Tianshu Academy delegation gasped in wonder. He plucked another. Summer of the 70th year of the heavenly mandate. Before Shinyu's iron hooves could tread upon demonic soil, the demon lord raised the banner of heavenly restoration and equalization. He commanded his demonic forces to launch a preemptive strike, seizing the demonic lands. Thus commenced the millennia-long war between heaven and demon. Autumn of the 70th year of the heavenly mandate. The vanguard forces of both sides first clashed at the border, immediately engaging in fierce combat. However, the demonic lineage, having endured constant suppression from all sides for so long, possessed far inferior comprehensive foundations compared to the divine feather. The initial battle ended in defeat. The demon lord, enraged as thunder, sought to intervene on the battlefield to salvage his honor. He was restrained by Rain Lord and thus held back, instead venting his fury by executing 81 defeated generals. Late autumn of the 70th year of the heavenly mandate. Rain Lord commanded her personal attendant to procure vast quantities of celestial treasures from unknown sources to aid the demon realm. She also imparted array formations, causing the demon realm's strength to surge dramatically. Victory in the second battle. After this fruit dissipated, Song Yushu ceased picking them. Instead, he addressed the group, "Each of you may pluck one and record it with your shadow stone." The group rejoiced. They eagerly rushed forward to select from the dazzling array of fruits. For the Great Xia Empire, whose exploration of cultivation history had barely scratched the surface, the images preserved within these fruits were priceless treasures. Bringing back even a single one guaranteed promotions and pay raises. On behalf of all disciples of the Celestial Pivot Academy and the Great Xia, I extend our deepest gratitude to young Master Song and His Highness the Demon Sovereign for their monumental contributions to the cause of archaeology. After offering sincere thanks, Dong Yun did not rush forward to select any. She stood rooted to the spot, transfixed by the fruits on the tree, each radiating a soft, shimmering glow. These densely clustered fruits. Some depicted battlefields strewn with bleached bones, others showed tranquil countryside scenes under thatched cottages. Celestial maidens played zither while demonic maidens danced. Still others showed the demon lord, whose life was steeped in legend, standing atop the demon ceiling peak, commanding legions of demons with sweeping gestures. Each fruit reflected a different scene: the demon lord's journey, the rise of the demon realm. Yet the protagonists remained constant, the trio of Dan Tai Hongi, Li Changgung, and Gong Lianyue. She pondered one thing. Now that the demon realm had manifested and the demon lord had revealed himself, shouldn't Rain Lord, who had hovered above the demon realm, shielding this vessel of war as it journeyed forward, also return? If I could meet him, even for just a few simple words, the benefit would be immense. But he hadn't appeared on the day the Jade Du sect was destroyed. Could it be that he had already perished before this timeline began, and thus hadn't arrived in this world alongside the demon soil of this timeline? This was precisely why Dong Yeye had hesitated to press Song Yushu further about whether he was still in the demon lands, fearing that if he had indeed perished, such a question might feel like an affront. Especially if it offended the demon lord. There was another crucial point. In the demon soil intelligence Li Huai'an had passed through Ning Yuchan, there was no mention whatsoever of this Rain Lord. Logically speaking, both were peerless masters of the same era. If he mentioned the demon lord, surely he would have said a word or two about the Rain Lord. Even just a passing reference. Yet he said nothing at all, as if he had never even known the man. This was hard for her not to overthink. Chapter 118, Barbecue. Changzhou, Beihai Commandery. That night. For reasons unknown. Ever since Li Huai'an moved into Yong'an Courtyard, the surrounding vendors had grown increasingly numerous. Now, this place had completely transformed into a renowned commercial street famous for miles around. Cakes, sugar paintings, hot pot, bubble tea, grilled skewers, fried snacks, every kind of street food imaginable was available. Shops selling clothing, sundries, phones, and computers, every type of merchant was present. It was no exaggeration to say that residents of Yong'an Courtyard and its vicinity could purchase all their daily necessities solely from this commercial street, greatly enhancing their convenience. Though the taste of these street food stalls is frankly not something to boast about. Tiramisu, fresh baked tiramisu. Grilled skewers, authentic lamb skewers. Following the bustling crowd through the streets and alleys, accompanied by the lively cries of vendors, the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted from a barbecue stall at the end of the commercial street. This was the only barbecue stall Ning Yuchan had personally discovered after countless disappointing experiences, one with passable flavor and relatively affordable prices. In a corner of the shop, Ning Yuchan and Li Huai'an sat side by side. Zhao Yu had also arrived, sitting across from them. Thanks to Ning Yuchan's efforts to bring them together, Zhao Yu had gradually integrated into their social circle and had been hanging out with them constantly lately. Though she still felt a bit intimidated by Li Huai'an, at least she no longer trembled at the mere thought of speaking to him like she did at the beginning. Your order is ready. Enjoy your meal. The waiter brought over several plates of grilled skewers and beer before moving on. Senior, I'd like to toast you. Zhao Yu opened a bottle of liquor first, poured himself a full glass, and downed it in one gulp. Li Huai'an took a small sip in response. He still wasn't accustomed to mortal wine. Its taste was too harsh, nowhere near as fragrant and mellow as the spiritual wine of the cultivation realm. Have you encountered any issues with the new cultivation technique? About 2 months prior, during the period when the Yulu sect was wiped out by Dantai Hani, Zhao Yu had entrusted Ning Yuchan to ask him to refine the cultivation technique. The cultivation method she had practiced before capped at the golden core stage, which, in the early days of the Great Xia 9 provinces, was entirely sufficient. But as spiritual energy grew denser and more reincarnated cultivators emerged, Several commanders had already broken through to the nascent soul realm, and the once reliable gold core cultivators were gradually becoming commonplace. Faced with this situation, ordinary cultivators had only two choices. Either accept reality and step back. Black Ice Platform was a place where ability spoke. Those lacking it stepped aside, making way for the capable. Or risk their lives by abandoning their original cultivation methods and adopting new ones. Zhao Yu, however, found a third path, Li Huai'an. She believed that with his extraordinary abilities, what seemed like an unsolvable problem to ordinary people would surely be child's play for him. And indeed, that proved to be the case. Upon learning of her predicament, Li Huai'an effortlessly upgraded and optimized her cultivation technique. He even refined several elixirs for her, enabling a seamless transition from the first generation to the second generation of her cultivation system without injury. Thanks to you, everything went smoothly. Mentioning this, Zhao Yu raised another cup of wine. Her cultivation had now reached the peak of the golden core stage. Though she still lagged far behind the true old monsters, at least in this chaotic world, she had finally gained a semblance of self-defense capability. Most crucially, the refined cultivation technique now absorbed spiritual energy at a faster rate with a higher ceiling. Compared to the previous version, its potential was boundless, and all of this was thanks to him. Sister Zhao Yu, you should drink less. Having deliberately suppressed her internal energy and refrained from using spiritual energy to dispel the alcohol, Zhao Yu, who was never much of a drinker, now had her small face flushed a vivid crimson, rosy and tempting like a ripe peach. Ning Yuchan, worried she might get drunk, couldn't help but offer a gentle reminder. It's fine. Zhao Yu waved her hand dismissively and downed another full cup of wine. Come on, little Chan, let me toast you too. If it weren't for you, I never would have met seniorly, let alone gained so much favor and resources within the organization. You're practically my benefactor. She seemed thoroughly intoxicated. Seeing this, Ning Yuchan shook her head helplessly and let her be. After all, Zhao Yu was a cultivator, drinking wouldn't kill her. At worst, she'd just feel miserable from vomiting later. She focused instead on serving Li Huai'an his food. As cups clinked and toasts were exchanged, time slipped unnoticed into the late hours of the night. Shops closed their doors, pedestrians dispersed, and the streets regained their usual quiet. Zhao Yu had successfully drunk herself into a stupor. Her pretty face flushed crimson, her head resting on her arm, muttering incoherently to herself. Ning Yuchan glanced at her watch and rose to settle the bill. When she returned, she found Li Huai'an frowning. What's wrong? What's your relationship with that girl named Dong Ye? Li Huai'an countered. Her? Ning Yuchan froze for a moment before suddenly realizing. Did something happen in the demon soil? Yes. Li Huai'an paused. Dantai Hongyi is extremely unstable right now. She wants to kill someone. She wants to kill Dong Yanyu. She's been holding back, but she's about to lose control. He had once used Ning Yuchan's hands to place a protective charm on Dong Yanyu during that rescue at the domain altar. Dantai Hongyi had sensed his aura and spared Dong Yanyu. Yet a presence was merely a presence. It could protect Dong Yanyu for a time, but it was no long-term solution. Because that woman had been waiting for an opportunity to make a mistake, to provoke her anger, to give her a reason to punish her. Killing Dong Yanyu was that opportunity. It was a mistake of just the right magnitude, sufficient to displease him without causing him to lose faith in her. The likely outcome would be a minor punishment serving as a major warning, perfectly satisfying her peculiar fetish for being punished. She was a cunning, twisted psychopath. My dear Mr. Li, why are you so well versed in the mental state of that demon lord? Ning Yuchan's focus lay elsewhere. She sensed that Dantai Hongyi's relationship with her man was far more than just adversary and mentor. There must be something Li Huai'an hadn't told her, an inextricably tangled web of complexities. This was her instinct as a woman. Li Huai'an remained silent. In truth, his authority within the demon realm held higher priority than even Dantai Hongyi's. Seeing this, Ning Yuchan wisely refrained from pressing further. She was a smart woman. From the very first day they formally met, she understood that a man as exceptional as him could never belong to just one woman. Prying for answers would only lead to her own misery in the end. Besides, considering his true age, a cultivation journey spanning 98,000 years, she was ultimately the newcomer. My relationship with Sister Yu is decent. If it won't cause you trouble, you could help her out. Then after you take her back, just stay at her place. I'll personally go to Yangzhou. Li Huai'an gestured toward the drunken Zhao Yu. Truth be told, Dong Yunyu's misfortune wasn't entirely her fault. Back when Dantai Hongyi led the demon lands to repel the Divine Feather army and launch a counterattack, seizing half of Divine Feather's territory, Wu Fian proposed a truce. Because of this incident, a schism erupted within the demon realm. The traditionalists advocated seizing the opportunity to march south and capture the Phoenix, directly overthrowing the dynasty, while the royalists urged accepting peace negotiations, restoring the realm to health, and renewing the nation alongside its people. Unable to decide for herself, Dantai Hongyi came to consult him. He then revealed to her that Wu Fian was his daughter. Upon hearing this, Dantai Hongyi immediately declared an end to the war and ordered the withdrawal of troops. But the conservatives wouldn't stand for it. If you won't fight, they declared, then we'll fight under your banner and force you into battle. She came back to ask him what she should do. Then he casually remarked, kill all the dissenters, and there'll be no one left to oppose you. It must be said. This woman truly carried out every word he said with absolute obedience, doing exactly as he commanded without question, regardless of right or wrong. If he said kill them all, then kill them all, leave not a single one alive. The result was that after the massacre of the demon lands, it was as if she had suddenly discovered a new continent. She realized that killing people was an incredibly easy way to solve problems. And so, she became utterly addicted to solving problems by eliminating the people who raised them. Ironically, he himself was rather indifferent to life at the time and didn't see anything wrong with this approach, failing to correct it promptly. Until this lifetime. With Dan Taihani's power, she must have detected and locked onto Ning Yuchan's existence the moment she was reincarnated. Though her possessiveness ran deep, she dared not harm Ning Yuchan while the girl remained by her side. Dong Yunyu was different. Having spent extended time with Ning Yuchan, she carried the latter's scent and had the audacity to strut right into Dan Taihani's territory. To Dan Taihani, this was nothing short of a blatant provocation. Thus, the question arose. The scent on you really gets on my nerves. Killing you will make me feel better. Therefore, you deserve to die. Her way of thinking was this straightforward and brutal. The idea of following leads, investigating thoroughly, and then deciding what to do next simply didn't exist in her worldview. Sigh. Thinking this, Li Huai'an watched Ning Yuchan and Zhao Yu's receding figures and let out a soft sigh. Then his form grew ethereal and vanished. Chapter 119, Audience with the Demon Lord Part 1. The next evening arrived. The group from the Celestial Axis Academy, resting at an inn, suddenly received a telepathic message from Song Yushu. It stated that Dan Taihani had invited them to the sect leader's palace for a banquet. The group dared not delay. They hastily burned incense, bathed, adjusted their headdresses, and changed into formal attire. Then, boarding the Demon Lord's exclusive palanquin, they traversed the void, heading toward the Eternal Demon Mountain. The Eternal Demon Mountain. The azure phoenix celestial birds pulling the palanquin peered out from the void as the chariot came to a steady halt. The tasseled bead curtains automatically parted. Song Yushu, who had been waiting respectfully for some time, along with the female attendants of the sect leader's palace, stepped forward to escort the group down from the palanquin and begin their ascent on foot. The mountain path was not particularly difficult, though it required some physical exertion due to the prohibition on using spiritual energy beneath the demon lord's feet. Nevertheless, they soon reached the summit. Ascending the 33 jade steps, a long bridge came into view. Forged from blue stone and shrouded in a hazy mist, it spanned a murky, bottomless river of blood. At the bridge's far end lay the palace of the Supreme Patriarch. The moment their feet touched the stone bridge, a rustling murmur suddenly filled their ears, mingled with sobs on the verge of tears and faint, intermittent wails. A foul wind surged, and a blood rain fell like darkness. Below, the river of blood churned into towering waves. The group startled. Song Yushu remained composed, merely forming a seal. The array patterns flashed brightly, and blood-red inscriptions suddenly shone all around. Thick gray mist began to churn ceaselessly. Moments later, the chaos subsided. Someone mustered the courage to glance beneath the stone bridge and turned deathly pale, for reflected in the blood river were nothing but human souls. Countless twisted figures were piled upon each other like stacked quilts, pressed tightly together. They struggled and writhed, their agonized wails piercing the air. Agony beyond endurance. Dongyu also instinctively glanced with the corner of her eye, equally chilled to the bone. Brother Song, this river. The soul-binding river. Song Yushu revealed without hesitation, these are all opponents purged by the sovereign during that great factional purge years ago. Their blood pooled into this bottomless river. Their bones were cast into stone bricks that paved this bridge. And their souls are imprisoned within the river, trapped for millennia, denied reincarnation, condemned to eternal torment. Deterrence. This was the most extreme form of deterrence. 10,000 years before the demon soil era, the martial emperors subjugated the world through both force and benevolence. If you refused to submit, he would ensure your submission. But in Dan Taihani's era, the governing principle she embraced was stopping killing with killing. If you defy me, I will kill you, until no one dares to resist. These two utterly divergent governing philosophies cannot be judged as purely right or wrong, for their subjects were fundamentally different. Within the realm of righteous governance, one can naturally leverage established rules to impose order. But in the realm of demonic ways, or even the concept of rules is utterly foreign, who would heed your words? Yet with this river of blood now in existence, should anyone dare oppose Dan Taihani's reforms in the demon lands, the mere sight of it would likely extinguish all resistance instantly. From this perspective alone, her approach holds considerable merit. Of course, this did nothing to lessen the apprehension Dong Yunyu and his companions felt toward this demon sovereign, whose true form they were about to confront. Crossing the bridge with uneasy hearts, they proceeded unimpeded all the way to the Patriarch's palace. It was worth noting that not a single guard was stationed anywhere within or outside the sect leader's palace. But then again, it made sense. The demon lord resided here. Who in their right mind would dare come here to cause trouble?
Anyone bold enough to cause trouble here would be far beyond the capabilities of mere guards to handle. Thus, the presence of guards here was no different from mere decorations.
Upon entering the palace,
the group closely followed Song Yushu through a series of corridors engraved with intricate array formations, arriving at the grand hall where tonight's banquet would be held.
Chapter 120, Audience with the Demon Lord Part 2.
Compared to the ornate jade-carved stone bridge outside, the entire palace of the sect leader appeared far more understated and simple, especially this dining hall. A long table stood at the center, flanked by carved rosewood banquet tables and several white cloud silk meditation cushions.
Above hung a glass night pearl.
Beyond this, the room contained nothing else.
Chief Dongyun, please.
Song Yushu arranged seating for the Tianshu Academy delegation before clapping his hands lightly.
Several slender maidservants clad in black gauze entered in single file, each holding a golden tray.
Golden trays cradled in their hands. They methodically placed exquisite fruits and delicacies upon the banquet tables before each guest, poured jade like nectars to the brim, and then departed in perfect order, all without making a single sound throughout the entire process. It was truly astonishing.
These maids were personally trained by Lord Yujun's sword attendant. Each possesses the cultivation level of a golden core.
They excel at everything from the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, to poetry and song, down to washing silk and cleaning pots, even butchering cattle with precision.
They are truly exceptional. Back when Lord Yu was still in the demon lands, they served only him.
After Lord Yu departed, they took charge of attending to the Honorable Master's daily needs.
They've never appeared even at grand sacrificial ceremonies before.
But now, to show how much he values you all, the Honorable Master has specially sent them to serve you.
Song Yushu explained. Upon hearing this,
the assembly felt both flattered and overwhelmed, their awe and astonishment at the demon realm's profound depth stirring whispers and murmurs among them.
Golden core cultivators as servants? Truly befitting a demon lord, what extravagance! Who could disagree?
Golden core cultivators, no matter the era, are venerable elders capable of dominating entire regions.
Yet here in this sect leader's palace, they're merely lowly maidservants.
It's truly a case of the haves having too much while the have-nots have too little.
When will our great Xia ever have so many golden core elders to command?
If I had that many golden core subordinates, I wouldn't just conquer the 9 provinces of Great Xia, I'd march straight to attack the Western Federation.
That was then. Now, forget it. Don't forget the Western Federation is now under that female Martial Emperor's control.
I hear she's annexed over a dozen federated states recently. Her rise has been meteoric. It'll be quite the spectacle when she eventually clashes with that demon lord. After all, he nearly destroyed the divine feathered dynasty she built with her own hands.
Dong Yunyu joined in with a few whispered comments. Suddenly,
out of the corner of his eye, he noticed 2 empty cushions and banquet tables placed near the head table.
Turning his head, he asked Song Yushu, "Brother Song, will the revered one be attending this banquet?"
A banquet of this caliber was not open to just anyone, as it was personally hosted by Dantai Hongi, the supreme ruler of the demon realm.
Moreover, the banquet was being held in the sect leader's palace.
It was essentially her home, a private gathering. Only reverends were likely to attend, and only those she trusted deeply.
Were it not for the intermediary, even Song Yushu wouldn't have been worthy of sitting here. The latter was about to speak. At that moment,
2 robust female voices echoed from beyond the door. Venerable Xueyue has arrived.
Venerable Qinghuan has arrived.
Indeed, they were both reverends.
Dong Ye's heart skipped a beat as she instinctively glanced toward the entrance. 2 streaks of light, 1 green, 1 white flew into the hall, landing precisely on the remaining meditation cushions.
As the radiance faded, 2 figures emerged. The figure on the right wore soft armor, silver boots, and carried a sword at her side. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, and her features radiated a heroic spirit, a woman who could hold her own against any man. It was Tan Xueyue, the figure everyone had seen depicted in the mural earlier. The woman on the left wore a light blue gown, her brows delicately outlined with subtle makeup. Her dark hair was gathered and adorned with a golden hairpin, exuding an air of nobility distinctly different from Tan Xingyue's. She seemed like the legitimate daughter of a noble family, her every gesture radiating an innate grace and elegance, an indescribable nobility ingrained in her very being.
Dong Yunyue recognized this woman.
She had once fought alongside Dong Yeya, achieving great feats, but she was not human. Instead, she was a Qinghuan immortal bird, a celestial creature who had taken human form, possessing a single drop of phoenix blood within her veins. The demonic beasts pulling the jeweled palanquins carried by the figures ahead were her descendants. They were all Dantai Hongi's most trusted right-hand men and women.
"Greetings, revered Snow Moon, revered Azure Phoenix." Song Yushu hurriedly rose to pay his respects. No need for formalities.
Qinghuan responded with a nod before closing her eyes to rest. Tan Xueyue, however, replied, then turned her attention to Dong Yunyu and her group.
"Are you the guests His Majesty invited?"
Her voice lived up to her name. Tan Xueyue's voice was truly like snow and moonlight, gentle, melodious, and captivating. Dong Yunyu silently admired her as he rose and bowed.
"Indeed. This humble one is Dong Yunyu, from the Great Summer Heavenly Hub Academy. Greetings to revered Shuiyu and revered Qing Wan. Tan Qingyue nodded, about to extend hospitality on behalf of their sovereign. His Majesty will arrive shortly. You. Suddenly, a maid's shrill voice echoed from outside the hall. His Majesty has arrived. Chapter 121, Audience with the Demon Lord Part 2. Boom! The sound fell like a pebble tossed into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface before the figure appeared. An overwhelming demonic might crash down. In an instant. Whether it was Song Yushu or Tan Shuiwe, the surrounding maids, or even the Qinghuan reverend whose face practically screamed arrogance, all fell to their knees. Hail the sovereign! The resounding chorus echoed through the vast hall, causing the entire Tianshu Academy delegation to instinctively sit up straight, holding their breath and bracing themselves. Someone cautiously drew a projection stone from their robes. Dong Yunyu caught the movement out of the corner of his eye, his expression darkening. This fool dared to use a projection stone in front of the demon lord? Have you lost your mind? What the hell are you doing? If you're tired of living, go find a corner to die and don't drag us down with you. She was about to hiss a warning at the foolhardy gesture, but it was too late. At the foremost long table, a slender figure materialized. The demon lord had descended. She dared not utter another sound. May his majesty's health be blessed. Song Yushu and the others prostrated themselves once more before the figure, bowing low. I am well. Only then did the three dare to rise. The figure revealed its true form. Stunningly beautiful, breathtakingly so, like an unreal creature born from a divine brushstroke, flawless beyond reproach. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, with a willowy waist and slender fingers. She was draped in a crimson gown, her vibrant black hair cascading naturally down her back. A pair of snow-white, jade-like feet rested lightly upon the plush carpet, adorned with a delicate red cord tied around each ankle, a perfect finishing touch. She leaned against a long table, shrouded in a crimson mist. Amidst the endless mist, the void constantly collapsed and, as if all laws were crumbling, yet she alone seemed to bear down upon this realm, her peerless beauty overwhelming. Though they had long seen her depicted in the murals and monuments of the pilgrimage hall, the moment her true form appeared, the crowd was utterly stunned by Dantai Hani's breathtaking beauty. This awe extended far beyond mere physical beauty. It was more about her aura. This woman before them, though merely leaning there in quiet repose, radiated an unyielding, world-shaking dominance at every moment. As if an eternal, indestructible mountain of darkness lay sealed before them. Unlike the martial empress of the divine feather dynasty, the latter possessed the grandeur of ascending with her entire sect, while she embodied the unrivaled dominance that ruled all ages. This was a reckless madwoman who held not even the heavens and all creation in any regard. Such exquisite beauty, such terrifying presence. If the demon sovereign is like this, what must the rain sovereign be like, the one who even she acknowledges? She probably isn't a match for the rain lord, right? Shoo! How dare you speak such words? Are you out of your mind? Dantai Hongi paid no heed to their whispers, merely propping her chin with one hand as her serene gaze swept over the assembled members of the celestial pivot hall. Finally, just like that day at the domain altar, her gaze settled on Dong Yunyu. 1 second. 10 seconds. 100 seconds. Time ticked away, second by second. No one spoke, nor dared to speak. Everyone held their breath, the chamber eerily silent. An immense pressure weighed upon Dong Yunyu's heart. Unnoticed, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, trickling down her cheek. Clack! Dantai Honi smiled. To welcome such distinguished guests today with only cheap wine and coarse tea would be rather dull and uninspired. Word of such meager hospitality would surely invite ridicule from the righteous factions, who would mock us demons for lacking proper etiquette. I once traveled to the divine feather realm. There, they entertain honored guests with choreographed dances. Alas, none among us demon cultivators are skilled in such frivolous displays of affectation and coquettishness. Her gaze suddenly shifted to Qingluan as she changed the subject. Luaner, I recall your skill with the sword dance. Why not perform a piece to entertain our distinguished guests? Chapter 122, The Banquet of Hongmen. Yes, your majesty. Qingluan rose at the command, bowing to Dantai Hongi. Her palm flipped, a flash of azure light erupting as a long sword, cold and sharp, materialized in her grasp. She executed a graceful sword flourish. As luck would have it, a sliver of sword light flashed past Dong Yunyu's eyes, and 8 words abruptly sprang to her mind. Xiang Zhuang dances with his sword, but his intent is on Pei Gong. Her heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly protested, Your Highness, this cannot be. The venerable Chang Luan is a precious treasure. How could she perform a sword dance for mere mortals like us? I beg you to revoke this command. Swish! The moment these words left her lips, the atmosphere froze. Song Yushu, seated opposite her, frantically signaled her with a terrified expression, sweat pouring down his back. She was utterly bewildered. Only when she looked back at Dantai Hani at the head of the table did she see the other was staring at her with a faint, mocking expression. Yet within that smile, there was no trace of humor. The realization hit her like a thunderclap. She snapped out of her daze. This was no one to reason with. To refuse her goodwill? That was tantamount to courting death. I won't give it to you, so you can't take it by force. What I choose to give you, you must accept. Whether this banquet is a trap remains to be seen, but if she dares refuse him again, this dining hall will likely run red with blood in an instant. I apologize. I spoke out of turn. She hurriedly curtsied and sat down. The next second, the frozen air began to flow again, easing the oppressive atmosphere. The sword-wielding Qingyuan demon sovereign glided gracefully to the center of the banquet hall. As the harp and zither harmonized, drums and music resounded. Her form began to sway. In an instant, sword light flashed, like silver serpents dancing, yet also like true dragons soaring. With each step and turn, she stirred the winds and clouds to change color, radiant and dazzling phenomena bursting forth. Sword winds sliced through the sky, leaving dazzling arcs in the void. With lightning speed and unstoppable momentum, her movements shifted in an instant. Her swordplay was fierce, yet her movements were graceful, retaining the elegance and intellect of a noble lady. The combination of the two created a unique, captivating allure. Add to that the fragrance wafting through the air. It stirred the hearts of all present, leaving them restless and yearning. That graceful, ethereal figure moved with a lightness and agility surpassing even the wind itself. Each seamless transition from dance to sword strike felt utterly natural. Weaving between banquet tables, each strike and posture held unfathomable power and profound meaning, leaving spectators in awe and admiration. The sword dance of this revered Qingyuan is truly magnificent. It's more than just skill. Look at her sword intent, she's clearly reached the realm of sword in self as one. Her mastery of the sword path is nearly catching up to that of the heavenly sword sect. I wonder who taught her swordsmanship. For a demonic being to master the traditions created by our human ancestors, truly. Whoever taught her swordsmanship must be a prodigy of the art. All present were utterly captivated by this sword dance. Meanwhile, the recording stone secretly brought out earlier silently captured this rare spectacle, seldom seen by outsiders. However, Dong Yunyu's sense of unease grew heavier by the moment. Having sensed something amiss long ago, her thoughts were nowhere near the sword dance or Qingyuan. Throughout the entire performance, she had been quietly observing Dantai Hongyi. Yet she discovered the other party had been staring intently at her the entire time. Moreover, her expression hadn't changed once, remaining fixed in that same faintly amused, faintly mocking smile. Mockery, amusement, derision. That expression made her feel as if she were being regarded like someone on the brink of death. She recalled the scene from their first encounter. She couldn't understand. Why did this legendary demon lord harbor such intense hostility toward her, a mere nobody he'd never even met? Unless a possibility dawned on her before she lost consciousness, she had heard a sigh. It was that sigh that had halted Dantai Hongyi's killing intent. Whose sigh was it? Dong Yunyu was certain she only knew one person in the demon lands, Song Yushu. Yet that voice clearly wasn't his. Moreover, he didn't hold enough sway to make the mighty demon lord abandon his target for his sake. In this world, the only one who could command Dantai Hongyi's respect was likely that Rain Lord. Therefore, assuming the owner of that sigh was the Rain Lord, then the question arises, why would the Rain Lord help me? Does he even know me? So let's further assume he truly does know me. Then, among all the people she had met, who was most likely to be the Rain Lord? After much deliberation, the only person who fit the description was the one she could think of, Li Huai'an. If Li Huai'an was Yu Jun, then everything would make perfect sense. For instance, why did he know so many secrets about the demon lands? Later cultivators and those reincarnated, like Lin Tianshou, the first patriarch of the Heavenly Sword sect, also knew some things about the demon realm. But they certainly didn't know every minute detail like the former. After all, the demon realm later closed its borders, severing all contact with the outside world. How could outsiders possibly know what went on inside? Especially details concerning the demon lord, Dantai Hongyi. From this perspective, his extensive knowledge of these secrets was itself problematic. Then there was the question of why Dantai Hongyi despised her. If this hypothesis were indeed true, Li Huai'an married Ning Yuchan in this lifetime, and she was burdened with Ning Yuchan's karma. Therefore, Dantai Hongyi despised Ning Yuchan and by extension came to hate her as well? Reasonable. She refused to believe that after all Li Huai'an had done for Dantai Hongyi back then, she wouldn't have been moved? That she wouldn't have developed feelings for him? A prodigy of youth, divine beauty, a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. That's practically a full stack of buffs, okay? Dong Yunyu felt as if she'd uncovered some earth-shattering secret, instinctively stealing another glance at Dantai Hongyi. But this glance made her suddenly realize, with a jolt of shock, that the other person seemed to be genuinely smiling. Not that forced smile from before, but a genuine, heartfelt smile? Moreover, her intuition told her the smile wasn't directed at her, but rather, behind her? She scanned the area behind her with her divine sense. No one was there. What was going on? Just as she was puzzling over it, the Azure Phoenix demon sovereign bent at the waist, shifted her stance, and then that long sword, gleaming with a cold, piercing light, struck straight toward her. What a treacherous feast! Chapter 123, Master. The killing intent flared without warning. No one present had time to react, including Dong Yaya, the target of the blade. By the time she snapped back to awareness, the sword was mere inches from her chest. At such close range, evading this strike was impossible unless one possessed the void darting technique of a nascent soul cultivator to vanish into thin air. And she was only at the golden core stage. It was a near certain death sentence. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. Like a little girl encountering danger when her parents were nowhere near, she froze in place, utterly helpless, her face as white as paper. However, at this critical moment, a hand, as delicate and beautiful as a woman's, abruptly emerged from the void behind her, its motion neither hurried nor slow, yet swift enough to dazzle the eye. Clang! 2 fingers lightly pressed against the sword's edge, yet they seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 tons, pinning the blade firmly in place. A crisp, ringing sound echoed throughout the grand hall. Dong Yaya broke out in a cold sweat. At that very moment, the sword's edge was but half an inch from her nose. The icy chill washed over her. Had it advanced just half an inch further, death would have been certain. The fierce sword chi alone could pulverize her flesh, leaving no trace of her remains. No matter how miraculous or precious the elixirs, they could not bring her back. Yet for Qing Yuan, this half-inch gap felt like an insurmountable chasm. No matter how hard she strained, she could not advance a single inch further. She's just being childish and mischievous. You're an adult, why are you getting drawn into her antics? A voice tinged with resignation echoed through the void. Qing Yuan, who had been brimming with murderous intent just a second ago, instantly widened her eyes. The next moment, her killing intent dissipated into thin air, and she could barely hold her sword steady. The sword slipped from her grasp, caught by a figure of otherworldly grace who returned it to her. Long time no see, little Qing Yuan. She didn't take the sword, merely staring blankly at the person before her. She rubbed her eyes. She looked again. Need again. Then look again. After repeating this several times, she suddenly lunged forward and embraced the person. Master. The moment that title left her lips, the entire crowd was stunned. This woman, whose veins coursed with the blood of the true phoenix, this woman so proud she bowed only to the demon lord Dantai Hani, was actually calling someone her master? What the hell? Consider this. She was a Qing Yuan incarnate, bearing the bloodline of the ancient Phoenix clan. No matter how diluted that Phoenix blood had become through generations, even if it were so faint as to be negligible, it couldn't alter the fact that she possessed the potential to ascend to demon clan royal blood. Demon King's blood ranked just below the ancestral line and imperial blood, granting absolute power over life and death to most demons under heaven. That's why no one found the Azure Phoenix's aloof demeanor earlier out of place. She had every reason to be proud. Even her allegiance to Dantai Hani was seen by the Tianshu Academy delegation as an act of submission that brought glory to Dantai Hani. Given her pedigree, joining any faction, be it the righteous path or the demonic path, would have granted her a seat of honor. Thus, the title of Demon Land Venerable was merely icing on the cake for her, nothing to boast about. Instead, it was the submission of a Azure Phoenix immortal bird that gave Dantai Hani another point to boast about when mentioned by others. In other words, this was an honor for Dantai Hani. Moreover, even when addressing Dantai Hani, she simply used the title Your Majesty. There was nothing unusual about this, it was merely the standard respectful form of address a subject would use toward a sovereign. What does master imply? This clearly places oneself in the position of a servant. A servant is not the same as a subordinate. Among the top-tier human cultivators, there were precedents of enslaving and commanding demon beasts. But the issue was, those were ordinary demon beasts at best, possessing a trace of spiritual blood. This was Qing Yuan, a divine bird. A human, an outsider, actually made the mighty Azure Phoenix willingly call him master and throw itself into his arms. How could this not shock modern people like Dong Yu and the others, who had never even seen a demon beast with their own eyes? Wu, master, you're finally back. Where have you been all these years? You left without a word back then, abandoning Luaner alone in the demon lands. Luaner missed you so much. Meanwhile, Qing Yuan buried her entire body in the newcomer's embrace, her arms tightly wrapped around the other's waist as she poured out her longing. In this moment, where was even a trace of her former haughty demeanor? She was utterly indistinguishable from a little kitten, abandoned in some forgotten corner, its eyes glazed over with longing for who knows how many years, finally welcoming its master back home. Her tearful, trembling voice stirred both pity and tenderness. The stark contrast between her previous demeanor and this moment. The sheer, uncanny contrast left everyone's expressions growing increasingly peculiar. Subtle glances darted back and forth between the two, silently speculating on their relationship and the newcomer's identity. Until, ahem, a light cough broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Chapter 124, Long Time No See. Everyone instinctively turned toward the source of the sound, only to find Dantai Hani, seated at the head of the table, glaring at Qing Yuan with a dark, hostile expression. The latter hastily withdrew her hand. It wasn't out of fear of Dantai Hani, but sheer embarrassment. Reunited with her master after so long, she'd acted purely on instinct, momentarily forgetting others were present. Now that she'd come to her senses, how could she possibly continue pouring out her heart in front of everyone? She was still just a child, untouched by the world. Whom, by demonic standards, with their long lifespans, a few thousand years truly made her a child. Get lost. Stop making a fool of yourself. In contrast, Dan Tai Honi had far fewer reservations. Her form vanished from the spot. The next second, she was already before Li Huai'an. Then, paying no heed to Qing Luan's objections, she grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and flung her aside. The void split open, swallowing her whole. Where she was transported to remained unknown. Truly befitting the demon lord, utterly formidable. Witnessing this, a disciple from the Celestial Pivot Academy couldn't help but exclaim aloud. His startled colleague quickly covered his mouth, fearing they might incur the displeasure of Dan Tai Honi. Fortunately, the latter paid no attention whatsoever, her eyes fixed intently on the man before her, as if nothing else existed in her vision. The man was watching her too, a trace of nostalgia flickering in his otherwise calm eyes. After Dan Tai Honi had firmly established her position as demon lord, he too had entered seclusion, striving to break through his current realm. Thus, to the Dan Tai Honi of this past timeline, he had merely been gone for several centuries. The duration of a single seclusion. In the vast lifespan of a cultivator, such a span was but the blink of an eye. Yet to him, it felt like 70 or 80,000 years since he had last seen Dan Tai Honi. That near-endless lifespan had caused him to selectively forget many unimportant people and events. Only the few beings who left a profound impression upon him remained etched in his memory. And in some unguarded moment, he would recall them, unable to suppress a smile, filled with both laughter and sighs. Dan Tai Honi was one such being. Though he initially felt nothing for this test subject, over time he gradually came to appreciate the tenacious young girl. It wasn't love, but rather a deep respect born from her unyielding spirit. In this woman, he saw a reflection of himself. Like a blade of grass clinging to life amidst a pile of rocks, she fought desperately to squeeze through the unyielding cracks, greedily soaking up every ray of sunlight and drop of rain. Just as he had been when he first entered the cultivation world. That was why he remained in the demon lands, allowing Gong Lianyue to leverage her experience as former head of the Heavenly Sword sect to aid the demon lands in achieving comprehensive development. Of course. This was done under the condition that it posed no threat to Wu Fian's life. After all, she was nominally his daughter, and he couldn't truly abandon her entirely. Later, when the demonic tide erupted in the 100,000 Mountains, the Divine Feather Court and the demon lands were able to set aside past grievances and cooperate closely, thanks in no small part to his mediation. After the demon race established their nation, he departed the demon lands. He returned only once more to bid farewell to Dan Tai Honi on the day of her enlightenment through death and never set foot there again. It wasn't until this lifetime, tens of thousands of years later, that they finally met again. Yet for Dan Tai Honi, Qing Luan, or any other being of the demon realm, these events existed only as memories, not lived experiences. From their perspective, nearly centuries had passed, and the outside world had transformed entirely. The demon realm descended upon Blue Star, merging with this utterly unfamiliar world. Otherwise, Qing Luan wouldn't have just asked him where he'd been all these years. For in the original timeline, these were events destined to unfold in the future, unrelated to their own timeline. It was the heavenly way, seeking to make everything seem more natural, that bestowed these memories upon them and altered certain things like those murals. In this regard alone, they were, in a sense, no different from the modern awakened individuals who had regained memories of the dream realm. Only a handful of supreme beings like Dan Tai Honi could pierce through the layers of fog to glimpse the tip of the iceberg of truths concealed by the way of heaven. And even that is not the whole picture. Long time no see. After a long pause, the man reached out, pinched the face of the demon lord whom others dared not even glance at, and then casually ruffled her hair. It has been a long time. Dan Tai Honi replied, showing no sign of displeasure at his gesture, but rather a hint of enjoyment. Both seemed accustomed to such interactions. Yet to the eyes of the Tianshu Academy members, this scene painted an entirely different picture. Though the words long time no see were the same, the meanings conveyed before and after were worlds apart. Most people wouldn't understand, but someone like Dongyu, who'd spent years dealing with those ancient monsters from the orthodox sects, could detect that the latter's words seemed to conceal some deeper meaning. After all, those old monsters love to speak in riddles and shroud their words in mystery. Spending enough time with them, one couldn't help but learn to read between the lines. But that was secondary. At her cultivation level, she didn't need to know much. The real point was this: the demon lord had been pinched on the cheek and even patted on the head. Moreover, she hadn't resisted. This reaction left everyone around her wide-eyed with shock. That was the demon lord. The demon lord whose hands were stained with the blood of half the demon realm. In her reign of iron-fisted rule, she purged all opposing factions. The corpses of the demon cultivators who perished by her hand could have paved the entire pilgrimage hall. She ruled the demon realm with absolute authority, acting entirely on her own whims. She erected mounds of skulls and filled seas of blood, proclaiming her might to the world. Upon her emergence, she ruthlessly annihilated a righteous sect powerful enough to rival the 8 major states and 9 realms, drenching the Jade Du sect in rivers of blood. Consider this. Even Song Yushu, a native demonic being who held absolute, unquestioning devotion to her, concealed a deep-seated, visceral fear beneath that untainted, pure faith. This alone attests to her terror. Yet this very being a name that sent shivers down the spines of countless righteous and demonic cultivators alike now behaved as docile as a dog? Xinguan hadn't even been pinched on the cheek or patted on the head. At this moment, Dong Yaya desperately wanted to turn around and see who the person behind her truly was, whether it was the legendary figure of legend. But she dared not. For an insect to gaze upon the moon is to commit an unforgivable sin. Mortals dare not look directly upon the divine. She feared that the instant she turned, her head would be severed. The demon lands have changed quite a bit in the years you've been gone. Care for a tour? That would be nice. Interestingly, before she could make up her mind, the figure behind her had already slipped past and walked ahead, a familiar silhouette, as if seen somewhere before. Want to join me? He suddenly turned back, extending the invitation. In that instant, Dong Yu felt as if a heavy hammer had struck her head. Her mind went completely blank, and her body trembled uncontrollably. It was him. The Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Reign Lord of the Demon Lands. They were the same person? Chapter 125, Traveling Through the Demon Lands Part 1. Finally seeing the face of the figure behind him, Dong Yu's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He froze in place, stiff as a statue. Before this moment, she had speculated countless times about the origins of this Reign Lord. Perhaps a prodigy from some great demonic sect, perhaps the offspring of a mighty demonic cultivator, or perhaps a lowly demonic cultivator who had risen from the depths of despair. Yet she never imagined this mysterious Reign Lord was none other than the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect, a figure who had vanished from the world for over 10,000 years, from the era of the War of Good and Evil to the time of the Martial Emperor. This was utterly absurd. One was the unparalleled leader of the righteous path who once single-handedly saved the world from collapse. The other was the pillar of the vast demonic lands. No one could possibly connect the two. These were two characters destined never to intersect. What about the unbreakable bond between righteous and demonic forces? Could it be he was unhappy at the Celestial Sword Sect and defected from the righteous path? No. With his power, who would dare provoke him? Besides, an existence like his is essentially a top-tier sect unto himself. A single call would draw countless cultivators to his banner. Why go through the trouble of converting to the demonic path? Utterly unnecessary. Don't forget, before the Swallowing Heaven demon art emerged, he had already abducted tens of thousands of demonic cultivators as test subjects. The difficulties involved were unimaginable. If it were merely to change allegiances, such extreme measures would be unnecessary, a colossal waste of time. He wasn't exactly stuck in the righteous path. Moreover, when a cultivator reaches a certain level of power, no one can bind them with traditional sect loyalties. Even if he had joined the demon realm directly as Li Changdong, he would still be welcomed as an honored guest. There was no reason to insist on adopting a demonic cultivation identity. Moreover, there was another issue. From the era of the Orthodox Alliance to the Martial Emperor's reign, and then to the co-governance of the Demon Realm and the Divine Feather Court, tens of thousands of years have passed. While lifespan isn't the sole gold standard for measuring a cultivator's realm, it does indirectly attest to their power. To have lived that long, how high must his cultivation have been in his previous life? While Dong Yaya was deep in thought, only a few seconds had passed in the real world. Yet, Dan Tai Honi was already growing impatient. Hey, I'm talking to you. Gone mute? Her temper was notoriously fiery, and her patience was non-existent. All her kindness was reserved for Li Huai'an. She was utterly devoted to him alone. Now, her time to accompany Dong Yunyu had been delayed, and she naturally showed no pleasant expression, her tone dripping with impatience. After all, in her eyes, their social statuses were worlds apart. They were unlikely to cross paths again in the future, so there was no need to hold back or show any courtesy. Moreover, this woman was the friend of her rival in love. If not for Li Huai'an's sake, she wouldn't just be questioning her, she'd have already resorted to violence. On the other side, Dong Yunyu shuddered at the unmasked resentment in Dan Tai Honi's voice, snapping back to reality. She hastily pushed aside the tangled mess of thoughts swirling in her mind. I'll go. I'll go. She dared not refuse. This place was swarming with Dan Tai Honi's loyal followers. Who knew what kind of Hongmen banquet might unfold without Li Huai'an's protection? At least the former wouldn't cause trouble if she followed them. Then let's go. Li Huai'an smiled, showing no intention of mediating the conflict between them. With a light flick of his sleeve, a gentle breeze swept by, and the three figures vanished from sight. Their first stop was the Hall of Pilgrimage. Guided by Dan Tai Honi, they traversed the lavish main hall and entered the first inner chamber. Li Huai'an ran his fingers over the monument engraved with his past exploits, his eyes filled with reminiscence. His words seemed to be spoken to himself, yet also to the two beside him. The limitless demon sovereign, the life-slaying demon Buddha, the old demon Taoist, the Crimson Heaven Hall Master. It really has been so many years. If not for Honi, I'd have almost forgotten what you both look like. Dan Tai Honi listened quietly, watching silently ever since he had appeared. Her eyes had seen only him. Her gaze lingered upon him, never wavering. She saw the nostalgia etched on his face, the fleeting sigh in his eyes, and that indescribable, inexpressible sorrow. a tangled web of complex emotions. She didn't understand their source, nor did she care. At this moment, her heart held only a deep, heartfelt tenderness. All these years, you've been alone? Seated upon the throne of the demon lord, she towered above all beings in the demon realm. Even Tan Shuiyue, her most trusted confidant, dared not act too boldly in her presence. She was lofty and solitary, and thus understood better than any other cultivator the bitter loneliness that came with standing atop the world. Yet Li Huai'an stood even higher than she did. Even someone as formidable as she could not see the height he occupied. She had spent her entire life, sparing no effort, chasing his footsteps, reaching for his shadow. All for the day when she could stand beside him, sharing the weight of that loneliness as stark as snow. Yet, even at the moment of her death, she had never achieved this. She was in the twilight of her life, while he remained ageless. The man who had outpaced her from their very first meeting remained as unreachable as ever during their final encounter. Not always. Li Huai'an withdrew his fingertips from the stone tablet. Wasn't there Lian Yue by my side? At least she accompanied me through a very long stretch of time. I'd completely forgotten about her. Hearing this, a fleeting shadow of shadow flashed in Dan Taihani's eyes. Sister Lian Yue must have been the one who stayed with you the longest, right? You really are lucky. She too has been dead for a long time. Mentioning Gong Lian Yue, Li Huai'an felt a rare pang of sadness. Dan Taihani was right, she truly had been the one who stayed by his side the longest. What a pity. The decline of life and the extinction of the Tao are the inescapable destinies of all living beings. Everyone has their day of death, and Gong Lian Yue was no exception. Even if he could gather every longevity elixir in the world to extend her life, it could not alter this fate. Moreover, the potency of such elixirs inevitably waned with prolonged use, until they ceased to have any effect whatsoever. Immortality was the way of heaven, beyond the reach of mortals. Dan Taihani fell silent, unsure how to console her. What kind of state of mind would one reach, watching those around them die one by one? Habit? Numbness? Or perhaps, resentment? She didn't know. She hadn't lived through it. Li Huai'an's world was vast enough to feel boundless to her. It held countless people and events, and she was merely one among them. But her world was small enough to hold only Li Huai'an. In a sense, she was fortunate, for she had never known the agony of parting with those she cherished. The one person she truly cared about lived longer than she did. After a long pause, she finally spoke, her voice heavy, shifting the topic. So, did you become an immortal in the end? Chapter 126, Traveling Through the Demon Lands Part 2. During that long stretch of time, some called me the shadow lurking at the edge of time, others called me the all-knowing, all-powerful one, and yes, some bestowed upon me the title of immortal. But I am not an immortal. Li Huai'an gazed toward the horizon, his eyes deep and enigmatic, as if capable of piercing through everything. The path to immortality has long been severed. At least in the past life, there were no immortals in this world. Dan Taihani's eyelid twitched, her expression darkening. Those legends are false? If that were true, even someone with her temperament might find it unbearable. For it would mean that she, they, and indeed the entire cultivation world, all their relentless pursuit of the immortal path, their quest for the legendary Tao, had become nothing but an utterly absurd joke. Everyone was chasing the moon in the water. They are true. Fortunately, Li Huai'an's next words contradicted her. It's just that the era you inhabit cannot give birth to immortals. Once, a forbidden zone descended. I entered it and debated the way with an immortal young ancient god. He was born in an unimaginably distant age, the Great Chaos period, and sealed away by his ancestors in a barren void. In the era of its birth, immortals did exist. Though according to the earliest accounts, it would be more accurate to call them Xianrun, those who came before, the Xian meaning innate. Each of them was a pioneer blazing unknown paths, each possessing power as formidable as the primordial gods and demons. Later, as the human race spread its branches and grew ever stronger, later generations held ceremonies and offered sacrifices in their honor. Gradually, these ancestors evolved into the immortals we know today. After hearing his account, Dan Taihani couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, the shock in her eyes impossible to conceal. She cared little for the evolution from ancestors to immortals, such matters felt too distant to her. What truly shook her was this man had actually seen a true god. Consider this. Although the existence of ancient demonic chants confirmed that primordial gods and demons had indeed lived in the world in distant times, no one had ever seen them with their own eyes. Even someone of her stature had only glimpsed fragments of information about the latter in ancient texts. Yet, now, someone was telling her that he had personally witnessed a living god, and had even sat down to discuss philosophy with it. This explosive news utterly shattered her understanding. What kind of dimension could this man before her possibly inhabit? What does an ancient god look like? She pressed curiously. Most have human heads and animal bodies after all, the human race was created in the image of the ancient gods. Li Huai'an explained casually. But the young ancient god I encountered back then wasn't truly a primordial god. His veins carried demon blood, a fusion of primordial essence and post-heavenly life, making him a post-heavenly god. Dan Taihani froze for a moment. Gods are divided into innate and acquired? Of course. Li Huai'an nodded. Primordial gods and demons are those beings born from the chaos during the age of chaos. Each commands the fundamental laws of the Tao, standing above heaven and earth, unconstrained by the six paths, beyond the five elements, and possessing lifespans as long as the heavens themselves. The post-heavenly gods are their descendants, the supreme beings of the divine and demonic clans who foresaw the coming of the chaos explosion. To perpetuate their own Tao, they chose to conceive new life with post-heavenly deities, using these new beings as vessels to carry their primordial Tao. However, primordial beings lack the concept of bloodline. Thus, the bloodlines within the bodies of the later gods all originate from those later-born beings. This means that, strictly speaking, they are no different from the later-born beings themselves. The term post-heavenly beings was how ancient ancestors referred to these divine demonic descendants. Among themselves, they call these beings the lost ones. Oh, and another thing. There are also deities born from the faith of living beings. For instance, the incense and fire path of the Buddhist tradition ultimately reaches this state. They achieve nirvana within faith, embracing death to rebirth, reassembling their incense-fueled bodies. Thus, their faith endures, their true spirits remain undispersed, and they exist eternally alongside the world. Thus they are crowned with the title of God. At this point, he couldn't help but chuckle, but those descendants of gods and demons don't acknowledge themselves as gods. They keep calling them pseudo-gods. Then, in the era following yours, the ancient gods awoke en masse and launched a massacre against these faith-based deities. Some were forced to seal themselves away, narrowly escaping annihilation. Dan Taihongi gaped in stunned silence, clearly shaken by these revelations about events long after her time, unable to control her expression. To put it bluntly, had anyone other than Li Huai'an told her these things, she would have had them thrown out immediately. How was this any different from playing tricks on her? Even the most shameless con artists wouldn't invent such tales. On the other side, Dong Yu's reaction was even more intense. She was utterly dumbfounded. What nonsense about gods, demons, and immortals? Even if this wasn't the old era, even if cultivators' figures once confined to novels were now everywhere. But this was an entirely different concept from the things he was talking about. Immortals hadn't seen gods either. He has. He even claimed immortals truly exist in this world. And the path to immortality. How long has this man lived? And how many secrets does he know? And his titles. The shadow at the end of time, the all-knowing, the immortal. Each of these titles alone carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet, they all rest upon the same man. Whether this was an exaggeration or not, great reputations are never undeserved. There must be a reason he bears these titles. This realization struck Dong Yunyu. The Great Xia government's previous assessments of Li Huai'an had all been wrong. Even her own expectations had been wrong. Completely wrong. Whether it was the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect or the Reign Lord of the Demon Lands, they were merely the tip of the iceberg among his countless achievements, perhaps even the most insignificant, the least remarkable corner of it. The true origins hidden beneath that corner likely far exceeded the comprehension of all living beings in this world. He might truly be an immortal walking among mortals. Chapter 127, Traveling Through the Demon Lands Part 2. After a long while. Having finally processed and assimilated those ancient secrets, Dan Taihongi suddenly remembered Dong Yunyu standing beside her, as inconspicuous as a wallflower. Hey, you. Dong Yunyu flinched, snapping back to reality as he stared at her blankly. I need to talk to you, she said. She shot a discreet glance at Li Huai'an out of the corner of her eye. Seeing his expression remained calm and he showed no intention of stopping her, she decided to get straight to the point. Keep everything you just heard locked tight inside you. If a single word leaks out, I'll have your tongue cut out. Got it? She knew full well that since Li Huai'an had already revealed the secret, it hardly mattered whether it was exposed or not. Even if it did get out, no one would believe it. The reason was simple: Dong Yunyu simply wasn't important enough. The title of Chief of the Celestial Pivot Academy meant next to nothing in the world of high-level cultivators. She was as insignificant as dust. No one would take her words seriously. It was like a beggar suddenly grabbing your arm to tell you the world would end tomorrow. You'd dismiss him as a lunatic spouting nonsense. But better safe than sorry. As the most devout follower by Li Huai'an's side, it was her duty to eliminate any unnecessary trouble for the supreme being she revered and worshipped. It was her honor. The next second, a wisp of deep, sinister magic flickered past. Dong Yunyu's pupils contracted sharply as a chill rose from her heart, spreading throughout her body, leaving her feeling as though she'd been plunged into an ice cellar. She hurriedly responded, Your Highness, please rest assured. I heard nothing, saw nothing, and know nothing today. Well done. Dan Taihongi nodded her chin in satisfaction, then turned to Li Huai'an with an air of self-importance. The latter chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle her hair. The demon lord, who had been a fearsome specter just moments before, transformed into an obedient and understanding little kitten under the man's soothing touch. She even lifted her head to rub against his hand, clearly seeking favor. Not a trace of the demon lord's usual domineering presence or majesty remained. Watching this, Dongyu felt her heart leap in her throat, terrified that the demon lord might, in an effort to preserve his image, silence her, the only one who knew the truth, by eliminating her. But she had come to understand. As long as that man was present, the demon lord cared for nothing else. Everything she did revolved around him, to the point where she didn't even mind being seen in such a girlish manner by a minor figure like herself. This brought her some relief, yet she couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Truly, it takes one to tame another. With anyone else, even the slightest physical proximity would be seen as an affront, likely inviting deadly retribution. Yet here she was, treated like a little girl by this man. Not only did he not get angry, but he seemed to almost enjoy it? No, not enjoyment. That look on his face was more like pride? No. She just couldn't understand what was there to be proud of, really, just from having her head patted? Maybe it's just one of those peculiar hobbies of important people someone like me, a nobody, could never understand. She thought to herself. Dong Yunyu rolled her eyes silently. Seeing the two had already led her deeper into the inner chambers, she hurried to catch up. Ah, the Paulownia, it's grown so tall. Seeing this towering Paulownia tree nearly piercing the palace roof, Li Huai'an couldn't help but chuckle softly, as if recalling some amusing memory. Back then, fighting over this tree nearly got you killed in the 10,000 mountains. In the end, Wu Fian saved you and that little phoenix bird was furious, ha. In the future timeline, the demonic tide from the 100,000 mountains broke through the sword array seal he had set up, erupting completely and invading the 13 states in force. This forced the long feuding demon soil and divine feather courts to set aside their old grievances and unite against the demon court. However, the demonic race of that era was favored by heaven's mandate, blessed by the Tao. Even united, the two factions struggled to gain decisive superiority. It was a dark and chaotic era of upheaval for both humanity and the demonic tribes, a shared history of blood and tears. By the war's end, prodigies withered and great masters fell. Both races had depleted their core forces and elite warriors to the brink of extinction, leaving their younger generations nearly decimated. The racial order teetered on the brink of collapse. Later, Wu Fian and Dantai Hongyi deliberated, this cannot continue. If the fighting persists, the human race will be wiped out. We must stop. Thus, they devised a decapitation strategy. The two would infiltrate the demon race, directly assassinate the demon emperor, and then, while the demon race's morale was shaken, wipe them out in one decisive blow. To be honest, under normal circumstances, this plan was feasible. After years of war, the demon's situation wasn't much better than the humans. The demon emperor surely shared their thinking, a decisive battle between their high command would settle the outcome. However, neither side was willing to engage on the other's territory, as fighting on enemy ground, bolstered by their respective fortunes, would put them at a disadvantage. Now that these two have come knocking, the demon emperor couldn't ask for more. Even if they came as a pair, the latter, bolstered by the demon race's fortune, would certainly not retreat in fear but confront them head-on. They were confident even on demon territory, two peak mortal severing cultivators joining forces should be able to take down a demon emperor, right? Reality unfolded exactly as they had anticipated. Their journey proceeded without a single obstacle. They fought their way straight to the demon emperor's lair, and the three sides finally clashed. However, they had underestimated the demon emperor's terror. This supreme demonic ruler possessed an utterly unnatural bloodline gift, 9 lives, allowing her to undergo 9 rebirths through nirvana. With each rebirth, her cultivation realm grew even more terrifying than before. Ultimately, after her 3rd rebirth, she stood with 1 foot in the realm of divine transformation. The two dared not fight on and could only retreat. They could not allow her to attain the Huatian realm. Once she attained that state, she would no longer be considered a mortal being of this world. That would make her far more troublesome, and the human race would truly have no hope. The matter should have ended there. But who could have imagined that Dantai Hongyi, already hot-tempered by nature, couldn't bear the humiliation? She secretly slipped past Wu Fian and ventured alone into the demon lands once more. Taking advantage of the demon emperor's seclusion to heal his wounds, she stole this companion spirit treasure, the young sapling of the Paulownia tree. This time, the demon emperor flew into a rage. He ordered every demon in the 10,000 mountains to mobilize, determined to keep Dantai Hongyi trapped within their domain. Upon learning this, Wu Fian rushed without delay to the 100,000 mountains to provide support while simultaneously sending him a telepathic message, pleading for his intervention. There was no other choice. He had no choice but to intervene personally, beating the true Phoenix bloodline into hiding within its cave dwelling until Wu Fian could successfully rescue Dantai Hongyi. Ahem, I admit I acted impulsively back then. Bringing up the past, Dantai Hongyi's rare blush spread across her pretty face, mainly because the one who saved her was her former rival, making the situation somewhat awkward. But if she had to do it again, she'd still choose the same path. After all, she wouldn't tolerate the slightest injustice except when it came to Li Huai'an. Youth is truly wonderful. Li Huai'an sighed, unwilling to prolong Dantai Hongyi's discomfort. He shifted the topic. Why did you hang so many memory fragments on the tree? I heard that in ancient times, primordial ancestors attained immortality through incense offerings and divine faith. So I thought I might try to shape a divine form for you," she said. Dan Taihani changed the subject abruptly. "If you don't like it, I'll take them down immediately." This was something she had done behind Li Huai'an's back. She wasn't sure if he'd be upset about it, and her heart still fluttered with anxiety. Of course. She also felt a hint of anticipation. Because she knew Li Huai'an well, he wouldn't get angry over such a small matter. If he did feel a little annoyed, he might punish her. Whatever. Keeping it as a memento isn't so bad. Li Huai'an seemed to see right through her thoughts. His expression flickered with something for a moment, but the next second, he was back to normal. He continued. "But whether I become an immortal or not doesn't mean much to me." "Why?" He didn't answer, only tilting his head back slightly to gaze at the distant sky. "Immortal. Even they cannot leap from this well." Chapter 128, Human Nature. Emerging from the pilgrimage hall, the trio soared through clouds and mist, journeying to many places. Fanma Peak, the place where Dan Taihani rose to prominence. The Battle of Jinling had made her name known throughout the world here. Now, this place had long since become a sacred site for demonic cultivators, with pilgrims coming and going in an unending stream every day. Dongting Lake, bestowed by heaven 800 years ago. This was the first time the creatures of demon land had stepped outside the prison that had confined their ancestors for generations. Here, they cheered and shouted, breathing the fresh air of the outside world with unrestrained abandon. Battle banners fluttered fiercely in the wind, as if to sweep away the heavy shackles borne for generations in one fell swoop. That year, they marched south from here, their chariots and horses crushing the divine feathers across 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Countless comrades fell in this battle, yet their hearts held no regrets. Finally, the three departed the core region, arriving at the outer zone where low-tier cultivators and commoners coexisted. Li Huai'an plucked a cloud from the sky with ease. The trio concealed themselves within its folds, unseen by the common folk below, silently observing the world beneath them. Men tilled the fields while women wove cloth, children played and laughed. Emerald mountains and clear waters, golden rice fields, and verdant willows swaying by the stream. Occasionally, a fish would leap, sending splashes of water rippling outward. The rhythmic chanting of students at the village school echoed clearly, while the faint cries of vendors at the market drifted faintly. A caravan transporting supplies traversed the quiet, secluded country lanes. In the tea house, the storyteller tirelessly recounted the mighty deeds of the demon lord. All was peaceful. How lovely! The wind from the clouds gently caressed the man's temple. For the first time, his smile carried a hint of warmth. In truth, he couldn't even recall how long it had been since he last smiled like this. He only vaguely remembered that it was when he had first arrived in this world. Back then, it was an earthen cottage, a courtyard, and a towering mulberry tree. That year, he was merely a mountain village youth. He hadn't cultivated the way, hadn't taken a life, possessed no earth-shattering swordsmanship or supernatural powers, and carried no fearsome reputation that shook the 13 provinces. Yet he had a home. A home in this world. Countless dusky evenings, he sat beneath a mulberry tree outside the mud hut, waiting for his father to return from the fields, waiting for his mother to stoke the fire and prepare dinner. His parents' faces had blurred in his memory, indistinct now, yet something was etched deep within his bones, something time itself could never erase. "Honor, are you hungry? Dinner will be ready soon. The weather's turning cold. Are you chilly, my son? Once mother saves a little more money, I'll make my son a new coat." And then the day of joy arrived. Villages were slaughtered, people were killed. After that, his mother was gone, his home was gone. He was brought back to the day of joy, becoming a human medicine. His first attempt at killing was for his fellow villagers, to avenge his parents. He wiped out the entire Joyous Heaven clan. Then he killed more and more cultivators. Compared to those he slaughtered, the ones who died by Dan Taihani's hand were but a drop in the ocean. He slaughtered his way to the peak of tribulation, paving his path to heaven with a trail of bleached bones. By then, across all 13 realms, he could find no equal. He possessed the power to single-handedly slaughter the entire illusory dream realm. Yet he grew increasingly numb. For 98,000 years, he had walked the lonely path of cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, he stood at the very pinnacle, even commanding the heavenly Tao's apprehension. Yet he had long forgotten where his mother's desolate grave lay buried. He wondered if his mother, had she lived to see him now, would rejoice that her son had finally made something of himself or grieve that he had become a butcher. Li Huai'an sighed softly. No being is born heartless, willing to stain their hands with the blood of enemies and bear an eternal, unshakable sin. Yet the moment one steps onto this path, it is predestined that they shall tread upon the bones of their forebears. No one has a choice. But he had no regrets. Master. A supple, boneless form pressed against his back. Dan Taihani was about to speak when she noticed Dong Yanyu staring dumbfounded beside them. She swallowed her words, simply embracing the man in silence. Though she wasn't particularly perceptive, when it came to Li Huai'an, she made every effort to understand his thoughts. Just now, she had sensed a fleeting shift in his emotions so brief that Dong Yanyu hadn't noticed. But she had noticed, which was why she acted this way. Many of Li Huai'an's actions and thoughts were beyond her comprehension. Not knowing how to respond, she could only comfort him in her own way. The man turned his head slightly and smiled. "It's nothing." Then he ruffled the woman's hair. "You did well." Only he and Dan Tai Hongyi could grasp the profound meaning behind those words. To outsiders, Dan Tai Hongyi's creation of this mortal realm seemed a redemption for her own childhood of displacement and hardship. But he knew better. Someone like her had long since shed all emotion. A demoness who crawled up from the lowest depths of a corpse-strewn heap, stepping over countless bones to seize power. Such a being could never harbor compassion. The reason she still performed such acts of compassion was largely for him humanity. This was the shred of humanity she had preserved for him. Over countless millennia, he had scattered fragments of humanity across many places, and many had planted seeds of humanity within him. It was precisely because of these remnants that he could blend into modern society, into the mortal world. He did not become a lofty god like other high-level cultivators. "By the way, now that you've returned, this item should be returned to its rightful owner." She held him for a moment. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Dan Tai Hongyi released the man. Her palm flipped, revealing an ancient yet elegant zither in her hand. 9 Skies ornament. Li Huai'an recognized its origin at a glance, a complex expression flickering across his brow. This zither belonged to Gong Lianyue, or rather, it was one he had personally crafted for her. Back then, Gong Lianyue had inexplicably become obsessed with the zither, playing it daily. But ordinary zither or common zither-type magical instruments couldn't withstand her prolonged playing. After all, she was born with the essence of a sword, innately repelled by any instrument other than the blade. Thus, he forged this zither specifically for Gong Lianyue. Its top was crafted from paulownia wood, its base from catalpa wood, and its strings woven from the silk of royal blood silkworms. It took a century to forge. It was not merely an ordinary musical instrument, but an invincible treasure that summoned heavenly tribulation and earthly retribution the moment it came into being. Gong Lianyue treasured it above all else. Later, when she entered Nirvana, she refused the suggestion to have the zither buried with her. He then sent the instrument to the demon lands, entrusting it to Dan Tai Hongyi's care. He disliked the bittersweet nostalgia evoked by the instrument. Chapter 129, Li Huai'an's ambition. Li Huai'an extended his hand, and the ancient zither detached itself from Dan Tai Hongyi, settling steadily in his palm. He sat cross-legged, resting the instrument across his knees. Slender fingers lightly brushed the strings, tracing the edges with careful care. His usually impassive expression held a rare stillness, lost in thought. After a long moment, a single silk string was gently plucked. Zheng. A melodious tune, tinged with an imperceptible sorrow, echoed through the land. As if imbued by its melancholy essence, the entire world was shrouded in a thick, gloomy haze. Splash. Rain fell. A torrential downpour engulfed the land. Raindrops fall upon leaves and eaves, weaving like silk threads mid-air with a soft rustling sound, enveloping the world in a veil of mist. Distant mountains and buildings become faintly visible. The next moment, the mood shifted with the zither's melody. The sorrow and gloom vanished, replaced by a sudden clarity, as if clouds parted to reveal the sun. As if the rain had washed away the dust of the mundane world. The gloom dissipates, the rain clears, and everywhere one feels a sense of tranquility and release. The watermarks left by raindrops on the windowpanes were like traces of time, recording the past. Then, dead trees blossom, spring buds sprout in winter, and rice ears grow plump grains across the fields. The entire mortal realm is enveloped in a surge of vibrant vitality. Severely wounded cultivators heal in the blink of an eye. Birds with broken wings grew new feathers. A decrepit old woman regains her youth. A long ill man regains his vitality. Withered flowers bloom anew. Dried up streams seep with water. Below, both commoners and cultivators, though unaware of the cause, instinctively bowed toward the horizon, chanting, "The immortal has manifested." Beside them, Dong Yinyu watched the transformations around her, her face frozen in horror, eyes bulging wide. She knew Li Huai'an was powerful, but she never imagined he could be so formidable that a single thought of his could sway the entire cosmic order. No. What unfolded below was even more extraordinary than manipulating the cosmic order. He altered the evolutionary trajectories of living beings and the surrounding environment itself, allowing things destined to fade away in the cycle of fate to persist once more. How was this any different from reversing time itself? As far as she knew, even His Highness the Demon Soil, who had forged the demon soil into his own miniature world and commanded its elements at will, could not achieve such a feat. After all, even within one's own microcosm, the heavens and earth remain the heavens and earth. A microcosm is merely a space leased from the Tao of heaven. You possess usage rights, but sovereignty remains with heaven and earth. Moreover, the demonic soil wasn't even this man's personal realm. Yet he acted directly on his own will, enforcing heaven's will. It was nothing short of immortal prowess. Dan Tai Hongyi felt an even deeper chill. Having already stepped halfway into the realm of divine transformation, she perceived far more profound truths within the zither's melody than Dong Yinyu ever could. Li Huai'an wasn't reversing time, he was erasing every trace of the years left upon this realm and imprinting Gong Lianyue's karmic bond. The difficulty of this feat was 10,000 times greater than reversing time. In other words, He was resurrecting a monstrosity that had been dead for tens of thousands of years. Gong Lianyue's situation was unique. Unlike those who had been reincarnated or awakened, she had been forged into a weapon. Her death was absolute and final. There was no possibility of her revival. For she belonged neither to the realm of living beings nor to that of inanimate objects. The moment she perished, all her karmic threads dissolved utterly within the fabric of time and space. Across every timeline, she ceased to exist entirely. This is why the ultimate fatal weapon is called the cruelest forbidden weapon in existence. However, what Li Huai'an was doing now was planting the seed of a causal anchor within this realm, creating the starting point of an immense causal web. For instance, an aged crone rejuvenated to bear offspring, whose descendants would multiply and flourish, a revitalized man reclaiming his long-abandoned fields. These are all continuations of today's causality. Had he not restored the old woman's youth, none of what followed would have occurred. Thus, everything today represents a new origin, a primordial beginning. This zither, the zither left behind by Gong Lianyue, symbolizes boundless vitality and the beginning. And in time, as the beings blessed by today's zither melodies weave ever more new threads of causality, this seed will continue to take root and sprout. One day in the future, within the web of causality woven around the melody played on this zither, her zither Gong Lianyue will be reborn. Only now did she finally see the true scope of Li Huai'an's ambition to devour the heavens. The seemingly unassuming man before her harbored ambitions and schemes greater than any living being in existence. At the end of all origins lay the dawn of primordial chaos, that single light piercing the darkness. Today, he had become the one to light that torch. He never sought immortality. What he sought was to overturn this very sky, to reverse the dust and awaken the dream. On the other side, the lingering zither melody continued to spread outward, mile after mile. Those remaining in the celestial pivot hall of the patriarch's palace heard it. Immersed in this profound melody, their cultivation realms slowly and imperceptibly rose. Disciples of the eternal demon mountain heard it. Mighty beings stuck at bottlenecks suddenly sensed their cultivation loosening. They bowed deeply toward the distant horizon, then hurriedly sat cross-legged in meditation, guarding their spiritual platforms to shatter the barriers. It spread throughout the demon lands, reaching the ears of every demonic cultivator. In an instant, the clamor of battle ceased. The clamor of strife ceased. Nearly the entire demon realm fell silent, save for the ceaseless thunder of the heavenly tribulation that accompanied breakthroughs. Everywhere, demon cultivators sat immersed in contemplating the essence of the ancient zither. Wave after wave of tribulation clouds coalesced in the void, and bolt after bolt of thunder crashed down. In every corner, scenes of cultivators advancing their realms unfolded. Moments later, beams of light, radiating terrifying pressure, shot straight up into the heavens. In that moment, time itself seemed to slow, savoring this exquisite, stirring melody. After nearly 80,000 years, the uncrowned king of old returned to the demon lands. But this time, he brought not a sea of blood and slaughter, but a divine blessing unique to the demon realm, a resonance of all things, eternal and everlasting. Time itself, alongside scholars from another era, bore witness to this unfolding spectacle. In Jiangzhou, nights of zither music faded into the past newly sprouted white hair. I refuse to hear it. Now my hair is snow white, yet I'll play till dawn if you wish. Several days later, Qingzhou branch. Dongyu, who had journeyed 1,000 miles from Yangzhou, didn't even have time to change her clothes. She bypassed the temporary headquarters of the Celestial Axis Academy and rushed straight to find Zhao Yu. Among the members of the 9 provinces Black Ice Bureau, Zhao Yu and Li Huai'an shared the closest bond. Bang! She flung open the door to the director's office, only to freeze in surprise. Zhao Yu wasn't inside. Instead, an unfamiliar woman occupied her seat. Several men and women stood before the desk, holding files as if conducting a small meeting. Chief Dongyun? The loud noise naturally drew the group's attention. They all turned toward the door at once. The seated woman seemed to recognize Dong Yu's identity. After a few seconds of surprise, she hurriedly stood up to greet her. Weren't you conducting archaeological exploration in the demon lands of Yangzhou? You're back already? Please, have a seat. And you are? Dong Yu looked at the woman with confusion. Oh, I'm Su Miao. Formerly with the Qingzhou Police Department, I'm currently acting as the head of the Black Ice Bureau's Qingzhou branch. The woman explained. Director Zhao is away on business in Yenzhou. If you have any urgent matters, Chief Dongyun, you may discuss them with me or have me relay them on your behalf. Business? Dongyun furrowed her delicate brows, then demanded bluntly, whatever it is, call her back immediately. Even if the sky falls, she must return first. Wei Yang's death pales in comparison to this matter. Oomph. What? What on earth was that supposed to mean? What do you mean, Wei Yang is dead? Who uses metaphors like that? Hearing Dongyun curse her own military commander nearly choked Su Miao to death. Only Dongyun would dare utter such words. After all, she'd made outstanding contributions to the Great Xiao's scientific research. If anyone else had uttered such words, they'd be branded with the charge of insulting a combat hero. Execution on the spot would be justified. Besides, What could possibly be more important than the death of the esteemed deputy commander of the Black Ice Platform? Did you pierce the heavens? Or is that demon lord in Yangzhou planning to pierce the heavens? At that thought, she motioned for several subordinates to step back while looking troubled. Chief Dong-yun. It's not that I won't relay your message, but the director specifically instructed before leaving that unless it's an absolute emergency, we must not disturb her. This really wasn't her being deliberately difficult. Zhao Yu had a temper to match her name. In Qingzhou, her words carried the weight of an imperial edict. No one dared defy her. Everything must be executed with meticulous precision, not a single error permitted. When she said no interruptions meant no interruptions. No one dared to interrupt. As for what the other person had just said, Su Miao hadn't really taken it to heart. Scientists, after all, tend to be straightforward and outspoken. Highly intelligent people? If they also had high emotional intelligence, that would be unreasonable. Chapter 130, Writing the Report. After hearing Su Miao's explanation, Dong Yu understood his predicament. After a moment's thought, she truthfully revealed why she had urgently sought out Zhao Yu, the supreme elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, that newly promoted state guardian level figure. You know about him, right? I believe you're well aware of his strategic importance. Just tell Zhao Yu this matter concerns him, and she'll make her own decision. Li Changgang? Hearing this, Su Miao couldn't help but feel puzzled. Wasn't he always stationed in Qingzhou? Dong Ye's demonic territory lies in Yangzhou, a world apart. How could they possibly be connected? Moreover, one is a righteous sect leader, the other a demonic faction. How could matters of the demon lands possibly involve the former? Could there be some grudge between them? However, regardless of the backstory, matters concerning him indeed fell under the category of urgent matters Zhao Yu had mentioned and were the most pressing of all. At this thought, Su Miao's heart sank. He dared not delay, immediately picking up the dedicated landline to call Zhao Yu in distant Yinzhou. Beep, beep. The number you have dialed is turned off. Please try again later. Turned off? She froze for a moment, instinctively turning to Dong Yu. Chief Dong-yun, about that. The implication was clear. I'm not deliberately playing games with you. This really isn't my fault. I didn't expect the phone to be turned off. It's beyond my control. Dong-yun, you frowned. Try calling again. Su Miao tried again, but the phone still indicated it was turned off. Dong Yunyue fell silent, though he didn't seem to blame her. It truly wasn't her fault. How about you rest here for a bit? I'll try calling the director again later. If I get through, I'll send someone to notify you immediately? Su Miao suggested tentatively. Alright, I suppose. Thank you for your trouble. Dong Yu sighed, the worry lingering between her brows. Seeing this, Su Miao grew even more curious about the urgent matter Dong Yu mentioned. Yet, constrained by her position, she couldn't pry further, and the atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. The person outside waited a few seconds before pushing it open. A light, cheerful voice, brimming with surprise, cut through the room's awkwardness. Oh, Sister Yu, you're back from Yangzhou. Seeing the visitor, Dong Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Right, Ning Yuchan. How could I have forgotten about this girl? When it came to intimacy with Li Huai'an, one would be hard-pressed to find anyone in all of Qingzhou, or indeed, the 9 provinces of Daxia, who shared a deeper bond than this woman before her. After all, they were legally married, with a certificate to prove it. Compared to her, even Zhao Yu would have to take a back seat. Moreover, Ning Yuchan served as the bridge between the Black Ice Platform and Li Huai'an. Discussing matters concerning him with her would be just as effective. In fact, it might even be more effective than talking to Zhao Yu. At this thought, her gaze toward Ning Yuchan grew a few degrees warmer. Little Chan, you've grown even more beautiful after just a few months apart. Not at all. Sister Yu is just teasing me again. How have you been lately? Fine. Just practicing every day, nothing special. By the way, Sister Yu, did you come back because your work in Yangzhou is done? Yep. After exchanging pleasantries, she got straight to the point. Xiao-chan, are you free right now? Could you do your sister a small favor? Don't worry, it's nothing major. I just want to learn a bit more about your man. It's mainly because I'm having some trouble with my work report. All I need is a little insight. Think of it as just chatting. That was why she'd rushed over to see Zhao Yu. Work report. Like the Black Ice Bureau, the Celestial Pivot Academy was an extraordinary agency under the Great Xia government, so their organizational structure and reward-punishment systems were largely similar. After completing archaeological work or achieving significant scientific breakthroughs, they must submit reports detailing the specific processes and circumstances. Based on these reports, combined with other materials, higher-ups assess the contributions of each team member involved and grant corresponding rewards. Regarding this investigation of the demon soil, she had already organized all the discoveries made within the demon soil, including some information about Dantai Hongyi. This part had gone smoothly. Before departing, she had specifically sought the other party's opinion, who had indicated they didn't care about these matters, telling her to write freely, however she wished. She carried no psychological burden. The main issue was the section about Li Huai'an. She wasn't sure what could be written and what couldn't, struggling to gauge the appropriate boundaries. His status was too sensitive. He was not only the Reign Lord but also the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. If these two roles belonged to separate individuals, there would be no issue. But the fact that they both resided in one person created complications. This touched upon the struggle for supremacy between the righteous and demonic paths. Especially now that the righteous faction held power while the demonic faction was rising in strength, with both sides showing signs of a potential standoff. At this critical juncture, exposing this matter would undoubtedly trigger upheaval throughout the entire cultivation world. If some fool were to spread rumors and anger that person, no one could predict the consequences. As for the deities and immortals mentioned earlier, she dared not write about them and had no intention of doing so. But the report must be written, otherwise, she couldn't fulfill her duty. Moreover, this report directly impacted her future and that of the Tianshu Academy disciples. They might not care about profit, but that didn't mean they didn't care about reputation. The emergence of the demon lands, especially the presence of the demon lord Dantai Hani and the Rain Lord. These developments were undoubtedly milestone events for the Great Xia Empire and the cultivation world's exploration. Without exaggeration. Once submitted, this report would ensure the names of the Tianshu Academy members who ventured into the demon lands for this expedition were etched into the annals of history. The phrase immortalized in history held irresistible allure for any historian. Therefore, upon leaving the demon lands, she bypassed Ji province entirely and headed straight for the Qing province branch. Her original plan was to consult Zhao Yu on how to submit this report. After all, among the official members, Zhao Yu had interacted with Li Huai'an the most, and she was the first to recognize his value. She would surely know better than anyone what should and should not be included. But then, she lost contact with Zhao Yu. Fortunately, Ning Yuchan happened to arrive just then. Her initial frustration vanished instantly. Of course it's fine. Facing Dong Ye's request, Ning Yuchan naturally agreed. Yet she voiced the same question Su Miao had asked. But, Sister Yu, could you tell me what exactly the relationship is between my Huai'an and that demon lord? You must have met him already, right? She knew Li Huai'an knew the demon lord and that he had already been to Yangzhou. She was the one who had asked him to go rescue someone. Yet the nature of their hidden past remained unknown to her. It couldn't possibly be as simple as just passing down a martial art technique. She remembered it clearly. Li Huai'an had said it himself. Dantai Hani hated him intensely, yet couldn't bring herself to kill him. Plotting revenge with such cunning felt more like lovers' playful bickering. Something significant must have happened between them, otherwise, her attitude wouldn't have shifted so dramatically. She was a sensible girl who didn't want to put Li Huai'an in a difficult position, so she never pressed him for details. But if Dong Ye were to speak, that would be different. Fine. Dong, you thought it over. After all, the truth couldn't be hidden forever, it would come out eventually. After all, given Dantai Hani's temperament, she would absolutely insist on meeting Ning Yuchan. She might as well go with the flow and tell her, giving her a chance to prepare mentally. During the Tianshou era, a man entered the demon lands as an outsider. He sought to retrieve a puppy he had once abandoned. Later, that puppy became the king of the demon lands. Chapter 131, Beastmaster Sect. Yenzhou, Mount Tai. It was Golden Week, and the area was bustling with traffic and crowds, all tourists eager to seize the holiday to witness the enchanting scenery of the foremost of the 5 great mountains. Zhao Yu, wearing sunglasses and casual attire with a backpack slung over her shoulder, bought a ticket and queued like any other tourist before following the crowd up the mountain. But she didn't follow the signs for sightseeing. Instead, after confirming no one was paying attention to her, she cast a spell to conceal her form and veered onto a rarely used, neglected side path. After traveling dozens of miles along the path, a warning sign appeared: protected area ahead. Unauthorized entry will result in a fine of 1,000 yuan and 15 days of detention. Ignoring the warning, she stepped inside. After another 7 or 8 minutes of walking, she stopped before a teleportation array concealed by weeds and shrubs. Her destination: the Beastmaster's Sect. Mount Tai, renowned worldwide as a tourist destination, concealed within its surface a colossal entity whose wingspan alone could obscure the skies of Yenzhou. Behind this teleportation array, like the demon soil, the Beastmaster's Sect had carved out its own separate space. The difference was that the demon soil was a small world, while the Beastmaster Sect was merely a habitat. In other words, the head of the beast-taming sect held no supreme authority within this space like Dantai Hani, nor could they act with such utter freedom. They had merely hollowed out a mountain to dwell within, a feat any sect with sufficient resources could achieve. But Dantai Hani had purchased the entire mountain itself. Wherever she went, the mountain followed. However, if we speak purely of lineage, tracing back to its origins, the beast-taming sect's roots extend tens of thousands of years into the past, even predating the Heavenly Sword sect. Its ancestors had once been powerful. In an era where humans and demonic beings coexisted, the precursor to the Beastmaster sect was a power known as the Ninth Mountain. It held a secret art within its grasp: the 9 demon sealing rites. This art was created by the human ancestors specifically to counterbalance the demonic tribes. It possessed the power to seal demonic blood, thereby achieving the goal of enslaving or defeating the demonic tribes. Armed with this peerless secret art, Ninth Mountain dominated the world in that era, ruling across the four seas. It was no exaggeration to call them the foremost sect under heaven. Alas! Throughout history, no dynasty has endured forever, nor has any sect passed down its legacy for 10,000 generations. The law of nature dictates that extremes give way to their opposites. Prosperity inevitably leads to decline. Even a power as formidable as the Ninth Mountain ultimately faded into the torrent of time. One whale falls. All things are reborn. With the Ninth Mountain's fall, the 9 seals of demon confinement scattered to the 4 winds. Some of its disciples or elders carried its legacy, founding new sects elsewhere. They often claimed descent from the Ninth Mountain, and the Beastmaster sect was one such group proclaiming to hold the most complete legacy of the Ninth Mountain. Whether this was true or false, there was no way to verify it, nor did anyone bother to investigate. Who would care about matters so distant? You may have once been glorious yet now lie in ruin. You may have once been lowly yet now have risen. Standing at the pinnacle of this world, overlooking the masses below. That is enough. If the Beastmaster sect could rival the Heavenly Sword sect, then even falsehoods would become truth. Once the gates closed, great scholars would interpret the scriptures. Nothing else mattered. As for why Xiaoyu came to visit them, it relates to the private discussion he had earlier with Shuizijing about granting Li Huai'an a separate rating. Given the vast scope of this matter, the involvement of these reclusive sects is essential. Relying solely on the Great Xia government's influence would fail to convince the masses. Some might even begin questioning the authority of the official rating process. After all, the title of Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect carried immense prestige during the Heavenly Sword sect era. While the inner circle had witnessed Li Huai'an's methods and talent firsthand, outsiders remained unaware and such knowledge couldn't be freely disseminated. Therefore, they must first persuade these reclusive sects to cast their votes in favor in the cultivation world. Their influence far surpassed that of the official authorities. Though this left Xiaoyu feeling helpless, it was an undeniable reality, one that must be accepted regardless. Huff. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he smoothed the strands of hair at his temples, slightly disheveled by the mountain wind. After regulating his breathing to ensure his state was sound, Xiaoyu activated the hair seal, triggering the formation before him. Whoosh! A fierce wind. Sand and stones flew as a faint yellow glow ignited between the seemingly ancient, decaying stone pillars. It slowly coalesced, transforming into a massive serpent head. The next second, the serpent head opened its eyes, lowering its gaze to survey the humans below. Its eerie vertical pupils revealed not a flicker of emotion, cold as ice. It had once been the guardian beast of the beast-taming sect. After its death, the sect bound its lingering soul with secret arts, refining it into its current form to continue guarding the sect's domain. It was worth noting. The relationship between Beastmaster sect disciples and their tamed beasts was not one of companionship or comradeship, but rather a straightforward master-servant dynamic. Who are you? The giant serpent spoke in human language, its question mechanical and stiff. I am Xiaoyu, from Qingzhou. I serve as the chief of the Qingzhou division of the Black Ice Bureau. I have urgent business to discuss with your sect's leader. I humbly request that you announce my arrival. Wait. It replied. The serpent's phantom vanished instantly, leaving Xiaoyu standing alone. Her expression remained unchanged, showing no concern. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun in eternal truth, especially in this age of spiritual energy revival, where more and more cultivators descend. The cultivation world had always been a realm where strength spoke. The beast-taming sect wielded such formidable power that they could easily disregard her authority, even though she represented the official stance of the Great Xia Empire. After all, had the Heavenly Sword sect not championed the Great Xia government and shielded the Black Ice platform to power, sects of the Beastmaster sect's caliber would never have quietly occupied Yinzhou. They would likely have seized control long ago. To put it bluntly, they feared the Heavenly Sword sect, holding the Great Xia government in utter contempt. And she, Xiaoyu, was merely a lowly section chief beneath the government. After a long pause, the giant serpent reformed, delivering a cold, impersonal statement. The sect master is not receiving visitors today. Please return another day. Ah. Xiaoyu froze, about to speak again, but the serpent vanished. She sighed helplessly, forced to make other plans. At that moment, she suddenly remembered her phone, which had been turned off the entire time, and finally switched it back on. 2 prominent missed calls flashed on the screen. She frowned and dialed back. Chapter 132, The Demon Clan of Royal Blood. Hello? The call connected, but no one spoke on the other end. Instead, a cacophony of noise filled the line, followed by footsteps as if someone else had taken the phone. Director Zhao? The voice sounded vaguely familiar. Xiaoyu paused for a few seconds. Dong Yu? It's me. After a brief pause, the voice asked, Did you go to Yinzhou? Yeah. When are you coming back? I've got something important to discuss. We'll talk when we meet. Well. Xiaoyu glanced back at the altar hidden among the bushes. I might not be able to handle this anytime soon. What's on your mind? Why not talk directly to that girl Su Miao? She's one of us and has the authority. She probably won't work. Dong Yu's voice paused. What exactly are you busy with? Zhao Yu hesitated briefly before summarizing the key points of his earlier plans with Shui Zijing, then explained his current situation. First, the Celestial Pivot Academy held pivotal influence within Great Xia. The upcoming vote would inevitably involve Dong Yun. You should find out sooner or later. Secondly, the Celestial Pivot Academy never involved itself in politics, and Dong Yun personally shared a close friendship with Ning Yuchan. Whether by sentiment or reason, in public or private, she would keep this confidential. Therefore, telling her posed no issue. On the other end of the line. After hearing the entire story, Dong Yun fell silent for a few seconds. I was just about to speak with you about him. Return to Qingzhou first. Our conversation might help your plans. Just come back first. After hearing what I've seen and heard recently, you'll understand it's complicated. His affairs? Zhao Yu froze, glancing back at the thicket once more. After much deliberation, he decided to return to Qingzhou first. The Beastmaster's sect's affairs could wait. After all, he wouldn't be able to see their sect master anytime soon. Waiting around pointlessly served no purpose. Besides, she was also curious what could possibly be so significant that it might aid her in Shui Zijing's plans. Meanwhile, within the Beastmaster sect. Within the sect master's hall. Misty vapors swirled as ceremonial music played softly. 8 or 9 cultivators sat on either side, a mix of young and old, men and women, all dressed in splendid robes, resembling elders of the sect. The sect master, Tuoba Wuxia, reclined against a tiger-skin throne. Beside him, a stunning fox maiden gently fanned him. His eyes were half closed, lost in thought. Below him, 3 or 4 Buddhist cultivators clad in brocade monastic robes, golden headbands adorning their foreheads and monastic scars atop their heads, sat cross-legged, fingers pressed together in the lotus mudra. Or rather, it would be more accurate to call them Zen practitioners. These were the very disciples of the wheel-turning temple who had visited Lin Tianqiu at the Beihua Academy not long ago. Though the hall was filled with many, not a single voice spoke. This eerie silence persisted until Tuoba Wu, seated foremost, suddenly opened his eyes. Master Wu Lao, how certain are you of your plan? And if this truly succeeds in the end, what will your Chuanluan temple demand? Just hours before Zhao Yu visited the beast-taming sect, these disciples of the wheel-turning temple had already ascended the mountain and met with the sect's high-ranking elders. Their purpose was clear, seeking cooperation. They proposed helping the beast-taming sect restore the glory of the ninth mountain from ancient times, but in exchange, the beast-taming sect must also grant them a favor. To this monk's knowledge, a certain patriarch of your sect in years past sealed a royal beast on the verge of breaking through to the mortal-slaying realm within the frozen abyss. If it could be unsealed and controlled, sweeping across the 9 provinces would be no trouble. Before the Zen sect representative could finish, a cold chuckle cut him off. You bald-headed monk, so you've been scheming for that demon beast all along. An elder sneered. If we had the means to control that royal-blooded demon beast, we would have released it long ago. Why bother with your nonsense? How laughable. My fellow cultivator, please calm your temper. Allow this humble monk to explain in detail. The monk remained unperturbed, merely glancing up at Tuoba Wu. Seeing no sign of objection, he continued. This humble monk also knows that the reason you cannot control the Demon King bloodline is because the 9 sealing demon taboos inheritance you obtained is missing a crucial element. The complete 9 sealing taboos of demons, from karmic bonds to physical form, from physical form to spiritual essence, and even the timeless flow of past and present possess the power to seal demons from every angle, achieving their control. However, after countless eras, much of the legacy has been lost. What has reached your hands is likely only incomplete fragments. Unfortunately, the spiritual essence of that King Blood demon clan is exceptionally formidable. Relying solely on incomplete 9 seals of demon suppression is utterly insufficient to subdue it. At this point, he shifted his tone. As it happens, our Chan sect excels in spiritual conversion, specializing in the soul and spirit. While we cannot rival the 9 demon sealing restraints in their specific focus, we are more than capable of compensating for the shortcomings in the techniques you possess. Having said that, he turned to look at Tuoba Wu. A flash of sharp insight ignited in the latter's eyes as he immediately picked up the thread. With your Zen sect's conversion techniques, you could cause the demon beast spirit to momentarily falter. My sect could then seize that opening to plant the sealing demon restraint. Once the restraint is planted, the rest will be as easy as turning over one's palm. The monk pressed his palms together in a respectful bow. Precisely. The sect leader's insight is brilliant. Tuoba Wu ignored the flattery and returned to the earlier topic. Once this is accomplished, what do you desire? Faith. The monk stated bluntly, we seek the faith of all mortals across the 9 provinces of Great Xia. Beyond that, the Dharma, wealth, companions, and place our temple shall claim not a single coin. All shall belong to you. It wasn't that the faith of cultivators was useless to them, it was simply that cultivators were notoriously difficult to deceive. Cultivators themselves possess powers to move mountains and overturn seas, to steal the heavens and replace the sun. Some cultivators didn't even believe in heaven and earth. Who would believe in them? Moreover, the sheer number of common folk far outnumbered cultivators. Though their faith might be less profound, its sheer volume was undeniable. In his previous life, the Northern Desert Zen sect had risen to become a regional power precisely through such faith. However, in this era, the Black Ice platform exists. Its laws forbid cultivators from displaying divine power in public, making it exceedingly difficult for them to harvest mortal faith. After all, without demonstrating their abilities, how many mortals would believe them based solely on their silver-tongued persuasion? And how many would worship them as gods? Faith that lacks pure devotion is useless. Therefore, to obtain sufficient faith to sustain their cultivation, they must first transform this society into the image of their past life, one entirely dominated by cultivators. Agreed. This condition was acceptable to the Beastmaster sect. Tuoba Wu had anticipated as much. In truth, although these Chan sect cultivators and Buddhist practitioners were obsessed with harvesting the incense offerings and faith of mortals, to most cultivators, mortals were as insignificant as weeds by the roadside. If this could secure Zen's assistance and successfully control that royal blood demon beast, the beast-taming sect stood to gain immensely from this bargain. Even if they had to hand over every mortal in the world to the other side, so what? However, Toba Wu harbored another concern, unsealing that demon beast won't be approved by the Black Ice platform, nor by the Heavenly Sword sect. Then we'll eliminate them. The monk stated bluntly, whether it's my temple or your sect, if you wish to achieve your goals, you must first clear the obstacles in your path. The Heavenly Sword sect and the Black Ice platform are the greatest obstacles in our path. A clash with them is inevitable. Better to strike first and take the initiative. Listening to these seemingly bold words, Tuoba Wu furrowed his brow. As far as I know, the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect has already attained the power to instantly kill nascent soul cultivators in this lifetime. Even our sect fears him greatly. How could annihilating the Heavenly Sword sect be easy? To unseal the royal blood demon beast, we must first destroy the Heavenly Sword sect. Yet to destroy the Heavenly Sword sect, we must rely on the royal blood demon beast. This seems like a vicious cycle. Rest assured, sect master. Since this monk dared propose this plan, it is naturally backed by thorough preparations. But the monk appeared fully prepared. He bowed toward the empty space beside him. Honored guest, please reveal yourself. Chapter 133, Abyssal Slaughter. Sir? Who are you addressing? The elders of the beast-taming sect exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed amidst their doubtful gazes. A figure materialized from the void beside the monk. A ghostly mask concealed his face beneath a black cloak, shrouded in swirling dark mist that obscured his aura. His features remained indistinct as he surveyed the surroundings, his voice hoarse and deep as he spoke. My name is Li Huai'an. I come from the demon lands. In an instant, a chilling demonic aura spread, corrupting even the strands of sacred, ethereal spiritual energy within 3 zhang of his presence. They turned murky, fading into a faint gray. The elder Tuoba Wu narrowed his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing in his pupils. He did not rush to respond, but the assembled elders all sprang to their feet in unison. Demon cultivators? How dare you? How dare you bring a demon cultivator into our sect? What are your true intentions, monk? Guards! Seize these men! The monk paid no heed to the elders, instead fixing his gaze upon Tuoba Wu seated above within the sect master's hall. There was only one true authority. He alone held the power to decide others' fates. His will was law. Silence. Toba Wu tapped his armrest lightly, and the room instantly fell silent. You are revered as elders, yet you cannot maintain your composure before our honored guest? What manner of conduct is this? Having silenced the elders with his overwhelming presence, he turned to the masked man below. His expression remained impassive, concealing his thoughts. If our sect's assessment is correct, you bypassed our protective barriers and appeared here unnoticed by relying on the legendary ancient demon's cavern, correct? Precisely. Li Huai'an nodded, unsurprised that Tuoba Wu had discerned the technique he employed. As a descendant of an ancient great sect, though the Beastmaster sect had fallen far from the glory days of the renowned Ninth Mountain, and its lineage had been severed, his insight remained sharp, his experience undimmed. It would have been strange indeed if he lacked even this level of discernment. Poof! Toba Wu suddenly let out a cold laugh. His gaze swept past Li Huai'an and landed on the monk from the revolving will temple beside him, his tone turning oddly sarcastic. Didn't your Northern Desert Zen sect always pride itself on being the backbone of the righteous sects? How have you sunk so low as to associate with cultivators from the demon lands? The Beastmaster sect predated even the Yunmeng Marsh, having naturally endured the Five Realms era. However, the scarcity of pure-blooded demon beasts during that time meant the sect never gained significant renown. After all, as the name implies, the Beastmaster sect's strength was intrinsically tied to the power of the beasts they contracted. But back then, the Beastmaster sect and the Northern Desert Zen sect were at odds. The Northern Desert Zen sect's methods of conversion were viewed by the righteous path as indistinguishable from demonic practices. Yet they persistently claimed to represent the righteous path, while the Beastmaster sect was a pure-blooded, orthodox sect of the righteous path. Thus, the former had always looked down upon the latter. Amitba. The monk spoke calmly, all things under heaven are but creations of the Tao. Though myriad paths exist in the world, they all lead to the same destination: eternal life and enduring vision. The so-called distinction between righteous and demonic is merely a pretext for vying over resources. Those lowly cultivators are ignorant and foolish. Could a figure like Sect Master Tuoba truly care about such things? It was hard to imagine these words coming from a monk utterly devoid of the compassion expected of a man of the cloth. No wonder Orthodox sects never shun Buddhism as a whole, yet single out Chan Buddhism for exclusion. You've truly mastered the art of flowery rhetoric and cunning sophistry. Seeing his opponent remain unperturbed by such scorn, Tuoba Wu lost all interest in engaging him further. These bald-headed monks remained as thick-skinned as ever. He studied Li Huai'an, who was sparing with his words. "What is your opinion, sir?" After a moment of silence, the latter uttered, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Tuoba Wu raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to continue. True to his reputation as one who dared defy the colossal Heavenly Sword sect in secret, Li Huai'an showed no hesitation despite being among righteous sections. He continued calmly. "That monk Wu Lao may speak crudely, but his logic is sound. There are no eternal friends in this world, only eternal interests. You and I are both men of great ambition. We should not be bound by differences in orthodoxy. Moreover, when the demon court emerged years ago, did not the Xinyu dynasty representing the orthodox righteous path of the 13 states form an alliance with our demon realm? Now your Beastmaster sect seeks to unleash the killing weapon left by your ancestors, inevitably setting you against the Heavenly Sword sect. The wheel-turning temple must first clear this roadblock to harvest mortal faith. We of the demon realm likewise seek the Heavenly Sword sect's destruction. Since our objectives align, what harm is there in joining forces once more?" With just a few words, he had bound the three factions onto the same warship. It must be said, Li Huai'an's words were far more cunning than those of the old monk Wu. Interest. This was the simplest, most direct foundation for cooperation, far more effective than any convoluted principles. Tap, tap, tap. After hearing the analysis, Tuoba Wu didn't respond immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes slightly, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the armrest as if deep in thought and deliberation. After a long moment, he suddenly asked, "This alliance, is it your idea, or the demon lord's?" The question was crucial and deeply intriguing, and one to which he already knew the answer. If the demon lord truly sought to annihilate the Heavenly Sword sect, there would be no need to ally with the beast-taming sect. The terrifying power she displayed when shattering the Jade Du sect's mountain defending array, the foundation of the demon realm that withstood the combined assault of the 9 provinces' righteous sects. Even if he resisted it inwardly, he had to admit that in a one-on-one confrontation, the demon realm could sweep away any secluded sect. Li Huai'an's subsequent response confirmed his thoughts. "Naturally, it is my personal decision. But rest assured, Sect Master Tuoba, I have supporters behind me. While I cannot guarantee victory over that Li Changsheng, holding him off for a while should pose no problem. And once he loses the protection of that supreme elder, our 3 factions united taking down his measly Sky Sword sect would be as easy as snatching something from a child." Tuoba Wu smiled, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. This was precisely the answer he sought. Had it been a grand alliance with the demon lord, a union with the demon lands, he would never have agreed, no matter the profit. The righteous and the demonic cannot coexist. He could temporarily set aside the distinction between righteous and demonic for profit, but he could not lose the people's trust. There had never been a precedent of a righteous sect collaborating with demonic cultivators. The Divine Feather dynasty was an exceptional time. The circumstances were different. If he dared set such a precedent, the entire righteous faction would brand him a traitor. Then, all would reject his authority, and the other righteous sects would unite to strike him down. After all, righteous sects covet each other's territories, but they hesitate to act without a pretext. Labeling him a traitor who defected to the demonic path would provide that perfect excuse. Who cares why you allied with the demonic path? The point is to find a reason to destroy you, seize your territory and resources. But secretly collaborating with Li Huai'an and the demonic forces lurking in the shadows is different. Many righteous sects have done this, no need to name names. Especially before the demon lands rose to prominence, righteous sects often smuggled demon cultivators out of the demon lands to handle shadowy affairs. As long as they covered their tracks well, they had nothing to fear from being discovered. Even if they were discovered, it hardly mattered. Silence witnesses, sacrifice a few scapegoats, and the sect could feign ignorance, playing the blame-shifting game to the end. They'd run through the motions to save everyone's face. Who would, or dared to, cling to the tail and refuse to let go? They are a major orthodox sect, not some third-rate minor order. Chapter 134, Blood of Guilt. With Tuoba Wu's concerns addressed, the next step was to discuss cooperation strategies and formalize the alliance agreement. Essentially, the Wheel of Life Temple would lure out disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, while the Beast Taming sect would coordinate to strike at the latter's vital forces. Meanwhile, the demonic cultivators backing Li Huai'an would lurk in the shadows, waiting for the moment to deliver a fatal blow to the Heavenly Sword sect. In short, once the operation commenced, the Celestial Sword sect must be utterly annihilated, eradicated root and branch. No survivors could be left behind. Given the enemy's scale and depth of resources, they would never get a second chance to strike. As for the specifics of the operation and the distribution of spoils, they were not discussed. Tuoba Wu's justification was that these matters needed to be negotiated with the forces behind Li Huai'an and the Wheel of Life Temple. It seemed. In his eyes, those present today lacked the necessary standing. The monks from the Wheel of Life Temple and Li Huai'an remained silent on this matter. After all, the Heavenly Sword sect wasn't like the Jade Du sect, a sect that had lucked its way into the ranks of the top tier. The annihilation of the Heavenly Sword sect involved far-reaching implications. It was only natural that Tuoba Wu didn't wish to discuss the matter in detail with them. Had they been in his position, they would have done the same. After finalizing the meeting date, the group took their leave. With only the core members of the Beastmaster sect remaining in the hall, one elder finally couldn't contain himself and spoke up. "Sect Master, might this matter be handled a bit too hastily?" With outsiders present earlier, many things couldn't be said openly. They had to save face for the Sect Master. Otherwise, if he lost face, they'd lose face too. In truth, many elders opposed the alliance with the demon cultivators. Those demon cultivators are notoriously cunning, selfish, and brutally unreasonable. Moreover, they act without restraint, ruthless and merciless. Partnering with such individuals is tantamount to seeking skin from a tiger. We implore the sect leader to reconsider. Seeing someone take the lead, another elder also offered counsel. Indeed, sect leader. I've always suspected Li Huai'an harbors ulterior motives. As a cultivator from the demon lands, he came to our righteous path seeking cooperation behind the demon lord's back. His ambitions must be considerable. To say there's no ulterior motive, well, I simply refuse to believe it. After all, isn't every single one of those demon realm folk practically worshipping Dantai Hani like a god? Right now, the righteous factions of our 9 provinces have finally secured a truce with the demon lands through the mediation of that figure at Qingfeng Monastery, allowing us to rest and recuperate. If he drags us into conflict, or even ignites a second war between righteous and demonic forces. He stopped there. To say more would only bolster his confidence while undermining our own. Yet everyone present understood the unspoken implications. Times had changed. At least for the time being, without factoring in the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery and Li Changsheng, the righteous faction's overall strength simply couldn't match that of the demon lands. The demon realm had Dantai Hongyi, a slayer of mortals. Those 3 words alone were enough to strike despair into every righteous sect across the 9 provinces. Even Wu Zhao, far away in foreign lands, had to avoid confrontation until she had fully unified the Western Federation. The reason the Righteous Alliance could exchange blows evenly with the demon lands during the last Righteous Demon War was because Dantai Hongyi remained a spectator, never stepping into the fray. Had she intervened, the outcome would have been decided without a doubt. And Li Huai'an had been acting behind her back, stirring up trouble outside. No one could guarantee that once she found out, she wouldn't unleash her wrath upon the entire land of the 9 provinces. They dared not gamble on this. They could not afford to lose. Honorable elders, this sect understands your concerns. Tuoba Wu patiently listened as each elder voiced their perspective before speaking in a solemn tone. Whether it's the demon cultivators or those monks, each harbors ulterior motives and their own schemes. This is undeniable. Your concerns are not without merit. But have you considered this? Compared to our sect's 10,000-year legacy, this risk is insignificant. He suddenly waved his hand, sealing the entire hall with layer upon layer of sound-blocking arrays. Then, a flicker of fervor appeared in his eyes as he shifted his tone to reveal a startling secret. I know you're puzzled. Without that demon beast of royal blood, our sect still has opportunities, more stable methods to reach the pinnacle. Why must I take such a tremendous risk by collaborating with the wheel-turning temple? Now I shall tell you why. This secret has been known only to the successive patriarchs of our sect. The demon beast, sealed by our sect's ancestors and reinforced by generations of masters, was never of royal blood. The room erupted in shock. Not royal blood? Then it was. At that moment, every pair of eyes in the hall focused on Tuoba Wu, filled with surprise and anticipation. Though most had already harbored vague suspicions about the secret's answer, they still yearned to hear it confirmed from his own lips. The next second, Tuoba Wu drew a deep breath, his voice resonating with conviction as he slowly uttered. The blood flowing through the demon beast's veins is the cursed blood of the Fuli ancestral clan. Whoosh! The elders were all stunned. Some even forgot their dignified demeanor, gaping with jaws agape, eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. They doubted their own ears. Had they misheard? Or had Tuoba Wu spoken in error? Are you certain you said the Fuli ancestral clan? Not some other demonic royal clan? An ancestral clan versus an imperial clan, a single character difference, yet worlds apart. They had thought imperial bloodline demon clans were already terrifying enough, the absolute limit of what their minds could accept. Yet now, the ancestral clan. The Fuli ancestral clan, no less. Did these venerable ancestors of the sects leave behind a mountain of gold for their unworthy descendants? Cursed blood. This term collectively referred to demonic beasts whose bloodlines had been largely severed for some reason, casting them out of their clans. Generally, such creatures were deemed worthless. But It depends on the circumstances.
Take the present situation, for instance among demon clans, bloodline determines one's potential ceiling, and among bloodlines, the ancestral lineage reigns supreme.
Yet even among ancestral bloodlines, there exist tiers of distinction. Among them, the fully ancestral clan stands as an existence on par with the legendary sacred beasts. Without exaggeration, no bloodline surpasses theirs. They are the very heavens of the demonic race.
At their zenith, they were peerless predators capable of battling primordial gods and demons, hunting down their descendants.
Even other demonic ancestral bloodlines have appeared on their menu. Rumors even suggest
sacred beasts are born with innate power, while the Fuli lineage is the first post-natal demon clan born in the world, the true king of all demons. Even a single Sinblood Fuli possesses growth potential far surpassing ordinary true spirit royal clans, rivaling the direct descendants of the demon emperor.
Under certain fortuitous circumstances, a Sinblood Fulu could even ascend to become a demon emperor. At the very least, even in the worst-case scenario, attaining the transformation of spirit realm is a certainty. Such is the overwhelming might of the Fuli lineage. If that suppressed demon beast truly was a sin-blooded Fulu, then forget about collaborating with demon cultivators. Even waging another war between righteous and demonic forces would be worth it. Does anyone still question this sect's decision? Dead silence. Who would dare question it now?
To do so would invite suspicion of their motives. Taking in the crowd's reaction, Tuoba Wu nodded with satisfaction.
Then proceed as previously discussed. Everyone, go prepare.
Of course. One must never be without a guard against others. We cannot afford to underestimate Li Huai'an nor those monks. In short, our immediate priority is to harness the Transmigration Temple's method of spiritual conversion to control that sin-blooded Fuli. As for what comes next, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Each to their own. Chapter 135, Bringing You Home.
Xingzhou Prefecture, Beihai County, Yong'an Garden. The sky was as clear as washed silk.
Along the winding path, lush greenery and vibrant flowers lined both sides.
A crystal-clear pond shimmered with golden ripples under the sunlight.
On a stone bridge paved with blue bricks, Li Huai'an strolled leisurely. Taking a stroll.
He cherished these simple pleasures, reserved only for mortals living in the modern world.
After all, in the realm of cultivation, whether cultivators or mortals, few had the chance to enjoy such leisurely moments.
If one didn't remain vigilant at all times, they'd be devoured by enemies until not even a bone fragment remained. So after returning, his daily ritual after meals was to wander quietly through the neighborhood alone. It was a way to make up for the regrets of his past life. But this time, someone else accompanied him, not Ning Yuchan. A small, supple hand, soft as if without bones, linked through his arm. The owner of that hand pressed half her body against him, her softness unabashedly pressing against him.
A breeze stirred.
It stirred a splash of vivid red, the hem of a young woman's splendid gown. The sheer veil covering her face fluttered in the breeze, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty.
Dan Tai Hongi.
She had expressed a desire to see the new world, so Li Huai'an had brought her out. After all, with Tan Shuiyue and Qingluan holding down the fort in the demon lands, no major trouble could arise. Besides, after that bloody purge years ago, no one dared stir up trouble.
Hey, could you tone it down a bit? This isn't the demon lands. Modern people aren't like those heretical demon cultivators who act recklessly. Don't make people stare at us like we're monkeys.
It was rush hour, with crowds bustling all around. Having grown accustomed to unrestrained behavior in the demon lands, Dan Tai Hongi knew nothing of restraint. Her bold displays of affection inevitably drew frequent sideways glances from passers-by. Li Huai'an didn't care about others' gazes, but Ning Yuchan had lived here long enough that neighbors recognized her. Seeing her man behave this way with a stranger would inevitably hurt the young girl's feelings through whispered gossip.
Oh.
At his words, Dan Tai Hongi obediently straightened her posture, ceasing her antics. She quietly took the hand of the man beside her. She didn't understand why the man beside her demanded such actions, but since he requested it, she simply complied. The most important thing for a little dog is to be obedient. Soon they arrived at the building where Li Huai'an lived. Staring at the reinforced concrete structure ahead, Dan Tai Hongi asked curiously,
"Does my master live here? It looks just like any other building, doesn't it?"
It wasn't that she disliked it was just that in her mind, Li Huai'an should reside in the most opulent palace in all the world, befitting his stature. This unremarkable building before her simply wasn't worthy of him. Later, I must find an opportunity to have the great Xia officials arrange a more prestigious residence for the master, preferably one that's truly one of a kind in the entire world. She was silently pondering this in her mind.
Ahem!
A sudden sound came from behind them.
The two turned to look.
A man stood behind them, staring at Li Huai'an with a peculiar expression, his hand still extended forward as if about to greet someone. Noticing their gaze, the man gave an awkward smile, nodded briefly at Li Huai'an, then hurriedly sidestepped them and entered the apartment building.
Dan Tai Hongi tilted her head, seemingly pondering the meaning behind the man's expression.
Li Huai'an, however, wore a look of helpless resignation. When Dan Tai Hongi had called out master earlier, he had clearly sensed someone behind them. The girl must have noticed too, but she simply didn't care.
After all, in her understanding, she'd been using that title for thousands of years. Wasn't it only natural?
So her voice carried without restraint, at a normal volume. Combined with the close proximity, that person had undoubtedly heard it.
That wasn't the crucial point.
The real issue was that he recognized this person, the neighbor living right across from Ning Yuchan.
This whole situation. Why is he looking at you like that? Dan Taihani couldn't resist her curiosity and asked. Probably thinks I'm some pervert luring innocent girls. Li Huai'an sighed. Why?
It's just how he addresses me. He explained, modern society doesn't really go in for that whole master-servant thing anymore, at least not openly. Usually, it's just something people call each other privately. Truthfully, he initially resisted the title, but after cultivating the yin-yang harmony technique, that resistance vanished. Since Dan Taihani had no experience in dual cultivation, she drew heavily from the legacy left by the limitless demon sovereign when creating this technique. After all, within the demon realm, the Wuji demon sovereign was the most accomplished practitioner of dual cultivation. Then, the Wuji demon sovereign enjoyed having his cauldrons address him as master, so Dan Taihani followed suit, calling him master. She even justified it by claiming it enhanced the technique's efficacy, a notion the Wuji demon sovereign had written in his own diary. Then, he grew accustomed to being addressed thus by Dan Taihani, to the point that in their daily interactions, this form of address became their default. However, in the modern era, where new ideas had taken root, such an address was problematic. Dan Taihani's willow-like brows furrowed slightly. Dongyanyu was like this, and so was this man. Did modern people all enjoy having it both ways? Just like those righteous factions. We demon cultivators don't bother with such formalities. It's perfectly normal for inferiors to address superiors as master or honorable lord. I'll kill him myself to stop him from spouting nonsense, she declared. She made a move to unleash her demonic energy. She felt she'd cause trouble for Li Huai'an, so naturally she'd handle it herself. Forget it. Li Huai'an grabbed her arm. Don't go around killing people so casually. You've been killing for thousands of years, haven't you had enough yet? But, come on. I'll take you home. Chapter 136, Half-Step Divine Transformation. At the word home, Dan Taihani instantly calmed down. Those two words stirred the deepest tenderness within her heart. She had no home. The demon lands were where she grew up, but they were not her home. Home was an unattainable place for her, even with her supreme status in the demon lands and countless admirers. Whether it was the new generation of demon cultivators, the elders of the demon lands, or the mighty prodigies, all worshipped her like a savior. Yet this place still failed to give her a sense of belonging. She was the queen of the demon realm, the leader of all demon cultivators under heaven. Naturally, she cherished this land deeply. Yet home and country were fundamentally different. The demon realm belonged to every demon cultivator in the world, to the subjects living within her realm. But home was a sanctuary meant only for her alone. As demon sovereign, her crimson robes were dyed with the blood of millions, her throne piled high with the bones of enemies, her boots trampling stone monuments as she ascended to power. She had always believed that someone like her could never have a home in this lifetime, nor dare to hope that any place or person could ever accept her. Until this moment. The man before her, the one who had plunged her into boundless darkness, inflicted unimaginable agony, yet mercifully bestowed supreme glory upon her, crowning her as his queen. The moment he took her hand and said he would bring her home, she realized that what she had once deemed unattainable had always been within her grasp. Where the heart finds its home, there lies the homeland. Huff. She exhaled a breath of stale air, the killing intent around her dissipating into nothingness. Then, an imperceptible divine aura began to seep from her brow. The next second, under Li Huai'an's gaze, his pupils shimmering with a golden halo, her skin became enveloped in ethereal, mysterious wisps of energy, growing faintly visible. Before long, those energies began cleansing the impurities within her acupoints, transforming her body into something as translucent and crystalline as glass within mere breaths. Analyzed through the lens of time and space, she appeared at times in the past, at times in the future, sometimes tangible, sometimes ethereal, her essence nearing the void. It seemed as though she might break free from this world at any moment and ascend to immortality. Were this scene witnessed by ordinary cultivators, they would likely marvel only at Dan Taihani's formidable power, unable to perceive its true essence. But Li Huai'an, possessing the fully ancestral eye that pierced through all illusions to see the truth and essence of all things, could see. At that moment, behind Dan Taihani, the void shattered, time and space crisscrossed. Within the deep, hollow spatial fissures, two figures were reflected. The first was a dim, damp dungeon. A young girl's limbs were pierced by chains engraved with ancient script, nailed to a moss-covered wall. She was barely clinging to life, her eyes filled with terror. Blood trickled down the chains, staining her white robes crimson and leaving her looking utterly wretched, like a pitiful stray dog. The other, however, stood upon the river of history. Enveloped in chaotic mist, her slender form remained motionless as time washed over her, only her crimson skirt fluttering in the void's gale. Her dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, each strand carrying the subtle fluctuations of Tao essence. It felt as though she stood alone in an ancient universe, the sole sovereign.
Unlike other cultivators, she held no magical artifact in her hands. Instead, a bronze mask, intricate with patterns, covered her divine features. It seemed to possess a life of its own, enhancing an aura of profound mystery. Both were her past and her future. Her 3 incarnations. Dan Tai Hongyi was transcending mortality. By slaying mortal cultivators and unifying her 3 incarnations, she could ascend to the divine transformation realm. Henceforth, she would transcend the shackles of time and space, free from the concepts of past, present, and future. She would fear neither the passing of seasons nor the extremes of winter's chill or summer's heat. If one could endure each cycle of the 5 decays of heavenly beings, immortality would theoretically be attained. But behind Dan Tai Hongyi, the past body that had kept its eyes tightly shut suddenly opened them. They were blood-red, filled with a savage, cold-blooded killing intent. Instantly, the aura emanating from her body began to falter and waver. An extreme negative emotion radiated outward, withering plants and trees in its path, raising clouds of yellow sand, and causing birds to die suddenly, like kites falling from the sky. The great calamity of the heart demon. The psychological trauma Li Huai'an had inflicted upon her years ago ran too deep. So deep that even after Dan Tai Hongyi had developed a twisted affection for him, this psychological shadow could only be concealed, never truly eradicated. Buried in the deepest recesses of her memory, it remained unnoticed even by herself in ordinary times. Yet beneath the heavens, nothing could escape detection. Her past fear and resentment toward Li Huai'an erupted in that moment. She would kill the man who had imprisoned her for half her life, proving her path to the heavens. Boom! Demon flames engulf the heavens, drowning the sky, the void itself trembles. Countless ancient scripture scrolls intertwined in the void, emitting obscure melodies like ancient demons murmuring beneath the starry sky. The bizarre laws contained within carry twisted, chaotic spiritual corruption. They could not only assault a cultivator's Tao heart, but even souls could not escape their corrosive grasp. Without exaggeration, any cultivator below the nascent soul stage who listened for even seconds would instantly transform into a mindless killing machine, until their divine soul was utterly annihilated. Fortunately, Li Huai'an had sealed off the surrounding space a second earlier. To outsiders, they had vanished completely from this realm of time and space, leaving no trace. Whoosh! Dan Tai Hongyi struck. Clawing her fingers into a claw, she tore through the void and charged at the man before her with unstoppable force. Demonic energy swirled around her fingertips, capable of obliterating all laws and tearing apart everything in its path, more terrifying than the sharpest blade. Yet, facing such a deadly strike, Li Huai'an neither dodged nor flinched. He showed no intention of countering, merely watching as the demonic claws drew ever closer. Swish! That delicate, jade-like hand suddenly froze before him, neither advancing nor retreating. A flicker of struggle crossed Dan Tai Hongyi's face, her expression shifting constantly from fury to agony, finally settling on adoration and tenderness. Ah! Li Huai'an sighed softly, stepping forward. His palm gently rested upon her head, channeling a profound, mysterious energy into her body. This was not spiritual energy, but the aura cultivated within him after stepping into the fourth realm, an energy not belonging to this world. It was the primordial Yin, the innate essence, the origin of all things. In an instant, the two figures shattered, the strange manifestations dissipating. Dan Tai Hongyi's eyes went vacant for a moment, as if she'd lost consciousness, frozen in place like a wooden puppet. But as the memories of the past gradually flooded back, her fair face paled. Master! With a startled cry, this demon lord who ruled the demon lands with an iron fist and absolute authority knelt without hesitation. Then, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across her own face. Smack! Not a moment's hesitation, the sound clear and distinct. She didn't even hold back her strength or use magic to resist. Her stunningly beautiful face quickly swelled and reddened, bearing a stark, glaring handprint. A trickle of blood seeped from between her teeth. She paid no heed, pressing her palms flat against the ground, her forehead firmly against her hands. This slave has committed the unforgivable crime of defying her master. I beg for punishment. Chapter 137, The Meeting. Dan Tai Hongyi's entire body trembled. This demon lord, once ruthless and decisive, even brutal, now appeared more flustered than an inexperienced child. She was truly panicked. Completely at a loss. Her mind was a blank. She was terrified that Li Huai'an would grow suspicious of her because of her earlier unconscious actions, that he would distance himself from her, or even abandon her completely. This man was her pillar of strength. If she were to lose him, she would truly have no purpose or belief left to cling to in life. In comparison, she'd rather die by his hand. Truthfully, even she couldn't explain what had just happened. She'd been completely unconscious, as if someone had suddenly possessed her body and taken control. But a mighty cultivator like her being possessed? Who would believe that? She dared not speak of it, nor did she wish to make excuses. What was done was done. Whatever punishment Li Huai'an meted out, she would accept willingly as long as he didn't abandon her. That was all. This isn't your fault. Get up. Seeing Dan Tai Hongyi show no reaction, still kneeling motionless, her body shaking even harder, he had no choice but to bend down and help her up himself. It's not your fault. You needn't do this. He had lived for 98,000 years. What hadn't he seen? How could he not see what had happened? He knew her actions were unintentional, so there was no blame to be had. Yet, though she sensed the comfort in his words, Dantai Hani remained uneasy. Burying her head low, she spoke with stubborn resolve. Please punish me, master. Li Huai'an looked at her. After a long moment. Go upstairs first. We'll talk later. Yes. Then remember, master, don't forget. Hearing her consent, Dantai Hani finally let her smile return. Seeing this, Li Huai'an shook his head helplessly. Given this woman's twisted nature, when it came to scolding, beating, or punishing, whether it counted as discipline or reward was something only she could truly discern. That scheming little. Upstairs. Ding. The elevator ascended and stopped on the 9th floor. The stainless steel doors slid open. Li Huai'an released his grip on Dantai Hani's hand, pulled out his keys, and was about to unlock the door. Clang. The door swung open before him as a golden core cultivator. Now, Ning Yuchan had sensed Li Huai'an's presence the moment he stepped out of the elevator. So she immediately came to greet him. Darling, you're back. As she called out, she started to throw herself into his arms. But just as her foot crossed the threshold, she suddenly noticed the woman following her husband. Her steps halted abruptly. This woman. She surreptitiously observed Dantai Hani out of the corner of her eye. On the other side, Dantai Hani was also sizing up Ning Yuchan, though her movements were far more obvious, utterly unguarded and without restraint. Except for Li Huai'an, she never gave anyone else a second glance, not even this woman, who was Li Huai'an's legally wedded wife in this lifetime. Because she understood Li Huai'an. At least in the millennia they'd spent together, this man had shown unreasonable favoritism toward only one woman. Gong Lian Yue. The woman who had relinquished her position as the supreme leader of a sect, above all others, to humble herself as a maid by his side. She had accompanied him through mountains and rivers, sharing every journey. To him, everyone else was the same. A person, a dog, an ant, all were treated with equal indifference. And how long had Ning Yuchan even known him? She refused to believe he'd go out of his way to protect this woman. At worst, he might utter a few harsh words. Not being abandoned, that was her bottom line. On the edge of that line, she felt no fear. As for punishment? She'd welcome it. The more violent and brutal, the better. Chapter 138, Earthy Vibes. No one spoke. The scene froze. The air in the hallway was eerily still, an indescribable, unsettling atmosphere spreading between the man and the two women. Bang. At that moment, another door opened, the one across the hall. A man emerged, carrying a trash bag. Judging by his posture, he was heading downstairs to dispose of the garbage. His gaze fell upon the scene unfolding outside. His expression froze momentarily. When he finally snapped back to reality and realized all three were staring at him, he promptly slammed the door shut again. Holy, honey, guess what I just saw? That guy across the hall is seriously ruthless. While others keep their mistresses hidden away in golden houses and parade their lovers around outside, this guy just goes ahead and brings his mistress right into the golden house. Sounds like a three-way is brewing. And from the noise, those two girls didn't even start tearing each other apart? Though separated by a thick metal security door, all three were cultivators. The commotion inside couldn't possibly escape their notice. Overhearing the deliberately hushed conversation between the couple, Ning Yuchan, already prone to blushing easily, felt her cheeks flush crimson. As a modern individual, she had been pampered since childhood. A stable social environment, a wealthy family background, social circles consisting of the elite, frequenting only high-end establishments. All these factors meant that even the most common criminal acts, like brawls and fights, were things she'd only ever seen in news reports. Much less the kind of life Li Huai'an and Dantai Hani led, where brawling every other day and slaughtering sects or exterminating cults were as commonplace as eating and drinking. Having never weathered life's storms, her temperament naturally couldn't match theirs, nor could she maintain their composure in crisis. Let's talk inside. Li Huai'an noticed her discomfort and offered a way out. Ning Yuchan shot him a grateful glance, seizing the opportunity to step aside and make way. The three entered the house. Cooking? Beyond the entrance hall, the aroma of food wafted toward them. Li Huai'an glanced into the kitchen. The stove was lit, and steam billowed from the rice cooker. Oh dear, I almost forgot there's fish stewing in the pot. Reminded by the mention, Ning Yuchan suddenly remembered she'd left the meal halfway to answer the door. She hurried back to the kitchen, fumbling to tend to the ingredients. Let me help you. Li Huai'an followed her inside. At the last moment, he leaned halfway around the corner and called out to Dantai Hani, just sit tight for a bit. If you get bored, watch some TV. It won't be long. Dantai Hani nodded, but instead of obeying and watching TV, she sat obediently on a dining room chair, quietly watching the two in the kitchen. Ning Yuchan. She had actually seen this girl once before, long ago, when the demon lands and the righteous factions of the 9 provinces were at war. Her divine form had descended into the mortal realm, seeking to meet Li Huai'an. Back then, she had glimpsed her from afar, separated by layers of clouds. That day, she had been just as she was now.
Dressed in casual attire, wearing a plaid apron, and slipping into fluffy slippers, she radiated a strong aura of domesticity, bearing no resemblance to a golden core cultivator. Her beauty rivaled her own. She detested Ning Yuchan's face, green yet icy, a seductive little vixen. She'd have loved to tear that face off. But with Li Huai'an present, she dared not act. Later. Today marked the second time she'd seen her. Surprisingly, the aversion she'd felt the first time was gone, especially when Li Huai'an stood beside her. She could sense that the Li Huai'an of now was different from the past, vastly different even from the time in the demon lands. Their busy figures, one washing and chopping vegetables, the other flipping the wok, worked in perfect harmony, like an old married couple who'd lived together for years. Such a scene was almost unheard of in the cultivation world. Even the closest cultivation partners would never cook together like ordinary mortals. In this moment, Li Huai'an finally resembled a human being. And the young woman dressed like a homemaker was the very culprit who had dragged this fallen immortal down to the mortal realm. But Dantai Honi didn't resent the changes in him. How to put it? The Li Huai'an she once knew felt untouchable, unapproachable, ethereal and elusive. Though he was within arm's reach, as if she could touch him at any moment, he seemed to inhabit a completely different world from everyone else. Even standing beside Gong Lianyue, he remained so. Gong Lianyue was a saint, a good soul who pitied the world's suffering. Yet at her core, she remained a cultivator, one who gazed down upon mortals from lofty clouds. Her compassion for humans was the benevolence and grace bestowed by a superior upon inferiors. She could not corrupt the divine essence within Li Huai'an. Ning Yuchan, however, was mortal, a mortal with cultivation. Her earthly warmth brought a touch of humanity to Li Huai'an, preventing him from viewing the world through the detached lens of an observer as he once did. This was a good thing. For both this world and for her personally. They do have a certain aura of a golden boy and jade girl. Dantai Honi suddenly smiled to herself, offering this assessment. Even if she had completely let go of her resentment toward Ning Yuchan, after all, everyone who cared about Li Huai'an was striving to preserve his humanity. His realm was too high, his talent too great, his Dao heart too lofty, so elevated that he no longer belonged to the category of human. Once the last remnants of humanity were ground from his heart, no one knew what he might become, perhaps a god, perhaps an immortal, perhaps a monster. Yet, aside from Gong Lianyue, the efforts of most others yielded negligible results. Gong Lianyue alone was insufficient to maintain the delicate balance between his humanity and divinity. Until this lifetime. He married, gaining a wife, a mortal steeped in the mundane world, and thus found bonds to anchor him. Regardless of Ning Yuchan's place in his heart, as long as he could anchor his humanity here, he would not sever ties with the mortal world. Indeed. This house wasn't just filled with the scent of the mortal world, it was saturated with extravagance. It permeated the kitchen, the sofa, the bedroom, the balcony, even the shower. Wait. Luxury? Suddenly. As if sensing something, Dantai Honi fixed her gaze on Ning Yuchan's retreating figure. Her narrow, frosty eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold, murderous intent. The yin-yang harmony technique. Chapter 139, Sister? Clatter. The clatter of porcelain plates hitting the table snapped Dantai Honi back to reality. She looked up to find the stove fire already extinguished. The couple emerged from the kitchen one after the other, carrying platters of visually appealing, aromatic dishes and 3 large bowls of steaming rice to the dining table. In an instant, the dining room filled with the mouth-watering aroma of the dishes. Finally, Li Huai'an pulled out 3 pairs of bamboo chopsticks from the cupboard, while Ning Yuchan fetched a dishcloth to wipe the greasy stains from the stove. They both sat down. This person. Ning Yuchan was about to invite Dantai Honi to eat when she suddenly realized she didn't even know the other's name. She didn't recognize Dantai Honi. To be precise, she had never seen Dantai Honi before. Although Dong Yunyu had returned last time and told her many things about her, those stories hadn't included a description of Dantai Honi's appearance. In fact, up until now. Apart from Dong Yunyu and the other Tianshu Academy members who had entered the Demon Lands, within the entire official system of Great Xia, only Liang Yan knew what the Demon Lord looked like. Because the Demon Lands bordered Yangzhou, and as Yangzhou's official representative cultivator, she was tasked with liaising between Yangzhou and the Demon Lands. In other words, her current role mirrored the one Ning Yuchan once played between Qingzhou and Li Huai'an, that of an intermediary, a messenger. As for others, certain high-ranking figures from reclusive sects and some reincarnated cultivators had indeed seen Dantai Honi, yet they all avoided the subject like the plague, daring not to speak of her lightly. The more one knew her, the clearer it became how savage and violent her nature was, and how unpredictable her moods were. No one could ever truly gauge her temper. Therefore, those who knew her well treated everything about her as taboo, keeping silent. After all, one wrong word could leave no room for regret. My name is Dantai Honi. Dantai Honi introduced herself. Oh, that's quite a name. Ning Yuchan instinctively wanted to offer a compliment, hoping to bridge the gap between them. Yet the next moment, she suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, and her voice trailed off abruptly. Her phoenix eyes widened in shock as she stiffly turned to Li Huai'an. Honey, what did she just say her name was? Dantai Honi.
Li Huai'an responded casually, then proceeded to pick a piece of green vegetable for Dan Tai Hongi. She accepted it without hesitation and ate it with her rice. Then she reached across the table, plucked a bright red salt-boiled shrimp from the plate, removed its head, deveined it, peeled off the shell, and handed it to Li Huai'an. Watching the two feed each other as if no one else existed, Ning Yuchan felt her brain was truly struggling to keep up, on the verge of going blank. Just the legendary demon lord sitting right before her? And actually feeding dishes to her man? This shouldn't be happening. Why? What happened to the cruelty? What happened to his fearsome reputation? The way he snapped off that shrimp's head was pretty sharp, so that's how you show your ferocity? After a long while, Ning Yuchan finally came to her senses. As if she couldn't believe it, she asked again. You're the demon lord? Is she really the demon lord? She turned to Li Huai'an for confirmation. Don't I look the part? Before Li Huai'an could respond, Dan Tai Hongi, perhaps exasperated by the questioning, retorted instead. Ning Yuchan instinctively nodded at first, then belatedly shook her head in denial. Judging solely by her demeanor and attire, she certainly fit the description of the demon lord. But when it came to her behavior and conduct, the contrast was simply too stark. After spending some time forcing herself to accept this reality, Ning Yuchan suddenly pulled out her phone and asked, her voice tinged with nervousness. Could you take a photo with me? A photo? Dan Tai Hongi looked at Li Huai'an. Li Huai'an found it amusing and couldn't help teasing her. Why do you act like you've never seen the world before? Not at all. Ning Yuchan looked slightly flustered, gesturing with both hands in the air. She's the demon lord, you know. You have no idea how famous she is now at our Black Ice platform. Her reputation is practically surpassing yours. If I could just get a photo with the demon lord, I'd print it out, frame it, and hang it at my desk. Then all those people in the department who don't respect me would have to go out of their way to avoid me. Childish temper, Li Huai'an chuckled, shaking his head before turning to Dan Tai Hongi. Mind your own business. Don't worry about me. He didn't want her to seek his opinion on everything. She was a person with thoughts and feelings, not his puppet. All right. Dan Tai Hongi pondered for a few seconds before agreeing to Ning Yuchan's request. After all, it wasn't anything major. She might as well do her a favor. Once she dealt with the other matter, they'd have plenty of chances to interact later. With permission granted, Ning Yuchan immediately snatched her phone and dashed to Dan Tai Hongi's side, moving so swiftly it seemed she feared the other might change her mind. A click froze the moment the frame captured two equally stunning faces pressed together, radiating an intimate closeness. Thank you. She thanked her and returned to her seat. Forgetting to continue eating, she opened the photo editing app while murmuring to herself. Goodness, I never imagined I'd get up close and personal with someone this important. A look of disbelief still lingered on her face as she spoke. It felt like a dream. The demon lord himself, a peerless powerhouse who could slay mortals whether in the modern world or the cultivation realm, he was a figure of the highest stature. And such a figure was now in her own home, posing for photos with her. Who would believe this if it got out? You see? Before this, the most powerful and influential figures she had ever encountered were Wei Yong and Xue Zijing. Li Huai'an didn't count that guy had transcended the realm of humanity, so she instinctively excluded him. Much like how mortals perceive deities. No one truly comprehends a god's power, for with mortal minds and limited knowledge, it's impossible to fathom their true might. The two figures above were already the pinnacle of great xia. Yet compared to Dan Tai Hongi, the gap between them was not something that could be summed up with a simple phrase like a world apart. It was truly like comparing heaven and earth. And most crucially, the effortless intimacy between Dan Tai Hongi and her husband. It seems Sister Yu was right, their relationship is truly extraordinary. If that's the case, does that mean I'm now the sister of the legendary demon lord Chang Lianxiao? Ning Yuchan's editing hand paused slightly as she cautiously stole a glance at Dan Tai Hongi. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention to her, she couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So who's the elder sister, and who's the younger? She should be the elder sister, right? My dear crossed over from the cultivation realm. If you count their past lives, they've known each other far longer than I have. She's the one who came first after all, I don't have a past life. Thinking this, she clenched her small fist, steadied her nerves, and gave herself a mental pep talk. Then, in a tentative tone, she softly called out to Dan Tai Hongi. Sister? Chapter 140, The Challenge. Sister? At the sound of this address, Dan Tai Hongi visibly froze. You called? Yes. Ning Yuchan nodded. You see, you and Huai'an, you're close. That makes us practically family, right? Calling you Demon Lord feels a bit too formal. Plus, you've seen more of the world than I have, right? Calling you sister should be fine. If you mind, never mind. It's no big deal. She almost said something like, you and Huai'an are lovers too, but then she remembered neither of them had ever revealed that aspect of their relationship. Likely they didn't want others to know, or perhaps they had their own reasons. So she changed her words. It's not like I mind either way. Hearing this, Dan Tai Hongi pondered for a few seconds before gently shaking her head. It's just the first time someone has called me that. It feels a bit unfamiliar at first. As she spoke, she lifted her gaze to meet Ning Yuchan's. Since you wish it, I shall accept you as my sister. From this day forward, we shall address each other as sisters. The sister she spoke of and the sister Ning Yuchan truly meant to be were not quite the same thing, but that didn't matter. What mattered was this. Given her status in the demon lands, accepting a sister carried implications far deeper than a mere title. Those in power must be cautious in their words and actions precisely because their casual gestures are deeply analyzed and interpreted by those below them. Especially when expressed in such a direct manner. If word of this matter were to leak out, it would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar in the outside world. Regardless of the reasons behind it, the deed was done. No one dared wager whether her intentions were genuine or merely a performance. In other words, from this moment onward, the name Ning Yuchan was destined to echo throughout the demon lands and the entire cultivation world. Moreover, while other regions remain uncertain, at least within the demon land's borders, she would become the most sought-after and powerful figure beneath Dantai Hani and Li Huai'an. Why? Simply because she is the sister acknowledged by the demon lord himself. That alone was enough. Of course, none of the three people in this room would care about such things. Dantai Hani and Li Huai'an truly couldn't care less. One was carefree and heartless, with eyes fixed solely on one person. The other stood atop the mountain, looking down on all power and influence. As for Ning Yuchan, she simply hadn't given those trivial matters a second thought. She'd been sheltered by her family all her life, her heart pure and untouched. She possessed some cunning, but not much enough for self-preservation, perhaps, but asking her to scheme against others would be asking too much. Recognizing Dantai Hani as her elder sister stemmed purely from the thought that they would eventually share the same husband. She wanted to build goodwill early on to spare Li Huai'an any awkwardness later. Hearing the other acknowledge her, she was naturally overjoyed, immediately calling out sweetly, "Sister Hani." Her voice trailed off in a long, drawn-out note, soft and seductive. That single utterance alone was enough to make most men lose control, their chests swelling proudly. Dantai Hani graciously acknowledged her. Yet the next moment, she abruptly changed the subject. "But, my dear sister, might you care to explain to this solitary one the nature of the yin-yang harmony technique aura lingering upon you?" The moment these words left her lips, the previously harmonious atmosphere instantly froze. The temperature in the surrounding air plummeted, causing even Li Huai'an to raise an eyebrow and glance sideways. Dantai Hani was launching her attack. Chapter 141, Demanding Benefits. Ning Yuchan's eyelids twitched violently. Only now. She recalled Li Huai'an's warning to her if she ever encountered Dantai Hani or was sought out by her, she must take a detour and flee immediately. When they first met, she'd completely forgotten about it, even curious how this legendary demon lord differed from other demon cultivators. More reasonable than the righteous path. Because the other party appeared so harmless, kind, and friendly, not at all like the possessive, cold-blooded, and bloodthirsty figure described by others. Otherwise, how could she have dared to befriend her, to build a connection? Love was waiting for her right here. She could only turn to Li Huai'an for help. Dantai Hani's reaction clearly showed jealousy. At this critical juncture, explaining things herself would only add fuel to the fire and backfire. Women understood women best. No matter how formidable Dantai Hani was, she remained a woman deeply in love, at that. She was unreasonable and wouldn't listen to reason. To deal with her, no one but Li Huai'an, the man directly involved, could make any difference. Ahem. Li Huai'an glanced at Ning Yuchan, who was wearing a pitiful expression, and set down his chopsticks. "Hani, I taught the cultivation technique to Chang'er. It's not her fault. Truth be told, he'd never been keen on meddling in the conflicts among those close to him. After all, both sides were equally dear to him. Favoring one would inevitably leave the other dissatisfied. As for maintaining perfect balance, that was even more unrealistic. It was like the war between the Divine Feather Court and the Demon Lands back then. The ceasefire and peace talks seemed fair to both sides, with neither suffering any losses. However, the truce meant that the Demon Lands cultivators would continue to be oppressed and bullied by the Imperial Court. For the Demon Lands, this was inherently unfair. So he chose to sit back and watch the tigers fight, letting them battle until both sides felt the pain and suffered heavy losses. Then, naturally, they would cease. As long as Wu Fian and Dantai Hani survived, that was all that mattered. He couldn't care less about how many others perished, nor did he care who ultimately won or lost. Even if one faction were utterly annihilated, he would not intervene. This was absolute fairness, standing neutral between both sides. But now he had no choice but to aid Ning Yuchan. If he didn't intervene, Ning Yuchan would truly die. Didn't Dantai Hani know that he himself had passed down the yin-yang harmony technique to Ning Yuchan? That was clearly unrealistic. In all the world, only she and Ning Yuchan had ever cultivated the yin-yang harmony technique. This technique was created solely for her to practice dual cultivation with him. If she knew that, why did she ask Ning Yuchan how she came to possess the aura of the yin-yang harmony technique, instead of directly questioning him about why he had passed it on to her? Therefore, there was only one reason. Testing. On the surface, these words seemed to be questioning Ning Yuchan, but in reality, she was testing her own attitude toward the latter. Is this woman important to you? Do you intend to intervene? If you don't plan to intervene, I'll kill her. Don't be fooled by Dantai Hani's sweet smile and constant dearest sister when she's around Ning Yuchan. This woman practices demonic arts. Her mind is already twisted. She could barely suppress her true nature and act normal in front of Li Huai'an. But with someone else, she could flip her face faster than turning a page. Did you send her? Seeing Li Huai'an step forward, Dantai Hani's icy aura softened slightly, though her tone remained sharp. What right do you have to pass on something I gave you? If it were ordinary items, she wouldn't have cared. Precious treasures, divine weapons, peerless cultivation techniques, none of it would have provoked such a reaction. As the ruler of the demon realm, she could command the winds and rains at will. The entire demon land was her personal domain. How much less would these external possessions matter? But the problem was, Li Huai'an had gifted her a dual cultivation technique, one she had personally created, specifically for the two of them. In her eyes, the yin-yang harmony technique was a private little pleasure between them, meant to be cultivated only by the two of them together. Yet now Li Huai'an had passed this technique to another woman and had even practiced it with her. What was that supposed to mean? Using the technique I created while he was rolling in the hay with her, just to make me feel like I was part of it? Thanks a lot. Am I supposed to brag about myself? Even if I have masochistic tendencies, this is taking it way too far, though it does feel a bit thrilling. Put. No, Dantai Hani, what's gotten into you? I'm here to confront you. Enough. Seeing Dantai Hani's expression, straining to suppress her inner excitement, Li Huai'an instantly guessed her thoughts and spoke directly. I'll take you along later. At those words, Dantai Hani nearly gave away her true feelings, nearly leaping out of her chair in excitement if Ning Yuchan hadn't been present. But remembering this newly adopted little sister, she still wanted to briefly maintain her dignity as the elder sister. So she feigned reserve. What do you mean together? I don't understand what you're talking about. I warn you, I am the demon lord, after all. Don't think you can bully me just because you're my master. You must give me a reasonable. As she spoke these words, her frosty eyes held a murderous glint, her chin lifted slightly, her face a blend of icy beauty and anger, truly resembling a chaste maiden who would rather die than yield. But if one could pierce through those layers of pretense, they might glimpse the plea hidden beneath the icy glare. Master, please help me. Spare your slave a shred of dignity. The facade was for the little girl. With Li Huai'an's keen insight, he could easily discern what Dantai Hani truly meant to convey. He shot her a withering glance, its meaning unspoken. We're both ancient foxes. What's with the Chai Jai act? We're on the same side, so drop the pretense. Dantai Hani stuck out her little tongue, mouthing silently, Master. Dinner. Li Huai'an couldn't be bothered to respond. Meanwhile, Ning Yuchan couldn't quite grasp why the mood had shifted so abruptly, but her sharp mind detected something amiss. Dantai Hani's behavior didn't seem like anger at all, but rather an attempt to gain an advantage? Come to think of it, as the mighty demon lord, did he truly need evidence to do as he pleased or hold anyone accountable? Does she need a reason to kill? If she suspects you're problematic, then you are problematic even if you're not. Dare to claim innocence, and that becomes the biggest problem of all. The thought sent a chill down her spine. Ning Yuchan shuddered again. She decided to stop thinking about it altogether and simply lowered her head to eat. With Li Huai'an here, nothing bad could happen to her. After a while. After the meal, Li Huai'an cleared the table while Ning Yuchan went into the kitchen to wash the dishes. Dantai Hani sat motionless in her chair, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her skirt. Head bowed, she remained silent, lost in thought as a faint blush spread across her fair cheeks. By the time Ning Yuchan emerged from the kitchen, Li Huai'an had already returned to his room. Dantai Hani remained seated in her chair, maintaining the same posture as before, her eyes closed, a single tear still clinging to the corner of her eye. Unlike before, her entire face was now flushed, the blush spreading all the way to her ears. Her crimson lips parted slightly, exhaling warm breath laced with fragrance, her entire body trembling with a faint, imperceptible quiver. This sight left Ning Yuchan utterly dumbfounded, her mind filled with question marks. No. Can someone tell me? What on earth happened here while I was just washing a few dishes? Chapter 142, Zhao Yu's Visit. The night passed without incident. The next morning, as the sun rose in the east, its bright rays streamed into the bedroom, illuminating the utter chaos within as if narrating the fierce battle that had raged the night before. Ning Yuchan was the first to open her eyes. A strikingly beautiful face, with feminine features, came into view. Unable to help herself, a faint smile touched her lips, radiating a maternal glow. She leaned in, pressing a light kiss upon his lips. Then her gaze fell upon the knot tied to the headboard. Her eyes followed the rope down to the edge of the bed, where the other end was fastened to a metal collar. Her smiling expression vanished instantly. Her lips twitched slightly, her chest heaved unsteadily, and she couldn't help but curse inwardly. That mad woman. After last night's fierce battle, she now felt not a shred of fear toward Dantai Hani, the demon lord whose fearsome reputation was well known. Li Huai'an was right, this woman was nothing but a lunatic. Even more twisted than those from Yunmeng. Despite her lofty status and terrifying combat prowess, the unapproachable queen in others' eyes, why did she become like this in private? Sigh. If it were only that, it might be bearable. After all, everyone has their peculiar preferences, perfectly normal. As long as it didn't affect her, she couldn't be bothered to judge, but the most outrageous part was this: once this woman got carried away, she wouldn't even spare her. She actually wanted to. And Li Huai'an didn't stop her. They'd clearly planned this beforehand, struck some deal, letting her do as she pleased. She couldn't overpower Dan Tai Honi, couldn't even resist. All she could do was clamp her eyes shut, forcing herself not to witness the other's spiritual energy invading her soul. It was a humiliation she would never forget for the rest of her life. She cried out hoarsely until her voice gave out, her tears dried up, yet Dan Tai Honi still wouldn't let her go. She insisted on pushing her to the absolute peak. Truly. In that moment, she truly wished she could call the police. Even now, recalling it sends shivers down her spine. Though they were both Li Huai'an's women, though they were both women. Ah! Ning Yuchan frantically tugged at her hair, her expression utterly defeated. She dared not dwell on it further, feeling utterly filthy. Get out of bed. Shower. Midway through washing, the bathroom door suddenly swung open. She instinctively glanced toward the entrance. Recognizing the figure, she froze for a few seconds before. Get the hell out of here. 9 o'clock sharp, breakfast time. Li Huai'an sat as if nothing had happened, slowly chewing his bread and milk. He resembled a young nobleman from an ancient family entering society, elegant and noble. Across from him, Ning Yuchan glared at him with a look of resentment. Her slender legs, hidden beneath the table, trembled slightly, her calves cramping. Creak! The bathroom door swung open once more. Dan Tai Honi emerged wearing Ning Yuchan's bathrobe, wiping her dripping hair with a towel as she greeted Li Huai'an. Good morning, master. Li Huai'an glanced at her, then shifted his gaze to Ning Yuchan, who was pouting before him. He offered no reply, only asked pointedly. Finished playing? Ning Yuchan's guess was correct. Last night's events had indeed been planned between them. He had played along with Dan Tai Honi, who in return had promised to leave Ning Yuchan alone. He believed. If it could appease her, it was a fair trade, saving him the trouble of further persuasion, though it would mean putting Ning Yuchan through some hardship. Yeah. Dan Tai Honi nodded, acting as if she hadn't seen Ning Yuchan at all. She sat down beside Li Huai'an and tore off a small piece of toast, popping it into her mouth. Ning Yuchan couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out. Are your other women as abnormal as her? If that were the case, she planned to head to the Civil Affairs Bureau that very afternoon to finalize the divorce. She'd rather forfeit the title of primary wife and become Li Huai'an's secondary consort. After all, their feelings were already solid, the certificate made no difference. Otherwise, every new arrival would fixate on her, then pull stunts like this at the drop of a hat. She couldn't endure it, her head would explode. If she couldn't stand up to them, she could at least avoid them, couldn't she? She loved Li Huai'an, and by extension, she was more than willing to befriend the newcomers. But someone like Dan Tai Honi? Absolutely not. She was terrifying. Who's not normal? Before the accused could speak, Dan Tai Honi beside her couldn't sit still any longer. I only love our master. Don't you dare slander my character. Then why did you last night? The mere mention of last night sent waves of nausea surging through Ning Yuchan's stomach. She couldn't even speak, her teeth clenched in fury. Who started disgusting me first? If you hadn't practiced the yin-yang harmony technique, would I have acted like this? Do you think I enjoyed doing that with you? Seeing this, Dan Tai Honi also recalled some unpleasant fragments of memory, her expression darkening. Yet she fared better than Ning Yuchan. At least she held her ground with confidence. I warn you, don't ever practice the yin-yang harmony technique with my master again. Next time, I'll go even further. That was her nature, she never let a slight go unpunished. She'd done plenty of things that hurt others but also hurt herself. She was like a mad dog, whoever upset her would suffer double the pain. No matter the cost, she'd gladly pay it. As if anyone cares about your crappy technique. After a long pause. The moment she regained her composure, Ning Yuchan immediately fired back. From this day forward, even if I, Ning Yuchan, remain forever stuck at this cultivation bottleneck, stagnant and unmoving, even if I die of old age, die outside, I will never once practice dual cultivation with your worthless technique. You'd better not. Both snorted coldly and turned their faces away. The plastic sisterhood they'd forged just last night had withered beyond recognition overnight. After breakfast, the three set out together. Ning Yuchan was heading to the Qingzhou branch to clock in for work, while Li Huai'an and Dan Tai Honi were bound for Tianxi Mountain to pay an impromptu visit to the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery. The reason for returning to Qingfeng Temple was simple. In this world, the few figures worthy of their attention could be counted on one hand. Wu Zhao, Lin Tianqiu, and the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery. That's it. Wu Zhao was abroad too far for Li Huai'an to bother traveling. Besides, the grudge between her and Dan Tai Honi remained unresolved. Meeting would inevitably be awkward. Lin Tianqiu was wholly devoted to his role as a scholar, distancing himself from the conflicts of the cultivation world. He hadn't even participated in the battle between the righteous and demonic factions 2 months prior, and would likely be unwilling to be disturbed by them, especially by Dantai Hongi, the demon sovereign. Apart from the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery, there were no better options available at the moment. The elevator descended. As the doors opened, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance. Ning Yuchan's expression shifted from puzzlement to delight. Sister Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Chapter 143, My idol is awesome. Oh, what a coincidence. Xiaoyu, who had been scrolling through videos while waiting for the elevator, instinctively looked up at the commotion. 2 women and a man stepped out of the elevator one after another. She stepped forward. Little Chan. After greeting Ning Yuchan first, she then bowed to Li Huai'an. Greetings, senior. Li Huai'an nodded in response. And this? Finally, her gaze settled on Dantai Hongi. Years of dealing with reincarnated beings had honed her intuition, telling her this woman was no ordinary person. Dantai Hongi. Li Huai'an answered. Dantai Hongi, arm linked through his, fiddled with the new phone she'd bought yesterday. Without so much as lifting an eyelid, she paid Xiaoyu no mind whatsoever. Demon Lord? Those 4 casually uttered words struck Xiaoyu like a thunderclap from a clear sky, leaving her stunned and rooted to the spot. Her reaction was even more intense than Ning Yuchan's when she first learned Dantai Hongi's true identity. After all, Ning Yuchan spent her days mingling with Li Huai'an. She never had a clear grasp of the hierarchical divisions within the cultivation world to begin with. On top of that, she was always pestering Li Huai'an to recount his past exploits. What sort of people could possibly associate with Li Huai'an? Were they not the oddities among oddities? The titans among titans? Having heard countless tales of these ancient beings, she genuinely didn't think Dantai Hongi, this so-called sovereign of the demon lands, was anything special. Her earlier shock stemmed more from the stark contrast between Dantai Hongi's demeanor and her actions. Who would have thought the mighty demon sovereign would stoop to serving others? Xiaoyu was different. Not everyone had Ning Yuchan's luck, getting to hear ancient secrets as bedtime stories every night. Even after several cycles of spiritual energy revival, beings like Dantai Hongi who stood at the very pinnacle of their era remained few and far between. Worldwide, there were only 3 or 5 such beings. Forget Xiaoyu, even Wei Yong had only encountered 2 such beings. Dantai Hongi, in particular, differed from figures like Li Huai'an and Wu Zhao. The latter group of cultivators were willing to integrate into modern society, abide by its rules and order, and even establish communication or cooperation with official forces. Regardless of their motives, they at least approach modern society with a friendly disposition, posing no significant threat at worst. But Dantai Hongi is a demonic cultivator. According to the intelligence Dong Yunyu brought back, she is utterly unreasonable, killing without hesitation at the slightest provocation even her own people. She is utterly unapproachable, unobservable, untouchable, and unpredictable. One misstep could unleash catastrophic destruction upon society. To put it bluntly, she is the quintessential social destabilizing factor that must be eliminated. Ironically, the Black Ice platform had no means to deal with her. Even when all the righteous sects of the 9 provinces joined forces, they failed to subdue her. That battle sent shockwaves across the world. This has led to heated debates not only among Xiaoyu but throughout the entire upper echelons of Great Xia regarding how to handle Dantai Hongi's emergence. Some proposed inviting Wu Zhao to join forces, using one wolf to devour another. Others suggested gathering all high-tier cultivators within Great Xia to launch another campaign against the demons. Still others proposed simply ceding Yangzhou, then establishing isolation arrays at its borders with other provinces to sever ties with the demon lands altogether. Naturally, the last proposal was met with unanimous opposition from the other leaders. The reasoning was simple: ancestral lands? How could they be given away? Yet to this day, no mutually beneficial solution has been finalized, precisely because the Great Xia faction lacks the military strength to counter Dantai Hongi. The initiative lay entirely in her hands. And now, the Demon Lord, who had caused such headaches and indecision among the entire Xia leadership, now stood before him without warning. How could Xiaoyu not be filled with dread? She had been on the verge of turning and running away. Fortunately, at the last moment, she remembered Li Huai'an. Gazing at their intertwined hands, she couldn't help but swallow hard. So, is the rumor true? This bloodthirsty demon lord, is he really the other party's servant? She pondered. After weighing her options, she mustered her courage and asked Li Huai'an for confirmation. Senior, you really know the demon lord? She was clever with words, avoiding the direct question, is the demon lord your servant? This left room for backtracking later. What do you mean, no? To her surprise, Dantai Hongi showed no hesitation in revealing their connection. Instead, she seemed eager to confirm her relationship with Li Huai'an. Didn't that girl who visited my demon realm recently tell you I'm the master's handmaiden? I instructed her to say that if anyone asked. Ahem. At these words, 2 choked coughs erupted simultaneously from those present. One came from Xiaoyu, the other from Ning Yuchan. Ning Yuchan found this woman utterly baffling. Was being made something to be proud of? Why emphasize it so much, as if afraid others wouldn't know? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if word got out? You're the demon lord, for heaven's sake. Can't you act like a demon lord? I know you're twisted, but could you at least hide it? Standing next to you like this is seriously embarrassing, you know. Zhao Yu, while astonished by Dan Tai Hong's bluntness, found himself admiring Li Huai'an even more. Indeed. Only my idol could make the unrivaled demon lord willingly admit in public that she's his handmaiden.
Evidently, the methods he displayed had reached a level of power beyond comprehension.
Damn impressive. Truly impressive.
In peaceful times, she herself had been a top graduate from a prestigious university, erudite and able to quote classical texts effortlessly. But at this moment, she felt that any flowery words or poetic phrases to describe him would seem pale and inadequate, unable to truly highlight his might. Only the blunt, unadorned word awesome felt truly fitting. Poof. Dan Tai Hongyi gave a light snort, ignoring the two of them as she continued fiddling with her phone. Every so often, she'd pull up a few pages and hand them to Li Huai'an. Like a little girl who just mastered a new skill and couldn't wait for her parents' praise. Look, don't I learn things fast? Ning Yuchan seized the moment to ask Zhao Yu about her purpose. So, Sister Zhao Yu, what brings you to see my dear so early in the morning? Though she and Zhao Yu were close friends, Ning Yuchan wasn't so conceited as to assume Zhao Yu had come specifically for her. There was no need. Work hours would begin shortly. Any matters could wait until she arrived to discuss in person. Oh dear, what a scatterbrain I am. I nearly forgot the real reason I came. Zhao Yu slapped her forehead. She had indeed come to see Li Huai'an, though her original intention was to bring Ning Yuchan along too. Even if she hadn't run into her here, she would have called her later. After all, Ning Yuchan served as the liaison between Black Ice Platform and Li Huai'an and as Li Huai'an's wife. Bypassing her to approach Li Huai'an directly would be improper, both professionally and personally. This place is crowded and full of prying eyes. Why don't we find a coffee shop and chat over a drink? Chapter 144, Dan Tai Hongyi, who fell in love with coffee. None of the three objected to Zhao Yu's suggestion. Li Huai'an had actually intended to refuse. Having cultivated to this stage, even without deliberately projecting into the future, he could sense the flow of myriad karmic causes and conditions the moment a thought arose. Zhao Yu wished to erect a monument in his honor, singing his praises. His intentions were good, but great trees attract the wind. Such an act would disrupt the master's tranquil life, and besides, he had always been indifferent to worldly fame and fortune. In comparison, he preferred the anonymity of an ordinary life. Yet seeing Dan Tai Hongyi's eager expression, he changed his mind. It was rare for this girl to take such an interest in anything. She wanted to try coffee, something unheard of in the immortal realm. Having never tasted it, she found the idea novel. But he knew she wouldn't bring it up herself unless prompted. This girl cared too much about his thoughts, always wanting to cater to his wishes. Back in the dream realm during his previous life, she had even built a sect master's palace specifically because he enjoyed seclusion, spending every day cooped up inside with him. Never stepping beyond the gates, she'd practically cultivated the traits of a homebody. Since she now seemed willing to engage with the outside world, taking her out to explore might be a good idea. Following Zhao Yu's directions, the group drove to a private coffee shop. Rain SHN. This coffee shop was one of Zhao Yu's own businesses, open to the public on weekdays. However, the prices were exorbitant, resulting in very few customers. Perfect for business discussions. They entered the shop. Zhao Yu exchanged greetings with the manager before leading Li Huai'an and the others straight upstairs. She had a private room there, accessible only to her. Ordering. Li Huai'an and Ning Yuchan stuck to their usual choices, an Americano and a latte. Dan Tai Hongyi, however, stared at the menu's dazzling array of options, torn. They all look so good, which one should I get? Seeing this, Zhao Yu simply instructed the server to bring one of each beverage and snack item listed on the menu. After all, they were cultivators, they couldn't get sick from eating. A moment later, several waitstaff entered the private room carrying trays, placing dozens of cups of coffee in various sizes and flavors on the table, followed by an assortment of snacks. They then silently exited the room and closed the door. Here, try them all. Zhao Yu called out. The coffee beans I use in my shop are top-tier varieties I secured through personal connections. You couldn't buy them anywhere else, even with money. And those baristas? I hired them directly from abroad at great expense, world-class masters who've won multiple international awards and enjoy renowned reputations. With such premium ingredients and discerning expertise, the flavor won't disappoint you. Hearing this, Dan Tai Hongyi felt even more tempted. She glanced at Li Huai'an. After receiving his nod of approval, she eagerly picked up a cup of cappuccino adorned with exquisite latte art and took a sip. Her eyes lit up. This thing called coffee, though merely mortal sustenance offering no tangible aid in cultivating one's realm, possessed a truly remarkable flavor. After indulging in the various nectars and rare treasures offered by her subjects, a change of pace was quite welcome. She took another generous sip. The cup emptied quickly. Could you at least mind your manners? Ning Yuchan couldn't help but tease, reaching for a wet wipe from the nearby box to dab away the coffee stain at her lips. Slow down. No one's trying to take it from you, for heaven's sake. Dan Tai Hongyi retorted unhappily. Why are you acting like those censors around Wu Fian now?
You can't do this, you have to be careful with that. Who's the older sister here, you or me? Ning Yuchan was momentarily speechless. All right. She admitted she might be overstepping a bit, but for some reason, she just couldn't stand seeing Dan Tai Hani act so reckless and carefree, completely oblivious to her image. The moment she saw it, she felt compelled to correct her. Mainly, she had genuinely admired Dan Tai Hani before. Born a mere woman of humble origins, lacking Wu Zetian's dazzling genius, yet rising from adversity to reign supreme. It was an inspiring rags to riches story. But then she suddenly discovered that the other person's true nature and character were vastly different from what she'd imagined. It was a bit like feeling frustrated when someone doesn't live up to their potential. It's like fans discovering their idol's scandal. Alright, if she wants a cup, let her have it. There's no one else here. Li Huai'an stepped in to smooth things over, handing Ning Yuchan the latte she'd ordered. Zhao Yu, ever observant, promptly pulled out a card embossed with gilded rose patterns and slipped it discreetly into Dan Tai Hani's hand. This is the coffee shop's VIP membership card. If your highness the demon lord doesn't mind, all your future coffee here will be complimentary. Dan Tai Hani froze for a moment, instinctively turning to look at Li Huai'an again. Say thank you. Thank you. Only then did she accept the card. Consider this a favor owed to you. Should you ever make an enemy, I shall intervene once to destroy their lineage. Zhao Yu was instantly overcome with joy. This was a promise from a great master at the mortal slaying realm. With such a pledge, she would fear no one, not even those from secluded sects. After all, with this figure's power, as long as no one of the Qingfeng sect master's caliber intervened, annihilating any top-tier reclusive sect within the Great Xia would be as easy as child's play. Yet immediately afterward came a mix of laughter and tears. No wonder they say His Highness the Demon Lord acts on a whim. A mere few cups of coffee bought his favor, and he dared make such a weighty promise. If word of this reached the higher-ups above would likely transform an entire city into one massive coffee shop, where the residents would have only one daily task: devise new ways to develop all manner of coffee flavors for Dan Tai Hani. Your Highness, please try this cup. And this one. These are all our shop's signature blends. If anything doesn't meet your expectations, please don't hesitate to share your feedback. I'll have them study and improve upon it. Treat this place like your own home, no need to be formal. After introducing several more of the shop's specialties to Dan Tai Hani, Zhao Yu turned to Li Huai'an. Senior, is the flavor to your liking? It's good. Li Huai'an gave a slight nod, glancing at Dan Tai Hani, who was completely absorbed in savoring the coffee. He raised his hand and cast a subtle sound-blocking spell. Let's talk business. Zhao Yu's expression turned serious. Without further ado, he cut to the chase. To be perfectly honest, my visit today concerns two matters. One involves you, Senior, and the other. He paused. Her gaze shifted imperceptibly toward Dan Tai Hani, the implication clear. Originally, she'd heard from Dongyan Yu and Ning Yuchan that Li Huai'an knew Dan Tai Hani and that their relationship was anything but ordinary. So she'd come to ask him for advice on issues like the settlement of the demon lands and how to deal with them. Little did she expect to encounter the person directly involved. This was rather awkward. Certain questions simply couldn't be asked in front of Dan Tai Hani, the demon lord, unless Li Huai'an himself brought them up. Li Huai'an, of course, could see right through her thoughts and stated directly. I'll let her discuss her matters with you shortly. As for mine, you want to write my biography? Chapter 145, Affairs of the Demon Realm Settled Part 1. The words had barely left his mouth when Zhao Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Wait. I haven't even started explaining yet, how did you already know? She could swear on her life that, aside from Dongyu, she hadn't told a single soul about this matter, not even Shui Zijing, who'd brought it up. Up until now. Only the four of them knew about this matter. And none of the four were the type to let their mouths run away with them. So there was absolutely no way this could have leaked. However, this matter, more secret than top secret, had been casually revealed by the person before him. How had he managed it? Could it be that nothing in this world held any secrets from him? Was he truly like the legendary immortals, omniscient and omnipotent? Though Zhao Yu never doubted Li Huai'an's power, in this very moment, an inexplicable dread gripped him. It was the primal instinct of all living beings to seek safety and avoid danger, a fear of the unknown and the powerful, much like ordinary mortals facing ghosts and gods. In Zhao Yu's eyes, the man before him was a god or a spirit. After a long moment, she finally pulled herself out of this strange emotional state and recounted every detail of her and Shui Zijing's secret plot to Li Huai'an. Finally, she didn't forget to ask his opinion. What do you think, Senior? Ultimately, she and Shui Zijing had orchestrated all this for two reasons. First, to repay his assistance. Second, to win his favor. The latter reason held even greater weight. If the person himself wasn't willing, it would only be overkill. You seem quite sharp, little one, so why do you act so foolish when it comes to getting things done? Before Li Huai'an could speak, Dan Tai Hani interjected. My master has never been one to chase fame or fortune. Asking him would only lead to rejection. Couldn't you just sneak around like me and surprise him? Does he really think he could punish you for caring about him? He's no tyrant. Whoa. That makes sense. After hearing Dan Taihong's words, Zhao Yu was instantly filled with regret. He wanted to jump up and punch himself in the head if only he hadn't asked. Now he truly shot himself in the foot. He could have done it secretly like she suggested. Even if it caused some discontent, the worst outcome would have been a scolding afterward. It certainly wouldn't have cost him his life over such a minor matter. What mattered was the sentiment behind it. When dealing with those in power, it's not about what you give them. Sitting in their position, they already lack nothing, they have everything. The real test lies in your attitude, demonstrating humility and obedience, always considering their interests and acting in their best interests. As long as your attitude is right. Even if you make some harmless little mistakes, the other party will still hold a favorable impression of you. No one would blame someone whose intentions are for their own benefit. Now look at this. She asked for permission. If she gets rejected, should she do it or not? If she does it, she'll be openly defying Li Huai'an. She doesn't want to end up not only failing to win his favor but also making him feel she's challenging his authority. But if she doesn't, this rare chance to curry favor, to just let it go? She couldn't bring herself to give it up. If you don't speak up, no one will mistake you for a mute. Taking in Zhao Yu's conflicted expression, Li Huai'an shot Dan Taihong a glare. His words paused briefly before he added with a hint of resignation. Fine, do as you please. Just don't make too much noise. That was tacit approval. Truthfully, he understood many things deep down. But peace was impossible. The tree may wish to stand still, but the wind will not cease. The extraordinary deeds he had committed in his previous life would inevitably grow in renown over time, even without deliberate promotion. In his previous life, when he undertook so many deeds, he never imagined he would be reborn. He simply lived freely, following his own path. Now, with the revival of spiritual energy and the return of more and more acquaintances from his past life, those secrets buried in the dust of time will inevitably see the light of day again. It was merely a matter of time. Given that, he might as well let events unfold naturally, meet each challenge as it comes, and handle each situation as it arises. Senior, you agree? You don't mind? Hearing this, Zhao Yu was taken aback for a moment, then his face lit up with delight. He hadn't expected the other party to agree. Didn't that mean he accepted their goodwill and considered them his own people? Yes, she could interpret it that way without issue. Compiling Li Huai'an's autobiography would become one of their primary duties, essentially working for him. Wouldn't that make them his trusted confidants? Overjoyed, she immediately summoned a waiter, posted a notice, and announced that coffee would be complimentary all day. She would cover the entire bill. The waiter asked why. Don't ask. Just because I feel like it. After the attendant left, she took a deep breath, picked up a cup of coffee, and downed it in one gulp, suppressing her emotions to avoid appearing too elated. Then she noticed Li Huai'an whispering to Ning Yuchan and realized he was creating an opportunity for her to speak with Dan Taihong. Without him present, Dan Taihong's temperament would certainly refuse to acknowledge her and might even kill her on a whim if displeased. She shot him a grateful glance. Then, she turned her gaze toward Dan Taihong and cautiously spoke. Your Highness the Demon Lord. Chapter 146, Affairs in the Demon Realm concluded, Part 2. Hearing Zhao Yu's voice, Dan Taihong lifted a cup of coffee, crossed her legs, and dangled her small feet encased in black ankle boots in the air, glancing at her sideways. Ahem. Zhao Yu cleared her throat, striving to make her tone sound humble and deferential, careful not to offend the other party. Well, Your Highness, I have a matter to discuss. Get to the point. Dan Taihong cut straight through her carefully prepared introduction, skipped the long-winded preamble. I have no interest in listening. Just state what you want. As she spoke, she set down her porcelain cup, lifting her frosty gaze to meet Zhao Yucheng's. Her full, fair legs crossed elegantly, her lips as crimson as blood, her expression noble and icy. Even Ning Yuchan couldn't help but glance over. This was the first time she'd ever seen the other woman like this. Every inch of her skin, every cell, radiated the opulent aura of one long accustomed to power. For a moment, she almost believed the ruthless, ice-cold empress of the demon lands had returned. This was the image of Dan Taihong she had always envisioned. Zhao Yu, however, was startled. She feared she had done something wrong or spoken out of turn, causing displeasure, and dared not utter another word. After a long moment, she finally calmed down. Seeking solace, she glanced at Li Huai'an without drawing attention before daring to speak. It's nothing major. This junior merely wished to convey goodwill from Great Xia to Your Highness, and to see if there is anything you require that we might be of service. And also, you fear I might ignite a war, bringing suffering upon the people, do you not? Dan Taihong cut her off again, her expression cold and tinged with impatience. Go back and tell whoever sent you, I am not Wu Zetian. I only wish to live peacefully with my master. I have no interest in unifying the realm. As long as you and your righteous faction cease troubling me, my men will not initiate conflict. Nor will I disrupt the order you uphold. Hearing this, Zhao Yu's taut nerves instantly relaxed, but before she could fully rejoice, Dan Taihong's next words sent a chill through her heart. However, that girl should have mentioned the situation in the demon lands to you before. After enduring oppression for so long, not all demon cultivators can let go like I have. Though I am the demon lord, commanding the demon realm, I cannot control every soul. Some will pay lip service while secretly causing trouble elsewhere. This is unavoidable. In truth, no matter how charismatic a ruler or how mighty a dynasty or imperial authority fails to reach, dark rats will always lurk, committing evil deeds. This has been true throughout history. Corrupt officials persist despite repeated crackdowns. This does not signify the incompetence or weakness of those in power, but rather an inevitability for all living beings harbor ambition and desire. These ambitions and desires blind them, driving them to commit a series of foolish acts they know may cost them their lives. This is the inherent flaw in human nature, beyond the reach of external forces. As the second in command of the Qingzhou branch, Zhao Yu naturally understood this truth. Every organization, every power structure, operates this way. There is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. Nothing is purely black or white. Even within their black ice platform, there are rotten apples. As long as those individuals don't overstep their bounds and jeopardize the greater scheme of things, no one bothers to investigate their affairs. After all, you need people to get things done, don't you? Take the hunt for an extremely dangerous reincarnated individual, for instance. That's precisely when these people get to make use of their remaining usefulness. They're the perfect cannon fodder. So, after a moment's deliberation, she cautiously probed, but if they threaten society, should we request assistance from the elders in the demon lands, or you handle it yourselves? With that statement, Zhao Yu felt reassured. Truthfully, her concerns had never centered on what Dan Taihani might do, for both Dong Yunyu and Li Huai'an had assured her the opponent harbored little ambition. Her true worry was this. If forces from the demon lands emerged to cause trouble, should they kill them? Not kill them. Could they simply let them wreak havoc? Cause untold suffering? Wouldn't all the order the Black Ice platform had spent years upholding become a laughingstock? Kill. She feared offending Dan Taihani. After all, those individuals were cultivators who had emerged from the demon lands. If not out of respect for the monk, then at least out of respect for the Buddha. So she had just tested the waters with her words, implying, will you send your own people to clean up your own mess, or shall we do it for you? Dan Taihani's response, however, put her mind completely at ease. Because she wouldn't interfere. Her non-interference made things straightforward. Without counting the four great reverends in Dan Taihani, in terms of overall strength, the Great Xia Alliance of Righteous Sects possessed the capability to face off against the demon lands. On behalf of the people of Great Xia, this junior thanks your highness for your profound sense of justice. Zhao Yu rose and bowed respectfully to Dan Taihani. Dan Taihani paid her no further attention, continuing to sip her coffee. Have we concluded our discussion? At that moment, Li Huai'an glanced at his watch and spoke up. If we're done, let's call it a day. I still need to take Hongyi to Tianxi Mountain shortly. To Qingfeng Temple? Yes. She's about to undergo her divine transformation, but her inner demons are causing trouble. Your master has a magical artifact that's remarkably effective at suppressing such demons. We'll borrow it for now. Generally speaking, cultivators don't face the great calamity of the heart demon before breaking through to the Huatian stage. That's because most have already cut it off at the Zhanfan stage, making it rare for it to linger until the eve of Huatian. Dan Tai Hongyi. It can only be said that it was all Li Huai'an's fault for failing to purge them completely. Of course, it wasn't a major issue. If the Qingfeng sect master's artifact proved ineffective, he could have simply intervened himself. The main reason was laziness. Taking the shortcut was far easier than dealing with the hassle. Only after she eliminates her heart demon will her true breakthrough to the spirit transformation stage begin. Unify the three bodies, manifest the wheel of rebirth bell. Strike this bell to reveal an ancient bridge, the 10-step bridge. Those who traverse this bridge shall enter the realm of spirit transformation. It sounds simple enough. Yet ancient scriptures warn, on the 10-step bridge, every 10 paces bring a phantom. Do not look back, for when the wheel of rebirth tolls, your path vanishes. Crossing 100 steps, you leave the past behind. Crossing the bridge signifies a complete farewell to the past, severing all worldly attachments, shedding earthly karma, and achieving eternal separation from mortals. A lifespan as vast as the heavens. Yet countless attachments lurk upon the bridge, tempting cultivators to turn back. Should one glance behind, the 10-step bridge will devour them, condemning them to eternal ruin. Until all cultivation vanishes into nothingness, the soul returns to the heavens and earth, and both body and path perish. Who can guarantee they can let go of everything? Even the most cold-blooded cultivator, be it a heretic or a demonic master, harbors something cherished deep within their heart, a soft spot hidden in the deepest recesses of their soul. A cultivator who treads this bone-strewn path of defiance against the world does so for a reason, that reason being what you cannot let go of. Thus, this path is exceedingly difficult to traverse. Of course, it's not that one must be utterly without desire to cross the bridge. After all, the great transformation yields 50 possibilities, while heaven yields 49. Leaving a single thread for others to contend over, that is the thread of life. If it were a path of certain death, it would not have been laid out. In short, The leap from transcending the mundane to becoming a divine spirit marks the watershed between true and false prodigies. Only those who attain divine spirit status are worthy of the title Heaven's Favored Child. Chapter 147, Transcending Mortality. Your Highness, she's ascending? Upon learning Li Huai'an's purpose for visiting Qingfeng Monastery, Zhao Yu's eyes widened instantly. She never imagined Dan Taihani had already taken that step. Divine Transformation Grand Cultivator. Those 3 words alone spoke volumes. Foundation Establishment Ants. Golden Core Patriarchs. Yuan Infant Old Fiends. Transcendent Sages. Below the spirit transformation realm, even those as powerful as the transcending mortals, unmatched in the world and dominating an era, could only be called cultivators. They were unworthy of the title Great Cultivator. These 3 words themselves symbolize supreme glory. Only upon reaching the spirit transformation stage can one truly be considered to have embarked upon the path of immortality. Surveying the existing annals. The 5 Domains Era. Dom Lianyue, the master of the Heavenly Sword sect, possessed innate sword bones. On the day of her birth, sword clouds filled the sky. Even Li Huai'an coveted this physique, hailing her as a prodigy of the sword path. The era of the Immortal Emperor. The founding empress crushed the cultivation world with her iron fist, ending millennia of sect and clan warfare to unify the realm, truly a peerless prodigy. Yet neither ever reached the threshold of divine transformation. While the limitations of their eras played a role, who could guarantee that even without constraints, they would have succeeded in advancing? This was not something that could be achieved by talent alone. Li Huai'an was the exception. And now, perhaps in the near future, she would witness the birth of a legendary spirit transformation cultivator with her own eyes. How could this not shake her to her core? At the same time, she felt profound relief. How fortunate that Qingzhou had Li Huai'an, how fortunate that the Black Ice platform had Ning Yuchan, how fortunate that she had defied all objections to befriend them both. Otherwise, she truly dared not imagine how utterly hopeless and helpless she would feel, given the Great Xiao's current foundations, when facing a reincarnated divine transformation cultivator, especially one who had risen from a sea of corpses and blood as a colossus of the demonic path. Lost in these thoughts, she suddenly asked, "By the way, what realm are you actually at, senior?" Hearing this question, Dan Taihani and Ning Yuchan, who had been standing by indifferently, as if none of this concerned them, instantly perked up their ears. Clearly, they were equally curious about the answer. Even Ning Yuchan, who shared his bed, only knew that Li Huai'an was immensely powerful. Exactly how high? She had no idea. Dan Taihani didn't know either. She couldn't even begin to fathom it. In fact, she had a vague premonition that even if she truly reached the spirit transformation stage, she still wouldn't be able to see through it. That very impenetrability was the true terror. "What's this? Trying to figure me out?" Li Huai'an countered with a smile, then shot both women a glance. "And you too, stop acting like nosy little kids trying to get in on everything." Dan Taihani and Ning Yuchan exchanged glances. One gave an awkward smile and lowered her head, while the other pouted slightly, though she wisely refrained from pressing further. Zhao Yu hurriedly explained. "We wouldn't dare, we were just asking casually. The path of cultivation requires steady progress, step by step. The greatest pitfall is setting your sights too high and harboring unrealistic fantasies. Knowing too much can cloud your mind." Li Huai'an shook his head. Though he showed no reproach, he also didn't reveal the truth. "As for my cultivation level, well, it's higher than the transformation of spirit stage." "Then master, how did you cross the 10-step ridge?" Dan Taihani pressed on. Her question was entirely reasonable. She was about to cross the 10-step ridge herself, and learning from predecessors could boost her chances of success. But to her surprise, Li Huai'an shook his head again. "I never crossed the 10-step ridge." Splash! At these words, Dan Taihani's expression abruptly changed. Her wrist jerked, sending the entire cup of coffee spilling onto the table. It cascaded down the edge, soaking her dress. She didn't have time to wipe it off. She stared at Li Huai'an in utter disbelief, her expression as if she'd seen a ghost. Zhao Yu and Ning Yuchan looked at her, utterly bewildered. Among the 3 women present, only she understood what breaking through to the nascent soul stage before even crossing the 10 steps bridge truly meant. As for the other 2, had it not been for the emergence of the Divine Feather Dynasty's tomb and the successful collaboration between the Great Xiao's high-ranking officials and Wu Zhao, which yielded some of the latter's materials, they wouldn't even know that realms existed beyond the nascent soul stage. Thus, they couldn't comprehend why Dan Taihani was reacting so intensely. Seeing this, Dan Taihani patiently began her explanation, primarily addressing Ning Yuchan. Yuanling cultivators grasp a thread of spatial laws. When they refine their divine souls into spiritual bodies and cultivate spiritual domains, they gain the potential to break through to the Zhanfan realm. The prerequisite for advancing from transcending mortality to spirit transformation is to grasp a thread of the essence of reincarnation, to comprehend life and death, to understand heaven's mandate, and to align with it. She first outlined some fundamental knowledge about the spirit transformation realm. When the wheel of rebirth chimes, the 10-step bridge manifests. Cultivators who cross this bridge, shrouded in the essence of rebirth, may carry away a thread of that essence, thus attaining the spirit transformation realm. But beyond this, there is actually another path to spirit transformation. Her voice paused as she looked at Li Huai'an, softly uttering two words. Transcending mortality. This was the first time since meeting Dantai Hanya that Ning Yuchan had seen her gaze toward Li Huai'an hold any emotion besides love. How could she feel apprehension toward a man she loved so deeply, a love so intense it could even suppress the shadow he cast? What path had this man walked that shook the ages? After a moment's pause, Dantai Hanya continued. Though a Huatian cultivator has grasped but a thread of the reincarnation realm, it remains a mere drop in the ocean compared to the entire reincarnation system, truly insignificant. Yet for ordinary cultivators, this sliver of the reincarnation realm creates a chasm as vast as heaven and earth, an abyss they could spend their entire lives attempting to cross without success. If the Wheel of Rebirth Bell and the 10-step bridge represent the necessary stages of comprehending rebirth, then transcending mortality is akin to undergoing a rebirth oneself. At this point, even Zhao Yu and Ning Yuchan, however uninformed they might be, now grasped the utterly unfathomable nature of what Li Huai'an had undertaken. In theory, ascending to deity offered two paths. Yet in reality, this was no multiple-choice question. Transcending to mortal form was a path of certain death. To voluntarily enter the cycle of reincarnation. This was not something mortal beings could achieve. Reincarnation is the authority of heaven and earth. The 10-step bridge's realm of reincarnation was also a chance bestowed by the Tao upon all beings. For a mere mortal to presume to stand shoulder to shoulder with heaven and earth? It's sheer folly. Even if we concede the impossible, supposing you possessed such divine talent, even if you were the most prodigiously gifted being in all of history, mortals live but a mere 100 years. To comprehend the true essence of reincarnation and grasp the nature of life and death within a mere century? How could that be possible? Transforming into a mortal isn't merely sealing one's cultivation to experience a human life, it means truly losing all cultivation and becoming ordinary. And that alone isn't enough. Once you begin the transformation, your cultivation realm ceases to advance, there is no path for further growth. In other words, either one attains enlightenment in a single moment, leaping directly from mortal to spirit transformation stage, bypassing all intermediate realms. Or else live out the remainder of one's life as a mortal, ending in frustration and despair. This is a path of no return. 100 years. Failure to attain the spirit transformation stage means death, life force and blood will wither away, and even immortal elixirs cannot cure it. Master, could you tell us how you managed it? After explaining to the two women, Dantai Hanya immediately turned to Li Huai'an, pleading. Her curiosity was about to explode. She desperately wanted to know, for she had scoured every record in the demon lands and found no cultivator who had ever dared to become mortal. Even throughout the entire history of the cultivation world, those who dared to become mortal were few and far between. The other two women also looked at him with eager anticipation. Tell us. All right. A trace of reminiscence flickered in Li Huai'an's eyes. Gazing at the yellowing, withered leaves drifting outside the window, he exhaled a breath of stale air as his thoughts drifted back to a time long, long ago. Chapter 148, The Endless Sea. The Wu Dynasty Era. The Emperor's personal sword-bearing mentor traveled the land, subduing 100 sects until all under heaven submitted. Yet after this battle, both vanished without a trace. The Empress once dispatched trusted aides to search all 13 provinces, yet found nothing. The Endless Sea. Due to its unique geography and scarcity of resources, this place had been abandoned by the world. It belonged to no faction, a land of no master. Amidst the vast sea shimmering with jagged waves, a ferry boat glided. The ferryman slowly and steadily propelled the boat with a pine oar. Seated behind him were a middle-aged couple, the woman cradling an infant. At the stern, a young couple sat close together, whispering quietly. The man wore white robes and a black cloak, his eyes bright as stars, his beauty like jade. His complexion was pale, tinged with a hint of weariness, yet this did nothing to diminish his otherworldly aura. Instead, it added a touch of frail beauty. He resembled a refined young gentleman, sheltered from the world since childhood. The woman, her face veiled in sheer silk gauze, wore a light blue gown and held a plain paper umbrella, shielding the man from the sea's wind and rain. They were none other than Li Changsheng and Gong Lianyue, who had vanished from the 13 provinces. Brother Taoist, are you truly unwilling to reconsider? Sensing the growing abnormality within the man beside her, Gong Lianyue wore a look of deep concern. Half a month ago, he had begun to regress in his cultivation. At first, she had thought he had encountered a setback in his cultivation. Later, upon inquiry, she learned he intended to undergo the divine transformation, a revelation that had truly startled her. Given Li Changsheng's extraordinary divine talent, achieving the transformation of the spirit realm wasn't surprising. The problem was, in this era, heaven and earth forbade the birth of any being at that level. Without the toll of the Wheel of Rebirth Bell or the manifestation of the 10-step bridge, even with boundless treasures at one's disposal, it was impossible to cook without rice. Without grasping the essence of reincarnation, ascending to the spirit transformation realm was hopeless. Therefore, to achieve deification in this era, there was only one path. To become mortal. a path so perilous even the proud martial emperor dared not tread. Gong Lianyue tried to dissuade him. His talent was undeniable. If he waited just a few more centuries, when heaven and earth opened a crack, a seat among the divine transcended would surely be his. He was still young. But he refused. And so, the two went into hiding, crossing vast territories to reach the boundless sea. This realm lay far from the cultivation world, inhabited mostly by mortals, a place that might aid in his descent into the mortal realm. And so it began. He embarked upon a path of cultivation unimaginable to those in the illusory dream realm, a path never trodden by any before. He was its pioneer and trailblazer. Of course. But that is a story for another time. You've asked that question many times already. Li Changding let the bone-chilling sea wind lash his face as he murmured softly, "There's nothing to consider. Since I've started, I'll see it through to the end." As he spoke, he gazed at the girl's exquisite, delicate face and teased, "If I were to die, you should be happy. After I'm gone, you'll be free. What nonsense are you spouting?" The moment the words left his mouth, the girl recoiled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She shoved him away forcefully, her face flushed with anger, her eyes nearly blazing with fury. She was genuinely furious. Yet, the man she glared at, whose cultivation had clearly fallen below even hers, remained as calm and composed as ever. That serene, detached smile on his face seemed unshakable, as if nothing, not even the collapse of the heavens, could alter it. It was infuriating. But it also brings peace of mind. I don't want freedom. I only want you to live. Gong Lianyue knew she'd likely never win over the man before her. Casting aside her status as the head of the sect, she resorted to sheer stubbornness. "I don't care. You must live." Li Changding stared into those eyes, more captivating than the stars themselves. Their owner met his gaze without flinching, her expression stubborn and unyielding. Their gazes locked, neither spoke for a long while. After a long while, he smiled, breaking the gaze first. "Just kidding. I know. I won't die. I believe you." The wind picked up over the sea, churning up fierce waves. The ferryman's strokes with the pole grew noticeably strained, and the boat's pace gradually slowed. "Gentlemen, this wind seems rather ominous today. It'll likely keep blowing for a while. I'm not sure if our boat will make it to shore before sunset. I've brought some provisions, nothing fancy, just simple fare. If you don't mind, please have something to tide you over." As the wind grew fiercer, the boatman, a seasoned sailor who'd spent years drifting the seas, knew the vessel could scarcely push against the gale any longer. He resolved to halt and rest for a while. Yet his expression remained unruffled. After all, encountering strong winds and rough seas was common at sea. He'd weathered storms far fiercer than today's, and accidents were rare. Unless, of course, their luck turned so dire they encountered the wrath of sea beasts, though he'd only ever heard tales of such misfortune from his long-deceased grandfather. The middle-aged couple asked the boatman for 3 or 4 multigrain steamed buns and a small amount of fresh water. Li Changding and Gong Lianyue politely declined the boatman's offer. It wasn't that they were putting on airs. For cultivators, food from the mortal world was tolerable only when prepared with exceptional culinary skill. Those that were raw or tough to chew were truly hard to swallow. Moreover, as a nascent soul cultivator, Gong Lianyue never went hungry. Though Li Changding's cultivation had plummeted, he still possessed elixirs and had no need to rely on dry rations. Understanding this, the boatman didn't press the matter. After all, they'd only paid for the ferry crossing. Sharing his food was a gesture of goodwill, take it or leave it. Chapter 149, Sea Beasts. Within 3 or 5 incense sticks' time, the downpour subsided. The sea regained its calm, sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, and a gentle breeze accompanied the clear skies. The ferryman once again took the helm. After a long while, the sky had gradually darkened. Dawn turned to noon, then to dusk. In the distance, a small island shrouded in mist and bathed in tranquil evening glow appeared and disappeared. Gong Lianyue helped Li Changding to his feet, and they stood together at the bow, gazing into the distance. At that moment, this stretch of sea held more than just their ferry. From other directions, vessels approached the island, some returning from fishing, others merchant fleets setting sail. But without exception, they were all ordinary mortals. Li Changding watched the countless vessels come and go in silence. The faintly salty sea breeze swept across his face, ruffling his hair at the temples. Gong Lianyue stood on tiptoe, gently smoothing it back. He glanced sideways as if deliberately accommodating him. She too had withdrawn her magical power, her entire being resembling a sword sheathed within its scabbard. Gone was the sharp, distant edge that repelled others. In its place was a gentle, refined tenderness that made her look no different from a young lady from a scholarly family. His gaze faltered for a moment. Had the heaven of joy not intervened back then, perhaps he would have married a fisherman's daughter as considerate and kind as Gong Lianyue. She might not possess Gong Lianyue's beauty or status, perhaps even being quite ordinary. But they would have lived like any ordinary mortal couple, far removed from the bloodshed and strife of the cultivation world, spending their lives in quiet simplicity. Danger! Sea beasts! Everyone, beware! At that moment, a startled cry from the boatman suddenly rang out behind them. Turning around, The once calm sea surface erupted into furious waves and surging tides without warning. Then, a fish-like sea beast towering several people tall leapt violently from the water. It opened its gaping maw, lunging toward the boat. The middle-aged couple instantly turned ashen with fear. The man reflexively shielded his wife and daughter in his arms, while the boatman frantically thrust the oar. The boat tilted, narrowly evading the blow. Splash! The sea beast plunged back beneath the waves, its massive body sending a torrential downpour of spray over everyone aboard. Yet no one paid it any mind. For they all knew. The beast hadn't retreated, it was gathering strength, plotting its next assault. Quick, help paddle! The prepared boatman produced spare oars and tossed them to the group. This beast belongs in the sea, it can't reach land. As long as we make it to shore, we'll be safe. The ferry was now only a dozen miles from the harbor. Given the sea beast's massive size and lack of agility, there was a chance of survival if they worked together. The middle-aged man wasted no time. He whispered a few words of instruction to his wife before rushing forward to take up an oar. The great mountain beast tide hadn't yet erupted, and the land remained the domain of humanity. Those demon beasts could only lurk in rivers, lakes, and seas, clinging to a meager existence. Constant hunting and extermination meant they rarely grew strong enough to pose a threat. But that was true for cultivators. Mortals faced with sea beasts could only flee unless they were fortunate enough to have formed a bond with a cultivator. The sea stirred once more. Seeing Li Huai'an and Gong Lianyue remain unmoved, both the boatman and the middle-aged man grew anxious. The former dared not pause his work, calling out as he worked. "Young master! From your fine attire, you must be of noble birth. You've likely never done such rough work as rowing. But that beast doesn't care about status when it comes to eating people. Life is precious, saving it is paramount." Li Huai'an frowned slightly, gazing at the rippling sea surface. Then, a breath escaped his lips. In the next instant, the breath he expelled transformed into an endless surge of icy sword energy, sweeping outward. The terrifying might of the sword crushed the surrounding area, its thunderous roar crashing into the depths of the sea. Not long after, a crimson tide stained the sea, spreading outward as the colossal carcass of a beast surfaced, none other than the sea monster that had attacked the ferry. Its eyes were white as copper bells, its body crisscrossed with sword scars, the stark white bones beneath faintly visible beneath the gashes. The sight was horrifying. It died with its eyes wide open. This ferocious beast that had ravaged the boundless sea likely never imagined, even in death, that its routine hunt for food would lead it to provoke such a terrifying harbinger of doom. The people on the boat were all shocked. What manner of power is this? Could this young master be one of the legendary immortals? That oppressive aura just now, I've only ever felt it emanating from the revered figures within the city lord's residence. No. This young master surpasses that revered guardian. Gong Lianyue was also stunned. Taoist brother, you've already descended to mortal status, haven't you? How can you still wield sword techniques? Though she'd never witnessed a cultivator descending to mortal form firsthand, ancient texts documented it. Upon descending, cultivators lost all cultivation, their spiritual energy depleted. Without spiritual energy to sustain them, how could they possibly wield divine arts and spells? This defied all logic. Li Huai'an offered no explanation. Even if he did, she wouldn't understand. His sword path no longer belonged to the realm of divine arts or spells. It was the way itself. In other words, wherever he was, the way of the sword was there. He was the embodiment of the sword's lineage itself. Every word, every glance, could manifest into sword techniques to slay foes. He could no longer be described as a prodigy of the sword path. The journey passed in silence. As luck would have it, the sun was setting when the ferry finally docked. After settling the fare, the group prepared to part ways. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before calling out to Li Huai'an. "Young man, please wait." Both turned back. After settling his wife and daughter, the man jogged forward and bowed to them. "My name is Zhao Jingzhong. Thank you, young master, for your timely assistance." "It was nothing." Li Huai'an shook his head. "Is there anything else?" Detecting the cold tone in his voice, the man visibly flinched with apprehension. Yet after a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and cautiously ventured. "Sir, you don't seem like an islander. You must be a distinguished traveler visiting these parts. As dusk approaches, might you have somewhere to stay?" After speaking, as if afraid of being misunderstood, he quickly added, "Please don't misunderstand, sir. I mean no offense. If you lack lodging, I happen to own some properties in town. You could stay there temporarily. It would be my way of repaying your life-saving kindness." The gratitude was likely a pretext. The real intent was to build connections and curry favor. After all, Li Huai'an had just displayed extraordinary skills aboard the ship. Even if he wasn't the legendary immortal cultivator, he must have some connection to such beings. Zhao Jingzhong was a man of considerable business acumen and worldly experience, seeing further than the average mortal. Money is never-ending, yet it cannot be taken with you. These worldly possessions amount to nothing but a handful of dust after death. Therefore, he had long sought to befriend an immortal cultivator. Even if he himself had no hope of ascending to immortality in this lifetime, if he could secure a chance for his infant daughter, any sacrifice would be worthwhile. In that case, very well, then. I shall trouble you. Li Changsheng could naturally see through his thoughts, but it didn't matter. If fate truly brought them together, he could always have gone Lian Yue passed down a few cultivation techniques. After all, as the head of a sect, she certainly had no shortage of cultivation techniques. He and Gong Lian Yue were newcomers here, and they desperately needed a guide to avoid unnecessary trouble caused by being unfamiliar faces. Both parties agreed instantly and boarded the carriage sent to retrieve Zhao Jingzhong. Chapter 150, I will ascend to immortality. The boundless sea contained a total of 365 islands, large and small, named after the 365 stars of the celestial sphere. The island Li Changsheng and his companion had landed on was named after the Tai Bai star. Tai Bai Island was neither large nor small, yet its countless inhabitants resided across 18 cities. Each city revered Gusu as its central hub, the very destination they sought. Inside the carriage. Through casual conversation with the driver, the master and servant learned of Zhao Jingzhong's identity, the wealthiest man in Gusu, and also a renowned benefactor across Tai Bai Island. Though a merchant, he never preyed upon the villagers. Instead, he frequently distributed his own grain to aid the poor and established schools for the common folk to study. Most commendable of all. His philanthropy was not a performance, but a decade-long commitment. Many from the lower classes had benefited from his kindness, earning the Zhao family immense respect on the island. Regarding this, Li Changsheng could only say it was another Gong Lian Yue. This was not meant to criticize Zhao Jingzhong's actions. Doing good is commendable and worthy of praise, but not everyone deserves help. As the old saying goes, pitiful people are often hateful too. Some find themselves in dire straits precisely because they have sown the seeds of their own misfortune. Whether it's good karma or merit, it all boils down to cause and effect. Helping the truly unfortunate and distressed is the work of bodhisattvas and living Buddhas who alleviate suffering. It accumulates merit and virtue. But to aid evildoers in escaping their suffering is to recklessly intervene in their karmic obstacles, thereby bearing their negative consequences. Take the example of a lazy good-for-nothing. If you give him food for free, won't he become even less inclined to earn his own living? This is not doing good, it is aiding and abetting evil. Of course, Li Changsheng wouldn't lecture Zhao Jingzhong on such matters. After all, they were mere passing acquaintances. The path the latter chose was none of his business. After a bumpy journey, the carriage soon reached Gusu. Thanks to their status as honored guests of the Zhao family, the city guards outside the walls indeed did not scrutinize their origins too closely. They entered the city. Gusu was a picturesque city nestled between mountains and water, with bamboo fences, terraced fields, small bridges over flowing streams, and swallows returning home at dusk. Everything seemed so serene and peaceful. Night fell. Silver candles cast a cool glow upon the painted screen, while a light silk fan fluttered to chase fireflies. As the carriage weaved through the streets and alleys, a sudden banging erupted from a courtyard. Then, streaks of dazzling fireworks lit up the night sky. Fire trees and silver flowers light up the nightless sky, blowing down stars like rain. Fireworks. They're so beautiful. Gong Lian Yue lifted the curtain and pressed her face against the window sill. Her eyes, as clear as autumn water, reflected the sky filled with fireworks. She was as excited as a child. Fireworks were a rare sight in the cultivation world, for no cultivator would waste time on such meaningless pursuits, delaying their cultivation. Born with innate sword bones, she was a cultivator from birth, her parents cultivators as well. Thus, her entire life up to this point had been devoted to cultivation. The last time she had seen fireworks was during the Five Realms era, 1,000 years ago. A junior sister who had just entered the sect had brought them from her hometown, but they had only been set off once. They were beautiful. She loved them. Alas. Later, the sect elders discovered it and confiscated it for destruction. In the elders' words, anything that couldn't aid cultivation was a distraction that wasted one's potential. These are set off by our household. We always light them before and after the master and mistress set sail, to bring good fortune. If you like it, fairy, you may mention it to my master later and take some home. We have plenty more in the manor anyway. Meanwhile, the coachman who had been observing the master and servant pair closely took in Gong Lian Yue's reaction. After a moment's hesitation, he extended a gesture of goodwill on behalf of Zhao Jingzhong. There was no ill intent. It was simply that Zhao Jingzhong had specifically instructed him beforehand. The passenger was a distinguished figure, a valued guest of the Zhao family, and must not be neglected. That was why he kept a constant watch. Speaking of which, why would Zhao Jingzhong, already so wealthy, risk being devoured by sea beasts by bringing his entire household out to sea without even bringing guards? Hearing this, Gong Lian Yue's curiosity was instantly piqued. But before she could voice her questions, a sudden tremor struck her heart. She froze for a few seconds, then, as if realizing something, abruptly turned to look beside her. She was Li Changsheng's sword. His sword energy and will flowed through her veins. She lived for him, their minds fused as one, sharing an unspoken bond. Just now, in that fleeting instant, his Tao heart had stirred. While such fluctuations might seem insignificant to ordinary cultivators, who was the person beside her? He was the ruthless one who slaughtered the entire northern desert without batting an eye. You must understand. Since the Five Realms era, they had journeyed together through sect wars, the Divine Feather's reign, and the Martial Emperor's dominion, inseparable companions. Through it all, nothing had ever stirred his Dao heart. Yet now, a flicker of bewilderment flickered in Li Changgeng's eyes. He began to harbor an illusion. The journey through time, the cultivation of immortality, the bloodbaths, the Tianjin sect in Gong Lianyue, the Divine Feather dynasty and the Empress, all of it felt like nothing more than a dream. He had been lost in this dream. It felt as if heaven had laid out another path before him. If he wished, he could awaken now, to this sea, to this city. He would live out his days quietly amidst the city's myriad lights. He would marry, have children, and have a woman whose eyes were filled only with him, cooking dinner and waiting for him to come home. No more strife, no more killing, no more treading that seemingly endless path of cultivation. He could finally rest. And so, that haze of confusion gave way to struggle. His once unwavering resolve to pursue the Tao began to waver. The struggle was between the immortal and the mortal. Memories of the past swirled through his mind. The faces and voices of his parents in childhood, the enemies slain by his hand, the fear in their eyes, the mountains of corpses and seas of blood that delighted the heavens, the cries for mercy. Blood and weapons intertwined, as if knocking at his heart's door. A voice, devoid of all emotion, echoed deep within him. The path to immortality stretches endlessly, turning back leads to mortality. At that moment, he felt a chill touch his fingertips. Looking down, he saw a small hand, soft as if without bones, wrap around his palm and gently clasp it. It was Gong Lianyue. She didn't know what had happened to Li Changgeng, nor did she care. At this very moment, watching this man who always shielded others from the wind and rain, yet never had anyone hold an umbrella for him, she felt nothing but boundless pity. Not knowing what to do in this moment, she could only convey through her actions, "I'm here with you. No matter what, I'll always be by your side." Li Changgeng stared at those hands, silent. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. For a long time. When he opened them again, the confusion and struggle had vanished completely. What remained was only his usual clarity and resolve. He clasped Gong Lianyue's hand tightly. At that moment, the spiritual energy within him, originating from this realm, dissipated completely. Yet a fleeting trace of an aura as if not belonging to this world flashed by. No one but himself could sense it. His lips parted, and he spoke slowly, whether to Gong Lianyue or to this very land itself, he did not know. Throughout my life, I have endured countless battles and turbulent storms. Though I yearned for the tranquility of mortals, having already trodden this path strewn with white bones, I am determined to see the scenery beyond the mountain, even if it means burying my bones in regret. If heaven and earth forbid it, what concern is it of mine? My path lies within my heart, beneath my feet. The road I choose to walk, even heaven cannot block. I shall ascend to godhood. For the remainder of the journey, Gong Lianyue seemed preoccupied, her spirits low. She clung to Li Changgeng's arm, nestling against his shoulder, saying nothing. Until the carriage came to a halt. The residence Changsheng had arranged for them was located next to the Zhao family manor, a similarly serene and elegant plum blossom courtyard with pleasant scenery. In truth, this entire row of courtyards belonged to the Zhao family. They were cleaned daily by dedicated staff, so a simple tidying up made them ready for immediate occupancy. After settling his own family, Zhao Jingzhong sent servants with daily necessities. Yet Gong Lianyue still ventured out alone, her purpose unknown. Upon returning, she sent Li Changgeng outside and busied herself in her room. Li Changgeng made no inquiries, leaving her to her own devices. A while later, she opened the door and beckoned Li Changgeng inside. Even Li Changgeng, with his usual composure, couldn't help but pause in surprise at the sight before him. Candlelight cast flickering crimson shadows. A phoenix-patterned canopy hung with pearls. Upon the brocade quilt, a pair of golden mandarin ducks intertwined their necks. Beside the embroidered pillow, a jade union pendant dangled lightly. Incense smoke wafted from the sandalwood table. 2 silver wine vessels reflected the dripping wax of dragon and phoenix candles. The moonlight soaked through the paper-cut double happiness symbols on the window lattice, seeping into the blue brick floor and forming faint crimson patterns. This once ordinary room had been transformed into a Qinglu-style chamber. Gong Lianyue closed the door, lit a red candle, and offered a cup of su wine to Li Changgeng. "So, you went out to buy all these things just now?" Li Changgeng accepted the wine cup, his gaze following Gong Lianyue as she moved about, now dressed in a black ceremonial robe. The girl offered no reply. She lifted another wine cup and drained it in one gulp before retrieving an ancient zither. Settling onto the mandarin duck couch, she began to play. The melody flowed out of the room, out of the courtyard, and carried far, far away. This inexperienced maiden seemed to be trying to soothe her own inner tension and panic with the zither's melody. The melody ended. Seeing Li Changgeng still staring at her, his cup of Suzhou wine untouched, the girl finally spoke, her tone tinged with a barely perceptible unease. "Does the Taoist brother find Lianyue's lowly status distasteful?" Li Changgeng answered with his actions. He drained the cup of wine. Gong Lianyue covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Does Brother Dao blame Lianyu for taking the liberty of arranging these things? More than that, I'm curious what you're trying to accomplish. Li Changgang pointed at her dark crimson ceremonial robe, feigning ignorance. Does Brother Dao know that before following you, Lianyue was already betrothed? Gong Lianyue stated matter-of-factly. Brother Daoist, you forced Lianyue to become your sword attendant and tend your sword. You ruined Lianyue's perfect match, shouldn't you compensate her? When you were a cultivator, I dared not hinder your path to immortality. But now that you've become mortal, the time is right. Her words were logical and well-founded, but Li Changgang didn't believe a single word. Excuses. While studying the way of causality in the Martial Dynasty's scripture hall, he had once used Gong Lianyue as a test subject, simulating the karmic ties on her. Indeed, a marital bond existed between them. Yet they had never even met. It was an arranged marriage set by their parents. For her to care about this would be absurd. And how many years had passed since then? Bringing it up now was clearly just a way to save face. Trying to comfort me? He wasn't stupid. Gong Lianyue had been off her game lately, clearly preoccupied with something. Now she was making such a bold move. Clearly, she feared the impact of her descent into mortality on her state of mind. Not knowing how to help herself, she resorted to this method to console herself. Seeing her true intentions exposed, Gong Lianyue flushed crimson and shot the man across from her a glare. Resolving to throw caution to the wind, she snapped. You insensitive fool. Cut the nonsense. The wine's drunk, the song's heard. Today, Gong Lianyue will indulge herself. Do you agree or not? Her meaning was unmistakable. Li Changgang remained motionless. Gong Lianyue fell silent. They simply stared at each other. He suddenly stood up. No regrets? Gong Lianyue countered. Are you afraid, Taoist brother? What is there that this one dares not? Then what is there for Lianyue to regret? The flickering candlelight gradually dimmed. In the final second before it extinguished, it reflected two figures intertwined. Most of that night's events have faded from memory. Only this I recall: in the courtyard that night, plum blossoms bloomed in full splendor, their fragrance filling the air. Chapter 151, The Infant's Cry. Midnight had fallen after their lovemaking. Li Changgang dreamt. In his dream, the moon was a pale blue. He found himself adrift in a solitary boat upon a deathly silent, pitch-black sea. The cold wind, mingled with the briny stench of seawater, lashed his face as torrential rain fell relentlessly from the sky. Through the hazy curtain of rain, he glimpsed the silhouette of a slender figure in a blue gown, outlined against the moonlight. The next instant, the entire sea was engulfed in an eerie, mysterious blue. Surging waves lifted the boat in him, swallowing both man and vessel whole. The azure sea enveloped his consciousness, dragging him deeper and deeper, yet he felt none of the suffocating agony of drowning. Not until much, much later. He sank to the ocean floor, before a stone statue with a human body and a fox's face. Suddenly, the statue opened its eyes, and a streak of azure light shot forth, as if piercing through heaven and earth. In an instant, the wind and rain ceased abruptly, and time itself froze. Then, the lifeless ocean floor was suddenly filled with rustling murmurs from all directions, now distant, now near, now fast, now slow, sometimes clear, sometimes hazy. Who are you? Li Changgang furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings before his gaze settled back on the stone statue. He was certain it was the statue speaking. And who are you? The statue remained silent. Are you a god? He asked again. Human form, fox face, not human at all. Like a deity from legend. The statue's pupils shifted slightly, and a voice sounded again, evading the question. You are not a being born of illusion or dream. Heaven despises you, the gods have forsaken you. In this life, you cannot become a deity. Li Changgang's eyelid twitched violently. This stone statue actually knew his origins? He still knew he was undergoing the transformation of the spirit? At this moment, he also realized that his current situation was by no means a so-called dream, and the origins of this mysterious stone statue before him were likely far from simple. But what did he mean by the illusory dream realm? Before he could ask, the stone statue spoke of its own accord. As a being born beyond the heavens, you may yet transcend. I am about to dissolve into the Tao, and I can grant you a transformative opportunity, the chance to become a spirit. Are you willing to accept it? Li Changgang fell deep in thought. There's never a free lunch in this world. This fox-faced stone statue had pulled him into this space and now offered him an opportunity. It must have its own agenda. So, what do you want? You now receive my cause. In time, you must repay this favor. Today I guide you across. We make this pact: in 10,000 years, when we meet again in the true realm, you shall guide me across. Hearing the statue's demand, he felt a sense of relief. Better to have an agenda than none at all. After all, nothing comes for free. Deal. But how shall I find you then? The stone statue remained silent. A fleeting golden spark flashed within its jade-green eyes, and its stone robe began to peel away inch by inch, like feathers shed by a blue bird. A dazzling, brilliant blue light enveloped it, then spread across the entire ocean expanse. The once dark, lifeless seabed was instantly illuminated, bright as day. After a long moment.
The moment it stepped out of the blue light, it seemed to have transcended all earthly bonds, emerging from the past, pausing in the present, and striding toward the future. Li Changsheng, who now beheld its true form, felt his mind go blank for a moment. Dressed in a jade-green palace gown, with the face of a fox and the body of a human, 10 toes as lustrous and round as pearls rested bare, not clad in shoes, lightly touching a green lotus floating in the air. Her fox eyes, bewitching and playful, were veiled in a misty haze. At first glance, they seemed enchantingly alluring, yet they swirled with concentric circles of jade-green spiritual radiance, as if capable of piercing through everything. He asked himself. He had seen countless immortal maidens and divine women, Gong Lianyu, Wu Zhao, Dan Tai Honi, even the joyous heaven sect master each an unparalleled beauty of the mortal world. Yet before this creature, they all seemed to pale in comparison. It wasn't that they lacked excellence, the issue lay with this mysterious being before him. It was too perfect, so perfect it scarcely seemed like a living creature. It raised a hand, tracing an invisible arc across its brow. A single drop of golden blood flew forth instantly, an ancient, primordial pressure surged skyward, causing the vast ocean for millions of miles to boil ceaselessly. Then, the golden blood gave Li Changsheng no chance to react, piercing directly into his left eye. What is this? The blood from the tip of my heart. The stone statue's voice carried a hint of regret. Had we met 10,000 years earlier, I could have guided you directly to deification. Alas, I now lack the strength. At this point, it paused briefly. Suddenly, its tone shifted, tinged with an arrogance, not self-importance, but a supreme dignity ingrained in its bloodline and etched deep into its soul. As if it were the natural order of things, as if it were only right and proper, as if it were meant to be. I am not a god. What of it? Born divine from the beginning? So what? Heaven's will fears me, blinding the eyes and ears of all beings. It teaches them only of gods, while they know not that in the ancient ages there existed a clan capable of slaughtering gods and slaying immortals. I am Fuli, progenitor of all demons. Wah! The stillness of the night was shattered by the abrupt wail of an infant. Li Changsheng awoke. The instant his eyes opened, his pupils reflected a jade-green full moon. Then, a deep golden light, radiating an intense aura of demonic energy, danced and swirled around it. The moon, hidden beneath the golden glow, resembled a pearl concealed within a casket. Brother Taoist, your eyes. On the other side. Gong Lianyu slowly regained consciousness, her gaze locking with those golden pupils that looked anything but human. Her expression froze in surprise. Yet her confusion was fleeting. Even if it were just a pair of eyes, a trace of demonic energy, or even if Li Changsheng truly had some murky dealings with the demonic race behind the scenes, she would still accept him. He was her man, her master. She cared not what he did, whatever it was, she would stand by him unwaveringly. As for what others thought. Back in the Five Realms era, she, Gong Lianyu, personally led the Heavenly Sword sect, charging into the fray to rescue the masses from the flames. She even risked her life to serve the tiger. What greater heroism could there be? Was she not entitled to a moment of selfishness? We'll talk later. Let's go check on that crying first. Li Changsheng changed the subject mainly because he hadn't figured out what was going on with this eye himself, so naturally he couldn't explain it to Gong Lianyu. All right. Gong Lianyu didn't press for answers, merely responding before attempting to get out of bed. But then, yikes! As she shifted her body, a sudden, sharp pain shot through her groin, making her cry out in surprise. How can it still hurt after sleeping through the night? Don't move around. Just rest. I'll handle it. Faced with Gong Lianyu, who, despite having lived nearly 10,000 years, remained as innocent as a blank sheet of paper when it came to matters of the heart, Li Changsheng felt both amused and exasperated. He could only forcefully press her back onto the bed. Then, with a slight shift in his thoughts, he withdrew the golden light from his eyes. He dressed and stepped out. Chapter 152, The Medical Examination. The infant's wails grew louder and louder, stirring the entire Zhao household into chaos. The clamor was audible even through the thick vermilion gates. Knock knock. Outside the mansion. Li Changsheng knocked on the bronze ring and waited quietly. After a long while, the Zhao household steward came to open the door, carrying a bowl of medicinal broth. You are Mr. Li? They had met not long ago, when he delivered daily necessities to the Plum Blossom courtyard. Recognizing the visitor, the steward's expression flickered with surprise. Then, hearing the unstoppable sobbing echoing from the courtyard, he realized the reason. A look of regret washed over his face as he explained. My apologies for disturbing you, sir. Our young mistress. It's nothing. Li Changsheng raised his hand to cut off the rest of the sentence, gesturing toward the medicinal broth in his hands. I know a little about medicine myself. If it's convenient, please take me inside to have a look. You, certainly. This way, please. Upon hearing this, the steward froze for a moment, then beamed with delight. He heard Zhao Jingzhong mention in passing that the man before him was a prodigy, incredibly skilled, capable of slaying sea beasts. Though he hadn't been present at the time.
But now, with the Zhao household indeed, all of Gusu at a loss regarding their young mistress's illness, if this man was willing to try, the steward naturally had no reason to refuse. After all, it was worth trying even if it was a long shot. The two moved toward the main hall. Uncle Fu, has Dr. Lu from the city walls arrived? Inside the room, Madame Zhao clutched the wailing infant, sweat beading on her frantic brow, while Zhao Jingzhong stood with his back to the doorframe, fiddling with something on the desk. Hearing the commotion, he turned around. Sir? Why have you come? His reaction mirrored the steward's first surprise, then guilt. Sir? No need for words. Li Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. Though I dislike meddling in others' affairs, since fate has brought us together, I see no harm in lending a hand within my means. Zhao Jingzhong's face flushed with even deeper shame. Out on the boundless sea, not only did his entire family owe the other man their lives, but now he was asking for help again. It was truly hard to justify. But he knew this wasn't the time for pleasantries. Saving his life came first. He could only bow deeply to Li Changsheng. Then I'll trouble you, sir. To be perfectly honest, my daughter has been like this for quite some time now. Ever since her 100-day celebration, she cries incessantly every night, her expression filled with agony. I've taken her to every renowned physician in the city, traveled to surrounding towns, and even sought help overseas, all to no avail. We still haven't discovered the cause. He briefly described the girl's condition. Li Changsheng nodded, then walked straight up to Lady Zhao. May I hold her? Having witnessed his skills, Lady Zhao harbored no suspicion. She tightened the swaddling cloth around the child, cradled her in both hands, and carefully handed her forward. Li Changsheng had intended to shield the child directly with his sword energy. That way, even if she truly suffered from a severe illness, she would at least survive the night. Once Gong Lianyue felt better tomorrow, he would have her use spiritual energy to cleanse the girl's marrow and purify her meridians. Then, even the most stubborn ailments could be eradicated. After all, he currently lacked spiritual energy within his own body and couldn't examine her condition. Sword techniques didn't rely on spiritual energy, but solely on mastery of the sword way. However, the moment he took the girl into his arms, an unexpected change occurred. His left eye, which had been imbued with the fox-faced woman's essence blood in his dream, now involuntarily shimmered with demonic radiance. A pale moon coalesced within it, slowly revolving. Then, golden light blossomed, swirling around his eye like dancing flames. To his astonishment, he discovered he could perceive things without using divine sense or spiritual energy, and this was no ordinary inner vision. All cultivators could peer into their own or others' bodies, but what he saw was the root that transcended all illusions and disguises the primordial essence. For example, for a person, the physical form, be it skin, flesh, or even the 206 bones, is all illusion. Only the divine spirit is the true self. Yet the divine soul remains concealed by external layers, invisible even to divine sense. Inner vision reveals only meridians, spiritual energy, and such. Only when a cultivator dies and their divine spirit departs the body can it be seen. Yet at this moment, he saw this girl's divine spirit like a porcelain doll struck by an external force, covered in cracks, on the verge of shattering. Moreover, this external force carried a sense of familiarity. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Someone had planted a sword chi within this girl's body. Chapter 153, The Heartache of Parents. That drop of Fuli's blood. Li Changsheng closed his eyes. The golden light faded, the blue moon vanished, and his pupils returned to normal. Yet within his inner world, he couldn't help but feel a deep, quiet shock. Piercing through all phenomena, directly gazing upon the primordial essence of all things. This clan possessed such profound innate divine abilities. No wonder he in the dream saw through my origins at a glance. No wonder he dared to call himself the ancestor of all demons, holding even innate deities in contempt. But why did such a formidable clan ultimately perish in the ancient era? Why did heaven and earth erase every trace of their existence? Consider this. Even primordial gods and demons left behind countless legacies. At the very least, someone remembered them, knew of their former glory. Yet the Tao singled out this one post-heavenly race. Clearly something was amiss. Could it be that this race, through their innate divine abilities, glimpsed something no living being should ever see? Did they pierce through some fundamental truth of the cosmos? Then, what is the truth of this world? Li Changsheng began to suspect he'd been manipulated by that entity in his dream, passively drawn into an extremely dangerous affair. Having inherited its bloodline, whether he acknowledged it or not, from the perspective of cause and effect, he was already deeply entangled with the Fuli clan. According to the ways of the Tao in the primordial ages, even the legends of the Fuli clan were forbidden from widespread dissemination, let alone an existence like his own. But he wouldn't care. Even if that entity had made this clear beforehand, he would still have accepted the inheritance. Back in Tian City, he hadn't exactly shied away from defying the Tao. Cultivators inherently strive to seize the heavens' bounty, otherwise, the so-called heavenly retribution and earthly punishment would never arise. It was merely a matter of defiance versus greater defiance. With this thought, he felt an invisible shackle within his Tao heart begin to peel away. His state of mind reached an unprecedented clarity, even glimpsing a faint opportunity to break through his current realm. It was as if a door appeared before him, ajar by a sliver. All he needed to do was press his hand against it and give it a gentle push, then the clouds would part to reveal the sun. However, he did not rush to achieve it. The time was not yet ripe. Suppressing the surging currents within his Dao heart, he scanned his surroundings. Zhao Jingjong and the others seemed startled by the strange change in his eyes, frozen in place. He lowered his gaze to the infant girl. A faint smile touched his lips. Since it was a sword cultivator's technique, that would be easy enough. Everyone, please step back. Ha! Oh. Only upon hearing the command did the others snap back to attention. Sensibly avoiding unnecessary questions, they all stepped back as instructed, clearing a spacious area. Li Changgang cradled the infant girl in one hand while transforming his other into a sword finger. He lightly tapped her forehead, applying just enough pressure to unleash a surge of overwhelming sword intent. The next second, from a perspective invisible to the naked eye, countless strands of sword energy, as fine as hair, gathered steadily within the infant, converging toward her lower abdomen. 3 to 5 breaths passed. Once all the sword energy coalesced in one spot, Li Changgang gradually lowered his sword finger, tracing a path over the infant's forehead, nose, lips, and chin. Drawn by the sword intent within his finger, the energy in her abdomen began climbing upward along her meridians, as if on a pilgrimage, humble and reverent. Suddenly, he hooked his finger and applied a deft force to strike the infant's lower abdomen, causing her to arch her back and tilt her head back, her lips parting wide as the sword energy was forced out through her mouth. Clang! A flash of sword light erupted, instantly shearing off a corner of the priceless Huanxi wood octagonal table beside them, leaving behind a clean, smooth cut. The infant's cries gradually weakened. Her previously purplish-blue complexion slowly returned to normal, though still somewhat pale. At least a hint of color had returned. The others felt a chill rise from their hearts, their skin crawling with horror. As the wealthiest family in Gusu, the Zhao family had naturally heard tales of cultivators. Some had even been fortunate enough to witness them firsthand. Yet none truly grasped the full extent of their power. And now, witnessing the table's corner sliced off by sword energy, a blade sharper than any weapon forged by the city's finest blacksmith using the finest materials. And this was not even the sword energy's master striking personally. How could they not be terrified? Before such an existence, they were likely no more than ants. And now, witnessing Li Changgang effortlessly deflect such a technique, everyone present equated him with the gods of legend. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, they would have knelt down to kowtow on the spot. I have fulfilled my mission. Li Changgang paid no heed to the crowd's reaction. After examining the infant girl's spirit essence once more with the Fuli eye, he returned her to Lady Zhao. Truthfully, he hadn't intended to cause such a commotion. Had the infant possessed even slightly stronger constitution, he could have forcibly shattered that strand of sword energy within her body, leaving no trace detectable by others. Alas! Years of relentless sword energy erosion had left the child's body unable to withstand even his deliberately restrained sword intent. Such an action would have killed her instantly. Master! Upon receiving her child back, Mrs. Zhao showed no trace of joy. Instead, her face was etched with heartache and lingering fear, her eyes reddened with tears welling up. Seconds later, she clutched the infant girl tightly and knelt down with a thud. Master, your divine grace is beyond measure. I have no way to repay you. If you will not cast me aside, I vow to establish a temple in your honor. I shall light candles and lamps, dedicating my life to your worship. They say a child is a piece of flesh torn from its mother's body. This saying holds true. Madame Zhao had once believed her daughter was afflicted by a strange illness. She willingly abandoned the opulent life of a noble household to follow her husband across the seas in search of medical help. Now that she discovered her daughter wasn't merely ill, but enduring agony akin to slow torture day and night, her heart truly felt as if it were being torn apart. She had already heard of the power of sword qi. Such a terrifying force had been residing within her daughter's body all along, tormenting her flesh and spirit without respite. It was unimaginable she dared not even contemplate it. What kind of inhuman suffering had her child endured all this time? She was filled with hatred. She hated the cultivator who had planted the sword energy within her daughter, hated herself for not discovering it sooner, and hated herself most of all for being unable to take her daughter's suffering upon herself. At the same time, she felt profound relief that her daughter had met Li Changgang, and relief that this man was nothing like the beast who had harmed her daughter. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, compelling her to do something for him, though she knew no act could ever repay such a debt of gratitude. It was nothing more than a small gesture, madam. You're too kind. Seeing this, Li Changgang sighed, stepping forward to help Mrs. Zhao to her feet. Parents' hearts are truly the most compassionate. Since your daughter has fully recovered, there's no need to dwell on the rest, he said. He turned his gaze to Zhao Jingjong, who seemed hesitant to speak. I know what you wish to ask. We shall discuss the sword energy matter tomorrow. Your daughter remains extremely weak and requires rest. Do not disturb her now. With that, Mrs. Zhao and the others found it difficult to press further. After all, the child's well-being was paramount. Now any further complications must be avoided at all costs. They could only leave it at that for now. Zhao Jingzhong and his wife rose to see their guest off. Chapter 154, The Gift of Thanks. The following day at noon. The sky was as clear as washed silk, a gentle breeze caressed their faces, and birds sang from the branches. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow across the small plum blossom courtyard. In the courtyard, a rattan chair swayed gently. Li Changding reclined in it, while beside him, Gong Lianyue wore a silver-white fox fur robe, her plain-colored skirt swaying softly in the breeze. A Guzheng rested on her lap, her slender fingers plucking the strings with deliberate precision. The serene zither melody rippled through the courtyard, enveloped in a tranquil and detached ambience reminiscent of flowing mountain streams. It stood apart from the world, quietly guarding the passage of time. Knock knock. As the melody concluded, someone knocked at the door. Gong Lianyue glanced at the man resting his eyes on the wicker chair. Seeing him give a slight nod of his chin, she adjusted her fur-lined robe and went to open the door. It was Zhao Jingzhong. Behind him followed 3 or 5 servants, each carrying a box on their shoulders. The boxes were exquisitely crafted, their contents clearly of immense value. Such music belongs only to the heavens. How rare it is to hear it on earth. Your skill on the qin is truly divine. The flattery came thick and fast from the outset, making Gong Lianyue feel somewhat embarrassed. She shifted her gaze to the procession behind Zhao Jingzhong and changed the subject. You flatter me, sir. What brings you here? Zhao Jingzhong explained. Last night, my daughter was saved by your timely intervention. I've brought a small token of gratitude to express my thanks. Please forgive this abrupt intrusion, fair maiden and master. As he spoke, he bowed respectfully toward Li Changding from afar, his manners impeccable. I understand you both are recluses of extraordinary virtue, possessing the grace of immortals and disdaining worldly gain. These are merely small tokens from my wife and me, nothing of great value, just cosmetics, silk garments, and such trifles. Additionally, I heard from my coachman recently that Fairy Lianyue seems to have a particular fondness for fireworks. I've included some of those as well, to help the fairy pass the time. Please accept these gifts, sirs. Gift-giving is an art. For a cultivator like Li Changdong, worldly valuables like gold and silver were useless. No matter how lavish the gift, he would not appreciate it. Better not to give at all. Better to take the opposite approach and cater to Princess Lian Yu's preferences. After all, even an outsider like him could see the exceptional bond between them. The lady clearly favored this nominal maid, treating her distinctly differently from others. Gifting her was no different than gifting the other person. Indeed, the other would likely accept the gift for her sake. And indeed, his strategy proved successful. Brother Zhao. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall not refuse Brother Zhao. Lianyu, go help them bring the items inside. Li Changding pondered for a moment before accepting the token of gratitude. He had no desire to become entangled with the fates of ordinary mortals in the city. As a cultivator, he and these mortals were destined to inhabit different worlds. His intervention last night had merely been to silence the girl's crying, which had disturbed his sleep. But now that Zhao Jingzhong had brought items that piqued Gong Lianyue's interest, he could hardly refuse again. The girl spent her days accompanying her in seclusion. A rare bit of amusement was welcome. Let it be. With a husband like this, what more could a woman ask for? Seeing this, Zhao Jingzhong promptly launched into another round of effusive praise before instructing the servants to assist Gong Lianyue in moving the large and small chests and boxes into the courtyard warehouse. Taking advantage of this pause, Li Changding beckoned him closer and broached last night's topic. Brother Zhao, has your family ever encountered cultivators? The man before him was indeed the legendary cultivator. Zhao Jingzhong's heart sank, but he answered truthfully, to be honest, I did encounter one several years ago. But, why do you ask, sir? The sword energy within your daughter's body, it was caused by a cultivator. Li Changding stated bluntly, that sword energy has already torn her body apart. Her condition is so dire that even elixirs may be unable to save her. In her current state, she cannot even tolerate the potency of any elixir. Even the mildest formula would be enough to tear her apart. You're fortunate I happen to have some mastery in the sword path, otherwise, I couldn't have saved her either. Under normal circumstances, your daughter would have died within months, at most a year. He paused, then shifted his tone. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't deliberately target a mortal like this, especially since your daughter is merely a child. It's not worth it, too much of a waste of time. So think carefully. Did you make any enemies during your first deal? If it's not too much trouble, let my daughter Lianyue handle it. She'll eliminate the threat once and for all. After hearing his words, Zhao Jingzhong realized the gravity of the situation. His expression darkened, and without delay, he began recalling every event he had experienced over the years. Truth be told, running a business inevitably meant making enemies. Where there were profits, there were losses, and it was only natural for those who lost money to harbor resentment. Thus, he had accumulated quite a few enemies over his years in commerce. But he was almost certain that among those he had offended, there were absolutely no cultivators, and it was highly unlikely that any of them would know a cultivator. Otherwise, how could he have survived unscathed until now? Furthermore, even if, for the sake of argument, Dianzi had truly crossed cultivators to such an extent, why wouldn't they simply come find him and kill him? As Li Changgeng had said, to cultivators, mortals weren't even worth the effort of an ant. If they took a dislike to someone, they'd simply crush them underfoot. Why go to such lengths to torment his daughter? But, besides, he hadn't had any other opportunities to offend anyone. He never went out of his way to bully others. His business philosophy had always been to quietly amass wealth. Influenced by him, the Zhao family had maintained an exemplary reputation. Wait, the Zhao family? Could it be that time? As if suddenly struck by a thought, his eyelid twitched violently. Yet he seemed to dismiss the possibility as unlikely and illogical, hesitating several times before speaking. After much hesitation, he finally spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Come to think of it, the first time I actually saw a cultivator with my own eyes was at Dyer's 100-day celebration. The 100-day celebration? Yes. He nodded. For Dyer's 100-day celebration, since she was a late-in-life daughter, I wanted to make the banquet grand. So I set up 306 tables of continuous banquet seating, inviting everyone from Tai Bai Island to celebrate Dyer. At first, it seemed perfectly ordinary, just familiar faces attending, or friends bringing friends. The guests mostly knew each other, all ordinary mortals. That is, until the banquet was drawing to a close, when a cultivator arrived. As he recalled, he described. I remember it clearly. The man carried a large sword on his back. Judging by his appearance, he looked to be in his late 30s, though I couldn't be certain of his true age. I'd heard that cultivators could maintain eternal youth, whether that's true or not. Li Changgeng frowned and interrupted. Get to the point. He said he had a connection with my daughter, that she was suited to inherit his teachings. He wanted to take her away, to make her his disciple. Zhao Jingzhong felt this was precisely why the man couldn't be the culprit. If someone wanted to take his daughter as a disciple, how could they possibly harm her? Little did he know. The ensuing conversation completely shattered his worldview. Did you refuse him? Li Changgeng suddenly asked. Yes, Zhao Jingzhong replied matter-of-factly. Dyer is still so young, and he's of unknown origin. How could I possibly trust him with her? After you refused him, he settled for the next best thing, asking to hold your daughter, using some excuse about blessing her or something. And then your daughter started having problems. At first, since she only cried a few times in the middle of the night, you didn't pay much attention, assuming she was hungry or something normal. It wasn't until later, when her crying grew more frequent and she showed extreme distress while crying, that you gradually took it seriously. But you never considered the monk as the cause, since you noticed your daughter's problems long after the centenary celebration. Right? Zhao Jingzhong was completely frozen in place, his eyes wide with shock. He stared at the man speaking before him as if he'd seen a ghost. Because what he described matched the actual sequence of events perfectly. Completely accurate. As if he'd witnessed it all himself. Sir, you can predict the future? Li Changgeng didn't answer. Instead, he declared decisively. This man did it. Zhao Jingzhong froze again, then cautiously asked. This? Sir, I'm not questioning your judgment, but he had no motive, right? What purpose would he serve by doing this? How could there be no motive? Li Changgeng shot him a glance. Your daughter does show some talent in swordsmanship. He wanted to take her as a disciple, but you refused. Isn't that motive enough? What kind of motive is that? Zhao Jingzhong still didn't understand, but dared not press further, afraid of angering the other man. Seeing this, Li Changgeng could only patiently explain. Tell me this, you've searched the boundless sea and found no way to save your daughter. You can only watch helplessly as she steps closer to death. Wouldn't you be utterly desperate? At that moment, if someone coincidentally appeared, someone who could save your daughter, but only on the condition that she become his disciple and follow him, could you still refuse? Would you dare refuse? Zhao Jingzhong's eyes widened instantly. He gasped in disbelief. Is that even possible? Li Changgeng countered. He didn't mention it. How could any of you possibly know? Zhao Jingzhong fell silent. He wasn't stupid. On the contrary, to have built a business spanning the entire city of Gusu, his mind was exceptionally sharp. Earlier, he simply refused to accept this reality. But now, he had no choice but to believe it. Had Li Changgeng not appeared, and had events continued along their original course, his family might well have ended up as fools who were sold out yet still helped the seller count the money, feeling grateful toward the very man who had harmed his own daughter. How could he? That day, I honored him as a guest of honor, treating him with utmost courtesy. Every member of the Zhao family showed him the deepest respect. How could he do this? Zhao Jingzhong's eyes were vacant as he muttered these words over and over. Clearly, this incident had dealt a devastating blow to his psyche. In the mortal world, people uphold righteousness, morality, propriety, and integrity. If you treat others with courtesy and they repay kindness with resentment, they'll be condemned by all. That's why no one usually acts this way. But cultivators act solely on their own will. Right or wrong, as long as they achieve their goals, who cares about the rest? The collision of these two philosophies made it impossible for him to accept it all at once. Mortals' lives are worth less than grass, an immutable truth in the cultivation world. Li Changgung sighed. You should count yourself fortunate he took the time to scheme against you. Had you encountered those heretical or demonic cultivators, your daughter would have suffered far worse than she does now. The Zhao family's ordeal was but a microcosm of his own past experiences. Otherwise, why would he have gone to such lengths to explain all this to Zhao Jingzhong? But the Zhao family was far luckier than he had been. Back then, Joyous Heaven had slaughtered his entire family before forcibly dragging him back to the sect. At least Zhao Jingzhong, Lady Zhao, and the entire Zhao household had survived. From a cultivator's perspective toward mortals, that cultivator was truly a decent person. Thinking of this, Li Changgang offered reassurance. There's no need for alarm. His methods are not particularly sophisticated. I've already neutralized his sword qi, and he won't even notice. He'll likely assume your daughter is still suffering from its effects. When he comes looking for her in due time, I'll personally eliminate him for you. Thank you, master. Zhao Jingzhong forced a smile and bowed deeply in gratitude. It wasn't that he harbored any resentment or emotion, he simply hadn't fully processed the information yet and needed time to digest what Li Changgang had said. For in the tales circulating among mortals, cultivators were always portrayed as righteous heroes who championed justice. They were hailed as the guardians of mortals, protectors, and noble heroes who took it upon themselves to safeguard all living beings. Thus, most mortals harbored boundless admiration for the path of cultivation, viewing cultivators through a romanticized lens. In reality, however, these tales were compiled by various sects themselves and secretly disseminated among the common folk. Without their authorization, who among mortals would dare speak freely about the cultivation world? In modern terms, it's essentially advertising and promoting the cultivation world. If mortals didn't yearn for cultivation, how would they attract new blood? How would they expand their sect's foundations? Not every sect is willing to follow the Joyous Heaven sect's example of capturing people indiscriminately to acquire talent. After a while, the gifts were placed away. Several servants returned to the courtyard, following Zhao Jingzhong, who still seemed dazed and lost, as they left the Plum Blossom courtyard. Since becoming mortal, Brother Taoist has grown much kinder, hasn't he? Gong Lianyue slid into Li Changgang's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck as she teased, in the past, would he ever have bothered with such mundane affairs? Everything that had transpired in the courtyard, including their conversation, had not escaped the notice of this nascent soul cultivator. Quite novel. This man, whose heart held only the pursuit of immortality, had actually spoken so much to a mortal. At the end, he'd even proactively promised to handle the hidden dangers for her. Consider this, even with Wu Zhao, he rarely had the patience to explain anything. In fact, unless they were in danger, he seldom took initiative to do anything for them. Even she had only gradually earned his trust through daily interactions, relying on her genuine and meticulous care for him. And yet this mortal woman had somehow earned his condescending favor. TSK. It was enough to make her feel a touch of jealousy. Li Changgang smiled, with no intention of explaining why. The Joyous Heaven clan had been wiped out. Let bygones be bygones. No point telling Gong Lianyue she'd only feel heartbroken, and he'd have to comfort her afterward. What happened to your eye? After a moment of commotion, Gong Lianyue turned to the matter at hand, a flicker of concern in her eyes. The main issue was that they'd been inseparable lately, yet she hadn't noticed any unknown changes occurring in him. She cares about nothing else but whether it might endanger the other person's safety. For now, it's a good thing. Li Changgang omitted the dream-related details and briefly explained the current state of his left eye, so she could understand the situation. There was also a hint of testing in his words. Fully? After hearing this, Gong Lianyue felt considerably reassured, yet a look of confusion crossed her face. I've never heard of this clan before? She didn't know about the Fulu clan either. Li Changgang, who had been observing her reaction, narrowed his eyes slightly. Gong Lianyue was fascinated by the history of the cultivation world, finding it far more intriguing than cultivation itself. So when it came to ancient secrets, her knowledge far surpassed his own. But she knew absolutely nothing about the Fuli clan either, had never even heard of them. It seemed the lineage's heritage had truly been deliberately erased by the Tao. The question remained whether the demon emperor soon to emerge from the 10,000 mountains might uncover anything through bloodline inheritance. After all, the demonic race's methods of inheritance differ from those of the human race. They pass down divine abilities and certain secrets through their bloodlines. The higher the bloodline grade, the more information one receives, which is why demonic bloodlines hold such reverence. As the progenitor of all demons, the Fuli clan might be imprinted within the bloodline's memory provided that the demon emperor's bloodline rank is sufficiently high and complete. His Fuli ancestral blood was too scarce otherwise, he could have unlocked those inheritances on his own. Or perhaps that venerable Taoist at Qingfeng Monastery, who bears the celestial human physique and claims to act as heaven's agent, he can commune with the Tao of heaven. He might just be able to shed some light on the matter. I'll ask him when I return. Chapter 155, Massacre. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The two supreme cultivators who once stood atop the highest peak of the cultivation world now seemed completely integrated into this mortal city. Daytime. The pair lived like a genuine mortal couple, buying groceries, cooking meals. Occasionally, they visited the largest dye shop in all of Gusu to purchase cloth for sewing garments. When passing by the cosmetics alley, they casually picked up a few boxes of the shop's newly released rouge. In their spare time, Li Changding cultivated a patch of fallow land in the plum courtyard, planting all manner of melons, fruits, and vegetables. He personally watered and fertilized them, tending to them with great care. Gong Lianyue, meanwhile, would often visit the Zhao residence after meals to learn embroidery from Lady Zhao. Her room was piled high with her diverse creations. The clamor of the marketplace not only failed to disturb their lives but instead brought them a rare sense of inner peace. The lesser hermit hides in the wilderness, the greater hides in the marketplace. Amidst the clamor of cicadas, the forest grows still. Amidst the song of birds, the mountain deepens its serenity. Amidst these seemingly ordinary things, Li Changding suddenly gained a glimmer of insight. His own fixation on so-called cultivation realms seemed rather misplaced. In the ancient era, when immortals and mortals were not yet divided, when gods and humans coexisted, was there even such a thing as cultivation realms? Those ancient divine birds and beasts, primordial gods and demons, they possessed innate, world-shattering divine powers and profound bloodline magic from birth. Immortality and eternal life were as easy as picking fruit from a tree. Why should they, like the beings of later ages, rely on absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, competing with others to cross over, and ceaselessly advancing their cultivation to extend their lifespan? Therefore, what purpose do the concepts of cultivation levels and cultivation base serve? Before the ancient eras cycled and perished, no tales of cultivation ever emerged. The secret behind this may well be the reason for the downfall of the fully ancestral clan, the first post-natural raceborn in this world. The truth of heaven and earth. He pondered. The pale moon within his left eye flickered and vanished abruptly, unnoticed even by himself. Yet he no longer pursued the breakthrough to deification with deliberate intent. Several more months passed. Gong Lianyue's beauty was unparalleled even in the cultivation world, with few rivals. In the mortal realm, she was naturally regarded as a heavenly being. It was only natural. Now, the entire city of Gusu knew that a young master resided in the plum blossom courtyard. His mate possessed a beauty that could make fish sink, geese fall, the moon hide, and flowers blush. Compounded by the fact that both concealed their cultivation identities known only to the Zhao family, the courtyard soon drew the attention of numerous rowdy ruffians. At first, they assumed the occupant was merely some relative of Zhao Jingzhong, not worth provoking. At worst, they exchanged lewd glances and exchanged a few insolent remarks. Li Changding and Gong Lianyue, standing above such trivialities, naturally refused to stoop to their level. However, their reaction, was interpreted by the former as fear and cowardice. As days passed, some could no longer contain themselves. That day, taking advantage of Zhao Jingzhong's family traveling to the neighboring city to conduct business, the young master of the city lord's mansion directly conspired with a group of idle rich brats. They mobilized private soldiers to surround the plum blossom courtyard. "You inside there, come out. If you won't come out, then send your maid out to keep us company. Don't worry, we'll take turns and return her to you afterward. But whether she'll still look like you afterward is another matter entirely." Ha ha ha. The filthy language was unbearable to hear. Coincidentally, this happened just as Li Changding was on the verge of grasping the essence of the sword path. A fleeting glimpse of the Tao's energy was brutally severed. He slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, a terrifying sword intent, brimming with murderous intent that shook the heavens, erupted from the ground. It caused thunder to roar across the entire city of Gusu, torrential rain to pour down like a waterfall, and ominous clouds to obscure the sky and block out the sun. Even Gong Lianyue, who had been showered with his favor and doting affection, couldn't help but feel a chill run through her heart at such overwhelming might, her body shuddering violently. This had nothing to do with personal feelings. It was an involuntary, instinctive reaction born of facing an oppressive force so extreme it felt suffocating. She instinctively stepped forward and opened the gate to the plum blossom courtyard. Though she truly possessed a woman's compassion, even when insulted by commoners, she sought to repay evil with kindness. She steadfastly opposed cultivators who treated lives as grass and slaughtered mortals, holding even greater contempt for those who bullied the weak. But Li Changding was her master. A master could never be wrong. If her master demanded someone's death, then that person was guilty regardless of who they were or whether they deserved it. Outside the small courtyard, the rowdy ruffians saw the door open and assumed the men inside had chosen to submit to their fate, preparing to offer the maidservant his tribute. They erupted into unrestrained, boisterous laughter. The ringleader even made a move to pull Gong Lianyue into his embrace, only to lock eyes with those cold, emotionless pupils the very next second. Ice cold. Heartless. Detached. A tidal wave of negative emotions surged through his mind, like a sharp blade slicing across his throat. The icy edge of that blade sent him plunging into a frigid dungeon. He instinctively reached up to touch his neck. Damp. Still warm. He looked down. Blood gushed out. Thud. The world spun, darkness engulfed his vision, and his body collapsed to the ground. Young Master Lu. You killed young Master Lu. Run, run. This man is a cultivator. Run. Immortal Lord, it's not my fault. I was forced by them. They made me do it. Please don't kill me. I won't dare again. This technique of killing from afar, even the dumbest among them could tell the master of this courtyard was no ordinary man. Instantly, they scattered like birds and beasts. Some wiser souls, knowing escape was impossible from a cultivator's pursuit, simply dropped to their knees with a thud, begging for mercy with tears and snot streaming down their faces. But now that Li Changsheng had made his move, how could he possibly leave any survivors? He gently exhaled sword energy. In an instant, dazzling, brilliant sword light enveloped the surroundings. Amidst the ceaseless clanging of blades, the entire street was soon awash in a river of blood. At the same time, Gong Lianyue gathered her hair into a bun, her fingers forming a magical seal as she swept the scene clean. She did this to avoid disturbing the ordinary people living nearby, lest it shatter the peaceful existence both of them had cherished. Seriously, next time we kill, can you not leave blood and bones everywhere? Can't you just clean it all up at once? It's not like you don't have the ability. She muttered her complaint while performing the hand seals. Turning around, she found the man's figure had vanished from the courtyard. Beside her, a branch of the peach tree lay snapped off, its delicate pink petals scattered in a patch. She frowned. This guy, his killing intent is growing stronger and stronger. That night, the city lord's mansion, which had always bustled with song and dance after dark, its gates perpetually open to a steady stream of guests, stood tonight with its vermilion doors tightly shut. Not even a mosquito could slip inside. All because a god of slaughter had invaded the manor. That man in white robes and black fur who looked every bit the refined nobleman slashed at anyone in sight with a peach branch wielded like a sword. The city lord knelt on the ground, banging his head on the floor like a garlic press. Spirit, spare my life. I beg you, spare my life. I know not how I have offended you, immortal. Please enlighten me. I am willing to surrender all my wealth. I beg for your mercy. The only response was a flash of sword light. Li Changsheng wiped the blood from his peach branch and moved on to the next house. At the doorway, Gong Lianyue suddenly appeared, raising her hand to block his path. Fellow Daoist, enough is enough. Your killing intent runs too deep. These words. Truthfully, she had wanted to say them long ago, when Li Changsheng had crushed the northern desert. The Wheel Temple sheltered Yunmeng, aiding tyranny. Its destruction was justified, and she had no objection. But the other sects of the northern desert were innocent, suffering undeserved calamity. Alas, their actions had been too swift back then. She'd had no chance to intercede. But today, they had already slaughtered all those responsible for the incident. Those spoiled brats and local thugs had been terrorizing the countryside with their tyranny. Killing them was justified. Yet he still wouldn't relent, seeking to punish countless ordinary people who had nothing to do with this matter, like the guests within the mansion who knew nothing of it. How was this any different from those cultivators who treated common folk like swine and dogs? She couldn't stand idly by. Of course. This wasn't because she harbored resentment toward Li Changsheng. Killing itself was neither right nor wrong. On the path of cultivation, mountains of bones littered the ground, and no one's hands remained bloodless. Killing enemies is justified, uprooting the enemy is justified. But if one becomes consumed solely by slaughter, they will eventually lose their true self. The murderous aura emanating from Li Changsheng now was so thick it made even her heart tremble with dread. It had reached a critical point, showing faint signs of spiritual backlash. This aura of killing intent could prove devastating against enemies. It was a weapon. Yet it is also a double-edged sword. She feared Li Changsheng would be blinded by his bloodlust, becoming nothing more than a killing puppet. That was why she had to stop him. You dare to stop me? The blood-soaked young sword cultivator stared at the maid blocking his path. A spiderweb like crimson haze flickered in his eyes, hinting at murderous intent. Lian Yue dares not. The sword master is the master, and Lian Yue is the sword. The master is everything to the sword. Whatever the master does, the sword must follow to the death. How could there be any reason to obstruct? Though the stunning maid claimed she dared not, her eyes met his without flinching, her tone unwavering. Lian Yue wishes to ask the Taoist brother one question only. Should you wish to kill again, Lian Yue will accompany you. Li Changsheng glanced toward the brightly lit music bureau in the distance. Many who had colluded with those dissolute nobles were now indulging themselves there. Ask. Does Brother Dao kill now in accordance with his true heart? The words had barely left her lips. It exploded in Li Changsheng's ears like a thunderclap from a clear sky. His brows furrowed involuntarily as he searched his conscience. Indeed. He was no bloodthirsty fiend who relished slaughter. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, his acts of killing had mostly been for self-preservation or to maintain the tranquility of his life. But these mortals? Even if he gave them time to catch up 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years, they would never, ever match his pace. He possessed absolute confidence. In the way of the sword, he had reached the pinnacle accessible to mortal beings. Even those so-called prodigies posed no threat to him. How much less so these mortals, who lack even the most basic spiritual roots? Why should he bother with them? With this thought, the eye of Fuli opened once more. He lifted his head to gaze upon the resplendent heavens above that celestial expanse beyond mortal reach, in that unspoken, unseen void. Something indescribable seemed to be subtly influencing his will. It sought to disrupt his every word and deed, diverting his actions from their intended course, compelling him to make decisions contrary to his true nature. It sought to corrupt my Tao heart. The malevolent aura faded. Li Changgeng's eyes instantly regained their clarity, while his heart grew more cautious and vigilant. Was that in the heavens above, fate? Or perhaps divine will? Let's go home. After a long while, he exhaled a breath of stale air, his spiritual resolve growing ever stronger. Gong Lianyue sensed this shift and let a genuine smile grace her lips. Then, with her hands clasped behind her back and her body leaning forward slightly, she asked with a charming air, "How will you thank me?" "Any way you like. Then make me unable to get out of bed." "Who taught you to say that?" "Mrs. Zhao. Stay away from her from now on." Their flirtatious exchange echoed through the quiet, late-night alley, fading into the distance. And those powerful figures still lingering among the flowers, perhaps oblivious forever, had already walked the edge of death that night. The following month, a major incident erupted in the endless sea beasts, which had previously only occasionally attacked passing fishing boats for a snack, began a massive uprising for reasons unknown. Moreover, among them, an unknown overlord seemed to have emerged, capable of coordinating the entire operation. All the sea beasts' actions were now unified and orchestrated, no longer chaotic and disorganized as before. This led to devastating losses for nearly every resident of the endless sea who depended on the ocean for their livelihood. Rumors spread like wildfire across the 306 islands. Taibai Island, where Li Changgeng resided, was no exception. Gusu's city. With these events unfolding at sea, Zhao Jingzhong and his crew lost all desire to continue their cargo run. They hurriedly returned to Gusu's city with their remaining goods. However, he did not return to the Zhao residence, nor did he go to the Plum Blossom Courtyard. The reason, of course, was tied to Li Changgeng. Last month, he had unleashed a bloody rampage in Gusu, claiming the lives of prominent figures' offspring. The incident caused an uproar, shaking the entire city to its core. Most critically, the entire family of the city lord had been wiped out. The city's prominent gentry and powerful families were all living in fear. They decided to unite, investigate and apprehend the murderer, and then elect a new city lord. Upon his return, Zhao Jingzhong was immediately summoned to a meeting. His reputation among the common folk of Gusu was immense, and they hoped he would use his influence to rally the people of Gusu to join the search party. This might help solve the case sooner. But alas, the power of ordinary people was insignificant before cultivators. With Gong Lianyue intervening to cover things up, they wouldn't even be able to uncover that the spoiled brats had visited the Plum Blossom Courtyard. This case was destined to remain unsolved. Plum Blossom Courtyard. Though Zhao Jingzhong hadn't returned home, Mrs. Zhao had come back. She brought Li Changgeng and Gong Lianyue some local specialties from other islands, and took the opportunity to inform them of the recent upheavals in the endless sea. She urged both men to avoid going out to sea for the time being. "Brother Dao, what are your thoughts on this?" After she left, Gong Lianyue turned her body, resting her arm on the edge of the wicker chair, and asked Li Changgeng, who lay on the chair basking leisurely in the sun. "The work of cultivators." Li Changgeng didn't even lift an eyelid, his tone unwavering. "Why?" Gong Lianyue pressed. "The time for the demonic race to rise hasn't come yet. Even if it does, these sea beasts won't be the ones to do it. At least not in the next 1,000 years or so. They won't amount to anything." He was the most qualified to speak on this matter. He had personally suppressed the demonic beasts of the 10,000 mountains. Moreover, the abbot of Qingfeng Monastery, a celestial being, had stated explicitly that the demonic race's stronghold lay within the 10,000 mountains. As for those sea beasts, they couldn't even scrape together a shred of destiny. They struggled to gain sentience. How could they possibly develop superior bloodlines to command other sea beasts? It could only mean someone was manipulating them from behind the scenes. As for who? The Beastmasters sect? Gong Lianyue tentatively voiced a name. The sect was so obscure she wasn't even sure if she remembered the name correctly. She'd only heard it mentioned casually once before, that they could control demonic beasts. But then again, in an era where pure-blooded demon beasts were as rare as hen's teeth, it seemed no other sect or even individual cultivators would bother dedicating resources to mastering beast-taming arts. So, the answer was obvious. Chapter 156, The Turning Point. The next day, at Li Changgeng's behest, Gong Lianyue handed Zhao Jingzhong a silk pouch containing a sword talisman imbued with a trace of nascent soul-level sword energy. She had crafted it herself. Creating such a sword talisman required spiritual energy as its foundation. Though Li Changgeng possessed astonishing mastery of the sword path, his lack of cultivation prevented him from doing it himself. Thus, she had to handle it. However, The strongest sea beasts within the boundless sea were no higher than the golden core stage. This sword talisman was powerful enough to intimidate the entire sea, ensuring the Zhao family's merchant fleet could sail without worry. That night, amidst the gazes of many filled with doubt and skepticism, Zhao Jingzhong led his fleet out to sea once more. News of this quickly spread across Tai Bai Island. Of course, hardly anyone could comprehend his decision. Hey, have you heard about the Zhao family? That Zhao Jingzhong must be desperate for money. Sailing out at a time like this? It's practically sending his men to their deaths. Who can say otherwise? Poor loyal servants of the Zhao family, what a master they've got. Heard he even brought his wife and kids along. That ruthless? Doesn't he fear total annihilation, leaving the Zhao family line extinct? Ha! You think a madman like that would care about such things? Sigh. Zhao Jingzhong has truly grown senile. How could he become so utterly deluded? This move is worse than that of a 3-year-old child. The Zhao family is finished. Overnight, Zhao Jingzhong's reputation took a nosedive, his standing plummeting. Many ordinary citizens, unaware of the inner workings, believed he'd become blinded by greed. The worst part was that he not only brought ruin upon himself but dragged the entire Zhao family down with him, sacrificing others' lives as mere playthings to satisfy his own greed. How was this any different from the ruthless local tycoons who amassed wealth without compassion? Meanwhile, rivals who had long been at odds with the Zhao family clapped their hands in delight, waiting to see him humiliated and the Zhao family brought down. Worse still, had already made secret preparations, poised to seize the Zhao family's assets at any moment. However, half a month later, the Zhao family fleet returned laden with cargo. All the negative voices vanished, and every doubt dissipated into thin air. The entire city of Gusu, indeed the whole of Tai Bai Island, was stunned. Protected by the sword talisman, no sea beast dared attack the Zhao family fleet. Thus, their voyage not only yielded abundant harvests but also resulted in 0 casualties. After this campaign, the name Zhao Jingzhong resounded throughout Tai Bai Island, becoming known to every household. Of course, some astute individuals began to suspect that the 2 unfamiliar faces he had respectfully invited into the Plum Blossom courtyard might not be ordinary people. Behind the Zhao family, perhaps 2 cultivators stood as their pillars. Some even suspected that the recent massacre at the city lord's mansion, which had once sent waves of bloodshed and terror rippling through Gusu, was the very work of this master and servant. But, setting aside the fact that those spoiled ruffians had committed countless evils and deserved their fate, even if they were truly innocent, who would dare expose a cultivator? Even if the accusation succeeded, what could a mere mortal army possibly use to judge them? Even the powerful patrons of those ruffians, the aristocrats who lorded over the city, could only swallow their anger and keep silent in the face of this. In the days that followed, Zhao Jingzhong seized the momentum, leading his fleet on several consecutive voyages. Each time, they returned unscathed. During this extraordinary period when everyone feared the sea beasts like tigers, his fleet became the sole channel for trade between the islands. The Zhao family thus monopolized the entire maritime trade market, amassing immense wealth and rapidly expanding their overall power. Simultaneously, as the natural choice of the people, he was jointly nominated by the lords of various cities to ascend to the position of Lord of Tai Bai Island, his prestige reaching unprecedented heights. Yet the 2 individuals who had made all this possible were now holed up in the Plum Blossom courtyard. One plucked the zither, the other listened to the melody, oblivious to the world beyond their walls. As if the tumultuous events unfolding in the outside world held no connection to them whatsoever. Brother Taoist, what do you think is the purpose behind the beast-taming sect's actions? The melody ended. Gong Lianyue suddenly asked. To recruit disciples as saviors, what else could it be? Li Changdeng idly teased a sparrow that had flown in from somewhere, his tone nonchalant. Right now, the entire boundless sea is being turned upside down by the sea beasts. Every household has suffered heavy losses. Once the situation escalates further, they'll step in as divine beings to subdue the sea beasts. Won't the people of the endless sea worship them like gods? Especially the young ones right at that age when their blood boils with passion. Won't they be scrambling head over heels to join the Beastmaster sect? This was the most common recruitment tactic among these minor sects. It wasn't exactly deception or trickery. The main issue was their lack of prestige. Unlike the major sects, they couldn't simply hold a recruitment ceremony and attract countless prodigies. For the sake of their sect's survival, they had no choice but to resort to this. At least they didn't use coercion or bribes, which was already commendable in the cultivation world. But the Zhao family's caravans have been making such high-profile, frequent voyages lately. Doesn't that disrupt their plans? Might they hold a grudge because of it? Gong Lianyue couldn't help but worry for the Zhao family again. They wouldn't be foolish enough to do that. Li Changdeng analyzed. That sword talisman you gave Zhao Jingzhong, any cultivator with even a modicum of discernment can see it reveals a nascent soul stage elder standing behind the Zhao family. For minor sects, even their founding ancestors might not have reached the nascent soul stage. Naturally, they wouldn't risk offending you over such a trivial matter. Moreover, the Zhao family is merely a bunch of ordinary mortals.
No matter how much they flaunt their power, they remain mere mortals, incapable of significantly impacting the world of cultivators. On the contrary, other mortals witnessing the Zhao family's merchant fleet running rampant across the endless sea, amassing wealth without restraint, will only grow more eager for peace in these waters. You can't let your family monopolize all the profits. This way, when the beast-taming sect steps in, it will only highlight their grandeur and their role as saviors. They should be grateful to the Zhao family. Upon hearing this, Gong Lianyue was utterly bowled over by her master's foresight. So you'd already thought everything through in advance? Not at all. I'm far too busy for that. But then, Li Changum merely shook his head. Then, he released the bird from his hand, stretched lazily, and said with utter nonchalance, if the beast-taming sect acts recklessly, why don't you just go and wipe them out? The following autumn, another cultivator arrived in Gusu City. Lu Su. A woman carrying a sword on her back. She was the one who had planted sword energy within the Zhao family's heiress years ago. But when she arrived at the Zhao residence to reap the rewards and take Zhao Dyer away, she was stunned to discover the sword energy within her had vanished. How ironic. Just as she stood frozen in place, her eyes blank, the long sword at her back suddenly trembled without warning, as if issuing some kind of alert. A cultivator. Her heart leapt with alarm. How could a cultivator reside here? By normal logic. Apart from sects recruiting disciples or those practicing heretical arts, cultivators rarely appeared in mortal cities. Even the lowest-tier cultivators avoided them. First, mortal dwellings were generally devoid of spiritual energy, unsuitable for cultivation. Second, most cultivators looked down upon mortals. Even her own presence here was accidental. She'd happened upon the endless sea while passing through, stumbled upon the Zhao family hosting a banquet for the entire Tai Bai Island, and landed out of curiosity. Yet this secluded courtyard radiated vibrant life energy. That alone proved its inhabitants had clearly resided here for an extended period. Why would a cultivator of such stature choose to dwell long-term in a mortal city? Wait a moment. As she pondered, a sudden connection struck her. Could the disappearance of Zhao Dyer's sword energy be connected to the owner of this courtyard? Yes. Mortals couldn't possibly have extracted the sword energy I planted. Only a cultivator could have done it, and most likely, they were also a sword cultivator. Damn it! Daring to cut into my turf? At that moment, Lu Su had already classified Li Changeng and his companion as kindred spirits, assuming they too coveted Zhao Dyer's talent and sought to take her as a disciple. This sent a surge of rage coursing through her veins. She stormed straight to the plum blossom courtyard, kicking the door open in a rage. She hadn't considered the possibility that the other party might be of a higher cultivation realm than herself. What sort of high-level cultivator would mingle with ordinary mortals? Moreover, Zhao Dyer's talent in the sword path, while impressive in Lu Su's eyes, was actually quite unimpressive when measured against the standards of truly top-tier powerhouses. The fact that the other party had taken an interest in Zhao Dyer suggested their cultivation level wasn't particularly high either. In truth, she still retained a measure of rationality. However, that rationality was about to vanish. After the door opened, a figure clad in a blue scholar's robe came into view, standing quietly beneath a plum tree. Perched on his shoulder was a blue sparrow, chirping incessantly. Hearing the sound, the master of the courtyard slowly turned, both he and the sparrow fixing their gaze upon the uninvited guest who had so rudely trespassed into this private dwelling. Thinking of the gentleman, gentle as jade. What a strikingly handsome young man. Upon first seeing Li Changeng, Lu Su was genuinely stunned for a moment. But she quickly remembered her purpose and immediately put on a stern expression, demanding an explanation. Did you do this to Zhao Dyer? Li Changeng eyed her up and down, his brow furrowing involuntarily. A golden core sword cultivator. I didn't come looking for trouble, yet she sought me out? And she started shouting right off the bat. If this were his old self, this woman wouldn't be leaving this courtyard alive today. She'd be fertilizer for the plum trees lining the yard. But I promised Gong Lianyue I wouldn't kill indiscriminately anymore. Enough. He withdrew his gaze, suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, and paid no further attention to Lu Su. Yet, in Lu Su's eyes, this scene was interpreted as him ignoring her. Already harboring resentment, her anger now boiled over. Are you mute? I'm talking to you. Hey! You insolent brat! How dare you ignore me? Such arrogance! Today, I'll teach you a lesson your elders would approve of. The words had barely left her mouth. Lu Su's eyes flashed with ferocity. She took a single stride forward, unleashing the full might of her sword aura upon Li Changeng. The sword aura of a golden core cultivator exploded with a deafening roar, reverberating throughout the surroundings. If you were an ordinary mortal, would have been utterly terrified by this overwhelming pressure. But when it collided with the man before her, it vanished without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea, not even a ripple forming. Even the blue sparrow, clearly a mortal bird, showed no reaction whatsoever. Lu Su stared at Li Changeng in utter disbelief. She was dumbfounded. Why was her aura ineffective against this man? Even if his cultivation was higher than hers, shouldn't he at least resist? How could he neutralize her golden core stage aura without lifting a finger?
Who exactly are you? In that moment, no matter how hot-headed she was, she knew this man was not someone to mess with. Instinctively, her hand moved to the hilt of the sword she carried behind her back. But, before she could draw her blade, Li Changgang suddenly turned his head and gave her a glance. Boom! In an instant, a sword intent as vast as the heavens and earth instantly descended upon her, crushing her like dust beneath its weight. In a daze, she seemed to see a supreme Tao unfolding before her eyes, the very sword Tao tradition she and all sword cultivators under heaven pursued throughout their lives. And at the end of that path, a figure stood towering and unshakable. Lu Su was utterly speechless, her gaze fixed upon the figure before her, filled with indescribable terror. It wasn't just the strange aura. It was because her sword trembled, it shrank from battle. This was the first time she had ever encountered such a situation. Even when pursued by a powerhouse at the threshold of the nascent soul stage, this had never happened. Her life-bound sword was trembling with fear, like a mad beast, incessantly and incoherently conveying a single, overriding will to her. The heavenly might must not be touched. Draw it. Death. What's happening? Lu Su nearly lost her mind from fright, but luckily, Gong Lianyue, rubbing her sleepy eyes after her afternoon nap, stepped out of the room and broke the tense silence. The sword energy dissipated. Brother Dao? She glanced at Lu Su, who looked like a startled bird, then turned to Li Changgang, whose gaze was fixed intently on Lu Su. She called out to him, but there was no response. She couldn't resist teasing. Could it be that Brother Dao has taken a fancy to this girl? Still no response. Gong Lianyue frowned as she approached, waving her hand before his eyes. Then, as if realizing something, her mind sharpened instantly, all traces of drowsiness vanishing. Her master was currently in a state of profound enlightenment. Seeing this, she immediately transmitted her voice to the still dazed Lu Su. I don't care who you are. Keep quiet, close the door, and go to your room. Her words carried a trace of the imposing aura of a nascent soul cultivator. A nascent soul stage powerhouse. Lu Su snapped out of her daze, then burst into tears on the spot. Still bound by the warning, she clamped her hands over her mouth, daring not to make a sound. Only her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed her utter helplessness. A monster whose understanding of the sword Dao was 10,000 times deeper than the deepest trench in the boundless sea. A woman at the nascent soul stage. And yet, both resided within the same unassuming little courtyard. Why on earth was this happening? What merit could this mortal town possibly have to harbor two such colossal figures? Could it be that the legacy of the Immortal Emperor's mentor lies buried within its walls? The more he pondered, the more bitter and indignant he grew. Finally, overwhelmed by the shock, Lu Su's vision darkened, and she fainted. After a long while, Li Changgang regained consciousness before Lu Su, only to suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Gong Lianyue, who had been keeping watch nearby, instantly paled. She hurried forward, carefully helping him sit up. Just as she was about to examine him with spiritual energy, he stopped her. Chapter 157, Dreaming. I'm fine. Li Changgang blocked Gong Lianyue's hand, took a deep breath, and his pallid complexion returned to normal. Only the surrounding energy currents remained somewhat chaotic. This was a Dao injury. The profound realization he'd just experienced had severely damaged his fundamental Dao. Such an injury could only be slowly repaired by his own efforts, no external intervention would help. But for him, this was a blessing. What happened? Gong Lianyue asked with genuine concern. The heavenly Dao has sent its will, demanding I ascend to the divine realm immediately. I refused. Li Changgang's startling words left her utterly bewildered. Why would he suddenly need to transform? And what did it mean for heaven's will to demand it? And another thing. Could one even refuse a breakthrough in cultivation? Gong Lianyue was utterly bewildered, but before she could ask more, the man beside her had already closed his eyes and sat in meditation. Sword intent radiated from his brow as he began regulating his qi. Seeing this, she could only close her mouth, swallowing her questions. She released her nascent soul stage divine sense, enveloping the entire courtyard, and focused solely on protecting him. What she didn't know was, just over 10 minutes prior, this man beside her, a peerless master of the sword path, had engaged in a silent battle against the will of heaven. The instant Li Changgang suppressed Lu Su with his supreme sword intent, he suddenly gained profound insight. Lu Su was a sword cultivator, yet he had ventured further along the path of swordsmanship than any other sword cultivator. No matter how prodigiously gifted or exceptional they might be, they could only look up to him in admiration. Therefore, all sword cultivators under heaven regarded him as a subject beholding his sovereign, a commoner gazing upon a minister. To them, he was like a frog at the bottom of a well staring at the moon, or an ant raising its head to gaze at the blue sky. Before him, Lu Su couldn't even draw her sword. Then, what about him? What of his encounter with the way of heaven? The world cries out to defy heaven, proclaiming fate is not determined by heaven. Yet they know not that only when one faces the way of heaven directly does one realize one's own insignificance. The will of heaven is merely the expression of the Dao's intent, not the Dao itself. Yet even so, how many peerless titans would willingly crawl beneath it to survive? he cultivated during the sword path's decline, thus becoming its pioneer. The pinnacle of the sword path lies with him. Those who follow in his footsteps will find it difficult to surpass him. Likewise, the ultimate limit of cultivation lies in heaven and earth. All things in the world are but creations of heaven and earth. Though drawn from heaven, they are also bound by heaven, forever unable to transcend it. Just as Lu Su was to him. The moment Lu Su gripped her sword yet dared not strike, he finally understood. In the primordial age, the reason those primordial beings could endure eternally, transcend the cycles of reincarnation, and escape the bonds of cause and effect was because they revered their own essence. They possessed innate primordial laws and supreme Tao, each a lineage unto themselves. They were worlds unto themselves, needing no reliance on spiritual energy to survive. Why worship heaven? Cultivation was an insurmountable mountain spiritual energy, a cage imprisoning all beings. The true self and the Tao heart were the very foundation of existence. Heavens will use his immortality as bait, forcing mortals to kneel. Those who kneel forfeit their right to pursue immortality forever. After death, what they received from heaven and earth shall ultimately return to nourish it. Do not ascend to deity. The instant this thought flashed through his mind, Li Huai'an suddenly sensed an indescribable gaze descending upon him from the unseen. That gaze, indescribable, unfathomable, it seemed to pierce through the unreachable past and future, carrying an unyielding will that struck directly at his soul. Without exaggeration, even a tyrant like the Immortal Emperor, the supreme ruler of this age, would bow his proud head before such a majestic gaze of heaven's might. But Li Huai'an's left eye flashed with the blue moon. That drop of blood from the world's most ancient lineage began to stir, a defiant will spreading outward, as if challenging the heavens themselves. This was the first true spirit of the Fuli lineage born in the cosmos. It was also the contingency plan engraved into the bloodline inheritance by the tribe's ancestors. To protect their descendants, they sacrificed their true destinies, choosing to remain outside the cycle of reincarnation for all eternity. Though he was human, his audacious defiance of heavens will earn the recognition of the ancestral Fuli blood within that drop. It now fused with him as one. And in that instant, he understood. The very name Fulu. It never merely referred to a post-human race. It also embodied the indomitable spirit of those who bravely resisted injustice and oppression under tyranny. It was born within the very first life essence that defied the Tao of heaven. He lifted his head resolutely, meeting the gaze of that supreme and exalted being without flinching. Golden light swirled within his eyes, while the azure moon blazed with radiant light. Two utterly distinct worlds collided in a realm invisible to mortal eyes or divine perception, like a titanic struggle spanning endless time. This was Li Huai'an's first direct confrontation with the heavenly way, the final countermeasure left by the Fulu clan, their last retaliation against the genocide that had befallen them. In this confrontation, heavens will yielded. It conceded. In this era, ascending to godhood was impossible, for heaven forbade it. Yet now, with a single nod, he could ascend to godhood, a privilege granted by heaven's will, provided he renounced the ancestral blood of the Fulu and submitted to its command. But what he now sought in his heart was no longer deification. Ancient spirits tell men that climbing the mountain leads to immortality, yet standing atop the highest peak, one must still look up to see the heavens. Such immortality I do not desire. I want raindrops born of the earth, battling the heavens, eternal and immortal. I want the reflection in the water to peer through the flowing stream and gaze upon the people on the bridge. I will make this place the summit. Here, and only here, lies the peak. What I demand is myself. Autumn gave way to winter. Several months ago, Lu Su caused trouble at the Plum Blossom Courtyard. Later, Li Huai'an sent her to the Zhao residence to serve as Zhao Dire's companion and tutor, responsible for guiding the latter in her studies. It was both punishment for her and a way to settle the karmic debt she owed Zhao Dire. Of course, this was strictly limited to reading and writing, excluding swordsmanship. Li Huai'an had discovered Zhao Dire seemed more gifted in other pursuits than the way of the sword. If she was willing, he had other plans. Plum Blossom Courtyard. This year's snowfall was exceptionally heavy, blanketing both inside and outside the courtyard with a thick layer of white. The landscape was transformed into a silver-white wonderland, as if the earth had turned white overnight. The flowers had bloomed. Those proud, rugged winter-blooming plum blossoms dotted the silvery snow, fearless in the vast snowstorm, standing tall in the cold winter, their fragrance filling the air, their charm filling the garden. Li Huai'an remained lying on the wicker chair as always. He was admiring the flowers. The blue sparrow perched on his shoulder, a companion for several months now, tilted its head to observe the scene. This bird was remarkably perceptive and full of spirit. Each time it flew over, it knew to land on his shoulder. It never fidgeted or made a fuss, remaining remarkably well behaved. Thus, he never felt the need to shoo it away, letting it rest there. You're out again without a single fur coat? In this freezing cold? Aren't you afraid of catching a chill? And you call yourself a cultivator? A reproachful voice came from behind him. Dong Lianyue walked straight to the wicker chair, holding a steaming bowl of ginger soup. She then removed her own fox fur coat and draped it over the man. Drink this ginger tea. Mrs. Zhao says it helps ward off the cold. She said. Without waiting for his response, she scooped a spoonful of the ginger-infused broth with a silver spoon, blew gently to cool it slightly, and brought it to his lips. My constitution isn't that weak. Li Changgeng rolled his eyes but drank the entire bowl. Gong Lian set the empty bowl aside. Then she pulled back the fox fur robe covering him, burrowing beneath it. Her arms slipped around his neck, her legs draped over his body. Hugging each other kept them warm, a lesson taught by Lady Zhao. Of course. She wasn't mindlessly following Lady Zhao's advice. At the very least, she knew to release her spiritual energy, blocking out most of the cold. That way, it was foolproof. The poor little bird suffered the most, its spot taken by Gong Lian. It glared at her indignantly, flapped its wings, and flew back to the treetop. Oh? So this little bird gets angry too? Quite clever, isn't it? Seeing this, Gong Lian couldn't help but tease, then pulled her closer. She even glared back at the bird in a show of defiance, infuriating the little creature into stomping its feet on the branch. Li Changgeng, of course, had no time to pay attention to the childish squabbling between the person and the bird beside him. He was completely immersed in his own world. After rejecting the heavenly Tao's summons that day, at first, he felt as if some shackle within his heart had been broken. But as time passed and he pondered it further, he suddenly realized a question. Why hadn't the Tao attempted to eradicate him? If his previous actions in Tian City had been constrained by rules, now that he had accepted the inheritance from the woman in his dream and shouldered the immense karmic burden of the Fulu clan, the heavenly Tao had every reason to act. He pondered it over and over. He could only think of one possibility. Heaven. It cannot intervene. Or rather, it's inconvenient he couldn't spare the hands for now. But this possibility seemed rather flimsy. How could that be? That is the way of heaven. Heaven is neither human nor demon nor any living being. It has no gender, no form, and is not bound by logic. It manifests in myriad forms, countless states. All things, tangible and intangible, are its manifestations. It could be you, it could be me, it could be him. It can exist simultaneously in past, present, and future, appearing everywhere at once. What could possibly restrain such an existence? Primordial deities? The Fuli demon clan? If they possessed such power, they wouldn't have been annihilated. The snow fell heavier and heavier. The wind grew fiercer and colder. The sky remained sunless, shrouded in gloom. It seemed poised to shroud the plum blossom courtyard, indeed, the entire city of Gusu in a thick, oppressive fog, obscuring the path ahead. The winter plum swayed in the wind and snow, resilient and tenacious. How beautiful. As a nascent soul cultivator. Upon witnessing this scene, Gong Lian felt not the slightest fear. Instead, she regarded this scene, golden clouds at noon, the north wind blowing wild geese through the snow, as a rare and exquisite spectacle. For with the blessing of spiritual energy, such harsh weather was rarely seen in the cultivation world. Unless deliberately created by cultivators. Take the Tianjian sect, where she spent most of her years, it was perpetually spring-like. Or Tian City, where even the occasional snowfall served merely as decoration. Therefore, seeing this desolate, bleak snow for the first time felt quite novel to her. Of course, her appreciation for its beauty stemmed primarily from the fact that she was nestled in Li Changgeng's embrace, holding the man she admired, facing the sorrowful and desolate snow. The stark contrast between the two. The warmth and sweetness of the former stood out all the more starkly against the latter. She couldn't help but snuggle closer into his embrace, closing her eyes. Then, she uttered a heartfelt sigh. It feels like a dream. It was this very phrase that sparked a sudden flash of insight in Li Changgeng. His heart jolted, and the puzzle that had troubled him for months was instantly solved. Dreaming. He remembered his identity as a time traveler. He recalled vividly how he had traveled to this world. Car accident. Coma. Vegetative state. According to the medical definitions of his previous life, a vegetative state did not equate to complete death. The individual retained consciousness, yet their body could not function like that of a normal person. Some could even make subtle expressions like blinking. Moreover, regarding dreaming, vegetative patients dream too, both pleasant and nightmarish dreams. In fact, because only their brainwaves remain active, they dream more frequently than the average person. When he first arrived in this world, he once believed he was trapped in a dream from which he could never awaken. So, could the heavenly way also be dreaming? The entire world might actually be a dream of his, with all beings born from his dreams. He was in a state akin to that of a vegetative patient, thus unable to excessively intervene in the events unfolding within the dream. Just as in a dream, though one can forcefully influence certain developments through sheer willpower, the overall course and details remain beyond control. Everything makes sense now. But, if that's truly the case, doesn't it mean that everything in this world is non-existent? Realms are illusory. Living beings are illusory. Everything within sight, absolutely everything, is an illusion. This is simply too horrifying to contemplate. Moreover, why did I enter the heavenly way's dream? Does everyone who suffers a sudden accident end up crossing over? There are so many comatose vegetative patients in hospitals, yet I've never seen any other crossers. The deeper Li Huai'an probed, the more bewildered he became. He could vaguely sense that he was on the verge of touching the truth. Yet the closer he drew, the more elusive the truth became. What truth did the Fuli clan witness back then? Is this realm merely a fleeting dream for you? Li Huai'an gazed up at the sky blanketed in swirling snowflakes, murmuring to himself. Gong Lianyue couldn't understand these whispers, and the sparrow perched on the treetop, lacking even rudimentary intelligence, certainly couldn't comprehend them either. No one could answer his question. Across the vast expanse of heaven and earth, only the increasingly fierce wind and snow echoed his words. He sighed. He buried his head in Gong Lianyue's embrace and slowly drifted off to sleep. Well, never mind. He'd think about it when he woke. The next day was New Year's Eve. With lifespans stretching into thousands or even tens of thousands of years, cultivators naturally had no concept of celebrating the new year. Yet the secular world placed great importance on it. Especially a day like the Spring Festival, when families reunite. The heavens smiled upon them. The skies cleared that day. The snow remained untouched, and sunlight glistened upon it, making the white expanse shimmer with breathtaking beauty. Knock knock knock. Early in the morning, someone knocked on the door. Gong Lianyue opened the door. It was Lu Su. To be precise, Zhao Jingzhong and Mrs. Zhao, seeing the two of them spending their days alone in the courtyard, neither going out to make friends nor having any relatives or such. They decided to invite the two to spend New Year's Eve at the Zhao residence. They worried that inviting them themselves, as mere mortals, might seem inappropriate, so they sent Lu Su, a fellow cultivator, to extend the invitation. What they didn't know was, in the eyes of the master and servant, their status as mere mortals far surpassed that of Lu Su, this so-called cultivator. Chapter 158, Zhao Dyer. Elder. Compared to her overbearing demeanor when she first barged in, Lu Su now appeared much more reserved upon returning to Plum Blossom Courtyard, holding her breath in nervous restraint. She stood at the doorway, hesitating to enter. She bowed respectfully to the master and servant inside the courtyard. Sewer has been sent by the master and mistress to invite the two seniors to a banquet at the mansion. After months of training, her sharp edges as a cultivator had been completely smoothed away by the Zhao household steward aunt. Not a trace of her former spirited vigor remained anywhere on her person. Now, was indistinguishable from any ordinary maid in a wealthy household, eyes downcast, meek and submissive, her lips moving effortlessly to address the master and mistress. Deep down, she knew she could never go back. Attend the banquet? Gong Lianyue froze at the suggestion before realizing. Oh right, today is New Year's Eve. Last New Year's Eve, Madame Zhao had sent an invitation, but Li Huai'an was in the midst of his spiritual enlightenment, so they hadn't attended. This year. She turned to the man beside her. Brother Dao? You go ahead. I need to catch up on sleep later, so I won't be joining you. Li Huai'an beckoned toward a nearby branch. The green sparrow that had perched there all night immediately flapped its wings and landed on his fingertip. He scooped a handful of rice grains from the bowl beside him and spread them in his palm. After tossing and turning all night with Gong Lianyue, his mortal body now felt the strain, something his former cultivator form would have easily shrugged off. Hearing this, Lu Su, standing guard at the doorway, couldn't help but blush. The Plum Blossom Courtyard and the Zhao residence were less than 30 meters apart. Being in a mortal town, they often forgot to set up sound blocking arrays. In the dead of night, during those few minutes when Gong Lianyue was most uninhibited and lost in passion, the sounds carried far and wide, impossible to escape the ears of a golden core cultivator. She barely slept all night. Midway through the night, she couldn't resist slipping her hand under the covers several times. Ahem. Noticing the change in Lu Su's expression, Gong Lianyue realized her absurd secrets had been overheard. She was instantly overcome with embarrassment. She hastily dismissed her with incoherent words. You go back, tell your master and mistress. I'll tidy up, bathe, and change clothes before coming over. Lu Su immediately felt as if she'd been granted a pardon. Bowing, she replied, yes, ma'am, then fled the courtyard as if escaping. Afternoon. Gong Lianyue changed into a brocade blue gown, prepared dinner for Li Huai'an, who was catching up on sleep in his room, keeping it warm with spiritual energy, then headed to the Zhao residence for the banquet. By the time he awoke, evening had fallen. The vast courtyard lay deserted, only the ancient green sparrow tree, the bright moon, and the cold snow remained. The north wind howled through the grounds, leaving traces of frost like scattered pearls on the branches. Li Huai'an wrapped himself in a fur-lined robe and opened the door. He stepped into the courtyard. The Zhao residence glowed with bright lights and bustling activity. The faint sounds of laughter and merriment drifting out only served to make the desolate Plum Blossom Courtyard feel even more bleak. Yet as he stood amidst it all, his expression remained unchanged. First, may the blossoms flourish, sparing every leaf from desolate sorrow. Second, may the moon be full, never letting Xiaolang betray Changwan. Most of all, may the family be harmonious and loved ones joyful, so this life and this night may last forever in Chang'an. Mortals cherish reunion, thus inventing various festivals. Yet for cultivators, the phrase family happiness had long become a luxury indeed. Most had long forgotten where home lay. Southerners gaze northward yet never return home, building roads in solitude. My heart grows cold. Like wind and snow.
He had long grown accustomed to this solitude. Yet, immersed in this snow-like desolation, his mind attained a rare clarity.
Dream. Li Changsheng opened his mind, no longer avoiding yesterday's topic.
Yet in this instant, his Tao heart, rarely stirred since embarking on the path of cultivation, now trembled ever so slightly.
In truth,
any sentient being, upon suddenly learning they were merely a figment of another's dream, a false existence, would inevitably be shaken to their core. Even someone as resilient as him was no exception. Yet, he quickly steadied his Tao heart and regained his composure, for what in this world is truly real and what is false?
Who could possibly provide the answer?
You stand on the bridge watching the flowing water, while your reflection in the water watches you.
You think it is your shadow, yet in its eyes, you are its shadow. In the dream versus the dreamer, which is real and which is illusory? Who can say? The people by the bridge, the shadows in the water, who reflects whom? Who can say? Life and death, which is the true form of existence? Who can say?
The cultivator he is in this life is him, and the ordinary man he was in a past life is also him.
Who is the real him? It doesn't matter. As long as he is him, that is enough. Whether it's a dream or reality. If I cannot see it clearly, then I shall not look. If I cannot grasp it, then I shall not touch. And even if this world truly is but a fleeting dream of heaven and earth, so what? Even if all these living beings are but bubbles in a dream, so what? The affection of his parents before cultivation, that is real.
Dong Lianyua's companionship, Wu Zhao's tenderness reserved solely for him, these were real.
The bloodshed he witnessed was real.
These things he felt with every fiber of his being. To him, they were real.
Why bother distinguishing truth from falsehood in this world?
What the eye sees may not be the truth, and what the ear hears may not be false. When I look back, the path I've walked is my way, the things I've touched are my truth. What I perceive as true, that is truth.
Truth and illusion hang by a single thought. This moment.
The wind grew fiercer, whipping up swirling snowflakes that seemed to bury the entire plum blossom courtyard in white, obscuring many things from clear view. Yet on the horizon, a bridge stands, every detail clearly visible.
Enveloped in endless purple haze, an ancient bronze bell stood at its head.
Where the bridge's tail led remained unseen, its far end lost to the mist.
The 10-step bridge. Li Changsheng knew this was the second chance bestowed by heaven. For
he had grasped the very essence of this realm. The moment he awoke from the dream, everything within it would break free from its predetermined course. Either beautiful dreams would come true, or they would vanish into nothingness. If one wished to master their own destiny, there was only one path: cultivating the Tao. The true self, the authentic self, the original heart. The primordial era. Those unyielding souls have fully embarked upon this path. They resisted, they defied, believing that by piercing the veil of truth, they could achieve transcendence. Alas! In the end, they failed. Seeing the truth did not guarantee the power to change it.
Ultimately, they remained bound by the heavenly way, the Creator itself.
Thus, the figure from the dream sought him out. For he never truly belonged to this dream. To this illusory world, he had always been an outsider, merely passing through. He was the only spirit with the potential to break free from the dream. Though he couldn't explain why he had become this singular existence, now that he was here, he would fight for it.
And so,
he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the golden light within his gaze, capable of dispelling all illusions under heaven, dispersed the endless mist. The heavy snow abruptly ceased. A bright moon climbed out from heavy dark clouds, sending a flawless breeze down to the mortal world. The blue magpies sang joyfully on the branches, as if celebrating for him.
10-step bridge, vanish. Time to go home for dinner.
Li Changsheng stretched lazily, about to head back inside.
At that moment,
a faint sound suddenly came from outside the door. He looked toward the sound and saw a small head timidly peeking through the crack of the half-open door.
It was a little girl. She looked to be about 4 or 5 years old.
She wore a brocade pipa collar blouse, her hair tied in twin pigtails. Her delicate face was flushed red from the cold wind, and she clutched 2 strings of candied hawthorn berries in her hands.
Zhao Dyer?
Li Changsheng vaguely recognized her. He'd held her as an infant.
But why was this girl away from her parents on such a festive day, wandering to his place? But her eyes seemed to be playing tricks on her? Zhao Dyer didn't seem to notice anyone in the courtyard at all.
As soon as she entered, she dashed straight to a plum blossom tree, tiptoeing to pluck the flowers from its branches.
But with her petite frame, how could she possibly reach the trunk?
Little girl, you won't be able to pick the flowers like that.
Li Changsheng kindly warned.
Yikes! Unexpectedly, this startled Zhao Dyer so much that she plopped down onto the ground, and just then, a gust of wind blew the branches.
Snow flurries blanketed her.
Even the candied hawthorn on her hand got coated in a sugar glaze.
How could this girl be so clumsy? Could it be that Lu Su's sword chi had injured her brain earlier? As he pondered this,
Li Changsheng still stepped forward to lift her out of the snowdrift, then brushed the snowflakes from her clothes. As for the candied hawthorn, well, that was beyond his help.
Thank you. Zhao Dyer, her head still a bit dazed from the falling snow, instinctively murmured her thanks. Several seconds passed before she suddenly realized. Oh. Uncle, you're home. Li Changsheng raised an eyebrow, studying the little one before him. You recognize me? Of course I do. Zhao Dyer's little face was now beaming with excitement. Father said when Dyer was little, she caught a strange illness and nearly died. It was Uncle who cured her. Uncle is Dyer's savior. Is that so? Li Changsheng smiled. It must be said that as a merchant, Zhao Jingzhong was indeed a rather unconventional figure, kind-hearted and grateful. It's not that all merchants are inherently corrupt. But it's an immutable truth since ancient times. Compassion doesn't command armies, righteousness doesn't thrive in commerce, kindness doesn't govern officials, sentimentality doesn't build enterprises, and benevolence doesn't succeed in politics. In the cutthroat world of commerce, where the strong devour the weak, good-hearted individuals struggle to survive, much like the cultivation realm, where the big fish eat the little fish. Yet Zhao Jingzhong not only survived but expanded his business across Tai Bai Island, a true miracle. It just goes to show, nothing is absolute. Indeed, indeed. Zhao Dyer gestured with both hands. I've wanted to thank you in person for ages, Uncle, but Father always said you were too busy and wouldn't let me come. She said. She cast a nervous glance toward the neighboring Zhao residence, then mysteriously pressed her small hand against Li Changgeng's ear, signaling him to listen closely. After Li Changgeng complied, he heard her whisper in a voice only the two of them could hear. Here's a secret, Uncle promised to keep it between us. Actually, I snuck out today while Father was entertaining guests. To thank me? To pick plum blossoms. Li Changgeng couldn't help but laugh and sigh at the same time. You little rascal. Didn't your father ever teach you that sometimes, in life, you shouldn't be too honest? No, no. Zhao Dyer shook her head immediately, protesting, lying isn't good. You shouldn't lie, or the fairy sister will punish you. Who is the fairy sister? She's Dyer's teacher. Alright then, you really are an honest, good child. Li Changgeng pondered for a moment, then let his fingertip brush imperceptibly across Zhao Dyer's brow. A wisp of sword energy slipped silently into her body, settling deep within her sea of consciousness. This girl is far too naive. Though Lu Su currently holds back from making any reckless moves out of fear of me and Gong Lianyue, there's no guarantee she won't exploit Zhao Dyer's innocence. One must always be wary of others. Should she attempt to harm Zhao Dyer, this sword energy will sever her soul. Of course. At only 4 or 5 years old, Zhao Dyer naturally had no idea she was under the protection of this figure before her, a fearsome, invincible titan renowned throughout the cultivation world. This was a blessing countless cultivators could only dream of. After a brief flicker of excitement, her thoughts drifted back to the surrounding plum trees. She reached out her small hand and tugged pitifully at Li Changgeng's sleeve. Uncle. Could you pick a few plum blossoms for Dyer? I just built a snowman and want to make a wreath for it, but I can't reach. To prove she wasn't lying, she actually ran to a plum tree, raised her little hands high, stood on tiptoes, and tried her best to jump. Sure enough, she couldn't reach, not even close. Li Changgeng chuckled softly. Such an innocent soul was rare in the world of cultivators. From birth, every cultivator was forced to compete and scheme. If you don't scheme, you'll be schemed against. It was impossible to preserve a heart as pure as a child's. And so, though he never meddled in others' affairs, he did not refuse Zhao Dyer's request. He pointed toward the plum blossoms on the tree. The green sparrow understood, fetching a plum blossom in its beak and placing it in his hand. However, he didn't rush to hand it to the little girl beside him. Instead, he felt a rare urge to tease her. I'll pick the flower for you. What will you give me in exchange? Right, Father had said that when asking for help, one must be polite. Zhao Dyer tilted her head, pondering for a long moment. Suddenly noticing the candied hawthorn on her hand, she hesitated briefly before offering both skewers. Dyer invites Uncle to eat candied hawthorn. You think 2 measly strings of candied hawthorn berries will bribe me? Li Changgeng waved the plum blossom in front of her eyes. Your father must have taught you that rarity makes things valuable, right? Right now, I'm the only one in this courtyard who can pick these plum blossoms. Doesn't that make them far more precious than your candied haws? Uncle speaks so wisely. Zhao Dyer was still at that age of innocence and naivety. She harbored not a shred of suspicion toward Li Changgeng. Naturally, she believed everything he said, easily swayed by his few words. She genuinely began to ponder what else she might have to offer in exchange. But, besides the candied hawthorn, she didn't have anything else of value on her. Watching the little girl rack her brains and ponder intently, Li Changgeng grew increasingly amused. He decided to stop teasing her and simply give her the flower. Little did he expect that in the very next moment, Zhao Dyer would actually come up with something to trade. But this thing, even he dared not accept it. Chapter 159, Marriage. Got it. Zhao Dyer clapped her hands and blurted out. Uncle, if you help Dyer pick the plum blossoms, when Dyer grows up, she'll marry Uncle and be his wife, okay? Dyer promises, Dyer never lies. Ahem. Li Changgeng was utterly stunned by these words. Even with his extensive travels and worldly experience, he couldn't help but doubt his own ears. Had his hearing deteriorated since becoming mortal? Was he hearing things? Such bold words, and they came from this little one before her, barely out of diapers? Did she even understand what marriage meant? Dyer, who taught you to say such things? You mustn't speak carelessly like this. Marriage is no trivial matter. Butterfly didn't say it carelessly. Butterfly is serious. In Zhao Dyer's eyes, the handsome uncle before her was clearly the one who knew nothing. She tilted her little face in confusion, blinking her large, sparkling eyes. Mother said that if a girl is saved by a stranger, if he is handsome, she may pledge herself to him. But if his appearance is less than pleasing, she must promise to be his ox or horse in the next life to repay the debt. Uncle is handsome, saved Dyer's life, and even picked plum blossoms for Dyer. Isn't it only natural for Dyer to marry uncle? It was Lady Zhao again. Hearing this, Li Changding couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. It was bad enough that Lady Zhao had corrupted Gong Lianyue, but now she was corrupting her own daughter too? What kind of parenting was this? Dyer, do you truly understand what marriage entails? Of course I do. Feeling underestimated, Zhao Dyer pouted her little mouth in displeasure and said in a babyish voice, Dyer is very smart and knows so much. Then tell me what you know. Getting married means wearing pretty dresses, eating sweet wedding candies, and riding on a wedding boat to release lanterns. Dyer dreams of getting married. As she finished speaking, her innocent little face lit up with longing. But in reality, at her age, how could she truly understand the meaning of marriage? To her, marriage was simply about receiving the company and blessings of many people, and getting to eat all sorts of delicious treats she couldn't normally have. She was far too innocent. Li Changying's expression softened, and he quietly abandoned his original plan to gently guide Zhao Dyer's misguided thoughts back onto the right path. People, after all, most of the time, they cling to hope to survive. The most precious thing in this world isn't wealth or power, but the longing for a better future. At Zhao Dyer's age, it was right for her to be carefree like this. If she were deprived of the right to dream of beautiful things, that would be truly tragic. Uncle, just give me the plum blossom. Seeing the handsome uncle before her remain silent, Zhao Dyer couldn't help but resort to coaxing. She clutched his sleeve and tugged at it, her expression filled with hurt. Fine, I'll give it to you. Li Changding stopped teasing her and handed over the plum blossom. Thank you, uncle. Zhao Dyer happily accepted the plum blossom. But then she thought about making a wreath. One blossom wouldn't be nearly enough. So she sweetly pleaded again. Uncle, could you pick a few more for Dyer? How many is a few? She began counting on her fingers, then finally spread both little hands wide. Dyer doesn't know. Anyway, I just need more. Dyer wants to make a big wreath. Watching the little girl's adorable attempt to gesture a circle with both hands, Li Changding couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He agreed, of course, but plucked only 2 flowers. One he pinned to Zhao Dyer's head, the other he handed to her. Not enough. The little girl pouted, shaking her head like a rattle, her eyes fixed on the green sparrow plucking flowers from the tree, her eyes darting about. It seemed she intended to imitate Li Changding, commanding the blue sparrow to pluck flowers for her. Then, a peculiar ripple emanated from her body. Her lips began to move involuntarily, emitting a series of obscure, incomprehensible notes. Yet at the same time, a hint of exhaustion crept onto her face, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans slowly formed on her forehead. She herself remained oblivious to these changes. Li Changding's eyes flashed with concern. He suddenly reached out and gently covered her eyes. Close your eyes. Don't look. Don't think. Just relax. The strange fluctuations dissipated. After a moment. Uncle, why did you cover my eyes? Zhao Dyer wiggled the hand blocking her vision, pouting slightly, clearly displeased. Everything was pitch black in front of her eyes. She couldn't see a thing. It's windy. Li Changding offered a casual excuse, brushing aside the earlier anomaly. Plum blossoms woven into reeds lose their charm. Their beauty lies in their solitary grandeur. Like a monk, a lifetime of wandering. Who stirs the heart for whom? Who captures the image for whom? The monk dies like a leaf, his bones buried in a foreign land only the west wind knows. His words carried an unspoken meaning. But, at Zhao Dyer's age, she wouldn't understand. Come on, I'll accompany you to build a snowman. He never expected her to understand. Yay! The little girl's obsession came and went quickly. The moment she heard handsome uncle would help her build a snowman, she instantly forgot all about making flower wreaths. Besides, she already had 2 plum blossoms, one even pinned to her hair, and that was enough to satisfy her. She eagerly tugged at Li Changding's sleeve, dragging him home. The Zhao residence's courtyard was larger and more open than the plum blossom garden, though it was planted with pines and locust trees to emphasize the main hall's dignified grandeur. At that moment, the hosts and guests were all in the banquet hall, clinking glasses and toasting each other in merriment. Thus, the vast courtyard was empty except for Li Changding and Zhao Dyer. Zhao Dyer placed the 2 plum blossoms atop the snowman's head, then asked Li Changding if it looked nice. When he replied that it did, she was overjoyed. She skipped around the snowman, singing a nursery rhyme. At that moment, The green sparrow suddenly flew over and perched on the snowman's shoulder. Seeing this, Zhao Dire's eyes twinkled. "Uncle, let's build a few more snowmen." "Sure." Li Changgang didn't refuse. He genuinely squatted down and joined Zhao Dire in this snowman building game, which was no different from playing house with a child. Given his status, if word of this scene got out, it would surely leave countless people speechless. Together, they built 4 large snowmen. Counting the small one they'd made earlier, there were 5 snowmen in total, sitting together, vividly lifelike. "This is Daddy, this is Mommy, this is Sister Sewer, this is Dire, and this is Uncle. We live happily together, joyfully and carefree." Zhao Dire took it upon herself to assign identities to each of the 5 snowmen. Seeing her carefree smile, Li Changgang couldn't help but smile too. It wasn't that they deliberately ignored Gong Lianyue, it was simply that she didn't know the latter. Neither the Zhao family nor Lu Su dared mention her, fearing the child might speak without restraint and offend the Empress Dowager. As for Li Changgang, he was her savior after all. She had to know who had saved her life. Little Zhao Dire was engrossed in her play when a figure dashed out from the inner courtyard. Lu Su. She had just finished toasting Mrs. Zhao when she suddenly realized Zhao Dire was missing. Rushing out to search for her, she found the girl right there in the courtyard. Just as she was about to call her back inside, her peripheral vision caught sight of the man beside her. Her heart skipped a beat. The words on the tip of her tongue vanished back into her throat. Then, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable, she raised her hand and rubbed her eyes hard. That monster was actually building a snowman. And how could it be with her young mistress? And they seemed to be getting along quite well? How could this be? This defies all logic. You see, in the eyes of cultivators, mortals were no different from insects crawling on the ground. Otherwise, why would they have deemed serving as Zhao Dire's companion reader a punishment for her? For her, a cultivator, this was worse than death, the ultimate humiliation. Even she, who had once looked down on mortals, couldn't fathom how someone like that, a Yuanling stage elder who was only fit to be a sword attendant, could be considered a top-tier powerhouse. Though her mind was filled with confusion, upon seeing the man nearby looking her way, Lu Su steeled herself and stepped forward to greet him. Elder. "Oh, Sister Sewer, what brings you here?" Li Changgang ignored her. Instead, it was Zhao Dire who treated this companion sister, who looked like a fairy, with great familiarity, showing none of the airs of a young lady. Whether Lu Su was trying to make amends for past wrongs or simply seeking favor, she treated Zhao Dire exceptionally well. Whenever Zhao Dire grew bored, Lu Su would secretly slip her out of the mansion to play, protecting her, buying her treats and clothes, and even teaching her to read and write. That's why Zhao Dire thought to bring her along when building the snowman. Lu Su cautiously glanced at Li Changgang. Seeing no sign that he intended to stop her from speaking, she finally murmured softly. "The mistress noticed you were missing and sent me out to find you," she said. She glanced tentatively at Li Changgang again, waited a moment, then gathered her courage. "Why don't we head back first? Otherwise, the mistress will start worrying." The last part wasn't actually Lady Zhao's exact words, it was Lu Su's own initiative. She believed Li Changgang was an extremely dangerous presence. Cultivators understood cultivators best. The higher their cultivation realm, the more eccentric their temperaments, not merely moody, but utterly impulsive, acting entirely on whim. In her eyes. Don't be fooled by Li Changgang's current willingness to lower himself and play house with Zhao Dire, a mere mortal. Who knows what might happen if she said the wrong thing? While her feelings toward the other members of the Zhao household were lukewarm at best, she genuinely cherished Zhao Dire. She refused to let harm come to this young girl. Therefore, she wanted to separate the two. Lu Su's little scheme naturally didn't escape Li Changgang's notice, though he chose not to interfere. Outside, the weather was bitterly cold. Zhao Dire was at an age where her immunity was weaker, and staying out too long was indeed unwise. It was time to return. As for Zhao Dire herself, though she hadn't had her fill of play, hearing her mother worry about her made her afraid of angering her and facing punishment. So she obediently complied. Yet as she walked away, she turned back every 3 steps, casting lingering glances at Li Changgang. Finally, when she reached the inner courtyard gate, she suddenly turned and trotted back. Standing before him with utmost seriousness, she declared, "Uncle picked plum blossoms for Dire and helped Dire build a snowman. Dire will definitely keep her promise. When Dire grows up, she'll marry Uncle and have him build snowmen for her every single day." With that, she skipped and hopped into the inner courtyard, leaving Lu Su staring in utter astonishment. That little girl. Li Changgang chuckled indifferently, clearly not taking the child's innocent words to heart, and turned back toward the plum blossom courtyard. According to Gusu custom, New Year's Eve wine should be drunk until 11 or 12, followed by fireworks together. Yet just after the hour of Su, Liang Lianyue returned. Inside the room. Hearing the door open, Li Changgang turned from his desk, surprise flitting across his face. Already back? Not staying up with them? Staying up all night on New Year's Eve was also a custom in the mortal world. To keep you company. Gong Lianyue slipped off her fox fur robe, still dotted with snowflakes. She gave it a vigorous shake to dislodge the snow before hanging it on the nearby coat rack. Then she stepped out again. When she returned, She carried a basin of hot water, a piece of ginger, and some medicinal herbs. Why accompany me? Li Changgang couldn't help but chuckle. Before I met you, I lived alone in seclusion on Beishan Mountain for hundreds of years. Wasn't that enough solitude? Why worry about me being lonely now? But now you know me. Gong Lianyue continued peeling the ginger without looking up. Besides, today is different. New Year's Eve is the most important festival in the mortal world. The townspeople speak of blossoms and full moons, of family harmony and lasting peace. We should follow local customs. I absolutely must spend this holiday with you. Li Changgang felt a momentary daze. This woman. Gong Lianyue's affection was both subtle and passionate, like spring winds carrying rain, arriving silently yet seizing the perfect moment. She always managed to stir up waves in his heart, as still as a pond. This woman. Truly, truly skilled. Why are you gathering so many herbs? He changed the subject. To boil water for your foot soak. Now that you're mortal, you must take care to nourish your body. Mrs. Zhao said that soaking your feet in ginger water on New Year's Eve will protect you from all cold ailments in the coming year. She said. Gong Lianyue submerged the herbs and prepared ginger into the hot water. As the water's color began to change slightly, she rolled up her sleeves and personally tested the water temperature before helping the man remove his shoes. You soak first. I'll fetch another basin of hot water, we'll need to add more later. Li Changgang suddenly reached out, seizing her wrist. Her first instinct was to suppress her combat instincts and the surging spiritual energy surging within her. Fearing she might hurt him. What are you doing? He didn't speak, only stared at her. What are you looking at? Is there a flower on my face? Still no words. Gong Lianyue stopped asking and returned his gaze. Outside the window. Snow swirled wildly, the wind howling like a cold, sharp blade, whipping the plum trees in the courtyard until they rustled and groaned. Inside the house. The bronze hand warmer reflected the firelight, red candles swaying gently, radiating warmth as if it were another world from the outside. The two sat gazing at each other in silence. For a very, very long time. What time is it now? Gong Lianyue suddenly asked. The third watch of the hour of the pig. Shall we? Receiving no response, she saw no need to seek further consent. Her wrist flickered, and a chain formation enveloped the room. Not even the green magpie could fly in. She straddled him, biting his earlobe as she whispered softly. I want to spend the whole year with you. For the entire year. Chapter 160, Reincarnation. After that day, Zhao Dyer often visited the plum blossom courtyard to play with Li Changgang, begging him to help her build a snowman. Along the way, she also befriended Gong Lianyue, who, in her eyes, was even more beautiful than the fairy like Lu Su. And so, she grew even more reluctant to return home. For Gong Lianyue's cooking was truly delicious, even surpassing the chef hired at great expense by the Zhao household. And all this was thanks to Li Changgang. She had specifically learned the craft from the imperial chefs in the palace to cater to Li Changgang's tastes, and naturally, her skills were far beyond what ordinary chefs in the mortal world could match. However, as she spent more time with the master and servant, Zhao Dyer discovered a significant problem for her. Her uncle, who looked like a celestial being painted by the most renowned artist in Gusu, seemed incredibly idle. Every commoner in Gusu had work to do. Father and mother often sailed with merchant caravans. The old woman selling cabbages in the west of the city carried her wares to market before dawn. Even the old steward at their mansion worked from dawn till dusk. Only Li Changgang had time to spare. Day after day, he lay in the courtyard admiring plum blossoms, sipping wine, and teasing the blue magpie he'd raised to such a spirited state. Zhao Dyer thought this was quite wrong. Uncle, why does everyone else have work to do while you're so idle? Cultivators don't need to work. But Sister Lianyue is also a cultivator, and she works too. She countered, Mother said idle men are no good. Girls shouldn't marry lazy good-for-nothings. Suddenly, Dyer doesn't want to marry you anymore. Then why do you come running over here every day? Li Changgang rolled his eyes. Because you're the only one with time to help Dyer build snowmen. Once this snow stops and there's no more snow to build with, Dyer won't come find you anymore. Dyer is going to practice swordplay with Sister Suer. When Dyer grows up, she'll become a cultivator even more powerful than you and Sister Yu, famous throughout the land. With that, Zhao Dyer pumped her little fist, seemingly determined to surpass Li Changgang in the future. Is that so? Then you'd better work hard. I'll be waiting for that day. By the time spring begins arrived, the snow had melted completely. Zhao Dyer never returned to Plum Blossom Courtyard again. Perhaps Li Changgang's significance to her truly lay only in being someone who could build snowmen with her. Later, Lu Su plucked up the courage to visit several times. She came to seek guidance on matters of swordsmanship. If it were for herself, she would never have come. She'd rather remain stuck at a bottleneck for life than face the master of this courtyard. That monster. But she was doing it for Zhao Dyer. Compared to Li Changgang, her own swordsmanship was barely above amateur level. Before, she hadn't known of his existence, but now that she was aware of such a prodigy in the way of the sword, she naturally wanted to teach Zhao Dyer the very best. She genuinely regarded Zhao Dai as her own disciple. And with each lesson, she grew more convinced of Li Changgeng's unfathomable depth in the way of the sword. For during this time, her own insights into swordsmanship were advancing at an astonishing pace. It was truly a case of planting willows without intent, yet they flourished. However, at the same time, a thread of curiosity began to stir within her heart. Senior seems quite fond of Dyer. With your mastery of swordsmanship, why not teach her yourself? Faced with her question, Li Changgeng merely replied, the path of sword cultivation is not suited for her. When Lu Su pressed for an answer, she received no further response. Seeing this, she dared not press further. That winter in the 3rd year, Gusu saw neither snow nor winter jasmine. The 4th year passed without snow. In the 5th year, snow fell again upon Gusu, and that familiar figure reappeared in the plum blossom courtyard. Zhao Dyer had grown significantly taller than 3 years prior, blossoming into a graceful young woman. She had matured considerably, now appearing remarkably composed. Yet after 3 years of sword training, she hadn't even reached the chi cultivation stage. Her gentle demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a sword cultivator. That's why Li Changgeng said she wasn't suited for sword cultivation. Except for geniuses or those who took unconventional paths, sword cultivators must begin their training by mastering sword stances, sharp, piercing stances. Like a newly forged blade, unpolished and untempered, yet already glinting with icy stars and radiating a cold, piercing light. Only after mastering the form does one truly enter the door. Retaining sharpness within, concealing the blade within its sheath, these are matters for later. It is a step-by-step process. Zhao Dyer, however, was born into a scholarly family. Her parents were renowned for their great kindness, and she was raised with constant reminders to be humble and courteous in all her dealings. Such a disposition, unless one possessed truly extraordinary talent in the way of the sword, would ultimately hinder one's progress. Fortunately, Zhao Dyer had yet to delve deeply into the cultivation world and had little concept of the so-called cultivation realms, so she hadn't lost faith in her practice. When the time was right, she could be guided to find a cultivation path suited to her. Uncle Zhao, Dyer wants a plum blossom. All right. Just like when they first met, one picked flowers while the other built a snowman. Though 3 years had passed, their bond hadn't grown distant, yet it had lost some of its closeness. Neither of them mentioned that old joke about marrying someone again, as if they'd reached an unspoken understanding. Zhao Dyer had grown up. She now understood matters of the heart, grasped the meaning of marriage, and recognized the differences between men and women. Uncle, could you pick one more flower for Dyer? After decorating the snowman with plum blossoms, Zhao Dyer asked again, her tone very polite. The last one withered. Dyer wants to pick a fresh one to take home and care for. Sure. Li Changgeng plucked a freshly blooming plum blossom and placed it atop her head. Thank you, uncle. Zhao Dyer thanked him, then crouched down to fiddle with the little snowman. Li Changgeng stood quietly, admiring the plum tree standing strong and proud amidst the snow. Uncle, what is it like to be a cultivator? After a long pause, Zhao Dyer asked abruptly. Li Changgeng withdrew his gaze from the plum tree and looked at her. She kept her head down, fiddling with the snowman, yet her voice drifted up in a stream of chatter. Sister Sewer said you're a very powerful cultivator, the most powerful she's ever seen in her life. She also said your mastery of the sword way is higher than the tallest mountain on the island. She was recounting the events of these past 3 years. Li Changgeng listened silently. When she finished, she suddenly looked up and asked, Uncle Li, is Dyer's cultivation talent really that poor? Yes, but everyone has their own path. Choice matters more than effort. Once you find the path that suits you, everything will flow smoothly. Zhao Dyer nodded, seeming to understand yet not fully grasping the meaning. Truthfully, she didn't grasp the meaning behind those words. She only caught the word is. But if Uncle Zhao said it was true, then it must be true. She just needed to keep persevering. An uncle as formidable as him wouldn't deceive her. Li Changgeng's gaze returned to the plum tree. Whenever father and mother set sail, they always gaze toward the direction of Gusu. Is it because they miss home? And Uncle Li loves admiring plum blossoms. Is it because there are plum blossoms in your hometown? Zhao Dyer asked again, seemingly searching for a topic to keep the conversation going with Li Changgeng. Not particularly. Li Changgeng shook his head. He simply loves plum blossoms. Why? There's no reason for liking something. Oh. Zhao Dyer fell silent for a moment. Sister Sewer said that Uncle Sher isn't from Gusu, but from a place far, far away. What is Uncle Sher's hometown like? A cultivator has no home. How can that be? Neither the sect nor the Tao tradition is home. Home is a place where loved ones accompany you. Yet for most cultivators, affection is a luxury. Li Changgeng's gaze grew profound as he stared into the distance. His words seemed to carry a warning for Zhao Dyer. Time erases everything. What you cherish now may hold no weight 100 years hence. 1,000 years from now, your heart may grow numb. And 10,000 years later, only the pursuit of the Tao will remain. However, who can truly say whether such pursuit stems from genuine inner longing or has long since become an instinctive obsession? At this point, He abruptly shifted his tone. Do you still wish to become a cultivator? Yes. Zhao Dyer answered with unwavering resolve, undeterred by his words. Becoming a cultivator means I can protect father and mother from sea beasts when they venture out to sea. Her parents were the very reason she pursued cultivation. But what if one day they're no longer here? This sharp question instantly silenced Zhao Dyer. Her father Zhao Jingzhong was still in the prime of his life. How could she have ever contemplated such a possibility? Moreover, in her current understanding, cultivators possessed boundless divine abilities and could accomplish anything. Keeping her parents alive forever should be no problem, right? If Sister Lian Yue were gone, what would Uncle do? After a long pause, Zhao Dyer countered. She seemed to be seeking a shortcut, hoping to find her own answer within Li Changging's response. But unexpectedly, Li Changging merely replied calmly. Gone is gone. Every cultivator must endure the separation and loss of those they cherish. It is one of the costs of becoming a cultivator. Grief is inevitable, but it fades and is eventually forgotten as time washes it away. Zhao Dyer froze. She never imagined his response would be this. Shouldn't we wait for Sister Lian Yue's reincarnation? That's how it was depicted in the storybooks she'd read. It was romantic. But in the real world, it was highly unlikely. True reincarnation was fundamentally different from the mortal understanding of rebirth. After a being dies, its soul returns to the heavens and earth, which then recreate it. This is merely part of the cycle. And that new creation is no longer the original being. Reincarnation is like meeting a stranger. Furthermore, reincarnation is actually a vast concept. Just as he transformed from a cultivator to a mortal, then back into a cultivator again, the two is a cycle of rebirth. These past 3 years, he has grasped a glimpse of the essence of reincarnation. At any moment, he could take that step, return to his peak, and ascend to new heights. But, to break free from the laws of heaven and earth, he still lacked a catalyst. Now, he waits for that catalyst. Enough. Let's not speak of these things. Gazing at Zhao Dyer, who stood barely chest high before him, Li Changging belatedly realized the girl was only 7 or 8 years old. Discussing such matters with a child of that age felt far too heavy and cruel. He cut the conversation short. Come on, I'll take you to find your sister Lian Yue. She'll make you something delicious. Yay! She was just a child after all. She hadn't grasped the deeper meaning behind those words anyway, listening with a vague sense of confusion. Naturally, Zhao Dyer wouldn't dwell on them with anxiety or worry. She could only vaguely sense that the worldly uncle before her, who seemed indifferent to everything, had revealed a complex emotion when speaking those words. He wanted to teach her some lesson. But the moment she heard she could taste the divine sister's cooking again, she promptly pushed those feelings to the back of her mind. She followed Li Changging's footsteps, heading toward where Liang Yu was. Chapter 161, Sword Techniques. The next day, Zhao Dyer did not return to Plum Blossom Courtyard. Having reached the age for formal schooling, Zhao Dinger was sent by Zhao Jingzhong to the academy for her foundational education. Even future cultivators needed a basic grounding in literature. Education was non-negotiable. The 6th year, Gusu without snow. The 7th year, no snow in Gusu. The 8th year brought snow to Gusu, yet Zhao Dyer was nowhere to be seen. According to the Zhao household steward, she and Lu Su had journeyed to another city this year to pursue studies and would not return in time. The 9th year, no snow in Gusu. In the blink of an eye. It was already the 10th year since Li Changging had moved to Gusu. This year, he would often sit atop the tallest plum tree in the courtyard, his gaze fixed on the direction of Tian City. The sword intent within his chest would unconsciously spill forth. Ripples spread through the surrounding void. Gong Lian Yue knew it was almost time to leave. No matter how serene and beautiful life in the Plum Blossom Courtyard may be, the blood of cultivators flows through their veins, destined to bear the burden of slaughter as they journey on. The allure of worldly pleasures may be yearned for, may be envisioned, but this realm ultimately belongs not to cultivators. Still waters would erode the will of the cultivator. On this path of cultivation where survival is a matter of life and death, once the competitive spirit is lost, the only outcome is death. Speaking of which, after a decade of silence, brother Taoist, the formidable reputation you built traversing the world and subduing 100 sects, it might just be fading from the world's memory. At this thought, Gong Lian Yue couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle softly before calling out to the man. Brother Dao, come down for dinner. Coming. At year's end, Gusu was blanketed once more by heavy snow. The pure white expanse covered the land, and Zhao Dyer's figure reappeared in the Plum Blossom Courtyard. By earthly reckoning, she was now 12 years old. In the secular world, girls typically began discussing marriage around 12 or 13, with the coming-of-age ceremony at 15 marking the start of marriage prospects. In just a few more years, she would reach the age when marriage would be expected. The girl next door was coming of age. Dressed in flowing blue robes and a silk-lined jacket, her skin whiter than snow, she radiated youthful vitality. Today's Zhao Dyer was even more captivating than in years past. It was plain to see. Another beauty of the kind that could be called a femme fatale. Uncle, it's been ages since I last saw Sister Lian Yue. Dyer? Oh, is it Dyer who's returned? You've come at just the right moment. Sister has just placed some steamed buns in the steamer. Wait here, I'll go check on them in the kitchen. Don't leave tonight, stay for dinner. As she entered the courtyard, Li Changgang was instructing Gong Lianyue in swordplay. Spotting her, both instinctively sheathed their swords. Gong Lianyue called out a greeting before turning toward the kitchen, leaving Li Changgang and Zhao Dyer alone in the courtyard, their gazes locked in an awkward silence. It wasn't Li Changgang who felt awkward, it was Zhao Dyer. Her years studying away from home had broadened her horizons and refined her manners, making her well-read and poised. Yet at the same time, she was also at that age when the buds of romance first blossomed. Li Changgang was born with a divine, otherworldly beauty, a face that had even made the female sect leader of the joyous heaven, who was no stranger to men, drool with desire. Add to that the otherworldly aura cultivated through years of spiritual practice and sword training. What young maiden wouldn't be moved by such a sight? Zhao Dyer blushed and lowered her head shyly. Fortunately, Li Changgang possessed a kind heart, unaffected by her emotions. He took the initiative to change the subject, helping her divert her attention. How's your sword practice coming along? I stopped practicing after that. As expected. The moment cultivation came up, Zhao Dyer forgot her awkwardness, though a faint shadow flickered across her beautiful eyes. Maybe I just don't have the talent. This was entirely within Li Changgang's expectations. Her aptitude for swordsmanship was indeed average, barely faster than that of ordinary sword cultivators, not even qualifying as a prodigy. Moreover, Lu Su herself was only at the golden core stage, barely average by cultivation world standards, hardly the ideal master-disciple pairing. And most crucially, she was an independent cultivator, unable to provide resources. Gusu City was a mortal city, incapable of producing any rare treasures or natural wonders. The density of spiritual energy here is nowhere near comparable to the sacred lands of the cultivation world. Considering all these factors, if they continued training this way, it would take at least 7 or 8 years just to break through the initial barrier. Later, Zhao Dyer would be busy with her studies, so they might as well give up. In truth, this was for the best. Even if she persisted relentlessly, her future achievements would likely peak at the golden core stage. For her, practicing swordsmanship would only squander her true talents. However, seeing her dejected expression, Li Changgang felt a flicker of compassion stir within him. Very well, he conceded. I shall teach you a sword technique for self-defense. Saying this, he ruffled Zhao Dyer's hair in a gesture of comfort and encouragement, then snapped a branch from the nearby plum tree. He weighed it in his hand before handing it to her. Zhao Dyer didn't react. The man's unconscious gesture had left her mind blank, unable to react. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She was already 12 years old, approaching marriageable age, a young woman. In fact, many prominent families in the city had already sent matchmakers to propose. Yet, this man before her, so strikingly handsome it seemed unreal, still treated her like a child, stroking her head. Though she didn't dislike the feeling. Don't just stand there. Take it. Li Changgang snapped her out of her daydream. Zhao Dyer's face flushed even redder, but at least she regained her senses and silently took the branch. Uncle. She was about to ask about the finer points of this sword technique, like whether she could use it despite currently having no sword intent or spiritual energy within her. But then, the next instant, a warm, large hand suddenly enveloped her small one, gently clasping it. Just that touch nearly made her faint on the spot. Li Changgang paid no heed to her reaction. Holding her hand, he channeled strands of sword intent through his fingertips into her body. It coursed through her internal organs, 7 major meridians, 8 minor meridians, and every acupoint. Then, he guided her, causing the branches to dance in sync with his movements. Clang! The sword's ring was crisp, whipping up snowflakes and fallen leaves. It cut through the air with sharp, piercing whistles, leaving deep, crisscrossing sword marks upon the earth. Throughout this process, he never forgot to impart the core principles to her. Little did he know, Zhao Dyer's little mind was already overwhelmed. She couldn't make out what he was saying, nor could she remember it. It felt as if she'd been cut off from the outside world. She merely followed his movements instinctively, mimicking his actions. Her mind held only one thought. That was, she felt as though her uncle had made advances toward her. The principle of men and women not touching each other applied not only in the mortal realm but also in the cultivation world. Unmarried women, in particular, placed great importance on their chastity. Unless it was unavoidable during combat, not only was holding hands with a stranger forbidden, but even the slightest touch was unacceptable. And to make matters worse, they were holding hands while performing such an ambiguous act as sword dancing. She felt like she was going to die. Zhao Dyer felt her legs buckling beneath her. Her face burned like it was on fire, searing hot, and all she could hear was the frantic pounding of her own heart. Until the sword dance concluded. Li Changgang finally noticed her state, casually released her hand, and teased. Butterfly, you've truly grown up even knowing how to blush now. My bad for not thinking ahead. No hard feelings. In truth, he truly harbored none of those messy thoughts. Having lived for over 10,000 years, from a mortal's perspective, calling him a veritable ancient monster would be no exaggeration. As for Zhao Dyer, no, not even Zhao Dyer. Even her father, Zhao Jingzhong, seemed like a mere child in his presence. He simply found it bothersome and wanted to directly transfer the sword intent to her. That way, he could spare himself the trouble of explaining so much. Zhao Dyer wouldn't have to struggle through arduous practice and study. It would be easier for everyone. Yet he had overlooked the issue of gender differences. He would need to be more mindful of that going forward. It's fine, Dyer. Dyer doesn't mind. Of course. Zhao Dyer didn't blame him either, she was just shy. They continued their sword practice. Finally, as the sun dipped below the western horizon, Gong Lianyue emerged carrying a stack of pastries, and only then did the two finish their conversation. But Zhao Dyer, her legs already trembling, naturally had no appetite left. With a quick apology, she fled the small courtyard as if escaping. What did you do to her? Gong Lianyue asked curiously. Nothing much. Just taught her a few sword techniques. Li Changsheng remarked casually, tasting the pastries. Sword practice got her like this? Gong Lianyue looked skeptical. Then, as if recalling something, she asked in a peculiar tone, as if to confirm her own guess. How did you teach her? Just like you'd teach it. Did you expect me to break down every sword technique step by step? I don't have time for that. This remark instantly silenced Gong Lianyue. After a long pause. Brother Dao. You're a total freak. That night, Zhao Dyer lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Though she had now emerged from that indescribable emotional state. The scenes from her sword practice kept replaying in her mind like a slideshow, refusing to fade. Just then, Lu Su came to her room to bring her a late-night snack. On a sudden impulse, she suggested they spar, wanting to test the skills she'd learned that day and, incidentally, suppress the images in her mind. To this, Lu Su readily agreed. She knew Zhao Dyer had been learning swordsmanship from Li Changsheng that day, and she was curious to see just how much progress the other had made under that strange master's tutelage. Then, she was stunned. At first, she thought that while Li Changsheng was formidable, Zhao Dyer was still a mortal without spiritual energy. How much could he possibly teach her? She planned to suppress her cultivation and spar with her. But as the fight progressed, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Zhao Dyer possessed sword intent. And every time she swung her sword, it was accompanied by sword chi. In the end, she was forced to summon her Golden Core Realm's realm of intent just to barely suppress Zhao Dyer. Consider this. Zhao Dyer was still merely a mortal. How could an ordinary mortal possibly unleash sword energy? How could she possibly cultivate sword intent? This defies all common sense. No matter how powerful you are, you can't just ignore all logic. Meanwhile, Zhao Dyer, though ultimately defeated, was equally shaken to her core. She was no longer the little girl who knew nothing about cultivation. Lu Su had educated her on many fundamentals of the cultivation world, giving her a clear understanding of the cultivation system. She knew that once one reached the golden core stage, the gap between them and ordinary mortals was as vast as heaven and earth. Precisely because of this, she found it hard to believe that she had managed to fight on equal terms with a golden core cultivator using a sword technique she had only learned a few hours ago. Admittedly, Lu Su had held back, and a true golden core cultivator could have killed her in a single strike, never even giving her a chance to draw her sword. But even so, it was utterly baffling. She even began to doubt whether the person who had just fought Lu Su was truly herself. That night, Zhao Dyer, who for the past decade had only ever seen Li Changsheng as a kind uncle willing to build snowmen with her, witnessed his astonishing capabilities for the very first time. At this moment, she finally understood why Su'er sister, who had always been an incredibly high-level expert in her eyes, would secretly call her own uncle a monster behind his back. He truly was a monster. For the time being, Zhao Dyer would frequently visit Li Changsheng at Plum Blossom Courtyard under the pretext of learning sword techniques. On several occasions when Li Changsheng was out and not in the courtyard, she refused to leave. She stubbornly waited until he returned, insisting he practice with her for a while before she would finally depart. She justified it with the noble claim, "I'm naturally slow-witted. Only through diligence can I compensate for my shortcomings. The slow bird must fly first. Only by putting in more effort than others can I achieve mastery." Gong Lianyue saw through it but chose not to call her out. Others might not understand Li Changsheng, but she had followed this man for most of her life, serving him for most of her life. How could she not understand him? As for other magical arts and supernatural abilities, she couldn't guarantee anything. But if he set his mind to teaching someone sword techniques with genuine dedication, even a complete fool could become a master swordsman in the shortest time imaginable. That was the terrifying depth of his mastery in the sword arts. He utterly disregarded so-called natural talent, physical constitution, or innate aptitude, those factors ordinary people deemed crucial, even decisive for one's potential. Before him, they held no restraining power whatsoever. How long have you, Zhao Dyer, been learning this sword technique? Still haven't mastered it? Who would believe that? Besides, your little schemes are practically written all over your face. I was once the head of a sect, after all I've seen countless people. Do you really think you can fool me? Of course. As a woman herself, she simply wouldn't expose Zhao Dyer's shortcomings. After all, romantic attachments are always poetic, the most precious. Once again, Li Changgang had left early. When Zhao Dyer arrived, she found the place empty. This time, she couldn't help but inquire about his whereabouts. Because in her memory, her uncle didn't seem particularly fond of going out. He usually stayed in the courtyard, either lounging in a wicker chair sipping tea or teasing the little bird in the tree, or admiring flowers and plum blossoms. But lately, his outings seemed to have become more frequent, which piqued her curiosity. Upon learning from Gong Lianyue that he was painting by the Gusu River, she headed there immediately. The Gusu River stretched long, flowing north to south and connecting most of the cities on Taibai Island. It was one of the island's vital transportation and freight hubs, usually bustling with crowds and a constant stream of merchant ships. Fortunately, the spring festival season meant most people were visiting relatives and friends, making the area much quieter than usual. Walking along the riverbank, Zhao Dyer soon spotted Li Changgang's figure near a stone bridge. Approaching closer, she saw he was indeed painting. He was painting the bridge. Chapter 162, The Savior. Ordinary cultivators seeking to transform their spirit must cross the 10-step bridge, traversing the sea known as the Wheel of Rebirth. There, they contemplate the essence of reincarnation. Beyond the bridge lies the path to heaven. But those who seek to transcend mortality must also cross the sea. However, heaven and earth offer no bridge to those who choose to become mortals. Thus, they must build their own bridge of the heart, a bridge forged from their Tao heart to cross the sea of reincarnation and reach the other shore. 10 years of mundane transformation. Li Changgang's heart-mind reached perfection. He witnessed springs passing and autumns coming, flowers blooming and withering. He understood the essence of reincarnation and had grasped that sliver of its profound meaning. Now, only a bridge of the heart remained for him to complete his journey. Truthfully, this was no great difficulty. With his current state of mind, constructing such a bridge would take but a moment. Yet his ambition reached far beyond this. What he sought to cross was not reincarnation, but the realm of true emptiness. He sought cross the true. Therefore, what he painted was no longer a bridge of the heart, but a bridge of truth, a bridge to cross into the true. Zhao Dyer stood behind him, wisely making no sound to disturb him. She simply tilted her little head, watching him paint in quiet stillness. Li Changgang naturally sensed someone approaching, but the familiar, delicate fragrance of a maiden wafting into his nostrils instantly revealed who it was. He paid no heed, remaining utterly absorbed in his work. He painted the stone bridge of Suzhou, bustling with people, traveling merchants, down on their luck, scholars, soldiers, and warriors, a kaleidoscope of human life. Back in Tian City, he had studied painting techniques from court artists, so strictly speaking, his skill was quite decent. But, in his own eyes, he was dissatisfied with every painting he had produced during this period. For the subjects within his paintings possessed form but lacked spirit. It wasn't about capturing the traditional sense of spirit. Achieving lifelike realism was no challenge, but what he pursued was a spirit so profound it blurred the line between illusion and reality, where the false became true. The figures in his paintings were illusory, yet the moment they were rendered, they became real. The scenes he depicted would cast authentic reflections in the river of time. Someday in the future, perhaps in a new era, a new epoch, this scene would unfold authentically in some unknown corner of the world. This is a realm of artistic conception. What appears as painting on paper is, in truth, inscribing a segment of cause and effect into the corridor of time, the starting point of a cycle of rebirth. This is the divine essence he seeks to capture. Rip. And so, this painting, which in Zhao Dyer's eyes could rival the finest masterpieces on the entire Taibai Island, was torn to shreds without hesitation. He spread out a fresh sheet of paper. The second painting depicted the scenery beside a bridge, every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, and every butterfly. Yet that butterfly, it was lifeless. Rip. The third painting depicted the flowing water beneath the bridge, yet the water refused to flow within the painting. The fourth painting depicted the bridge itself, with wax plum blossoms added around it. Yet the blossoms in the painting refused to bloom, as if they had withered after the harsh winter. He painted one after another, yet he could never capture that essence of reincarnation within his artwork. Each attempt ended in failure. Fortunately, he possessed ample patience and understood that building a bridge was no task to be accomplished in a few short days. He paid little heed to these failures. Meanwhile, he witnessed firsthand the birth of one masterpiece after another, works so vivid and lifelike from a mortal's perspective that they could be called peerless, only to watch them torn apart without mercy. Zhao Dyer's beautiful eyes rippled with emotion. Feeling a pang of sorrow, she couldn't help but ask, with such divine strokes of inspiration, why does uncle still feel disappointed? Li Changgang glanced back at her and sighed softly. Merely passable. Not what I sought. Then what is it you seek? He remained silent. Zhao Dyer sensed the mood and wisely refrained from pressing further. Only when yet another painting emerged and was destroyed did she gather her courage to speak again. Uncle, could you teach Dyer to paint? Dyer wishes to learn. After speaking, her face flushed crimson as if suddenly struck by a thought. Learn painting? Li Changgang chuckled playfully. Didn't you just want to become a cultivator? Why the sudden interest in painting now? Of course Dyer still wants to become a cultivator. That doesn't conflict with learning painting. Isn't Uncle Li also a cultivator who paints? Besides, didn't you once say my cultivation talent isn't very high? At this, Zhao Dyer's eyes dimmed involuntarily before she forced a light tone. Why not see if Dyer has any talent for painting? If I really end up living as a mortal all my life, at least I'll have a way to make a living. Once, her desire to become a cultivator stemmed from a wish to protect her parents and her fellow villagers. In the boundless sea ravaged by sea beasts, she sought to carve out a refuge, a sanctuary for the vulnerable common folk. Later, she couldn't recall when, another reason for becoming a cultivator had quietly emerged. She too wanted to stand beside this man, like Gong Lianyue, walking with him onward, forever. But he was a cultivator. He could live for a very, very long time. For someone who had trained in swordsmanship for years without even reaching the threshold of mastery, this aspiration gradually felt like an unattainable luxury. To say it didn't hurt would be self-deception. Yet she refused to let her inner disappointment affect the man before her, so she strove diligently to conceal her true feelings. But, no matter how mature a teenager might be, their experience remained limited. How could they possibly hide their feelings? Li Changsheng set down his brush and said earnestly, I've told you before, it's not that your cultivation talent is lacking. Sword cultivation simply isn't suited to you. Really? At his words, Zhao Dyer's eyes lit up. She pressed immediately, then could Uncle Zhao tell Dyer which path truly suits her? This very question had been posed to her when she was 7 or 8 years old, but all these years later, she still hadn't found the path that suited her. She had always believed he was merely offering comfort. But now, he brought it up again, his expression sincere and seemingly genuine. His earnest manner reignited the confidence that had long been extinguished within her. Of course it's true. When have I ever deceived you? Li Changsheng pondered for a moment before deciding to share his plans with her, hoping to spare her from further worry. In a few years, perhaps this year, perhaps next, but within the next 2 years, a sect called the Beastmaster sect will pass through these lands. Your pure heart and unique constitution align perfectly with the way of beast taming. If you join them, you are certain to achieve great things in the future. Beast taming sect? Zhao Dyer silently committed the name to memory. She didn't ask what made her physique unique or why it suited the way of beast taming. For her, knowing she could truly become a cultivator and have a chance to realize her dreams was enough. With that thought, her cheerful demeanor returned. By the way, can you actually foresee the future? Li Changsheng shook his head. That isn't truly foreseeing the future, it's merely deducing cause and effect. You'll understand once you formally join the ranks of cultivators. As he spoke, he seemed to suddenly recall something, raising an eyebrow before offering a pointed reminder. The human race will face a great calamity in the future. It all hinges on the beast-taming sect breaking through the stalemate. Who knows? You might just end up being the savior again. A great calamity? Zhao Dyer froze, utterly baffled. Li Changsheng explained plainly, the human race holds power now, while the demonic race struggles to survive in the cracks. As the saying goes, fortune turns with the seasons. Thousands of years from now, the demonic race shall rise. Under heaven's way, all beings are equal. The principle that extremes give way to their opposites is the natural order of the cosmos inevitable. Yet for the human race, it will be a catastrophe. Among all the sects in the world today, only the Beastmaster sect regularly interacts with demonic beasts. Its cultivators are destined to be the chosen ones to face this calamity. As those destined to face this calamity, though the path ahead is rugged and fraught with danger, opportunity coexists with peril. If they seize it, they will surely soar to new heights. Zhao Dyer grew increasingly bewildered as she listened. Demon Court. From the name alone, she grasped it roughly a court formed by demonic beasts, likely not much different from those man-eating sea beasts of the endless sea. But mortals feared sea beasts, but did the legendary cultivators fear them too? She voiced her confusion directly. Immortals are not invincible. Li Changsheng shook his head. It's like a martial artist who excels in combat unmatched within the walls of Gusu City, yet utterly helpless once they step into the sea. Though cultivators possess the power to reshape the heavens and earth, and can handle ordinary demon beasts with ease, the emergence of the demon court is far beyond any ordinary beast tide. This time, ancient species may emerge, primordial bloodlines lost to the world. To cultivators, these beasts will be as formidable as sea monsters are to the people of Gusu. Only by setting aside past grievances and uniting as one can the sects of the world muster the strength to fight. After hearing this, Zhao Dyer stood dumbfounded, her mouth agape. She never imagined that even cultivators who seemed to her and every mortal like the very incarnations of the immortals in storybooks could face threats to their very existence. Indeed, it would require the united efforts of all cultivators to confront it. How terrifying must this so-called great calamity be? She couldn't even begin to imagine. After all, she was still young, unfamiliar with many things, and didn't understand much. She only knew it sounded terrifying and felt a flutter of fear in her heart. But when the corner of her eye caught sight of that otherworldly figure before her, an inexplicable sense of security welled up within her, and her fear vanished. When that day truly comes, will Uncle you descend from the heavens to save the world, just like the divine sages in the storybooks? You think too highly of me. Li Changing laughed, speaking plainly. I've never been a savior, nor am I the guardian of humanity. On the contrary, my hands are stained with the blood of countless enemies. I've killed many. Beneath my feet lies a path to heaven paved with the white bones of countless foes. Their corpses could be piled into pyres tall enough to fill the entire boundless sea. Gazing at the girl whose face was etched with disbelief, he continued. It's not just me. Gong Lianyue, she may have killed fewer than I have, but her toll is still staggering. More than all the common folk of Gusu City combined. And Lu Su, every step of her journey, that golden core of hers was forged from the flesh and blood of countless souls. If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. Better the friend die than the monk. That's the survival rule of the cultivation world. When calamity strikes, no savior will come. Joining forces against enemies is merely a last resort, a desperate act of self-preservation. So don't expect some so-called god to bring light to the world. At least I'm not that god. I'm merely a traveler passing through this world. It wasn't that he was cruel, ruthlessly stripping this 12 or 13-year-old girl of her dreams and aspirations for the cultivation life. On the contrary. Shattering her idealized view of cultivators was for her own good. The savior complex would be her undoing. The cultivation world has no laws, let alone government offices. In the mortal realm, if you're wronged, you can seek justice from the magistrate. In the cultivation world, unless you have a powerful patron, even if you were beaten to death by the roadside, no passerby would give you a second glance. And certainly no savior will emerge to seek justice for you. If there truly were a god or a Buddha watching over this world, how could there be so many famines, disasters, and seas of blood? Everything depends on oneself. This holds true in everyday life, and it holds true during the great calamity of the demon court. To survive in the cultivation world, one must grasp this truth. He succeeded. Zhao Dyer had taken his words to heart. She was lost in thought for a long while. After a while, she finally processed it, then smiled sweetly before speaking with unwavering resolve. If that's the case, then Dyer will train even harder from now on. Once Dyer has mastered her cultivation, it will be Dyer who protects you, uncle. A maiden's true feelings must never be betrayed. At that moment, even Li Changging's heart of stone could not help but stir. This girl. This was the first time anyone had ever offered to protect him. Interesting. Very well. Your uncle trusts you. Then, can uncle now teach Dyer how to paint? Aren't you going to become a cultivator someday? Why learn painting? I just want to learn. It won't interfere with my future cultivation. Zhao Dyer's bright, watery eyes fixed on Li Changging, tinged with a hint of pleading. Beneath that gaze lay a hint of a budding, innocent affection. Very well. Li Changging pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement, his gaze drifting to the plum blossom pinned at her temple. That plum blossom was one he had personally plucked for her after teaching her sword techniques that day. Several days had passed. Deprived of water and soil, the petals of the plum blossom had withered. Yet she still wore it in her hair, refusing to remove it. She's grown up. After that day, Zhao Dyer found a new reason to seek out Li Changging. If he was in the courtyard, she'd say she'd come to learn swordsmanship. When he was by the stone bridge, she claimed she'd come to study painting. Except for sleeping at night, the two were practically glued together the rest of the time. Sometimes this even made Gong Lianyue feel a bit resentful. Are you his sword attendant, or am I? Why does it feel like you two are closer? Later, when Li Changging went out, he simply took her along to spare her from brooding alone at home. In the 11th year, Li Changging finally painted a river that flowed with life. In the 12th year, the plum tree in his painting actually blossomed with vibrant petals in the dead of winter. In the 13th year, the voices of pedestrians chatting on the bridge became distinctly audible. The moment the final stroke fell, the painting vanished. From that year onward, he no longer painted only bridges. He painted birds and beasts, the demons of the 10,000 mountains, the people of Gusa City, and the cultivators of Tian City, all manner of beings. From the small fishing village of his birth, he painted his way to the joyous heaven. There, he severed the head of the female sect leader before joining the Heavenly Sword sect. He painted from Gong Lianyue becoming his sword attendant to the Empress, that woman seated upon the Phoenix throne, as he destroyed one sect after another. He painted all the way to Gusa City, to Zhao Dyer, to himself sitting by the stone bridge, painting his own act of painting. He had painted his entire life thus far, painting a cycle of rebirth. Chapter 163, The Long River of Time. That night, in the plum blossom courtyard. The courtyard, which had long extinguished its candles by the hour of the dog, remained brightly lit even as midnight approached. Li Changging stood silently in the center, his gaze profound. Suddenly, rain fell. The rain fell in a continuous curtain, like suspended threads, drifting onto his face and dampening his waterfall like black hair. The wind howled, rustling the plum trees and scattering fallen leaves. Only he remained unmoving. Inside the main hall, Gong Lianyue leaned against the windowsill, equally motionless, her gaze fixed intently on the man's silhouette. Her exquisite eyes held both anticipation and worry. A nascent soul cultivator wielded a thread of spatial power. Within her divine sense perception, Li Changgeng's divine spirit no longer existed within this space. Though she didn't know exactly where he had gone, her intuition told her he was attempting to take a step that no cultivator had ever dared to take before. In truth, her intuition was correct. At this very moment, Li Changgeng's divine soul now existed within boundless void. Here, time and space ceased to exist. Even laws and the Tao were absent. What existed? Only an endless, illusory river, and the mist shrouding its banks, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. The river of time. When one severed worldly karma at the slaying mortal's realm, they could tread the sea of reincarnation. The Tao would bridge the passage. Crossing this bridge to traverse the sea marked the ascension to the great cultivation of spirit transformation. The same applies to descending to the mortal realm, except the latter crosses a bridge they build themselves. The 100,000 and 8,000 rivers of the sea of reincarnation flow together, converging into the river of time. He sought truth. Seeking truth means one cannot leave the sea of reincarnation, for when humans die, they fade like extinguished lamps. When immortals die, their thoughts dissipate. When gods return to heaven and earth, all becomes unfamiliar. Reincarnation is but an illusion. Only time endures. Even reincarnation is merely a fragment within the vast expanse of time. This river is the origin of all things tangible and intangible. The conclusion and final curtain call for all creation. Truth and illusion alike are contained within it. Reach the other shore. One may find all the answers they seek. But where does time find its end? Upon the river of time, divine powers cannot rise, spells cannot fall, and laws cannot manifest. Even the primordial energy that forms the foundation of heaven and earth disperses into nothingness here. It appears as an ordinary river, yet it is formed from the fragments of countless eras, flowing between innumerable civilizations. Even when these civilizations have long perished, it still surges onward to force a crossing. The moment one's divine essence touches its waters, even the most peerless prodigy would be swallowed by millions or tens of millions of years of time. Then sink into eternal oblivion, until death and the extinction of one's path. Fortunately, I am a visitor from beyond the heavens. I do not belong to this realm, nor to any fragment of an era. Billions of years of time hold no sway over me. Then, in Gusu, I personally sketched out my own cycles of rebirth. I transformed these fragments of reincarnation into a bridge, imprinting it upon the river of time. I entered the river myself. Thus, as long as my Tao heart remains sufficiently strong and resolute to resist the pull of those era fragments, I may yet cross the river and reach the other shore. But those ceaselessly intertwining fragments of eras are the greatest peril within this river of time. One misstep, and one would be lost within them forever. Unless one can step by step traverse this epoch, walking through the ages, traversing every moment and every corner of this era, ultimately wading through it. This is beyond my current capabilities. Li Changgeng stood still on one bank of the river of time, gazing at the hazy, indistinct flow before him, murmuring to himself. At that moment, the mist ahead suddenly parted, revealing a fairy gliding across the star-like surface of the water, slowly approaching the shore toward him. Living beings in the river of time. His pupils contracted sharply, his mind momentarily faltering. Yet in that fleeting second, when he regained his senses, his consciousness had already, unbeknownst to him, boarded this utterly bizarre fairy. This person. A shock rippled through his heart, but he quickly suppressed the tremor since he was already aboard. Panic would serve no purpose. Understanding what had transpired was paramount. And so, he steadied his Tao heart and began to carefully observe his surroundings. The ferry wasn't large, barely accommodating two people, himself and the other boatman at the bow, steadily rowing with an oar stroke after stroke. But the strange thing was, though the boat clearly moved forward, the ferryman faced him directly. His face, in particular, was waxen and sallow, his eyes vacant and hollow. A puppet. The thought suddenly struck Li Changgeng. There was no trace of life energy around the figure. Its stiff, mechanical movements clearly resembled those of a string puppet manipulated by invisible threads. But what kind of puppet could possibly ferry souls across the river of time? And who was the entity behind it? As Li Changgeng pondered these questions, the ferry had already glided through fragment after fragment of eras, shedding the myriad causes and effects of the world. It sailed along an unknown timeline. Clang! The bell of reincarnation tolled without warning. In an instant, the scenery before Li Changgeng's eyes abruptly shifted. Where was the river of time? At this very moment, he found himself immersed in a bustling, noisy marketplace. This was an ancient city. Through its streets and alleys, with its blue brick walls and green-tiled roofs, its small bridges and flowing streams, the city radiated an inexplicable, profound aura from within. This aura brought a sense of peace and tranquility. Even someone as battle-hardened as Li Changgeng, enveloped by this aura, found a long-lost peace within his heart, his entire being settling into stillness. Yet he remained vigilant. For this city was bustling beyond measure. Passers-by thronged like a surging tide, crowding every corner. People of every kind filled the streets. Yet, despite the sheer number of people, a sense of harmony permeated the air. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Moreover, Li Changsheng also noticed that the clothing styles of the city's inhabitants resembled neither the ancient society of this era nor the modern society he had known before his journey through time. It was a style he had never heard of or seen before. Then there were the races, the creatures inhabiting this city. They were neither human nor demonic, possessing bizarre appearances and speaking tongues he couldn't comprehend. From the creature's perspective, they too regarded Li Changsheng, this sudden outsider, with equal puzzlement and strangeness. Every creature passing by would give him a scrutinizing glance, as if wondering why this man looked so different from them. What species was he? Where did he come from? What was he doing here? Yet they did not linger to gawk or gossip. They didn't even show any wariness. Instead, after their initial surprise, each passerby offered Li Changsheng a friendly smile or a nod of greeting, extending goodwill. An unusual atmosphere permeated the air. His frown deepened. The next second, he abruptly stepped in front of one passerby, blocking their path. Ignoring their resistance, he reached out and seized their wrist. Real. An incredibly real sensation, genuine, tangible, and undeniable. Which meant he wasn't trapped in some illusion, but existed within a real, flesh and blood world. His expression gradually grew solemn. Because real existence meant he was now walking through an era that had already vanished. This world was a fragment of time. He drew a deep breath and released the person. Then, ignoring the stares of others, he walked onward. There was no way to leave this era. He could only keep walking until the era collapsed, civilization crumbled, and time reached its end. It was a journey almost impossible to complete. But at this moment, he had no other choice. He traversed ancient city after ancient city, arriving at one place after another. Along the way, he witnessed countless collisions of different cultures and philosophies. He could no longer recall how long he had been walking. Gradually, his pace grew slower and slower. Though his mind remained clear, aware that he did not belong to this era, everything about this time was profoundly shaping him. It was a subtle, insidious fusion. The causal threads of the entire era's fragments were weaving him in, dragging his divine essence down to sink into this time, making him part of this civilization. No living being could bear the karmic weight of an entire epoch. He was no exception. At least not now. Fortunately, just as his Tao heart was on the verge of collapsing and wavering, the ancestral blood of Fulu flowing within his left eye once again manifested its supreme might. As the pale moon symbolizing the dawn of post-heavenly life rose slowly, and the golden light that dispels all darkness shone forth in that instant, a divine radiance that penetrated all things and discerned every truth tore through this ancient era long overdue for burial, like a guiding lamp. He returned to the river of time. The ferryman vanished, the boat disappeared. Before his eyes remained only that profound, boundless river, flowing eternally unchanged. The will of heaven. Li Changsheng suddenly understood that ferry was heaven's own handiwork, both a welcome and an exile. It intended to banish him to that bygone era. A being without present or future. What good was it to have glimpsed the truth of heaven and earth? What could he possibly do? What a pity. In the end, his plans were shattered by the contingency left behind by the Fulu clan. Is this the foundation of the first post-human demonic race in the world? Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but sigh. Merely with their backup plans, they could repeatedly clash with the will of heaven. It's unimaginable how powerful they must have been at their peak. And the heavenly way that could annihilate such a race, what an unimaginable existence. Of course. Reflections aside, he felt no inclination to retreat. When he first arrived in this realm, how weak had he been? Even the joyful heaven, who hadn't even reached the nascent soul stage, could bully him at will. Any random cultivator could have crushed him. Yet now, did he not stand atop the mountain, overlooking the masses? He had no mighty sect as his backing, no inexhaustible resources, no master to guide him through the maze or shield him from harm. He relied solely on the sword in his hand. Blood stained 100,000 miles as he fought until his enemies trembled in fear, until he stood unmatched under heaven. So what of heaven? Given time, he would one day transcend this very world. He never wavered in his conviction. The moment Li Changsheng's divine essence returned to its rightful place, Gong Lianyue immediately stepped out of the room to greet him. Without asking a single question, she first examined his body. Only then did she lower her voice and ask, "Did it work?" He shook his head. "Not quite. It'll take another year or two," he said. He looked up at the sky. "What time is it now?" "Still the hour of Z." Gong Lianyue pointed to the incense burning in the bronze censer nearby, used for timekeeping. "Since your divine essence departed, barely half a quarter of an hour has passed." "Is that so?" Li Changsheng nodded slightly, inwardly marveling at the wonder. Truly, within the river of time, the concept of time itself did not exist. If measured by the time in that fragment of an era, he had wandered through at least 1,000 years. Just now. Gong Lianyue hesitated, clearly curious about Li Changsheng's recent experience yet wary of asking anything taboo. "Let's return to the room first. I'll tell you everything in detail later." However, Truthfully, there was nothing forbidden about sharing this story. Even if it were revealed, no one would believe it who could fathom a living being entering the river of time. So, Li Changgeng recounted his entire ordeal to Gong Lianyue. They chatted until late into the night, regretting they hadn't met sooner, before finally drifting off to sleep. Flowers bloomed and withered, and another year passed in the blink of an eye. This year, Zhao Dyer had turned 15, reaching the age of coming of age. The new year had just passed. At the crack of dawn, she arrived at the plum blossom courtyard. Naturally, she used the pretext of studying painting, while also inviting Li Changgeng to attend her coming-of-age ceremony a week later. However, today, Li Changgeng did not teach her painting. Instead, he lay lazily in the wicker chair, teasing the green-crested finch, just as he had done years ago when they first met. "Why are you looking so lazy again, Uncle Li?" Zhao Dyer couldn't help but tease. "We're leaving soon." Li Changgeng rested his head on his arm, his tone devoid of much emotion, yet tinged with regret. "Let's savor these last few days of rare leisure." At these words, Zhao Dyer, who had been overjoyed at the prospect of spending another whole day with her uncle, instantly froze, her smile stiffening. Truthfully, ever since Lu Su had told her that he was a powerful cultivator, she had anticipated this day would come. A cultivator, especially one of great power, would never be content to fade into obscurity, spending their entire life in a small mortal town. So their parting was inevitable. She just hadn't expected it to come so quickly, so suddenly. She hadn't prepared herself mentally at all. "Where is Uncle Lu going?" As she asked this question, Zhao Dyer's tone carried a hint of reproach. Whether she was scolding Li Changgeng for not informing her beforehand, or for some other reason, was unclear. "Naturally, to where I must go." Li Changgeng seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning, replying without looking up. "You should prepare yourself too. Judging by the timing, the Beastmaster's sect should be arriving soon. Spend this time with your parents and explore around. Once you join the sect, you'll likely have little free time and few chances to return." The words were delivered with considerable subtlety and restraint. In truth, if your parents or loved ones weren't cultivators, chances were they'd pass away peacefully during your seclusion. Perhaps that farewell at the mountain gate was the last time you'd ever see them. That seemingly ordinary glance back was the final glimpse before the eternal divide between mortal and immortal. Once you step onto the path of immortality, it's as deep as the sea. From then on, mortals become strangers.